Chapter 1, You Are Doomed. Horror Dungeon announcement starts. You have been selected as a participant in this Qingshan Mental Hospital dungeon. Please recognize your identity, act as a mental patient, and try to escape from here. Dungeon message: what you see is what you get, but what you see may not be what you get. It has been detected that this is your first time participating in a horror dungeon. Now, here are the beginner tips. Tip 1, your survival duration and the extent of your exploration in the dungeon will affect your rating rewards. Please explore the dungeon as much as possible. Tip 2, death in the dungeon world means permanent death. Life is only once, so act cautiously. Tip 3, humans cannot harm the strange entities, only rules and the strange entities themselves can deal with them. Tip 4, first-time participants of horror dungeons will awaken a special talent, which is essential for dungeon exploration. Tip 5, participants in every horror dungeon are not fixed. Please remember this principle: sometimes, the human heart is even more terrifying than the strange entities. This Qingshan Mental Hospital dungeon has 10 participants in total. The dungeon will begin soon. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. A series of solemn sounds, faint yet present, reached his ears. In front of him was a dark space flickering with tiny lights. An Lan breathed in the air filled with the scent of rust, and his vision slowly cleared. He squinted his eyes and looked through the 2 spots of light in the dark. Outside seemed to be a room with white hospital beds. Horror dungeon? Hey. No way. I just played a love game all night long, how did I end up being chosen for this? The confusion on his face was gradually replaced with shock. An Lan made a disgusted expression, as if he had eaten something terrible. Horror game was a feature of his world. The game regularly selected some unlucky people to participate in a dungeon. During the participation, everything was broadcasted live worldwide, and the country paid high attention. Once all the dungeon participants died, the dungeon would descend onto the participating country's territory. On the contrary, if someone managed to escape the dungeon, they would not only gain benefits, but the dungeon would also dissipate. Horror game, it was a double-edged sword. It could allow those in dire straits to find a way to change their fate. It could also cause someone with a smooth career to die a tragic death the very next day. Some people begged to be chosen by the dungeon, while others prayed not to be selected. An Lan had watched many live broadcasts before, but never thought this would happen to him. He just wanted to be an ordinary office worker, nothing more. He didn't want any world-saving responsibilities, let the savior handle that. He just wanted to work 9 to 5, contribute to society, and in his free time, play some games. See? He cursed silently in his mind. After calming down for a while, An Lan tried to turn his head and continue observing his surroundings, only to suddenly feel a heavy pressure on his head. Clang clang. Just moving his neck caused a series of iron-like sounds to come from around him. Ha! Surprised, An Lan reached up to touch his head, and his fingers trembled. A circular iron headband seemed to be locked around his head, extending down to his neck. This iron band tightly wrapped around his head, with only 2 small holes for his eyes, allowing him to see. At the back of the iron band, there was likely a chain connected to the bed. Every time An Lan tried to move, he could feel a pull at the back of his head. Hey! Don't move! Don't you know? There's a chain connected to the bed at the back of your headband. Suddenly, a cold voice shouted, and An Lan hurriedly turned his head in the direction of the voice. After focusing for a while, he finally noticed that on the other beds in the room, 4 other patients in hospital clothes were lying down. They were wearing blue and white striped hospital uniforms and had the same iron headbands on their heads. The person speaking is the one closest to An Lan's bed. The man on the bed is covered in bulging muscles, with his chest half exposed and marked by numerous scars and cuts, making it clear he is no easy target. Hello, you. From the look of you, you're a newbie, right? TSK. A newbie gets selected for an S-tier horror dungeon? I really can't tell, are you lucky, or just unlucky? An Lan wanted to greet him politely, but the man immediately gave him a look of disdain typical of someone who's seen it all, mocking him without holding back. A newbie, huh? Being a newbie doesn't mean you're doomed to die. Hey! Bro, what's your talent? What level? Can you tell me? If you're lucky, maybe you'll get an SSS tier talent, and who knows, we might have to rely on you. Another friendly voice rang out. This time, the speaker was from a bed further from An Lan's. The woman lying on the bed had her head wrapped in an iron hoop, with sharp collarbones clearly visible. Even though the loose hospital gown covered her, it couldn't hide the majesty of her chest. Her gaze locked onto An Lan, and everyone around her looked over curiously at the mention of his talent. Talent? Upon hearing talent, An Lan suddenly remembered the warm sensation constantly flowing in his chest. If he focused, he would realize it was a small red glowing nut. Talent. The one thing that kept ordinary people alive in the horror world. From E tier to SSS tier, the higher the talent level, the greater the survival chance in the dungeons. So my talent is. As his thoughts approached the glowing, it immediately enveloped An Lan's body, and a prompt echoed loudly in his mind: E tier talent, instant familiarity, unlocked. Instant familiarity, any weird entity feels an inherent liking for you, as if they've seen you before. Your starting goodwill with any dungeon character is 5. Ha? E tier? The moment An Lan heard the prompt, he froze. Not my luck, right? I couldn't even get a C tier talent, and here I am with E tier? Little bro? How's it going? Just as An Lan was lost in thought, the majestic woman impatiently asked, and An Lan snapped out of his daze, his eyes widening as he stared at her. Ha 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 ha. What newbie savior? Everyone. Let me introduce myself. A tier talent, Eye of Insight, 3 successful dungeon clearances, Fu Jie. My talent already lets me see his info. This kid, he got an E tier talent. A newbie. E tier talent. S tier dungeon. He's already a dead man. Fu Jie spoke again in that tone, as if judging others from above. Upon hearing this, the looks of hope that the others had been giving An Lan instantly turned to disdain. In the life and death dungeons, nobody wants to carry a dead weight. Especially when that weight can't even help them. Sigh. What a shame. Little bro. I don't know why, but when I saw you, I thought you were really good. I was even thinking of teaming up with you, maybe in the future. What a shame. The majestic woman sighed and shook her head helplessly. An Lan stared at her, but his gaze remained fixed. Because. The moment he awakened his talent, above everyone's head, a heart appeared, with numbers of varying sizes marked on them. For example, Fu Jie's was marked -10. But the majestic woman's heart displayed a glaring 6. Chapter 2, huh? Am I strategizing the weirdness? Really? What is this? Looking at those floating hearts, An Lan for a moment doubted whether his eyes were malfunctioning. This thing. Anyone who's played a dating game would know exactly what this is. It's a good feeling rating panel, isn't it? Trying to focus on the majestic woman's heart, suddenly a prompt sounded in his ear. Currently, this character does not match the current strategy system. Please find a 90-point or higher goddess for binding strategy. Huh? Isn't this the strategy system from the game I played last night? What the hell? Did I just travel through time with it? Blinking, and confirming again that the heart wasn't an illusion, An Lan's expression was strange. The goddess strategy system is a must-have feature in almost all romance games. As the affection level of the character increases, corresponding CGs are unlocked at different affection levels, and when full affection is reached, certain special plots are triggered. But other people's systems are all things like check-ins, proficiency systems, and after binding them, they can dominate everything. I get a goddess strategy system, and it's assigned to a horror world? Shouldn't this system be going to an urban world? In a horror world, isn't that a bit useless? Staring blankly at the towering woman, An Lan couldn't figure out the rating system of the system, only managing a bitter smile. Ha! Stunned, huh? Let me tell you, don't think just because you're new, we'll save you. Useless newbies should be treated as test subjects for us potential stocks. Wait. You? Maybe because he was used to talking from the perspective of someone with A-level talent, after confirming An Lan's talent level, Fu Jie didn't even regard An Lan as a person and began planning his direction. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang out. The chains behind everyone's heads made a loud clinking sound as they automatically retracted, followed by a loudspeaker voice inside the room: all patients. All patients, come immediately to the activity area for assembly. The morning meeting is about to start. The morning meeting is about to start. Latecomers, the consequences are yours to bear. The cold female voice broadcasted, and everyone's face immediately changed. A warning appeared in their ears: main plot, play the role of a mental patient and survive. Activated. This. Should we go? We're mental patients, should we obey or? Just as the towering woman was panicking. Worm worm worm. The originally white walls made a strange, flesh-like wriggling crackling sound. Puff puff puff. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. The walls and floor gurgled as black blood flowed out. The flesh layers bulged unevenly, trembling constantly. These fleshy masses seemed alive, and as they wriggled, they slowly formed words like waste-in loser. Clack. As a bulging flesh membrane exploded, blood splattered and hit one of the instance players. No. Don't. An Lan saw clearly that the fluorescent -50 was flashing above that person's headband. Then, as if he saw something, the person crazily crawled under the bed. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-soaked headband flew out from under the bed, and the instance player's body fell under the bed, headless. Damn! What's going on? Can't touch that blood? Fu Jie looked hopelessly at the blood everywhere in the room, his face ashen. Worm. Looking at the blood-covered walls swelling with words, and Lan's gaze quickly moved around, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. 5. 0. -2. 6. Just when An Lan was at a loss, a series of rapidly moving numbers suddenly drifted across outside the room. They were patients who had also heard the broadcast and were moving in one direction. Among them, 5 had headbands on, looking like participants in this instance. They walked down the hallway, showing no signs of the oppressive blood words pressing down on them. And Lan's eyes narrowed for a moment, then it was like he suddenly understood something. Play the role of a mental patient. Whatever the other NPC mental patients did, they should do the same now. The doubt about the broadcast earlier and not acting on it seemed to have violated some kind of rule. Damn. Forget it. Tot. After stepping a few paces through the uneven blood-covered floor, As An Lan walked out of the hospital room and joined the group of patients, the twisted, blood-colored walls before him were rapidly healing. I bet right. Feeling relieved, An Lan patted his chest, ignoring the others still inside the room, and quickly followed the main group towards a large hall. Hey! That E-level talent kid, he's out. He seems fine. The tall woman keenly caught the movement from An Lan's side, her beautiful eyes flickering. After just a wave, she was the second to rush out of the room. Damn kid. Fu Jie sneered coldly, leading the last of the instance participants, and they all rushed out of the room together. As they ran, they looked at the hallway, which was slowly recovering, and all gazed at An Lan with confusion in their eyes. That guy. How did he know he would be fine once he stepped out? In the vast hospital hall, a group of patients stood frozen, their faces blank. Although they were patients, they were all surprisingly young, and even stood in a formation as if they had been trained. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels striking the floor came from a distance. As the sound grew closer, nearly a dozen nurses in white caps and skirts, wearing white high heels, twisted grotesquely and stood before the crowd. Under their white uniforms, the nurses' exposed skin was stained with dried blood, forming crusts. Their figures were nearly perfect, but beneath the nurse caps, their faces were wrapped in blood-colored gauze, resembling mummies. Tap tap tap. At the very end of the nurses was a woman in a pink nurse outfit. The nurse cap on her head read head nurse in large letters, and she deliberately left 2 buttons of her pink blouse undone, making her white chest look incredibly seductive. Beneath her pink skirt were long, slender legs clad in white stockings, and her tall heels accentuated her delicate feet. The most important detail was that this head nurse had a normal human face, unlike the other grotesque nurses. She had an oval face, willow-shaped brows, and her slightly squinted peach blossom eyes. Her hair was pinned up under the nurse cap, with a few strands falling loosely to her cheek, and with her cold, raised mouth, there was an aura of stern yet alluring beauty. Silence. Once the head nurse stopped, she coldly barked the command. The heads of the grotesque nurses all jerked and twisted unnaturally, gazing at the crowd in the hall. She lifted her head arrogantly, looking down on everyone with the posture of someone in power. You scum. Now that you're here, it seems you've learned the rules. Good. I heard that 10 new patients have arrived this time. To teach the newcomers the rules, let's start with confession in today's morning meeting, as per the usual. Let's begin with, those 10. Under her icy voice, the patients, who had been standing quietly, suddenly scattered, revealing the 10 instance participants among the crowd. Many of the patients' bodies began to tremble instinctively, their faces showing expressions of sympathy and fear. It was as if this kind of confession had once caused them great harm. The big guy in that corner. You. Come over. The head nurse casually pointed at one of the remaining 9 participants, a man with a headband, hesitantly walking toward the front. He was a black-skinned foreigner, and his eyes, wide under the headband, were filled with terror as he looked at the grotesque nurses. Say it. What's your name? A grotesque nurse stepped forward, her blood-stained gauze-covered face now right in front of him. Drip, 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 drip. Blood instantly oozed out from the gauze, and wriggling maggots began to crawl out, causing the participant to instinctively step back, his voice trembling as he said, My name is AIDS and I goo. I was just traveling in China. I'm an international student. This is my first time participating in this thing. Chinese, save me. He babbled incoherently, turning around to look at the other participants behind him. TSK. Did I tell you to step back? Suddenly, the nurse's chief furrowed her brows, and in her hand appeared a strange button device. After pressing it casually, zizzes. In the next moment, AIDS Nico's retreat was suddenly halted. White smoke surged from his headband, and his whole body began to tremble violently as if electrocuted. Underneath his exposed black skin, large blisters and blood cells burst open instantly. As the popping blood splattered all over the ground, AIDS Nico's headband exploded with a loud boom, sending shattered flesh and the headband flying into the air. His headless body shot out a column of blood, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Gush. Blood flowed on the ground, the body still emitting smoldering smoke, shriveled in shape. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that it seemed you could hear a pin drop. The remaining 8 participants looked horrified, sweat dripping down their foreheads uncontrollably. The headband. Turns out it can electrify? Damn. Useless Nico. Always pretending to be an exchange student, enjoying the benefits of Chinese university subsidies. In the end, you're as slow as a pig. Even in death, you're worth nothing. Fu Jie stared at the headless corpse on the ground, spitting quietly in disdain. Under the shadow of the headband, his eyes emitted a faint eerie glow as he looked at the mysterious nurse chief. The A-level talent insightful eye activated. Mysterious nurse chief, S-level eerie, an existence you cannot offend. Her identity is special, and you must obey her orders. See? The information prompt was only this much. Fu Jie's face turned as pale as paper, his gaze shifting nervously among the others around him. You. Come here. As his mind raced, the mysterious nurse chief pointed again. This time, it was a golden-haired woman under the headband, with a slender figure. The woman was much calmer than AIDS Nico. She silently walked forward, locking eyes with the mysterious nurse chief, neither servile nor arrogant. Who told you to look at me like that? Scum. Kneel down. However, this calm posture did not earn any praise. Instead, under the cold scolding of the mysterious nurse chief. Put. One of the mysterious nurses raised her long high heel and stomped right through the golden-haired woman's left foot. Ah! In an instant, the excruciating pain struck, causing the golden-haired woman to collapse onto the ground. She curled up, her hands clutching her bleeding left foot, where a blood hole had been stomped right through. You all! Clutching her left foot, the golden-haired woman's voice trembled with anger, faint sparks flickering across her body. It was clear that she was probably an experienced participant in this scenario. Instinctively, she tried to activate her talent to retaliate. But the moment she activated her ability, the golden-haired woman's eyelids twitched violently, as if she saw something. The flames burning on her skin immediately froze in place. -10. -30. -10. The fluorescent numbers on the headband flashed by. When the golden-haired woman looked at the mysterious nurse chief again, it seemed like she understood something. She unwillingly lowered her head, enduring the intense pain as she knelt on the ground. What? You want to resist after entering the hospital? The mysterious nurse chief spoke with a tone of contempt, and the golden-haired woman's lips tightened. No. I don't dare. That's more like it. Repent. A cold voice echoed, and the golden-haired woman obviously froze. Repent. Repent for what? She couldn't understand. From the start of the scenario until now, she had just begun to figure out some of the mechanics, and she was suddenly dragged here to kneel. Looks like your awareness isn't enough yet. Zizzes. Under the golden-haired woman's gaze, the mysterious nurse chief once again took out that operational device, and the disordered sound of electricity echoed inside the headband. Feeling the ringing in her ears, the golden-haired woman recalled the message given when entering the scenario: what you see is what you get. What you see is not what you get. Could it be because of something wrong with me? Panic struck her immediately, and she cried out, I am guilty. I shouldn't have cheated on my husband. I shouldn't have misused his money. I shouldn't have planned the car accident to claim his insurance. Boring. Thud. After a series of confessions, it seemed the mysterious nurse didn't hear the answer she wanted. The button was pressed in an instant. The terrifying electric shock exploded in the headgear, and under the sizzling, white-hot smoke, the blonde woman's body trembled violently. Thud. As her body twisted and fell, hot blood poured from the hollow of the headgear, and the woman's body shook violently, already shriveled and deflated. She's dead. Another replica participant has died. The remaining 7 replica participants looked increasingly grim. Is it not? What exactly is this so-called confession? If the answer is wrong, you get shot, with no way out. But if you dare resist the mysterious nurse, the consequences seem even worse. Damn it! Damn it! What exactly is confession? Do we have to find clues in the room from the start of the replica to break the puzzle? Or... The tall woman who had greeted An Lan earlier now kept glancing around at the other patients. She seemed to catch something. These patients are all unusually young, alarmingly young. Just as an idea flashed in her mind, a cold gaze suddenly turned toward her. Next. It's you. Come, confess in front of everyone. The mysterious nurse's finger pointed at her, and it couldn't have been worse. The tall woman immediately paled and hesitated, looking around at the others. The rest of them instinctively stepped back, putting distance between them and her. She dared not look directly into the mysterious nurse's eyes, afraid of upsetting her. Her hands instinctively clenched, and a strange light began to shimmer on her body. Buzz. After that flash of light, the mysterious nurse raised an eyebrow, her expression changing. I've changed my mind. The next one to confess is you. Her finger moved. It was pointing straight at An Lan. Ha! The sudden change left all the replica participants stunned. Fu Jie was clearly the first to react, and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Ha 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 ha, what did I tell you? The newbie is just the scapegoat for the old ones. Don't think you're safe just because you're a little clever. Yan Bing, you used some frame-up ability, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Kid. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. You randomly landed in this world. The mocking voices echoed, and An Lan's face darkened as he glanced at the tall woman. She patted her chest, clearly looking like she had survived a near-death experience. Sorry. Better you than me. You, with your E-grade talent, are no match for us older folks in terms of strategic value. Without responding to Yan Bing's words, An Lan walked forward, looking around. He too noticed that the patients in hospital gowns were far too young. Young mentally ill patients, that's rare. What exactly? What is confession? His mind raced, and just then, a voice with a slight warmth cut in. Why are you keeping your head down? Look up, and look at me. Ha! As soon as those words were spoken, not just An Lan, but everyone around froze. Wasn't the rule to not let anyone look at her? Why, when it came to An Lan, did she want him to look? An Lan frowned, thinking that maybe his instant connection had activated, so he dared to make eye contact with the mysterious nurse. As their eyes locked, his pupils contracted. Because he clearly saw a heart on the mysterious nurse's head. The pink heart pulsed, floating the number 7 above it. Goddess strategy system, strategy target bound. There is a goddess you can strategize with. Mysterious nurse, Qingshan. Appearance, 95. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 85-62-93. Personality traits, overly obsessive about tidying up. Ha! The target is bound. Listening to the system's feedback, An Lan was completely stunned. Wasn't it my bro? This strategy is weird? Me? For real? Are you asking me to pay homage to Ghost Rider Ning Kaichan? In the 5 or 6 seconds of eye contact, Qingshan looked at An Lan under the headband, and her cheeks actually turned slightly pink. She pursed her lips, and this time, she took the initiative to walk toward An Lan. This I will personally judge. Tap, tap, tap. After quickly walking to An Lan's side, Qingshan still had that dismissive look in her eyes. Say it. Do you know where you went wrong? Her tone was still questioning, but the 2 words you were clearly emphasized with an unusual tone. An Lan looked at her in surprise, and Qingshan stared at him intensely. Her originally expectant gaze gradually turned cold as he failed to answer. A 7-point favorability wouldn't make the strange system help him directly. In her palm, the control device appeared once again. Just as she was about to press it with a regretful look on her face, suddenly, An Lan, with great courage, reached out and brushed the hair on Qingshan's cheek. One hand held the hair, and with the other, he lifted the brim of her hat, gently tucking the loose strands back under the hat. You! At the man's bold gesture, Qingshan froze for a moment, then the tips of her ears actually turned slightly red. See? This foolish dog, he doesn't think he's safe just because he's interacting with the female ghost at the edge of death, right? This is a rookie. He's incredibly bold, fearless. He's definitely going to die. I told you. Voices of shock and disbelief came from the other dungeon participants, watching. But 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. Qingshan still didn't press the control device. After the redness in her ears faded, she coldly scolded, "You yourself are nothing but trash. Don't you yourself know that? Ha! You can't even write the word repentance, can you? Kneel. Ding. Yang Jinjin's favorability +5. Current favorability, 12. The sound of the Goddess Strategy System notification rang in his ears, and An Lan's expression brightened. The reason he dared to boldly tuck Yang Jinjin's hair was because of the preferences the system had provided for her. Yang Jinjin's preference was obsessive-compulsive disorder. Therefore, the hair falling from under her hat was definitely something she didn't want. Sure enough, after this action, her favorability soared. But even though the favorability increased, the dungeon storyline still had to continue. Kneel. The cold voice came, and An Lan froze for a moment. He immediately knelt on one knee, his gaze frozen from high to low, fixating on her smooth, white silk stockings. Half kneeling was still kneeling. As long as he knelt, he wouldn't be breaking her request. You yourself probably can't even write the word repentance, can you? The disdainful voice came again. An Lan looked at her cold gaze and her slightly red ears, deep in thought. She seemed to be giving him a hint? Because of the higher favorability than his? Did Yang Jinjin want to save him? Yourself? The emphasis on yourself definitely didn't refer to his memories before entering the dungeon world. Based on the earlier confession from the blonde girl, it could be understood that repentance might refer to the memories of the original body within the dungeon, some erased memories. He had been misled. Misguided by the original dungeon hints, thinking it was his problem before time travel that needed repentance. An Lan wasn't familiar with his current self, but he was very familiar with his 9-to-5 office life before entering the dungeon. He was just a plain worker. Where was there anything to repent for? The repentance in the dungeon. Repentance? An Lan tried to write the word repentance in his mind, but his brain was completely blank, as if he had never learned these characters. Wait. I definitely used to know how to write these two characters. I can't do it now. That means the version of me in the copy has some memories erased? Or, have I never learned these two characters at all? All mental patients are relatively young. Yang Jinjin keeps emphasizing that I can't even write those two characters. Could it be? WYSIWYG. Crouching down to look at Yang Jinjin, An Lan felt like his brain was in an eerie, empty void. This feeling didn't seem like amnesia or something natural, it felt more like cognition was forcefully twisted. He remained silent for a long time, his eyes serious. I repent. I didn't study hard enough, I can't recognize all the characters, I am illiterate, I am sorry to everyone. I shouldn't have played around. I don't understand gratitude. An Lan tried to cover a wide range with his repentance, unsure why his bodily memories fell off. He could only take a chance, hoping that by saying all these things, he could somehow cover the meaning of repentance. Fortunately, Yang Jinjin's favorability toward you +3. Current favorability, 15. The first sound he heard was the system's prompt, and An Lan immediately relaxed. Tap tap tap, the sound of high heels retreating was heard. Yang Jinjin still had a cold expression, her tone frosty as she looked down on An Lan. Your attitude is good, get up. Who letting out a breath, An Lan slowly stood up and retreated back into the crowd. The others watched the scene, and their faces immediately showed strange expressions. He's fine? How could this be? Did he guess the content of repentance? This guy's luck is so good, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat? Could interacting with the female weirdness really work? The confused voices of several copy participants echoed, and Fu Jie's face darkened, his pupils flashing with a strange light, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at An Lan's talent. Next, Yang Jinjin's judgment continued. The atmosphere on site didn't ease much, even though An Lan was unharmed. Her cold, chilling gaze moved across the remaining copy participants, and the other 6 instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Yang Jinjin's face. Among them, only one man, with great courage, secretly stole a glance at Yang Jinjin. When he saw that nothing unusual happened, he boldly raised his head and locked eyes with Yang Jinjin. Hey! Park Guo-chang! Are you crazy? How dare you directly look at that weird woman? You! Next to him were a group of short, shabby men, probably from the island nation. Unlike An Lan's hospital room, Park Guo-chang's room had 5 international students who were selected to participate in this copy. The most experienced blonde girl had already died, and the remaining people had no leader, causing chaos. But once Park Guo-chang confirmed that looking at her was safe, the confidence in his eyes grew bolder and more arrogant, even proudly raising the corner of his mouth. I figured it out. Huh? What did you figure out? The village woman, I guessed it. These female weirdnesses can actually interact. Just like those women who admire foreigners, as long as you show a little charm, you can win their favor. Wasn't that Chinese guy just now like that? He clearly won the head nurse's favor. I, Park Guo-chang, have participated in idol training. I look better than him, more charismatic. They can't bear to kill me. Like an arrogant canary, Park Guo-chang straightened his hospital gown, his previously bent waist instantly stood tall. Really, really like that? The village woman still didn't dare raise her head. Just then, it seemed that Yang Jinjin was tired of Park Guo-chang's stare, her face darkened, and her finger immediately pointed at him. Next. It's you. Come here, start repenting. Okay. Full of confidence, Park Guo-chang was about to walk towards Yang Jinjin, but after just 2 steps, a weird nurse suddenly appeared in front of him, her face covered in bandages with wriggling maggots staring right at his headband. Who? A rancid wind blew from the bandages, and Park Guo-chang's footsteps halted, and he looked at the approaching mysterious nurse in surprise. Huh? This isn't how the script goes. Shouldn't the head nurse be the one personally interrogating? Repent. A cold voice came from beneath the bandages, and Park Guo-chang's face grew slightly odd. Without a second thought, he confidently copied An Lan's actions and lifted the mysterious nurse's cap with one hand. Snap. But to his surprise, unlike Yang Jinjin, under the mysterious nurse's cap was a large red brain, wrapped in bandages, and it was still pulsating. As soon as the nurse's cap was lifted, Park Guo-chang froze. He stared at the beating brain, his hands and feet flustered as he hastily shoved the disordered bandages back onto the head and quickly covered it with the nurse's cap. The eyes behind the headband flashed with panic for a moment, before being replaced by a deep affection. Baby, Sarangi. Staring at the bandaged face, Park Guo-chang dared to confirm, even if he couldn't win over Yang Jinjin, could he not handle this lower-tier, mysterious nurse? What a joke, compared to romantic literature, Korea was far ahead. He was handsome and had good vibes. What An Lan could do, of course he could too. Suppressing his disgust, Park Guo-chang saw that the mysterious nurse did not respond, so he boldly cupped her blood-stained face with both hands. Baby, be fascinated by me. However, before he could finish his self-obsessed words, the motionless, mysterious nurse suddenly plunged both hands, like daggers, into his abdomen, creating 2 black holes. Repent. I told you to repent. What are you doing? The cold voice came as the mysterious nurse drew her hands back, and Park Guo-chang felt a heat in his stomach. His entire body collapsed to the floor in an instant. Blood gushed all over the floor. He stared in disbelief at his hollow stomach, then raised his head, gazing at the mysterious nurse. Why, he can. I can't. Chapter 5, The Owner of the S-Class Talent, Wenji. Tick, tick. Blood pooled on the ground, forming a bloodstain. Park Guo-chang's final, unwilling, and defiant gaze froze on An Lan's face. He couldn't understand. Why could this man have the head nurse personally interrogate him? Why? Compared to him, he had the upper hand in appearance. Much better. Ugh. But in the end, amid the sobs, Park Guo-chang spat out blood and died in the hall. The air carried the sharp, rusty smell, and the remaining few copy participants turned pale, their gazes shifting back and forth between An Lan and Park Guo-chang. It seems his E-class talent is much more useful than we thought. We can't replicate his actions. This guy naturally has a weird charm that we don't have. Fu Jie murmured, his brow furrowing even deeper. He still didn't understand what this so-called repentance really was. Next. The cold, cutting voice rang out again. Yang Jinjin did not pause the interrogation for even a second despite someone dying, her eyes once again scanning the crowd. You. This time, she pointed at the people in the ward near An Lan. Specifically, she pointed at the only man in An Lan's group who had not spoken from the beginning to the end. This man had long hair, half of it floating outside his headband. His body was thin, yet his posture was upright. Tap tap tap. After being called out, the man took 2 slow steps forward, and before the mysterious nurse could approach, he suddenly thudded and knelt on the floor. This scene. It wasn't just the mysterious nurse that froze in surprise, even a few copy participants looked shocked. So calm, so composed. There wasn't a hint of tension from the threat of death on this long-haired man. Repent. He did not trigger any death conditions, so the mysterious nurse simply stood in front of him, staring blankly with her head lowered. The next moment. Ugh. The long-haired man's body trembled violently, and his previously calm-prone position. Suddenly, for no reason, his whole body trembled, and from the headband came a hoarse, screeching sound. I was wrong. No. No more shocks. I will change. I will start anew. I will study hard. I will accept treatment. I will accept treatment. His voice was like someone who had been tortured for a long time, weak and humble. But strangely, whether it was Yang Jinjin or those strange nurses, after hearing this voice, they all seemed to be momentarily dazed. Their gazes focused on the long-haired man for a long while, then they nodded. You repented, well. Step down. Yang Jinjin nodded in satisfaction. After hearing her words, the long-haired man trembled, then returned to his previous calm, silently retreating to near An Lan. You. An Lan looked at the long-haired man, and once again, a sharp sound came from the headband. You're quite interesting. With just an E-grade talent, you can still use it like this? The man's soft voice came. An Lan stared at him with a fixed gaze. Did you do something just now? Whether it was his voice or his aura, this man had completely transformed from his previous moment, making him seem like a totally different person. Ha! You're quick-witted. But you're not qualified to be my teammate. Just keep surviving. The arrogant voice came, and An Lan's face darkened. He had already guessed it. This long-haired man had been chosen by Fu Jie and brought out of the initial ward under its distorted condition, which meant his talent couldn't be too bad. Apart from the one dungeon participant who had been headshot under the bed at the beginning, 3 out of the 5 people in An Lan's ward were dungeon veterans. Hey! Fu Jie! What exactly did that long-haired man do just now? What is his talent? Yan Bing also fixed her gaze on the long-haired man. She knew that Fu Jie's talent could probe into other people's information and talent, so she directly asked. If the man's talent level was high, she would immediately latch onto him. Him? Do you know Wenji? Wenji? The one who has survived through 5 dungeons and made it out alive, with an S-grade talent dungeon participant? Fu Jie's voice came lightly, and Yan Bing's face lit up with joy. Wenji was a little celebrity in the horror dungeon. No wonder someone like Fu Jie, with his character, could bring him along. He must have seen the big shot from the start. At that time, in the ward, I went through everyone's information. That E-grade kid, and that unlucky C-grade guy who exploded at the start, I didn't even glance at them. However, I saw that your name was Yan Bing, but I couldn't see through your talent. A-grade talent Eye of Insight can only see through abilities of a lower rank, so your talent is at least A-grade. As for Wenji, I couldn't see through his talent either. So, the moment I saw his name, I was sure this person is Wenji. It's just, why was he unconscious in the room back then? That's something I don't know. Fu Jie looked at Wenji's direction with admiration, but Wenji just stood there, showing no intention of helping him. Repent. Continue. Yang Jinjin's cold voice sounded again. The hall fell into dead silence. You. Come here. This time, her finger pointed back to the international students' ward team. The 5 people in this group now only had Xiao Suanxiu and a pale-skinned, brown-haired man from the Bear Country left. His large body trembled as he took a few steps forward, then with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Repent. A strange nurse walked in front of him, and her face full of bandages began to unravel and fall off. A rotten, maggot-infested face stared at the Bear Country man. But this Bear Country man seemed to be experienced. After taking several deep breaths, he mimicked Wenji's way of speaking, and repented clearly and eloquently. I was wrong. I am a sinner. I accept treatment, I will study hard. I am an illiterate, I don't know how to be grateful. I will change myself. This guy not only repeated what Wenji had said but even mixed in some of An Lan's words. When he finished speaking, Yang Jinjin narrowed her eyes and waved her hand. Your confession is well done, you can leave now. Chapter 6, Breakfast, Fingers, Rationality. Who? Seeing the successful confession of the foreign student from Bear Country, Fu Jie, Yan Bing, and Xiao Kungxiufu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, there's a way to pass through the confession without relying on talent. Next. You. Yang Jinjin pointed again, and this time, it was Fu Jie who was chosen. He took a few deep breaths and followed the steps of the foreign student from Bear Country, kneeling ***, confessing ***, that he was useless, illiterate, and didn't study well. His face was full of sorrow. The action was done in one go. In the end, he also passed the confession, and made it to Wenji's side safely. Next. With the experience of the previous ones, Yan Bing and Xiao Kungxiufu also successfully confessed. Although everyone was still confused, unable to understand what exactly the confession was for, once the confession ended, the group, originally 9 people, suddenly only had 6 left. The S-level dungeon, right at the start, had already taken away 4 participants. Morning meeting is over. Breakfast time is about to begin, please enter the cafeteria in an orderly manner. Maintain silence while eating. Before anyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, the cold voice sounded again. Click click click. As Yang Jinjin, twisting in her form-fitting skirt, led the way in one direction, the others, still terrified, obediently followed the strange nurse without a word, heading in the same direction. Hey! Are we? Yan Bing looked at the scene, and immediately turned to Wenji for guidance. He didn't hurry to move, but kept glancing at the headbands on the others' heads. -1. -6. -10. As expected. The long hair under the headband swayed, and Wenji spoke in a teasing tone. Tap tap tap. Faster to react was An Lan. After just a glance at the changes in the others' headbands, he immediately followed the group toward the cafeteria without a word. Play the role of a mentally ill person well. That's the way to survive in this dungeon. His face was serious. An Lan had already figured it out, how to argue whether the behavior of a mentally ill person was correct. Simple. Just look at the value on the headband. Once you make any action that doesn't fit the mentally ill person role, the value on the headband will drop quickly, and you'll enter a contaminated world. The lower the value, the stronger the impact of that contaminated world on you. The behavior and actions of the mentally ill people in the hospital may not be the absolute reference, but the value on the headband will never lie. TSK. This guy. Glancing at An Lan, who had already walked far ahead, Wenji's tone was filled with a slight sadness. His reaction is quick, but, with a trash talent, he's destined not to go far on this path. Qingshan Mental Hospital's second-floor cafeteria. Compared to the spacious lobby on the first floor, the second-floor cafeteria here, though larger in size, is excessively dirty, despite being one of the hospital's key revenue points. The long white lights were covered in oil stains, and the floor was sticky with black grease. The walls were stained yellow with oil, and now and then, a few rats could be seen jumping over the greasy tables. Everyone. Sit in your designated spots. No picky eating. No rejecting food. Maintain the clean plate policy. Once again, Yang Jinjin's cold voice echoed from behind the serving window of the cafeteria. Click click click. Next came the sound of high heels clicking one after another. Those strange nurses, each holding a prepared meal tray, handed them to the mentally ill people at the table. Eggplant, chicken leg, watermelon. From a distance, the hospital food didn't actually look that bad. In the corner of the cafeteria, An Lan and the others sat together at one table. The six of them all unconsciously looked around at the scene. Ah. Most of the patients were eating, their faces showing enjoyment, as if there was no issue. But. Step. When several, strange nurses, with food trays were about to walk towards An Lan's table. Wait. I will serve his food. The familiar, cold voice rang out, and Yang Jinjin stopped one of the strange nurses, striding towards An Lan. Damn. Is this guy going to get some special treatment again? No way. Questline, insider? Xiao Kungxiufu couldn't help but mutter. The others at the table looked at An Lan with a mix of envy, their expressions complex. Some people really play games with their looks? But. This envy disappeared as soon as Yang Jinjin stood in front of An Lan. Because. Thud thud. Yang Jinjin wasn't holding a food tray, but after approaching An Lan, her slender, fair hand reached inside her pink nurse uniform and pulled out 3 fingers still wriggling. Wriggle. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. The 3 fingers were covered in blood, as if freshly chopped off from a human hand, and they were still twitching like nerves. Here. This is your breakfast. Without caring whether An Lan accepted it, Yang Jinjin directly handed the 3 fingers to An Lan's face. The smell of blood and the sound of the joints moving spread in front of him, and An Lan's face instantly turned pale. What is she doing? Is this targeting me? Or, is she? He instinctively felt like he was being targeted. An Lan knew very well the cost of refusing Yang Jinjin's orders. His arm trembled, and he hesitated, not daring to raise it to take the 3 fingers. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, the others at the table had already received their regular breakfasts from the strange nurses. Xiao Kungxiufu watched the scene and couldn't help but grin. Ha, doesn't this guy like to get close to the weird stuff? Now look. Too close, and he got himself into trouble, didn't he? Are you gonna refuse to eat the fingers she gave you? You played with fire and got burned, huh? The unfair treatment he had always felt seemed to have been released at this moment. Xiao Kungxiufu stared hard at An Lan, as if he had already witnessed his death. Tisk. So, you've reached the end. Aren't you? Wenji crossed his arms, wearing an expression that seemed to say this was expected. No one at the table chose to stand up to help An Lan. After An Lan's face twisted in pain, Yang Jinjin's cold voice rang in his ears. What? You don't want to eat the breakfast I prepared for you? Clap, clap, clap. The 3 long, still wriggling fingers were about to be shoved into An Lan's mouth. Just as An Lan hesitated about whether to resist. Ah. On the opposite side of the table, the exchange student from Bear Country stuffed a chicken leg through the gap in his headgear around his neck, and the value of -5 on the headgear immediately jumped to -20. But. In an instant, that -20 value reset to 0 and returned to 0. This sudden shift was clearly felt by the exchange student, who stopped chewing his food and looked towards the 3 fingers in front of An Lan. In his eyes, there was actually a look of envy. Chapter 7, Playing with Your Life to Pick Up Girls? Wait. How did that guy's value suddenly reset to 0? Could it be his talent is some kind of ability to reduce contamination? Ideas flashed through his mind like lightning. What surprised An Lan the most wasn't the other's ability, but the value change above his head. -5. -20. 0. Before eating the chicken leg, the other person already had a contamination value of -5, and after eating the chicken leg, the value increased again. This means there's something wrong with the food on the tray. And this time, even after following the normal patient behavior, the contamination value didn't reset. It's very likely that, even if you continue acting as a normal patient, as long as you stay in this hospital, your pollution value will continue to drop. If I say, now, if everyone's pollution value is -5, then the finger you're seeing may not be a finger. The chicken leg may not really be a chicken leg. The gaze flickered over the -5 headband values of everyone, and An Lan's lips slowly curled up. Eat. Aren't you eating yet? Yang Jinjin seemed a little annoyed, violently shoving 2 fingers into the empty eye holes of An Lan's headband. Goo goo goo. The blood-soaked fingers squirmed in the eye holes, and the scene was bizarrely twisted. But, even in such a strange, grotesque scene. Slap. An Lan actually grabbed Yang Jinjin's arm, and Yang Jinjin's face went cold. Do you dare to refuse me? No. I'm not refusing you. Anything you give me, even if it's poison, I'll eat it. I just want you to sit and feed me. You. Under Yang Jinjin's shocked gaze, she was pulled and sat on An Lan's lap, her whole body leaning into his embrace. Her long, white silk legs unconsciously wrapped around his calves. Anything you give me, I won't refuse. Moom. Moom. From the squirming finger in the headband's empty eye hole came the sound of chewing. An Lan, in fact, was really eating the fingers shoved into the headband. Crazy. Crazy. This guy, is he really playing with death for some weird pleasure? Is he crazy? Xiao Kungxiofu stared blankly at this scene. Fu Jie and Yanbing both had their mouths wide open, never imagining that someone would actually willingly touch something so disgusting just to please the bazaar. Only Wenji and the foreign exchange student from the bear country exchanged a glance, as if they saw through something, and said nothing. Mmm. The chewing sound continued, and the moment An Lan bit into the first finger, he felt something was wrong. There was no bloody taste, nor any strange sensation. What he felt was a soft, sweet, doughy texture, like a finger-shaped bread. After finishing one section of the finger, when he looked at the second section, he was stunned this wasn't a finger at all. What Yang Jinjin had shoved into his headband was clearly 2 pieces of finger-shaped bread. Hiss. Eating this bread, can it pull my pollution value back? He looked at Yang Jinjin in his arms, his face filled with excitement. The other person still had a cold expression. After stuffing the 3rd finger bread into An Lan's headband, her full body trembled with a mix of anxiety and excitement, like someone experiencing a man's embrace for the first time. You have gained 10 favorability points from Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin's current favorability, 25 points. A favorability CG has been triggered. Do you want to view it? Yes/no? At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in his ears, and An Lan's face lit up. He didn't rush to view the CG. Yang Jinjin, after a moment of squirming, stood up, her ears red. Oof. At least you're smart. Still cold-faced, she said this and then turned away, walking out of the dining hall as if proudly ignoring him. The dining table fell silent. Xiao Kungxiofu, coming back to his senses, looked at An Lan with a more bizarre expression. I thought you were just a lucky guy who relied on favorability to pass. Turns out I was wrong. You damn fool. You're just completely blinded by lust. You actually dare to eat this? Oof. You really aren't afraid of dying too quickly. The mocking laughter echoed around the dining table, but An Lan didn't pay attention to it. He simply looked at the food on the other person's plate with a trace of pity. There, what was that? Chicken leg? Watermelon? It was clearly a plate of twisted gray hair, mixed with decaying, pitch-black meat paste, bizarrely squirming in the plate. Mum. Mum. In the vast dining hall, all the patients seemed to not notice the abnormality in their plates, continuing to eat the black meat paste. Pus-filled sores had appeared on their bodies, resembling letters. Is this the perspective of normal people? If it weren't for Yang Jinjin's help, I never would have discovered so quickly that I had been polluted. Damn it. That guy from Bear Country. Why didn't he remind his roommate about the problem when he was the first to notice it? Is he afraid that others will know about his ability? Calmly sitting at the dining table, An Lan's thoughts spun for a moment. Sure enough, there's no kindness in the horror dungeon. If there is, then there must be some other reason. Eat. Eat, hurry. Why are you all just staring? What, do you want to waste food? Around the table, seeing that Wenji and the others hadn't eaten their breakfast yet, the 5 cursed nurses had already removed their face veils. Their twisted, bloody, and scarred faces leaned in close to the backs of the group. Hey, hey, hey! Eat. Eat it, okay? That guy ate his finger and nothing happened. We should be fine eating normal food too. The first to crack under the pressure was Komura Shufu from the village. He hastily grabbed a chicken leg from his plate and started chewing. Mmm. But just after putting it in his mouth and chewing for a moment, his chewing came to a sudden stop. Something was wrong. The taste of the chicken leg was off. Inside his mouth, it felt thick and sticky, like a rough cloth wrapping his tongue, and he couldn't swallow it at all. Ugh. What is this? He instinctively wanted to spit out the chicken leg, but remembering the cursed nurse's warning, he immediately suppressed his disgust and swallowed the thick foreign substance. Wriggle. However, just as he swallowed the chicken leg, the surroundings suddenly changed. The oily ground cracked open, revealing an inner layer like a meat wall, continuously spewing black-red blood. Drip. Nasty, blood-soaked drops fell from above. Komura Shufu looked up and was horrified to see the ceiling covered in densely packed blood-filled blisters. On these blisters were the words scum, trash. Plop. With the popping of one blister, the blood-soaked mud on the ground suddenly bulged and twisted, forming a giant, blood-red human face. Chapter 8, Players with low-level talents have no say. Little punk. Wriggle. On the blood-red ground, the blood-red face gradually piled up into a blood mountain, slowly taking the shape of a complete human head. It was a man's face, wearing glasses, with a balding forehead and eyes twisted with stubbornness. It kept muttering little punk and then opened its mouth with The human head, like a mountain collapsing, rushed toward Komura Shufu like a blood tide. Baka. What is going on here? How did I get here? The scarlet blood came pouring toward him. Komura Shufu, who had never experienced the polluted world, had no idea what was happening. Staring at the massive face rushing at him, a cold light flashed from his sleeve. A slender katana was drawn out. B-class talent, Demon Blade Muramasa. I don't care what kind of weird thing this is. I'll cut it all open for you to see. With the katana in hand, Komura Shufu was about to swing the blade. Bang. Bang. In the next moment, blisters exploded on his face, arms, chest, and thighs. These blisters swelled and writhed, twisting into the words scum, trash, waste. What? What is this? You dare to lay a hand on me? You actually dare? Boom. Before Komura Shufu could react, the mountain-like face exploded, and blood rained down on his body. Puff. On his body, countless blisters exploded. He turned into a human bomb and exploded into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing in the twisted, writhing meat wall world. Ah! The tragic screams echoed in the meat wall world. At the same time, they echoed in the second-floor cafeteria. Boom! On the dining table, Komura Shufu's head exploded. His headband flew into the air, accompanied by blood. An Lan stared intensely at the data on Komura Shufu's headband. The value, which started at -5, jumped to -20, and finally reached a terrifying -50. It was clear. He must have done something in the inner world. Pollution intensified. Bang! Blood splattered on the table, and the headless corpse of the small village's Shofu fell down. Originally hesitating to eat, Fu Jie and Yin Bing immediately froze, looking helplessly at Wenji. This. Mr. Yuan, we can't eat that food. It seems this guy finished eating and then entered that world. But that's not right. If we don't eat, won't we also be targeted by the eerie nurse? Is this another deadlock? The two argued endlessly, their eyes frequently glancing back at the approaching, eerie nurse. Behind Wenji, the twisted and sunken face of the eerie nurse had already rested on his shoulder. Worms and pus crawled out from the rotting face, staining his patient's uniform, and the air was filled with a sour stench. But he seemed unfazed, fingers slowly tapping on the table, his eyes under the headband only gazing at Shofu's corpse for a moment before. Come here. In a flash. Wenji suddenly stood up, grabbing the zipper of the bear student's headband. With both hands pulling forcefully, he directly yanked the other from the table right in front of him. You. Chinese. What do you want? You. Under the headband of the Bear Country participant, anger clearly flickered in his eyes. He stared above Wenji's headband, seemingly waiting for something. Oof. Trying to delay time with me? Delaying until I get polluted and enter that world? Sorry. Now, either use your ability to cleanse the pollution for me. Or, die right now. Crack, crack, crack. With both hands tightly gripping the Bear Country participant's neck, Wenji's gaze turned extremely sinister. Choose, now. Will you die by my hands, or will you heal me, and we both survive? Crack, crack, crack. It was called a choice, but Wenji's grip seemed relentless, showing no sign of easing up. The body of the S-class talent had been enhanced to a certain degree. Even the tall and strong bear man could barely breathe under those arms. You bastard, you. Under the headband, the Bear Country participant's voice gradually became hoarse. While on Wenji's left shoulder, that rotting face of the eerie nurse began to intertwine with his shoulder like a burgeoning fleshy mass, as if wanting to dwell on Wenji's shoulder. In an instant, the sound of the flesh mass writhing and the crack of bones began to intertwine. An Lan silently observed everything, his gaze fixed on the values displayed on Wenji's headband. -15, -16, -17. His pollution value dropped very slowly, likely able to hold on until he killed the Bear Country participant. As for Fu Jie and Yan Bing, their situations were quite different. The former's headband showed a value of -20, as if he had already entered the polluted world, sitting at the dining table with wide, blank eyes. The latter? After Yan Bing's body surface flashed with a weird shimmer again. Buzz. The flickering numbers on the headband, as well as the approaching, eerie nurse, all instantly vanished. Is it a talent, ability? Her ability can eliminate hate values and negative effects all at once? This is the second time she has used her ability. How many more chances does she have? Watching Yan Bing, An Lan's eyes filled with envy. This is a high-level talent. The error tolerance rate of the instance is so much higher than that of others. Finally. At the dining table, it was the Bear Country participant who could no longer hold on. His left palm gradually revealed a piece of green tea leaves, offering it to Wenji. Here, for you. You let go, let go. TSK. It would have been better if you had done this earlier? You think I didn't see what you just did? If you can't get through the level yourself, then threaten others to help you pass. In the instance world, low-level, talent users are just the nutrient toys for high-level, talent users. Ugh. Grabbing the tea leaf, Wenji casually stuffed some food into the headband, pushing the tea leaves into the hollow of the headband, and the Yi value on his headband visibly returned to normal rapidly. The strange nurse behind him suddenly retreated. But even after returning to normal, he still did not let go. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The hand squeezing the neck of the Qingshan country participant was still exerting force. Ugh. Chinese. How can you be untrustworthy, you? The body of the Qingshan country participant trembled, and his eyes stared stubbornly at Wenji. Wenji simply smiled faintly. Who said I'm untrustworthy? I said, you help me remove the pollution. But did I say that after removing the pollution, I would let you go? If you don't want to die. You still have a few chances with your ability, just create a few tea leaves for me. Crack. Under the increasingly forceful squeeze, the neck of the Qingshan country participant twisted strangely. Tears flowed continuously from his hollow eyes due to the excruciating pain. An Lan silently watched this scene, inexplicably feeling a sense of sorrow for the death of a rabbit and a fox. Regardless of national or ethnic issues, in the copy world, being weak is the original sin. It was just that his own ability was of no great use to Wenji. Otherwise, perhaps upon entering, he would end up like this Qingshan country participant, being squeezed dry like a tool. Chapter 9, 3 Men Make a Tiger, CG Scene. Ugh. In intense pain, a green tea leaf reappeared in the palm of the Qingshan country participant. After this tea leaf appeared, his body clearly weakened a lot, and there was no strength left to resist. His head tilted under the headpiece, allowing Wenji to pull and apply pressure without any reaction. TSK. Is 3 times the limit? But that's enough. Releasing the grip on the Qingshan country participant, Wenji coldly glanced at him, picked up the tea leaf, and spun it in his palm. Puff, puff, puff. At the dining table, the original team of 6 was now reduced to 5. Fu Jie sat dazed at the dining table, his body covered in dense, pus-filled words. Bang. As a pus-filled lump burst, the value on his headpiece immediately jumped from -15 to -35. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. From An Lan's perspective, he was just in a daze, his body twitching. But from Fu Jie's perspective, his surroundings were a scene of blood and flesh decay. Above, clusters of blood and flesh gathered and wriggled, forming a man's face made of blood, smiling eerily at him. Little brat. Little brat. Puff, puff, puff. More and more pus-filled lumps appeared on him. Fu Jie's face was bitter, and his pupils were flashing with light. A-level talent, inside I scanned the surroundings, and the feedback received was only one sentence: due to certain actions, you have attracted it. He. The blood-colored face's mouth split open, ripping down to the earlobes, and drops of fresh blood fell from above, staining Fu Jie's whole body blood red. Fu Jie's body trembled, and the fear in his eyes finally turned into unwillingness. No. No. Why is that E-level talent guy completely fine? Why are we, those with higher talents, all dying in front? Thinking of the harsh words he had said at the start of the copy and comparing them to his current situation, Fu Jie felt angry and unwilling. He took a few deep breaths, stared at that huge face for a while, and surprisingly calmed down. He actively closed his eyes and shouted, "Save me! Save me! You Wenji! Save me! I know you must be fine, you can hear me. Save me! As long as you save me, I will listen to you in the next action. My ability can assist you in finding clues. Save me! Save me!" Puff, puff, puff. As the face above began to collapse, a large amount of blood was about to fall. He. Not too stupid yet. In the cafeteria, Wenji looked with great interest at the swollen Fu Jie, who was constantly shouting, and stuffed the tea leaf into the hollow space in his headpiece. Ah! At Fu Jie's scream, his value suddenly dropped to 0. His body trembled continuously, and Fu Jie suddenly returned to reality, staring blankly at the few people at the dining table. I'm fine? What do you mean by I? Remember. You are now my dog. Wenji's cold voice echoed from behind, and Fu Jie was stunned for a moment, then his body trembled and he immediately stood beside Wenji. I understand. He reacted quickly, naturally knowing what had just happened. The pair of eyes that had survived the disaster briefly scanned the surroundings before finally settling on the calm and untroubled An Lan, and a surge of inexplicable anger erupted in his heart. At the dining table, the participant from Bear Country was still groaning and trembling. Wenji glanced at the situation before waving his hand. The meal should be over, take this guy away. Although he has been drained, he can still serve as a mine detector. Yes. As soon as he spoke, Fu Jie immediately acted like a loyal dog, carrying the participant from Bear Country. At the moment he lifted the other person, Fu Jie finally noticed something, and looked at the participant from Bear Country in surprise. The prompt from the Eye of Insight was blocked again. Name, Poor. Talent ability? This guy. A foreigner named Poor? Poor? It must be said, this name suits this foreigner quite well. Wenji teased after hearing this, and followed the majority of the patients who had evacuated the cafeteria back to the ward. Just then, the announcement in Qingshan Mental Hospital rang out. Next is free activity time. Before lunch, you can play to your heart's content. The broadcast clearly conveyed a cheerful, relaxed, and pleasant voice. But in the hospital corridor, those patients each had suppurating sores all over their bodies, moving like zombies, dragging their bodies back and forth in the hallway. They did not return to their wards, they just kept wandering back and forth as if numbly completing a task. Watching their movements, Wenji and the others did not dare to return to the ward. After exchanging glances, their gaze turned sharply to An Lan. Kid. Go, walk with them. If you don't want me to strangle you. Because they could not be sure if the patient's current actions were normal, Wenji and the others did not want to risk deepening the contamination value. They decided to group up and place the pressure on An Lan. An Lan's face turned dark. Here it comes. It has come again. Whether in modern society or the horror side quest, the phenomenon of bullying the new is still quite common. What could An Lan do? He currently had no means to counter the three of them. After clenching his fist slightly, he glanced at those puppet soldiers. Tap tap tap. After trying to take a few steps, observing the surrounding scene and the faces of those patients, An Lan did not find any changes, and he finally let out a breath. The activity, during activity time, was no problem. TSK. It must be said, this kid's luck is something else. Seeing An Lan unscathed, Fu Jie mockingly remarked with a complex expression. The group did not dare to delay and joined the puppet soldiers. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. This walk continued for over half an hour. The eerie silence in the corridor grew orderly. After An Lan relaxed a bit, he tried to communicate with the Yi Goddess strategy system. While walking, system, play the favorability CG of Yang Jinjin. Loading the animation, please wait. After hearing the system's response, An Lan was actually a bit curious. What would the CG of the head nurse be like? Generally speaking, those who have played love games know that triggering a favorability CG could either involve indescribable interactions or some daily side interactions. But this is an eerie world. What will it be? At that moment of curiosity, two segments of imagery flashed rapidly in his mind. Dr. Yang, your child doesn't like to talk at school. You are a doctor, so you should understand these things better than us, right? Does she have some communication barriers? How is that possible? My child, how could that be? This. We think it's best to adjust the child's mental state before she comes back to school. A good mental foundation is like a strong base, it will support more learning in the future. The first scene shows a little girl standing in an office, looking at a tall man who is talking with the teacher. Buzz. Waste. How did I raise a child like you? I'm a psychologist. You still have mental issues? Where am I supposed to put my face? Remember. If you go to school tomorrow, don't give me that serious face. The second scene shows a cramped room where the little girl is being scolded by the man. Looking at these confusing two scenes, An Lan had a face full of black question mark. Chapter 10, The Pollution Continues, Daily Tasks. What? What is this? Is it memories from Yang Jinjin's childhood? Sweet romance CG. Why does it feel like it's going the wrong way? Unable to figure out the significance of this CG for now, An Lan wandered in the hallway, deliberately keeping his distance from Wenji and others. After a moment, when he saw the mental patients in front of him returning to normal, his expression immediately changed. Not good. As if realizing something, An Lan hurriedly turned to look at Wenji and the others. -5, -5, -5, -5. On the heads of several people, pollution value appeared again. How is this possible? Aren't we doing the right thing? Why is something wrong again? Fu Jie clearly noticed that the mental patients were normal now. He looked at Wenji in panic, and Wenji still spoke calmly, normal. This is an S-grade dungeon. Even if you do everything right, do you think you can survive? As long as you are in this hospital, your pollution value will rise at all times. TSK. Now it's getting a bit tricky. While saying it's tricky, Wenji suddenly paused, leisurely looking at An Lan. Kid, your brain is quite active. Guess what I want you to do now? A sinister voice came, and An Lan bit his lip. You want me to try to leave the group? Because right now, anything will raise the pollution value. Instead of that, it's better to endure the rise of pollution value, leave the activity group, and find a way to eliminate pollution value, right? Bingo! Talking to a smart person is easy. Wenji teased with a smile, but his voice suddenly turned cold. So, do you want me to force you to go, or will you go by yourself? Without speaking, An Lan glared at him, then after walking some distance with the activity group, he decisively turned back to the ward. Even without the other's threat, he indeed needed to do something to curb the pollution value. Buzz. 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 The surrounding walls began to vibrate, slightly oozing blood. However, this time, the speed of pollution was clearly very slow. The wall's abnormality had been twisting for a while, yet there were no wrinkles collapsing. An Lan narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking at the nurse bell in front of the bed. As it stands, what the broadcast said is true. During free activity time, whether moving alone or following others, there's no problem. Now that I'm acting alone away from the group, the pollution is still this slow. It should be the hospital's own pollution. A way to alleviate pollution? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood from the walls kept dripping down. An Lan knew very well that meaningless searching everywhere would only waste time being polluted. Instead of that, Yang Jinjin. The one who can help me may be only you. Ding. He directly pressed the nurse bell and quietly sat in front of the hospital bed. Outside the ward, Wenji and others watched this scene, their expressions all different. This kid, is he going to ask the strange nurse for help again? Damn it. Is he really relying on looks to eat? Fu Jie was somewhat dissatisfied. But Wenji shrugged, revealing an appreciative expression. What he's doing? Actually, it's not a bad idea at all. The simplest and easiest way, isn't it, to find the strange nurse? Besides, free time is free, and finding the strange nurse might not even trigger anything. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Amidst the discussions of everyone, 4 or 5 strange nurses led by Yang Jinjin were walking towards An Lan's hospital room. Yang Jinjin's face was cold, and as she walked, she pushed away countless patients on the way, her tone as cold as ice. Who is still pressing the nurse bell during rest time? Her angry voice froze the moment she saw An Lan in the room. The next second, she immediately made a 180-degree turn. It's you. Her coldness melted a little as Yang Jinjin walked straight up to An Lan, her ears slightly flushed, but still speaking in her usual icy tone. What is it? I feel a little unwell. The one I had this morning, could you give me some more? An Lan went straight to the point, his gaze burning as he stared at Yang Jinjin, hoping that the 25 of favorability would work magic again. Unfortunately. This time, after Yang Jinjin glanced at An Lan, she actually shook her head. Unwell? If you're unwell, you're sick. And if you're sick, you need medicine. How about this? The raw materials for the medicine are in the underground warehouse, in the number 18 medicine box. If you bring it to me, I can prepare it. However, I must remind you, in the underground warehouse, there are some interesting things. Yang Jinjin turned her gaze away from An Lan's burning eyes, and her gaze shifted towards Wenji and the others outside the door. In an instant, a solemn voice echoed in everyone's ears. Side mission activated, the psychiatric drugs in the warehouse. Mission introduction: as a psychiatric patient, taking medication regularly is inevitable. However, there is a legend about the Qingshan Mental Hospital warehouse. Once, a psychiatric patient thought he could fly. He jumped from the top floor and died instantly. Mission details: after retrieving the medicine from the warehouse, successfully escape and hand it over to the head nurse. Mission reward: sanity liquid *1. Real reward? Mission? It's a mission. Did he trigger a side mission? When Yang Jinjin issued the mission, the faces of Wenji and the others changed. Side missions are usually closely related to clearing the instance. Medicine. So this mission, we all have to go? Yan Bing observed the mission for a long time, her face showing discomfort. Oh. So, what is the real reward of that mission? Unlike the others, Wenji was more concerned about the mysterious reward. At the same time, under her pink pencil skirt, the white stockings seemed to be not pulled up properly, with some wrinkles at parts of her thighs and calves. It was these wrinkles that caused the obsessive-compulsive disorder in Yang Jinjin to make her shift uncomfortably, her legs subconsciously crossing. Is it because my nurse bell disturbed her rest? She came without even properly dressing? While An Lan was pondering, he suddenly, boldly pressed both of his hands on Yang Jinjin's thighs. Duong. Her full, fair thighs trembled, the smooth sensation of the white stockings felt like jade. You. Yang Jinjin was shocked. SSSHHH. SSSHHH. An Lan's hands had already moved to the back of Yang Jinjin's legs, finding the pull point of the white stockings, and pulling them up along the delicate skin. In an instant, those long, white legs became perfect. Your stockings aren't worn correctly, I straightened them for you, you don't mind, right? You. With wide, round eyes, Yang Jinjin looked very angry. But. Ding. Congratulations. You've gained +5 favorability from Yang Jinjin. Current favorability, 30. As the system notification sounded, An Lan rubbed his hands, still savoring the feeling from before. You better show me some respect. Slap. Suddenly, a cold hand firmly grasped An Lan's chin. Yang Jinjin forced An Lan's head up, looking down at him. Her ears were red, her eyes locked intensely on his. Remember this. From now on, to me, you can only look up. Scum. The angry voice came, and although the grip seemed strong, An Lan only felt the softness of the hand. Moreover, An Lan felt again that Yang Jinjin was hinting at something. She seemed to be telling him something again? Chapter 11 Warehouse? Morgue. Poof. If you can't find the medicine, just wait to die. After the redness in her ears faded, Yang Jinjin pushed An Lan's chin and directly shoved him onto the bed. She quickly turned around, leading a group of weird nurses out of the hospital room. Clop clop clop. The sound of high heels gradually faded away. Fu Jie looked at the suffered An Lan and couldn't help but sneer, spit. Do you really think you can eat well with just one trick? Why don't you say, with that weird girl, roll in bed, let her send you out directly? Why do I feel like they weren't giving a task, but more like flirting? Different from Fu Jie's mockery, Yan Bing looked at the departing Yang Jinjin with a strange expression. Flirting? Having a baby too? If you don't do the task, just wait to die. Fu Jie didn't take it seriously. The three outside the door exchanged glances, all silently looking at An Lan. An Lan's gaze grew heavy, knowing it was impossible to resist now, and silently walked to the front of the group. Tap tap tap. The group arrived at the elevator door, and after entering, there was only the button for the underground level -1. Ding dong. As the button was pressed, the elevator door slowly closed, and the cramped elevator began to tremble slightly. Clearly visible, in the metallic elevator, the surface wriggled with vein-like blood vessels, which throbbed continuously, and blood began to drip into the elevator. Damn. The contamination is still ongoing. An Lan turned sideways, dodging the blood falling from the ceiling, glancing occasionally at Wenji and the others. -10. Now, the contamination levels above everyone's head had reached a new critical point. However, these three cleverly held the unconscious poor above their heads, using him as a human shield against the blood falling from above. Drip, drip. The blood dripped onto Poor's face, and his headband's contamination level seemed not to have increased. It seems. If it's not those twisted words, it won't worsen the contamination. While An Lan speculated, the elevator door that had completely become a meat wall opened after a squirming of flesh, revealing a bright light outside, where the words warehouse appeared on the double doors. We're here. Puff. Without hesitation, An Lan directly crawled out of the meat wall. The others exchanged glances, then crawled out one after another. -11, -12, -13. But just as they stepped out of the elevator, the contamination level above everyone's heads rapidly soared again, until it stabilized at a value of -15. Buzz. 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 As the contamination level rose, the surrounding space oddly shook and twisted, and the originally blue and white double door that read warehouse suddenly began to gush blood, transforming into a blood-red iron door with the words morgue written on it in large letters. Strange foul odors wafted from inside the morgue, and behind the blood-red door lay countless coffins, all lying in rows. We've entered a new world again? How could there be a morgue in a mental hospital? Yan Bing's eyes widened in shock as she stepped back uneasily. TSK. No matter what this hospital setting is, even if we have entered a new world on the surface, the area we are in is still a warehouse. Now, we can only find medication in the morgue. There's no other way. If we can't find the medication, going back to the ward is also death. If we find the medication inside, we'll leave immediately. Kid. Wenji pondered for a moment, then his gaze suddenly fell on An Lan. An Lan's face sank, she gritted her teeth, and walked to the door of the morgue. Using all her strength, she pushed the iron door open with a loud creak, and a foul stench of blood immediately rushed at her. Dark red. Her eyes were filled with dark red. Inside the morgue, the floor was covered with thick, dark red coagulated blood. Coffins of various sizes were haphazardly placed on the ground, their lids closed. At the end of this pile of coffins stood iron corpse cabinets, stacked high like bookshelves. On top of those cabinets were corresponding numbers written. An Lan almost instantly saw the cabinet marked with 018. The task said the medication was hidden in box 18. So, the 018 cabinet in the morgue might correspond to the medication box 18 in the warehouse, right? Just as she wanted to lean in to see if there were other clues, An Lan suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Wait a moment. Fu Jie. Check if there are any problems here. Don't let this kid in yet. Wenji pressed down on An Lan, his gaze scanning the inside of the morgue, finally locking onto the innermost corpse cabinet. Understood. Fu Jie responded immediately and activated the Eye of Insight. He knew very well that a tool could be used either once or multiple times, which was the better choice. Wherever his gaze passed, nothing popped up to display. Whether it was a coffin or a corpse cabinet, until his gaze fell upon the bright red blood clots, Fu Jie's eyelids twitched violently. Cursed land, whose blood stained the warehouse. Whose body rests here? Ha! An inexplicable prompt. Although he couldn't understand what the Eye of Insight prompt meant for now, Fu Jie didn't dare to hesitate and promptly revealed the cursed land hint. Whose blood stained the warehouse? Whose body rests here? Wenji repeated the phrases, his eyes flickering as if he was beginning to understand. Hey! Kid, it's better not to touch the ground, those coffins might be. Hey! Before he finished speaking, An Lan had already stepped back several paces from the morgue door and quickly made a running leap. When she reached the morgue's entrance, she suddenly hesitated for a moment and with a burst of momentum, jumped over the vast area of coagulated blood, landing thud on a lower coffin. Standing on the coffin, An Lan surveyed the densely packed coffins in the room, her expression gradually calming down. The hint was actually very clear. Creak creak. After jumping across several coffins, the bloody morgue showed no signs of any danger. Until, with a thud, An Lan finally landed near the corpse cabinet. She leaned against the cabinet, one hand propped on the surface and pulled towards the 018 corpse cabinet with the other. Clang. The moment the heavy iron cabinet was pulled open, a massive iron bed rolled out. As everyone's eyes turned to it, the enormous iron cabinet surprisingly was completely empty. Chapter 12 Thud, 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 The Uplifting Hint, Part 1. What? There's actually nothing here? How could that be? Does it mean we can only find the medication in the world of the warehouse? Looking at the empty cabinet, An Lan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If she couldn't find the medication here, then as the pollution value rose, no chance left. Damn. How is this possible? How could this happen? Could that mission have been a lie to us? Without the medicine, we are doomed today. Fu Jie stretched his neck to look inside the morgue, his face now pale as a ghost. Yan Bing said nothing, quietly turning her body, seemingly about to walk back the way they came to the elevator. No way. Suddenly, Wenji shouted coldly, mission does not lie. It said the medicine is in the warehouse, so it must be there. It's just that it's now in the morgue, and what the medicine has turned into, nobody knows. If you ask me. Kid. Tear down that metal cabinet from 018 and bring it out completely. After all, he is an S-class talent. Wenji still remained calm. He ordered An Lan, who looked at the gigantic metal cabinet as big as a bedboard, his lips twitching. Does Wenji suspect this thing is the medicine? This. Is it possible? Despite being nervous, An Lan still pulled at the cabinet's surface with all his might. Creak creak. With the sound of pulling, the entire corpse cabinet was shaking with a creak, and even the floor of the morgue began to tremble with a buzz. Puff. Puff puff puff. The floor, covered with blood scabs, started bubbling up at some unknown time. The next moment. Thud. 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 From the corridor next to the elevator, a sudden series of loud thumping sounds of objects hitting the ground echoed. Each time the sound occurred, the floor resonated once, shaking with high frequency. It felt like some heavy object was stomping the ground, rapidly approaching this place. Thud. As this sound drew nearer, the elevator of flesh unexpectedly transformed with a gurgle sound, turning into a normal elevator. Oh no! Something is coming. Fu Jie looked toward the dark stairwell, his breathing started to quicken. Yan Bing anxiously glanced between the morgue and elevator, hesitating but still running towards that side. Damn it! Only Wenji's face remained dark. He roughly guessed why that thud 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 sound was appearing. Whose blood stained the warehouse, whose body rests here? Not stepping on the blood is one condition, not disturbing the long slumber is another condition. Just now, by ordering An Lan to pull at the cabinet surface, he awakened that presence. Thud. 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 The sound of impact was getting closer. On the corner stairway next door, dark red blood began to flow down, and the wall swelled with writhing veins. A twisted human shadow was projected down, and the eerie hiss sound was already close at hand. Open the door. Quickly open the door. Yan Bing kept pressing the elevator button, trying to hide inside the elevator. She had an intuition that once they encountered that presence, even Wenji would die instantly. Bang bang bang. Unfortunately, no matter how Yan Bing pressed the elevator button, the elevator door showing the number -1 just remained closed. There's no time left. That thing is coming. Quick! Hurry and hide in the morgue. Wenji called out to Fu Jie, unexpectedly snatching pu'er from behind him, leading the way into the blood-crusted morgue. With a thump, he jumped onto a coffin with pu'er on his back, his eyes scanning the entire morgue. He looked at An Lan in the distance, then at Yan Bing at the door, and within his flickering gaze, he strangely became motionless. Hurry! Hurry up! Fu Jie followed closely, panicking as he jumped onto another coffin on the other side. Thud thud thud. On the corner stairway, dark red blood began to flow, and the walls bulged with wriggling veins. A distorted human silhouette descended, and the eerie hiss laughter was already near. Damn! Damn it! I can't die. I must not die. Finally, Yan Bing no longer pressed the elevator button. Taking a few quick steps to the door of the morgue, she jumped up, distancing herself from Fu Jie and Wenji, finally finding a coffin to land on. Thud! At the entrance of the morgue, the lights suddenly went out. A heavy falling sound came. The entire mortuary shook with a few jolts. Bang bang bang. If one squints to look closely, at the door stood a tall, blood-red figure. The outline of this body was strange, as if it were a zombie, jumping forward in fits and starts. Bang! Another leap. Though the jump was small, only about half a meter, at the moment the body hit the ground, the entire mortuary trembled, blood scabs cracked, blood flowed out, and a foul smell swept through the space. Ha! Ha ha ha! A chilling, sinister laugh echoed, and the few people in the mortuary suddenly forgot how to breathe. Is it a zombie? What do we do? What do we do? Fu Jie crouched on the coffin, trembling as he looked at that body. The Eye of Insight suddenly displayed a new message: fallen person, how to kill. Damn. Damn. Who still has the mood to guess? He gritted his teeth tightly, and suddenly heard a bang. In the distance, Yan Bing flipped open the coffin beneath her and squeezed inside. Bang. Yan Bing wanted to hide in the coffin and cover it back up. But Just as she was about to seal the lid, a large hand suddenly grabbed the coffin lid, and two shadows rolled into the coffin. Wenji? You? Yanbing was taken aback. It was Wenji, holding Poor, who had followed her. Be quiet. If you don't want to die. Wenji's tone was icy, and without further ado, he squeezed against Yanbing, occupying most of the space in the coffin. Clang. With the coffin lid closed, there was no more movement from their side. Hiding in the coffin? Yes. There are so many coffins here, that guy can't possibly lift every coffin to look right. Hide. Bang. Bang. The sound of the body bouncing closer. Fu Jie looked at the coffin beneath him, hesitated for a moment, and then turned his whole body to the bottom of the coffin, gripping the edge with both hands, his body sticking to the bottom like a gecko. Hoo. This should be fine, right? Hiding under the coffin, without touching the blood scabs, that guy won't be able to find me, right? Gasping for breath, a hint of joy appeared on Fu Jie's face. This was his flash of brilliance in a crisis. He had hidden away without touching the blood scabs. He was confident, his hiding place was safer than the coffins where Wenji and the others were hiding. Bang. Bang. In the darkness, the sticky sound of impact continued, and the foul smell of blood splashing and rotting gradually diffused. On the other side. At the farthest point, An Lan also noticed the changes in the mortuary. He leaned against the corpse cabinet, looking at the pulled-out 018 corpse cabinet, and subconsciously wanted to hide inside. But out of nowhere, he remembered the words Yang Jinjin had told him. You, in the future, can only look up to me. Chapter 13. Bang, the prompt to look up, Part 2. Look up. Wait. This quest is about a lunatic who disappeared after falling from a height. The fallen person looks up. Could it be? A strange thought flashed through An Lan's mind as he looked into the darkness in the distance. That bouncing body, moving in a way that defied logic, suddenly kicked his feet along the side of the protruding 018 corpse cabinet. Boom. Stepping on the open cabinet surface, An Lan leaped lightly and actually jumped to the highest top layer of all the corpse cabinets. He practically squeezed himself into the gap between the ceiling and the top cabinet, turned sideways, and looked down at the entire floor of the mortuary. Idiot. Who hides up high? Isn't that visible to the naked eye? This guy, isn't he a fool? An Lan's actions clearly caught Fu Jie's attention. He sneered and cursed, thinking it was the new guy's arrogance. But bang. Bang. As the strange thudding sounds grew closer, around the bottom of the coffin, the puff sound of something smashing began to appear, and as blood scabs and blood splattered everywhere, Fu Jie gradually felt that something was wrong. Dong. On the ground, coming closer and closer, were not footprints, but instead, a series of round, sunken holes. Ha! A single footprint? How could it be round? Fu Jie couldn't figure it out. He frowned, just about to think deeply. Dong. In the next moment, that heavy sound stopped right in front of his coffin. Holding his breath, Fu Jie widened his eyes, looking toward the coffin nearby, constantly reassuring himself, it's okay. It's okay. In this position, unless the other party bends down, otherwise. Just as he was still holding onto his sanity. Suddenly, with another dawn, Fu Jie's pupils instantly dilated. Ha! Because right after another leap, a cracked head appeared, with cracks spreading from the top like a spider web down to the jaw. The entire face, bleeding from the cracks, appeared upside down before him. How can this be? Ha! Fu Jie was stunned. At the bottom edge of the coffin, what jumped up from the ground was not a human foot, but a human head. The body in the darkness did not walk with feet. Instead, it was walking upside down on its head, producing the dong sounds as it jumped, smashing its head into the ground. No. You, how can you walk with your head? Ha. In despair, the upside-down head's eye sockets bled, staring fiercely at Fu Jie. Poochie. Those eyeballs rolled out of their sockets, gushing out a series of black-red liquid. After Fu Jie saw this, his eye sockets, nostrils, ear holes, and mouth began to tremble uncontrollably, blood flowing out. He couldn't speak, just in the next moment. His body seemed uncontrollable, arms spread wide, and with a bang, he crashed down onto the ground, creating a human-shaped pit in the blood-soaked ground. Wriggle. Just with the smash, the ground instantly came to life. Bright red blood quickly covered Fu Jie, and under his terrified gaze, he was absorbed by the ground, wrapped in blood. Finally, the ground returned to normal, now with a twisted face of pain added on it. Ha. Laughter echoed coldly in the morgue. Dong. Dong. Moments later, that chilling crashing sound rang out again. Dong. Dong dong dong. This time, it seemed to have sensed something, leaping straight toward the coffin where Wenji was. It's coming. Dong. With an unusually loud crash, the whole coffin shook violently. That upside-down body jumped onto the coffin lid, smashing the entire top into cracks. Dong dong dong. It is hard to imagine. What kind of bizarre scene is it when a corpse walking on its head is now upside down on the coffin, breaking the lid with its head? Boom. As the coffin lid was completely smashed open, creating a round hole, just as the upside-down head was about to fall into the coffin, inside the coffin, Wenji and Yanbing looked at the upside-down head in shock. Damn. Is it really like this? Wenji, quick-witted, directly grabbed Yanbing's neck and slammed her face against the falling head. Wenji. You. Ha 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 ha. The cold laughter from above, the blood dripping from the twisted face, Yanbing didn't have time to argue with Wenji, her body shimmering again with a burst of light, and that determined falling head suddenly showed an array of strange stillness. Its smile gradually ceased, and it looked at Yanbing inexplicably. It suddenly thudded and flew out of the coffin, continuing to dong 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 patrol along the morgue's floor. TSK. I really didn't expect, this strange thing actually walks with its head, the perspective facing down? Wenji let go of Yanbing's neck, looking back at the outside of the coffin with a sigh. He. Yanbing clenched her fists tightly, glaring furiously at Wenji. She finally understood why Wenji had to follow her. At a critical moment, he was his shield. Because of his ability, he was destined to ease a life-or-death crisis. Fu Jie is dead too. This time, could it be that only I can survive again? A sighing and cold voice came from Wenji, but, as he looked at An Lan on top of the body cabinet, his lips trembled, filled with disbelief. That kid, actually still alive? Bang. Bang bang bang. The room was filled with the sound of corpses' heads colliding with the ground, with round holes frequently appearing on the floor. But due to the corpse's perspective being limited to its jump, the highest it could reach was only 1 meter and 50 centimeters. This meant that An Lan, hiding in the top space, would never be discovered by the corpses. Damn it! How can a piece of trash with E-grade talent still be alive? How did he think of this? How did he know he shouldn't hide, but instead should hide at the highest position? Wenji gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly vigilant about An Lan. Once escaping death was luck, but what about 2 or 3 times? This guy. In the darkness, Wenji stared at An Lan, while An Lan also stared back at him. Wenji. So, your 5 successful attempts relied on this method? Pa. Bang. Bang bang bang. Inside the morgue, the upside-down corpses did not know how long they had been colliding. Finally, after 2 or 3 rounds of patrol, they struck the ground, jumping out of the morgue. Chapter 14. Attention from the upper level, An Lan's decision. Who? Finally left. An Lan slowly moved out of the top of the body cabinet, not hurrying to leave the top of the body cabinet. He looked at the entire wall of body cabinets, his eyes flickering, starting to count from the first body cabinet at the top, 01, 02, 03. 018. Counting from the top in reverse, then the 018 cabinet was actually located on the upper level. Previously, he was looking for the 018 medicine cabinet by its numbered order, but when he got to 018, the body cabinet was completely empty. So what if he looked for it from the perspective of the corpse's upward gaze? Clang. When he opened the upper-level 018 cabinet, a hint of joy appeared in the corner of An Lan's eyes. Inside the iron cabinet, there were about 10 mushrooms growing eyeballs. Goo goo goo. Goo goo goo. These mushrooms seemed alive, as An Lan looked at them, and their surfaces, densely covered with eyeballs like sesame seeds, moved alongside his eyes, strangely unsettling. But An Lan did not express any disgust. He knew now there was a -15 level of pollution, seeing them as humanoid mushrooms. What would happen under normal pollution levels? Could these mushrooms be the antidote? Pat. After casually picking one humanoid mushroom, it seemed to grow into the palm of An Lan's hand, instantly merging into his hand. An Lan instinctively wanted to pull it out, but as soon as he touched the humanoid mushroom, it retracted beneath his palm. TSK. Maybe this thing can only be understood by the Yuri. He wanted to take a few more humanoid mushrooms, but every time An Lan reached out, he couldn't help but instantly pass through the remaining mushrooms. Ha! So, can only one person take one mushroom? Withdrawing his hand helplessly, An Lan didn't bother with Wenji and the others still hiding in the coffin. After confirming the corpse had gone far, he immediately jumped from the cabinet to the coffin's top, stepping on other coffins, and walked toward the outside of the morgue. Hey! That kid seems to have gotten something. Is that right? Yanbing clearly noticed An Lan's movements, but Wenji said nothing, silently pushing open the coffin lid, and also walked towards the direction of the body cabinet. Outside the morgue. After pressing the elevator button again, this time the elevator worked properly. Ding dong. Taking the elevator, An Lan returned to the ward area all the way. He constantly paid attention to the changes around, trying to deduce whether his pollution was still deepening. Fortunately, all the way back to the ward, aside from the walls and floors bulging with blistering blood bubbles, no other anomalies have appeared. In the hospital room, there were no twisted blood-red words, and Lan looked at a manjasaka flower in front of the hospital bed and hesitated to press it. Ding dong. The familiar nurse bell rang. Tap tap tap. After a moment, Yang Jinjin entered with 3 strange nurses. Her gaze fixed directly on An Lan, and An Lan also looked at her. His eyes swept past Yang Jinjin and landed on the strange nurses, showing an expression of unusual surprise. It's changed. Under the pollution level of -15, the bandage-faced strange nurses had their skin transformed into a dark gray, wriggling texture, the bandages on their faces disappeared, and their entire faces turned into large, circular, jagged mouths. The first impression that An Lan had was leech. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the leech nurse's mouth as it stood obediently in place. Yang Jinjin narrowed her eyes and quickly walked to An Lan's side, grabbing his left hand. The soft and delicate palm of Yang Jinjin overlapped with An Lan's, her lips curled into a smile. I really didn't misidentify you. You can find the medicine. Ding. Yang Jinjin's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 40 points. After hearing the system's notification, An Lan subconsciously tightened his grip on Yang Jinjin's palm, feeling the softness roughly. Ding. Yang Jinjin's favorability plus 2, current favorability, 42. Yang Jinjin's delicate brows furrowed slightly but didn't say much more. There's no time to waste, let's make the medicine first. Snap. Just as their hands intertwined tighter and tighter, An Lan's palm pressed the human eye mushroom that suddenly burst open, letting drops of eerie blue blood fall between their palms. Gush gush gush. Yang Jinjin immediately took a test tube from her chest and collected all the blood. After the eerie blue blood filled the test tube, Yang Jinjin shook it and handed it directly to An Lan. Here, this is your medicine, hurry up and take it. Seeing your state, you're almost going crazy, right? A teasing, slightly concerned voice came. When An Lan received the test tube, he hesitated and put the medicine away directly. You. What are you doing? If you don't take the medicine, you'll go crazy sooner or later. Yang Jinjin tightened her grip on An Lan's hand, and Lan shook his head and laughed inexplicably. At least, I'm not crazy yet, am I? This mental hospital needs crazy people, doesn't it? You. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed an interesting person, you better not play yourself to death. Shaking off An Lan's hand, Yang Jinjin gave him a meaningful look, swayed her peach-shaped hips, and left the hospital room, looking back 3 times as she walked away. When she left, An Lan closed his eyes to rest on the bed, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the bed. Different levels of pollution will enter different world states. Pollution allows for seeing other scenes. If I can maintain pollution and not get killed, perhaps I can see more secrets of this hospital. Of course. This copy is best handled with a partner, one responsible for observing the world without pollution, and one responsible for monitoring the world with pollution. This way, we can find the problem faster. Tapping the edge of the bed, An Lan pretended to look relaxed. At the hospital door, Wenji and the others hurried back, pressing the manjasaka again in a hurry. After a moment, several strange nurses appeared again, helping them crush the human eye mushroom. Yan Bing and the waking poor almost immediately drank the medicine, showing a satisfied expression. Only Wenji hesitated, looking at the medicine in his hand. After looking at An Lan's headband for a while, he still chose not to take the medicine. At the same time, in Jochi City's Safety Defense Bureau. Since the horror copy arrived, people all over the world are being chosen to participate in the horror game every moment. To cope with the copy that could materialize at any time, every district has established a defense bureau. They almost stood guard for 24 hours, watching the ongoing copy to ensure they could respond to the crisis of the copy arriving at the first moment. In the office of the Defense Bureau, the big screen was showing the 4 perspectives of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Those were the first perspectives of An Lan, Wenji, Yan Bing, and Pu'er. Report. In the neighboring Haishur city, all personnel in this S-level horror copy have been wiped out. 1/3 of Haishur city's territory is turning into the eerie area of Joig Burial Village. What? Didn't they have 3 S-level gifted participants in the copy? How could this happen? Outside the office, as a staff member rushed in with a document, the unease in the entire office rose again. Damn! Is the S-level copy really that hard to handle? What about us? 6 of our copy participants have already died. If Wenji has also died. The noisy voices gradually spread, and at the main seat, a tall man slammed the table. Silence. The crowd in the room was suddenly stunned, all eyes turning to the main seat. Mayor Ho Yong. The four big characters on the nameplate reflected a faint light under the illumination. Ho Yong held his breath, looking at the live broadcast on the big screen. Everyone, combine the current information to analyze the possibilities of this copy. When only one survivor remains, activate the communication prop to remind the last copy participant. Understood? Understood. Chapter 15 Unexpected Rejection. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Following Ho Liang's decision, in the center of the hall, a metal storage cabinet was unlocked, revealing a strange old rotary phone slowly. Horror copy prop, evil telephone. This was a prop brought out from a copy by a past copy participant from Jochi City, which could be used to contact humans in the copy. The Security Bureau paid a huge price to completely buy this prop, with the hope of helping other copy participants in the future, increasing the chance of escaping the copy. Of course. Because the evil telephone can only be used once a day, Ho Liang could only use it in the most dangerous and critical copy. And right now, the S-level horror copy Qingshan Mental Hospital is of utmost importance. At present, we can analyze that Qingshan Mental Hospital exists in both inner and outer worlds. Disobeying the instructions of hospital staff will intensify pollution entering the inner world. The arrangements of hospital staff have truth and falsehood. These truths and falsehoods may be based on certain conditions. The initial confession tends to the student personality. Why would a mental hospital contain students? Various analyses from the top students kept ringing around. Ho Yong stood in front of the live screen, his brows furrowing together. Who? I thought the ones who could survive in the end would be Pu Jie, Fu Jie, Yenbing, and Wenji. I didn't expect that An Lan would make it this far. He sighed, and beside him, a woman stood unknown when. With golden wavy hair, dressed in a suit, her hair pinned in front of her chest, she occasionally played with her curly long hair. Another, S-level gifted, from Jochi City, Lu Xian. Her reputation was greater than Wenji, having participated in and completed more horror copies. She was undoubtedly the treasure of Jochi City. Nothing is absolute. Gift can only determine a person's lower limit, but cannot guarantee their upper limit. A-level gift, Eye of Insight. This is indeed a good gift, but unfortunately it follows someone who doesn't like to think. As for Yenbing, let me see. Lu Xian casually picked up a report, on which was written Yenbing's gift. A-level gift, Golden Medal of Immunity. Golden Medal of Immunity can be immune to 3 deadly bizarre attacks, eliminating all current negative effects when immune to an attack. TSK. This is also a perfect A-level gift, but it's still a pity that such a good gift. I followed a coward. Every time she used her ability, it was a passive waste. To be honest, with such an ability, she should explore the secrets of the dungeons more, rather than waste it passively every time. Throwing aside the report in her hand, Lu Xian looked at the large screen, not observing Wenji's first-person view, but staring at An Lan's first-person view. As for him, what an interesting guy. If only his talent were a bit stronger. Oh? You think highly of An Lan? Ho Yong was surprised and glanced at Lu Xian. It's rare for someone with this kind of recognition from a talented individual. Even Wenji, who is also an S-class talented individual, has never been praised by Lu Xian even once. He's just okay. He thinks faster than others. His talent seems weak, but he can utilize it well. If he were given an A-class talent, I can't imagine how active he could be. In any case, we, the officials, will not favor anyone, nor will we treat anyone unfairly. Until the very end, the last person who survives, or has the greatest chance to exit the dungeon, we will contact first. So far, it seems that most people want to protect Wenji. After all, his strength is there. Ho Yong shook his head, looking at the other screens, where the bullet comments from the State Pool City netizens were active. Little Lingtone, whoa, brothers. Haishur City has fallen a third. Are we next in State Pool City? Hackaman North and South Greenbean, can you not be a harbinger of doom? I saw the fall video, that so-called joint grave village, forcibly filled the entire sea surface with lus, those running cruise ships instantly turned into coffins? What the hell? This bizarre descent is too extreme. Manbua Bobo, why hasn't the Defense Bureau taken action yet? I think they should hurry to analyze the battle situation. Protect that Wenji. After all, he is an S-class talented individual, which increases the chance of survival, right? Yeah. Protect him. Without Wenji, who can clear this dungeon? Wait. Am I the only one who thinks highly of An Lan? Hasn't he survived many crises without using external force? An Lan's way of relying on the female ghost won't last long. Exactly, E-class talent is unstable. If you're looking for stability, just protect Wenji. Amid countless active bullet comments, the State Pool City Defense Department was engaged in an increasingly intense analysis. A day passed without conversation. An Lan was unaware of the way he held in the hearts of netizens. After returning from the morgue, he spent the entire day in a half-awake, half-asleep state. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred during this day. Morning sunlight filled the ward as An Lan carefully got up from the bed. Squirm. Squirm, squirm, squirm. Because he hadn't taken any medication, the surrounding walls and floors remained as writhing flesh and cysts. An Lan tried to avoid them as much as possible, his gaze scanning the other beds. Wenji seemed to still be asleep. The numbers on his headband fluctuated continuously between -15 and 0, leaving An Lan puzzled. This. Is he activating his talent ability? What kind of ability is this? He couldn't figure it out. What kind of ability can freely switch pollution value? Could it be that Wenji has two souls? Not wanting to look at Wenji anymore, An Lan shifted his gaze between Poor and Yanbing, finally settling on Poor. He needed a teammate who could stay in the normal surface world. Yanbing was unreliable. In contrast, Poor, who had also been bullied by Wenji, was more likely to form a cooperative relationship. Thud. Stepping carefully on the soft ground, just as An Lan intended to come to Poor's bedside, the latter seemed to notice his movement, and his eyes under the headband suddenly opened wide, the numbers on the headband flashing rapidly before he stared blankly at An Lan. You? What do you want? Don't get me wrong. I have a suggestion. Let's cooperate. How? Cooperate? You? With me? Yes, if we stick together, we should survive easier, right? I don't need you to do anything, just tell me what you see later, and I can help you deal with Wenji. An Lan tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. But. I'm sorry. I want to survive, but not with you. A cold tone came from the headband, and An Lan was momentarily speechless. He looked at Puer in disbelief, and Lan couldn't understand. Why would Puer reject him? There's no reason. Chapter 16, your strap has fallen off. Hey. An Lan, you're up so early? Suddenly. On the next bed, Yanbing also got up, her curious gaze darting between An Lan and Puer. An Lan pressed his lips together. This plan had to be abandoned. He lowered his head, about to return to the bed. Notice. Routine check. All patients, please gather in the corridor outside the ward. In 5 minutes, the hospital inspection will begin. In 5 minutes. The loudspeaker in the room blared with announcements. An Lan's face darkened, and he could soon hear footsteps thud 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 from outside. Writhe. Writhe. The ceiling wall began to swell with blood-colored pustules, and An Lan glanced at it, then hurried out of the ward. Thud thud thud. In the narrow corridor, there were already many mental patients dressed in hospital gowns. An Lan looked at them curiously. Today, those people's numb faces showed a hint of life and relief. This was the scene seen under a pollution value of -15. An Lan had no idea what it would be if he viewed these mental patients with a normal pollution value. Hiss. As he contemplated, Wenji and the others also exited the ward. Yanbing frowned, took a cold breath, and unconsciously chose a position away from the crowd. Snap. Clap clap clap. From her perspective, those standing in the corridor were no longer people. They were blood-colored human dolls with bare upper bodies, severed limbs, encased in life-sized vases, showing only their heads. They seemed to have completely lost their souls, their eyes blankly looking around, their faces covered in swollen blood words like scum, trash, and failures. Is this the pollution of this hospital? Even if we do nothing, we will end up like this? It's only been a day. Yanbing's pupils widened, a feeling of unease sweeping over her. Next to her, Puer said nothing, and Wenji just stood there in a daze. An Lan curiously watched their reactions, his eyes scanning Wenji's headband, -15. 0. -15. 0. During this change in value, Wenji's lips inexplicably curled up. Thud thud thud. At that moment, a rapid sound of high heels echoed from the distance in the corridor. Everyone. Maintain your image. Keep smiling. Maintain. The strange nurses, today were clean of blood scabs, their facial bandages neatly wrapped, hurriedly walking in, standing face to face with each human doll. The corridor fell silent instantly, and accompanied by the strange nurses, the blood words on the human dolls exploded with blood, their wrinkled faces revealing hypocritical smiles, making the entire corridor eerie yet quiet. Thud thud thud. At the same time, several strange nurses quickly positioned themselves beside An Lan and the others. A sinister aura approached, and Yan Bing hesitantly turned to Wenji. What should we do? Should we smile, or? She wasn't sure if they should obey this order, nervously asking Wenji. But the one who responded wasn't Wenji, but Pu'er. Hey. He. Inside the tight headband, Pu'er's laughter rang out, everyone turning to look. The value on his headband showed no change. He. Then, in the next moment, the remaining three including An Lan started laughing out loud. Tap 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 tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed from a distance. Unlike others, no mysterious nurse dared to stand next to An Lan. Until Yang Jinjin appeared. Tap tap tap. Today, Yang Jinjin also wore a white nurse uniform, but it wasn't the typical white medical coat, it was more like a nurse babe outfit from an adult film. A small heart decorated the white cap, which was more of a headband than a hat. The tiny cap sat atop her hair, and her long, black hair flowed on both sides of her face. The nurse uniform was a combination of a short-sleeve, off-shoulder dress and an ultra-short skirt. Beneath the tight white outfit, Yang Jinjin's curves were perfectly showcased. To make things even more enticing, she wore white silk gloves on her exposed arms, her creamy skin appearing even more delicate under the silk. Her long, straight legs were enhanced by black high heels and black stockings, twisting and intertwining. Wow. An Lan's eyes lit up. TSK. What's wrong? I'm here to stand guard for you, and you can't even give me the most basic smile? Yang Jinjin still wore a cold expression, standing straight in front of An Lan. Unlike before, this time Yang Jinjin deliberately stood close to An Lan. The faint smell of disinfectant from him, mixed with his delicate body warmth, permeated An Lan's chest. You look good today. An Lan revealed his most natural smile. Yang Jinjin turned to glance at him, coldly chuckling. You really know how to flatter. Her words might seem disdainful, but her small feet had already unconsciously lifted in delight. She silently turned and stood near An Lan, her back continually pressing against his chest, the touches subtle but persistent. This action resembled a woman teasingly cuddling in a man's arms. In the serious setting, witnessing such a blatant scene, Yan Bing trembled, her expression strange. See. I told you. They are flirting. Poof. That mysterious woman will always have her moment of weakness with him. Yuan scoffed coldly, disdainfully turning his gaze away. The head nurse made An Lan smile right away. This obvious favoritism was far more effective than the dangerous analysis on his side. Rustle. The rubbing in his arms became more frequent, and An Lan looked surprised at Yang Jinjin in front of him. You don't tell me you want something? Fool. Rustle. The rubbing continued, and An Lan noticed Yang Jinjin's left shoulder continually pushing up. Under the white uniform, the tight and delicate shoulder bore two straps of the shoulder that had fallen off, already exposed from her arm. Your shoulder strap is falling? An Lan instantly realized it. The perfectionist Yang Jinjin could never tolerate anything unusual on herself. But today seemed to be an important day. She had no time to fix it, so she leaned closer to him, appearing as if she wanted something. His 42 level of affection had led her to assume he was someone she could touch. Rustle. Her delicate shoulder continued to rub against him, and Yang Jinjin's ears turned red, seemingly too shy to explain everything. An Lan understood, his left hand reaching around her neck and slipping inside her outfit. His fingers glided over her smooth skin, and Yang Jinjin trembled, collapsing directly into An Lan's embrace. Feeling her softness, An Lan's hand traveled over her small shoulder, lifting the fallen strap in one motion. Snap. A crisp tightening sound rang out, and An Lan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Ding. Yang Jinjin's affection level +8. Current affection level total 50 points. You have unlocked new CG. Do you want to view? Yes/no? The system prompt rang in his ears, and An Lan instinctively wrapped his arms around Yang Jinjin, who did not resist this time, openly. Standing in An Lan's embrace like lovers. Hey. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Don't think everything goes so naturally and smoothly. The cold rebuke still echoed in the air, but Yang Jinjin's hands actively intertwined with An Lan's. What a case of mouth being harsh while body is honest. No. Without choosing to look at the CG, An Lan listened to Yang Jinjin's words, thoughtfully gazing towards the end of the corridor. Pat. Over there, it seemed that something was walking over. Yang Jinjin gave herself another hint. Chapter 17, it turns out to be visiting day. Ladies and gentlemen. Family members. Look. Your children are here, so lively. At the end of the corridor, there were several doctors in white coats. They wore masks, and their glasses made it impossible to see their features. Pat. Following the doctor's lead, behind them were successful men in sharp suits, women in fur coats, and wealthy merchants adorned with jewels. Like viewing exhibits, as they passed in front of the mental patients forced out a sickly smile under the gaze of the strange nurse. He he he. He he he. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with an eerie atmosphere. This. In Yin Bing's eyes, under the gaze with a 0 pollution value, the scene before her was another sight. At the end of the corridor, there were doctors in white coats wearing name badges, but these doctors' heads were huge writhing snake heads, swirling in the air. Behind them trailed long scorpion tails, dragging on the ground, leaving shallow pits on the tiles. As for the family members following these snake-scorpion doctors, they were grotesque figures with no eyes on their faces, and with 2 mouths growing on their ears, which had 2 ears. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Whenever these monsters passed a human chimera, the human chimera would tremble nervously, displaying a sickly smile. Oh? Is it like this? The perspective under severe pollution sees this scene as family visiting, but if the pollution is not severe, one would see snake-scorpion doctors mixed with organ-swapping monsters? Interesting, quite interesting. In this exaggerated scene, the value on Wenji's headband jumped again. He seemed to vaguely understand something. Suddenly, a giant face without eyes leaned close to Wenji. It was a man in a suit, without eyes but wearing glasses. His mouth had only one movable eyeball. After staring at Wenji for a long time, the dual mouths on his ears spoke. Why aren't you smiling? Are you doing well? Switching between 0 and -15 pollution values, Wenji heard 2 kinds of voices. The former was a question from a monster, while the latter was an inquiry from a normal suited man. Wenji's expression changed instantly, and he forced a smile. He. With this smile, both the monster and the normal suited man stared at Wenji for a moment before retracting their heads and continuing their patrol in the corridor. Why aren't you smiling? However, only a few minutes had passed. On the other side of the corridor, a woman in a fur coat grabbed a mental patient, staring intently at him. That mental patient twitched his features, forcing himself not to look at the strange nurse, and trembled as he spoke. I'm not doing well here. I know I was wrong. I will study hard. I want to go out. He unceremoniously grabbed the woman's arm, but she said nothing, only staring fixedly at the mental patient. But, unexpectedly, perhaps a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The remaining mental patients in the corridor, who had been quiet, also began to grab at some visiting people's arms, starting to plead. I'm wrong. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. I definitely will. The shouting voice echoed in the hallway. Doctors kept their heads down, their faces dark and silent, while the strange nurses began to twist in shape one by one. This situation. What exactly is? Yen Bing shrank her neck, looking around left and right. It seemed that those human puppets had not been treated in any way. All right, since you want to leave, doctor, I will take it away with me. You have no objections, right? A visiting patient stared at the human puppet for a long time, turned to look at the doctor, and the doctor nodded, watching as the visitor picked up the human puppet and walked downstairs towards the mental hospital. Clank clank. The sound of the human puppet vase being moved resounded continuously in the hallway, and Yen Bing watched the departure of those human puppets, her eyes flashing constantly. Hey! You Wenji! This time's instance is about escaping from the Qingshan Mental Hospital, right? Can't we learn from those human puppets and also be taken away by those strange people? Just as Yen Bing was proposing this. Why aren't you laughing? Why aren't you laughing? Laugh. Laugh. In front of Pu'er, Yen Bing, and An Lan, a face reached out, staring at the three. Especially the face that An Lan was facing. It was a chubby woman with a big belly and a black mole at the corner of her mouth, looking at An Lan with suspicion and disgust. How have you been here? The face of disdain spoke words that carried a hint of warmth, and An Lan instinctively wanted to get closer to this woman. But suddenly, a reminder from Yang Jinjin popped into her mind. Don't think everything will go smoothly just because it seems natural. He. He. With this thought, An Lan forced a hypocritical smile, not explaining anything to the chubby woman, just continuously grinning foolishly. The chubby woman looked at An Lan for a while and then asked repeatedly, I can take you away. He. Amidst the foolish laughter, the chubby woman left helplessly. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. More and more mental patients were being taken away in the hallway, and An Lan remained firmly against the wall, holding Yang Jinjin. His contamination value showed no changes, indicating that even if he did not follow the crowd, he would not be affected by the contamination wave. Yang Jinjin's reminder was indeed right. If nothing is wrong, then I will leave. In front of the remaining Pu-er and Yenbing, 2 visiting patients were also about to leave. Pu-er's gaze flickered, as if hesitating. However, Yenbing was looking out the window of the ward, watching batch after batch of human puppets being carried away by the visiting patients, walking out the doors of the Qingshan Mental Hospital. She pressed her lips together, and this time did not ask Wenji again, but decisively grabbed the visitor's arm. "Let's go. Take me away. I want to leave here. I know I was wrong. I will definitely change for the better when I go back. I understand." Faced with Yenbing's flawless confession, the visitor pulled Yenbing and went out of the hallway. Tap tap tap. Watching her leave, nearly half of the patients were gone from the hallway. In An Lan's arms, Yang Jinjin patted An Lan's arm, slowly stepping out of his embrace, turning her head to glance at An Lan. "Scum, your illness still needs treatment." The cold voice echoed in the hallway, and Yang Jinjin led the strange nurses, dispersing the morning gathering. Chapter 18 Escaped? No. Entering the deep inner world. At the same time. State Pool City Safety Defense Department. "Lu Xian, do you think this Yenbing can really escape?" Ho Yong stared at Lu Xian's first-person perspective, his face showing no excitement at all. "S-grade instance, if it were that simple to leave, then it wouldn't be an S-grade instance. Escape? Not a chance. However, this woman shouldn't be that foolish. She probably thinks that by following those who choose to leave, she can find other clues, right? If the remaining 4 instance participants all refuse to leave, then who can know what the world outside the hospital is like?" Lu Xian crossed her arms, thoughtfully examining Yenbing's headband. In the live broadcast, visitors hugged the human puppet and boarded a bus parked at the hospital. The bus only stayed for a moment before it began to move, whoosh, heading towards the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. This scene immediately set the live chat ablaze. "Hockey immortal, no way? No way? It's really that simple to escape? Northtown Eve's ancestor, is the person upstairs stupid? If the escape was successful, the live broadcast would have cut off long ago. We don't even know, what exactly is the criteria for escaping Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? Isn't this already leaving? Living by the sea and loving the waves, perhaps escaping the hospital doesn't really mean leaving the pollution behind? Are we opening a new map?" Amidst the discussions of the live chat, the bus left Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital and drove along a mountain highway. The road was shrouded in gray mist, and the vehicle kept spiraling downwards without any sign of actually going downhill. "I escaped? I am safe?" Yenbing sat by the window, next to where the visitor had their eyes fixated on her, a strange wriggling around their mouth and eyes. She didn't dare interact with this person, just fixed her gaze outside the window. But, as the bus sped along with a whoosh, at the end of the thick fog, a huge psychiatric hospital appeared at the foot of the mountain. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The familiar hospital gate, the familiar hanging sign. What was unfamiliar was that this time, there was only one person standing at the hospital entrance. This person was short, somewhat balding, and wearing glasses. If the previously deceased instance participants were to see this person, they would be shocked to find he looked exactly like the blood-colored man from the polluted world. He adjusted his glasses and waved to stop the bus. Whoosh! The bus stopped in front of the hospital, and the man willingly boarded, revealing a strange, twisted smile. "Ah la la, looks like the treatment is still inadequate. You actually thought you could leave? How can you leave before you are fully cured? And you parents. I told you treatment must be gradual. How can you indulge them just because the kids say they are sad? Have you forgotten? It's because you indulge them that they turn out like this." As the man's calm voice reached them, the visitors lowered their heads for a moment, then suddenly scooped up the human puppet next to them. "Professor Yang. We accept treatment. We accept treatment." The visitors simultaneously answered with their mouths, hands like iron claws tightening around the human puppet. The once jubilant faces of the human puppets instantly twisted into dead silence. Bang! Clap, clap, clap. The blood characters on their faces began to swell rapidly, splitting and bursting forth thick blood, instantly filling the bus with a mist of blood. This. How could this happen? You. Yenbing watched in despair as the scene unfolded before her. She wanted to jump out of the bus, but suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. The nearby visitor had already gripped her shoulder tightly. In the reflection of the car window, a sign reading, -50, was flashing on her headband. -50? What, when? At the moment the crimson numbers jumped, a thunderous sound roared from. The first-person perspective of Yenbing instantly went dark. Standing in front of the live broadcast screen, Lu Xian and Ho Yong exchanged glances, both looking a bit bewildered. So it turns out, it was not escaping, but at the moment of leaving the hospital, we had already entered the heavily polluted inner world? Ho Yong came to his senses and immediately slapped his thigh. Then doesn't that mean? The hospital actually cannot be left? If that's the case, how can we escape from here? Rubbing his dry hair, Ho Yong was utterly confused. Lu Xian, on the other hand, stroked her chin, her slender fingers intertwined, her gaze returning to An Lan's first-person perspective. Perhaps, the so-called escape from Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital means completely breaking free from the interference of pollution? How is that possible? As long as we stay in the hospital, we will be contaminated at all times. The two of them engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, already trapped in a deadlock. On the dark live broadcast screen, the bullet comments from the netizens of Zhoqi City continued to flow. Zhoqi's first handsome, now we know that leaving the hospital will worsen the pollution. And in the heavily polluted hospital, the character professor will appear. Is the official considering using this information? Tell you Wenji about Yan Bing's situation? Malago Bai, yeah. If we tell this information to Wenji, he must be able to analyze more things, right? Yummy butterfly, do we still have to wait? I feel like if we don't inform Wenji, there won't be another chance later. Public opinions gathered, and Ho Yong's face grew more serious. He clenched his fists, looking at Lu Xian as if asking for help, but Lu Xian shook her head. It's not the final step yet. Moreover, the person providing the information may not necessarily be Wenji. You don't mean? That's right, that An Lan has once again escaped a choice of certain death. Perhaps he really has a chance to go all the way. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze fixated on An Lan's perspective. At the same time, after finishing the morning visiting session, the hospital once again entered free activity time. An Lan sat flat in a row of seats, pretending to be asleep. System, open the new favorability, CG. Ding. Playing Yangzhenjin favorability 50 storyline CG. As the system's prompt sound rang out, a picture inexplicably appeared before An Lan's eyes again. Middle School Department Office, female teacher Mr. Yang, your daughter's psychological problems seem to be getting worse. She has repeatedly told me that she has many nightmares. Also, her headaches during class are getting more severe. I'm worried about her health if this continues. Man, what psychological problems? You're making a big deal out of nothing. If you ask me, it's just academic pressure. She wants to find problems to escape. Other students can handle the pressure, can't she? Teacher, you don't need to worry about her. I am the most authoritative psychologist. I understand her situation very well. Female teacher is that really okay? Man, there's nothing to be okay or not okay about. Isn't this what everyone should experience? The first part of the CG ended. It was in a dark office where the little Yang Jinjin was peeking through the classroom window, carefully watching the discussion inside. After the CG ended, the entire screen was immediately swallowed by darkness. In an instant, Yang Jinjin and the man appeared in a bedroom. Yang Jinjin looked down. Yang Jinjin lowered her head, never arguing even once. Click. The CG had completely played to the end. When An Lan opened his eyes again, looking around the hospital, he felt a hazy connection to some information gathering here. Chapter 19 Voting Task, Finding the Medical Record. Naked Bias. So, Yang Jinjin has had psychological issues since childhood, but her father didn't pay attention, just kept forcing her to study? TSK. Truly the new type of education. With her chin raised, An Lan recalled the initial confession, faintly forming some guesses. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. At the same time, Wenji and Pu'er walked toward them, one in front of the other. The former instinctively tightened his lips, as if he had just gone through something unpleasant. The latter's expression was cold and calm, with a headband showing a score of 15. That these two would end up together was unimaginable to An Lan. Pat. Pu'er made no move, just stood behind Wenji. Seeing An Lan, Wenji, for once, took the initiative to sit beside him. His narrow eyes under the headband looked at An Lan, and he shook his neck. I say. You didn't use the rationality potion, right? So what? About the warehouse material task back then, you should still remember there was a real reward, right? Oh? Do you have a clue? An Lan teased as he looked at Wenji, who coldly snorted, Ha An Lan, you're a smart person. What I can think of, you should be able to think of too, right? So? I'll tell you what happened during the previous visit, how about that? You go get that reward for me, how about it? Do you think everyone should listen to your arrangements? Then, what else? Click click click. While they were talking, Wenji suddenly reached out his big hand, ready to grab An Lan's neck. An Lan's expression darkened, and just as he wanted to pull away, another heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder. Pu'er. He had acted without saying a word. You chose to help him? An Lan looked at Pu'er in surprise, but the other party still said nothing, and his big hand was about to reach into An Lan's chest to grab that bottle of rationality potion. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a clear sound of footsteps rang out. Yang Jinjin led a few strange nurses, quickly walking towards the three. Activity time is over. All back to the ward. An undeniable voice came, and Wenji clicked his tongue, immediately lethargically letting go of An Lan, glaring at him displeasedly. All right. I want to see how long your strange wife can protect you. Tap tap tap. Under the supervision of the strange nurses, the three returned to the ward in tacit agreement. But Wenji did not expect that after Yang Jinjin stopped their behavior, she did not choose to leave but stood in the ward, sweeping her gaze across them and said solemnly. Mental patients need to cooperate with the work of medical staff. The latest report on your cases has already been updated in the laboratory. Now, you need to go retrieve it yourselves. Side quest released. As soon as Yang Jinjin finished speaking, a new solemn prompt sounded in the three's ears. Voting task, retrieve the case files. Task details, all participants to conduct an internal vote, the one with the most votes will actively start this task. The case files must be retrieved and submitted to the head nurse before nightfall. The story of the laboratory, it is said that there once was a clumsy person who, once not being watched, became careless. During an important test in the laboratory, due to no supervision, the equipment caught fire, burning the entire laboratory to ruins. Since then, the laboratory has been completely sealed off. Completion reward, rationality potion *1. Real reward? Task? Another task with a real reward? What is this real reward? Listening to the task report in his ears, Wenji's expression changed several times. His gaze flickered between Yang Jinjin and An Lan's faces. Cold and sinister. All right. Very good. To protect An Lan, this head nurse actually started another task. A voting task, huh? Poof. The mechanism is here. Even if you want to protect him, it's impossible. I vote for An Lan. This task is for him to execute. Decisively raising his hand in front of Yang Jinjin, Wenji pointed directly at An Lan. An Lan seemed to have anticipated this. Calmly, he pointed back at Wenji. Then I vote for you. This task is for you to execute. Current vote count, 1 to -1. The mysterious nurse coldly stared at the situation in the ward. In the next moment, almost everyone's gaze turned to Pu'er. Now there were only 3 living dungeon participants, and Pu'er's vote was the most crucial deciding vote. An Lan stared at Pu'er, coldly shouting, "Hey! Think about it. Really think about it. How did he treat you before? How was your talentability squeezed dry by him? This is your only chance for revenge against him. You." The persuading words were still being spoken. Logically, Pu'er would definitely be on An Lan's side. But I choose An Lan. After a shake of the headband, Pu'er's finger actually pointed firmly at An Lan. An Lan paused, his gaze frozen on Pu'er's headband for a long time. -15, -17, -15, -17. The polluted value was changing again. In that moment, An Lan understood, and immediately turned to look at Wenji, who was lowering his head. The numbers on his headband were also fluctuating continuously. Ha! Stop acting. Wenji. Is controlling others so interesting? Oh? You actually figured it out? As Wenji slowly raised his head, Pu'er instantly lowered his head, remaining silent. Once or twice, I might not react, but if it's 3 or 4 times, and I still don't understand, then I'm not far from being controlled by you. Pu'er has such deep hatred for you, the only way he could help you, I can only think of you controlling him. His head previously had no pollution value. During the recent break, you brought him to the warehouse, right? How, didn't you find the real reward? With a dark face, An Lan prepared to get up and leave, but Wenji tilted his head and chuckled. TSK, what a pity, you're so smart, but too bad, why did you end up with such a talent? Don't worry. If you die outside this time, I can get my hands on the real reward, from that warehouse. With his arms crossed over his chest, Wenji coldly stared at An Lan, as if he had already locked in his victory. However, just as An Lan was about to step out, Yang Jinjin, who had been running the scene, threw a slight angry glare at Wenji. The voting is not over yet. Ha? What do you mean? Wenji's face suddenly darkened, and an inexplicable bad feeling arose in his heart. I said, I haven't voted yet. This vote, I give to you. Patient Wenji. You. As a head nurse, how can you vote? You. Task, didn't say I can't vote, right? Then it's a tie at 2 to 2. Wenji was still being stubborn, but the mysterious nurse had already declared the voting result. All people have finished voting, it's a tie at 2 to 2. But the head nurse is the banker. 1 vote counts as 1.5 votes. The vote score is 2.5 to -2. The person executing this task, patient Wenji. You all. Chapter 20 Wenji's talent, please, soul. Damn. For the first time, Wenji felt what it means to be brazenly biased. In the past, in the horror dungeon, who hadn't been toyed by him. But now, that damned An Lan is actually using that female monster to disgust him? Good. Very good. An Lan, this monster wife of yours is really good to you. I see you might as well not go back. With her treating you like this, you can just get married and have kids here. Looking at An Lan with sarcastic mockery, An Lan shrugged and returned to the bedside. So much nonsense? Now the levels have flipped. It's your turn to go. Our star player. You. Taking a few deep breaths, Wenji, under the gaze of many strange nurses, did not rush to act but sat slowly at the bedside, lowering his head gently. After a moment. Thud. On the adjacent bed, Poor suddenly lifted his head, jumping down from the bed and walking towards the exit of the ward. Stomp, stomp, stomp. His footsteps were stiff and awkward, as if he were a marionette moving away. An Lan quietly watched the scene, astonished as she looked at Qingshan. The mission chose Wenji, but now it's Poor who was executing it. Isn't this a contradiction? No. He is very smart. Right now, the person on that patient is Wenji. So strictly speaking, it is also him executing the mission. Qingshan stood in the center of the ward, seemingly unwilling to leave. An Lan thought for a moment and nodded. An S-rank gifted ability. Possessing someone else? A power similar to soul possession? Half an hour later. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, 3rd floor. Most of the medical rooms here are locked tight, the floors and ceilings covered in charred blackness. Poor walked in the dim corridor, as if traversing an endless dark tunnel. The air was filled with the smoky smell of burnt coal dust, and with each step, the ground made a crisp crack 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 sound. Damn An Lan. She actually overdraw my trump card. A mere E-rank talent, a pawn, an unimportant little person. Just, an unimportant little person. A little person. The hateful voice echoed, reverberating with a twisted laughter in the corridor. On the walls of darkness, a section suddenly bulged, collapsed, and drooped like a water droplet, revealing a cracked human face on the dark ceiling, fleetingly vanishing. Poor continued walking, suddenly turning to look at the darkness behind him. His gaze scanned the pitch-black walls and, seeing nothing there, he turned back silently and continued forward. Crack crack crack. Crack crack crack. The crunching sound of the ground cracking became clearer, and the echoes in the corridor grew more pronounced. Hiss. For some reason, Poor suddenly felt his entire body temperature rising. The moisture on his exposed skin rapidly evaporated, cracking and even releasing wisps of steam. Damn! What is this? Whoosh! Before Poor could question further, his patient uniform suddenly burst into flames, and his whole body ignited, a fire person appearing instantaneously in the dark corridor. Ah! The burning heat made Poor cry out in pain, desperately patting at the flames on his body, but he could only feel the heat rising higher and higher. Until, finally, even the face inside the headgear was burning. Ah! Ah! The burning sensation caused Poor to gasp in agony, stumbling directly onto the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flames grew larger and larger, as Poor's body began to shrivel and curl inwards. No! No! I can't die like this. Think. Think hard. Did I offend some taboo? Enduring the excruciating pain, Poor's limbs twisted and convulsed, and the echoes returned to his ears again. No. No. I cannot die like this. Cannot die like this. In that moment when the echoes rang out, Poor seemed to understand something, his burning face hurriedly looking around behind him. Whoosh. Strangely, just by looking. The flames on Poor immediately diminished in intensity, the burning flames gradually beginning to shrink. It's that careless one. I get it. I get it. The mission says if he isn't watched, he makes mistakes that cause instruments to catch fire. So, if he isn't watched now, will he burn the existence in the corridor? Perhaps under the shadow of death, Poor's thoughts were incredibly sharp now. Slowly pushing against the wall to stand up, he actually couldn't see what was behind him at all he could see was darkness, but that was all he could do, staring at the back. Until, with a whoosh, the flame ignited once more. Oh no. Did it move? Was I not watching it? Poor frantically turned his gaze from back to front, the flames still burning. He shifted his eyes again, this time looking up. To his shock, on the dark wall above, a human figure lay flat, its body sagging against the wall. The head part of the wall was curving inward, eyes staring intently at him. Who? Found it. His eyes fixed on the corpse, Poor gazed upward while backing away, supporting himself against the wall. In the distance, a giant double-door hospital room labeled laboratory appeared. At the same time, what Poor was experiencing was witnessed by online viewers in Zhouqi City. Jiannan Yijihua, wow, impressive. This foreigner actually figured out the problem right away? A pair of misnamed mandarins, upstairs, didn't you realize? This foreigner is Wenji. He's one of our veterans. No doubt about his reaction ability. Sanzhong little overlord, it's still Wenji. His response is powerful, it makes people feel safe. Officials, hurry and support him. I say, can An Lan just put aside past grudges and assist Wenji? Upstairs, I know you're anxious. But hold on. Wenji didn't respect An Lan from the start. If I were An Lan, I certainly wouldn't cooperate with him from a big picture perspective. We believe Wenji has the greatest chance to clear the level. Sacrificing An Lan is optional, but if you were An Lan, you would want to survive, right? Ha? Am I the only one who believes in An Lan? He has managed to survive this long and even outsmart Wenji. As a newcomer, that's already impressive, isn't it? What's the point? Talent is a hard limit. And, can he help us stop the level from descending? I think we should still believe in Wenji. It's better to help him eliminate An Lan first. Otherwise, this An Lan will deplete Wenji's trump card and lower his chances of escaping the level. In Poor's livestream, Wenji's performance sparked another wave of lively comments. Ho Yong stared at the comments in the live stream, his face solemn. Lu Xian narrowed her eyes and smiled. S-class talent ability, indeed, it's all small bug-level existence if I remember correctly. Wenji's ability is, invoke soul, right? Correct. Invoke soul, can invoke nearby spirits to take possession, letting them control the body. Also, can invoke a selected person's soul to control their body. Possessing another's body time is determined by the talent level. It is this ability that has allowed Wenji to never lose in horror levels. Ho Yong nodded, looking at Wenji's first-person perspective with a complicated gaze. The other was still lying on the bed, completely motionless. Honestly, he felt a bit resistant to the use of Wenji's ability. Forcing others to take risks while hiding among the crowd to gather information. Though such a method seems lowly, when it comes to the clearance rate in preventing the level from descending, Wenji is indeed the best choice. Just like now, most of the public still stood by Wenji. Not because they liked Wenji, but because he was most likely to ensure the level clearance and prevent it from descending into reality. TSK. So at the start, this guy wasn't actually sleeping but was communicating with nearby spirits? Then there was that confession, he invoked a psychopath to take over, perfectly overcoming this crisis. Later, he controlled Poor, refusing An Lan's cooperation. This guy plays it quite well. Lu Xian recalled the opening of this level, realizing that Wenji had been frequently using his ability from the beginning. So then, Mayor Ho, are you going to provide help to Wenji? She joked while looking at Ho Yong. For Lu Xian, it didn't matter who survived in this level. After all, even if the level descends, she also has the confidence to conquer. No. The officials need absolute rational fairness. But if we don't help them soon, there might not be another chance. This time this mission, it must be it. An Lan and Wenji, whoever can complete it, we will inform them of the clues. Chapter 21 The Irresistible Laboratory. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital 3rd floor. Along the wall, retreating towards the depths of the corridor, Poor had his gaze locked on the corpse above. Bang. Finally. His back felt like it had hit something. Poor didn't dare to turn back, still staring at the corpse above, hands reaching back to touch. Puff puff puff. Thick dust began to fall in large clumps from his palm's touch. The hand could vaguely feel the outline of two distorted iron doors. Poor tried to push hard. With a loud bang, the pair of iron doors suddenly crashed to the ground. Poor was instantly overjoyed, ready to step back towards where the doors had fallen. But just after taking 2 steps back, Poor suddenly hit the wall with a loud bang. What? How can this be? Instinctively glancing back, Poor's pupils widened instantly. Behind the door marked with 3 big characters laboratory, the door had fallen, but behind the doorway, there was unexpectedly a solid blackened wall. How is this possible? Ha! Before Poor could think more, as he shifted his gaze, flames erupted all over his body, turning him into a burning person. Damn it! Damn it! In a panic, he tried to find where the corpse was located. But when his gaze focused on above again, the corpse was no longer there. Bang bang bang. The flames grew larger. Poor interspersed his vision, continuously banging against the solid wall behind him. Sizzle. However, aside from his body burning and moisture quickly evaporating, after a loud crash, Pu neither found the corpse nor broke through the thick solid wall. No. No. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sounds of fat and organ moisture burning gradually faded. Pu was burned almost like a piece of charcoal. Under the flickering flames, his head slowly drooped to the ground. In the last moment of fading consciousness, Pu widened his eyes, horrified to see a strange face protruding from the ground beneath him. There, a face hidden in the black ground was staring at him. Ha! Ha! Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital patient ward. Wenji, lying on the bed, suddenly jolted awake. He gasped for air, climbing up from the bed, looking around in terror. Jinjin, can I call you that? If you don't speak, I'll just assume so. Jinjin, aren't you tired standing? Come sit. Sit next to me. From the side bed came An Lan's gentle teasing voice. Wenji turned his head and found An Lan lying on the bed. In front of the bed, Yang Jinjin crossed her plump thighs, sitting beside him. Their eyes met, full of silent tension as if lightning was about to strike fire. You all. Thinking of the burning pain, remembering the terrifying struggle for survival, then looking at An Lan about to embrace Yang Jinjin, leisurely and casual. Wenji felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. Good. I was over there struggling for survival, and you are here cuddling with a woman? Are you even human? Yo. Look at you, you must have returned empty-handed? How, didn't you find the medical record? When one pot doesn't boil, it deliberately brings up the other pot. An Lan, embracing Yang Jinjin, teased as he looked at Wenji. Wenji's face darkened. After shifting his gaze back and forth between An Lan and Yang Jinjin several times, he coldly said, that mission. I have been forcibly executed once already. Can I just give up now? Wenji was scared. He was truly scared now. If An Lan and Yang Jinjin came up with another voting. Without Pu, wouldn't he be subjected to the mission again? Although he might go to retrieve the soul An Lan's body. But he wasn't sure if that Yang Jinjin would directly strangle his own body to death while controlling An Lan for the sake of An Lan. There were too many uncertain factors. Wenji had a dark expression, directly turning his head away, no longer looking at An Lan and the two. Oh? Are you going to give up this mission? This is one of the core missions. Hearing this, Yang Jinjin didn't try to hold Wenji down. Her slender eyes narrowed as she looked at An Lan. Are you also going to give up? As for me. An Lan pretended to hesitate, rubbing his chin. Yang Jinjin fixed her gaze on him, suddenly bringing her lips close to his ear, her warm breath flowing over. If you complete it, there's an extra reward, you know. Ah. There's such a good thing? Then I have to do it. Splash. An Lan jumped directly off the bed. Wenji shot him a glare from next door, his lips curling coldly. You think you can pass the level I can't? Hard to say. Jinjin. Before you leave, don't you have anything to say? Fixing his somewhat messy patient gown, An Lan looked at Yang Jinjin, whose expression had returned to cold pride. I will always watch you, until your death. Oh. You are still so insincere. Shaking his head, An Lan smiled faintly. He already knew something and strode out of the ward. Thud thud thud. As the sound of his steps faded away, Wenji squinted, recalling Yang Jinjin's words, his face growing colder. Damn it. Is there really someone who can live off others like this? Splash. Just when he was cursing in disbelief, he saw the cold Yang Jinjin suddenly lying down on An Lan's hospital bed after watching him leave. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt that still bore An Lan's body warmth. Her long legs moved and kicked under the blanket, seemingly enjoying something. Yang Jinjin buried her head in An Lan's quilt, gasping for breath. Faintly, one could still hear huff gasping sounds. This. Wenji was instantly dumbfounded. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, 3rd floor. Thud thud thud. In the dark, smoky ruins of the corridor, An Lan's gaze swept around the pitch-black walls, pondering as he walked forward. Snap. Snap. In the overly silent corridor, his footsteps crunched on the charred ground, echoing constantly. And at the same time, in An Lan's first-person perspective live room, the bullet comments were exceptionally heated at that moment. Lives by the seaside and loves the waves, here it comes. Finally, it's this guy's turn. It's really not the landlord's ancestor, although Wenji just failed, he at least got to know the clumsy guy problem. Can this An Lan figure it out? Stealing your pants for a slingshot, even if he figures it out, so what? Wenji didn't even enter the laboratory, can he? Wenji at least has a substitute and some leeway. This An Lan, knowing it's dangerous, still comes? Maybe he ate too many red beans and wants to die. Exactly. Just to please the girl spirit, he really has no regard for his life? It's fine if he dies. Then we can inform Wenji about the situation. No, why do I feel he can complete this mission? With dense bullet comments surging. The next moment. Sizzle. As An Lan walked deeper, his skin began to dry, emitting layers of burning steam. Here it comes. He's going to be burned. G. It's over for him, even if he discovers the secret, he will. Just when the bullet comments thought An Lan was going to become a little fireman. Hey! Clumsy guy! An Lan abruptly shouted in the quiet corridor. Hey, clumsy guy! Clumsy guy! In the moment the echoes rippled, An Lan rubbed his dry skin and closed his eyes. After just feeling the temperature rise for a moment, he seemed to sense something and opened his eyes again, suddenly looking at the ground beneath his feet. Lost ghost. Ghost. There. On a protruding part of the ground, a burned human face. I found you. With a smile, An Lan stared at the cracked human face. Soon. The dry skin gradually regained moisture, and An Lan's body temperature stabilized. He fixed his gaze on that face, retreating while moving closer to the deepest part of the corridor. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Yet, An Lan remained completely unharmed from beginning to end. Living by the seaside loves to complain, wow. Awesome. What superhuman reaction is this? Found the problem right away? Is he cheating? A flower in Jiangnan, no? This is even more incredible than Wenji's reaction. How did he know? Manbo Bobo, 666. This person is impressive. In An Lan's first-person live broadcast room, the comments suddenly erupted. Jochi's City Security Defense Department. Ho Yong gaped, looking at the scene in disbelief. This guy clearly knows nothing, right? Why can he react so quickly? It's the head nurse. Huh? Before An Lan set off, he specifically asked that head nurse one question. The head nurse said she would always be watching over him. That sentence was the hint. If Wenji could think of that lab story, An Lan could naturally think of it too. Plus, he had the head nurse's watching hint. The moment he was hurt, he thought of that clumsy fool watching him. Then, he used sound to locate the clumsy fool and guessed the clumsy fool's weakness immediately. This guy, maybe he can really enter the lab. Lu Xian watched An Lan's first-person view with great interest, her expression full of expectation. Tap tap tap. In the live broadcast, An Lan arrived at the lab door almost unscathed. Just like Poor, he also turned his back to the lab, staring directly at the corpse. Bang bang bang. With both hands knocking against the solid wall behind him, a hint of astonishment appeared on An Lan's face, quickly replaced by calmness. Ha, this guy is dumbfounded, right? How is he going to enter the lab? Now, trying to run away is not an option anymore. Viewers watched An Lan's actions with teasing expressions. But, the next moment. After only a moment of thought, An Lan surprisingly focused on the corpse lying on the ground and quickly retreated back the way he came. Tap 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 tap. His footsteps were quick, and in just a few breaths, he returned to the entrance of the third floor. Wild boar Peppa, what is he doing? Running away? Haji Xianrun, he is making a run for it. If he can't get into the lab, he can't just stay there, right? Lin Dayu pulls up a willow tree, isn't the result the same? He can't pass the level that Wenji couldn't either. An Lan's actions immediately stirred up a commotion in the comments. However, just when everyone thought An Lan was going to leave the third floor, he stepped back again but suddenly moved forward, and within his first-person view, the originally pitch-black long tunnel suddenly gushed out blood. Slurp. Slurp slurp slurp. The black walls turned crimson, large masses of wriggling flesh swelled with the words scum and trash. As those words swelled, An Lan quickened his footsteps, staring at the ground, and once again rushed towards the original lab door. Put. The door to the lab, which was originally a solid wall, had now turned into a wriggling mass of flesh due to the decrease in rationality. An Lan did not hesitate, plunging his hands into the flesh, tearing open a fibrous seam, and directly squeezed himself inside. Blood splattered everywhere, staining his clothes. An Lan felt drenched and weak all over. He wasn't sure what the number on the headband was at that moment, he only knew he was rushing into the flesh, and pop, he found himself in a space with pink flesh walls. This space was cramped, filled with iron medicine tables everywhere. On top of one of the medicine tables, a stack of files was ominously placed. An Lan walked heavily, approaching the files, and casually opened one. To his surprise, he saw his own information file, patient, An Lan, suffering from cognitive impairment, addiction to mental compensation dependency. Treatment plan, observe daily behavior to curb bad actions. Behavior target, install an electroshock headgear, electrotherapy trigger mechanism. Expected treatment duration? Indeed. The past laboratory was already burned down by the Klutz, it's impossible to enter. The laboratory Yang Xinjian mentioned can only be the laboratory in the contaminated world. Cognitive impairment? Addiction to mental compensation dependency? Holding his own file, An Lan's mind suddenly flickered with fragments of memory. ZZZZZZ. ZZZZZZ. Speak. How many times have you skipped class? Have you thought about what will happen when your grades drop so fast? Without grades, you'll be a trash in society, a waste. Ah. Professor Yang. Professor Yang. No. Don't shock me. The moment of memory occurred in a dim room, where he seemed to be strapped to an iron chair. A bespectacled Mediterranean man was placing a headgear on him, initiating the shock. Hiss. His head throbbed with dizziness and pain, and Lan squinted, seemingly recalling something. No wonder. No wonder we remember nothing at first. Before putting on the headgear and starting the copy, were we electroshocked already? Lost that part of the memory? Wriggle. Wriggle wriggle. As An Lan pondered with his head down, the fleshy wall of the laboratory began to tremble and writhe. A completely black humanoid creature, crawling like a spider, quickly crawled in with its hands and feet, crashing into the laboratory. Ha ha! This creature's facial features were burnt black, resembling caverns. Only its mouth was an active black hole, continuously spewing out dark mist. As the mist spread, a hissing sound of severe burning emerged from the fleshy wall. With a loud bang, the iron frame started to spark, and metal medicine racks along with glass containers ignited rapidly. Damn it! Are we doing this again? Be honest with me. And Lan's gaze was instantly fixed on the Klutz at the exit. Its action of spewing black mist halted, but the flames still raged on in the laboratory. Hiding the E-case at his chest, An Lan squeezed the rationality pill in his pocket, staring at the Klutz, ready to escape this fleshy wall space. The real laboratory was long destroyed. If he regained his rationality here, An Lan would be trapped in the wall forever. The only solution was to retrieve the case and return outside, then restore rationality. Step step step. Stepping on the muddy, burning flesh ground, An Lan was just about to squeeze through the fleshy wall. Suddenly, a series of strange sound waves rang in his ears, disordered. At the same time, Jochi City Safety Defense Bureau. In the first-person livestream footage of An Lan. Jochi eavesdropper, wow. So this method works? Using contamination levels to enter the laboratory? Black Mountain Old Demon, I wondered why he was pacing back and forth in the corridor. Defying the nurse's order to evacuate the task, wouldn't that increase the contamination value? This kid is controlling the contamination value. Hakim Nanbei Green Bean, incredible. And Lan actually passed? This guy didn't have the female ghost's help this time, and his mind is working pretty fast. The barrage of comments changed from judgment and mockery. After all, if you truly have a thought process to understand, no one will target you for no reason. As for inside the Defense Bureau office, Lucien jokingly glanced at Ho Yong. Mayor Ho, do you think An Lan has completed this task? About the information provided. Ho Yong was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a brief moment and then walked toward the evil call, picked up the receiver, dialed 666, and said one sentence into the receiver, "Evil ghost, please help me contact patient An Lan at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital." Chapter 23 Third Space. Communication connection. Signal is being established. Starting dialogue, remaining time 3 o'clock, 2:59. A deep, hoarse voice came from the cursed phone as Ho Yong hurriedly raised the phone, shouting into the microphone, "Hello, hello, hello? An Lan. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" The moment the phone call transmitted, An Lan, supporting himself against the flesh wall, paused. He suspiciously touched his ear. Whom? Who? It's me. Mayor Ho Yong of Jochi City. You don't need to worry, we are official personnel from the National Defense Department. You can trust us completely. Official, huh? Narrowing his eyes, An Lan remembered seeing official connections in other live streams, nodding thoughtfully, so you can contact me now, meaning, you think I can escape this instance? Exactly. Between you and Wenji, we chose you. Listen, time is limited. We will inform you of all the clues we have obtained from the God's Eye View. Digest and understand them as much as you can. If you don't understand, ask quickly. I understand, please go on. Shrinking in the flesh wall, An Lan kept his eyes on the clumsy ghost while dodging the flames. Currently we have discovered that the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital has 3 spaces. 3? Ho Yong's voice sounded again, and An Lan was somewhat surprised. That's right. The first space, which is when the pollution value is 0, is a space where you seem to have a normal hospital life. The second space is the blood-colored space when the pollution value ranges from 0 to -49. In this space, it's easy to die. As for the third space, you know Yin Bing, who left the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, right? Aha. She didn't leave here, but took a bus, and the pollution value directly dropped to -50, entering a rainy Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. That's what we call the third space. Oh? You mean if we can endure the pollution value down to -50 or lower, we can enter the third space? An Lan stroked his chin, his gaze then fixing on the archives in the laboratory stock. The known normal laboratory has been burned down, so to obtain the case files, one can only enter the polluted laboratory. But this time's task has a real reward. On the cabinet containing the files, An Lan just scanned over, besides his own file, were only the files of other instance participants, no other clues. But what if entering the laboratory in the third space? An Lan's heart raced, his thoughts continuously expanding. What's clear now is that only by taking the bus can we instantly pull the pollution value to -50 and see the third space. In the third space, the role of the professor will appear. He will pull out the power control device and directly slaughter the instance participants. An Lan, your mind is sharp, do you have? ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Just as Ho Yong finished explaining everything, a wave of static again surged in An Lan's ears. An Lan narrowed his eyes, this time he didn't rush to leave the flesh wall. Instead, he shrank inside the flesh wall, seemingly waiting for something, unwaveringly staring at the clumsy ghost. Sizzle. The high temperature burned the flesh wall, causing it to twist constantly. The whole room was as hot as a sauna. An Lan couldn't see the pollution value of his headband, just waiting. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. In the cramped laboratory, large pieces of white flesh fell off with a pop, and Lan's expression grew uglier and uglier. 666. The officials didn't choose you, Wenji, but this guy? I don't get it. Why choose him? Just because he entered the laboratory? What's the use of choosing? He's still doing nothing here. Because of An Lan's actions, the bullet screen in his livestream surged once more. Inside the Jochi City Safety Defense Department, Ho Young hung up the phone, his face pale, staring at An Lan's first-person view, focusing on his headband. This guy, the pollution value is already at -35. Could it be, he wants to test if he can self-contaminate and enter the third world? From the looks of it, this guy plans to test it this way. But that shouldn't be the solution. Lu Xian regretfully shook her head, her eyes dimmed as she pondered, what other method is there to advance this instance? In the burning laboratory, An Lan finally couldn't withstand the high temperatures searing. His skin was burned dry and white, and the pollution level on his headband stuck at -35 without moving. Damn it! Is taking the bus the only way to enter the third space? If that's the case, something must be done for the sick visiting day. With a thud, An Lan finally squeezed out of the flesh wall of the laboratory. Stepping on the squirming fleshy ground around him, An Lan retreated, his gaze fixated on the exit of the laboratory, leaving Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital third floor. He still didn't rush to use the rationality drug, nor did he hurry back to the ward. Instead, he made his way to the elevator entrance. Ding dong. Pressing the elevator button, An Lan anxiously looked around. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Suddenly, thick, sticky blood dripped from the ceiling, with poo-poo-poo sounds like a membrane bulging. An Lan looked up, and on the ceiling's wall, a huge bloody human face was quickly protruding. It was a grinning, bespectacled face, like a malicious Mediterranean man. He. The moment the laughter came, every inch of An Lan's skin itched, and his body spasmed with bang-bang sounds, forming twisted words. Scum, waste, maggot. These words ballooned rapidly, then burst with a bang. In that instant, An Lan's arm, chest, and face felt like arrows piercing through, the pain causing him to tremble. No. There's no time. Z. A familiar electric sound buzzed in his ears, electricity surging across his cheeks. An Lan knew clearly, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out the bottle of rationality drug hidden in his chest, and without saying a word, he gulped it down. An astonishing scene unfolded. The moment the value on the headband turned 0, around An Lan, the twisted bloody walls suddenly faded, and the bulging human face dissipated into red light, even the blood-red words on his body dissolved and shrank. Just for an instant. The surroundings returned to normal. He stood at the elevator entrance, a look of great relief on his face. Chapter 24 Favorability 60, did a special plot trigger? Ha! Panting heavily, An Lan looked regretfully at the already open elevator doors, his eyes filled with disappointment. He originally wanted to reach the warehouse at the first opportunity during the pollution time. If he drank the rationality drug in the morgue, he should be able to see the true face of the inverted person, or enter the real warehouse. What a pity. Given the recent pollution speed, there was simply no possibility for that operation. Sigh. If I go to the warehouse now, the value will instantly get polluted to -15, it's not necessary. Shaking his head, An Lan held his medical record tightly and strode back to the ward. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital ward. Wenji looked exaggeratedly at Yang Jinjin, who was constantly kneading An Lan's blanket, her long slender legs pulling the blanket between them, then wrapping it tightly around her neck. Looking at this scene, how does it seem like Yang Jinjin is a love-stricken woman? Tap tap tap. But, with a sudden sound of footsteps at the door of the ward, Yang Jinjin, who had been clutching the blanket and shaking it wildly, immediately switched to a battle face. She jumped up from the bed, stood coldly in front of the bed, and looked towards the doorway. You're back. Still in a cold tone, Yang Jinjin acted as if nothing had happened, her gaze icy as she looked at An Lan at the door. An Lan noticed nothing unusual, slowly taking out his medical record under Wenji's strangely intense gaze. Here. Found it. He handed the medical record to Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin glanced back and raised her eyebrows slightly. You did it again. Truly someone I have my eye on. Ding. Favorability of Yang Jinjin plus 15. Current total favorability, 65. By the way, what is that reward you mentioned? An Lan was genuinely curious about what extra reward Yang Jinjin would give. Unexpectedly. Hearing this, Yang Jinjin hurriedly put away the medical record, her ears quickly tinged with a hint of crimson. She took out a bottle of rationality potion from her pocket and stuffed it into An Lan's hand, while her gaze swept across the entire ward. The next moment, Yang Jinjin's cold gaze landed on Wenji. You. Out. I need to perform symptom repairs on the patient according to the medical record. Immediately. Right now, get out. The unquestionable command echoed, causing Wenji's face to instantly turn cold. He climbed down from the bed, suspiciously glancing back and forth between Yang Jinjin and An Lan, feeling that Yang Jinjin's mention of the symptom repairs might not be something simple. Poof. An Lan, you are impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you used contamination to enter the laboratory, right? You managed to come back alive? You used the rationality potion? I advise you, the effects of the rationality potion are many. If you want to live to get out, you'd better save that potion. Still not leaving? Wenji obviously wanted to make fun of An Lan a few more times, but with Yang Jinjin's increasingly cold voice, he dared only to lower his head and quickly walk out of the ward. Tap tap tap. After the sound of retreating footsteps, Yang Jinjin walked to the front of the ward and slowly pulled the door closed. Click click click. Walking toward An Lan with her long legs clicking in high heels, Yang Jinjin remained silent, but her face was rarely flushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but gradually rise. Jinjin, what you said about symptom repairs is. An Lan couldn't figure out what Yang Jinjin was really going to do. Pat. He saw the other party sitting slanted in front of her bed, slowly taking off her high heels. Her long legs were raised on the bed, and Yang Jinjin gazed at An Lan, her hands moving to her thigh root. Softly she took off her white stockings. Her slender, delicate legs resting on the bed, Yang Jinjin fidgeted with her legs, her lips moist. I want to. At the same time. Inside An Lan's first-person live streaming room. Living by the seaside loves the waves, oh my. Oh my. This can't be the medical care segment I think it is, right? Isn't it still daytime? So thrilling? Jochi City rooftop ancestor, hurry up. Skip the plot. Ha? Where's my fast forward button? Wild boar Peppa, the plot segments you skipped before will be made up elsewhere. Now, you caught up. Hackaman North and South Green Beans, what the? I always thought this guy was just messing around, but now he really wants to be an undead knight? What are you afraid of? As long as you are brave, the weirdness takes a leave of absence. Good. Let her give birth. The barrage has reached an unprecedented explosive level. Even Ho Yong and Lu Xian, who were watching the live broadcast, were staring unblinkingly at the screen. Do you think he can't really do that, right? So far, it seems like no one has ever had relations with the weirdness in the instance. Is this guy's talent really that miraculous? Ziz is easy. As millions of eyes deadpanned at the screen, the live streaming image went black, displaying a message saying special status, unable to broadcast currently. Damn. I paid for VIP, isn't that enough? I paid. Douchebag director, watching it alone, huh? The barrage exploded once again. In front of the bed, Yang Jinjin caressed her thigh, slowly unbuttoning her chest. She leaned down, looking at An Lan with burning eyes. I want to. You. An Lan swallowed, just about to approach Yang Jinjin, but saw her deftly take out a black stocking from her chest. I want you to help me put on compression stockings. He got off the bed and squatted down, while An Lan gently smoothed the black stockings with both hands, starting to slide them onto Yang Jinjin's feet. No. It's not that I'm afraid I won't wear them right. It's that I want to try. How does it feel, for a man to put on compression stockings for me? The voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. An Lan subconsciously looked up at Yang Jinjin. She had her head lowered, her face showing only nervousness, shyness, and anticipation. The cold, indifferent expression she usually wore was completely gone. Like this? Shoo, shh. The black, soft stockings slid onto her smooth feet. The moment An Lan's large hand gripped her small foot, Yang Jinjin's body trembled inexplicably. Ha? Yang Jinjin's affection +5. Are you ticklish? Shoo, shh. His fingers hooked the stockings, sliding all the way up Yang Jinjin's calf to her thigh, as if stroking a smooth jade surface. Mum. Her face flushed red, and Yang Jinjin kept her head down, silent. An Lan, on the other hand, continued to hear the system's prompts in his ear. Yang Jinjin's affection +5, Yang Jinjin's affection +5. Current affection total, 75 points. New CG unlocked, would you like to play it? No. He temporarily rejected the playback of the CG. As Yang Jinjin's breathing grew more excited, An Lan tightly pulled the two black stockings. His long legs dropped back off the bed, and Yang Jinjin rubbed her excited, messy hair, staring at An Lan with a look of fascination. Her voice murmured, so this is how it feels, for a man to put on compression stockings for me. Her tone mixed with excitement and a hint of melancholy. Yang Jinjin seemed to remember something, and her mood inexplicably became filled with sorrow. An Lan watched her every movement carefully, recalling Yang Jinjin's growth CG. When she was young, she had personality communication disorders. In middle school, her psychological issues worsened, and her father had never cared about her feelings. All these years, she had been controlled by her father, enduring it all. So, did she want male care deep down? Or was she just trying something she had never done before? You, Jinjin. This is the reward you were talking about, right? Hesitatingly, he interrupted Yang Jinjin's mood. She looked at him for a while, then quickly sat up, breathing heavily, and hugged An Lan tightly from behind. You. Don't die. Ha? We need to take it step by step. Take it step by step. She acted like a lovesick woman, constantly biting An Lan's ear. Her hot breath billowed out, and just when Yang Jinjin was about to undress him, Yang Jinjin's pupils froze. As if fearing she couldn't control herself, she kissed An Lan's earlobe a few times, then hurriedly released the hug. Her hands behind her back, she felt the warmth from An Lan through the stockings on her back legs. Yang Jinjin's face gradually regained its calmness. She once again gave An Lan a cold, indifferent stare. All right, the reward is over. So? Your reward was biting my ear? Hoof. Tap, tap, tap. This time, Yang Jinjin ignored An Lan's teasing. With a cold hum, she returned to her usual aloof attitude and left the ward. TCH. She really knows how to hold herself back. Watching Yang Jinjin leave, An Lan tapped his fingers, constantly recalling the system's prompt from earlier, take it step by step? What does that mean? Is she telling me to take it slow, one step at a time? I still haven't gotten the real reward from the warehouse, nor the real reward from the laboratory, but I clearly understand how to enter the third world. If I should take it step by step, then I should probably get the real reward from the warehouse first, right? 75 affection points now. Yang Jinjin wouldn't lie to me. Wait. System, play the new affection CG first. Ding. Playing CG. With the familiar mechanical sound in his ears, An Lan's vision turned dark again. This time, it was a scene of a college classroom. Teacher, Professor Yang, are you sure your child doesn't have any issues? She's already changed dorm rooms 3 times, and every time she ends up fighting with other students. Also, the students say she screams in her sleep every night. Look. Man, is there a problem? Nightmares are just mental stress. As for conflicts between classmates, isn't that normal? Instead of discussing these things, tell me. How are Jinjin's grades in nursing? She is going to take over the young family's hospital in the future. Teacher, well, she is very talented, but every time she interacts with others, she is afraid and nervous. I always feel like maybe she is. Man, is that so? Then I understand. I will communicate with her. Teacher, how about letting the child rest a bit? I always feel like she might be too repressed. Man, shut up. What do you know? I am doing this for her good. Clearly, it is a spacious classroom, yet the words of the 2 people inside feel suffocating. The scene is short, and after watching it, An Lan sits silently on the bed for a long time without moving. So, Are you really doing this for Yang Jinjin's sake? Recalling Yang Jinjin's excited expression just now, An Lan inexplicably feels a bit sorry for her. What kind of family constraints has she experienced to become so excited over such simple contact? This, copy. Perhaps after going to the third world, all the mysteries will be solved? According to Wenji, he wants to use the rationality drug as a last resort for survival? If there is a rationality drug, going to the third world should allow me to come back alive. But if I go to get the real reward from the new warehouse, now, I will use up the rationality drug and the subsequent risks will be. Thinking about the pros and cons in his mind, An Lan hesitates for a moment before choosing to believe in Yang Jinjin. He decisively leaves the bed and walks out of the ward. He heads towards the elevator and presses the -1 button. Ding dong. The elevator door opens. To An Lan's surprise, Wenji is actually standing in the elevator. The other party is closing his eyes, his whole body twitching weirdly. Oh? This guy is starting to activate his gift again? Looking at Wenji, his lips are trembling as if murmuring something like freedom, freedom. An Lan immediately shuts the elevator door and chooses to take the stairs to the warehouse. Right now, he is still not a match for Wenji. If he waits until Wenji wakes up, and without Yang Jinjin present, the other party activates, summon spirit, it would be easy for him to take his rationality drug. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. In the sticky corridor, going down all the way, although An Lan cannot see the Yi value on his headband, just as he reaches the entrance of the Yi warehouse, seeing blood flowing from the iron door, the Yi warehouse is transformed into the words, morgue. An Lan understands. His value has dropped again to -15. Creak. He pushes open the big door of the morgue. This time An Lan does not avoid the blood scab on the ground and walks straight over it, looking behind him. Crack. As the sound of the ground blood scab cracking sounds, the familiar thumping sound of thud thud thud, An Lan pulls out the rationality drug from his pocket, his gaze fixed on the stairs. Thud. 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 A weird corpse with its head hanging upside down, bouncing out of the corridor, appears right in front of him. Ha 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 ha. The corpse with the cracked head stares intensely at An Lan. When its mouth opens, An Lan's eyes hurt terribly, and thick, bloody liquid drips down from his eyes. Gulch. Gulch. An Lan does not hesitate at all and directly drinks the rationality drug from the bottle. Buzz. In an instant, everything in front of him begins to twist rapidly. The blood scab on the ground fades away, revealing cold, tiled paving. The big door of the morgue slowly transforms into the double doors of the Yi warehouse, and the surrounding darkness turns into the bright white of fluorescent lights. Thud. As the bouncing corpse disappears, the scene in the morgue instantly transforms into rows of shelves stacked, appearing like a normal warehouse. Chapter 26: The Secret in the Warehouse. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The old incandescent light shines hotly, standing in the full shelves of the Yi warehouse. An Lan had a kind of surreal feeling of being in a different world. After hesitating for a moment, he began to wander between the shelves. Wooden. An Lan's gaze was fixed on the shelf labeled 018. On the bottom layer of the shelf, something was wrapped in a thick coarse cloth, emitting a foul smell. An Lan glanced at the coarse cloth, as if realizing something, his face darkened as he slowly dragged it out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The moment he pushed aside the carpet, a mass of thick black blood poured out from underneath. In the center of the carpet lay a boy's body, covered in wounds, with blue-purple skin and wide-open eyes. He seemed unable to close his eyes in death, his pupils gray and his eyeballs stretched to their limits. You? Is this the person who jumped off the building? Under normal pollution levels, are you just a pitiful corpse? With his left hand covering the boy's unblinking eyes, An Lan tried to close them. Slap. Suddenly, the dead corpse's left hand shot up, gripping An Lan's arm tightly. Damn. An Lan was startled, frantically shaking off the boy's arm. Clang. With that shake, a bronze wing-shaped metal flew from the boy's grasp, rolling across the ground for several circles before landing under a shelf. An Lan came back to his senses and looked at the now motionless corpse, seeming to understand something. You want to give that to me? Squatting down, An Lan searched for a while under the shelf and found the wing metal. The moment his fingers touched the metal, a new solemn prompt sounded in his ears. You have obtained the real reward, Wings of Freedom, half. Wings of Freedom, half, a unique product of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, cannot be taken out. Wearing this metal allows you to maintain your mental value at a fixed number. Note: eternal burning wings, take me away from the confines of my cage. Though the body is trapped, the will forever yearns for the light. This is the twisted product left by a boy who dared to fight. Wings of Freedom? Half? Listening intently to the solemn voice in his ears, An Lan examined the metal in his hand. The metal did indeed have the shape of a half wing. The bronze wing had a clear break, indicating that it was once a complete pair, but for some reason, it was now only half. Is this the real reward of the warehouse? Holding the wings of freedom in his hand, An Lan could distinctly feel his consciousness entering an excited state. He had a hunch that the value on his headband was still zero, not rising at all. Wait. If I have this, does that mean I can attempt to do some things against the daily routine of mental patients? This metal, perhaps, has more uses. Playing with the wings of freedom, An Lan put it in his pocket, bowed to the corpse under the carpet, and then quickly left the warehouse. Due to the effect of the wings of freedom, the warehouse remained just that. During An Lan's departure, even on the way back, he encountered no signs of distortion. At the same time, An Lan's first-person livestream began to recover, as comments flooded back. Help me cut a slice, Bingshi, wow. The livestream recovered. Did the host finish so fast? Under Huajiu Mountain, I heard there's a video here, so I came. Where's the video? High Mountain Rhododendron, where did the people above go? Did the host just obtain some kind of item? He seems to be the first to get an item in the S-level dungeon, right? Yeah. He's faster than you, Wenji. This guy can't really be getting privileges in the dungeon, right? I'm starting to understand why the officials chose him. Although his talent is a bit lacking, his speed in clearing dungeons isn't slow at all. This guy is a talent. The comments kept flowing, and Ho Yong and Lu Xian, who were guarding the live stream screen, both looked delighted. This kid, maybe really can get out. Ho Yong excitedly waved his fist, but as his gaze crossed over to An Lan's first-person perspective and then to Wenji's first-person perspective, his face suddenly stiffened inexplicably. The other party didn't know when they had already left the elevator and returned to the ward, glaring with a sinister look at the door of the room. Not right. Not right. An Lan wants to come out, and now he not only has to think about how to go to the third world, but he also needs to consider how to deal with Wenji. Wenji won't let him off easily, if at a crucial moment, Wenji activates Request Soul. Ho Yong's heart suddenly began to worry for An Lan. Ho Yong knew very well that now An Lan had more hope of leaving the horror dungeon than Wenji. But precisely because of this, Wenji would make it even harder for An Lan. It's truly ironic. Before, everyone hoped An Lan would die, not to disturb Wenji's quest. Now, the situation has flipped. Ho Yong began to hope something would happen to Wenji. TSK. You've been observing for so long. Aren't you worried about An Lan? Beside him, Lu Xian suddenly teased, a smile at the corner of her mouth, seeming not at all worried that An Lan would get in trouble. What do you mean? You figure it out yourself. During this time when An Lan was blacked out, did he really do anything? When he reappeared, he had already gotten the item. I have reason to suspect he completely seduced that head nurse. Do you think someone who dares to contact the Eerie would be afraid of Wenji? Or rather, do you think An Lan wouldn't think that Wenji would use Request Soul on him? Just wait and see. I have a hunch that An Lan will also scheme against Wenji. It's not that moment yet. E-level talent, can it scheme against S-level talent? Staring blankly at the live stream, Ho Yong said nothing, unable to believe it. Qingshan Mental Hospital Ward. When An Lan returned, as soon as his foot stepped into the ward, his body felt as heavy as if filled with lead. The moment he looked at Wenji lying in the ward, he felt dizzy. Request Soul. Wenji had activated his ability on him. An Lan. To have survived until now with E-level talent, you've done quite well. However, I still stand by my words, low-level talent users are always the touchstone for high-level talent users. Did you think I didn't know what you were up to in the elevator? In Request Soul state, my body is given to the soul of that inverted corpse, but my soul can see you. I know the past of that inverted soul. I guess, you went to the morgue via the stairs, right? Looking at the values on your headband, you should have gone to the warehouse and used the rationality pill, right? Alright, if I don't let you use it, you must use it? Don't you know? Your things are mine? Since that's the case, what did you find in the warehouse? Tell me. As the other party's gaze landed on him, An Lan felt his consciousness slipping away from his body. His body swayed uncontrollably, and his soul began to slowly fly out of his body, clearly about to completely lose control. An Lan's mouth inexplicably curled into a smile. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the ward. Wearing a white nurse's uniform, Yang Jinjin walked into the ward with a cold expression. You, how can you? Tap tap tap. As that high, cold, and arrogant face appeared, Wenji's previously motionless body suddenly jerked. His request soul was interrupted, eyes wide open under the headband, staring unblinking at Yang Jinjin. You, how can you be here? Stiff on the bed, Wenji had lost all movement. He didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble that if he forcibly controlled An Lan, given Yang Jinjin's relationship with An Lan, would she do anything to his own body. TSK. I knew you would. Strolling back to the bed. He had thought of it long ago. With Wenji's character, once he returned to the ward, the other party would definitely not be able to resist attacking him. On the way back, An Lan called the nurse station to schedule an examination. Damn it! If you have the guts, rely on this femme fatale for a lifetime. Don't let me catch a chance, otherwise, with your kind of little fish roll, you. Stay quiet. Wenji originally wanted to say more harsh words, but the cold-faced Yang Jinjin suddenly frowned, and he quickly shrank his neck, lying down on the hospital bed without a word. What do you want to check? Yang Jinjin came to An Lan's bedside, and Lan smiled and patted the bed. I want to check my heart, why it jumps so wildly when I see you. You. Her ears instantly turned red. Yang Jinjin looked at An Lan with disdain, but he shamelessly continued to pat the bed, signaling her to sit. Although she showed disdain on her face, Yang Jinjin's body did not refuse. Her curvy hips sat directly on An Lan's lap, her body rigidly leaning against his embrace. Jinjin. Has anyone told you that you're quite strange? Strange, strangely good-looking. Ding. Yang Jinjin's affection +1. Current total affection, 76. Jinjin, do you know? I'm born in the year of the tiger, that guy lying down is a snake, and you are what? Born in the year of the rabbit. Not true. You belong to you and me. Corny love words came one after another, and Yang Jinjin kept raising her eyebrows, but the corners of her mouth inexplicably curled up, shivering a bit in An Lan's embrace. On the bed next door, Wenji listened to their words, feeling his scalp tingle. Alright. Are you really here for love? He endured it, secretly thinking that Yang Jinjin would have to return when the time came, right? Sure enough. Just when An Lan finished his sixth corny love line, Yang Jinjin shyly fidgeted her thigh, stood up from An Lan's embrace, and returned to her cold demeanor. Time's up, get some good rest. She turned to leave. Unexpectedly. Ding dong. An Lan pressed the nurse bell directly, looking at Yang Jinjin shamelessly. Nurse, I feel there's still something wrong with my body. You. I've got lovesickness, I can't eat if I don't see you. Ding. Yang Jinjin's affection +1. Current total affection, 77. Staring at An Lan for a while, this time Yang Jinjin did not sit back on him but silently gazed at An Lan. After a little while, when the visiting time was over, as Yang Jinjin was about to leave, An Lan pressed the nurse bell again. Nurse. This time I have a problem, without you here, I can't sleep. Thud. As soon as An Lan said this, Yang Jinjin hadn't reacted yet, and Wenji could no longer hold himself back. Enough. He stood up directly, glaring fiercely at An Lan before striding out of the ward. After he walked far away, Yang Jinjin stared at An Lan's quilt, hesitated, and sat beside An Lan, curling up and covering with the quilt. 666. This kid's moves are too awesome. Relying on the head nurse liking him, he's pulling this off? Amazing. This is the ultimate realm of eating soft rice. You dare to hit me? I'll call my wife to beat you up. Getting such an odd cooperation is also a skill. Do you believe that if anyone else pressed the nurse's bell like this, they would have been dead by now? Because of An Lan's actions, the bullet comments from the first-person perspective surged and jumped wildly. Tisk. I didn't expect to really see an E-class talent calculating an S-class talent. This An Lan really is a strange person. Staying in front of the live camera, Ho Yong couldn't help but mutter. Lu Xian smiled and lightly shook her waves. Perhaps, it's far more than just this simple calculation? A night without conversation. After An Lan pressed the nurse bell more than a dozen times, Yang Jinjin simply stayed and accompanied An Lan through the night. During this time, Wenji returned once but left with a face full of gloom. The next day. As dawn light shone faintly, Yang Jinjin left An Lan's embrace, around 7 in the morning. The familiar sound of a horn echoed again in the hospital. Notice. Notice. All patients please gather in the hall. All patients please gather in the hall. Due to your good behavior in the past 2 days, today starts the voluntary labor reward. Everyone can go to the nurse to receive a task, and completing the task will earn you a corresponding reward. Please do well, striving for an early discharge. The voice in the horn kept echoing. An Lan felt the warmth in his arms, sniffed the familiar smell of disinfectant, and walked out of the ward without hurry. Now with the wings of freedom, even if he acted against the behavior of a mental patient, he was not afraid of the pollution rising quickly. Tap tap tap. In the corridor, many patients ran quickly. An Lan quickly saw Wenji, who shot him a glare before running toward the hospital hall with the crowd. In the hall, many mental patients had already queued up in front of the weird nurse, receiving tasks one by one. Only in front of head nurse Yang Jinjin, not a single mental patient dared to step forward to queue. Tap tap tap. An Lan naturally walked up to Yang Jinjin. But what he didn't expect was that just as he stood in front of Yang Jinjin, Wenji also stepped up. Ignoring the cold gaze on his back, An Lan looked at Yang Jinjin, grinning shamelessly. Nurse, can you give me a simple task? You know, I've been sick a lot lately. Hearing this, Yang Jinjin's ears instantly turned red. A flash of angry shyness crossed her eyes as she coldly glanced at An Lan and Wenji before nodding. I have a task. You need to go to the security room at the entrance of Qingshan Mental Hospital, find the hospital's delivery, and bring the delivery back. As soon as she finished speaking, a solemn voice immediately rang in An Lan and Wenji's ears. Side quest, retrieve the delivery. Task description, successfully reach the security room at the entrance of Qingshan Mental Hospital and retrieve the delivery to hand over to the head nurse. Task reward, rational medicine *1. Real reward? Task details, it has been said that mental patients should never go to the security room, as it is the nearest place to the hospital's entrance. Among the mental patients also circulates a legend, the daytime sky can also flash in thunder. When thunder strikes, fools cannot find their way home. Chapter 28, Upside Down Thinking, Yang Jinjin's Layout, Part 1. Hiss. Looking at the introduction of this task, An Lan immediately frowned. What is this? Thunder during the day? Fools can't find their way home? It's all headless and tailless. He glanced back in confusion, and after noticing Wenji's equally puzzled eyes, An Lan understood, this guy was queuing for the same task. This guy. He must be thinking of using request soul to use me during the task, right? After all, during the task, Yang Jinjin won't be by my side. Hesitatingly looking at Yang Jinjin, An Lan hoped that the good feeling of 77 would allow Yang Jinjin to grant him a privilege and let him and Wenji be assigned different tasks. Nurse. I just got a condition where I can't be with men, But. Before he could finish his words, Yang Jinjin, with a cold face, stared at An Lan fiercely. Everything you did yesterday was already disgusting enough. I hope you don't make me feel disgusted again. The cold voice came, and An Lan's face froze. Behind him, Wenji saw this and immediately smirked, teasing, oh wow, are you two still having a temper? An Lan. I thought you could make your weird wife obey you unconditionally. It seems. You also have your moments of failure. The sarcastic voice rang out behind him, and An Lan ignored Wenji. After his dazed expression gradually became clear again, he seemed to hear the meaning behind Yang Jinjin's words. Hate that kind of behavior? Yesterday, Yang Jinjin did not reject it. So, what does this hate imply? Task, time limit 1 hour. Expired is invalid, aren't you setting off? A cold, urgent voice rang out. An Lan glanced at the blushing Yang Jinjin and said nothing more, stepping towards the hospital's main entrance on the first floor. Step, step, step. Qingshan Mental Hospital first floor is the basic payment and service floor. Outside the first floor is a huge playground, at the end of which is a security booth connected to the exit gate. The morning sunlight spilled over the vast lawn, and squinting to look far, in the security booth, an old man dressed as a security guard was sitting inside watching television, seemingly without any issues. After carefully stepping out of the floor, An Lan tried to begin moving across the lawn. Suddenly. Snap. Snap. The bright sky flickered with white light several times, as if light bulbs were covering the sky and flashing down to the earth. Ha! After this strange flash, An Lan was astonished to find he had actually appeared at the door of the floor. This. Staring blankly at the lush grass in the distance, An Lan dazedly pinched his cheek. Am I being teleported back? He seemed to disbelieve it, raising his foot to try to walk towards the lawn. No need to doubt. You are being teleported back. Suddenly, the voice of Wenji sounded behind him. Turning his head, this guy's eyes were dark, staring intently at the sky, his body slightly trembling. An Lan glanced at his headband and suddenly understood. The other party was still in the pollution value, -17, world, and in Wenji's eyes, perhaps the strange sounds of snap in the sky just now were thunder? Boom. Rumble. And from Wenji's perspective, at this moment, the sunny playground was already overcast with clouds. White, serpent-like lightning flashed above the playground, causing the ground to sizzle and smoke. Not only that. Wenji also noticed that after being teleported back into the playground with An Lan, the skin on his arm exposed from his hospital gown was pulsating, actually slowly splitting and growing a dark black lip. Hee hee. Hee hee, hee hee. The lips on his arm grinned, actually letting out a laugh towards himself. Damn. What kind of task is this? Wenji couldn't understand the principle behind it all, but when his gaze met An Lan's, he was shocked to discover An Lan's body had not grown a mouth at all. Why? What is the reason? Could it be because of the pollution value? He stared intently at An Lan, and An Lan was also watching Wenji, as the pollution value on the other's headband jumped from -17 to -19. Huh? Does teleporting once increase the pollution value? Am I not affected because of the freedom medal? Quietly thinking, An Lan looked at the still calm playground, and unexpectedly asked Wenji, "Hey. From your perspective, is this playground thundering?" "Huh? You have no right to question me." Wenji glared at An Lan coldly for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lost their luster, and his whole body thudded as he collapsed to the ground, as if he had instantly lost consciousness. And An Lan's brain once again fell into that inexplicable spinning dizziness. Damn! Is this trick coming again? With unsteady steps, An Lan had no support this time. He struggled with his limbs, and his eyes suddenly grew hazy. Oh? So this is the playground under normal perspective? After a while, An Lan's mouth slowly curled up, his vacant eyes looking into the void. There, An Lan's soul was being pushed outside of his body, angrily roaming around. Is this all you can do? Soul An Lan cursed, constantly crashing into An Lan's body, but could only pass through instantaneously. An Lan smiled, "Stop struggling. This is the power of S-class talent, please soul. I told you. That cunning nurse can't protect you forever. Inferior talent users will always be our testing stones as high-level talent users. Though I don't know why you're fine. But, now you are my puppet for trial and error." Tap tap tap. The stiff limbs moved, and An Lan walked towards the playground once again, even running fast towards the guard booth. But... crack! Crack! Under the flickering strange light, An Lan barely ran a dozen meters, but instantly returned to the door of the floor. Wow! It seems, after the light or the thunder, we always return to the starting point? Standing at the door of the floor, An Lan squinted at the sky, deep in thought. He rubbed his chin, pondering, while his soul body attempted to enter the true form of Wenji, but unfortunately, the S-level talent was too powerful. The unconscious body of Wenji would rebound the soul body with just a touch. If we return to the starting point after the light. The frequency of the light is so fast, it's impossible for a human to reach the guard booth within seconds. This task has a problem. Tap tap tap. The footsteps once again landed on the grass, and since it wasn't his own body, An Lan continued endless trials. He looked at his perfectly normal skin, his tone gradually turning teasing. Speaking of which, I haven't finished asking about the last issue. What the heck did you find in the warehouse? An Lan questioned himself. Suddenly, his pupils gradually turned gray, and his lips began to tremble involuntarily. At the same time, in An Lan's first-person live stream, 1,000 beautiful pines, it's over. It's really over. Wenji's ability is just too incomprehensible. All of An Lan's previous efforts will now be questioned. Once the other party knows about the medal, the item will definitely be taken by Wenji. Not a little brother, sigh. Soul request is still too buggy. In the end, as soon as Wenji catches a chance, all progress will be wasted. Wallflower, I said it. S-level talent users are indeed unsolvable. Should have supported Wenji from the start. After such a long detour, we still fell for Wenji. The bullet screens began to exhibit polarized arguments. Some complained about the official picking the wrong person from the start, while others helplessly acknowledged the overwhelming power of S-level talent. Under various bullet screens, not a single one held out hope for An Lan. In front of the livestream screen, Ho-Young's face was ashen. This is it. Once Wenji extracts all the secrets, he will definitely destroy An Lan. Did we really bet on the wrong horse? Bet on the wrong horse? No way. I really don't think Qingshan would let An Lan get into trouble. She could make these two perform tasks together. I always feel like this playground has more to say. Lucien squinted, still feeling, under the premise that Qingshan knew Wenji would take action against An Lan, it wouldn't be possible for her to send the two to perform tasks together. If she could make the two work together, this task would be very meaningful. Meaningful? What else could it mean? However, just as the multitude of bullet screens and Ho-Young's doubts arose, that vacant-eyed An Lan slowly uttered a phrase that even An Lan himself found shocking. That day, in the warehouse, I found nothing at all. Chapter 29, Upside Down Thinking, Qingshan's Scheme, Part 2. Ha? Ha? Asterisk N. The sentence that An Lan voluntarily spoke instantly stunned Wenji. Not only did Wenji freeze, but even the netizens behind the bullet screens, and An Lan himself were also dumbfounded. No way? This body. Is he lying? Why? Did Soul Request fail? Hearing this, An Lan was momentarily taken aback, as if in disbelief, and asked once more, did you really not find anything in the warehouse? Yes. The response was still dazed, blurry, and unfocused. An Lan felt helpless, letting out a long sigh. In the soul request state, the body cannot possibly deceive me. Could it be that An Lan really found nothing when he went to the warehouse? Wasted another bottle of rational liquid? Not believing it, stroking his chin, An Lan could doubt everything, but not his own talent. He looked bizarrely at the lawn in the distance and stepped forward again. Snap. Snap. Under the usual strange lighting sound, An Lan appeared once more at the floor entrance. What the heck? What's going on? Is An Lan lying to himself? No way. Has An Lan actually found a way to fight Call Soul? No. Why is An Lan still able to trick you, Wenji, while being unconscious? At the same time on the first-person live stream, the bullet comments had started to go wild. Everyone scratched their heads, unable to understand why An Lan, in the Call Soul state, could still tell a lie. What is going on? Ho Yong, confused and unable to figure it out, looked at Lu Xian beside him, who shrugged. I told you. This task is problematic. Keep watching, and you might get the answer soon. Snap. Snap. For the sixth time, An Lan attempted to walk toward the lawn. During this time, he tried closing his eyes to avoid the flash, wrapping himself in clothes to dodge the light, running quickly, or moving while dodging the flashpoints. But none worked. Every time, he barely walked a dozen meters before the snap sound sent him back to the floor entrance. Damn. Damn. How on earth can I reach the security pavilion? Why are you still at 0 pollution value after making so many mistakes? An Lan stomped angrily on the ground. Once again back at the floor entrance, An Lan looked at the bustling, first-floor lobby, biting his lip in frustration, suddenly smiling, this time not heading toward the lawn but walking straight to the lobby. You jerk. The soul An Lan watched An Lan's actions, teeth clenched tight. An Lan taunted, aren't you so great? Didn't you use pollution to find the laboratory last time? Well, this time I'll help you pollute. I want to see how far you can pollute by defying nurses' task orders. Patter, patter, patter. His legs dashed rapidly toward the lobby, and An Lan laughed loudly while running. Ha 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 ha. Trash, who do you think you are to survive to the end with me? You. But. In the midst of An Lan's wild laughter, a strange scene occurred. What should have been a bustling lobby suddenly sizzled and twisted into a green, glowing lawn. Running wildly, the distant security pavilion actually seemed to be getting closer? Ha! What is this situation? An Lan was dumbfounded. The strange snap sounds from above did not come, and the reset back to the floor entrance did not happen either. As the three big characters, security pavilion, drew near, this time An Lan really found himself at the door of the security pavilion. What the heck? What's going on? No way. Isn't you Wenji supposed to harm An Lan? How did he get to the task location? My brain is not working. What's happening now? The bullet comments in the first-person view were still trying to catch up. Even Ho Yong and Lu Xian, observing the situation, squinted in confusion at the livestream. The sky was clear, without a cloud in sight. An Lan stood blankly in front of the security pavilion, staring in astonishment at a white-bearded old man, who was smiling and walking toward him. Creak. The door of the security pavilion opened. The white-bearded old man looked An Lan up and down for a moment and asked, "Did you come to pick up a package?" A friendly voice came, and An Lan instinctively wanted to reply, yes. But, thinking that this would be completing the task for An Lan, he changed his tone. No. Oh. Not. Unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man's smile grew wider, waving his hand at An Lan. All right. Come on in. Ha? An Lan was stunned. Not? What's going on now? He was puzzled, and the bullet comments were likewise confused. Everyone was confused about the current situation. Only An Lan herself watched the scene, recalling what Yang Jinjin had said before, I hate it. At this moment, a quick shock of understanding hit her heart, and the corners of An Lan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I got it. I understand. It's a reversal. Reversed cognition of behavior and language. No wonder Yang Jinjin wanted me to carry out the mission with you, Wenji. She guessed that you Wenji would definitely torment me, but here everything is reversed. As long as you Wenji dares to harm me, everything he does will become my support. So she designed you Wenji in reverse? Suddenly, she admired Yang Jinjin immensely in her heart. An Lan understood. Previously, when Yang Jinjin said she hated her, that was a hint. Yesterday's warmth, Yang Jinjin must have liked it. Hate is really a reverse expression. And on the playground, no matter how you advance, you will end up back at the floor entrance. But when you Wenji wanted to harm An Lan, he walked toward the floor and came to the security booth. This is also reversed. The more you want to do something, the less you can accomplish it. The more you come in reverse, the more correct it is. For example, just now when Wenji wanted An Lan's main body to state the truth, the more he wanted to know the answer, the more the puppet An Lan would speak in reverse. Perhaps Yang Jinjin anticipated this, which is why she had the two of them carry out this task. The aim was to design Wenji, who wanted to harm An Lan. As long as the other party wants to target herself, in this reversed world, it would instead help her. Just now the security guard asked if I was here to collect a package. If I answered yes, it would probably lead to trouble right away. But ironically, when Wenji wanted to harm me, he said no, instead helping me. This task was designed well. Yang Jinjin, such clever scheming. The soul was lingering around the main body of An Lan, as An Lan watched herself enter the security booth, her expression gradually becoming playful. Maybe for this task, I don't need to do anything, Wenji will do everything for me. The more he wants to harm me, the more likely he will help me overcome all difficulties. Chapter 30, Why is this happening? Inside the security booth. In the cramped space, there was nothing but a desk, a small bed, and a wall-mounted TV. Under the desk, there was a heavy package sitting. An old man with a white beard moved his body, and with a grunt, he placed the package on the table, which made a clattering sound as if metal was colliding. After adjusting his security cap, he turned his head to look at An Lan again. I say, you are here to collect a package, right? No. An Lan seemed to be determined to torment An Lan, saying no again. As a result, the old man, whose expression was initially serious, immediately relaxed. I'll ask you 3 questions. As long as you answer them all correctly, you can take the package. Ha? An Lan was dumbfounded. Aren't we on the same page? I have already said twice that I am not here to collect a package. The more I said, the happier you seemed? The first question. Do you think our Qingshan mental hospital has problems? After asking this question, the old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring at An Lan like a hawk. An Lan pondered for a moment, thinking that speaking the truth might offend the security guard. Surely that wouldn't be a problem? Thus, An Lan thoughtlessly blurted out the words "has problems." With hopeful eyes, An Lan believed that the other party would surely erupt in anger or trigger some pollution value event. But, hearing this, the other party unexpectedly nodded in satisfaction. The second question. If the media comes to interview, what would you say? Are you kidding? I would say you abuse patients, with all that headband electric shocking nonsense. What confession, food abuse? The charges are too numerous to list. After another round of provocative remarks, An Lan looked hopefully at the old man again. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled up. The satisfied nod was given. Good. The last question. You tell me, right now the door to the psychiatric hospital is right in front of you, don't you want to just go out? Yes. I wish I could just run out right now. An Lan nodded vigorously, thinking that this time the old man with the flowered beard should really show some reaction. After all, he was the security guard of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, surely he would take action to teach him a lesson, right? But slap. Hearing this, the flower-bearded old man actually patted An Lan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction, directly handing the package to An Lan's chest. Not bad. It seems your treatment in the hospital has worked very well. Take it. This is a very important package. With a look of satisfaction staring at An Lan held the package and walked out of the security room with a face full of confusion. Ha! His mouth was wide open, as if he hadn't come back to his senses, standing dumbly in front of the security room. Jochi City, Nyo Dahua, frog fun? What's going on? Wenji has done so many bad things, and he actually passed the test? No modeling, no economic little cat, 666. What if the security guard is an undercover cop? He said that, and he didn't react at all? Super Tyrannosaurus warrior, I don't understand. If Wenji completes the task using An Lan's body, does that count as An Lan completing it, or Wenji? Upstairs is dumbfounded? With Wenji's character, he would definitely give the package to himself. Wrap it up. This task is definitely in Wenji's hands. What's going on? I said An Lan couldn't do it in the end, it still has to be Wenji. The barrage from An Lan's first perspective was going wild at the same time. What is going on now? Hasn't Wenji already completed the task? The situation is getting worse for An Lan. In front of the live broadcast screen, Ho Yang was confused, only Lu Xian shook her head. Something is not right. I feel like that Yang Jinjin must have planned something else. She hadn't finished her words. Tap, tap, tap. Exiting the security booth, An Lan suddenly looked towards the psychiatric hospital's exit, which was less than a few meters away from the security booth. Not good. He is going to. Ho Yang gasped. Damn. Wenji wouldn't be trying to escape, right? He's escaping for nothing. He's trying to kill An Lan. 666. He's still trying to self-destruct. Under thousands of gazes, An Lan's eyes became fiercer, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. I don't believe it. This time I will escape the psychiatric hospital directly. You won't trigger the death condition? An Lan. You are just a small character. Small characters should obediently be my scapegoat. You and your strange wife can no longer hinder me. With a fierce gaze towards the soul of An Lan's previously rampant smile suddenly saw the soul of An Lan sneering at him. You? What are you laughing at? You are dead for sure. You are definitely dead. Tap, tap, tap. Hurrying feet rushed towards the big iron gate of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Although the iron gate was closed, An Lan used a few kicks to climb through the gap of the iron gate and directly scaled the tall iron door. Throughout the whole process, the flower-bearded old man in the security booth just watched without any intention of stopping him. You are dead for sure. Scum! Scum! How dare you go against me? You! Cursing, An Lan jumped down from the iron gate and ran towards the distant mountain path shrouded in mist. The more he ran, the more twisted and malicious his expression became, reveling in his misfortune. But... Tap, tap, tap. Running, the misty mountain path in front of An Lan unexpectedly transformed into pristine white-tiled floors, and the dim sky morphed into a ceiling flickering with bright lights. In just a moment of daze, he appeared in the lobby on the first floor of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Tap, tap, tap. Straight ahead, Yang Jinjin was walking towards him in high heels, teasingly smiling at him. An Lan. You completed the task. Very good, I really did not misjudge you. That exquisitely cold and proud face approached. An Lan's pupils shrank fiercely. Why? Why? After everything, why did you still help him complete the task? You. Don't come any closer. Don't come closer. Instinctively resisting Yang Jinjin, An Lan wanted to step back a few more paces, suddenly feeling a twisted pain in his face. His eyes widened, and his brow furrowed tightly. Damn. Damn. The main body over there, damn it. After cursing bitterly, An Lan shot a hateful glance at Yang Jinjin. He saw, this female ghost was smiling mockingly at him. Damn. A sense of unease crept up within him, and An Lan's body trembled, suddenly closing his eyes and ready to collapse. Tap, tap, tap. Yang Jinjin hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping An Lan in her arms. After a moment, An Lan's eyes gradually became clear. With the departure of Wenji's soul, the soul of An Lan returned. He covered the back of his head, feeling a bit dizzy, and couldn't help but smile, enjoying Yang Jinjin's embrace. Jinjin, you are really amazing. Wenji was almost played around by you. Poof. What are you talking about? Where's the package? Facing An Lan's praise, Yang Jinjin still wore a cold expression. But in An Lan's ear, a system prompt clearly rang out, ding. Yang Jinjin's affection plus 10, current total affection, 87 points. Chapter 31 Affection, 87, Yang Jinjin's offering kiss. Here. The package is here. Handing over the package that had been hidden behind him to Yang Jinjin, she stared at the package without hurrying to sign for it, instead waving her hand at An Lan. Take the item and come with me. Okay. The two walked along the hall and arrived at the staircase. Climbing up the stairs, An Lan didn't know how many floors they had climbed when suddenly Yang Jinjin paused, snatched the package from his hands, and stuffed a cold bottle of reagent into An Lan's arms. In the darkness, An Lan could feel that Yang Jinjin was watching him. That gaze felt like scrutiny, yet also a heated stare. Hey. An Lan. How about, you stay? Huh? The sudden words caught An Lan off guard. Yes. If you stay, I can guarantee you won't get hurt. Furthermore, I'll find a way to make you a male ghost nurse, then we can. Jinjin, you? An Lan was dumbfounded. In the darkness, Yang Jinjin seemed to have become a different person, showing a side of herself that she had never revealed before. An Lan wasn't sure if it was because of the affection level of 87, or if Yang Jinjin had always been this way but had been suppressing herself before. You agree, right? You agree, please? Thump. Suddenly, he was knocked down by something soft, and An Lan stumbled back, leaning against the wall. He could feel Yang Jinjin's hands tightly hugging his waist, holding him very tightly. Her long, smooth legs tangled around his, twisting like a snake. Who? A wave of warm, humid breaths came, as Yang Jinjin's face lay against An Lan's chest, moving upwards, her hot breath finally covering An Lan's lips. In the darkness, An Lan could only feel the other's heated initiative. Bang, bang, bang. The buttons of the hospital gown were eagerly undone by soft little hands, and the nurse's cap fell to the ground. Promise me. Promise me. Stay. An Lan, you are different from those people. As long as you stay, I won't be lonely anymore. Stay, stay. Urgent kisses and crazed heat waves continuously struck An Lan's nerves. An Lan almost lost control. He exhaled slowly, gently pushing Yang Jinjin away. Jinjin, because I like you too, I can't lie to you. I will find a way to leave Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. You. His earlobe throbbed with pain, and Lan knew that Yang Jinjin had bitten him. He bit his lip and said earnestly, I will leave here, taking you, together. You, what did you say? You want to take me away? How could you? Didn't you say so? You didn't mistake the person. I will make it happen. Gently pushing Yang Jinjin aside, An Lan picked up the nurse's hat from the floor and put it back on Yang Jinjin's head. An Lan knew very well, if he hadn't controlled himself just now, and had done something with Yang Jinjin, without agreeing to her request, then he would most likely have started a bad ending. Strategies must be implemented step by step. Poof. Fool. Missed this opportunity, don't expect me to help you again. The cold voice rang out again from the darkness, and once An Lan fastened the buttons of the hospital gown, he realized Yang Jinjin had already stepped away, disappearing into the dark corridor. Hey! Shaking his head, An Lan tried to chase after Yang Jinjin. After climbing several flights of stairs, he still couldn't find her figure. He blinked and casually chose a staircase to exit, only to appear in the hallway of the second-floor wards. So, where exactly did Yang Jinjin deliver the package? At the same time. In An Lan's first-person live streaming room. The current scene is too private and is being shielded. When the live stream lit up with black screens again, the chat exploded. Leopard head zero charge, no way, man? Here we go again? How many kidneys do you have? Step back, I'm about to show off. Just a second ago, I was watching you Wenji help An Lan complete the task. How does it feel like in the next second? An Lan has handed in the task, and the couple is started again. The sword in the hands of a loving mother cuts through the child, I understand. This guy came to the dungeon, not for anything else, but to be a death knight. Pure addiction. Great, no need to say more. An Lan reminded me. The chat was vibrant and lively, full of confusion. Most understood that An Lan was back, but what exactly was the situation with the task just now? They still looked baffled. In front of the live stream screen, Ho Yong and Lu Shan looked at the black screen again, both wearing strange expressions. Cough cough cough. To avoid awkwardness, Ho Yong turned his gaze to Yu Wenji's first-person view. In the scene, Yu Wenji still stood at the stairway exit, scratching his face under the headgear repeatedly. Wriggle. Wriggle, wriggle. On his face, a thick mass of dark purple lips had grown at an unknown time, constantly opening and wriggling, trying to split more lips towards the back of his head. Lu Xian, do you understand what just happened? I roughly understand. All of this was a trap set by that nurse for An Lan. Oh? How do you mean? Headed Yang Jinjin obviously knew that Yu Wenji would go after An Lan. So, she specially prepared a unique task. In this task, everything is reversed. The closer you want to get to the security room, the more you can't reach it. Conversely, if you want to leave, you can get close to the security room. Yang Jinjin knew Yu Wenji had a summoning ability and would surely use it to turn An Lan into a puppet for experimentation. So, holding the mindset of wanting to kill An Lan, Yu Wenji would definitely go back and violate the task, right? This, perfectly played into Yang Jinjin's scheme. Going back means reaching the security room. As for the issue of security, everything is reversed here. You can only respond in the opposite way. If you are here to pick up the package, you can't say yes, you can only say no. Those three questions, too, must be answered in reverse. If they ask you if the hospital is good, and you insincerely say it is good, you will likely lose your life. In contrast, saying the hospital is bad is the correct answer. It is because of the peculiarity of this task that Yu Wenji, wanting to harm An Lan, the more he speaks in reverse trying to provoke the security guard, the more it will help him overcome difficulties. Hiss. This Yang Jinjin, is she really that clever in setting up schemes? Listening to Lu Xian's long analysis, Ho Yong's mouth dropped open, and for a long time, he couldn't regain his composure. For others, breaking into a dungeon is playing with one's life. For An Lan, this strange woman seems to be afraid of something happening to him, feeding him morsels like a baby bird. I didn't expect a strange woman to go this far for a man. Especially leaving the hospital actually means returning to the hospital. Yang Jinjin seemed to have calculated everything. Waiting for An Lan to return. This female ghost is a bit too terrifying. Lu Xian covered her arms, and the more she thought about it, the more goosebumps she had. If such a weird thing happened to her, would she have the brains to deal with it? But this is how it is, this female ghost has been helping An Lan all along. Ho Yong's words exposed Lu Xian's worries, her expression froze for a moment, then she squeezed out a complex smile, yes. An Lan's E-level talent may be scarier than we thought. That's not like good feelings, it's more like a succubus. Chapter 32, The Unlucky Worker, Wenji. Let's talk about both sides. On An Lan's side, she was still savoring the warmth in the stairwell, but Wenji was having a terrible time. Crawl. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Wenji could clearly feel a split in the skin at the back of his head. He wanted to make a sound, and it was then he shockingly discovered that dense black lips had also grown on his neck and throat. Hoo-hoo. Every time he wanted to say something, he couldn't help but exhale harshly. Damn. Who damn it? An Lan. Hoo-hoo-hoo and that female ghost. They are in cahoots. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Even if he still didn't understand the situation, now that Wenji had come to his senses, he could feel, it seemed he had been set up. What looked like him squeezing An Lan had actually helped someone complete a mission. What a damn working person, right? Crawl, 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 crawl. The feeling of skin splitting was gradually appearing on his forehead too. Wenji didn't know how high his pollution level was now, but he was very clear, if he didn't leave here soon, he might soon become a lips person. Back. Going back is to the security office. Going back. Without daring to hesitate, Wenji rushed frantically toward the floor. Boom, 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 boom. As he ran toward the floor, the thunder on the playground got louder and louder around him. Until the familiar security office appeared in front of him. Wenji's footsteps paused, and a familiar figure in a security uniform walked over. Wenji's face suddenly turned pale. Because, from Wenji's perspective now, the one standing in the security office was no longer that old man with the flowered beard. That was a golden figure, with skin all covered in golden powder. His skin exposed outside his clothes was golden, reflecting light under the lightning. The head beneath the security hat was a huge golden ingot. The ingot had no eyes or mouth, only 3 square holes for copper coins, all fixedly staring at Wenji. Are you here to pick up the package? A dull voice came. Wenji subconsciously took a step back, staring at the ingot person, swallowing his saliva. He remembered the earlier experience of possessing An Lan. It seemed that whatever he said, this person would smile cheerfully. Is he a good person? Or is he an undercover cop sent by the police? Helping patients escape? But why is he in the form of an ingot? Wenji couldn't figure it out. He did not have Yang Jinjin's reverse words reminder, and also with the being confused by the situation perspective, he hadn't thought in the reversed direction yet. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded, yes. Oh? Are you here to pick up the package? Are you here? Unexpectedly. When the ingot person heard the yes, blood began to flow out from the 3 square holes of the ingot's eyes, staring at Wenji. What do you want to do? You are here to pick up the package? Then why are you here with me? If I don't come here, where else can I go? Ha ha, you are here to pick up the package, ha ha ha. Glug glug glug. In the ingot person's square eyes, the blood flowed darker and darker, until finally, it even sprayed out large amounts. Damn. Thud. My legs, unable to control themselves, weakly gave in and kneeled down. Wenji directly fell in front of the Yuanbao man, but you are here to pick up the package. You are. The other party's stiff, strange laugh twisted closer to Wenji's face. Its head hung high, dark blood dripped along the edge of the Yuanbao, splashing down onto Wenji's face. Drip, drip. The stench, accompanied by eerie wails, rippled out from the blood. Mum. The mouths all over Wenji's body instantly opened wide, as if wanting to swallow the blood being spilled. Damn it. Damn it. Wenji panicked. This panic was complete. He didn't understand what these lips meant, but he knew that once his body full of mouth swallowed so much black blood, his pollution level would probably exceed a limit in an instant. Why? Why was that An Lan fine? Why was it me? Why was it me? Why? He still couldn't figure it out, frantically pulling out the rational liquid he had treasured from his chest. Gulp, gulp. Without any hesitation, Wenji poured the entire bottle of the potion down. Buzz. In an instant. Whether it was the thunder and lightning on the playground, the mouths growing all over his body, or even that Yuanbao man, they all twisted quickly before his eyes, turning into the normal perspective An Lan once had. However, the originally kind-eyed, flower-bearded old man still stared at him ominously. You are here to pick up the package? The other party squinted, hands reaching out towards Wenji's neck. Wenji hurriedly stepped back, recklessly running towards the gate of the mental hospital. Seeing Wenji running towards the gate, the flower-bearded old man's gaze instantly cleared, his tone relaxed. Wait. I will ask you 3 questions. Wenji, who was grasping the iron gate, froze, turning around to see the other party staring at him. Tell me, is it good to stay in the hospital? Good. Very good. He subconsciously wanted to please the old man. But. Zzzzz. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the flower-bearded old man pulled out an electric baton from behind and charged at Wenji. F***CK. Damn it. Why? Crash. No longer daring to linger, Wenji scrambled up the iron gate railing, flipped over the gates of the mental hospital, and rushed towards the mountain path outside. Huff huff huff. On the foggy mountain path, Wenji ran wildly. Although he didn't understand why this route could take him back to the hospital, to escape from this task, he didn't care to think too much. The scenery before him quickly retreated, and the surrounding lights began to glow with incandescent brightness. Thud thud thud. The familiar hospital lobby appeared, and the mental patients were numbly moving about. Wenji stared dumbfounded at everything. After a long moment of confusion, his panicked expression gradually turned into anger. Creak creak. His fist clenched tight, Wenji quickly walked towards the ward. An Lan. An Lan. You and that female ghost actually plotted against me. The only bottle of rational medicine. Just wasted like this. Meanwhile, in Wenji's first-person perspective live room, the bullet comments were mocking wildly. 666. Are the copy tasks treated differently? Why is An Lan fine no matter what, while Wenji goes in nice and polite and ends up getting beaten up? What's wrong? An Lan has a clear connection. I walk through copies with connections. What do you rely on? Chapter 33, Visiting Day, returns. Both discharged. In the ward. When Wenji angrily walked back to the ward, just as he wanted to question An Lan about something. Qingshan, do you know which 4 days exist in the world? Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? Then what's the last day? Didn't expect it, did you? It's every day that I think of you. You humph. Creak creak. On the narrow bed, Qingshan's ears turned red, and she awkwardly sat in An Lan's arms. The two of them squeezed together. The iron bed creaked with an unusual sound. Wenji watched the scene, his eyes twisted, his lips biting together in a grimace. He glared at An Lan with indignation, but didn't dare to say another word, directly lying down on his own bed. Oh. Isn't this our superior brother? Back already? Superior brother, did you complete the mission? Seeing the other person return, An Lan didn't plan to let him off, immediately pouring salt on his wounds. Wenji was filled with anger, just wanting to sit up and confront An Lan, but with Qingshan's cold gaze looking at him, his mouth trembled, and he begrudgingly lay down again, covering his ears with the blanket. 666. This is the first time I've seen Wenji look so defeated. Which instance has he not been proud before? Today he is actually being faced with such a strong output from a participant with E-level talent? Upstairs. An Lan is not just any E-level talent. He dares to become a Death Knight, can you? This is a hard person meeting a crazy person. In the live broadcast room, the comments began to stir due to this scene. An Lan held Qingshan, his gaze lingering on Wenji for a moment, then no longer paying attention. On the other person's headband, the pollution value had already reset to 0. This meant he had used his most precious rationality liquid. No wonder the word unpleasant was written all over his face. In that case, you are not far from death. Caressing Qingshan's silky arm, An Lan's eyes turned sinister. He always returned kindness for kindness. If someone bullied him once, he would repay them 100-fold. Previously, he had just arrived at the instance, without the chance or ability to resist these veterans. Now, An Lan already had a plan taking shape in his heart. Qingshan in his arms suddenly moved, as if she wanted to get up. The companionship time is over. Oh. But I have a disease where I can't sleep if I don't see Nurse Yang. An Lan wouldn't let Qingshan leave just like that, one hand wrapping around her slender waist like a willow branch, casually patting her bottom, and one hand pressed down on the nurse bell. Beep. Qingshan's affection level +1. Current affection level cumulative, 88. Perhaps the affection level was high enough, Qingshan didn't refuse this time. She directly pulled the blanket on the bed up, covering both of their bodies. She curled up in An Lan's embrace like a cat. An Lan stroked Qingshan's hair, gazing at the heart-shaped affection level above her head, feeling a bit curious. What if the affection level reaches 100? What will happen? A night without conversation. The 4th day at Qingshan Mental Hospital arrived. Rumble rumble. The thunder roared outside the window. Today was a rare thunderstorm day. When An Lan got up, Qingshan was already gone, and the hospital's loudspeaker broadcasted again, all patients. Please all patients. Immediately gather in the corridor. Pay attention to your appearance, pay attention to your emotions. The inspection is about to start. The inspection is about to start. Hearing the familiar broadcasting, An Lan narrowed his eyes and immediately got out of bed, walking towards the ward door. In the corridor, rows of mental patients were already standing in order, and Wenji was also standing in a corner, gloomily staring at An Lan. His headband's pollution value, which had been reset yesterday, had jumped to -18 after just one night. The pollution was intensifying. As time spent in Qingshan Mental Hospital grew longer, it seemed that the subsequent daily pollution would accelerate. An Lan observed Wenji's pollution value, while Wenji stared at An Lan's headband with a 0, his eyes bewildered. Tap, tap, tap. After a short while, the exquisite, creepy nurses began to appear around the corresponding mental patients one by one. A familiar smell of disinfectant appeared in front of An Lan. Today, Qingshan wore a deep pink nurse's coat. The coat covered her body tightly, reaching down to her knees, only revealing a pair of silky little calves, unexpectedly delicate and charming. Do you still want to go out? A small head rested against An Lan's chest. An Lan lightly hummed in response, and Qingshan pursed her lips, immediately freezing her face and falling silent. Today is still sick visiting day. In the distance, in the hallway, doctors dressed in white coats and wearing masks were leading parents, looking at the mentally ill patients standing in the corridor one by one. Look! Look! After our treatment, aren't the kids more sane? Aren't they more polite? He. Under the watchful eyes of the doctors and the strange nurses, the mentally ill patients once again let out foolish and numb laughter. Step, step, step. Suddenly, a familiar plump woman's face slowly squeezed into An Lan's view. Why, don't you smile? The questioning voice came, and An Lan forced a smile. Mom, I think I'm almost better. You can take me home. Oh? Really? Upon hearing this, the plump woman's brows raised, and then she gave an eerie smile, calling to the doctor beside her. Doctor. Did you hear that? My child wants to be discharged. The treatment has worked, of course, you can be discharged. You can just take your child and leave on the bus. Good. Come with me. The woman's iron-like hand immediately grabbed An Lan's shoulder. An Lan was thus pulled along by the woman, walking towards the exit of the corridor. Step, step, step. It is worth mentioning that this time, there were almost no patients resisting in the corridor. Wenji wore a cold face, looking around at the environment, hesitating. In the eyes of the polluters, whether it was the snake-headed scorpion-tailed doctor or the no-eye eyeball-mouth monster with twisted features, he had already been able to gradually adapt to after seeing them once. But this time, looking at those mentally ill patients, they were no longer human but had completely turned into vase people. Yes. Vase people. On a vase taller than a person, at the bottle cap position, there were distorted porcelain faces with numb expressions. The heads of those porcelain faces were spherical, as if a spherical lid were welded onto the top of the bottle, looking incredibly eerie and horrifying. Clang. Clang. They could not speak, merely shaking their bodies numbly, laughing numbly. Wenji watched the scene, his eyelids twitching wildly. It was only the 4th day, and the pollution was this severe. What about the 5th day and the 6th day? The longer he stayed in this instance, the worse the pollution would become. He had to find a way to escape this instance. As he thought about this, An Lan, being pulled by the plump-faced woman, passed by him. In Wenji's view, there was a monster without eyes on its face, with a huge mouth where its ears should be, and an eyeball spinning wildly in its mouth as it brushed past. Is he also going out? Did this guy receive some hint from the strange wife? Damn it! What exactly? Just as Wenji contemplated this, An Lan's mocking voice rang out, What's wrong? With the sole invitation, are you still afraid to be discharged? They told me that the bus can take us to another world. If you don't go this time, can you handle tomorrow's pollution? With the taunting words from the other side, Wenji stared at An Lan, immediately hardening his heart. That's right. With the sole invitation, An Lan was his toy. No matter what happened, it would always be him who went first. There was nothing to fear. Scum. Although I don't know why you're provoking me. But, this time you must die. The smile on his face gradually faded as a thin old man suddenly approached Wenji. The old man looked at him with his ear where his ear should be, opening a mouthful of yellow teeth and asking sharply, Why aren't you smiling? Why don't you smile? I also want to be discharged. Chapter 34, The Disappearance of An Lan. Wenji, dead. Oh. You want to be discharged too? You want to be discharged? Upon hearing Wenji say this, the yellow-toothed mouth twitched with excitement. The monster grabbed Wenji's arm and walked quickly towards the exit of the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled. At the entrance of Qingshan Mental Hospital, a bus had unknowingly stopped at some point. Twisting under the electric snake, rain poured down on the bus as a group of people quickly boarded it, and the bus drove away from Qingshan Mental Hospital, heading into the misty mountain road. Inside the lobby on the first floor, the doctors and nurses who were watching the bus leave all had cold, indifferent expressions. Fools. No one has ever left Qingshan Mental Hospital. The more they want to leave, the worse their condition is. These patients need to be treated directly by the professors. SSSSS. The bus traveled through the mist between the mountains, and the passengers inside remained silent. An Lan was squeezed by a fat woman, sitting in a seat by the window. He stared at the mist outside the window, silently tightening the medal of freedom in his hands. Behind him, Wenji's eyes were fixed on An Lan, his gaze cold. If anything happens, I will summon your soul first. You are my test puppet. An Lan. This time, no one can protect you. There's no escape. SSSSS. As the bus drove, at the end of the mist, at the foot of the mountain, a familiar giant building appeared before them, Qingshan Mental Hospital. Boom. White lightning twisted, illuminating the earth in pure white. The mental hospital sign hanging on the iron gate flickered with red light, creating an eerie atmosphere. At the entrance of the hospital stood a hunched figure, letting the rain wash over him, his eyes staring intensely at the arriving bus. One hand holding a custom headband, the other gripping an electric baton, his Mediterranean long hair drenched and hanging over his face. He lowered his head, standing at the entrance of the hospital, his glasses covered by mist, eyes venomous and sharp. So long? Still some with severe conditions. Muttering to himself, Professor Yang raised his hand to signal the bus to stop. SSSSS. The bus came to a halt at the hospital entrance. Wenji stared in shock, his eyes wide. What? How did it end up at the hospital? Who is this guy? An Lan. An Lan. Summon his soul. A strong sense of unease surged within him, and Wenji instinctively prepared to possess An Lan. But just for a moment of distraction. When he looked back at the seat in front of him, the fat-faced strange woman was still there, but An Lan, who had been leaning against the window, was now gone? How is that possible? He froze in disbelief. At the same time, in his first-person live broadcast room. This instance is intense, it's over. Wenji is going to make An Lan go again. Go, peek An Lan. Wait. No. Where's An Lan? Dongbei Rain brother, when did An Lan disappear? I feel like this time, An Lan set up Wenji. So cool. Bro. Jochi Nyo Dehua, from An Lan's live broadcast room. He's fine, now he's sitting on the bus, and there's nothing around him. It's like he entered a new world alone. Damn. Is it the effect of the item An Lan got before? Yes. That thing can lock in the pollution value. An Lan's pollution value is stuck at 0, so even if the bus takes him to a new world, he can't see things with high pollution. No wonder he suddenly challenged Wenji, it's a counterattack. 666. Without An Lan, what can Wenji do now? The bullet comments were in a frenzy. Click. At the same time, the bus door opened. SSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Professor Yang, drenched in rain, held an electric baton crackling with arcs as he walked onto the bus. Ladies and gentlemen. I've told you, spoiling children is the fuse that leads to their failure. The more they want to leave, the more rebellious they are. This is not good. Ladies and gentlemen. They still need treatment. More thorough, more brutal treatment. Boom. As his words fell, a thunderclap exploded on the bus roof. The strange people inside the bus immediately pressed down on the flower vase people, whose bodies instantly cracked open with visible fractures. Amidst the twisted porcelain faces, large amounts of fresh blood spewed from the cracks of the vase. Puff puff puff. Inside the bus, a cloud of blood mist instantly filled the air. No. Wenji looked at this scene and instinctively tried to get up and escape. Ha! In that instant, the weird old man sitting next to him opened his mouth where his ear was, revealing a big yellowed grin. His hands, like iron claws, pressed down on Wenji's shoulders, pinning him back into his seat. On the bus window, his terrified face was reflected. Under the headband, his face looked only a few years old, his body gradually shrinking, and the headband flickered with the terrifying red light of -50. You need to receive treatment. A chilling voice came, and in front of Wenji, Professor Yang took out a switch device. Click. At the moment the button was pressed, a wave of electrical buzzing surged in Wenji's ears. Zzzzzzz. Scorching white mist spread within the headband. Wenji's eyes widened as he desperately looked at Professor Yang. No, I can't die. Someone like me. How could this? No. Please, soul. Please, soul. I'm not having a good time. An Lan. You trash, don't think you'll have it easy either. His smoke-emitting head twitched continuously, and hot blood trickled from the headband. Wenji's gaze became vacant as he stared at Professor Yang. Suddenly, Professor Yang's figure twisted and transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing straight toward Wenji's face, disappearing. After a moment, Wenji's body, now charred and weak, inexplicably began to swell, blood-red blisters of scum, failure, and worthless erupted all over him. His patient gown twisted, turning into a white coat. Clang! Wenji's headband fell off, and his originally beautiful long hair turned into ashes, leaving only a bald Mediterranean head. When Wenji opened his eyes again, a pair of glasses had somehow appeared on his nose, and his mouth slowly curled into a grin. He. He. If you invite me to possess you, this body will belong to me. Please, soul? How interesting, it turns out, this is the so-called world of subcopies. ZZZZZZZZZ. Just as Wenji twisted into Professor Yang, his first-person live streaming room instantly filled with flickering snowflakes. This subcopy participant has died. Due to this participant's ability, the participant's body has been overtaken by the subcopy character. As a few announcements appeared in the live room, the bullet comments suddenly went silent. After a long while, a few comments finally popped up. What the hell? Are you saying that before dying, Wenji summoned the boss on himself? 666. Not only harmed others, but in the end, turned himself into the boss? No. If Professor Yang took over Wenji and learned about subcopies, wouldn't he also want to leave the subcopy? If he escapes, wouldn't it create another demon in reality? What the hell? What AI awakening? Panicked comments kept coming. In front of the live camera, Ho Yom also helplessly looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, what do you think? If that Professor Yang really came out of the subcopy, what would happen? Not good. If An Lan dies, his entire hospital will descend into reality. Now, it's just that Professor Yang has gained self-awareness, he would probably want to stop An Lan from successfully leaving. As long as An Lan dies, he and the hospital will descend. TSK. An Lan, you might be in trouble. Chapter 35 The Truth Behind the Fall. The real, Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Boom. Boom. The white electric python still danced between heaven and earth, and the bus was parked in front of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The difference was, An Lan was now sitting inside the bus, completely alone. Looking at the quiet interior of the bus, An Lan slightly raised his chin, revealing a smug smile. As expected. Although the bus can forcibly bring people to the highly polluted world. Because my pollution value is always 0, even if I reach at -50 polluted world, I still can't see those existences. The bus window reflected An Lan's face. On the cold headband, 0 continued to blink. From the moment the bus arrived at the mental hospital, beside An Lan, those weird people, base people, and even Wenji, began to vanish one after another. In an instant, they were all pulled into another world. And An Lan seemed to be rejected by that world, caught in a strange overlapping space. Slowly getting up, An Lan walked off the bus. Rumble. In the flicker of white lightning, the red-lit sign of Qingshan Mental Hospital shone like a hellish sign, eerie and unnerving. So, I should be in a neutral world after being rejected by the third world? As long as I remove the medal of freedom, I will instantly be merged into the third world. However, I still have a rationality potion as a safety net. Tap tap tap. Narrowing his eyes, An Lan walked straight towards Qingshan Mental Hospital. Inside the hospital, the outer walls of the building dragged traces of blood scabs. In one place on the floor, a human-shaped blood print was dried. Upon entering the first floor of the hospital, the walls of the hall were covered with kick marks, bloodstains, broken teeth, and tattered pieces of patient clothing scattered on the floor, giving the whole space a desolate and abandoned feeling. So, the higher the pollution, the more I can see the real Qingshan Mental Hospital? Walking to the elevator entrance, An Lan pressed the button, only to find that the elevator display was already dim and broken. On the metal door, there were a few blood handprints left behind. Not minding them, An Lan turned and walked towards the stairwell. Tap tap tap. The floor of this corridor indeed resembled the scene when the upside-down corpse had appeared. The ground was covered with large patches of congealed blood, making a crunch 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 sound as An Lan arrived at the door of the warehouse. Creak. Pushing open the big door of the warehouse, inside were neatly arranged shelves, thick with dust. On the shelf labeled 018, besides some bloodstains on the bottom shelf, nothing was found for the time being. Yang Jinjin told me. To take it step by step, so, the priority is to get the real rewards from the warehouse. Since I can't see anything now, what about the warehouse in the third world? Gently wrapping the medal of freedom at his chest with his clothes, the moment the fabric blocked contact between the metal and his skin. Buzz. A strong ringing in his ears hit him. The old, dust-laden space twisted in a spiral, the previously dim space gradually appeared warm yellow light, the sound of drip 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 liquid splashing slowly emerged in his ears. Ha! As An Lan squinted to look around, his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, the tail of the rope was tied in a loop with a boy's body hanging inside, the body cold and emaciated. It swayed back and forth under the light like a puppet. Drip! Drip! His eyes were wide open, and his body had many bruises and purples, looking like he had fallen. But what was fatal to him wasn't this, but the cut on his neck, where blood was constantly flowing out, staining the rope a dark red. The dripping blood fell along the rope onto the ground, blackening the bottom of the 018 shelf. The lifeless eyes on the rope were gazing at An Lan. After a moment of shock, An Lan slowly held the boy's legs and took him down from the rope. Thud! The eerily light body was placed on the ground, and An Lan gently closed the boy's eyes once more. Clatter! This time, the boy's tightly clenched left hand opened, revealing a wrinkled newspaper and a wing-shaped medal. An Lan bowed to the body again. I'm sorry. Immediately, he took away the newspaper and the medal from the boy's hand. He did not continue to examine the medal. An Lan opened the wrinkled newspaper, a small piece of information cut from it, boldly written, about the 50th anniversary of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital's establishment. On this small piece of paper, there was a line of distorted handwriting. 8 o'clock, jumping from a building, attracting attention, truth, everyone's chance to leave. These few short words made An Lan's heart race rapidly. So under the hypocritical promotion, you are a delusional mental patient who thinks you can fly. But in the real cage, what you really want is to sacrifice yourself and expose this hospital, right? The journalist interview. I understand now. I understand why the playground shone. Why everything there was turned upside down. So, it was like this. Everything you did, unfortunately, in the end, turned black and white upside down. With a heavy heart, An Lan bowed once more to the corpse. You are actually already free, your soul, they cannot confine. Connecting the newly acquired medal with the freedom medal wrapped in his clothes, the two pairs of wings merged together, and amid a faint golden light, An Lan heard a prompt sound in his ear. You have obtained the complete freedom medal. Freedom medal, a special item for this instance, cannot be taken out of this instance. Ability, a medal that can freely control mental values. Usage condition, only for free people, you cannot use it currently. Description, a person who yearns for freedom and resists oppression. At the moment of deciding to resist, their spirit has already achieved freedom. Regardless of whether they succeed or not in the end, their soul is already free. The freedom medal in his hand flickered with fluorescence. An Lan gazed at it, his expression odd. A free person? Why am I not one yet? Shaking his heavy head, An Lan tucked the freedom medal away, his expression thoughtful. On the headband, the value flashed at this moment, -52. After a moment of hesitation, An Lan walked out of the warehouse. Because of this entry into the third world, the once old and broken elevator now came back to life. An Lan arrived at the elevator door and pressed the elevator button. Ding dong. When the elevator door opened, An Lan stepped inside and pressed the button for third floor. If gradual progression. Next, what he must obtain is the real reward from the laboratory. Chapter 36, The truth that is seen is what is obtained. Ding dong. As the elevator opened on third floor, An Lan's eyes brightened once more. In the normal world, the pitch-black, burnt, abandoned corridor, now in the deeply polluted world, appeared as a clean and tidy long corridor. In the narrow corridor, countless patient room doors were open, bright light shining into the corridor, sparkling brilliantly. After hesitating for a moment, An Lan stepped out of the elevator. However, the moment he stepped out of the elevator, a blank face suddenly appeared right in front of him. He. That face was clearly younger and more handsome than An Lan, but those pupils revealed dullness. His nostrils uncontrollably leaked mucus, and his mouth was askew, drooling. Beneath the oversized patient gown, large patches of dark, dry skin were exposed on his chest. He. The other person seemed to have lost the ability to speak, only continuously laughing, staring at An Lan. You. When he looked closer, this person had been sitting at the elevator door all this time, motionless. An Lan wanted to approach him. Unexpectedly, a flash of fear suddenly flickered in the person's eyes. Tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he instantly covered his head and retreated in panic, emitting a yeah shriek. Like a monkey, he crouched on the ground, flailing his limbs. Seeing the other person's appearance, An Lan's brows furrowed deeply. What are you shouting about? If you keep making noise, I'll increase your dose tonight. A sharp reprimand suddenly came from A doctor holding an electric baton, with a dark face, walked out of the ward. With just that shout, the person immediately curled up on the ground, not daring to move. Even the lower part of their body began to lose control, unable to hold back the urine. Damn! This idiot! Always running when there's nothing wrong. What are you running for? Your parents don't care about you anymore. Do you think if you stand by the elevator, they'll take you back? I'll tell you, the more you resist, the more the professor can say your problem is serious, and the treatment will become harsher. Go back. Stay put. ZZZZZT. The electric baton in the doctor's hand sparked, seemingly not considering the patient as a person at all. While scanning the person, the doctor's eyes suddenly stopped on An Lan. With a hawk-like gaze, the doctor looked at An Lan, his eyes cold. Huh? Why have I never seen you before? Tap tap tap. The rapid footsteps approached, and An Lan looked at the doctor's face, clenching his fists. Although their eyes were level, he inexplicably felt the other person gradually growing taller, and his own viewpoint slowly becoming lower. An invisible pressure approached, and An Lan's body involuntarily trembled. What's going on? He clearly isn't a monster. Why is he also? Instinctively lowering his head, An Lan's pupils froze. He suddenly noticed that his feet had become much smaller, and his height and body size had shrunk too. This is... Kid. I'm asking you a question. ZZZZZT. The doctor swung the electric baton, about to strike An Lan's face. His thoughts raced, and it seemed like An Lan had thought of something. His mouth instantly stretched open, his eyes became vacant, and he let out a hee dumb laugh. Hee. The silly laugh echoed in the corridor, and the doctor's previously fierce expression suddenly softened. Damn. Turns out you're also an idiot. Probably new here. That's fine. The more people they send, the more I can get a new car. Everyone, stay put. All of you, go into the room and stay there. The doctor put away the electric baton and impatiently stomped his foot. The person lying on the ground immediately hugged his head and walked toward a room. An Lan silently followed behind him, and once they entered a room, his worldview was once again shattered. Inside the less than 30 square meter diagnostic room, most of the children were dull-eyed, drooling. Some were tied by ropes around their necks, like dogs, tethered in front of the table. They had lost control of their actions and would wet themselves if they squatted down. The more An Lan looked at this scene, the darker his face became. Electrotherapy. History has shown that a small amount of electrotherapy can indeed alleviate the symptoms of neurological diseases. But high-intensity electrotherapy targeting mental illness will definitely damage the body's control nerves. What's more, if An Lan wasn't wrong, there were no mental illnesses in this psychiatric hospital at all. They weren't saving rebellious souls, they were torturing. ZZZZZT. In the small diagnostic room, the doctor raised the electric baton high, adopting the posture of a judge. Next, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer. If any one of you answers wrong, you all will undergo treatment. Come on. Tell me, you scum, do you know what's wrong? Why, yes. Still addicted to video games? No. We won't. Still disobeying your parents? Still talking back to your teachers? No. After every question, the patients in the room gave terrified, mechanical, pathological answers. The doctor nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. So, wouldn't it be better if you all just behaved like good kids? A bunch of useless things deserve to be beaten. He spat, staring at the gradually quiet room, then walked out of the ward disinterestedly. I'm going out for a bit. If even one person is missing when I come back, all of you will get treatment. Tap 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 tap. After the footsteps faded, the children in the ward all silently began to cry. It was a silent cry, they didn't even dare to make sobbing sounds. An Lan looked at the patients with scorched skin and clenched his fists in anger. On his arm, he noticed for some unknown reason, blood-red bubbles of scum and trash had already appeared. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the initial hint when he arrived at this instance: what you see is what you get, what you see is not what you get. At that time, he didn't understand the meaning of these words. Now, reflecting on it carefully. What you see is what you get. How ironic. No matter if you did anything wrong or if you are a bad kid, as long as the hospital thinks you are, then you are. If the doctor says you are scum, the corresponding scum label will appear. If the nurse wants you to repent, you must repent. He was not unaware of how to write the words repentance. But in that twisted memory, Professor Yang believed you were trash, so you would be a fool who couldn't even write repentance. So, cognition gets distorted, and you even forget how to write repentance. What you see is what you get means that whatever the hospital says you are, you will be. No wonder. No wonder no one can escape here. In the third space, under the other's cognition, you become what you are. You have no chance to fight back against them. What you see is what you get is like this. Then, what does what you see is not what you get refer to? Clutching the only remaining bottle of rational potion, An Lan bit his lip and turned his head to the room full of patients, although I don't know what will happen to you later. But, don't worry. I will uncover everything here. The wings of freedom will be spread by me. He crouched by the door for a while. Confirming that the corridor outside was empty, An Lan ran down the hallway. This time, at the end of the corridor, there was no longer the abandoned, sealed door of the laboratory, but a double door with a warning light saying no entry lit up. Above the double door, under the three big characters laboratory, the three small characters in progress were displayed. Chapter 37 The Reenactor of History. Yang Xinjian's case. At the same time. Inside An Lan's first-person live broadcast room. What can you do about me, damn? Did you see that? An Lan's pollution value on his head is -72. What will happen if this pollution value reaches -100? Cold wind blowing in the valley, what's the panic upstairs? An Lan still has a rational drug. He's pushing his rational value to the limit. Director of Psychiatry, that doctor just said scum, and a scum appeared on An Lan's body. What is this? Is it magic? Not just that. Didn't you notice? Under that doctor's gaze, An Lan's body even shrunk. This third space is interesting. Does it hide some rules? What rules? Haven't you figured it out yet? 3 worlds correspond to 3 state perspectives. The normal world is the daily hospital routine, the polluted world is the delusions of the mentally ill, and the third world is the behind-the-scenes operations in Qingshan Mental Hospital. What? So, where's the way out? At this moment, only An Lan's live broadcast room was still lit, and the bullet comments surged continuously. In front of the live broadcast screen, Ho Yong paced back and forth, restless. Lu Xian, what do you think? How do we get out of this place? And, how can An Lan possibly act under someone else's cognition? This. Living in the cognitive world of others? I can't help but feel, this instance seems a bit surreal. What do you mean? Not sure, but I always feel like An Lan seems to have some clues. Lu Xian stared intently at An Lan's first-person view, her eyes flickering. The next moment. Bang! An Lan stood at the door of the laboratory and without saying a word, kicked the door open. What? Is he crazy? Boom. After the closed door of the laboratory was kicked open, a group of doctors and nurses at the iron office desk all lifted their heads, coldly staring at the door. In front of their desks, there were not any prepared medications or case plans, but rather one opened PS computer interface after another, busy creating fictional cases for patients. Seeing An Lan standing at the door, a doctor snorted coldly, "What's wrong? Tired of living? You came here on your own? Itching to get treatment?" He showed no hesitation at all that everything he was doing was being discovered by An Lan. In his eyes, An Lan was just a fool after electric therapy. An Lan's face darkened, without speaking, after scanning the crowd, his gaze finally settled on a clumsy, panicked intern doctor. Next to this intern stood a nurse, who had been staring at him. He. Self-proclaimed saviors, doctors and nurses, are just blood-sucking demons. Faking medical records is illegal. Aren't you afraid that one day your own children will be treated like this? A clear voice echoed in the laboratory, and in an instant, everyone's gaze turned to An Lan. TSK. So there's a thorn after treatment. Humph, the scum. Waste. How dare you slander us? If we don't educate you now, you'll become a pest in society sooner or later. Pest. One doctor immediately stood up, staring directly at An Lan. On An Lan's body, words pest bulged out densely. After these words expanded, striped movements appeared under An Lan's skin, as if there were really bugs inside him. -73. -74. -75. The pollution value was still rising. Silly child. We are doing this for your own good. If we don't fake medical records, you'll still be taken back to become addicted to games, confront your parents, and disrupt classes? So, this is your sanctuary. One nurse grinned, and An Lan could see through the reflection from the metal counter that his body was shrinking. 20 years old. 15 years old. 8 years old. Until he completely turned into a little radish head less than 1 meter tall, but An Lan still did not leave. A person's good or bad is not for you to define. His future is not something you can casually stain. Rebellion needs correction, not your kind of destruction and torment. The childish voice echoed in the laboratory. This time. Clap. Clap. As if provoked, All the medical staff's eyes viciously turned to An Lan. -80. -81. -82. Poof, poof, poof. An Lan's body was already covered with pus-filled sores, his childish face bursting with blood blisters, oozing blood. The corners of his shattered mouth grinned widely, still mocking the medical staff. Damn! He's still mocking them. An Lan is still holding them back. He has already held them back for a minute. An Lan has gone crazy. What does he want? Is he wasting these pollution values? Damn it! You brat! Who let you out? ZZ. Just under the eyes of all the medical staff, and the confusion of thousands of online viewers, the doctor from the ward appeared, raising an electrified electric baton, swinging it toward the back of An Lan's head. Boom! But the next moment, An Lan wiped his eyes from the festering sores and grinned while looking at the intern doctor in the laboratory who was unguarded. He suddenly placed a document with a surgical blade into the printer. Woo! 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 After the printer's mournful wailing, a puff of white smoke burst out. Ha! Under the gaze of the intern doctor, the printer suddenly erupted in flames. Then, with a loud bang, a large burst of flames exploded inside the printer. Tung tung tung. Since the place was filled with copies, the soaring flames quickly spread and ignited. The entire laboratory immediately turned into a sea of fire, with thick black smoke filling the air. Damn! 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 You waste! You worthless! In just a moment, you've caused trouble again? Run! Run fast! Under the scorching flames, the medical staff who had been focused on An Lan came back to their senses, and without hesitation, rushed out of the laboratory. Even the doctor who wanted to shock An Lan stepped back in fear. Tung tung tung. The fire grew larger and larger, and An Lan watched the medical staff retreat as he stepped toward the laboratory. He knew. Since the warehouse in the normal world. In the third world, it can be confirmed. So, what about the laboratory? Of course, it can too. The clumsy fool has always been there, it just needed a spark. An Lan unexpectedly became the catalyst for the disaster of that year. Hiss. So, is it because of my appearance that the clumsy fool was born? Leading to the tragedy on the third floor? No, no, no. This event has already happened. I am not the promoter of history, I am merely a repeater. In the midst of the flames, An Lan calmly flipped through the burning file bag. Help! Help! That clumsy fool was still trying to put out the fire, but the more he hurried, the more he spilled his whole pot of disinfectant after picking it up, unknowingly pouring a whole pot of disinfectant alcohol. Boom! Suddenly, the already boiling flames exploded again, surging towards the laboratory. The clean floor was once again burned black. The clumsy fool was engulfed in flames. An Lan glanced at him and discovered that he secretly hid a case file in his white coat. Ha! With his eyes fixed on the clumsy fool, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, helplessly kicking his legs. An Lan quickly took out the case file from his white coat. Suddenly, a new notification sound rang in his ears. You have discovered a new key item. The true rewards of the laboratory have been triggered. Yang Jinjin's case file, one of the core items in the copy, cannot be taken out of this copy. Chapter 38, The True Rewards of the Security Booth, The Pressure on the Professor. Oh. This is... As he opened the case file in his hand, An Lan retreated from the laboratory, keeping a close eye on the clumsy fool, fearing that he might make another blunder before he could escape. Tung tung tung. The flames had already begun to consume the corridor, and An Lan slowly looked at Yang Jinjin's case file when he reached the stairwell. Patient, Yang Jinjin. Symptoms: social anxiety, abnormal emotional expression, excessive dreaming, communication barrier, depression, psychological disorder, early-stage mental illness. Treatment recommendations: when early social issues arise, parents should provide supportive therapy. Due to family factors, Professor Yang advocated allowing Yang Jinjin to overcome them independently, which did not yield good results. Under years of pressure, Yang Jinjin has developed severe neurological disorders such as sleepwalking and mental illness. The hospital observed that they could use the patient's dreams as a breakthrough to understand their inner thoughts and provide targeted treatment. Excessive dreaming: dreams are divided into shallow and deep layers. After excessive mental distortion, patients become immersed in dreams. Jinjin. Looking at Yang Jinjin's case file, An Lan's expression was complex. Because of the goddess strategy system, he unexpectedly saw Yang Jinjin's past. Under such depression and pressure, Yang Jinjin indeed could not function normally. Perhaps I understand what's going on now. Jinjin, I will keep my promise and take you away from here. Rolling the case file and putting it in his pocket, An Lan descended the stairs until he reached the first-floor lobby. The lobby, which should have been a medical staff station, was already evacuated by the crowd due to the explosion on the third floor. An Lan walked out towards the outside world, and suddenly, the outside world began to shimmer and blur. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 50th anniversary celebration of our hospital. Qingshan Mental Hospital, as the most famous mental treatment hospital in the city, its reputation has spread far and wide. I am very happy to have won the favor of the citizens. On this occasion, our hospital. On the vast playground, a large wooden platform was built. On the platform, a bald, bespectacled doctor was excitedly looking at the reporters below, continuously giving his speech. Snap. Snap. The flashing lights continued. Boom. Just as everyone gathered in front of the platform, listening to Professor Yang's speech, a person fell rapidly from the top of the hospital's resident building, crashing down to the ground and suddenly bursting into a large spray of blood. Ah! Someone died. Someone jumped off a building. Quick! Quick, take a picture. The crowd instantly erupted as countless reporters raised their cameras. Rushed towards the corpse one after another. The corpse was not dead completely, but slowly raised its blood-covered face, looking at the countless cameras. The treatment here is forced. Woo. After just one sentence, the corpse couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, completely collapsing to the ground. A group of reporters looked at each other, their expressions strange. A few curious ones were just about to say something. Suddenly, Professor Yang walked over with a grim face, signaling a few doctors to carry away the corpse, managing to squeeze out a serious and sad expression. Everyone. I really didn't expect this. This patient has relapsed. You may not know, this patient has always fantasized that he can fly, often trying to fly from the rooftop. We healthcare workers have tried to stop him multiple times, but he misunderstood us as bad people forcing and framing him. Sigh. We have worked so hard. I never expected that a tragedy would still happen. But, Professor Yang, I remember this kid seemed to have come in due to internet addiction, right? A reporter stood up, looking at Professor Yang with a strange expression. Professor Yang's face darkened immediately. Everyone. Internet addiction itself is a malignant mental illness. And mental illness is a very complex disease. I hope everyone will not report on this already pitiful patient. As a hush money, I will pay out of my own pocket. Each reporter can go to the front desk to take 10,000. I just hope you won't report on this already pitiful child, let him keep some good reputation. Wow. Professor Yang is such a good person. Professor Yang, don't worry, we absolutely respect mental patients. Yes. We won't report it. At the exit of the floor, a crowd gathered tightly. An Lan walked out slowly and glanced around, having anticipated the reason for all this, moving through the crowd with cold eyes. Bang. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, and the reporter who had doubted Professor Yang looked at An Lan solemnly. Hello, this patient. I want to ask you a question. The treatment here. The other person's absolutely serious voice came, and An Lan smiled bitterly. He understood the rules and logic of the playground and could guess the history here. So, he smiled and spoke. Here, the healthcare is friendly, treatment is healthy. Everyone likes it here, so much that they don't want to leave. Oh? Really? Really? More real than gold. Well, okay. The reporter shook his head helplessly, surrounded by blinking lights, while An Lan quickly walked toward the security room, with a solemn expression. Now he truly became a participant in history. In the mission, the inverted playground world requires lies to be spoken, and in the real world, he wishes to remain inconspicuous, yet can only continue to invert black and white, telling lies. Inside the security room, the security guard curiously stretched his head, looking towards the commotion on the playground. Seeing An Lan walking towards him, he became nervous. Hey! What is a patient like you doing here? Nurse, came to let me pick up a package. Is that so? Yes. Here to pick up the package. Emphasizing that he was there to pick up a package, the security guard finally nodded. But he did not hurry to go inside. Instead, he pointed towards the hospital's main entrance. I ask you, you are only a few meters away from leaving here, don't you want to go out and take a look? I don't want to. The healthcare here is good, there are many talented people, and their words are so pleasant. I don't want to leave here at all. Okay. Come in. After confirming An Lan's status repeatedly, the security guard waved him in and skillfully pulled out a cardboard box from under the table, handing it to An Lan. An Lan took the box, his gaze suspiciously surveying the security booth, then pointed towards the direction of the healthcare building. Sir, do you know they are giving out money over there? Giving out money? What is this about giving out money? Upon hearing about the money, the security guard's eyes lit up. An Lan looked at him strangely. He just wanted to test whether money had a tempting effect on this security guard. Unexpectedly, it hit right on the mark. Someone jumped off the building over there. Professor Yang is offering hush money, 10,000 for each person. What? 10,000 each. The security guard's eyes widened instantly, anxiously looking towards the playground. But seeing An Lan still here, he hesitated again. You should leave quickly. Hurry. Hey. Just go collect your money, I'll wait for you to come back. Why are you waiting for me to come back? It's simple. My mom will come in a few days and will bring some daily necessities, probably leaving them with you. Don't worry, I'll give you the trouble fee then. Oh? Hearing the word fee, the security guard raised his eyebrows again. But he still anxiously looked at An Lan. No. What if I leave and you run out the main door? He. Where would I run to? Don't you remember? The parents all trust Professor Yang. Even if I run home, wouldn't I just be sent back? I'm not stupid. If I get sent back, the level of treatment would be different. Oh ho! You kid. Hurry and go. If you are late, there will be no money left. An Lan calmly waved his hand, and seeing this, the security guard dared not delay any longer, rushing towards the medical building in a flurry. After he left, An Lan shook the delivery box and made the sound of metal clanging again. His eyes narrowed, already thinking of something. Then, An Lan searched around in the security booth and finally found a card under the pillow on the bed. Suddenly, a solemn sound echoed in his ears. You have discovered the true reward of the security booth, the key to the principal's office. Key to the principal's office, it can unlock the magnetic card of the principal's office. Sometimes, security needs to personally deliver packages to the principal's office. Note, this is the key to the abyss, and also the key to liberation. The principal's office? Holding the magnetic card, An Lan stroked its surface, just about to take a closer look. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from outside. Put that thing down. Who? Turning his head, he saw a doctor in a white coat, bloodied, with a receding hairline and glasses, standing outside the security booth with a grim face. Blood trickled down his neck, his left hand held a stun stick sparking with electric arcs, and his right hand clutched a device, glaring fiercely at An Lan. An Lan glanced at him and couldn't help but feel his right eyelid twitching. You? Professor Yang? He. I really didn't expect anyone could find this place along the road. You are clearly a third-rate character, yet you managed to survive here relying on my daughter's affection. Waste. Scum. Without my daughter, you are nothing. A cold voice came from Professor Yang's mouth. An Lan's body began to swell with pus, exploding with pop sounds. Wriggle. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. Words like scum, waste, bastard bloomed on his already cracked skin, and An Lan's face rotted like that of a toad. 89. 92. 95. The pollution limit was nearing, and An Lan stared at Professor Yang, his face surprisingly calm. Do you really think your education is right? You set up the best for Qingshan? Nonsense. I am her father, everything I do is for her good. What do you know? I don't know anything, but I know she isn't living well, is she? Huh, scum. Who are you to talk to me about this? Click. The switch device in his hand was about to be pressed, and An Lan coldly gazed at Professor Yang. You are the one living in self-deception, scum. You have no right to discuss others' futures. Zzz. A terrifying sound of electricity filled his ears, and An Lan took out the bottle of rational liquid from his pocket, quickly gulping it down. Gurgle, gurgle. Damn, waste. Beast. Under Professor Yang's disgusted gaze, An Lan's body began to twist, and everything around him rapidly faded away. Chapter 39, Disappearance of Qingshan, Distorted Hospital, the location of the principal's office? Buzz. 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 99. 54. 15. 0. As the rational medicine was taken, the pollution level on the headband rapidly decreased. An Lan waited for the scene before him to twist and restore. He slowly unwrapped the wings of freedom, stabilizing the pollution value back to 0. What are you doing here? In the instant of returning to the normal world, An Lan still stood in the security booth. However, the bearded old man also appeared in the room, looking at him in astonishment. Oh. It's activity time, come take a stroll. An Lan shrugged carelessly, and the bearded old man glared at him. Stroll? You came to my place? Hey. Why are you panicking? I'm going back right now. Under the gaze of the bearded old man, An Lan walked toward the hospital gate, skillfully climbing over the iron gate, heading toward the misty mountain path. Before long, he returned to the first-floor hall. It was still normal activity time, the medical staff and patients were busy with their own matters. An Lan returned to the ward, rubbing the Qingshan case and director's room key in his pocket, lost in thought. He pressed the nurse bell several times. But, without exception, there was no response every time. Hey! Where is Qingshan? He waved to a mysterious nurse in the hallway and asked, "Where is your head nurse?" "Oh. Sister Qingshan had something to do, she went home." Home? Dazed and confused, An Lan didn't believe that young Qingshan had gone home. After returning from the new third world, something must have happened to make young Qingshan disappear? Or had she hidden away? Now, I should find out where the director's room is and get the headgear, right? In that blurry memory, I didn't have the headgear during the electric therapy. After the therapy ended, I wore the headgear. So, it should be the headgear that Professor Yang put on me. But where is the director's room? Is it inside the third world? If it's there, facing Professor Yang, it's almost impossible to get in, right? Touching the headgear device on his head, An Lan guessed that the so-called free person referred to not only the act of rebellion but also an existence without restraints. The wings of freedom and the key to the director's room had a certain connection. As for the Qingshan case, An Lan rubbed the complete wings of freedom, his expression flickering. Nightfall. This was An Lan's 4th day in the Qingshan Mental Hospital. The 5th day was creeping in just before dawn. Cluck cluck cluck. Cluck cluck cluck. An Lan was startled awake by a series of strange noises. Opening his eyes, An Lan was taken aback. The ceiling above was cracking, spiderweb-like cracks bursting open in circles. Beneath the shattered ceiling cracks, strange scenes flickered. That was the landscape of the third world. Professor Yang was leaning against that crack, staring at him with wide eyes. Damn! The two worlds are merging? His heart raced uncontrollably. An Lan knew very well what this meant. Once the third world merged over, even if he had the wings of freedom, he would be instantly blown up by electric therapy, or chased down by the medical staff from that side. Damn it! Damn it! It turns out this subscript, the further it goes, it's not just an increase in pollution levels, it's making it impossible to avoid. He. He. You scum, you failures from outside. I told you. You can't leave here. Without my daughter, you are nothing. Nothing. Cluck cluck cluck. The giant snake head moved and slithered. Its body was a huge scorpion, as big as a human, countless limbs struck the ground, shaking its scorpion tail, stabbing into the patient's back. Poo poo poo. The scorpion tail secreted venom, and the patient's whimpering suddenly diminished, as he was shaken by the scorpion tail, sent into the light gap. Buzz. Just for a moment in the light gap, the patient turned into a silly appearance, lying on the ground, laughing foolishly with hee. Damn! Not just the third world, but the polluted world is also starting to merge. These three worlds are going crazy. Dang dang dang. Without even giving An Lan a moment to think, the snake scorpion doctor twisted its limbs, and with a whoosh, the scorpion tail lunged at An Lan. What the hell? An Lan immediately retreated, avoiding the opening in the wall, and ran wildly down the corridor. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. In the midnight, the corridor kept cracking, and more light gaps appeared. The snake scorpion doctor kept rushing out of the ward, shaking its scorpion tail, chasing An Lan in swarms. This scene was visually shocking, almost like a landslide chasing for lives. Northeast Rain Brother, what the hell? Are they not even acting today? Directly merging the three worlds? This is way too much. Wild Boar Peppa, no wonder it's an S-level instance. On the 5th day, it must take your life. Who can escape this? Talking to you, is your ear dragon? Why do I feel like something was triggered to accelerate the merging of the three worlds? In the first-person live broadcast room, the comments were flooding in crazily. No one expected the world to collapse and merge like this. It's over. An Lan can't fall too, right? Notice. Notify everyone, prepare for the sudden appearance of the hospital, all residents stand by. Be ready to evacuate the area at any time. Ho Yong stood in front of the live broadcast screen, his face pale as a ghost. Lu Xian frowned, still unable to figure out how to clear this instance. An Lan, can he really get out? Who? In the long corridor, An Lan ran like never before. He could see that he could escape the corridor and reach the hall. Scum! Zits easy. From the light gap in the corner ahead, Professor Yang suddenly stuck out half of his body, swinging an electric baton, aiming for An Lan's face. Ziz! The dancing arc burned the air, about to strike An Lan's abdomen. Thud. 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 No one expected. From deep in the corridor, a mass of blood surged swiftly, staining the hall red. That hanging body bounced towards the ground with its head, colliding with Professor Yang, with a thud. Ziz. The electric arc burned the abdomen of the hanging body, its blood scabs falling off with a pop sound, yet it kept colliding with Professor Yang. You scum! You trash! Professor Yang was forced back into the light gap, relentlessly cursing. With each of his insults, the surface of the hanging body erupted with countless blood blisters, its body visibly decaying and rotting. But he still chose to block the light gap. You. Thud thud thud. Strong and powerful impacts came, the hanging body's bluish lips twisted, suddenly looking at An Lan. For me, for us, escape from here. I understand. Tap tap tap. Quickly crossing through that light gap, An Lan passed through the hall, neither running toward the playground outside nor toward other floors, but dove into the dark stairwell. What the hell? Isn't he running? Shouldn't he run towards the hospital gate? 666. Running to the stairwell at this time? An Lan doesn't intend to ask the head nurse for help, right? The comments in the live broadcast room were filled with confusion. The moment An Lan dashed into the stairwell, he immediately wrapped the wings of freedom, picked up the magnetic card for the director's office, and ran up the stairs madly. Tap tap tap. Heavy footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and An Lan touched the wall, faintly hearing Yang Jinjin's soft cry. No. No. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to. The struggling voices echoed before, as the dark stairwell climbed layer after layer. Finally, at the end of yet another staircase, a door appeared unexpectedly, standing abruptly against a wall. Director's office, 3 large characters were clearly written on the door. Sure enough. It's here. Chapter 40 Wings of Freedom. The final trial, life? Ding. Without saying a word, An Lan swiped the magnetic card against the door, and with a whoosh, the door opened to reveal a dark and cramped space inside. An interrogation desk, a tiger chair full of shackles, and a dim little lamp. Besides that, there was nothing else. Instead of calling it the director's office, it was more like an electrotherapy room or interrogation room. This place was exactly the same as the electrotherapy scene in his hazy memory. An Lan's face darkened as he silently stepped inside the room. He scanned the environment and walked to the desk, pulling open the drawer. Inside lay a green magnetic card. Helmet electrotherapy, switch magnetic card. The big words on the magnetic card made An Lan's eyes light up. Right. Everything fits. An Lan did not rush into the stairwell randomly. The last time he was close with Yang Jinjin, it was in the stairwell. At that time, Yang Jinjin took away An Lan's package, disappearing into the stairwell with it. An Lan was still curious about where Yang Jinjin had gone. Looking back now, the package was something the security needed to deliver to the director, and if it shook, it would make a clanging sound. Just by guessing, one could think that the package must contain the electrotherapy headband. The headband was personally put on by Professor Yang. So, when Yang Jinjin took the headband, she must have gone to the director's office. In fact, this was the last hint Yang Jinjin left for An Lan. Bringing him to the stairwell was not just for intimacy but to hint him the director's office was within the stairwell. Only by climbing the stairs with the key item, the magnetic card, could one find here. Jinjin. You've worked hard. I will take you out. Lifting the magnetic card, An Lan swiped it against the pollution value on the headband. Ding. With a mechanical feedback sound, the headband clicked and popped open, and for the first time, An Lan appeared fully within the instance. Buzz buzz buzz. And at that moment, in the dark corner of the room, a twisted crack of light flickered, swelling quickly. The entire space quaked and trembled. Professor Yang appeared with a cold face, shaking the dried blood scabs from his hand, his eyes icy as he stepped out from the crack of light. Well. Very well. If you can find this place, it means Jinjin really likes you. Kid, since you made Jinjin so infatuated, you should stay here forever. You damn outsider trash, stay here to accompany Jinjin. Zzzzzzz. The electric baton in his hand shimmered with arcs of electricity, swinging towards An Lan's head. An Lan's face turned cold, not retreating or avoiding. Do you think Jinjin likes me? No, she likes a personality that dares to face resistance. This world is not what you say it is. A life dictated and constrained is not a life. The director's office began to collapse quickly, breaking apart like black dust. At the same time, the electric baton in Professor Yang's hand also vanished. What? What have you done? What have you done? Professor Yang looked panic-stricken at his surroundings. After the house had shattered into dust, darkness invaded the area. After a short while, in the world of blackness, a faint light appeared. An Lan and Professor Yang's bodies began to shrink simultaneously, and they found themselves standing at the back of a row of chairs. Little children. Today we're going to learn the bunny dance, the bunny dance. A twisted, hoarse voice came from the front, and a huge, smiling black creature was looking at the two. Although it wasn't very tall, An Lan and Professor Yang's shrinking bodies made the creature appear increasingly imposing. The black creature was entirely black, with only its eyes and mouth being white. When it smiled at the two, there was a strange, eerie feeling. Bunny dance. Bunny dance. Surrounding this creature, a group of small, black creatures were also laughing. As they turned to look in their direction, their twisted smiling faces showed that large patches of black were creeping up An Lan and Professor Yang from their feet. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. The blackness engulfed the two, as if trying to dye them into the same black creature. An Lan felt a sudden chill and stiffness all over. He tried to move his legs but found they seemed no longer his own, and could only rely on his hands to lift and move them. Bunny dance. Bunny dance. And the constant gaze from the front, the laughter echoing in his ears, made the corners of An Lan's mouth uncontrollably rise, as if he was forced to laugh. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. The more he showed a facade of happiness, the faster the blackness spread over An Lan's legs, having already reached his waist. Damn it! Damn it! Where is this place? Outsider! What have you done? You! Ha 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 ha, bunny dance! Bunny dance! After cursing a few times, Professor Yang lost control of his emotions, mimicking those black shadows and laughing out loud as darkness crept up to his neck. Bunny dance! Bunny dance! The light in the space gradually shrank, and the huge creature in front led a small group of creatures, getting closer to An Lan and Professor Yang. They hopped and skipped as if they were real rabbits. But An Lan narrowed his eyes, watching this scene, seeming to gain an understanding. Narcolepsy is divided into shallow dreams and deep dreams. These dreams will deform and twist based on a person's experiences. What we see is not what we get, referring to what we have always seen is fake. We are all in Yang Jinjin's dream. Qingshan Mental Hospital is the deep dream, while now is the shallow dream. Is this Jinjin's childhood? An Lan remembered. In the Goddess Strategy System, the favorability CG had played the shadows of Yang Jinjin's childhood before. At first, she had communication barriers. Perhaps the lively and lovable kindergarten back then, in her eyes, looked just like this now. She didn't like this, she was scared. Professor Yang completely ignored her feelings, making her bear everything. And now, An Lan and Professor Yang were experiencing her past. Bunny dance. Bunny dance. The gathered creatures gradually fused together, merging blackness with their bodies to form a huge hill. On the moving black water hill, a smiling, twisted face was constantly staring at the two. Bunny dance. Like a magic sound ringing in their ears. The corners of An Lan and Professor Yang's mouths opened simultaneously, their faces quickly darkening to black, even their thoughts stiffening. Damn it! Damn it! Kid! What the hell are you talking about? What childhood of Jinjin? Where exactly is this place? You! Ha 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 ha! Professor Yang cursed, but this time his mouth was wide open, laughing uncontrollably. An Lan tried hard to control his mouth, looking at the huge hill. After hesitating for a moment, he actually lifted his legs with both hands, drilling toward that massive dark hill. Puff, puff, puff. Looking at the cold, dark hill, as I passed through it, it turned out to be warm, filled with the cheerful laughter of children. Thud. As I emerged from the hill, the scene in front of An Lan changed once again. This time, it was a gray classroom, with the blackboard writing, "Countdown to the college entrance exam, 14 days. Chapter 41, but I only hope you can be happy. Is this Yang Jinjin's second painful twist point? Staring at the gray and white in the classroom, An Lan felt inexplicably irritable and suppressed, his whole body overwhelmed with a desire to vomit. The dizziness from motion sickness, accompanied by a tinnitus in his ears, caused everything in front of An Lan to blur. This is a sign of too much pressure. Kid. You can't run away. You. Suddenly, young professor's voice echoed from behind. Upon merely turning around, An Lan inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation in his body. But what followed was a stiffness that made his face feel papery. Slap. Slap. Just a simple shake of his head made the paper on his face continuously flap and turn, giving An Lan a splitting headache. This is a high school classroom? Wait a minute. Class 603, is this really a true memory? Young professor scanned the grayness of the classroom, his expression unusual. Ding-a-ling, ding. Suddenly, When the class bell rang, both of their ears were suddenly filled with terrifying tinnitus. Buzz. The intense tinnitus made people's hearts race, unable to resist the urge to escape from here. An Lan instinctively wanted to step back, because stepping back would make his body feel at ease, but it would also bear the burden of some purification. But this time, what An Lan didn't expect was that young professor, covering his head, suddenly surged forward swiftly, rushing toward the gray blackboard, and with a buzz he plunged into the board, disappearing without a trace. In true memories, even if it was this painful, she was still ignored by Professor Yang, ordered to complete her high school studies? Holding his head, An Lan gritted his teeth and charged towards the blackboard. Buzz. The scenery in front of him changed again. This time it was a cold blue four-person dormitory space. On 3 beds, 3 girls with long disheveled hair hanging in front of their faces were coldly staring at An Lan and Professor Yang. University. This was the university stage of young Qingshan's painful memory. Professor Yang squinted as he scanned the dormitory space, and surprisingly saw that his daughter Yang Qingshan's bed was piled high with garbage and shoes. His expression darkened, and looking at the 3 long-haired girls, they all turned their heads to look at him. Slap slap. The next moment, blood began to seep from Professor Yang's eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Hoo. Breathing became heated. His head felt heavy from blood loss, but Professor Yang gritted his teeth, still walking quickly toward the end of the dormitory. He kept muttering, "This all must be experienced." As the daughter of the director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, how can she withstand this? How will she inherit the hospital in the future? Qingshan. You are my daughter, I believe in you, you can all get through this. Slap slap. As he stepped heavily, Professor Yang gradually climbed toward the dormitory rooftop window under the gaze of the 3 female roommates, and with a buzz, he disappeared again. An Lan watched that stubborn back, his face cold. He glanced at the 3 female roommates in the dormitory, disdainfully snorted, "Are you bullying in the dorm? Once you enter society, I hope you also taste workplace bullying." Cough. Covering his bleeding mouth and nose, An Lan rushed to the rooftop, looking at the suspended window and sneering, "Turns out, for you at the time, this was a way out?" Buzz. After disappearing through the window again. Boom. This time, the lightning flashed, and the white python slithered, illuminating the world, revealing the familiar Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital before his eyes. This place. Is this truly the last painful memory point? The ending here is. An Lan stood in front of the familiar door of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Professor Yang squinted at everything in front of him. Why does this hospital that the young family takes pride in make Qingshan feel scared? Why? Clatter. Amidst the words, the sky rained down a dense shower of paper. Yes. It's not rain, it's paper flying everywhere with the wind. On these papers were written various phrases. Look at other people's children. Others can do it, why can't you? How old are you? Can't you be a little more sensible? Can't you handle something like this? You are my child, you can't disgrace the family. It will be fine in the future. Can you inherit the hospital like this? Notes filled with pressure fell from the sky. Under the cold light of the hospital, the air was suffused with a sense of despair. An Lan squinted, let out a long sigh of helplessness. What a sad new-style education. You. What do you understand? I'm doing this for her good. She is my daughter. Don't I know how to teach her? She will inherit Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. She is destined to be different. These are things she must go through. Isn't Qingshan just fine now as the head nurse? In the future, she will be the director. The path I planned for her will not be wrong. It won't be wrong. You outsider trash, just watch. This is Qingshan's last memory. Through here, I will reach the other shore, I will leave here and appear in your human world. My education is right. Right. Clatter. Professor Yang seemed to understand something and quickly ran towards the end of the hospital. However, this time, after he rushed into the hospital, he didn't see the so-called exit. Instead, he saw a row of opposing faces, full of bandaged, creepy nurses, vicious doctors, and distorted monsters. They all twisted their heads, looking at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you are here. Professor Yang. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Yang, you always treat others' illnesses, don't you think you have an illness too? You. What do you want? Professor Yang instinctively took a step back, as all the monsters in the hospital stared at him, closing in. But. Clatter. After retreating just 3 steps, electric sparks erupted all over Professor Yang's body, and his skin began to scorch black. Ah! The scream echoed in the hall. Professor Yang paused, but then suddenly a group of long white bandages fell from the sky. He was immediately wrapped up by the bandages, lifted into the air. With a thud, the vicious doctor pierced his tail through Professor Yang's chest. His body swayed in the air, his eyes behind the bandages widened in disbelief. Why, didn't Qingshan accept her current life? Isn't she doing well? Why? Boom! A white lightning exploded in the hospital dome, and Professor Yang, the sub-boss of this narrative, died in the narrative. At the entrance of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, An Lan looked at the sky full of paper. This time he chose not to move forward, but to step back, looking at the suffocating hospital. Clatter, clatter. Clatter, clatter. With every step back, electric sparks shot out from his whole body. The burning pain of electric shocks made An Lan's body bent over. With a thud he collapsed to the ground. But he still did not stop his retreating steps, crawling backward like a maggot. Zizzing. Even blackened at the end, he continued to retreat. Until... buzzing. The hospital before him became blurry. An Lan lay in a dark space, and a familiar figure appeared before him. Dressed in a deep pink nurse uniform, Yang Qingshan looked tiredly at An Lan. Why didn't you choose to move forward? Isn't life meant to always move forward? Just a little relaxation, and you'll be labeled as someone who doesn't strive. Shouldn't people face difficulties head-on? Even if the body is unwell, even if there's mental illness, even if... Enough! Suddenly, An Lan slowly got up, looking earnestly at Yang Qingshan. You know, I like you, not because of what great achievements you have, or how much you've grown. I just hope you can be happy. Even if this life is unimaginably ordinary, even if this life is full of mediocrity. I still hope you can walk on, healthy, happy, and worry-free. Avoiding is not shameful, because it gives you the happiness that is real happiness. Life is not just a defined path, how you want to live depends on you. Slowly reaching out his palm towards Yang Qingshan, An Lan looked at her, and that frost-like cold face trembled uncontrollably at that moment, hot tears falling from her eyelids. She looked at An Lan, rushed over in 2 steps, and hugged his chest tightly. Thank you. An Lan, thank you. Ding. Yang Qingshan affection level plus 13. Current affection level, 100. The goddess Yang Qingshan has been successfully conquered. You can now open your sweet little room with her. Chapter 42. Taking Yang Qingshan out of the instance? This. Hugged by Yang Qingshan, An Lan felt a little at a loss. At this moment, above her head, a floating heart was beating, showing the value of 100. An Lan was just about to try clicking the peaceful little room feature. Suddenly, the darkness in front of him quickly cracked, white rays of light pouring in like a web through the darkness. At this moment, a solemn prompt sound rang in his ears. Congratulations, participant An Lan has successfully escaped Qingshan Mental Hospital. You are about to leave this instance. You can choose to stay for half an hour or leave immediately. Your performance in this instance is rated S, achieving the achievement of Dreambreaker. S grade reward, talent upgrade fragment *1. Instance participation interval of 15 days. Dreambreaker reward, skill Elusive Flower Moon. Elusive Flower Moon, you can briefly let a person or creature see the illusions they wish to see. Note, this ability can only be used once per day. After a series of prompt sounds rang in his ears, An Lan hugged Yang Qingshan tightly and silently chose, stay. Buzz. In the violent shaking of the surroundings. In the next moment. Whoosh. An Lan suddenly sat up from a hospital bed, taking off his breathing mask, looking around in doubt. This was a closed hospital room, with a large round bed in the center, where Yang Qingshan lay asleep. Tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes, and her eyelids were trembling instinctively. Huh? What on earth is this? Looking around again, he saw that on Yang Qingshan's large round bed extended 10 black data lines, each connecting to 10 hospital beds set around the big round bed. And An Lan's hospital bed was one of them. On the other beds, the previously deceased Fu Jie, Wenji, Yan Bing, and others were lying on them. However, they all had dark faces, and their breathing had stopped. Damn. So, the 10 of us were actually caught by some eerie thing from the start. Then sent into Yang Qingshan's dream? Escaping from Qingshan Mental Hospital refers to finding a way to wake up in the dream? Feeling a bit slow on the uptake, An Lan scratched his head and walked towards the center's large round bed. Yang Qingshan, who was fast asleep, had her eyelashes trembling, and her rosy lips curled up slowly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and grabbed An Lan, pulling him directly onto the bed. Qingshan. You? Delicate little hands quickly unfastened An Lan's clothes. In front of An Lan, Yang Qingshan's eyes turned red, and without further ado, she kissed his lips, hot breath surging immediately. An Lan had no strength to resist Yang Qingshan at all. He was pushed down on the bed by her petite body. Even if he wanted to push her away, he couldn't do it. Thud. Thud. In the next moment, clothes of both men and women fell messily from the head of the bed, and Yang Qingshan lifted the covers to cover the two of them. In the dark blanket, An Lan could only feel the other party continually kissing him. And then, like a wild beast, continuously twisting and kneading itself, it made the bed shake constantly. Meanwhile, current screen involves personal privacy and is being obscured. In this thrilling scenario, participant An Lan has successfully completed the challenge. The scenario is being resolved. In An Lan's first-person live broadcast room, the screen flickered to black once again. Dragon Knight in Jeeping, oh my pure addiction. The scenario is over, but I still have to break up with something weird? Snakekeeper Su Xian, I have to say, I truly admire this guy. He played through it and cleared the S-rank scenario. This guy is amazing. Evil Spirit Knight Ning Kaichen, the taste is profound, no more words needed. Wait? You almost led me astray. What does this scenario mean in the end? How did it clear? I didn't understand either. Even with the black screen, the barrage was rapidly growing and surging. Ha! At the same time in the live broadcast, Ho Yon let out a breath and finally sat down on the chair. I really didn't expect. This scenario actually passed for An Lan? TSK. This guy has something. Did you notice? The last dream corresponded to a person's life. Elementary school, high school, university, working in society, all these bring pressure and fear. Most people bear the pressure to the end, but An Lan saw through Yang Jinjin's fragility, guessed that she was retreating in her work, and offered her comfort. This guy, surprisingly knows how to flirt. Lu Xian's lips curled up, her gaze flickering on the black screen. No woman can refuse a delicate-minded man, neither could she. What's wrong? Are you interested in him? Ho Young joked, quietly pulling up An Lan's information on his computer, intending to contact him as soon as he returned. Whoa, I wouldn't dare. This guy is bold enough to flirt with weird things. Even if I wanted to chase him, I wouldn't dare to confront the weirdness. That can't be said, he can flirt with the weird, but can't take the weird world with him. As the two teased each other, moments later, several black business cars drove out from Jochi City Security Defense Department, heading straight for blue screen community. Ha, ha, ha. On the round bed, An Lan was breathing heavily, lying in Yang Jinjin's embrace. Yang Jinjin, on the other hand, looked like someone who had just finished, enjoying her hold on An Lan. Did you think this scene was reversed? No. In fact, in front of a weird being like Yang Jinjin, An Lan was truly a defenseless little white rabbit. Jinjin, you're just so open about this. Aren't you afraid there are cameras here? An Lan silently put on her clothes, while Yang Jinjin playfully patted An Lan's bottom. What's there to fear? This hospital is like my home. My ward has no cameras. Dream-sharing technology is used to treat me. That deadbeat old man of mine caught 10 of you for experiments. I guess he didn't expect that there would really be humans who can interpret the weird's mental world, right? Yang Jinjin casually said, pulling An Lan back, licking her lips. An Lan, what do you say, should we do it again? I gave you my first time. I know that you'll be forcefully taken away. In the future, I might not be able to see you again. A somewhat lonely voice came through, and Lan turned to look at Yang Jinjin. Suddenly her expression became serious. Do you want to leave here? Ha? What did you say? I'm the creator of this scenario, how could I possibly leave? A flicker of expectation shone in Yang Jinjin's eyes, but quickly settled into calm. She shook her head, hugging An Lan from behind, saying no more, enjoying their final closeness. An Lan said nothing, silently looking at the 100-point heart halo above Yang Jinjin's head, choosing to click it. Ding! You have activated the ability of the heart cabin. Goddess Yang Jinjin is about to be taken into the heart cabin. What Pokemon shelter? At the moment An Lan complained, the heart above Yang Jinjin burst out a pink glow. After two people bathed in a pink glow, they suddenly appeared in a cozy living room. Hoo. A warm breeze carrying the scent of flowers blew in from outside the window, and outside the living room's window was a sea of pink flowers. Faintly, several oddly shaped pink cottages could be seen across the flower sea. Where is this? Yang Jinjin looked around in astonishment at the changes around her. Just think of this as my special ability. I can bring you to a private space. As long as you want, you can live here forever. After I leave this instance, you can also come back to the real world at your own will. Jinjin, do you want to leave with me? An Lan turned silently, looking earnestly at Yang Jinjin. Her eyes turned red, and she immediately sobbed, I do. I do. Just like you said, my future isn't limited to just the path he defined. All right. Then. Buzz. The pink glow flickered again, and in the next moment, An Lan returned to the hospital room. He looked up at the sky and thought, return to reality. Exiting the instance. A solemn voice echoed, and the scenery around An Lan twisted, gradually turning into a cramped bedroom. At the same time, Ghost Realm Qingshan Mental Hospital Director's Office. Professor Yang, with his body charred and decayed, held a book in his hands, studying the principles of polyphasic sleep. Clap. Suddenly, a strange nurse burst into the director's office in a hurry. Director! Director! Yang Jinjin's monitoring device has reacted. She seems to have woken up. Really? That's wonderful. Jinjin is indeed not that fragile. If she's awake, she can take over everything here. Professor Yang instinctively began arranging Yang Jinjin's future again. But, in the next moment, the strange nurse changed the subject. But, we just went to the ward. Yang Jinjin has disappeared. That human has also vanished. They seem to have evaporated into thin air, no trace anywhere in the hospital. What? Chapter 43 D-Class Gift, Heartbeat, Contact from the Higher-Ups. Please choose your target to pursue. Neighboring little sister, sexy mature colleague, charming bar madam. The computer displayed a dating game screen, and in the less than 10 square meter bedroom, blankets and clothes were scattered chaotically. Fortunately, the air inside was relatively fresh, giving An Lan a feeling of being in a dream. That's right. This is his tiny refuge. Before entering the instance, An Lan was playing dating games here when he suddenly time-traveled. Ha! I'm back. It really feels dreamy. He plopped down on the bed, and behind him, a sudden flash of pink light appeared. Yang Jinjin, dressed in a nurse's outfit, plopped into the center of the bed. She peeked her head curiously, glancing left and right in the room, her eyes blinking non-stop. An Lan. Is this your home in reality? It's a bit small, hope you don't mind. An Lan scratched his head awkwardly, getting up to tidy the clothes in the room. Let me do it. Suddenly, Yang Jinjin quickly jumped out of bed and folded the messy clothes on the bed. Then she looked around the room, opened the wardrobe, and neatly stored the clothes away. She narrowed her eyes, surveyed the room again, but seemed still not quite satisfied, and found some cleaning tools to tidy up the room. The pink figure busily flitted around, and An Lan scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. Jinjin. I'm sorry for bringing you back and making you do these. After all, Yang Jinjin used to be the pampered daughter of the director. The sudden drop in lifestyle was so great that An Lan couldn't adapt, let alone Jinjin. It's okay. Leaving there, being with you is a way of life. Besides, this place is so nice, it's filled with your scent. From now on, I'll be here waiting for you to come home. Just like a couple, how wonderful. Yang Jinjin tilted her head cutely, snuggling into the wardrobe. She sniffed the clothes filled with An Lan's scent and suddenly found herself immersed in them, her face turning rosy and her legs feeling shy. Feeling inexplicably charmed by Yang Jinjin, An Lan smiled. He hurriedly closed the computer game, hesitating whether to take Yang Jinjin out for a walk or order takeout. Buzz. In a daze, a golden particle flickered and shook abruptly before his eyes. An Lan focused his gaze, the shard dropped into his palm, revealing a line of tiny text. Talent upgrade fragment *1, can be used to upgrade your talent level. Oh? Upgrade talent level? With a slight force in his palm, the golden light point immediately melted into his hand. At the same time, An Lan's body warmed slightly, and a new solemn sound echoed in his mind. Your E-ranked talent first meeting like old friends has upgraded to D-ranked talent, Heartbeat. Heartbeat, you seem to gain the favor of most strange beings and people, they have a naturally higher fondness for you. The initial fondness of strange beings towards you is 10. Distance to the next talent upgrade, required talent fragments 0 to 2. Heartbeat? Wow. If my talent can be upgraded indefinitely, when it reaches S rank, won't the initial fondness of strange beings reach 30? Oh my god, so many acquaintances. Just as An Lan was astonished by the potential of the talent skill. In the wardrobe, watching An Lan glowing with light, Yang Jinjin pressed her lips together, feeling a strong joy rising in her heart for some reason. She slowly climbed onto the bed, gradually moving behind An Lan. Her long, white legs, like water snakes, slowly coiled around An Lan's abdomen. She leaned her head towards An Lan's earlobe, her hot breath brushing against him as her fingers caressed his face. An Lan. I want more. Ha? Before An Lan could react, he felt like a little rabbit held by a big bad wolf, entirely embraced by Yang Jinjin like an octopus, falling onto the bed. Then, he felt the familiar heat creeping up to his chest. In the small bedroom, sounds of intense movement echoed. At the same time, in front of the door of room 302, Building A of Blue Screen Community, in Jochi City. This is the place, right? Ho Yong stood in front of the door, comparing it with An Lan's information for a while. It's here, no mistake. Lu Xian nodded and immediately knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The heavy knocking sound echoed, but after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. Hey. How strange. I remember the instance duration is only half an hour, we came right on time. An Lan shouldn't be out of the house, right? What if, after coming back early, he went out? As Ho Yong speculated, Lu Xian shrugged and even touched the door, closing her eyes. It seemed she activated some ability. After a brief hesitation, when she opened her eyes again, she bent down and found a house key under the red carpet at the door. Lu Xian, isn't it a bit inappropriate to use your ability like that? Ho Yong looked at Lu Xian oddly. She shrugged. So what? He's going to move to the Defense Department anyway. Surely there aren't any secrets here? We can just open the door and wait for him inside. Click. The key turned to unlock the door. As soon as they entered the hall, they heard a wooden board shaking from a bedroom inside. The sound frequency was extremely fast, then suddenly stopped as if it reached its peak. Hoo-hoo. Faintly, they could also hear a man's heavy breathing from inside the room. Ah. Lu Xian and Ho Yong were dumbfounded. Something is wrong. An Lan, alone at home, could create this kind of noise? The file didn't say anything about him having a partner. It couldn't be that he brought out a strange wife, right? Confused. Ho Yong suspiciously looked towards the bedroom direction. Lu Xian still shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever. It's someone else's freedom. Let's wait. Yeah. The two of them looked at each other and could only sit helplessly in the living room, playing with their phones. Finally. In the bedroom, An Lan weakly lay in Yang Jinjin's arms. Huff, Jinjin, just now, was someone knocking at the door? It seemed so. But they seemed to have been waiting in the living room. I didn't pay attention. Yang Jinjin gently stroked An Lan's hair, her fingers teasing An Lan playfully. Hearing this, An Lan's face suddenly changed. Oh no. It can't be the officials, right? Jinjin, you should go back to the Love Heart Cottage. Wait for me to send them away. TCH, fine. Grabbing her nurse's uniform to cover her body, Yang Jinjin pouted helplessly, and the pink heart light above her head flickered before she disappeared from the bedroom. On the bed, only the messy bedding and lingering scent of perfume remained. After putting on his clothes, An Lan looked at the chaotic bedroom and the signs of a struggle, and after a moment of hesitation, he spat, "Can't they notify us in advance that they're coming? Damn, how do I explain the situation in here? I can't just say. I was rewarding myself, right? The system's matters must not be known by others." Creak. After hesitating for a moment, An Lan opened the door. In the living room, Ho Yong and Lu Xian immediately stood up, looking towards the direction of the bedroom. Buzz. For some reason, at that moment, the space twisted inexplicably. In that narrow bedroom, the lights were bright, and it was filled with fitness equipment. An Lan was wearing sleeveless shorts, his body drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished a workout. Huh? He was working out just now? Lu Xian looked at the bedroom in surprise, suddenly feeling embarrassed about her previous guess. And Ho Yong had already stepped forward, saluting An Lan, "Comrade An Lan." "Hello. I am Ho Yong, the head of the Defense Department of Zhouqi City. In view of your outstanding performance at the Qingshan Mental Hospital, our department sincerely invites you to join our team. Chapter 44 S-Class Talent, Memory Recovery, the Superior's Arrangement. Hello?" Without blushing or racing heart, An Lan shook hands with Ho Yong and quickly closed the bedroom door behind him. Just now, he used a skill that could only be used once a day, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Whether it's embarrassing or not is irrelevant. He just wanted to see what this skill was all about. So what happened? The moment Mirror Flower, Water Moon was activated, even An Lan was surprised. Originally chaotic and filled with the scent of hormones, the bedroom instantly transformed into a gym filled with the smell of sweat. The lights, the scene, even the physical sensations, were nearly perfectly close to a real gym. Amazing. This skill. Cough. I didn't expect Mr. In to be so fond of working out. Rest assured. After you join us, we will definitely arrange the best gym for you, even a room with an inbuilt gym. Every hero who helps Zhouqi City stop dungeons from descending will receive the best treatment and rewards. Ho Yong patted his chest and assured An Lan, who smiled. That's not the most important part. I'm an orphan. I don't have many requirements. If I stop dungeons from descending one time, I ask the officials to donate 10 million to the Welfare Institute. I think that request shouldn't be too much, right? Not too much, not too much. Do you have any other requests? No. Oh, the place you arranged for me to stay, I require absolute privacy. No one else is allowed to open the bedroom door. This isn't too much, right? Sure. Then I have no requests. Do you have any luggage to pack? No. In that case, you can go back to the Defense Department with us. I will introduce the current situation to you on the way. Okay. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Ho Yong, An Lan put on a coat, returned to the bedroom to format his computer, and calmly walked out of the room. He noticed that the woman that Ho Yong brought has been staring at me. This is. An Lan had heard a little about her, the true treasure of Zhouqi City Huishan, Lu Xian. Calling her Huishan does not mean she is a returning god, but rather her talent, Huisan memory, can rewind the past memories of corresponding scenes and people. This ability seems useless at first, but in fact, this is a divine skill. If she encounters bizarre murder conditions like clumsy ghost or hanging corpse, she can instantly rewind their memories on the spot and obtain the corresponding solution. Her talent battle power might be low, but her ability to resolve situations makes her incredibly strong. Noticing An Lan was looking at her, Lu Xian tossed her big waves of hair, revealing a clear and elegant smile, and proactively stepped forward to extend her hand. You are An Lan, right? I saw your first perspective. To be honest, you are the first person I've seen who can utilize the E-level talent so well. I'm glad you could join the Zhouqi City Defense Section. I'm Lu Xian, the action team leader of the Defense Section. You. A clean hand reached out, and An Lan instinctively wanted to shake hands. Poof. But. Suddenly, Yang Jinjin's dissatisfied voice came from beside, and An Lan hesitated, immediately withdrawing his hand. Sorry, I just finished exercising, it's not appropriate to shake a girl's hand right now. Oh? How considerate. No wonder you can twist a girl's mind around like this. Hearing this, Lu Xian looked at An Lan suspiciously, while he scratched his head awkwardly. She had a feeling that An Lan had another reason for not shaking hands with her. Fool. If you shake hands with her, and she wants to rewind your memories out of curiosity, wouldn't we be discovered? Yang Jinjin's voice echoed in his ears, and An Lan suddenly realized and turned his gaze towards the bedroom in surprise. Jinjin. How do you know these things? The TV in the love house seems to be able to play your memories. Why can you know my past, but I can't know yours? Don't look at memories from high school. You say not to look, so I won't? I will look. I will look. Why do you have so many times in one day during high school? Right. 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups a day, it was so boring. Poof. The voices in his ears gradually faded, and An Lan followed Ho Yong and Lu Xian downstairs. After sitting in the business car, the vehicle drove towards an underground garage of a deserted community. Binjiang Garden, wasn't this unfinished? This. An Lan looked suspiciously at the empty community, until the car went down to the underground third floor, where a different kind of light appeared. Large colorful lights hung high above, and the underground 3 layers were clean and bright, with quite a few people active on this floor. Follow me. Chi. After the vehicle stopped, Ho Yong immediately got out. The 3 of them arrived at the elevator, pressed the elevator button, and as An Lan watched the elevator doors open, the buttons inside amazed him even more. -3, -4, -5. All the way down to -18. Here, they actually hollowed out underground quietly and built an underground floor? The -4 level is generally our public service hall. Any matters will gather there. The -5 level is the record library of all past horror copies. From -6 to -10, they are living area, commercial street, entertainment street, and scenic area in order. As for the floors below, they involve some safety command and horror copy accumulated material confidential floors. An Lan, if you are new here, I'll take you to the -6 floor. The expenses here are all free for you. Once you participate in more horror copies, you can access even lower levels. Follow me. Ding dong. As the elevator doors lit up with the -6 colored light, Ho Yong led An Lan out of the elevator. Outside the elevator, a sky ceiling made with special craftsmanship appeared, and in the distance was a community of villas that imitated an ecological setting. 6027. Here, this is the key, this house will belong to you from now on. Generally, when there's nothing to do, you can check historical copy records, or you can relax and enjoy yourself. Or exercise. Once there is an urgent notice, a broadcast will sound through the floors. What I need to explain is mostly this. Do you have any questions? Walking to a luxurious European-style villa, Ho Yong handed An Lan a set of keys. An Lan glanced at the layout of the community, with gardens, swimming pools, and artificial hills, everything was covered. No questions. All right. Then you should rest well. Zhouqi City has just experienced an S-level dungeon, so there shouldn't be any horror dungeons arriving soon. When it's 3 days before your rest time, let us know. We will try our best to help you prepare. Understood. After a few more reminders, Ho Yong patted An Lan's shoulder, smiled with satisfaction, and left. Lu Xian curiously fixed her gaze on An Lan's room. How about inviting me in to sit for a while? A sudden pain shot through An Lan's lower back. An Lan immediately put on a stern face. Let's forget it. I'll get familiar with the house first. TSK. I always feel like you really resist me. You little guy, don't tell me you only like the strange and not people? I'll get busy first. Ignoring Lu Xian's scrutinizing gaze, An Lan immediately turned around and returned to his villa. Chapter 45, The Expansion of Coberial Village in Haishur City and Urgent Joint Suppression. Poof. Sly Fox. Once An Lan entered the villa, Yang Jinjin's shadow squeezed out behind him, glaring hatefully at Lu Xian outside the house. Lu Xian turned her back and suddenly felt a chill behind her. She shrank her neck and looked surprised at the villa of 6027, then quickly left. Jinjin. You don't have to clean anymore. The rooms here should be enough, right? Casually opening a bedroom, the soft duck-down comforter was neatly arranged. The small room was lit by orange lights, bright and flickering, clean and tidy, looking like someone had been regularly coming to clean it. After lying down on the bed, An Lan noticed a tablet glowing on the bedside table and casually picked it up to play with it. This place is big, but it doesn't feel as warm as your home. Yang Jinjin looked around, then unabashedly sat in An Lan's lap. The tablet opened and automatically displayed the current world situation. Breaking news, the Eagle Nation has encountered an SS-level horror dungeon Bloody Chapel. All 5 participants from the S-level talents who entered the dungeon are dead. The Bloody Chapel has caused chaos in New City, Eagle Nation, with an estimated death toll reaching tens of thousands. Latest observation, if the horror dungeon that has descended doesn't have any restrictions, it seems to expand its covered area by killing real people. The Tree Spirit Tunnel Horror Dungeon Challenge in An Nation has failed, leading to roots growing in the famous Mother River, and suspected water supply problems in the capital of An Nation. About the issue of horror dungeons descending into reality, endless information popped up on the screen. An Lan was left speechless. If the Qingshan Mental Hospital had descended into Zhouqi City at that time, perhaps the small city could have been devoured by half in an instant? Feeling the warmth in his arms, An Lan was quickly attracted by a new piece of information. The S-level dungeon Coberial Village that descended on the outskirts of Haishur City has begun to expand. If not interfered with, the eroded area will extend to more surrounding cities. Currently invaded cities, Jiusu, Tongnan, Huwu. Hiss. Looking at the provided map under this information, An Lan's expression suddenly became solemn. He guessed that when he participated in the Qingshan Mental Hospital dungeon, the higher-ups must have sent corresponding dungeon participants to enter Coberial Village again for an attack. But the results must have all been failures. Thus, the Coberial Village experienced a worsening expansion again. If this is left unchecked, it will arrive at Zhouqi City soon. TSK. I wonder if someone from Zhouqi City will intervene. Playing with the tablet, An Lan absent-mindedly responded to Yang Jinjin's teasing in his arms, quietly opening the information on Zhouqi City's dungeon participants. The participants of the State Pool City dungeon, currently 27 in total. Remaining alive, 6. Tisk. What a tragic survival rate. Time turned, the next morning. Ho Yong led a long line of people, standing in the parking lot of level -3, staring seriously towards the exit. Gigi. A conspicuous red convertible BMW drove in. Inside the car sat 2 people, a slender-faced young man with a tin foil perm and a bald, bronze-skinned muscular giant. They just sat there in the car, showing no intention of getting out, examining Ho Yong and his group. After a moment, the young man with the tin foil perm lifted his chin and slowly spoke, about the matter of the Twin Tomb Village, the higher-ups have already told you, right? They said. Ho Yong's expression was not good, he nodded slightly. For the safety of the entire Anhui region, now 2 high-level dungeon participants are dispatched by Feiha to lead, and the State Pool will send dungeon participants to go to Twin Tomb Village together to start restraining the expansion of the dungeon. Let me put it bluntly. This time we come, we want Lu Xian to go with us. The young man with the tin foil perm didn't even glance at Ho Yong, displaying a full aura of superiority. Ho Yong bit his lips, feeling somewhat unwilling. Lu Xian, she was currently the only available dungeon participant from State Pool City. If she sacrificed in Twin Tomb Village, who would restrain the future occurrences of horror dungeons in State Pool City? Damn it! Don't these guys think about how we in State Pool are also suffering? Clenching his fists, Ho Yong fell silent. What? Unwilling? This is not my decision, this is the higher-ups' decision. You won't cooperate? You're quite bold. The young man with the tin foil perm continued to press. Da. At this moment, Lu Xian walked out of the crowd, frowning as she looked at the 2 in the convertible, her eyes flickering. Feiha City's S-level talent, Mohan? A-level talent, Tai Shan? You guys have been dispatched? It seems Feiha is really afraid of Twin Tomb Village encroaching. Stop wasting words. If we die this time, Do you think State Pool City can escape the coverage of Twin Tomb Village? Hurry up and get in the car. We're heading to Twin Tomb Village. Imo Han shot Lu Xian a cold glance. Lu Xian looked at Ho Yong, nodded to him, and quickly walked towards the convertible. There was no other way. If they didn't gather strength to break Twin Tomb Village, now, by the time the dungeon grew through erosion, everyone would suffer one by one. Shall we go? With a cold face, Lu Xian urged from the backseat of the car. Unexpectedly, Imo Han actually waved his hand. Hey, don't rush. We have sent 2 dungeon participants from Feiha. You guys should at least add one more, right? Who do you want? Yen Yu or? Lu Xian asked impatiently, thinking the other party wanted to drain talents from State Pool City. But Imo Han actually shook his head. Neither. I want An Lan from you guys. I want him to form a 4-person team with us to go to Twin Tomb Village to solve the expansion of the dungeon. An Lan? You want An Lan? Hearing this, not only Lu Xian, but even Ho Yong was taken aback. An Lan, merely an E-level talent dungeon participant, although he now had some fame for solving an S-level dungeon, it shouldn't be enough to be named and chosen by the higher-ups. What does Imo Han want to do? Use him as a test stone? But that's unnecessary. Wouldn't it be better to pull a high-level dungeon participant as a test stone rather than a low-level one? You. What exactly do you want? Ho Yong glared at Imo Han. Imo Han shrugged. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I just want this person, An Lan. This is my decision, and it's also the higher-ups' decision. Are you daring not to listen? Imo Han's tone gradually turned cold. Ho Yong gritted his teeth, and finally helplessly dialed An Lan's phone. At that time, in the bedroom of Villa 6027, An Lan was hugging Yang Jinjin, watching international news together. DDD. After the phone rang, he answered after a moment. His expression suddenly turned strange. What? You want me to go with a few high-level dungeon participants to stop the combined burial village dungeon? Are you kidding me? Chapter 46 Premeditation. I don't know why. But the other party specifically named you. This. On the other end of the phone, Ho Yong's helpless voice came through, and An Lan frowned slightly before nodding. All right. I'll go take a look. After hanging up, An Lan got up, and Yang Jinjin on the bed began to gradually dissipate, transforming into a pink light circle, swirling behind An Lan. An Lan. Why did that guy pick you? In terms of combat ability, you don't seem very strong on the surface. The puzzled voice of Yang Jinjin arrived, and An Lan was equally confused. I don't know. If he wants me to go, maybe he chose me for some reason? Huh? Could it be because of his ability? What ability do I have that only I can complete? Walking out of the villa, he looked bewildered. When An Lan arrived at the -3 level, a crowd had already gathered. Seeing An Lan, the crowd quickly made way for him, and on a convertible sports car, Imo Han jokingly watched An Lan. You finally made it, An Lan. His tone was as if he had known An Lan for a long time, a smile curling on his lips. But An Lan stared at him, and in his memory, he had never seen this person. You're the one who called me? You have to involve me? An Lan spoke openly, and the other party nodded. That's right. It has to be you. No more nonsense. Get in the car. I can wait for you all, but Combined Burial Village can't wait to invade here. Boom. The roar of the sports car engine exploded, and An Lan glanced at Ho Yong, who gave him a bitter smile. An Lan helplessly climbed into the back seat of the sports car, and Lu Xian pat him on the shoulder. It's okay. I will do my best to protect you. Thanks. Boom. The flashy sports car surged out of the quiet neighborhood, heading straight towards the desolate area. The further they drove towards Lake Wu, the gloomier the weather became around them. Until they reached the area of Lake Wu City, they could see that the tall buildings in the city had vanished, shrouded in a smoky darkness that hung over the city. What should have been a place of towering buildings and orderly lanes was actually a vast expanse of muddy black earth, stretching for miles. In the distance, they could see the outline of a village, appearing and disappearing within the black soil. Is this the dungeon arrival? A city, instantly twisted and vanished? This was the first time An Lan had seen such a scene, his face filled with fear. Imo Han parked the car, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Xian and An Lan, and spoke coldly. Stop dawdling. Let's go. Let's see what exaggeration this dungeon has. Snap. As he urged, Taishan got out of the car and waited behind him. Lu Xian and An Lan exchanged glances and got out in succession, following the two into the black mist. The fog was thick, like a bottomless black. Clap, clap. Clap, clap. In the distance, faint sounds of firecrackers could be heard as a village monument gradually appeared. Combined Burial Village. The monument was inscribed with 3 big blood-red characters, and at the entrance of Combined Burial Village stood 2 oddly shaped men, coldly watching the village outside. Huff. Huff. Cold air filled the space around the four, and both Lu Xian and An Lan showed nervous expressions. But Mo Han, who was walking ahead, gradually narrowed his eyes. An Lan. An Lan, in future echo, only you, among all the state pool dungeon participants, only you are free. I simulated so many times, your voice has never disappeared. You? What kind of ability do you have? Step. His footsteps paused. Mo Han stopped at the monument and suddenly looked up towards the gate. There stood two lean, rough-looking men in patched clothes. Their eyes were fierce, like wild wolves in the mountains. But what was most strange was not their appearance. But, from the back of their necks, a towering stone tablet had actually grown out. The stone tablet seemed to have burst out from their spines, its gray-white surface seamlessly connected to their backs with no sense of layering. On the stone, there were also faces carved exactly like theirs. When the two men looked in this direction, the faces on the stone tablets immediately twisted and writhed, as if struggling to crawl out from the stones. Damn! This is so strange. Mo Han couldn't understand the existence in front of him, but he suddenly waved his hand. Taishan! Here! Snap! The moment the command was issued, Taishan immediately came to Lu Xian's side without saying a word, his iron claw-like hand clamping down on Lu Xian's shoulder and forcibly pushing her towards Mo Han. You! What are you trying to do? Lu Xian, caught off guard, tried to struggle, but no matter what, she couldn't shake off Taishan's arm. Her head was lowered, her face dark, not understanding the actions of these two men. Quiet. You think I brought you here just because of your abilities? You are my ticket. Taishan. Let's go. Without even looking behind him, Mo Han walked straight towards the gatehouse. Creak, creak. It seemed that the two black, skinny men in front of the gatehouse felt someone's approach, and their stiff heads turned to look in this direction. Their bodies remained silent, but the faces on the stone tablets behind their necks twisted and let out a sinister sound. Stop. The co-burial village is holding a ceremony. No outsiders allowed inside. Creak, creak. The moment they looked at him, Mo Han felt a strange pain in his back. Beneath his skin and muscles, it felt like his spine was expanding, as if something was trying to burst out. TSK. In a panic, he quickly grabbed Lu Xian, who was under Taishan's control, and pushed her towards the gatehouse. Two of you. I brought a gift for you. Oh? A gift? You can enter now. Step, step, step. Pushed by Mo Han, Lu Xian involuntarily rushed into the gatehouse. Strangely, when she entered the village, the two guards didn't say a word, and they didn't stop her at all. Thanks. Mo Han followed her in immediately. A few steps into the gatehouse, Mo Han turned and looked at Taishan. Taishan, you can't force your way in. Do you remember what I told you? Taishan answered in a deep, grumbling voice, then walked right up to the two guards. Stop. Before the other could speak, Taishan suddenly pulled out a small knife from his chest, and with a sharp motion, he dragged the blade across his thick chest muscle, frowning as he forcefully cut off a large chunk of flesh from his chest. Snap. He handed the bloody piece of flesh to one of the guards. The stone face on the back of the guard's neck slowly twisted into a smile. The gift bearer. Please, come in. Covering his chest, Taishan walked past the guards and into the gatehouse. It should have been a situation where he bled heavily after cutting his flesh, but he held his chest with no blood spilling at all. After a short while, the bloody chest seemed to grow new flesh, the area turning pink and wriggling as it visibly healed. The black mist grew thicker. The three people who entered the gatehouse turned around in unison, their eyes slowly turning back to look outside the gatehouse. Now, only An Lan was left outside. Mo Han grinned, staring fixedly at An Lan, this friend. Once you enter the reality instance, you won't be able to leave. Either you stay outside forever, or you find a way to follow us inside. What do you think? His mocking tone echoed in the black mist, and the two guards also looked at An Lan with unkind expressions. An Lan's face darkened. Watching these actions unfold, he had a strange feeling. He seemed to be stepping into Mo Han's plot. The smoothness of their operations made it seem like this wasn't Mo Han's first time here. But, at the beginning, the co-burial village instance hadn't yet descended into reality. There wasn't a scene of entering the village. When the instance descended into reality, there was the tombstone behind continuously wriggled, producing gray-brown heads, as if someone was trying to crawl out from the tombstone. You. It was strange. When looking at An Lan, the two faces in the tombstone had complex expressions. An Lan's spine suddenly ached, and it began to crackle as if splitting and growing. An Lan's face turned dark, and he immediately dared not test anymore. Mirror flower, water moon. Buzz. In an instant, a phantom of a hospital flickered from An Lan's back, and his whole body twisted, unexpectedly transforming into the likeness of Yang Jinjin. Clack clack clack. The sound of high heels echoed as An Lan, unharmed, walked past the two gatekeepers and arrived behind the gatehouse. So, the two gatekeepers hoped to see a woman enter the village? An Lan's face showed some surprise. After Mirror Flower, Water Moon, was activated, it would produce the scene that the target most wished to see according to the activated target. These two men were thirsty? On the other side. Because Mirror Flower, Water Moon, was not activated on Imohan and the others, in their eyes, An Lan was just walking in with his original appearance, plain and ordinary. You. How come you can come in without giving anything? Hey. Hey. Gatekeepers. Are you being foolish? Imohan's face was shocked, frantically calling out to the gatekeepers, but the two gatekeepers seemed to hear nothing, their stone faces staring vacantly ahead, the faces on the stone tablet frozen, displaying a strange smile. Damn. Are you really a VIP because of the instance? An Lan, I've watched your livestream. Did you use a talent? Has your talent leveled up? Right? A high favorability can keep you safe once and allow you to be safe every time? Imohan couldn't hold back his curse. He had simulated the future countless times just to get in here without incident. But the other party? Why could he? After glaring at An Lan, Imohan gritted his teeth and quickly walked toward the village. Damn it! Could this guy really reach the end like in the future Echo? What right does he have? What right? Just a low-level testing stone. Alright. I want to see how you live to the end. Bang bang bang. The sound of firecrackers in the black mist grew louder. As they walked from the entrance of the village towards the center, every household hung a white lantern in front of their doors. A flickering candle flame lit up the white lanterns, with a red frame abuse Zheng written on the lantern paper. What kind of custom is this? An Lan looked suspiciously at this scene. You say a white paper with black characters, writing offering means the dead. A big red lantern paired with frame abuse Zheng means marriage. But what the hell is a white lantern with a red frame abuse Zheng? Hey! An Lan, did you notice? While An Lan was pondering, Lu Xian lowered her voice, moving closer to An Lan's side. What? Don't you think that Imohan seems to know everything? At the moment, it looks that way. But he was still surprised that I could get in, so his ability shouldn't be extremely bug-like, simulating the future. Right. In any case, be careful. I've heard before that Imohan is very arrogant. He's kind of the same type as you, Wenji. Understood. You. As the words were still spilling from their mouths. At the end of a row of lanterns from family to family, a small courtyard with mud walls appeared before their eyes. This small courtyard had a traditional quadrangle layout, the front gate wide open, and two middle-aged people were sitting in the main room of the courtyard, smiling as they watched the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, a deep pit was dug. In the pit lay a red coffin, the lid of which was open, revealing a male corpse inside. The male corpse was dressed in a bright red robe, and beside it lay a woman in a bright red robe. However, the woman's body trembled. She was obviously a living person. Chapter 48, What? Am I trying to woo someone else's wife? 3 echoes. Hiss. This is a living burial partner. An Lan immediately recognized that the woman in the coffin was alive. Because. Just at the moment of seeing that woman, the silent system suddenly echoed. Current target available for strategy. Binding Goddess of Strategy. Target, Bone Bride Yunhan. Appearance, 97. Height, 175 cm. Measurements, 90-60-90. Personality traits, dislikes rough and uncultured behavior, has an obsession with literary cultivation. Current favorability, 10 points. To be honest, upon hearing the system's voice, An Lan was dumbfounded. Huh? I'm strategizing against someone else's wife? Is this real or fake? Does this count as some sort of offense before the husband? Incompetent husband? No. It's an incompetent corpse? Staring at the scene in the courtyard, An Lan slowly fell silent. Because just around the coffin in the deep pit at the center, circles of banquet tables surrounded it. Like a feast, those tables encircled the coffin, with the men, women, and children of the village sitting at the tables, laughing and enjoying themselves. They completely disregarded the woman lying in the coffin. If one didn't know better, they might think a wedding was truly being held here. What exactly is this instance supposed to do? Because the horror instance had descended into reality, there were no new mainline prompts or instance tasks. This made it even harder for new entrants hoping to explore the instance. In the courtyard, villagers were shouting. Outside the courtyard, Imohan and his companions stood at the door, motionless, looking puzzled. Until. Friends outside the door, why don't you come in and have a seat? Inside the main hall, the old man at the head table spoke, and the previously lively atmosphere in the courtyard instantly froze. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the villagers in the courtyard turned their cold, blank gazes toward the outside. Their eyes bulged and were motionless, and a grotesque shudder ran down their backs, as if gurgling out a black tombstone. Come in. Come in. On countless tombstones, the surfaces began to twist, and twisted faces emerged, as if they were trying to crawl out of the tombstones. Crack. 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 The more Emohan and the others did not move, the faster the faces on the stones formed. Some villagers closer to the door had their faces already bulging out of the tombstones, even extending long necks. Damn it! We must go in. If we don't go in, if all the villagers in this courtyard crawl out from the tombstones, who knows what will happen? Emohan's face turned pale, he secretly closed his eyes, and a golden light emitted from his ears. S-class talent, Future Echo. This talent allowed him to hear future sounds, but it had a fatal flaw: you could only hear snippets of the future. In other words, you could only analyze what might happen in the future from the very few sounds. Emohan had simulated before, tries to select several instance participants to enter Kobarial village, and the only thing he heard was the screams of everyone dying. He found that only with An Lan and Lu Xian as a pair would the sounds of the future not vanish. But what would happen in the future? He still had no clue. For example, right now, what traps lay inside the courtyard? He hadn't heard any detailed echoes, only by being present could he hear more future echoes. Future Echo. After activating the ability, wind rushed into his ears, and amidst the faint sounds, a chaotic voice came through. Sit down. You all sit down. Damn it. How dare you sit with the fish head facing that way? Ah. In just an instant, the voice startled Emohan, but he also revealed a glimmer of joy. Enough. Even if he only heard this brief exchange from the future, he understood one thing: when entering the small courtyard to sit down, he absolutely could not sit at the spot facing the fish head. Not enough, not enough. Again. Trying to activate Future Echo once more. Now that he knew about the seating issue, the future had already changed, and Emohan vaguely heard a new voice: this table has no pig heart, none. Junior, do you have any? No? If not, then I'll use yours. Hiss. After hearing this, Emohan furrowed his brow. He had heard this voice before in the defense department of Feiha City. It was precisely because he had heard this voice before that he brought Taishan with him. The effect of the future echo is like this. Sometimes it's very useful, and sometimes you might even hear the future you experienced before. Ha! One last time. After using the future echo multiple times, Emohan's ears began to ring slightly. He covered his ears, his eardrums vibrating constantly, and new sounds began to emerge. An Lan. An Lan. You actually disobeyed my orders. An Lan. It was a very short, very furious sentence. This was a voice he had never heard before, seemingly a frustrated roar from the future. That kid. What on earth did he do in the future? Rubbing his ears, Emohan's cold gaze turned sharply toward An Lan. An Lan was very confused. He hadn't done anything. Why did he provoke this superior figure? As their gazes crossed, the cooing sound in the courtyard grew louder. A villager's neck suddenly sprouted a stone man's head, which twisted grotesquely on the villager's shoulder, slowly reaching out toward the courtyard's exterior. We can't waste time. Taishan, let's go in. Without further ado, Emohan called to Taishan, and the two ignored the gazes from the courtyard as they hurriedly walked into the small courtyard. Emohan scanned the dining table in the courtyard and finally chose a corner spot. Only a few middle-aged villagers were seated at this table, accompanied by children. But the spots facing the fish head and fishtail were vacant, presenting a squeezed position that completely avoided the two opposing spots. If it were an ordinary person, to avoid contact with the villagers, they would definitely sit at the fish head or fishtail positions. However, this would surely provoke the villagers. Taishan. Let's sit next to the villagers. Immediately squeezing beside a middle-aged villager, Emohan and Taishan sat down, one on each side, and the cold stares in the courtyard immediately dissipated, only solidifying on An Lan and the other person outside the courtyard. Hey! An Lan. No matter what. Let's just go in. Under the countless stone faces' gaze, Lu Xian felt a chill on her back. She pulled An Lan and headed toward Emohan and Taishan. After all, Emohan and Taishan were sitting over there without incident. Would anything happen if the two of them went over? Step, step, step. Under the watchful eyes of numerous stone faces, Lu Xian reached the corner seat. On this dining table, only the two seats facing the fish head and fishtail remained. Instinctively, Lu Xian was about to sit at the fishtail position, Mo Han's lips curled up, ready to enjoy a good show. Just as An Lan chose to sit at the fish head position, he was about to sit down. 10. 0, -5. Suddenly, he noticed those eyes that had been watching him, the goodwill above those stone faces instantly vanished. Not good. Hey! Lu Xian! Don't sit down. Those seats have problems. Chapter 49, The Terror at the Dining Table. Problems? How do you know? Lu Xian was stunned by An Lan's shout, standing blankly in front of the seat. It's the gaze. Those guys are still watching us, their gazes are still on us. I suspect that if we sit down in these two seats, something bad might happen. Is that so? Looking around suspiciously, Lu Xian noticed the cold stares in the vicinity and her expression darkened. Without hesitation, she immediately shut her eyes, her pupils glowing with a faint white light. The S-level talent, memory dispersal, activated. In her tense brain, a blurry image began to emerge. In front of a small 8 immortals table, a kindly couple was sitting with a small boy at the dining table, full of affection, talking and laughing. Across the table, a pair of dirty little hands was just about to reach onto the table. Bastard! What are you doing? I told you, can you come to the table now? The man's furious voice rang out, and the little hand hidden under the table retreated. Suddenly, a small girl's sobbing sound echoed, and her little hand retracted in grievance. Ha! What is this? Lu Xian's pupils instantly opened wide, a past memory here made her feel a strange oppression. Cold gazes sharpened around her again, and after a moment of thought, Lu Xian surprisingly chose not to sit at the table, but walked behind An Lan. I saw the past. Here, it seems women cannot sit at the table. Women can't sit at the table? An Lan glanced around. On other tables, there were still some farmer women sitting at their tables, right? Ha! If you don't sit down, those stone people will crawl out from the tombstones. Mo Han's teasing voice rang out. He intertwined his hands in front of his waist, sitting across from An Lan, looking like he was enjoying the show. Sit. Sit down. In front of the dining table, a villager's neck fully extended a large segment of its body. That stone person had climbed out its upper body, arms reaching toward An Lan. An Lan stared at the stone person's head. -15. With this favorability, once the other crawled out from the tombstone, he would be torn apart in minutes. He hurriedly moved out of the fish head position, -15 if favorability froze, but still did not recover. He. The cold gaze still fixed on An Lan. An Lan hesitated, but walked to the back of a child at the table, lifted the child, and sat down directly in the child's seat, then placed the child on his lap. Little kid? Little friend. Brother just saw you and liked you tightly. I'll sit with you, I'll give you food. Is that okay? An Lan smiled at the gravestone face behind the child. The gravestone face remained expressionless. -15, -5. 0. 10. But, because of this series of actions, the previously lost favorability surprisingly recovered quickly. Gambled right. It was a seating problem. After letting out a breath of relief, Mo Han looked at An Lan strangely. Hey! How did you figure out it was a seating problem? You. TSK. Why should I tell you? Clearly it's a collaborative effort from the higher-ups, but you seem to have some hostility toward me from the beginning, right? I don't understand, what did I do to offend you? An Lan didn't give Mo Han a good face at all. The other's mouth twitched, but obviously wouldn't inform about the future echo matter. Then his expression changed, becoming even colder. Is this how you talk to the higher-ups? Ha! If you can only use this to suppress me. I would think you're even worse than you, Wenji. You. The dishes are here. Just as the two were at each other's throats. The small house on the left side of this little courtyard opened, and several people dressed in white walked out from the smoky kitchen, holding trays of paper-folded dishes, heading toward the small tables in the yard. Yes. Paper-folded dishes. But, although it said paper-folded, An Lan focused and looked closely, and this thing seemed more like something burnt for the dead. The trays were made of yellow-white paper money folded into dishes, the dishes holding piles of black-red paper folded into meat chunks. Meat is here. A big basin of paper-folded meat was brought to An Lan's table. The villagers at the table didn't hesitate at all, raising their chopsticks to pick up a small piece of meat paper and send it toward the gravestone face behind their necks. Whom. After an eerie chewing sound arose, these gravestone faces instantly showed a satisfied expression. What's even stranger was, they were indeed chewing paper, but with each chew, oil and blood actually flowed from the corners of their mouths. Damn. This scenario is really strange. Mo Han complained, not daring to move his chopsticks at all. An Lan lifted the child in his arms. The other villagers at the dining table showed no reaction. At that moment, a strange sound of chewing echoed in the courtyard, eerie and unsettling. So, is this quest about escaping the village, or is it to witness the entire burial process? An Lan's gaze swept around, finally settling on the coffin in the center pit. The bride in the red robe trembled slightly, her head under the veil shaking gently, looking like she was crying. He was tapping his fingers, about to do something. Bang! Suddenly, the dining table shook, and an older villager shouted angrily, "Where's the pig heart soup? I asked for pig heart soup?" Ah! He yelled, and from the gravestone behind him, a half-figure of a stone person emerged and glared at Emohan and the others with a sinister face. "Young ones! Did you bring the pig heart? This? He. The half-stone person rose like a snake, hovering ominously above the dining table, making Emohan and the others shiver under his stare. The stone creature's mouth opened, and abruptly a row of sharp stone teeth shot out, ready to bite Emohan's shoulder. Wait! But, at such a critical moment, Emohan was quick-witted. He moved to Qingshan's side as if he had been prepared, pulled out the small knife from his arms, and sliced off a piece of flesh from his chest. Thud! The bloody, steaming meat dropped onto the dining table, and Emohan's expression was serious and respectful. "Everyone! The younger generation doesn't have pig heart, but I can offer you a piece of heart meat. Everyone! Ong Wu! Ong Wu!" No one listened to what Emohan was saying. The moment that piece of heart meat hit the table, countless faces emerged from the gravestones, instantly diving onto the table, chewing like mad dogs. Ong Wu! Good! Good! You, young one, are quite understanding. Ong Wu! Ong Wu! Amidst the brutal sounds of chewing and swallowing, the table shook continuously. As that piece of heart meat was nearly consumed, blood and pleasure covered the stone faces one by one. "Brother! I'm hungry! I'm hungry! Didn't you say you would help me get some dishes? Can you hurry up the kitchen for me? Okay. Just when it had calmed down a bit, in An Lan's arms, the child's gravestone face slowly turned, the sluggish, sinister mouth stretched wide, and suddenly looked at An Lan. An Lan's lips twitched, just about to refuse firmly. 10. 5. 0. That damn favorability value plummeted again in an instant. Chapter 50. The Bone Kitchen can't be entered. What the hell are you doing writing poetry? TSK. So, that guy Emohan knew about the problem at the dining table in advance, so he brought the Qingshan, that moving meat locker, to this quest? His gaze flicked back and forth between Emohan and Qingshan. An Lan looked at Qingshan, who had been silent the whole time, his eyes filled with pity. This guy was willingly being used as a tool. Perhaps, he never intended to return alive after deciding to come here? Look! What are you still looking at? If you keep staring, that child in your arms might eat you. A mocking voice came again, and Emohan raised his chin, his eyes filled with confidence about the future. He. In An Lan's arms, behind the child's head, a near-complete body crawled out of the gravestone. Except for the lower legs that still hadn't appeared, the stone person in the gravestone twisted and coiled around An Lan's chest like a snake. "Big brother. I want to eat. I want to eat." The voice grew more urgent, the village child clung to An Lan's chest, while the gravestone person hung tightly on his back. The two bizarre beings pressed down on An Lan's back like heavy mountains, gradually crushing him. An Lan. Lu Shan looked nervously at An Lan, who rose silently and headed towards the kitchen. He focused on the gravestone face's favorability, -15, -16. If he didn't move soon, the gravestone person would probably take action immediately. I'll go check the kitchen. With hurried steps, the dropping favorability froze. As he passed between a crowd of gravestone people, An Lan's steps towards the left side of the small courtyard suddenly sank, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Because in the kitchen far away, with curling smoke, the wooden door was ajar, and several men dressed in white were stuffing some strange firewood into the stove. There were human skulls crawling with maggots, and large human body parts with rotting flesh, dripping with blood. These human remains were shoved into the stove all at once, accompanied by the crackling sounds of burning fat, twisting and charring rapidly under the dancing flames. And under the raging flames, in a big pot, the mysterious meat, when handled by the chef, went from bright red meals to paper-like meat in paper plates in the blink of an eye. Next dish. Next dish. The chef shouted in a numb tone, while the person stuffing the firewood eagerly cut up limbs and tossed them into the stove. In the kitchen, smoke and blood mixed together, creating an eerie atmosphere. What the hell? What kind of kitchen is this? An Lan couldn't move forward, he dared not enter, but suddenly, a pair of icy hands gripped his neck from behind. Big brother, I want to eat. I want to eat. A cold, brown, tombstone-like face pressed closely against An Lan's ear. He bit his lip and, pushing through the pressure, walked towards the kitchen. Ha? Before he could finish the sentence, everyone in the kitchen suddenly turned to look at An Lan. Tap tap tap. For some unknown reason, after being stared at by the people in the kitchen, An Lan's nostrils began to bleed, and his pupils started to turn blood red. A ringing filled his ears, and blood began to pour from his mouth, the corners of his eyes, and his ear holes. His body began to develop strange folds and decay, and maggots appeared to crawl out of nowhere. What the hell? What the hell? Is it that as soon as you get close to the kitchen, you'll turn into fuel? An Lan couldn't dare to move anymore. But, with people in the kitchen staring ahead and the tombstone figure on his back being restless. He. The child from the tombstone had fully crawled out, and with a thud, the heavy tombstone crashed to the ground. The stone figure's hands had tightly gripped An Lan's neck. Big brother, where's the promised food? Aren't you going to serve me? Aren't you going to serve me? The frenzied and frantic voice came through, and An Lan's neck twisted and contorted. He couldn't help but step back, the pressure on his neck growing stronger, and his bleeding vision started to blur. An Lan. Lu Xian rushed forward to help, urgently pulling at the tombstone figure behind An Lan. But it was as if the figure was a magnet, firmly clinging to An Lan's back, unmoving. Ha. This is truly asking for trouble. Didn't I say? If you give them a piece of your heart, there will be no trouble. Now look. Not only did he provoke these tombstone people, but the folks in the kitchen also seemed tough to deal with. Mo Han's gloating voice rang out as Taishan watched An Lan stumble. His large hand hesitated over his chest, but in the end, he chose to remain indifferent. An Lan. Hang in there. The past here, maybe. Lu Xian closed her eyes, about to activate the remembering spell. But there's no time. His face was nearly purple, and after scanning the courtyard one last time, An Lan's gaze fell on the large red coffin in the pit. His eyes flickered as he began to softly sing. Though heavily sifted, only through the storm will the golden grains appear. Though battered and tested, one remains resilient, no matter the winds from any direction. Old yet strong, will I change my steadfast heart? Though poor and struggling, I will not lose my lofty ambition. At the brink of death, An Lan poured out every verse he could think of. Ha! Lu Xian was taken aback. What are you saying? Ha. You even started singing poetry before dying? You wouldn't be inspired by ancient poets, would you? The more Mo Han watched An Lan in pain, the more inexplicably comfortable he felt. Oh right. This is right. Why can a guy with an E-level talent be better than me, who has gone through several simulations? But, as this thought crossed his mind, Mo Han suddenly stopped smiling. No, wait. If An Lan just died like this, wouldn't the future not exist? In the future, I clearly knew An Lan's voice always existed, but now, how can An Lan survive under the gravestone man? Mo Han couldn't figure it out. Buzz. However, in the next moment, the pit in the center of the small courtyard suddenly began to tremble. Inside the big red coffin, the body of the red-robed bride slowly sat up, the big red veil twisted unexpectedly, looking towards An Lan. Yun Han's affection for you +5. Current affection total, 15 points. Through countless hardships and struggles, the gold will eventually shine, despite endless trials, remain strong against the winds from all directions. A weak and soft whisper constantly came from under the red veil. Yun Han's delicate fingers stretched out from under the red robe, rapidly shedding skin and turning into bones. And as a pair of slender bony hands appeared, a red paper crane appeared in Yun Han's hand, flying towards An Lan. Chapter 51, A roll of red paper and a roll of food, the beginning of an unusual change. Pat. The dancing red paper crane landed directly on An Lan's shoulder. An Lan looked at the hovering red paper crane in surprise. As his vision blurred, he seemed to see the thin lips under the big red veil slowly curve upward. Wait. It seemed he caught something in his mind, and Lan quickly took down the red paper crane and opened its body, revealing a square piece of red paper in his hand. And Lan no longer cared about anything. He tore the red paper, folding it into the shape of meat dishes, and without hesitation, he sent it towards the face of the gravestone man on his neck. Delicious. Upon seeing the food, the gravestone man immediately relaxed his hands, voraciously chewing the paper. After feeding all the paper in his hands to the gravestone man, he slowly detached from An Lan's back, like a well-behaved little boy, standing in front of An Lan's shins, tugging at his pants. Big brother. You are so nice. -15. 15. In just that moment, This little gravestone man-child suddenly reversed its affection like a face-changing act from Sichuan opera. Who? An Lan breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly moving away from the direction of the kitchen, and slowly bowed to the red-robed bride who was already sitting up in the red coffin. Yun Han's affection for you +3. Current affection total, 18. A girl with a focus on cultivation and cultural literacy? How rare. Yet, she is still in this village? An Lan couldn't understand why such a cultured girl would appear in this backward village. He took a deep look at the red-robed bride and immediately led the little gravestone man back to his seat. An Lan. An Lan. How did you know? Why does the red-robed bride give you red paper cranes whenever you recite poetry? Mo Han's eyes were dark. He never expected the main person in the coffin would actually help An Lan. What kind of magic does this guy have? Isn't he just a humanoid self-walking female ghost demon? What do you think? An Lan shrugged, watching the gravestone man's affection return to normal, his gaze once again turning to the big red coffin in the center of the small courtyard. Damn it! Could it be that the female ghost likes poetry? In hesitation, Mo Han suddenly slammed the table. Everyone, look at me. I have something to say. In an instant, all the gravestone people in the small courtyard turned their heads towards Mo Han. Ahem ahem ahem. When the mountains collapse, the rivers dry up, when winter thunders and summer snows, heaven and earth unite, then I dare to part with you. He prided himself on speaking with deep feelings, looking just as handsome as An Lan, and directly gazing at the red-robed bride, hoping for her to give him a red paper crane as well. The red-robed bride, who was originally sitting in the coffin, slowly toppled over upon hearing the noise. The morning dove calls on the riverbank. The graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. Seemingly unwilling to give up, Mo Han began to chant again. In the heavens, I wish to be a pair of birds, on earth, I wish to entwine like branches. I love you. Loving you is like a mouse loves rice. Northeast is my homeland. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, the more he distorted and broke down. In the end, Mo Han didn't even know what he was saying. All the tombstone people stared at him like he was an idiot, continuing to eat their meals. Mo Han's mouth twitched, standing frozen in front of the table. Ha ha ha. Do you think you are An Lan? He was born to make the strange fond of him. You want to learn? Impossible. Lu Xian finally couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Damn it. Damn it. Cutting corners and being a pretty boy who only wins women's favor. I refuse to learn. As if his mindset had collapsed, Mo Han sat back down heavily. Lu Xian looked at him with contempt, not forgetting to stab him further. You don't refuse to learn. You just can't reach the grapes and call them sour. You. He. Creak. At this moment of conflict at the table, the middle-aged couple sitting in the main position of the hall slowly stood up. Tap 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 tap. These two were far more sinister than the villagers of the co-joined village. The stone people behind them had completely crawled out, like shadows standing behind them, mirroring their movements. Ahem ahem ahem. The auspicious time has arrived. Sincere thanks to everyone for coming to attend my child's co-joint funeral. Start digging. Clang. Out of nowhere, the stone person behind the middle-aged man slowly raised an iron shovel and walked toward the pit. Accompanying them was the stone person of the middle-aged woman. Sha 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 sha. Sha 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 sha. Without further discussion, the two stone people began to cover the coffin in the pit with dirt and stones. Ugh. Ugh. The red-robed bride in the coffin was so frightened that she trembled all over, not daring to move. As for the tombstone people nearby, they each wore joyful and excited looks, grotesquely shouting, "Good! Good! Good!" The shouting, the sound of filling earth, accompanied by the weeping of the red-robed bride, as a cold wind blew through, shaking the white frame value screen hanging in the co-joined village. Kacha kacha. Kacha kacha. In the next moment, the three who had been sitting in their seats, An Lan, Mo Han, and Tai Shan, suddenly felt their necks stiffen and a sharp pain surged up their spines. Then, puff. 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 3 narrow stone tablets began to gradually push out from their backs. Moreover, after these stone tablets grew out from under their skin, they twisted and expanded, ultimately forming into huge tombstones that stabbed right into their backs, making it impossible for them to stand up straight. Damn, dead, damn. What is this? I didn't give my heart already? Mo Han kept pulling at the stone tablet behind him, and as the dust fell off it, he horrifiedly discovered that the surface of the stone tablet began to squirm, growing a face that looked just like his own. Ha! 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 A chilling and strange voice came, and that stone face was trying to. A chilling, sharp laughter echoed through the air, making An Lan's shoulders heavy. He could only stand up, shoulders slumping, and seriously look towards the small courtyard. Good. Good. A match made in heaven. This child is blessed. The villagers' cheers continued, the soil already covering the coffin. Soon, the coffin would be sealed, nails would be hammered in to completely shut it. Watching the villagers cheer in the courtyard, An Lan inexplicably felt a guess stirring in his heart. When we had our strange change, was exactly when the coffin was being buried. Could it be? If the coffin is buried completely, will we turn into tombstone people? At that time, our true selves will become puppets, and the ones rising from the tombstones will directly replace us? As soon as he finished speaking, Emohan, Taishan, and Lu Xian's faces turned serious. Without further ado, the few of them rushed towards the two tombstone people wielding shovels. But... giggle giggle. Suddenly, from the surface of the tombstone behind them, two grayish-white arms shot out, wrapping around An Lan and his companions, making them unable to move. No! If we attack those two tombstone people, it will accelerate the appearance of the tombstone people behind us. Chapter 52, An Lan. Are you not listening to my orders? Damn! Damn! If we don't stop those two from burying the coffin, we will be revived and controlled by the tombstone people. If we stop them from burying the coffin, our tombstones will awaken faster. What the hell is this dead end? Emohan's face turned ashen. A way out? There is no way out. What exactly is the situation with the voice of the future? Giggle 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 giggle. The pressure on his back grew heavier, and Emohan couldn't help but hunch over, feeling a chest figure appearing on his back. This figure kept writhing, seeming to want to pull its belly out from the tombstone. Taishan. Taishan, pay attention to help me watch my back. I want to hear the voice of the future. Since the future still has a voice, it means we are still alive. Buzz. He closed his eyes, his earlobe glowing faintly. I understand. Perhaps, the way out isn't to stop the burial, but to find other conditions for survival within this time of burial. In this small courtyard, only the house on the right remains. In the echo of the future, Emohan heard a series of voices following. This voice was actually coming from An Lan. Could he find a way in the future? Opening his eyes, Emohan looked over at An Lan, who was shouldering the tombstone behind him, his eyes constantly scanning the entire courtyard. He opened his mouth, I understand. Perhaps, the way out isn't. Just as An Lan was about to express his opinion. Go! Everyone, follow me to the small house on the right. Perhaps before the burial, we can find another way to survive. Emohan snatched An Lan's words and ran towards the right small courtyard. An Lan's face instantly froze. This guy. He squinted, recalling Emohan's words, which were exactly the same as what he was thinking. His ability, could it be? Hey! An Lan! Let's go! Lu Xian urged An Lan, stepping to run towards the right house of the small courtyard. But... facing the urging, An Lan's gaze remained fixed on the coffin in the pit. He gritted his teeth and did not follow the crowd to the right house but rather rushed straight towards the blood-red coffin that was about to be sealed. An Lan! You! Lu Xian was stunned. What was he trying to do? Going to risk his life for some girl again? Lu Xian, if you trust me, come this way to the coffin. Without looking back, the more An Lan moved towards the coffin, the faster the tombstone person behind him pushed out. The tombstone person had already pushed out to his lower abdomen, crawling on his back like a demon. You will die. All of you will die in Cemetery Village. Shut up. Thud. As his foot stepped into the soft dirt pit, An Lan was about to jump into the coffin. Clang. A shining silver shovel suddenly swung towards An Lan's head. What do you want to do? The tombstone person of the middle-aged man had a sinister expression. The tombstone of the middle-aged woman was being dragged as the red coffin lid was about to close. But no one expected this. Big brother. You should go down. Clang. A shovel swung down from midair was unexpectedly grabbed by a pair of small hands. What? An Lan looked in shock at what was in front of him, and it was actually the village kid he had fed earlier. He came to help him unexpectedly? 20. At this moment, the kid's good feeling towards him had reached 20. Big brother. Go. The kid, the tombstone man, struggled against the shovel, and even though An Lan didn't understand, he nodded to him. Just as the red coffin lid was about to close, he plopped into the coffin. Boom. The coffin lid closed, and countless sands whirled down onto the coffin. The tombstone of the middle-aged woman raised a hammer and nails and began to seal the coffin. Good. 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 The villagers around still only cheered. Damn. An Lan. How dare you not follow my orders? Didn't I tell everyone to come to the small room? You. In front of the right room of the small courtyard, Han looked at An Lan's disappearance and couldn't help but say this. He was a high-ranking leader from the provincial level. From beginning to end, he had always had a dismissive, playful attitude towards An Lan. Now that An Lan could survive in the future, he decided to give no hints at all and see how this person would survive. Just like humans observing ants, there was a kind of arrogant superiority. But now, An Lan had disappeared, and with one less trial and error stone, he began to regret. What was in the small room? If he let An Lan try and error, he would definitely find the problem since he could live in the future, right? At worst, this trial and error stone wouldn't die. But now An Lan had separated from the group. Han's face turned pale, feeling a panic that things were slipping out of his control. He overestimated his judgment of the future and underestimated An Lan's judgment of the present. His mouth suddenly trembled. Did he unintentionally say that sentence from the future? Creak, creak, creak. The tombstone behind him continuously swayed, and although the person in the tombstone was made of stone, his body twisted like a snake, coiling around his chest. It had already bulged out at the hips, and a cold, indifferent face stayed fixed below his chin, continuously blowing cold air towards him. Ha, ha, ha. Everyone will die, will die. A chilly wind blew, and suddenly a pair of large hands patted Han's shoulder. Had. Now, shall we go in? It was Qingshan. This silent man looked solemnly at the wooden door of the right room. Who? Forcing himself to calm down, Han closed his eyes again, and faint flashes of light flickered in his ears. Future Echo was activated again. Damn. Damn. There is no way to survive here. How is it possible to get out? Almost the same voice that he had just discovered the death rule echoed. Han opened his eyes in surprise. Didn't he just say that? But why would it appear in the future? What exactly was it for? He couldn't figure it out, and a cold stone hand had already wrapped around his neck, slowly pressing down. The icy touch made Han instinctively scream, Lucien. If you don't want to die, show me what happened here in the past. Quick! Instinctively starting to command Lucien, who did not jump into the coffin with An Lan. In this subquest oppressive mission, Han was focusing on Lucien's ability, while An Lan? He was completely an accidental factor in the simulation. Now that An Lan had disappeared, he could only pressurize Lucien. Hearing this, Lucien looked at the already closed coffin and could only reluctantly walk to the front of the right room, her arms showing signs of peeling like paper as her hand bones pressed against the wooden door. Memory dispersal was activated instantly. Buzz. In his mind, new images flashed once more. Woo 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 woo. In front of the 8 Immortals table, a girl with her hands and feet shackled knelt. She crawled on the ground like a dog. A small bowl was placed in front of her, containing only rough leftover rice. Woo woo. Dad. Mom. In the dim room, the girl cried helplessly. SSS. Her eyes narrowed, and Lucien looked suspiciously at the coffin in the yard. This was the third time the scene had accumulated. The first time was the little girl's escape at the village entrance, the second time was the girl can't sit at the table in the yard, and the third time was now. The overlap of these three memories made Lucien begin to have some guesses. Got it. This girl was bought from outside the village. Wait. Then this current bride, could she be? She vaguely thought of something, and Han, unable to wait any longer, shoved Lucien. Hey. Why are you spacing out? I'm asking you. What happened here in the past? Here. In this room, a little girl was once locked up. Is that all? Yes. This is all we can see. Damn. Cack. An icy stone hand had already gripped his throat. Han could make no analysis from this information. His face darkened, and he immediately looked at Qingshan. Qingshan. There's no time. Go straight in. Understood. Boom. The sturdy body of Qingshan slammed into the wooden door. Immediately, the sight inside the room made everyone's face show an expression of disbelief. Chapter 53, while others are horrified and struggling to survive, you are hugging the eerie? This. Under the astonished gaze of Han and the others, the little room presented a completely different scene. A big red carpet and bedding had been laid on the kong, a traditional heated bed, and on the brand new 8 Immortals table, celebratory foods like dates, peanuts, longan, and melon seeds were arranged. The room, though not large, was bathed in an exceptionally warm orange light. On the old glass windowsill on the wall, a toy rattle from the 90s, full of childish charm, was placed. Also, on the suspended ceiling above the bed, a few paper cranes were hung with red strings. Red, green, blue. At first glance, it gave off a vibe of a warm little home from the past. Ta-da-da-da. After staring at the small room for a moment, Han and the others immediately stepped inside. Creak. Once they entered the room, the wooden door instantly slammed shut. Ha! Lu Xian turned around and was shocked to find that her previously bone-like hand, under the warm light of the small room, had actually solidified and changed. Along with that, Han and Tai Shan's bodies were also silent, as if the tombstone effect had been lifted. Did I guess right? Is this a safe room? Han's face relaxed. Just as he was about to examine the room further. Creak. Creak 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 creak. Suddenly, a sound like bones breaking echoed through the once warm room. With this cracking sound, cracks began to appear on the walls, and drip blood began to seep through. Shit. Shit. Tai Shan. Quick. Find out, what's wrong with this room. Han immediately ripped off the red bedsheet from the bed. To his shock, he discovered that under the sheet, there were dense scratches from nails, along with countless broken nails stuck inside. Bloodstains, broken nails, a horrifying sight. Is it the table? Tai Shan then came to the 8 Immortals table and flipped over the fruit pits on top. Clang. Once the table was flipped over, the fruit pits instantly turned into human eyes and fingers, blood red and gruesome, falling to the ground. As for Lu Xian, she walked a few steps to the paper cranes hanging above the bed, her face thoughtful. The bride, before, gave An Lan a red paper crane. The paper crane appeared in the room where that girl was locked up. Does this mean that girl is the bride? This paper crane. After casually touching one of the red paper cranes? Puff puff puff. The paper crane, which had been gently swaying, suddenly swelled up like a blood-filled bag, and then split open with veins bulging. Then, with a loud boom, the red blood bag exploded, and dark brown stinking blood splattered all over Lu Xian's face. Lu Xian immediately felt a sharp pain in her face. She reached up to grab her face and was horrified to find that countless swollen veins were pulsing on her face, seemingly about to burst at any moment. And these veins were spreading like a spider web. From the face spreading to the neck, and even the chest. Ah! The scream echoed in the room, and Han's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, his breath inexplicably quickening. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking continued in the room. The square structure of the room twisted and collapsed like soft candy. Blood poured out along the cracks, the ceiling becoming a paper-like fractured blood wall, quickly rolling down. Hiss. Hiss. The feeling of suffocation gradually emerged, and despair filled Han's eyes. Why? Why? This room is so warm, yet in the end, everything is fake. Everything is a trap. Why? Puff. A large area of blood like paper collapsed and twisted. Finally, like wrapped in paper, the blood covered Han and the 2 others, completely rolling them into a tide of blood, disappearing. On the other side, An Lan jumped into the coffin. Thud. He instinctively rolled to the side of the bride in red, further crushing the already shriveled groom's corpse. Sorry, buddy. Adjusting his body on the corpse, he imagined the feeling of suffocation and crowding in the coffin wasn't there. Instead, there was no smell of decay, but a faint scent of ink. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! From the top of the coffin, the sound of nails being hammered came. An Lan didn't pay any attention. He didn't care whether he would be sealed in the coffin, or whether he would die here. Rather than trust that Han's command, An Lan believed more in his goddess strategy system. Turning his head, An Lan looked at the person beside the pillow. Crack, crack, crack. The big red veil seemed to sense something, slowly turning its head to look at An Lan. You? A soft, crisp voice, like a golden oriole, came. An Lan smiled slightly. When one encounters injustice on the road, one should draw the sword to help. Since I can't save you, then I'll come down to accompany you. At least, rather than being smashed to death by those big guys with shovels, being buried together with you would be much better. What did that saying go? Dying under the peony, one can still be considered a romantic ghost. This poem doesn't describe it that way. A soft voice came. An Lan joked with a smile, but using it like this now, isn't there a problem? You shouldn't be here. Is that so? Well then, I say, you shouldn't be here either. Thud. It seemed that this sentence inadvertently touched something. Han's body trembled, the big red veil slowly fell down, revealing a somewhat haggard oval face. She didn't have the flowing long hair of a city beauty, only a neat short hairstyle. Time had darkened her face, but beneath that dark skin, her exquisite features still shone brightly. At the moment their gazes met, a flush appeared on Han's slightly dark cheeks. Like red clouds under a dark sky, it was exceptionally beautiful. The girl's lips gradually pressed together, her thin lips looked like strawberries in early summer, moist and alluring. Wow. Why bother with light blue or deep red? One is naturally the best among flowers. An Lan looked at Yunhan's face and couldn't help but recite another line of poetry. Ding. Yunhan's favorability towards you +3. Current favorability total, 21. You. Has anyone ever told you you have a thick face? Yunhan didn't dare to look directly at An Lan's face, slowly turning around. In the narrow coffin, beneath the tight big red robe, the girl's figure was surprisingly ample. Seemingly realizing that presenting her backside to An Lan wasn't ideal, Yunhan hesitated for a moment and then slowly lay flat, sneaking a glance at An Lan. So nice. Such an interesting girl, how did she get tricked here? Watching the girl's actions, An Lan thought of girls from his youthful days. If Yangjinjin was a cool and aloof goddess, then Yunhan must be the pure and innocent girl next door type. You? Why did you come here? An Lan couldn't help but ask this question. Unfortunately. After this question, Yunhan merely pursed her lips, no longer speaking. The corners of her eyes gradually crinkled, and she inexplicably sighed, I'm sorry to my parents. Ha! The atmosphere inside the coffin inexplicably became tense. Boom. I don't know how long it passed, the weight of the dust pressed down, the red coffin seemed to be completely buried. The temperature inside the coffin began to slowly drop, and a foul smell of decay spread in the air. Yunhan shivered, disgusted, covering her nose, and frowned. Unexpectedly. In the next moment, a large hand suddenly reached over from her back, and then the powerful arm wrapped her into a warm chest. An Lan pulled Yunhan into his embrace and wrapped his arms around her chest, holding her on his body. You thick-skinned rogue! Yunhan instinctively exclaimed. But An Lan just smiled. Sometimes, a man must be thick-skinned. I don't know if what I'm doing is unreasonable. But, I know you seem very cold. And, you seem to reject your husband's smell. Now, I'm pressing you against your husband, you are on top, can't you smell the stench anymore? And, the body temperature of two people, at least won't be so cold, right? A warm breath came from below, Yunhan's cheeks flushed even more. She opened her mouth a few times in embarrassment, wanting to say something, but in the end, only managed to squeeze out an angry remark, that guy is not my husband. Ding. Yunhan's favorability +4. Current accumulated favorability, 25. Triggering favorability CG1, do you want to play now? No. For now, not in a hurry to play the CG, An Lan pondered whether to create some poetry to brush up on favorability. Suddenly. Yunhan, lying on his chest, actually boldly turned around, facing him, lying against An Lan's chest. She blushed and was a bit shy, I always feel. I can't turn my back to you. Is that so? As the two looked at each other, the atmosphere inexplicably became a bit enchanting. Then, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. Only the male corpse beneath An Lan seemed to have a greenish head. Polite male corpse, damn. Chapter 54, the end cycle begins. You, don't move around. Yunhan lay on An Lan's chest, under the red robe, her snow-white skin faintly visible. She closed her eyes, feeling the man's body temperature, slowly, unexpectedly letting out a comfortable little hum, seemingly satisfied in falling into a light nap. This man makes her feel so relaxed and comfortable. An Lan indeed did not move, just watching the favorability rise +1, +1, +1. Ultimately, it froze at 30 points. He hesitated, still daring not to engage in excessive intimacy. 1. He was afraid this would affect the favorability. 2. Where is Yangjinjin? Would Yangjinjin suddenly jump out and squeeze into this coffin too? Fortunately, after waiting for a long time, there was no sound from Yangjinjin at all. An Lan guessed, probably in the new instance, the characters from the previous instance no longer have the right to appear in this one. After all, this is not Yangjinjin's home turf. Then. System. Play CG. Loading. In a warm pink bedroom, a little girl lies on the bed, holding a book of 300 Tang poems. She seems to have a fever, with a somewhat flushed face and a look of confusion. Daddy! Why is it gazing up at the bright moon, lowering my head to think of my hometown? The little girl looks at a gentle-looking man in glasses in front of the bed. The man smiled, because, when you reach a certain age and encounter some things, you will realize that the home you used to take for granted is so warm. Ah? Is that so? Han, you are still young, it's normal that you don't understand these, when you grow up, you will naturally. Ah. No. Daddy. I hope you never understand the meaning of this poem. Daddy, I hope you will always be happy and always be by my side. Oh. Han understands. Buzz. As scenes flashed through his mind, An Lan's expression grew increasingly grim. From the memories, Yunhan's family background was not bad when she was a child. Moreover, her father seemed like a well-cultured person, so he wouldn't send his child here. So, the answer can only be one. The traffickers have taken them. TSK. What a disgusting village. With his eyes slightly squinted, a strange dampness filled An Lan's chest. He looked up, and Yuhan seemed to be crying. Crystal tear drops warmed his heart. On the other side. On top of the coffin. At this moment, the entire Hazang village seemed to be on fast forward. Ever since the coffin was buried, the people in the yard continuously flickered and vanished. The bodies of middle-aged men and women paused, merging with the tombstones, plunged into the center of the small yard, gradually transforming into two tombstones. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. In Hazang village, in every family's yard, tombstones were sprouting like crazy. Even the two gatekeepers at the village entrance were turning into tombstones. The village seemed to have entered a special mode. It's coming. Suddenly, Yuhan, who was sleeping in An Lan's arms, opened her eyes in panic, looking at An Lan. Her red robe began to turn to ashes, and beneath the red robe was nothing but bones melting away. What's coming? An Lan looked at her in confusion. Yuhan pressed her lips together, and her slender fingers with uneven nails pierced into An Lan's arm, slowly carving a spiral symbol on it. What does this mean? If you can understand. Crack 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 crack. Before she could finish her words, An Lan's back began to twist and transform. A stone tablet instantly pushed out from his back, smashing the male corpse into pieces while a stone figure of An Lan crawled out from the tombstone, grinning at him. An Lan's consciousness instantly dissipated. After a short moment, the world before him began to clear up. Under the brilliant sunlight, An Lan stood blankly in a lush little yard. In the yard, chickens and ducks roamed, and grass grew abundantly. Outside the small yard, a stone-paved path led in all directions. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the neighboring yards, and sounds of laughter occasionally floated over. An Lan was confused. Is this Hazang village? Along with this, Emohan and the others who walked out from the small kitchen stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, not understanding at all. What happened to them? The memories in their minds were a bit confused. An Lan only remembered the part where the four of them drove to the entrance of Hazang village, and after that, he couldn't remember anything. Emohan and the others were the same. So, the four of them stood still for quite a while, instinctively thinking that this was the scene inside the village after entering the stone tablet. This doesn't seem right? Emohan was the first to snap back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the clear village sky, finding no sign of anything unusual. With a slight frown, although he didn't remember what happened afterwards, he still retained the memory of before coming to the village. It doesn't make sense. I remember simulating to the village entrance, there would be a gatekeeping process. But why did we directly appear inside the village? In confusion, Emohan subconsciously closed his eyes, wanting to activate Future Echo. But no matter how he closed his eyes, no matter how he moved his ears, he couldn't hear a hint of an echo. Damn it! Where's my ability? His face turned pale in an instant. After his proud Future Echo was ineffective, he felt weaker than anyone else and immediately grabbed Iron Mountain's shoulder. Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain. What about you? Where's your ability? It seems, my body has become weak. I have no strength. I don't have my abilities anymore. Iron Mountain replied in a deep voice, protecting Emohan behind him, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Wait. I also. Lu Xian also came to her senses, anxiously looking around. Only An Lan, feeling strangely the countdown of Mirror Flower Water Moon, looked on with a puzzled expression. Skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Cooldown remaining, 22 hours 1 minute and 32 seconds. When did I use my skill? I remember, before coming here, the skill had cooled down. He furrowed his brow and watched the other three warily for a while. A warm afternoon breeze blew through, the sun was just right, and the sounds of chickens and ducks came, uniquely bringing the tranquility of the small village. This peace lasted for a while, and the air was filled only with warmth. Emohan slowly walked out from behind Taishan, his face full of doubt. Something's off. This is Hazang village, right? Didn't they say that those who come here die one wave after another? But here? Looking at the harmonious village, Emohan could hardly imagine that this village could eat people. How about go out and check? Lu Xian boldly stepped out of the small courtyard and looked around the little yard. That works. Hey! An Lan, you're on my team. Your talent level is the weakest, I'll protect you. Emohan instinctively called out to An Lan, his eyes flashing with a strange light. You too? When did your relationship get so good? Lu Xian looked at Emohan in confusion. Emohan said nothing but kept urging An Lan, hurry up. I'm your superior. Do you think just anyone can be protected by me? He held his chin high, thinking that An Lan would definitely agree. The reason for teaming up with An Lan now was that Emohan was scared. What could he do without his talent? But he retained the memories before entering the village, so he clearly remembered only An Lan. Only that person's voice had always been present in the simulation. So it was safest to stick by An Lan now. Whatever he did, he would do too. This was the highest probability method of survival. Even Qingshan couldn't provide him the safety An Lan could. An Lan didn't understand why Emohan's attitude had changed. He only remembered that he had once speculated with Yang Jinjin that the other person's ability seemed to be something he could verify or activate. Strange. Didn't he lose his ability? Why is he still looking for me? An Lan frowned, just about to follow the few people out of the small courtyard. Giddy up. Giddy up. Giddy up. Suddenly, from the main house of the small courtyard, a dark-skinned, skinny boy was riding on the back of a little girl with an unfriendly expression. He was whipping the girl's face with a willow branch, treating her like a horse, urging her, hurry up. Climb faster. Ugh. Wah wah wah. The girl kneeling on the ground had tears all over her face. It was hard to tell how many times she had cried, and her face was already a bit dry and haggard. Her knees and elbows were covered in purple-red abrasions, and her dress, which was supposed to be beautiful, was worn and torn. She knelt on the ground sobbing quietly. Hurry up. Move faster. The little boy continued to urge on, and with a slap, the willow branch hit the little girl's nose, making it bleed. Wah wah wah. Daddy. Daddy. Mommy. Mommy. Hurry up. Why don't you move? You won't have anything to eat tonight. The little boy raised his hand to whip again. Damn it. Stop it. An Lan could not stand it any longer and rushed to the threshold, directly knocking down the little boy on the girl's back, causing him to fall to the ground and knock out his front teeth. You. Ah. Dad. Mom. Someone is bullying me. The little boy's mouth was bleeding, and he immediately began to wail loudly. But An Lan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the sobbing little girl. Because above this little girl's head, a heart shape was beating. Goddess Guide, Yun Han. Current favorability, 30. Chapter 55, Damn. Is the future all a lie? Are you okay? An Lan directly held the little girl in his arms, her small and thin body trembled non-stop. But An Lan's face, while filled with heartache, still carried a bit of confusion. Not the system. You're joking, right? You let me charm a goddess and that's fine. Now you're. Wah. Wah. The little girl in his arms was still sobbing, and An Lan gently stroked her forehead. Good. It's okay. It's okay. Brother will protect you. You can rest assured, you can rest assured. Holding the girl, An Lan looked towards the main house. The boy with the little willow branch had already stood up, blood spraying from his nose and lips, glaring at An Lan with a sinister expression. You dare hit me. You even dare to steal my wife. You're done for. You're done for. Dad. Mom. Beat them to death. Call uncle and aunt, hit them to death with a shovel. It's hard to imagine. A child's mouth could say such wicked things. An Lan hadn't gotten angry yet. Emohan, standing at the door, watched An Lan's actions, hesitated for a moment, then patted Qingshan on the shoulder. Qingshan. Let's go. Let's give this kid a good beating first. Ha. Head. Why are we doing this? Qingshan didn't understand. What's happening? Emohan doesn't dislike this kid too? Get out of here. With a bang, without further discussion, Emohan quickly ran a few steps and kicked the little boy in the face. The boy was sent flying straight into the main house, crashing into a group of tables and chairs. Boom. This kick was really strong. The boy lay under the chaotic tables and chairs of the main house but could not stand up. He couldn't say a word, just holding his stomach and wailing continuously. Dad, Mom. Poof. Emohan proudly raised his head, and Qingshan behind him, seeing this, hesitated to lift a flying bench and smashed it directly onto the boy's face again. Bang! This time, the boy's head was split open, and he completely passed out. I said. Head. Is this really okay? Qingshan still felt some resistance, always feeling like Emohan was plotting something and couldn't quite figure it out. What are you afraid of? This place is full of tricks. I heard the future. Just listen to me. Next, whatever An Lan does, we will do as well. If he can survive until the end, there must be a reason. Imohan clapped his hands, just as he intended to move closer to An Lan. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps arose. Kid. You outsiders, where did you come from? What did you do to my kid? At the entrance of the courtyard, a dark-faced man rushed in with a farmer's wife, anger and shock on his face, shaking with rage. Mum. Dad. Mom. I want to go home. The little girl in An Lan's arms, upon seeing these two, immediately shook even more in fear. An Lan patted the girl's shoulder, his face cold as he looked at the two. You aren't this girl's parents, are you? What was that kid saying about his wife? Are you engaging in child bride trafficking? Fuck you for saying that? Put down my daughter-in-law. The dark-faced man seemed unable to hold back any longer. He raised his hoe and swung it towards An Lan's face. An Lan stepped back while holding the girl, his gaze directed towards the now unconscious boy in the main house, and nodded towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian immediately understood, grabbed a bench, and ran directly to the unconscious boy. Stop. Otherwise, I'll smash your son right now. Trafficking in people is bad enough. And you're abusing her. Do you still have humanity? You outsider, put down the bench. Put it down. Seeing his son being held with a bench, the dark-faced man immediately panicked. He gasped for breath, eyes reddening, yet he still didn't drop the shovel in his hand. Get out of the way. If you don't want your family to be left behind. An Lan clearly understood, in such remote mountainous areas, the poorer the land, the more they valued passing down the family line. After confirming that Lu Xian had control over the boy, the few of them faced off against the couple and slowly walked out of the small courtyard. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. At this moment, within the small courtyards of the village, countless villagers had already raised their shovels, walking this way. A dark mass of people quickly surrounded An Lan and the others. Everyone, don't move. Otherwise. Imohan didn't know when he had taken the little boy, pushing the small knife given by Taishan against the boy's neck, his expression dark and grim. He truly couldn't understand it now. A person cannot kill a ghost. But why were so many ghosts held back by just a few of them? Everyone, stop. Stop. My son is in their hands. The man kept shouting, and a few rebellious voices around began to stir uneasily, saying, just because of your son? Just because of one person, are we supposed to let them all go? If they go to the big place to report us, can the Hazan village still survive? Right. We can't let them go. The crowd pressed closer and closer. You dare? Aren't you afraid that I will act? Imohan's knife had already cut into the little boy's neck. His gaze was fixed on An Lan, still gambling. He was betting that An Lan would definitely survive, and that if he followed him, it would be the right choice. At least for now, there was indeed no problem. But, damn. If Wang's child dies, then he dies. At worst, if he dies, that little girl can just be buried together with him. Clang. A big iron shovel came crashing down on An Lan's head without warning. An Lan's forehead instantly burst out in blood, dripping tick onto the little girl's face. Big brother. You. The little girl nervously looked at An Lan, and An Lan just smiled at her. It's okay. I will find a way to get you out of here. Bang. But. Before he could finish his words, dozens of shovels swung down, and An Lan, Lu Xian, Imohan, and Taishan all had their heads ringing with stars, collapsing to the ground. Damn. Dare to make trouble in our Hazan village? Are you crazy? Men. Lock them all up, and wait for a few days to cut out their kidneys. As for that girl, which family's young man isn't married yet? Just set a date, lay out a feast, and use her. Damn. Let you all have some abilities. Dozens of big feet viciously stomped on An Lan and the others' heads. An Lan's face turned iron blue, and he still couldn't understand, why did this instance give him such a strange feeling? Why was his affinity with this girl so high? If he didn't save this girl, what were they doing here? Cough. He couldn't help but cough up blood, and Lan noticed the affinity CG and chose to play it. Soon. The corresponding CG of the little girl played again. You. Xiaohan, though I don't know why do I feel familiar with you? But I think we should have known each other before. Don't worry, I will save you. I will definitely save you. His subconscious told him that this girl must be key. Otherwise, this 30 affinity wouldn't appear out of nowhere. In the lost memories, he must have interacted with Yun Han for some reason. The The girl in his arms was unharmed because of An Lan's protection. Her tear-filled eyes looked at him. Big brother. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. You really are a well-mannered good girl. Ding. You gained Goddess Yunhan's affinity plus 15. Current affinity total, 45. Before An Lan fainted, he once again heard the system's prompt in his ears. He could feel the little girl gripping his arm, scratching at something with her nails. There was a circle of blood-red whirlpool marks. Damn it. An Lan. I'm gonna be killed by you. Why? In the future, weren't you living well? Why the hell are you dying now? Future. You deceived me. Ah. Imohan trembled all over from the shovel strike, becoming even more confused. He coughed blood, watching Taishan get hit in the back of the head, watching Lu Xian tied up like a pig. The four of them were dragged like farm animals into a woodshed. Blood continuously oozed from the wounds, dragging a blood trail along the ground. Now, even though no one was watching them, they also could not move at all, only lying on the straw stack in the woodshed, watching the sunset slanting in the west, watching the little girl being taken away. Warm blood continuously oozed from the back of Emohan's head. He and Lu Xian were the only two conscious among the four. Emohan's consciousness was slowly fading, while Lu Xian was constantly biting the thick cloth over her mouth, trying to loosen the ropes binding her body. But unfortunately, the sun gradually set, and Emohan's eyes began to cloud over. Lu Xian still could not untie the ropes. Why? The future is not like this. Until consciousness faded, Emohan still couldn't figure out how the plot was not the same as he expected. The sunlight disappeared. When dark clouds once again covered Hazang village, Lu Xian's pupils suddenly widened. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. In the village, at some point, every household had set up white frame value screens, and a gray mist once again enveloped the entire village. And on top of the straw stack, crack, crack, crack. The three men, who were originally unconscious and on the brink of death, began to shake and quiver, slowly growing tombstones from their backs. As the faces of the men appeared on those tombstones, An Lan, Emohan, and Taishan suddenly opened their eyes together, their wounds vanished, and life flourished. Chapter 56. We are crossing time, an infinite reset loop. You guys? Lu Xian's mouth gaped open, looking in astonishment at the three men who climbed up from the straw stack. An Lan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions becoming strange. You guys, are you reborn? Her face twitched. Once Lu Xian regained her senses, she realized she could actually speak. Moreover, the ropes binding her had surprisingly turned to ashes and dissipated. Reborn? What on earth is this instance doing? Wait. If we can be reborn. Future. Emohan twisted his neck and looked again at An Lan. He had some thoughts. If this instance can allow people to be reborn, then An Lan's voice always existing in the future could also make sense. After all, you won't die, so you have a voice in the future? That makes sense. But this is still not right. Why is it that after simulating so many people, only An Lan's voice has always been there? Other people should also be able to be reborn. But them, in the end, they had no voice left. So, Emohan's eyes began to spin. So, this instance can resurrect people? But is there a limit on how many times? Or is it, some conditions? Other people slowly die after being reborn, only An Lan can survive until the end? Thinking to himself, Emohan stayed silent. Taishan patted his healing head, looking confused. An Lan was recalling what just happened, looking at the scratch on his arm. That is a circle of bloody scratches made by fingernails, presenting a spiral shape. This scratch had existed before seeing that little girl. After saving the little girl and increasing her favorability, she seemed to hint at this mark, as if she was conveying some subtle message. TSK. This time's instance really lives up to its reputation for causing so many people to fall. At this point, I still have no clue? Rubbing his chin, An Lan began to connect the dots as much as possible. First was favorability. His abnormally high favorability with the little girl meant he must have interacted with her before. So, the memory of that interaction vanished, indicating that the instance has the ability to erase memories. Next was the favorability CG. The little girl in the CG looked exactly like the little girl from before, which means this girl should have been trafficked from the city to here. Hazang village? Could it be? Confused memories held him back, and An Lan still couldn't figure out what this time's instance was trying to achieve. He slowly stood up, looking towards the direction where the firecrackers exploded. Shall we investigate further? Still going? Can you beat those villagers? You just go? Emohan was the first to voice his opposition, but An Lan ignored him and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. All right. It seems they won't harm women. My risk isn't very high. Step, step, step. Under the night sky, the two of them hurried toward the direction of the firecrackers, disregarding everything else. Damn. Emohan stared at their backs, cursing out loud, but still called out to Taishan to follow. Taishan. Go. We still need to follow that An Lan. He will be fine. Step, step, step. The four of them followed the sound of the firecrackers until they stopped in front of a small courtyard of a Sihiyuan. Inside the courtyard, there were countless round tables, and numerous tombstone people were sitting at the tables, as if preparing to feast. At the center of the countless round tables, a pit had been dug, and in the pit lay a red coffin, its lid open, containing a dead male corpse dressed in a red robe, with shriveled skin and a deformed body. Beside the male corpse, a woman in a red robe was lying in the coffin, her body trembling continuously. Seeing such a scene, An Lan's expression suddenly froze. Because right in that red coffin, above the bride's head, there was clearly a floating heart. Capture the goddess, Yunhan. Current total favorability, 30. What the hell? What the hell? That woman, is Xiaohan? An Lan felt his scalp go numb. When he saw Yunhan during the day, she was still just a child. Now, when he met her again, she looked at least 19 or 20. And, how could she be placed in a coffin? Joint burial. Joint burial. That little boy said during the day that Xiaohan was his wife, but Xiaohan is so grown up now. Could it be? Could it be that this is a night many years later? That little boy died young? And made Xiaohan accompany him to the grave? We have traveled through time? Traveled through more than a decade? His pupils trembled, only An Lan was clear about the current situation, only he saw clearly Yunhan's identity. His arms shook, he felt that the scene before him seemed familiar. Test. This instance is truly strange. And what are those tombstone people? Could it be that during the day, the village is filled with normal people, but at night they all transform into tombstone people? Emohan fixed his gaze on the courtyard full of tombstone people, his expression somewhat resistant. He instinctively closed his eyes, and this time, his ears actually flickered with faint light, entering the ability of future echo. You actually dare to sit in the fish head position? You are dead. The fish tail position is even a place you can sit? A familiar voice came, and Emohan's expression brightened. No, my talent ability has recovered. At night, our abilities all return. He activated his ability repeatedly and heard the familiar voices of Little One. This table doesn't have pig hearts and An Lan. An Lan, how dare you disobey my orders and so on. So strange. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard these sounds, yet Mohan inexplicably felt they were a bit familiar. He suspiciously stroked his chin and glanced at An Lan, immediately calling out to Taishan, let's go. Taishan, we are going in. Sitting down at a round table in the corner, Emohan and Taishan actually chose to sit closer to the tombstone people's seats. An Lan. Wei. Lu Xian looked at Emohan's actions, her eyes asking An Lan, who nodded, and the two also walked toward the round table in the corner. The fish head and fish tail positions remained empty. An Lan was just about to walk to the fish head position. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the tombstone people, who were originally merry in the courtyard, all turned their stiff heads, with deadpan eyes staring hatefully at An Lan. 10. 0, -10. With countless moving hearts, the favorability value plummeted, and An Lan's actions froze, urgently calling to Lu Xian, who was about to sit down, don't sit down. These two seats have problems. I will activate my ability to check. Lu Xian closed her eyes, and in her mind, the memory screen of that not letting the girl on the dining table appeared again. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately spoke up, An Lan. I'm fine. Girls cannot sit at the table. As long as I don't sit at the table, I'm okay. As for your side, girls cannot sit at the table? But in this courtyard. Hearing this, An Lan quickly scanned the courtyard with her eyes. There are women and little girls at the table. But why does Lu Xian have this memory? Suddenly, when her gaze swept to the bright red coffin, An Lan's eyelids flicked. It's Xiaohan's memory. It's her, she is from outside the village, so she can't sit at the table? Her fists gradually tightened, An Lan pressed her lips together, then immediately looked at a little boy at the table, hugged him up, and sat in his seat. Little brother, big brother will help you pick up food, okay? -10. 0. 10. The goodwill was restored. The little boy said nothing, but the tombstone person behind him inexplicably smiled an eerie smile at An Lan. Ha! You managed to avoid it? I want to see how you survive until the end. Opposite at the table, Emohan stared at An Lan intently, feeling that everything happening now seemed a bit familiar. Where's the pig heart? Where's the pig heart? After a moment, a tombstone person at the table suddenly yelled, their fierce gaze glaring at Emohan, Jr. Junior, did you bring the pig heart? He. The person in the tombstone suddenly got closer, twisting like a snake, coiling itself on the dining table. A mouthful of sharp teeth opened wide, ready to bite Emohan's face. There is. Put. Skillfully walking to Qingshan's side, Emohan sliced off a piece of flesh from his chest, immediately throwing it onto the dining table. Woo. Suddenly, everyone at the table buried their heads, gnawing on the flesh and blood. Big brother. I'm hungry. Meanwhile, the little boy in An Lan's arms also began to act up, his whole face popping out from the tombstone, sticking to An Lan's chin, a strange purple tongue stretching out, licking An Lan's neck continuously. 0, -10, -15. The goodwill rapidly decreased. Lu Xian looked at Emohan in panic. Hey! Can you help save people? Didn't we come to conquer this place together? TSK. Isn't the answer right here? Cut off a piece of flesh from the heart, what? An Lan, are you afraid of pain? Maybe it was because she had been beaten by the villagers earlier, feeling displeased. Or maybe it was to explore how An Lan would fulfill her future. Emohan teased An Lan, who pressed her lips together and started to walk toward the kitchen. But just then, pat. The woman in the red coffin slowly stood up, looking toward An Lan. An Lan seemed to see a pair of excited eyes under the other's veil. She, what is she going to do? Pat. The woman stretched out her right hand, her white, slender fingers pointing at An Lan, the skin on her hand quickly shriveling up, and then a red paper crane quickly flew toward An Lan's shoulder. Chapter 57, Hearing the Sound of the Rattle, Part 1. This? An Lan looked in surprise at the arrival of the paper crane, thoughtful. Is it the 45 goodwill playing a role? Is she actively helping me? Slowly taking down the paper crane from her shoulder, she opened it to find a line of delicate blood-written characters on a red square of paper. Flowers fall helplessly. Flowers fall helplessly, like the swallow's return, how familiar. Naturally, she thought of the second half of this poem. An Lan blinked and looked again at the woman in the red veil, whose thin red lips curled up slightly under the veil, as if she were smiling. Is she hinting at me again? Flowers fall helplessly, like the swallow's return. This poem is by Yen Shun's Washing Stream Sand, a new lyric and a cup of wine. It expresses the passing of things, and the arrival of the new. Wait a minute. Her gaze paused on the hand of the woman in the red veil, still pointing at herself. On that withered white bony hand, the nails were grotesquely curved, slowly turning in circles. Spinning in circles? Hiss. Instinctively lowering my head to look at my arm, a faint pain came from the spiral blood pattern on it. This Yunhan should be the goddess I previously pursued. Because I pursued her, I met little Yunhan, she will have a natural fondness for me. The two different time periods of Yunhan both hint at the spiral pattern, and the meaning of the poem Huanqi Sha. Along with the lost memories, a familiar sense of déjà vu. Could it be that the past and new things, the spiral? Could it be? I am repeating all of this. But each experience resets my memory, completing an infinite loop? Suddenly startled by this thought, An Lan gazed steadily at Yunhan and slowly recited a line of poetry. Fate is only what you encounter, the cycle cannot be sought. Drop. You have gained Yunhan's favor +5. Current total favor points, 50. You have a newly unlocked favor CG waiting to play. Do you want to play it? Yes/no? At the moment the poem was finished, An Lan heard the system's voice, and the corners of his mouth immediately tilted up. Got it right. Although he couldn't directly ask Yunhan questions, the two had already resonated in poetry. I am experiencing a cycle. I need to find a way to escape this cycle, or rather, leave more clues for the next cycle. While his mind was thinking about plans. Are you reciting poetry again? Do you think you are Li Bai? Emohan's mocking voice came. The child with the tombstone face in his arms already had both hands around An Lan's neck. Big brother, where's the food you promised? If you don't give it to me, I'll do it myself. Cold air spewed out from the tombstone face. An Lan felt it and quickly folded the paper crane into tiny neat paper pieces, stuffing them one by one into the tombstone face's mouth. The tombstone face squinted in satisfaction, and the favor points instantly jumped from -15 to 15. Phew. An Lan let out a sigh and returned to the dining table. He hesitated, using his finger to wipe the bloodstains on the tombstone face in his arms, writing a line of blood words near the spiral wound on his arm. You are experiencing a cycle. When you see this sentence, you have already lost your memory. You will experience different life stages of Yunhan, so do not doubt the system's judgment when you see little Yunhan. Yunhan will help you. Just remember, in the daytime she is her childhood, at night it is during her burial. Do not sit at the fish head or fish tail position at the dining table during burial. Trying to write everything known on his arm, An Lan did this because he guessed. Why is there no previous memory? It's simple. Last time, he must have failed to escape the cycle. What about this time? Still have no clues. So, to prevent going back to Yunhan's childhood and losing memory again, preparing in advance must be right. Hey! An Lan, what are you writing? Lu Xian curiously looked at An Lan's actions. An Lan buried his head under the table. She did not see what he wrote. An Lan raised his head at her words, hesitatingly spoke. I'm jotting down the current situation to help myself sort through the clues. Oh. But, there aren't any clues right now, right? We are still visiting the small courtyard for the first time. Who is the person in that coffin? As the two conversed, Han squinted and also looked towards the coffin. An Lan. An Lan. Why are you being helped by that woman? Is it because of that poem? Or is it your talent at work? Tell me. Tell me. How can I get that woman's help? The scolding words came. An Lan still buried his head writing something, and seeing that the other party did not respond, Han started his performance again. Everyone look. Everyone look at me. I say. The east wind blows, flowers bloom like 1,000 trees, it also blows down, stars like rain. The fine car and precious horse perfume fills the road. After finishing a poem Qingyuan, the scene fell into silence. Yunhan lost all interest and lazily fell back into the coffin. Han's face darkened, and he immediately started reciting a poem again. An Lan ignored the other person's antics, and after finishing writing all the clues, he looked at the system's new favorability CG and chose to play it. Buzz. Suddenly, a warm scene flickered in his mind. It was still that pink little room. Yunhan lay on the bed, looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, curiously watching the children playing downstairs. Xiaohan, don't you really want to go outside to play? In front of the bed sat a woman with round glasses and gentle long hair. Mom, how long will my fever last? I want to go to the amusement park to play. You can't run around with a fever. You need to rest well. Here Mom will teach Xiaohan to fold paper cranes, okay? If you fold 1,000 paper cranes, you can make a wish. Really? Then I want to wish for my recovery. Okay. A large sheet of paper was taken out by the woman from a jar, scattering it across the bed, and the mother and daughter folded paper cranes together, filling the room with warmth. After a while, the woman looked at her watch and patted Yunhan's head. Xiaohan, Mom has to go to school for class. You stay at home and be good. But... Mom. I'm scared. Oh dear, Xiaohan is still being coy. Dong dong dong. Then, here. Just shake the rattle drum, and Mom and Dad will be back soon. Dong dong dong. Out of nowhere, the woman took out a rattle drum and stuffed it into Yunhan's hands. Wow. A rattle drum. The memory ended here. When An Lan opened his eyes again, his expression became more complicated. 1,000 paper cranes? He looked toward the coffin direction. The two middle-aged people who had been sitting upright in the main house of the courtyard suddenly slowly stood up, followed by a complete grave marker person. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone to participate in the child's joint burial ceremony. The auspicious time has come. Joint burial. Good. 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 As the two grave marker people raised their shovels, the entire courtyard went completely insane, filled with shouting. Giggling. Giggling. And at that moment, behind An Lan, Han, and Taishan, the people in the gravestone suddenly squeezed out, their chests and hips rapidly moving out in full view. Damn it! What happened? The weight behind is increasing. The existence in the gravestone behind us seems to be accelerating to crawl out. Damn! Han felt the weight behind him and closed his eyes again. The voice of future An Lan rang in his ears once more. It's the joint burial. After the joint burial starts, something strange will appear behind us. Perhaps, if the coffin is completely sealed, the people inside the gravestone will fully crawl out. Chapter 58 Listening to the Sound of the Rattle Drum, Part 2. It is, the joint burial. An Lan looked at the scene of the change, his eyes fixed on the deep pit in the center of the venue. But before he could finish his sentence, Han snatched his next words. Perhaps, when the coffin is completely sealed, the existence in the gravestone behind us will fully crawl out. Ha! You. The exact same words. Recalling the previous events, An Lan looked at Mo Han and quickly wrote a new line on his arm. Mo Han's ability, suspected to hear voices from the future. What are you dawdling for? Go! Stop them! Mo Han called out, leading the charge. Taishan, Lu Xian, and An Lan followed suit, as they were about to rush forward to knock down the two grave marker people wielding shovels. Crack, crack, crack. Unexpectedly, the gravestone behind became heavier and heavier, the contorted human figures rapidly spreading out, with only their lower legs yet to appear. The dark blue grave marker person tightly hugged the shoulders of the three men, restraining their actions. An Lan's face turned dark. Not good. The more we stop them, the faster the gravestone will revive. Ha! Then what do we do? If we don't stop the gravestone, it will revive. If we stop the gravestone, it will revive even faster. There's simply no way out. There's simply no way out. Once more, when Mo Han said this again, a strange flicker crossed his face. Wait. Why does he feel like he has said this sentence many times before? Perhaps the way to survive is not to stop the joint burial, but to find a way to escape during the joint burial time, to avoid the resurrection of the tombstone. And Lan's thoughts raced, and his gaze suddenly turned to the red coffin. Meanwhile, Mo Han looked towards the small room on the right. Go! Everyone go to the small room on the right. No one has checked there yet. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Immediately, two sets of footsteps sounded, one running towards the coffin, and three heading towards the right small room. When Mo Han noticed that An Lan wasn't following, he became frantic. An Lan, how could you disobey the superior's order? You! An angry voice came. Mo Han was counting on An Lan's special property to follow him through. No matter what, gaining favorability must be the right choice. An Lan didn't care about anything and was about to jump into the deep pit. Suddenly, he remembered the saying, familiar swallows return. Wait. If I have already experienced a cycle, does that mean that I thought this way last time? So I gained favorability but failed to avoid the loop? Then this time, if I make the same choice again, will it still loop? Perhaps I should go against my own thoughts? After a moment of hesitation, An Lan turned his steps and ran towards Mo Han and the others. Hey! You kid have some insight. You know that being together is the right thing? Seeing An Lan turn and run over, Mo Han let out a sigh of relief. Right. This is it. If he didn't choose this way, how could An Lan survive until the end? No more nonsense. Lu Xian, Mo Han, do you know what's in the room? Have you looked with your talent ability? Kid. Am I the leader or are you the leader? Mo Han grumbled in dissatisfaction, just about to scold An Lan. Ka. From behind the three, the stone man of the tombstone completely crawled out, and with a loud crash, the tombstone fell to the ground. The stone men grabbed the necks of the three. You all must die here. The three hurriedly pulled at the stone hands around their necks. Lu Xian wanted to step forward to help, but the strange paper shreds on her body became heavier, and the skin in the waist area wrinkled and fell off, revealing eerie white bones. It's too late. Hurry and use your abilities. An Lan urged again. He wasn't sure if Mo Han and the others had come here in the last cycle, or if they had survived. To ensure there was no door kill, he had to experiment a little. I saw it. I saw a picture of a girl being imprisoned. It's the girl from during the day. Is this room used for imprisoning people? Lu Xian held her head and couldn't help but step 2 steps toward the door. She was unaware that they were in a cycle, time accelerating, and she guessed this was the place where the little girl was held. Damn it. Why am I hearing the future say, there's no way to survive, again? Didn't I just say that? Mo Han complained, not understanding why this sentence would appear again. He. The 3 tombstone men's feet began to land on the ground, appearing behind the 3 like a shadow. Their lips spread open, and this time they even extended a dark purple long tongue to lick the backs of the 3. Slurp. Just from this lick, An Lan and the others' feet instantly petrified, turning into a categorized tombstone base stuck in the ground. Damn it! Now they have turned into people. We are going to become tombstones. It's too late. Bang! Not thinking about the details anymore, An Lan pushed open the wooden door of the small room, and immediately a warm light shone on the 4 shaking paper cranes, bright red Jinbeihu and the fruit cores on the 8 immortals table. The joyful and peaceful scene inside the room was in shocking contrast to the chaos outside in the courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, An Lan walked into the room. Dong. Strangely, after stepping into the room, the petrification on his thigh began to stabilize. Even the tombstone man that had been standing behind. Everyone was stuck outside the door, staring blankly at the inside, afraid to enter. Damn! Is this a safe house? It can't be? Mo-han was overjoyed, hurriedly running inside. I told you the future wouldn't lie to me. After the four entered the house one by one, they began to inspect the interior. With a creak, the wooden door closed again. In the small courtyard, after the coffin was sealed, the wild celebration on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced by a trace of terror as they stood frozen in place. Then, bang bang bang. The sound of countless tombstones falling echoed, and large swaths of gravestones began to appear in the village. Time started to accelerate. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. At the same time, inside the small house, cracks began to appear on the walls. After exploding like a spider web, the cracks turned red like human wounds, continuously oozing blood, dyeing the walls of the entire small house blood red. Tick-tock. Thick blood dripped onto An Lan's face, and he looked around in shock. It's not safe here either. Hey! Check if there are any clues in the house. Do I need to tell you? Mo-han hurriedly lifted the bedding on the bed, revealing a twisted mess of scratches and nails underneath. Qingshan walked over to the 8 Immortals table and lifted it again, and the fruit pit instantly turned into crawling fingers. Ah! Lu Xian tried to untie the hanging paper crane, but it suddenly exploded, blood splattering her face, transforming into twisted black veins, starting to invade her whole body. No way! No way! Is there no way out here? Did I choose wrong? After surveying the room, An Lan's gaze suddenly fell on a rattle placed by the window. That is... it hurts. Poo. From above, there were sounds of Xiao Han's murmurs, and the ceiling had already begun to collapse. Twisting like paper, it curled inwards, covering the four people. Dad! Mom! I want to go home. Clatter clatter. Sounds of cracked bones and torn skin mixed together with continuous painful moans. Poo. On the ground, blood quickly spiraled out, submerging several people's knees. As the folding wall was about to completely cover them, Mo-han jumped down from the bed. Damn. The future deceived me. This is still a deadly trap. Qingshan. Slam the door. Quick. Get out. Get out. Hearing this, Mo-han and Qingshan rushed toward the wooden door through the water. But what Mo-han did not expect was that the moment he jumped down, An Lan actually turned back and stepped toward the bed. What the hell? What are you doing? Are you eager to die? Pitter-patter. Ignoring Mo-han's words, An Lan walked toward the window position, stepping on the nails sticking out from below the bed. Ugh, it hurts. Dad. Mom. Dad. Mom. I want to go home. Amid the lamenting voices, with a thunderous sound, a twisted, blood-spraying wall had already covered the faces of the four. The surrounding blood twisted, and the world before them turned blood red. Gurgle. An Lan sank into the blood, his eyes still fixed on that window. Thankfully, there was also a twisted window, and the rattle began to fall into the blood because of the distortion of the window. Dad! Mom! The cries grew more intense, and the entire room was shrinking. Thud! Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the blood, and An Lan grabbed that rattle, shaking out the first sound. Buzz. After the first sound of the rattle shook, the space of the small house began to flash strangely, vaguely revealing the outline of a city living room. Ugh. The sobbing grew gradually dull. An Lan's face emerged from the blood, looking complexly at the surroundings. Xiao Han, good, soon. You can go home. Didn't Dad and Mom say? Shake the rattle, and they will come to pick you up. Thud. Dad. Mom. As the crisp drum sounds reverberated, Xiao Han's voice faded, and the blood in the room also began to evaporate in a haze. Amid the rising blood-red mist, the originally twisted small house vanished, and An Lan and the others suddenly appeared in a city living room. Chapter 59: The Twisted Little House. Mo-han's hint. Damn it. Future, you're lying to me. Future. Ha. Mo-han, who was struggling in the blood, opened his eyes again, his face suddenly stunned. Where is this? Weren't we in the little house? This is a city residence? Lu Xian came to her senses, looking strangely at An Lan. An Lan. What did you just say? Shake the rattle drum, and her parents will come to pick her up? How do you know that? She looked at An Lan in confusion, but An Lan ignored everyone, his gaze constantly surveying the surroundings of the room. Knock, knock, knock. The rattle drum was still shaking. The living room was spacious, with gold medals hanging on the walls from the An Lan Association and poetry lovers. On the TV stand, there was even an old fat TV. Aside from these decorations, there was also a bookshelf in the living room filled with poetry appreciation. An Lan silently observed all of this, his mouth filled with bitterness. So, Yun Han's obsession with poetry comes from here. Here is her home, or rather, is it the imagined world where she shakes the rattle drum while enduring pain? Heavy footsteps approached the master bedroom, and the layout of the house was quite simple. What captured An Lan's eyes was a family portrait on the wall. In the CG image, there was a cultured and elegant man and a woman with a gentle smile, holding a little girl together. In the sunlight, the three smiled at the camera, looking joyful and harmonious. Oh! What a damn human trafficker! Exiting the master bedroom, An Lan was about to walk to the secondary bedroom. There, in the CG memory scene, was the most frequently appearing scene, and also the most important memory place for Yun Han. The secondary bedroom door was slightly ajar, and one could vaguely see the pink decorations inside. The bright sunlight shone through the window, warming the room. All right. An Lan, though I don't know how you knew to come here. But we are temporarily safe. So, everyone, do we have any clues about the main storyline of this subplot? Han casually fiddled with the items in the room, suddenly walking to the front of the secondary bedroom, ready to push open the door. But knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Just this seemingly careless action caused the rattle drum in An Lan's hand to start shaking quickly. Even if An Lan wanted to stop it desperately, he couldn't control his wrist. Wo Xiao Han? Xiao Han. From the direction of the secondary bedroom, a woman's sobbing could be faintly heard. What? There are still people here? Han hurriedly took 2 steps back. And then the entire living room shook and trembled, presenting a dizzying scene. The items in the living room quickly diminished, the TV disappeared, the sofa disappeared, and even those honor medals were gone. But in their place, the walls were plastered with missing person notices. Beloved daughter Yun Han, missing at just over 8 years old, wearing a white dress. If any kind person has seen her, please contact. Beloved daughter Yun Han. The dense missing person notices filled the entire house. As more and more missing person notices appeared, the space in the living room actually began to shrink. 50 square meters? 20 square meters? From the living room turned into a narrow, old temporary house, then from a temporary house to an open park gazebo. The scene kept changing, but the only thing that didn't change was the ever-growing number of missing person notices. What is going on? Is that child the little girl we met during the day? The house is getting smaller. Does it mean her parents sold all their possessions to find her? In the end, did they end up sleeping in a gazebo? Lu Xian, being an experienced observer, seemed to have figured out something. An Lan. I have seen those girls' past memories. If every memory is that little Han's, I suspect that this time's main storyline task is actually. Her mouth opened wide, just as she was about to say something. But. Her words seemed to be stuck in her throat, her features frozen in place. Terror's eyes trembled, and then the curved eyebrows slowly drooped. The face was surprisingly aging in a strange way. Once golden waves of hair gradually turned black and long. The hair grew unnaturally long, hanging over the face like a madman's. Lu Xian's waist was also beginning to bend down. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. As Lu Xian's long hair turned into strands of white hair, an old, yellow, sickly woman's face unexpectedly emerged from beneath the messy hair. Her eyes were completely hollow, continuously shedding tears of blood, chokingly looking at An Lan. You are. An Lan had seen this face before. This is Yun Han's mother. She possessed Lu Xian? Have you seen my Xiao Han? Have you seen her? Have you seen her? The sickly mad words were spoken, and Lu Xian's long hair grew rapidly, suddenly coming to An Lan's feet, tightly binding his legs. Damn it! You listen to me. Your child. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Mama will find you. We'll find you. An Lan wanted to explain something, but Lu Xian had gone mad, and as her hair pulled on An Lan, his body cracked with pop sounds, and soon, his body sprouted thick, missing person notices. Clap, clap, clap. The speed at which these papers covered was much faster than that tombstone man. In just a moment, the missing person notices covered his chest, and it looked like they were about to sprout on his face as well. An Lan pressed down hard on the shaking rattle drum with both hands. Stop. Stop it. As long as the sound of the rattle drum disappeared, they should leave this place. But. Bang, bang, bang. His right hand didn't listen at all, shaking the rattle drum numbly, and no matter how hard he hit and pressed with his left hand, it was useless. Damn. Mo Han. Tai Shan. If you don't want to die, come and hold my hand. Quick. Hurry. Turning hope towards the other two people, An Lan looked up and discovered, Mo Han had already been grabbed by Tai Shan by the neck with one hand, dangling in the air like a chicken. Tai Shan. Tai Shan. Your uncle. Do you dare to touch me? Are you crazy? Mo Han was caught off guard by Tai Shan. He glared at Tai Shan and then realized that Tai Shan's body had suddenly become much thinner without him noticing. The once humanoid Tyrannosaurus had suddenly turned into a skeletal figure. Not only that, Tai Shan's eyes were blood red, and he was constantly coughing up blood. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Blood spurted out, and on Tai Shan's long silent face, a complex expression appeared. Han Han, it's Dad who was useless, it's Dad who was useless. Human traffickers. Human traffickers. You all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Where did you take my Han Han? Ha ha ha. Mo Han's neck was being squeezed tighter and tighter, and he kept hitting Tai Shan's arm, but that stick-like arm was immovable as a mountain, not budging an inch. I damn. How the hell would I know where Han Han went? You go look in the Hezong village. You, go. Blood sprayed from his nasal cavity due to the incredible force, but no matter what Mo Han said, Tai Shan remained unmoved. An Lan glanced over at him and roughly understood. Mad. The parents of Yun Han in this space, or rather, in this timeline, had sold their property after losing Yun Han, and after failing to find her, had gone insane. It's over, it's over. Is this the end? Clap clap clap. His face was also covered with missing person notices, and Lan closed his eyes. Cough. Cough cough. The future. Future. Future will not lie to me. An Lan. An Lan. You survived in the future. Think of a way. You won't die here. Think of a way. What An Lan didn't expect was, at the last moment when his life hung by a thread, it was actually Mo Han who gave him a breath. You damn. Didn't you hear what my future said? Unable to help but scold Mo Han kicked his legs. The eyeballs began to turn white. What the hell? How would I know? Cough cough cough. Didn't you always have tricks? Weren't you still in the mood to write poetry before? Hurry and think of a trick. Ordinary complaints suddenly shocked An Lan's tightly shut eyes. Poetry. Wait. Yun Han is obsessed with poetry, then what about her parents? The thread from a loving mother, the clothes on her wandering child. When leaving, sewn tightly, fearing a late return. Bang. As the first line of poetry was recited, the rattle in hand suddenly slowed down. Chapter 60 1,000 Paper Cranes, Part 1. Hey. Mo Han. If you don't want to die, help me think. Poems about paternal love and maternal love. An Lan's head was filled with missing person notices, his thoughts gradually becoming fuzzy, memories that didn't belong to him kept flashing in his mind. Please help me check the surveillance. My daughter is most afraid of the dark, I'm afraid she will cry all night and can't sleep. What if that little girl gets bullied, what should I do? The images of Yun Han's parents begging everywhere continuously affected An Lan's thoughts. The rattle in An Lan's hand accelerated again. Bang. 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 Damn it. An Lan. You remember this. Don't show off poetry in front of me anymore. I said. I can recite better than you. Do you think I was bragging before? Even though his ears were pinched and bleeding, Mo Han still looked down on him and then said, Father gives me life, mother nurtures me, raises me, and grows me, takes care of me and guards me, enables me to enter and leave. Who says the heart of a blade of grass can repay the warmth of spring sunlight? A series of more than 10 lines of poetry appeared. Not only did the rattle stop shaking, but even the originally insane Lu Xian and Tai Shan stared blankly at Mo Han. Good. Bang. The left hand finally suppressed the right hand. With An Lan's control over the rattle, the cold scene filled with missing person notices began to flicker and disappear. Bang. After a short while, the surrounding scenery changed, and the two sat down in a small room full of foul odor. The moonlight, like frost, fell on An Lan and Mo Han's faces, one covered in blood with the corner of his mouth raised, the other calm, silently shaking his head. I didn't expect that in the end, it was you and I who survived. Ha ha ha. I told you. I told you. The future will not deceive me. Mo Han wiped the blood off his face, but An Lan's next sentence inexplicably scared him. Is it possible that because you believe in that future, it is what created the birth of that future? If you didn't believe in the future just now, would you have thought of poetry? Are you saying that because I heard of the future, it promoted the birth of this future? No. Impossible. The future has already been set, whatever we do is part of history. Wait. How do you know about my ability? After panicking, Han seemed to notice something and looked at An Lan with a strange expression. An Lan shrugged, I guessed it. By the way, what exactly did you see me say in the future? You know, right? Now it's just the two of us. If you don't want to die, give me more clues about the future so we can pass. This time, Han didn't speak. He stared at An Lan for a long time, then closed his eyes again, and in his ears, faint light kept flickering. Ah. Everyone, look, everyone, align your gaze with me. I announce something, we are all in this together. The future echo activated, this time it was again the echo Han had heard before entering the copy. In this echo, An Lan seemed to be having a conversation with a group of people. It was this sentence that kept appearing at the end, causing Han to firmly believe the one who survived in the end would be An Lan alone. What will you finally say to a group of people, that you are in the same boat? Ha? What kind of future is this? An Lan didn't understand, and Han shook his head. Not clear. Anyway, now Lu Xian and Taishan are left there, for the next action. I won't take the initiative to attack. You look after yourself. Lying flat, Han stopped moving. An Lan glanced at him, stood up, and began to assess the surroundings of the little house. A chain bound under the bed, a bowl that looked like it was meant for feeding a dog, and a pile of dirty hay still stained with blood. Just looking at these, An Lan's fists couldn't help but clench tightly. Beast. He knew clearly that this little house was likely the one Han had lived in. But why had the wedding house become like this? An Lan hesitated and walked up to the wooden door, reaching out to push it open. Buzz buzz buzz. Outside the door was a swirling, distorted darkness, with faint glimpses of scenes flickering in the gloom. Images of middle-aged men and women mourning their son, and women being captured again in the village. Those images flashed rapidly, as if playing on fast-forward. Hiss. What is that outside? Is the space distorted? Han couldn't help but peek, and An Lan shook his head. It's not the space that's distorted. It's time. Time is distorted. We must be traveling through different timelines. And this isn't the first time. If anyone can survive to the last timeline, perhaps they can bring everyone into the reset timeline. I think the last reset was like this. Huh? What are you talking about? What do you mean by time travel? What reset? Han listened in confusion, while An Lan simply looked at him. Didn't you say you didn't want to take risks? Fine. You can stay here in the house and wait until the last timeline has passed. As long as one of us survives, then when the reset time comes, everyone will return. Is that so? It's just my guess for now. In any case, if you can guarantee your survival here, then I can dare to venture out. What you're talking about is similar to a symbiotic instance. No wonder those who came and ended up dead, either they survived together, or they died together? Step. Without waiting for Han to finish mumbling, An Lan stepped out of the little house. Buzz. He randomly entered a place of distorted darkness, and after a moment of haziness, his vision began to clear. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In the night, under the heavy rain, the dirt pit in the small courtyard was a mess. An Lan surveyed the yard, the front door of the main house still wide open, and a photo of a skinny man and Han hung in the hall. Beneath their photo, there was a wooden tablet with incense burning slowly in front of it. This should be the timeline after the joint burial, right? What happened after this? Just as he was about to walk toward the main house. Puff. 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 From the direction of the deep pit in the yard, there unexpectedly came a series of vibrations from underground. Ah! An Lan's eyes widened as he watched cracks appear in the closed soil. Then, with a puff, a pair of twisted, blood-stained hands pushed up from beneath the soil. I can't die. I can't. Daddy. Mommy. Daddy and Mommy are still waiting for me to come home. Home. A crazed mumble came from beneath the soil, as the ground trembled with wet earth shifting. Large chunks of soil cracked open, and a red coffin lid pushed through the mud, slowly being lifted. Ha! 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 I can't die, can't die. From beneath the coffin lid, Han's face was covered in sweat and tears, her bloody hands pushed against the ground as she crawled out from the deep pit. The heavy rain poured down, splashing on her face. She pressed all the paper cranes to her chest, crying and running. Mom said, if I fold 1,000 paper cranes, I can make a wish. Xiao Han was wrong. Xiao Han was wrong. I won't run around anymore. Take me home. Please, paper cranes, take me home. Boom. In the lightning, the girl's figure stumbled a few steps, falling several times in the muddy water, but stubbornly got up again and kept running towards the village entrance. Who is it? Who the hell is not sleeping at midnight? Who is it? Come on. I'll kill you. While running, the girl's tiny body shivered, and the lights in several villagers' homes lit up. An Lan frowned, raised the rattling drum in his hand, and followed her into the rain. He knew clearly, he was fully aware that he could not change history. But how could he watch helplessly as Yun Han was captured? How could he allow a hopeful girl to be tormented by a group of brutes? Dong. 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 In the rainy night, An Lan shook the rattling drum. Run. Run. Mom and Dad are always waiting for you. Ha! It seemed she heard the sound of the rattling drum, and Yun Han glanced back. She could vaguely see a figure, shaking the rattling drum, weaving through the village path. Tap tap tap. With flashes of lightning, the girl hurried towards the village entrance. The boy rushed quickly into the village. Damn! Are you an idiot? Why are you shaking a rattling drum in the middle of the night? If I catch you, I'll break your leg. Inside. They ran into the village. A large group surged towards the inside of the village. Who? 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 At the entrance of the village, the monument reading Hazan Village was right in front of her. As long as she could run out of here, as long as she could leave, there would be a chance to return to the big city, to be with her parents. Yun Han hugged the thick pile of paper cranes, her wronged eyes just shining for a moment. Tap tap tap. But no one expected. Behind the monument, two men holding umbrellas stood, looking at Yun Han with expressionless faces. If An Lan was here, he would feel a sense of familiarity with these two men. They were the gatekeepers of the time. TSK. I heard from the villagers, recently a group of outsiders came to the village? They want us to guard the entrance? We haven't seen the outsiders, but we've spotted a runaway bride. So, what will it be? Will you walk back to Old Wang's house yourself, or shall we take you back? Two shiny shovels were raised by the two men, aimed directly at Yun Han's face. I. Yun Han took a few steps back, and the paper cranes in her arms fell into the muddy water. She looked pleadingly at the two men. Please. Please. Let me go. I want to go home. I want to go home. My mom and dad can't see me, they must be very sad. Clang. The silver shovel crashed to the ground, and one man kicked Yun Han in the face. I don't know if your mom and dad are sad. But if you run away, the whole village will be sad. Get back. Under two pairs of fierce gazes, Yun Han timidly lowered her head. She glanced at the darkness outside the village and couldn't help but grip the paper cranes tightly. Mom said. If I fold 1,000 paper cranes, I can make a wish. I want to go home, I want to be with Mom and Dad. Is that okay, paper cranes? Blood flowed from her fingers onto the paper cranes, and Yun Han suddenly stood up, rushing towards the village entrance without hesitation. Hey! Damn! The other man cursed, watching as Yun Han sprinted past him. With a loud clang, the heavy shovel struck her on the back of the head. Thud. The girl, still in her hopeful run, suddenly felt her vision. Just a lowly thing for burial. Take her away. Right. Splash. The man grabbed Yun Han by the neck and dragged her towards the village entrance. Lightning flickered in the sky, shining bright. A long trail of blood was dragged out, creating a scar deep, like a heartache on the parents searching for their lost child. Chapter 61, 1,000 Paper Cranes, Part 2. Huff. 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 Once Yun Han was dragged far away, An Lan shook off the villagers and hurriedly ran toward the village entrance. Seeing the blood everywhere, along with the paper cranes scattered in the blood, An Lan's heart sank. Sure enough, in the end, we still failed? Xiao Han. He pressed his lips together. An Lan looked at the blood leading him back to the initial courtyard, his expression complex as he walked heavily toward the little courtyard. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. On the other side. Mo Han, hiding in the small room on the right, looked out the door with a strange expression. The commotion outside had stopped. Boom boom boom. Heavy rain poured down, and the lightning lit up the room in bright white. Ha! Is this the end of the timeline that An Lan spoke of? Curiously standing up, Mo Han was just about to step outside and take a look. Hey! Old Wang! You damn it! Your wife almost ran away. Are you still sleeping? Damn! Don't tell me Xiao Wang is dead, and you want to make another one? Vulgar laughter came from the yard. From the main house, a middle-aged man and woman hurriedly came out. When they saw the blood-soaked Yunhan with her neck crooked, the middle-aged man's face turned strange. This guy actually broke free from the coffin and ran away? Does she really want to leave us that much? Bah! In Co-Burial Village, does she think she can just come and go as she pleases? An outsider woman is just a thing here. If the head of the household doesn't speak, can she leave? This little brat, it's been how many years? Let's see, she has been in our village for 10 years, and she has run away 10 times, right? Every time she gets beaten to a pulp, yet this girl never learns her lesson. The man spat disdainfully, throwing Yunhan toward the middle-aged man. What to do? Should we bury her back in the coffin now? TSK. The coffin is already wrecked, why bury her? Doesn't she like to run? Get the village chefs to burn her and my son together. I want her to die by my son's side, serving him. Alive, she's my son's wife; dead, she still is. Oh, old wine, that's a good idea. Alright. You all take care of this. I need to head back to keep an eye on the village entrance. Clop clop clop. In the rain, 2 men with shovels walked off into the distance. After the middle-aged man returned to the main house, he seemed to have made a phone call. Soon, several people dressed in white came from the east end of the village. Are you sure it's burned? The leading man in white asked the middle-aged man, who decisively nodded. Burned. All burned. Even the belongings of this lowly maid were burned. Untrainable dog. Hey. City folks are like this, the more you treat them a certain way, the more they want to run away. Tap tap tap. As they talked, several men in white split up, dragging Yunhan's corpse toward the kitchen, along with the male corpse from the coffin. Meanwhile, several men in white walked toward the small room on the right. Damn. Damn it. Wasn't it said that staying here was safe? Damn it. Damn it. I should have insisted on sticking with An Lan back then. Seeing the approaching men in white outside, Mo Han's right eyelid twitched wildly. He wanted to hide, but this small room was only about 10 square meters, so it was easy to see. Want to run? The outside is full of people. Damn. Despair, helplessness, and frustration. Mo Han clenched his teeth and, before several men in white could come in, he charged headlong into one of them, rushing toward the courtyard entrance. Damn it. What kind of bullshit instance is this? No. I need to find An Lan. An Lan. Where are you? You. Crash. Before he could take 2 steps, Mo Han felt a sudden heaviness in his head, as a shovel was slammed down on his neck. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man staring at him with a grim expression. I've heard that outsiders have recently come to the village, but I didn't expect they'd come to my old Wang's house. The chef. This one too, let's burn it together. My son is downstairs, and we need a servant. That works too. Thud. Feeling dizzy, Mo Han tried to explain something, but he felt his weakening body being pulled by a strong hand, slowly dragging him towards the kitchen on the left. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The strong smell of alcohol spread around him as those in white clothes seemed to pour something over him. Then, creak creak. Mo Han saw the most terrifying scene of his life. Those guys were using a saw to cut apart the male corpse and the corpse of Yunhan. Bang. A new fire ignited in the old stove, and the body parts, covered in alcohol, instantly burst into flames upon being placed inside. What the hell? What the hell? So the kitchen scene from the banquet was because of this. What the hell? An Lan. An Lan. Bang. Mo Han wanted to scream, but his head was hit again, and he fell into complete unconsciousness. The heavy rain continued to pour, and a wisp of smoke slowly rose from Wang's small courtyard. Pat, pat, pat. Outside the courtyard, An Lan rushed back in panic. He hadn't even had a moment to examine the scene in the yard when the middle-aged man standing in the courtyard spotted him. Who are you? A voice full of alertness echoed, and 3 or 4 people in white rushed out of the kitchen, brandishing shovels and moving towards An Lan. Damn it. I've caught you now. You're that idiot who was shaking the hand drum in the middle of the night, right? Good, another outsider. I'll break your legs and throw you on the mountain road. Countless villagers also poured out from the surrounding alleys. An Lan felt a chill down his spine, and his face turned pale, knowing he probably wouldn't escape. Speak. Who are you? What are you doing here? You. Countless bright shovels reflected cold light under the lightning. An Lan bit his lip, about to close his eyes to welcome his death, when suddenly, he looked towards the small house on the right. He thought of it. He inexplicably remembered the words he said before parting with Mo Han. You said what the future me said? You said you seemed to be with someone? Wait. The future me won't die. The future is created by the now me. With flickering eyes, An Lan raised both hands, all eyes. All eyes on me. I declare something. Ha! Suddenly, everyone looked at An Lan in shock. I declare something, I'm on your side. What? On our side? What nonsense are you talking about? We've never seen someone like you in our village. Hey. Guess what, I came all alone to your broken place for what? I'm here, to sell some goods. Goods? What goods? What do you think? For those under 8, 10,000 yuan. For those under 6, 20,000 yuan. Hiss. As soon as An Lan finished the sentence, all the people holding shovels silently put them down. This person really knows something. Not right. The person who the village contacted is definitely not you. Who are you really? The middle-aged man's gaze remained cautious. An Lan shrugged, come on. Let's do business together. You see, I came to your village without any acquaintances to introduce me. How could I find this place? This. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to wake you all up. I was just shaking the hand drum to gather you. We're having an event now, selling 2 goods at 20% off. For those in need of wives, we can help too. Plus, we provide home delivery. No payment, first see the goods. Really? Your service is much better than that guy's. A few professional terms made these wild men from the mountain village excited. Especially a few older bachelors, they immediately looked at An Lan. The mouth was wide open. Humph. Even if what you say is true. Before that guy comes to the village. You are not allowed to leave the village. The middle-aged man continued to be relentless, and An Lan shrugged, casually walking into the small courtyard, sitting comfortably on a dirt mound. Of course. I really came to sell goods. Otherwise, would I want to stay with you? If I wasn't here to sell goods, an ordinary person would have been scared away by you all. This. All right. Everyone disperse. Seeing that An Lan really entered without fear, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the crowd finally dispersed. Splash, splash. Rain was still falling, and An Lan just looked toward the kitchen, where something was being busied about. His eyes squinted, and he noticed, on the ground in the kitchen direction, there were a few blood-stained paper cranes. His brow instantly furrowed, and he said nothing. At the same time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Inside the stove, Han, on the brink of death, slowly opened his eyes and finally saw An Lan's appearance. But at this moment, he couldn't even speak, instead carefully hearing the words, I'm one of you. In his ears. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. So it's like this that in the future only you survive. Because I told you about the future. Did you achieve the future? An Lan. You are really something. No wonder you have lived until now with E-level talent. The raging flames devoured Han. He stared at the stove, that blood-stained head of Yunhan, as if realizing something. So the main task of this instance actually is. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of thunder erupted in the courtyard. Seeing the atmosphere was about right, An Lan quickly walked towards the kitchen. Hey! What are you doing? The chef immediately blocked the door, and An Lan smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, didn't I say? I'm one of you. I know what you did. Look. See those few paper cranes by the woodpile? Bring a few over for me. I'm bored and want to fold them for fun. Oh? You have this hobby? Of course. People in the city say that if you fold 1,000 paper cranes, you can make a wish. Humph. I don't believe that. The chef scoffed casually, but when picking up the paper cranes from the ground, he also stuffed a few into his pocket. After receiving the paper cranes from his hands, An Lan faintly heard a long-lost solemn voice in his ears. Important item, the 1,000th paper crane, acquired. The 1,000th paper crane, it seems to have a place it needs to go, you know this, don't you? Among a pile of paper cranes, a red, blood-stained paper crane unexpectedly caught the eye. An Lan slowly opened it. On the paper crane, there was a line written in blood, Mom and Dad. I want to go home. Chapter 62 items return to their owner, timeline closure. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning flashed, and An Lan's expression was complex as he put away that paper crane. He closed his eyes and understood what this time's instance wanted him to do. He bit through his finger and wrote a new hint near the spiral mark on his arm. Long-cherished wish, freedom, true liberation. Dense blood characters filled his arm, and once he confirmed that every key point in the timeline had been written down, he fixed his gaze outside the kitchen. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to gradually brighten. And with the moment the sky brightened, the surrounding scenery rapidly twisted and sped up. A new cycle was beginning. Hey! Hey! Once again, the familiar small courtyard, and the familiar voices. An Lan stood at the entrance of Wang family's small courtyard, staring blankly at the layout inside the courtyard. For some reason, every time he looked at this small courtyard, his heart felt somewhat sad. What the hell? Didn't we just get off the bus? How did we end up here? Mo Han looked around the courtyard in confusion. Memory was reset once again. He only had the memory after getting off the bus. Logically, the echo of the future had hinted to him about the gatekeeper test when entering the village, right? How did I suddenly come in here? Is this the Hazang village that has caused countless people to fail? Lu Xian looked around warily, instinctively closing her eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed. No. No. I seem to have lost my talentability. Huh? How is that possible? Wait. Me too. After her words, Mo Han also tried to close his eyes, his expression turning strange. This instance, can make people lose their abilities? This. In a flurry of confusion, An Lan felt a strange sharp pain in his left arm. He looked down, and was immediately startled by the dense writing on his arm. You are experiencing a time loop, and each time you loop, you will lose your memory. The girl named Yunhan, you have met her several times, she is crucial. Mo Han's ability is, the main task of this instance is. Hiss. Looking at the writing, An Lan furrowed his brows. These are all his handwriting. But there is no eliminating the possibility that this is some kind of instance trap. Caught in hesitation. Go! 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 Run faster! Run faster! In the main house of the Wang family's courtyard, a vicious-looking little boy was riding on a little girl in a skirt, whipping her with willow branches, making her crawl like a horse. Woo-woo, woo-woo. It hurts, it hurts. The girl's cries reached An Lan's ears, his doubts were instantly cleared away. The targetable goddess, Yunhan. Current favorability accumulated, 50. The system won't lie to me, and the favorability can't be this high from the start. So, am I really in a loop? Go! Go! Hurry up! If you don't hurry, you won't have food to eat tonight. The boy's malicious voice came, and An Lan's brows immediately furrowed. He looked at the boy, anger rising in his heart, thinking of stepping forward to kick him. But, after a few steps, An Lan realized, if there's really a loop, then he must have done the same thing last time. There was no need to repeat actions that had already been done. Looking down at the writing on his hand, An Lan didn't move, but Lu Xian had already stepped forward with an unfriendly expression. Hey! You! Wait! An Lan grabbed Lu Xian's shoulder, and she looked at him in disbelief. An Lan, you're not going to stop this? Aren't you the one who cares about girls the most? I know what to do. This is a village, if you lay a hand on that boy, we'll be hunted down. So? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Taking 2 steps forward, An Lan forced a smile and looked at the boy. Kid. You're old Wang's child, right? Where are your parents? Huh? Who are you? Do you know my dad? The boy squinted his eyes at An Lan. An Lan smiled casually. I'm here to do business with your dad. Do you want another wife? Oh. You are. You are here to deliver goods to the village. Right. Hurry up, go call your dad. Okay. Okay. I want 2 more wives, one to bring me water and wash my feet, and one to be a maid. He dad said that those who come from outside are all losing money. Without thinking deeply about whether An Lan was really delivering goods, the boy ran out of the courtyard with excitement at the thought of getting a new wife. An Lan. What are you saying? How did you become the goods delivery person in this village? Are you a human trafficker? Lu Xian witnessed everything from behind, looking at An Lan in shock. An Lan did not answer her, just silently squatted down and reached out his big hand towards little Yunhan. Are you okay? Poof. At this moment, little Yunhan seemed unfamiliar with An Lan. Upon hearing he was delivering goods, she turned around, wiping her face, shivering with sobs. Bad person. Bad person. I want my daddy and mommy. I want my daddy and mommy. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The girl's helpless voice came through, and An Lan let out a long sigh of helplessness. Ah. Actually. An Lan had thought about it. In this timeline, he could trick the villagers, and then Lu Xian and the others could take little Yunhan away from the village. But everything here was already a history that had happened. The future has already been decided. No matter how An Lan arranges the process, the final outcome will always be that stormy, thunderous night. Yunhan cannot escape Hazang village. Dong. Dong dong dong. Silently taking out the rattle from his pocket, An Lan stuffed the rattle into Yunhan's arms. Here, if you feel uncomfortable, just shake the rattle. Mom and Dad will come to pick you up. My rattle. Seeing the rattle, Yunhan stared blankly, holding it in her hands, silent for a long time. Ding. Yunhan's affection for you plus 15. Current affection level, 65. Tat-hata. Outside the yard, a middle-aged man and woman hurriedly walked back. An Lan lowered his head and whispered in Yunhan's ear, if you can't run out, then don't go. At least, you won't be beaten so badly by those beasts. After saying this, Yunhan looked at An Lan in surprise. An Lan's expression was complicated, and as he turned to look at the middle-aged couple, he quickly put on a smile. You too. We are here to take over the delivery from the previous one. Men and women, old and young, whatever age, whatever appearance. As long as you give me money, I can bring anyone you want. Showing a professional smile, An Lan looked at the middle-aged couple. Upon hearing this, their faces brightened immediately. We need someone who can do farm work. Yes. This time we need a sturdy girl. Oh. What's your budget? About that. Friends. Come inside, let's talk slowly. This middle-aged couple politely and respectfully let An Lan into their home. Meanwhile, Han and the other two standing in the yard exchanged puzzled glances, wondering, no way? He has been here? Does he have acquaintances in this instance? Han felt something was off. The future didn't show that An Lan had connections in this instance, did it? Impossible. An Lan couldn't have been here. The last time Hazan village erupted, wasn't he still in the Qingshan mental hospital? Lu Xian shook her head, directly dismissing this guess. Then, how is he in the instance, as if he has returned home? Han hesitated and thought about looking for clues in the yard. But... Dang. After a while, looking at the villagers holding shovels coming toward the yard with grim faces, he immediately felt weak and stood still in the corner. Friend. I want a female college student. I want one with a big butt, to bear children. The men outside the yard had grim expressions, but upon seeing An Lan, they immediately squeezed out beaming smiles. The difference in treatment left Han even more speechless. No way. The future is not like this. Who knows how long it took, the evening glow began to fade. The once lively yard suddenly buzzed with excitement. Dark clouds began to cover the village, as a cold moonlight shone into the yard when... Buzz. The four of them were suddenly reset at the gate of the yard. Clap. The familiar sound of firecrackers erupted. In the little courtyard, tables were laid out in circles surrounding a red coffin pit, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the villagers sitting in the yard each bizarrely carried a gravestone, making the scene eerily strange. What is this situation? At night, will the village change? Those villagers. Han looked at the scene in the yard, scared and stepped back several paces, standing behind Taizhan. He subconsciously activated the future echo, hearing those three phrases once again. Fish head and fish tail, pig heart, An Lan, dare you not follow my orders? The ability is back? Instinctively looking at An Lan, Han's mouth curled up. Alright, let me see how you survive till the end. He had just wanted to pull Taizhan to be the first to reach the corner table. Unexpectedly. Lu Xian. Let's go. An Lan did not even think, directly pulled Lu Xian and walked to the corner table. And An Lan avoided the positions of the fish head and fish tail, sitting next to a villager. He turned his head to look at Lu Xian behind him. Hey! Here, outsiders can't sit down. You just stand. You? How do you know? You really haven't been to this village before? Chapter 63, Why do you always take the initiative? But clearly, it was I who heard the future. Lu Xian was stunned. This was clearly the first time coming to this place. How could An Lan be so confident? He sat expressionless beside a villager, who only glanced at him, showing no intention of making a move. Even as Lu Xian thought of sitting down, she felt countless eyes on her. In other words, everything An Lan said was correct. An Lan. What exactly are you? Shoo. Don't worry, this place will finish soon. But didn't we just arrive here? How is this possible? Are you speed running? From Lu Xian's perspective, An Lan was indeed too exaggerated. Wasn't this his first time in a deadly place, yet he knew everything? But An Lan's gaze was fixed on the red coffin containing Yunhan. Since he entered, those hazy misty eyes under the red veil had been glued to him, trembling. The favorability heart at level 65 kept floating. An Lan was confident that if he lay in the coffin this time, maybe nothing bad would happen even if he did something to Yunhan. But the purpose of this cycle was not this. Damn it! An Lan! You bastard! How do you know not to sit in those two seats? Emohan pulled on Taishan, annoyed, and sat down in another empty seat. He had Taishan hold a villager's child while he stared motionless at An Lan. An Lan just smiled. Emohan, if you want to get out quickly, listen to me. Starting now, activate the power of the small yard's future and see what sounds will appear here. What the hell? You bastard! Are you the leader, or am I? Let me tell you. Hey! Wait! How do you know my power? You. Emohan looked at An Lan in shock, but the next moment, a villager next to him slammed the table. Where's the pig heart? I want the pig heart. Junior, did you bring it? What the hell? Having long planned, Emohan rushed to Taishan's side, cutting off a piece of bloody flesh once again, instantly causing countless people at the table to crawl towards the bloody meat and start gnawing. Big brother, where's mine? And this time, the child in Taishan's arms turned to look at Taishan. Taishan gritted his teeth and immediately chopped off another piece of bloody flesh, throwing it towards the child's mouth. Moom. Big brother, you're really nice. Taishan's face darkened. Emohan's gaze turned sinister, looking at An Lan in disbelief. Were we not friends? I clearly heard the echoes of the future. But why? Why is it always you who takes the initiative, while I became the unlucky one? Did I hear the future, or did you? Damn. This kid is suspicious. Next. Just as Emohan was plotting how to target An Lan again, the auspicious time has arrived. Co-burial. A rough voice rang out from the main house. Behind a middle-aged couple, the gravedigger stepped out, raised his shovel, and began to fill the earth. Good. Suddenly, cheers erupted in the small yard. Crack. Crack. Crack, crack. 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 In the next moment, the spines of An Lan's three backs suddenly swelled and split. Twisted tombstones began to extend and expand along the surface of their skin. This process was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, 3 tombstones had emerged from their backs. What the hell is this? Emohan tried to remove the tombstone from his back, but as he reached out, a pair of icy hands clasped his neck. Turning his head, Emohan's eyes shook. From inside the tombstone, half of a body had crawled out, already bending over to hug his shoulder. Grass. Grass. The future echo activated again, and Emohan suddenly heard An Lan's explanation from the future. It's that joint burial. When the joint burial started, we saw the tombstone. The light by his ear dimmed slightly, and Emohan shouted loudly, it's the joint burial. As soon as the joint burial appeared, we grew tombstones. Quick! We must stop those guys from sealing the coffin right now. He cried out, dragging Taishan as he charged toward the pit. But tap. Faster than his movements was An Lan. Lu Xian. Go to the little room on the right. Without further discussion, An Lan grabbed Lu Xian and ran. Damn. An Lan. How dare you not listen to me? Unintentionally, he spoke the future's words again. An Lan didn't care. He could feel it. A tombstone boom fell to the ground behind him. A pair of cold hands already clutched his neck. It was coming fast. The tombstone beings came out from the tombstones faster and faster. Last time, we prevented the sealing of the coffin, which made the tombstone beings come out faster. But this time, they actually came out ahead of schedule. Perhaps, even if we could survive every cycle, in the next cycle, the speed at which the tombstone beings crawled out would increase. Even if you don't die in every cycle. In the end, once night falls, perhaps the moment you see the joint burial, the beings from the tombstones will replace you. We must speed it up. We have to clear the instance in this cycle or the next. Bang! Without hesitation, he smashed open the wooden door, and An Lan rushed in towards the rattle at the window. The moment he grabbed the rattle, he oddly felt a connection of fate. Perhaps? It was himself at that time who gave Xiao Yunhan the rattle. So in the future, there would be a rattle on the windowsill now? But what about the initial rattle? Was it Yunhan's imagination? Grass. Outside the house. Because he acted inconsistently with An Lan, Emohan and Taishan rushed to the pit, and boom, 2 tombstones fell to the ground, and 2 tombstone beings grabbed tightly onto their backs. Huff. You will all die here. Die here. A chilling shout echoed in his ears, and Emohan felt a chill at his neck. The tombstone being's fingers rapidly pierced through his neck. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After a moment of awkward breathing, Emohan fell to the ground. He glanced desperately at the little room on the right, his eyes dimming. He didn't understand. Why was he always the one hearing from the future? But it was An Lan who seemed to understand everything, always a step ahead? You. What on earth? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Halfway through, Emohan's chest was drenched in blood, he whimpered and could no longer make any sound. He finally turned his head towards Taishan, although Taishan had rapid recovery, as the tombstone being crawled completely out. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the tombstone being moved, Taishan's feet started to turn into tombstones. Head. Crack, crack, crack. Before uttering a word, a huge tombstone, as tall as a person, was planted in the center of the yard. And the two tombstone beings that crawled out of Emohan and Taishan's tombstones quickly arrived at the door of the little room on the right, their eyes fixed on An Lan and Lu Xian inside. This is too terrifying, right? Is this the joint burial village instance? No wonder so many people came in and died. No wonder. Looking at the terrible scene outside the door, Lu Xian didn't even understand what this instance was saying that led to the death of the two leaders in this team. Too absurd. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. However, before Lu Xian could reflect on the changes outside, the walls inside the room began to crack open, large splashes of blood seeping out, and at the same time, a wailing voice of Yunhan filled the room. It hurts so much. An Lan. Such an eerie scene made Lu Xian look at An Lan immediately. An Lan's face showed an unspeakable sadness, the rattle in his hand continuously making a banging sound. Bang. 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 Little Han, it doesn't hurt anymore. Mom and Dad will come to pick you up soon. Buzz. The distorted little house shook rapidly, and in front of me, the interior quickly transformed into the living room of a city apartment. Chapter 64, Love Can Traverse Time and Space. What is this? Lu Xian was stunned again. What is An Lan doing? Is he speeding through a dungeon? How does he know all this? It seems like he hasn't been close with the female ghost this time, right? And no one can tell him this, right? With his familiarity with this dungeon, plus he couldn't have come here in advance. Could it be? Lu Xian's gaze widened, and she inexplicably thought of a possibility. An Lan, have we already gone through a few dungeons? Are we in a cycle of reincarnation? Oh. No wonder you are the treasure of Zhochi City. You can really see the truth. Bang bang bang. The rattle in his hand shook continuously as An Lan arrived at the door of the second bedroom. Last time, it was Emohan wanting to enter this house, which accelerated the flow of time in this space. Now, his big hand hadn't even touched the doorknob yet. Who? Buzz buzz buzz. A hoarse female voice came from inside, and the whole scene of the living room suddenly trembled and flickered. The television was disappearing, the honor medals were disappearing, the size of the living room was also shrinking. Countless missing person notices were plastered all over the room. Wait. This is the love daughter Yunhan? This is that little girl we saw in the morning? Is this her home? Are her parents selling their property to find her? Lu Xian had already figured something out. But inexplicably, her voice trembled, her mouth opened wide, and her features began to twist and collapse violently. Her hair began to grow long, countless white hairs sprouting from her strands, and her lips uncontrollably let out a wail. Little Han. Little Han, my little Han. Where are you? Are you being bullied? Mom misses you so much. Her back gradually bent, Lu Xian squatted on the ground, tears of blood flowing from her eyes. The living room had turned into an open pavilion, and An Lan's rattle was now ringing faster. Because this time, there were no extra people, and Lan's face was starting to grow lean, his body becoming tall and thin, and memories not belonging to him began to flicker in his mind. In the second-hand store. Are you sure you want to sell this medal? This is the gold award for poetry in the city. As long as I can sell it, as long as it can help me find little Han. Sai, why go through all this trouble? On a park bench. Hey. Did you see that? That's Teacher Yun. How did she end up sleeping on the street? Ugh. How did she get so poor? As long as I can find little Han, as long as... In front of a garbage pile. Get out of here. Old man. Who told you to sleep in a garbage pile? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Sai, what's wrong with you? At this old age. Does your child not care about you? Child? Child? If I could see her once before I die, just once would be enough. If I can't see her, just hearing her voice before I die would also be fine. A voice full of obsession twisted into sound, and An Lan's consciousness began to drift away gradually. He forced himself to bite his tongue and let out a sound, the thread in a mother's hand, the clothes on a wandering child, sewn tightly before leaving, fearing they will take too long to return. With the recitation of the poem, he regained control over his body. An Lan controlled his left hand, slowly pulling out that 1000th paper crane from his pocket. Thud. The red paper crane fell on his forehead. An Lan's body trembled. Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad. Do I look good in a dress? Mom and Dad, I also want to read so many poems like you. Mom and Dad. I feel so sick with a cold. Mom and Dad, it hurts so much. Mom and Dad. I want to go home. Mom and Dad. I miss you so much. The blood-red paper crane seeped blood water, continuously fluttering in the open pavilion, making sounds of a tender voice. Someone once said, if you fold 1,000 paper cranes, you can make a wish. Now, the 1000th paper crane, crossing the twisted timeline. In front of this pair of stubborn parents. The high ceiling flickered, Yunhan's face shimmering. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Thud. An Lan and Lu Xian couldn't help but kneel down together. Behind them, two old figures slowly walked out, looking at the swirling red paper cranes, weeping uncontrollably. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed one of the main tasks, unravel Yunhan's heart not one half. Goddess Yunhan's affection for you plus 15. Current affection points accumulated, 80 points. CGs available to unlock and view. Would you like to play? No. As the body gradually became controllable, An Lan watched the two shadowy figures gazing at the paper cranes, silently retreating to the door of the second bedroom. Creak. The door opened, and An Lan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. In the pink little room, the sheets, wardrobe, even the dolls, and the desk were all spotless. Warm sunlight streamed in from the window, and the little room was filled with warmth and love. So, for your daughter, you are willing to sell anything. But, it is precisely her room that you never sold, even kept it spotless and whole? An Lan stood in the room, lost in thought for a long time. This. Lu Xian walked into the room, also shocked. In the silence between them, An Lan slowly approached the desk. On the desk bathed in sunlight lay a pink notebook, opened with several crooked diary entries written on it. December 13th. Wow. Daddy and Mommy are so amazing, they can remember so many ancient poems. I want to be like them, I want to be a poetry lover too. December 16th. I have a cold, feeling so uncomfortable. But Daddy and Mommy are with me, Xiaohan feels warm. December 19th. The boys downstairs all like to play in the park. When I get better, I'll go see. As the diary flipped, a figure of Yunhan in a princess dress appeared in the bedroom, nearly highlighting a stark contrast with the little Yunhan in the village. She was delicate, carefree, loved, smiling foolishly in the room. But, as the diary turned to the last page, the figure of Yunhan disappeared. Snap. The content of the diary was blank behind, only clear, soon-drying tear stains remained. So, was she targeted by a human trafficker on her way to the park? Hiss. Staring at the notebook, An Lan hugged it tightly. After surveying, there were no other items in the second bedroom. Perhaps, this notebook was the only precious thing Yunhan's parents treasured. I'm sorry. For the sake of ultimate freedom, I will trade this notebook for 1,000 paper cranes with you. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the rattle drum and hand grew fainter. An Lan held the notebook, and before him blurred again, reappearing in the filthy little room. Are you sure? Want to burn everything together? I won't let her leave my son even a step after she dies. Outside the room, a venomous voice echoed again. An Lan glanced at the door. This time the timeline came out well, during the time after the chef's team searched the right room. He and Lu Xian crouched in the room, and no one noticed them at all. An Lan. I just activated my ability. This is the small room where Yunhan has always been oppressed. So, before, this house would bleed, would wail. The whole instance seems to revolve around Yunhan. If I guess right, are we supposed to save Yunhan in the chaotic time? Lu Xian's eyes were sharp, and she had already started her analysis. No. The future is determined, we cannot change the process. But, after the future, there is still a chance. Wait for me. Walking to a corner of the little room, An Lan closed his eyes. System, unlock the affection CG. Playing. Scene 1, by the clear river in the park, as the sun sets, two old people with clouded eyes gazed at the sunset. Honey. I'm sorry, if I had stayed home that day. No, it's not your fault, it's that damned human trafficker. Yunhan's delicate character, how could she endure hardship? After all these years, I don't know how much suffering she has endured. Will she be beaten? Will she miss mom and dad? The river reflected the faces of two old people, and the calm water surface rippled gently, breaking into small circles. Han. Dad and Mom really miss you. Dad and Mom, I have spent the last of our savings. I'm sorry. Dad and Mom are here to find you. Splash. A set of patched and torn clothes fell into the water with a loud thud. Scene 2, in front of the sign of Harmonious Burial Village, thunder rumbles as heavy rain falls. Yunhan tightly held onto a paper crane, timidly looking at the two guardians. Please. Let me go. My dad and mom can't see me, they will definitely not sleep well. They will be very sad. I don't know if they are sad. But if you let me run away, the village will be sad. Go back. Mom said, if I fold 1,000 paper cranes, I can make a wish. 1,000 paper cranes. I want to go home. Fear seized her body, and Yunhan quickly ran towards the village exit. But, with a loud bang, a shovel struck the back of her head, her entire head tilted, and she fell to the ground. Blood continuously flowed from the back of her head, gathering into a pool of blood. Yunhan's eyes widened as she gazed at the vast sky. Dad. Mom. I miss you so much. I want to leave here. Buzz. After two corresponding scenes flickered away, An Lan slowly opened her eyes, pressing her lips together. Don't worry, they will soon be unable to hold you back. Chapter 65, Passing the Diary, the final timeline. An Lan. What should we do now? Lushan looked at the flickering, distorted space outside the house, her expression fluctuating, even biting her finger and starting to record some important content on her arm. Her reaction was surprisingly quick. If not for her hesitation in the first choice, she might have understood everything by now. Right now. We just need to complete the last loop, to find the final timeline. What does the last timeline mean? Isn't this the present? Lu Xian was confused, considering the situation outside. What else could happen in Harmonious Burial Village? Yunhan's story should end here, right? No. The mystery of the Tombstone Guardian in the village is still unsolved. In any case, get ready. Prepare for what? Buzz. A series of earth-shaking tremors came, and the scene inside the house began to flicker rapidly. An Lan tightly gripped the diary, murmuring to herself, it's the last time, this time. I will definitely take you away. Didn't we just get off the car? Again, a very familiar voice sounded. In the Wang family courtyard, An Lan, Emohan, and the four people gathered once more, all looking at each other, lost in confusion. Only An Lan, after a brief moment of confusion, felt something unusual in her arms and saw the diary and the rattle drum. After a sharp pain in her left arm, she frowned and looked. The next moment, it seemed like she understood something, and she stood quietly in the courtyard. Lu Xian looked around and also saw the blood letters on her arm. She remained silent, secretly observing An Lan's every move. Only Emohan and Taishan silently withdrew to the side. Taishan, whatever that An Lan does later, we will just follow. Although I don't know why the Guardian of the Village segment hasn't triggered, I heard about the future, where the future has only An Lan surviving until the end. Clash. As each person had their own thoughts, two figures of children appeared again inside the room. A boy wrote on a girl, his eyes fierce, hey. If you don't hurry up, tonight you will. Kid. You are from the Wang family, right? Go get your mom and dad. I am here to sell goods. An Lan stepped forward and pulled the boy down. Upon hearing An Lan's identity, the boy didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and tugged at An Lan's pants. Can you bring me 2 more wives? Sure. Go call. All right. Delighted, he left the courtyard. The boy was not at all afraid of what An Lan could do in the village. After he left, An Lan helped the fallen Yuhan to her feet. Poof. Bad person. I don't want your help. You. A spoiled voice came through, and An Lan didn't explain much, shoving the rattle and notebook into Yuhan's arms with a pitying expression. If you miss them, just shake the rattle. If you feel wronged, just write it down. And, it's best not to run away. If you get hurt, mom and dad will be sad. Like a worried old father, An Lan's mood was complicated. Yuhan looked at An Lan in astonishment. You. It's nothing. Remember. Don't run away. Tap tap tap. Outside, a middle-aged couple hurried over, and An Lan began introducing himself as usual. I am the new seller. There is a promotion now, buy 2 for a 10% discount, buy 3 for a 20% discount. While he spoke confidently, countless villagers were drawn over. Lu Xian watched An Lan, her eyes showing a trace of admiration. Only Mo Han and Taizhan looked utterly puzzled. The sun set in the west. After the sky in the village was covered with dark clouds, the moonlight shone down. Clap clap clap. With a faint sound of firecrackers, the Wang family's courtyard came to life at night. In the buzzing vibration of space, the white frame screen, banquet round table, and the coffin in the pit reappeared before everyone's eyes. Huh? What the heck? This village changes at night? Hey! My abilities are back? Mo Han stepped out of the courtyard and closed his eyes again. Still the familiar 3 sentences from the future. Fish head and tail, pig heart, An Lan, dare you not listen to me? After confirming these 3 sentences, Mo Han's mouth curled up as he looked at An Lan. He just wanted to pull Taizhan and walk towards the corner seats. But An Lan stared seriously at the tombstone person in the courtyard, turning to Lu Xian. I've repeated this many times and found something. Each time the cycle will accelerate the appearance speed of the tombstone person next time. This means that our bodily mutations will happen very quickly. We must find the notebook I left as soon as possible. Lu Xian, you go find it in that room. As An Lan spoke, his gaze fixed directly on the direction of the coffin. Huh? But last time, didn't you find the rattle in that room? By rights, the valuable things should all be in that room. Lu Xian was confused. Why did An Lan need to explain it like this? No. Notebook might be more important to her. She might take it with her when buried. In any case, to be safe, we will split into 2 paths. Okay. The discussion between An Lan and the other person at the courtyard gate left Mo Han in astonishment. What the hell? Cycle? You, what nonsense are you talking? You. Are you trying to fool me? His brows furrowed, he vaguely felt something was off. But he still pulled Taizhan and sat in his designated spot. Damn. I don't care if it's a cycle. As long as you don't sit down, everyone here will attack. Focusing their fire on you. This is the future I heard before I came. An Lan, oh An Lan, I want to see how you survive. Excitedly sitting at the table. But the next moment, Mo Han was left speechless. Lu Xian seemed to know something. Disregarding everything, she walked directly to the door of the small room on the right and stood there, as if waiting for some opportunity. In her movements, not a single person in the entire courtyard noticed her. Can't an outsider woman sit at the table? Just right. This rule allows me to enter the right small room first. An Lan, what exactly have you planned? Lu Xian stared at An Lan, who this time didn't head to the dining table but instead hurried towards the coffin. Damn. An Lan. What the hell do you want to do? You're not thinking of trying to win over another man's widow in front of their parents, are you? Damn. Are you crazy? Do you really think you have that kind of charm, that you're so invincible? Come back. Come back to me. Do you hear me? Mo Han was completely stunned. He was really stunned. For him, this was the first time entering a dungeon, the first time witnessing a joy burial scene. Isn't that right? The moment you see someone else's widow, you rush over in front of the whole village, in front of all the men, women, and children? Even Shiman Cheng wouldn't dare to play it like this. Come back. Come back. Tap, tap, tap. An Lan completely ignored him, already arriving at the pit. Watching as he was about to completely slip out of his control, Mo Han became frantic. An Lan. Do you dare disobey the superior's orders? UTMD. You. Thud. 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 And it seemed that because of An Lan's actions, the faces of everyone in the village who had been laughing darkened, and the tombstones behind them quickly started falling. Ha! 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 In no time, the entire yard was filled with tombstone people slowly crawling out, looking fiercely towards An Lan's direction. Outsider. Do you want to die? From the main house direction, a middle-aged man grabbed a shovel, about to swing it at An Lan. But Yun Han. Catch me. Thud a sound, and Lan didn't care about anything, jumping straight towards the coffin with the girl inside. The girl had already noticed An Lan, in her bright red robe, both hands steady as she caught An Lan, holding him like a princess carrying a prince. After catching him, Yun Han smiled slightly. You still came. Yeah. Didn't I say? Under the peony, die, even as a ghost, it's still charming. Pa. One person, one ghost, in broad daylight, right in front of the deceased's parents, unrestrainedly flirting. This scene shattered Mo Han's worldview completely. What the F***K? There's Gue. There's Gue. Why does he get the girl ghost's affection the first time they meet? Why? Is he cheating? I report someone is cheating. Clang. The shiny iron shovel swung straight at An Lan's head. Yunhan's bright red robe fluttered, and a section of crystal-clear white bone directly blocked the shovel. The middle-aged man's face darkened in anger. You wretched thing. My son's body is still lying next to you. What are you doing? Do you even know what you're doing? Poof. From the beginning to the end, I never admitted I was his wife. You villagers, take action. Kill this pair of adulterers, kill them all. Tap, tap, tap. The yard immediately became chaotic. Countless tombstone people rushed over, about to jump into the deep pit. Thud. But Yunhan didn't give them a chance, holding An Lan and falling directly into the coffin. The coffin lid immediately closed, and the group of people froze, staring at the red coffin, their movements halted for a moment. The joyous coffin has already been sealed. Joint burial has begun. Old one, are you still going to unseal the coffin? It seemed to touch some feudal customs, as all the tombstone people glanced at the middle-aged man. His face turned black. Damn wretch. Hasn't going mad your whole life been enough? Fine. Then bury us all. Bury us with my son. Seal the earth. Sha. Without saying a word, regardless of whether it was an auspicious time or not, the middle-aged man grabbed the shovel and started shoveling dirt onto the coffin. Around the pit, tombstone people stood with dark, cold expressions. This scene was truly bizarre. Holy sh*t. This doesn't make sense. This crazy person, playing like this, why does the future still say he's alive? Imohan stared at this scene, utterly confused. Sha. The sound of sand and gravel falling outside the coffin continued, as An Lan was wrapped in a soft warmth, pressed once again onto the male corpse. Yunhan seemed to have planned this in advance, directly lying on his chest. In the red robe, the two of them leaned against each other, the air burning hot. You're the first one to reach this point. Don't you think the atmosphere is a little off? The people outside want to kill us, and also, there's... A delicate finger tapped on An Lan's face. Mum. An Lan only felt a pair of jade arms wrap around his neck, and a pair of dazed eyes stared at him. With 80 points of favorability, it had already reached a certain limit. The two embraced, pressing the lowest layer of male corpse into a shriveled mess. Polite male corpse, F***ku. Chapter 66, The Story in the Diary, the Ending of Hajang Village. An Lan never thought, the shy girl before, the helpless girl, would be so wild at this moment. There's a saying, isn't there? Under the calm hot spring, hides a volcano ready to explode. Sometimes, those who seem gentle, when pushed to a limit, react even more exaggeratedly than normal people. Perhaps Yunhan is just like that. Her face dreamy, she gazes at An Lan. An Lan. You are the first one to understand my pain. You are the first man who still wants to save me until now. Thank you for letting my parents fulfill their last wish. I like you. No matter if you can survive or not all these years, you are the only one I can see in a good light. That boy from the Wang family actually died young, never touched me. The first time. In the narrow space, the temperature is scorching. Moments later. Under the cold moonlight, everyone witnessed an incredible scene. The red coffin covered in sand actually began to rattle and shake with creak sounds. Damn it. Is it really like Ning Kaichan? Imohan was truly dumbfounded this time, his brain completely crashed. No? At the first meeting, you were being buried together, and then inside the coffin, committing what? No? What kind of love saint are you? Even if a love saint comes, he should at least pass a cigarette to An Lan, right? Imohan's mouth twitched continuously, and he was already falling into a state of questioning life. Tieshan's eyes were wide open, his face stretched tight. Around the coffin, a group of on-looking grave people all had strange expressions. The middle-aged man was so angry his face turned pale. Nail it. Everyone go to Hajang. All of you die for me. Bang. He gritted his teeth, violently hammering nails into the edge of the coffin. But each time he hammered, the shaking coffin rattled even more, and the movement inside became more intense. Damn. Curses echoed continuously in the courtyard. Lu Xian covered her eyes with her hands, peeking at the coffin through her fingers, her face flushed, exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Rustle. Fortunately. Eventually, the coffin stabilized, and sand began to pour over the coffin. At the same time. Ah. Ah ah. Emohan and Tieshan's back spasmed, large blocks of grey gravestones began to seep out from under their skin. In an instant, a huge stone bent their waists, and the speed of the grave people pouring out from the stone was incredibly quick. Ha! Before Emohan could react, with a thud behind him, a gravestone fell to the ground. A gravestone person, equal to his size, had already walked out from the gravestone, a cold breath blowing on his neck. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly. His neck turned black and petrified. Damn. You, what are you, what? With his mouth wide open, Emohan was about to turn his head, a pair of cold large hands instantly lifted him high by his back, his neck tightened, and he shook in midair, breathing heavily. Help me. Taizhan. Save me. Unable to resist the power of that large hand, Emohan glanced towards Tieshan's direction, his face shocked. Poof. Poof poof poof. Tieshan's chest, at some point, had been pierced by a pair of large hands. Behind him, the grave person grinned, and after piercing Tieshan's chest from behind, kept tearing outward. You. Poof. In the next moment, Tieshan's whole chest was torn open, the upper half of his body stared wide-eyed, with a loud crash falling to the ground. Poof poof poof. The body without shoulders and a head still stood, spraying blood like a fountain. The grave person grinned at the corpse, letting the blood splash onto himself, closing his eyes and enjoying the blood shower. Such a scene left Emohan completely speechless. How is this possible? Clearly, we just came here for the first time. Why did the mutation happen so fast? Here, this instance has no way out at all. A dead end. He sobbed in disbelief, his gaze inexplicably directed towards the crimson coffin, which was still trembling. Good. Here we are, in this terrifying struggle for survival, while you, An Lan, are over there cuddling with the female ghost? Why is the coffin already sealed? The future said he would survive. Why? Lu Xian, you must die too. The future won't lie to me. Only An Lan will survive in the future. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The future is irreversible. Ugh. A mouthful of thick blood gushed from his throat, and Emohan's eyes turned white as he looked towards the small room on his right, his consciousness gradually fading. What he could see was Lu Xian, her body turning to bone, surprisingly pushing open the door of the small room on the right and entering. You? How did you? Thud. Unfortunately. His words were cut off, his head was twisted off with a crunch and fell to the ground like a bowling ball. Ha! The tombstone figure swallowed up the spurting blood from Emohan's headless corpse. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent, with no more voices. Inside the small room on the right, Lu Xian had just entered, the surroundings began to twist, and blood water oozed from the cracked gaps with a zzzzzzz. Damn it! Just as An Lan analyzed, each cycle accelerates the impending danger of the next. Diary. Looking up towards the window, there was only a rattle drum, and the diary was indeed not here. An Lan. It all depends on you now. Puff, puff, puff. A section of the ground collapsed, and a large amount of blood surged out. Lu Xian had no time to think, she rushed to the windowsill and lifted the rattle drum, shaking it with a dong, dong, dong. Buzz. The space started to flicker and hum. Amidst the collapse in the room, she hid in Yunhan's house. At the same time, inside the crimson coffin, breathing became increasingly suffocating. Thick dust covered the coffin, and inside, Yunhan put on her clothes and draped a coat over An Lan, looking just like a sensible wife, lying in An Lan's arms. You really, jump here, you really, aren't afraid of dying? Yunhan gently touched his nose with her slender fingers. An Lan held her willow-like waist, his face calm. Die? Would you be willing to let me die? Pa. Thick-skinned. If you don't take the initiative now, I will take it myself. His big hand wandered along her waist, and An Lan felt an old diary in front of Yunhan's small belly. This diary was no longer the warm one from the past, but a battered, worn relic of time's torment. You're quite smart, An Lan. If you get out of this copy, please don't forget me. Once the copy is completed, I think we may never see each other again, right? Seeing An Lan had obtained the diary, Yunhan's face twisted, and she silently clutched An Lan's arm. Difficult to say. Didn't I say? No one can restrict you anymore. Whether it's the village or the Jit copy. You. Soft hands wrapped around An Lan's back, and An Lan felt a warmth in his chest. Yunhan must have cried again. Don't worry. Next time we meet, you will be surprised. Gently stroking the girl's hair, An Lan slowly opened the diary. After more than 10 years of changes in writing, a new diary entry appeared behind the originally recorded Little Yunhan in the city. Spring of 1985. This is the first year I was kidnapped to the village. I am 9 years old this year. Today is my birthday, but no one remembers. I have gotten used to being beaten by them, used to kneeling to eat. But only. I have not gotten used to forgetting you. Mom and Dad. It has been a year since we last met. Are you still looking for me? I want to try to escape alone tonight. I'm sorry, kind big brother, I know what failure means, but Dad and Mom are still waiting for Han Hong. I must leave. The words were stained with gray-brown dried blood. As the diary was flipped through, the suffocating space inside the coffin. The intense shaking began. In his arms, Yunhan faded away, and the surroundings transformed into the night of the Wang family's small courtyard. Inside the main house, a middle-aged couple snored, and that Wang family's boy was also asleep at the table. 9-year-old Yunhan tiptoed out of the yard and ran wildly. But An Lan looked at the distant figure and soon heard a roar of a crowd, with the sound of sticks clashing. Damn! Who's that girl out here at night? Oh, it's that burial good-for-nothing from old Wang's family. Dare to run? You dare to run? I'll kick you to death. Woo, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Han is afraid of pain. Han is afraid of pain. The harsh, suffocating voices came, and An Lan frowned. He didn't dare to witness that year's happenings again. He turned the pages of the diary, and on a new page, fresh content was clearly written. Winter 1986. The broken ankle seems to be healing a bit. The fever is gone too. Mom and Dad, Han is very independent now. You don't have to worry about me. Mom and Dad, the new year is coming again. Did you buy Han's favorite milk candy? I miss you. Mom and Dad, I will come back to find you this year. Another page of deep brown writing. As this page of the diary was turned, the surroundings twisted once more. This time, it was a scene of Yunhan being dragged by countless villagers, still struggling fiercely towards the village entrance. Sigh. You. Knowing that it's impossible yet doing it anyway. Is this the obsession you have to go home? The diary turned again. Autumn 1987. The wheat in the village is ripe, the flowers at the village head have bloomed and withered. I look at the thick straw stack and think of the grave. Mom and Dad, can Han still run out? It seems I've forgotten how to go back to the city. Perhaps, once Han dies, I will be able to see Mom and Dad? Summer 1988. Today I saw a little boy having a birthday. How nice, he even had a small cake. I've forgotten what candy tastes like. I hope I can eat a bit more tonight. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. Page after page, like the rings of time, replicating Yunhan's experiences over the past 10 years. 10 scenes flickered past. An Lan witnessed Yunhan escaping 10 times, each time getting beaten to a pulp. Huff. His fingers trembled as he opened the last page. Rain 1995. Cough, failed again, this time, should I not have a chance anymore? I smashed open their coffin, my head hurt so much. I saw the village's chefs. I saw the sky outside the village, so nice, so big. Mom and Dad, can I finally see you? Buzz. As the last page of the diary opened, An Lan reappeared at the end of the timeline. On a rainy night, with thunder, broken coffins, and the flames of a burning kitchen. He held the diary, staring blankly at the middle-aged man and the chefs, laughing and chatting. Boom. A thunderclap shattered the air, but this time, the end of the timeline did not revert to the beginning. Instead, it kept accelerating. In Wang family's small courtyard, new scenes appeared inside and outside the village. Ha? What did you say? Old Wang and his wife died of a heart attack? Oh no. How miserable. What's so miserable? They went to enjoy life, the whole family is down there now, at least they have each other. Old Li's son went out to work and got hit by a car? Old Li's two old folks couldn't take it, and left at night? Ha? The child from old Zhao's family put rat poison in the food? The whole family died? The village was filled with various cursed death news, and visibly, every household in Hajang village had stone pillars erected in their yards. This village is dying. Chapter 67, the wind is free, and so are you. Boom. Boom boom boom. Thunder roared through the sky at some unknown time again. The pouring rain fell upon Hajang village, and the entire village fell into silence, with no living villagers left. On the ground, black tombstones soaked in countless rainwater, like the grieving tears of the village's people. An Lan held the diary. Standing in the Wang family's small courtyard, looking at the tombstone rising in the center, his expression relaxed. It's about time. It really is. Whether it's divine retribution or Yunhan's revenge. There's no need for a village like this to exist. On the huge tombstone, the names Wang family Wang Jinshan, Wang family Li Hongmei, Wang family Wang Jie, and Wang family Yunhan were engraved. It looked like a joint burial tombstone was built. Damn. Which timeline is this? Everyone in the village is dead? So refreshing? A carefree voice suddenly sounded from the small house on the right. Lu Xian finally came to this timeline by hiding in Yunhan's house. It seems I wasn't wrong. To leave this loop dungeon, there is an absolute condition. That is, help Yunhan fulfill her wish. She has 2 wishes. First, what will happen to her parents who haven't seen her for so many years? Only by bringing her token to see her parents and fulfilling their wishes can we complete the first step. As for the second step. Bang! An Lan kicked the tombstone standing in the center of the courtyard. Boom, the tombstone collapsed, raising a thick pile of soil, revealing a shallow pit beneath the stone. A huge coffin lay horizontally underground. The second step. Yunhan's wish should be to go home, right? Lu Xian pondered, reaching out to pry open the coffin lid. But. Bang! The crimson coffin lid suddenly shook. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the coffin board began to crack, and with a crack, the coffin lid exploded. A pair of pitch-black stone hands poked through the coffin board, wood chips flying. Creak, creak. Countless rivets on the coffin were pushed out by those hands, and beneath the coffin, it seemed that something was desperately burrowing its way out. Is it the tombstone person? An Lan, if Yunhan's wishes to go home, now we pry open the coffin, then find Yunhan's bones, take them out of joint burial village, and escape from this place that has trapped her for a lifetime. Wouldn't the dungeon end? Looking fearfully at the coffin, Lu Xian stood at the edge of the coffin, a bit eager to try. Bang! 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 Not only in the Wang family's small courtyard, but in the other houses of joint burial village, tombstones fell to the ground, the soil beneath them loosening, and pairs of stone hands surged out from beneath the coffins. They seemed to want to resurrect. Seemed to want to stop An Lan and Lu Xian from escaping. He. The crimson coffin lid was already half open. Lu Xian hesitated, even wanting to lend a hand to fully open the coffin. But. Stop. An Lan's rebuke came, and Lu Xian was taken aback. Ha? What's wrong? If we open the coffin now, once we take Yunhan's bones, we will only have to face the tombstone person from the Wang family, we could still escape from here, right? If we don't act fast, we will have to face the tombstone person of the entire village later. No. This tombstone stands here, as if luring us to open it, the whole family is buried together, is that possible? The images from the last night kept flashing in her mind. I want her to die and still stay by my son's side. She will be my son's slave for life. Is it really burned? Memories started flashing continuously. Bang! The next moment. The red coffin lid exploded completely, and lying inside the coffin was actually a twisted and bloated monster wearing a black shroud. It was called strange because its body was so thick it was like 2 people, the exposed skin was all dead black. 2 heads protruded from its neck, clearly the heads of the Wang couple. Its shoulders bore 4 arms, flailing about wildly. It had 4 legs thrashing beneath it, like evil spirits running amok. After a muffled sound from its mouth, the monster actually spat out a long stream of grey mist. This won't be the final boss, will it? How do we even fight this? Lu Xian was so shocked that she took a step back. An Lan squinted, her gaze constantly shifting to the empty coffin. No. Apart from this monster, there was nothing else. The urns belonging to Wang Jie and Yunhan do not exist. In other words, the gravestone in the yard is indeed a trap to lure people to open the coffin. Then, where are Yunhan's ashes that were burned back then? Ha! You dare disturb the eternal rest of the Wang family, you. Thump thump thump. With each step, the ground beneath 4 feet sank into shallow pits. The creature's movements were powerful and swift, in just a moment of distraction, its bulky body had already charged towards me. Boom! The 2 iron-like heads struck my chest. Before I could feel the pain, the world around me began to rapidly recede. Ugh! Blood mist gushed out uncontrollably from my mouth, and I flew like a cannonball, crashing into the Wang family manor, shattering the wooden table and chairs into pieces. Ugh, cough cough cough. Collapsed on the ground, my chest was already caved in. I lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but the intense pain in my lower abdomen was unbearable. Weak. My physical strength is still too weak. You crashed into my son back then. Now I'm going to crash into you. You deceived us years ago, claiming you were selling goods? Now we'll deceive you back, in the joint burial, that cheap woman's ashes are simply not there. Ha 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 ha. As the creature laughed menacingly, its enormous figure blocked the door of the main manor. I watched as the two heads on that bulky body twisted and writhed, and my lips twitched. Damn. I didn't expect such a bizarre thing to hold a grudge, remembering me after all this time? Plans of revenge against me in the future? You cannot leave. The joint burial village has always allowed only outsiders to enter and the dead to be buried. You are no exception. Thud. 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 The deformity of the creature was nearing me now, and Lu Xian hurriedly shook the rattle drum in her hand. Xiaohan, Xiaohan. Xiaohan. 10 years have passed, yet the worries of my parents have not ceased. The sound of the drum echoed, releasing a mournful hum in the air, sending chills down one's spine. Ugh. Damn city people. Damn. The creature trembled at the sound, its forearms covering its ears, both heads twisting and convulsing. There's hope. There is still hope. An Lan. As long as we can find Yunhan's ashes, we can use the rattle drum, maybe we can still. Outside the door, Lu Xian's face showed surprise, amazed by the changes in the rattle drum. But, just after a brief moment of joy. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. A sudden crash echoed from outside the yard, and on the streets surrounding it, countless deformed, fused creatures were hurriedly closing in. A whole family fused together into a 2-meter-high black corpse. There were also half-human, half-dog bodies, thin and crawling on the ground, and even the fused bodies of twin dead babies. Various corpses completely blocked the small yard. This. It's over. It's really over. The rattle drum in my hand shook blankly, Lu Xian's face turned ashen, staring at the dense mass of black corpses surrounding the yard. Now, how to escape? Even if I find Yunhan's body, there would be no chance to leave, right? Inside the main manor. Ugh. Propping myself up off the ground, I looked at the towering, bloated creature, my breathing heavy. Yet suddenly, my lips curved into a smile. Tell me, for this kind of filth, to trap a girl for a lifetime, don't you find it beastly? You. What do you understand? What do I understand? You have a son, does that mean others don't have daughters? Why should your son consume what should be another's bright life? Why can you oppress her, when she should be the treasured jewel of her parents, destined to become a member of the city's poetry club? Her whole life should have been filled with happiness. She should never be a slave to your Wang family. What nonsense are you talking about? Die. The black-red veins on the faces erupted like worms, and the creature, suffering from the strange sound waves, swung its forearms at my head. I couldn't dodge. But my gaze fell upon the wooden table under the main manor. A piece of fallen plaque. Wang Jie's plaque. You love that precious son so much, how could you not care for his remains? With your tempers, wouldn't you love to see him every day? Since you want Yunhan to be trapped beside Wang Jie for a lifetime, very well, I will completely destroy Wang Jie. Thud. With both hands tightly gripping the plaque. Seeing this, the strange man's face changed in shock. You. What are you going to do? Stop. Stop, ah. Bang. Kneeling on the ground, An Lan forcefully smashed the plaque onto the ground. As the wooden plaque shattered, a drop by drop of bone-like crystal dust began to spill from the plaque. An Lan held those dust particles in his hands and scattered them outside the house. Instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sudden wind rose from the flat ground, lifting the dust straight up into the white clouds. Go. The wind is free, so are you. Henin, it's time to go home and see Mom and Dad. Chapter 68 finally cleared. S-rank evaluation skill, perfect timeline. You damn guy. You deserve to die. The strange man completely went insane, forearms smashing towards An Lan's forehead. The whoosh of the strong wind made An Lan's hair dance wildly. But, in the end, those fists froze right in front of An Lan's forehead. Ding. You have gained the affection of Goddess Yunhan plus 20. Current affection total, 100. You can open the heart hut and send Goddess Yunhan inside. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and the strange man swinging his fists began to twist and disintegrate, turning into pure white crystals, falling quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside, the fierce wind continued, and the yard was filled with corpses, each form crumbling, transforming into crystals, quickly scattering, blown everywhere by the wind. This. Could it be, did we clear the level? Lu Xian looked incredulously at the scene. The sky above combined burial village was cleansed by the wind, the lingering black mist dissipating. At this moment, all the tombstones in the village vanished. The sunlight shone down, and faintly, one could see at the village entrance, a girl being led away by 2 adults, skipping happily out of the village. Congratulations! Instance participants An Lan and Lu Xian successfully cleared the S-rank instance, combined burial village. The combined burial village instance will begin to disperse from this day forward. Evaluating clearance. Lu Xian received a B rank evaluation, clearance reward, Wailing Rattler. Wailing Rattler, combined burial village special item. Many years of longing from parents will turn into unceasing resentment, unable to disperse. Every time the rattler is shaken, it will create a restraining effect on nearby eerie phenomena. Note, this item can be used once daily. An Lan received an S+ grade perfect clearance evaluation. Achievement unlocked, Time Traveler. S+ clearance evaluation reward, 1 talent evolution fragment, 15 days vacation. Time Traveler achievement reward, skill, perfect timeline. Perfect timeline, the direction of any event will always trigger different timelines of consequences. You seem to always find the timeline with the most perfect ending. Activate this skill, and you will return to any preceding phase of the ongoing event. Note, this skill can only be used once daily. The instance is about to collapse. Please choose to leave immediately or stay for half an hour before leaving. The long-lost prompt from the horror game echoed in his ear. Lu Xian sighed deeply and plopped down on the ground. Finally. She looked at the transformed Wailing Rattler in her hand and couldn't help but smile faintly, looking at An Lan. Hey. Thanks. Demon King. If it weren't for you, I guess I would have been done for. Whoosh. No need to thank me, besides, if you hadn't stood out at the end, I would have been done for too, we're even. Waving his hand, a gleam of golden thread flickered in An Lan's palm, and a golden glowing fragment appeared once more. If one focused closely, they could see a line of tiny text, fragments needed for the next talent enhancement, 1/2. A long way to go. Buzz buzz buzz. The diary in his arms buzzed incessantly, transforming into a stream of black light that surged into An Lan's chest. Suddenly, in An Lan's vision, a new prompt appeared, skill to be used, perfect timeline. It's really not easy. It seems we have only come to this village once, but we have already gone through several cycles, right? That Emohan, although his talent skill is quite good, keeps mumbling about the future, which actually limits his thinking and makes things difficult for him. I guess, when we finish the instance, the higher-ups won't even expect that we, in the end, will be the ones who survive. But, as long as we eliminate the instance, they won't have anything to say. An Lan. Let's go together. Lu Xian smiled at An Lan, tossing her long, wavy hair, her expression full of relief. But An Lan shook his head. You go first. I still have things to do. I need to be alone with Yunhan for a while. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Hearing this, Lu Xian looked at the coffin in the courtyard in shock, then glanced at the shattered gravestone, her expression strange as she observed for a moment, before her figure began to blur and fade away. Buzz buzz buzz. Once she left, An Lan slowly stood up, leaned against the wall, and walked toward the courtyard. Actually, Emohan did not misread the future, it's just that every time he saw the future, it was merely the next cycle. But still, I will say this again, the future can be changed through the present. The future in which I survive alone has changed, and Yunhan's future has also changed. It all depends on us. Yunhan, you don't need to hide anymore. Come out. Swaying, An Lan stepped out of the main house, and beside him, a figure slowly appeared, becoming clearer from the mist. The girl in the bright red robe, Yunhan, wrapped her arm around An Lan, appearing next to him as they walked out of the Wang family's courtyard. An Lan. You should go. My long-held wish has been fulfilled without regrets. Thank you. Yunhan's palm lovingly caressed An Lan's chest. She bit her lip in pain as she looked at An Lan's wounds, her eyes brimming with tears. Let's go. Knowing you is enough. The hand beneath the red robe trembled uncontrollably. Yunhan, feeling relieved, released her grip on An Lan's arm. I should go see my mom and dad now. What do you mean? Didn't I say? I will take you away from here. Suddenly, a warm embrace crashed in, as a man's arms roughly wrapped around her. When Yunhan looked back at An Lan, his body suddenly emitted a pink glow. You? Buzz. The next moment, the surrounding scenery began to twist and change, and a study filled with ancient poems and piles of literature appeared before her eyes. The window of the study was open, filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms, spreading in with the wind. The gentle wind accompanied by the warm sun flowed into the room, creating a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Where is this? Yunhan looked in disbelief at the suddenly appeared room, her shocked gaze directed out the window. Sunny day? The warm spring breeze, blooming winter plums, summer bamboo, how could they all appear in one space at the same time? How do you like it? An Lan released his embrace, his gaze also looking out the window. The originally bright smile suddenly froze. Because, just outside the dense bamboo forest, he could still see Yang Jinjin's garden. In that stylish little house, a pair of longing eyes seemed to be watching from here. Damn. System, you can't be serious. This isn't even an independent space? An Lan's face darkened, and his back was once again enveloped by something soft. An Lan. Is this what you meant by taking me away? Is this your ability? You could say that. That's great. That's great. I want to fulfill my childhood dreams here. An Lan. Thank you. With a snap, a strawberry mark was placed on her neck. An Lan smiled. Hold on, after I return to reality, I will tell you the purpose of this space. Also, I need to introduce a friend to you. You? Just as he was speaking, An Lan suddenly felt someone tighten their hug from behind, and a pair of hands moved from his back to his chest. Yun Han's hot breath came from behind his ear. I want to repay you well. How about a few days later? No. No. I haven't been in my favorite space, with my favorite person. Boom. No one could say otherwise. Books piled on the shelf fell, and An Lan was held by Yun Han, lying in the pile of books. Half an hour later. Buzz buzz buzz. The black mist lingering over Lake Wu Street dissipated, and while the vast black earth still seemed desolate, the oppressive atmosphere had disappeared. Lu Xian sat in the driver's seat of the sports car, staring in shock at the disheveled An Lan. His breath was uneven, there were several strawberry marks on his neck, and even several buttons of his shirt had come undone, as if he had just finished a wild operation. What happened to you? Lu Xian was dumbfounded. An Lan. Please don't tell me you had one last wild fling with a female ghost in the last half hour? Aren't you a bro? Then you really are an experienced one. This last bit of time was still given to the ghost? It's no wonder you're so liked by female ghosts. There must be a reason for it. Don't think too much, I just exchanged a few words with Yun Han at the end. An Lan adjusted his shirt, calmly brushing it off with a few words. It was impossible to tell anyone about being able to collect female ghosts. No matter how Lu Xian thought, he wouldn't guess that the backbone of Hezhang village was pulled into reality by him, right? Cough cough cough. Got it. I understand. After all, Yun Han helped you so much, you should be considerate and give back to her, right? Boom. Boom. The roar of the sports car sounded, and the car headed towards the state pool. An Lan leaned against the seat, feeling the cold wind, his face pale. Damn it. What I said, did I become a seller? Chapter 69, a stunning result. Another hour later, as the sports car entered the area of State Pool City, An Lan's phone regained signal, and the notification sounds of ding-ding kept ringing. An Lan took out his phone and glanced down. State Pool City Daily News Top 1, good news. Good news. The Hezhang village instance, which started from Haishur, began to dissipate an hour ago. It is suspected that the participants of this instance have completely conquered the instance. It is reported that the participants in this instance include An Lan from State Pool City, Lu Xian, and Mo Han from Feiha City, and Taishan. This piece of information quickly climbed to the trending searches in just a few dozen minutes. An Lan casually scrolled through the comments below, which had almost amassed hundreds of thousands. A seaside resident who loves the waves, wow. Who exactly conquered the instance? Urgent. This instance can't be live-streamed? I see An Lan is there? I'm really curious about what he did in the instance. Wild Boar Peppa, do I even need to ask? It's definitely the master of the corner. As long as there's a female ghost, who can An Lan handle? State Pool's Lu Dehua, to be honest, I think it should be Lu Xian and Mo Han who played a big role, right? After all, aren't these two the ones with the most experience in instances? Let me take a look, no matter what. This is good news. State Pool City is finally fine. How many cities are still alive in the entire Anhui province? State Pool City Defense Department, please believe in the strength of the higher-ups. This success means more successes in the future, even for higher-level instances. As long as the people are united, we will ultimately be invincible. The notifications on the phone kept stacking up. After browsing for a while with little interest, An Lan's gaze was drawn to the scene outside the State Pool City Defense Base. Welcome heroes home, Feiha will win, a great victory in this battle. The once low-key entrance of the base was adorned with a bunch of festive streamers. The entrance was surrounded by a crowd. At the front was not Ho Yong, but a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. His leather shoes shone brightly. He had a beaming smile, watching the sports car approach from afar, leading the cheers. Everyone. The heroes are back. Everyone. Give our heroes the loudest applause. Come on. Mo Han. Mo Han. Mo Han. He cheered loudly, and several men in suits followed suit, only Ho Yong's group. Crying with a long face, not saying a word. This time of cooperation, Mo Han is the superior, able to command the participants of the state-level copy in Zhouqi City, let alone that. His ability is the future echo, capable of calculating everything around him. Now that the copy has cleared, everyone thinks that Imo Han has survived. But what about An Lan? And what about Lu Xian? The higher-ups only know that their Imo Han has contributed, but what about the participants of the Zhochi City copy? What will happen with the subsequent copy arrivals in Zhochi City? Why are you shouting? Can't you hear? The suited man glared at Ho Yong, who stubbornly swung his sign and began to shout, Imo Han. Imo Han. Mo. Just as these words left his mouth. Suddenly, Ho Yong's eyelids flickered. He suddenly saw a sports car stopped right in front of him, with only An Lan and Lu Xian and the driver in passenger seats. Hey! An Lan! Lu Xian! You came back? Great! Great! You are all fine. Ho Yong immediately threw down the sign and rushed forward in a few steps. An Lan in the car mumbled impatiently, Stop shouting. Imo Han is dead. What are you all doing here shouting ghosts? You! What did you say? Imo Han is dead? How could he die? You! Say it again. Hearing this, the suited man's face darkened as he rushed forward, looking left and right inside the sports car, as if trying to find evidence of Imo Han's existence. But the back seat was completely empty. An Lan shrugged, jumping down from the passenger seat. He was restricted by his own future. Sorry, he misjudged and died. You can take down those ribbons now. With a cold look at the suited man, An Lan didn't give him a good face. For Imo Han, she couldn't say she hated him, but she definitely wouldn't say she liked him. As a leader in the real world, he should have taken care of his subordinates and faced the copy crisis together, right? But Imo Han maintained his arrogant stance from beginning to end. Even knowing the future crisis, he didn't warn anyone, but just kept treating himself as a lab rat for research. He was too arrogant. And too reliant on future echo. How Imo Han did things, An Lan didn't want to care. Since he didn't help her, she wouldn't help him when she found a way to survive. You don't harm me, I won't harm you. You don't help me, I of course won't help you. With a clear conscience. Brushing past the suited man, An Lan walked directly towards the base entrance. The suited man trembled. Stop. How are you talking to me? You need to clarify this. You. What do you mean Imo Han is dead? What exactly did you all do? Someone. Stop him. Arrest him for me. Pat pat pat. At the suited man's command, several other suited men immediately surrounded An Lan. An Lan frowned. Dealing with strange things every day is already complicated enough. I didn't expect there would be trouble in reality too. Mirror flower, water moon. Buzz. Suddenly, space twisted behind her, revealing a huge illusion of a mental hospital. An Lan's mirror flower, water moon cooldown time was up. He. He. In a daze, the scene in front of the base's door swayed. The originally empty base entrance suddenly twisted into the appearance of a little courtyard of the Wang family. The cold moonlight fell, showing Imo Han and Tai Shan, who had turned into grave markers, slowly twisting their heads, their skin dark and bluish, spewing out dust, looking at the several suited men. Leader! Leader! You came to find me? Leader! Ah! No! Don't come here! The sudden change of scene scared the higher-ups of several suited men, making them kneel on the ground and retreat repeatedly. Their pants were all wet, their legs refusing to obey, swaying back and forth in place. This a skill that can only be obtained with an S-grade evaluation after clearing a level? No wonder An Lan could enter the village unharmed at that time. Ho Yong. An Lan's contribution in this copy is far greater than Imo Han's. Also, his value is definitely greater than Imo Han's. I think it's best to place these leaders back. Lu Xian's face was cold. Dragging several men in suits from the ground. Pulling them all the way out of the base's entrance, the leading figure finally regained composure, looking in shock at An Lan, who had already walked far away. You dare to use strange abilities on me. You. Leader. Our mission is to eliminate the Hajang village dungeon, right? Now that the dungeon has disappeared, isn't that enough? And what about you saying something happened to Mohan? What does it have to do with our State Pool City dungeon participants? You can't possibly think that our people could harm the famous prophet, right? Ho Yong's attitude hardened as well. The man in the suit's lips trembled. Fine. You lower ranks. If you don't leave, I can still invite your beloved Mohan to find you in your bed at night. Suddenly, An Lan's mocking laughter echoed again from below the base. The man in the suit's lips quivered upon hearing this. He immediately scrambled, calling out to the other suited men, and they all bolted towards the outside of the base. Pa! A bunch of useless things. Lu Xian looked at them disdainfully. People like these, who usually talk in official tones but do nothing, finally got a chance to move, just to celebrate this and that. On the surface, it's far too little. Lu Xian, they are at least leaders. An Lan doing this, couldn't he? Ho Yong still had some lingering fears, but Lu Xian shook her head. It's fine. If the fact that An Lan mastered his skills is reported to the sides of Jingnan and Jingbei, the higher-ups will know how important he is. This won't be An Lan's end here. He is very clever. He deliberately showed his skills to me just now, to make people know that his value isn't low. So what, next, should we promote An Lan to vice captain? I'll ask him when I find the time. Now, let's make sure the people in Wanshur know the truth. Alright. I understand. Upon hearing this, Ho Yong hurriedly ran towards the base. 2.5 hours later. Today's news from State Pool City was updated again. Hajing Village Dungeon has been completely resolved. Dungeon participants Mohan and Taishan were sacrificed. This dungeon was led by An Lan, with Lu Xian assisting in the resolution. This short paragraph once again caused a huge stir online. Haji Minan North and South, I can't believe it. This dungeon was solved by An Lan? How did he do it? Hiss, it can't be that he sacrificed his looks again, right? Kenya, is it real or fake? In corners we don't know, did Haji Lan manage to conquer another female ghost? I am not AI, is this what we're calling the Goddess of Wood? Does anyone know how many Goddess of Wood games An Lan has cleared? An Lan has already broken through 2 S-level dungeons. An Lan, my Superman. Chapter 70, The Treasure of State Pool City, Huajiu Mountain Fragrance, Palace of Cremation. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. As An Lan stepped inside the elevator alone, he was shocked to find that after pressing the button, 2 new floors appeared that could go down, 7 and 8. Oh? Is it because I solved another S-level dungeon, so they gave me more permissions? Curiously, he pressed the 7th floor button. When the elevator doors opened, he found records, photos, and tombstones of past dungeon participants displayed inside. State Pool City Han Yun participated in the dungeon 13 times, ultimately died in an SS-level dungeon. State Pool City Li Lan participated in the dungeon 9 times, ultimately died in an SS-level dungeon. As An Lan looked closely at the files of these people, he found that those displayed at the front among the deceased were all experts, having survived no less than 8 dungeons. However, almost every one of them fell when facing SS-level dungeons. Sigh. It seems the difficulty between SS-level dungeons and S-level dungeons isn't just a small difference. I wonder how I will fare when I encounter an SS-level dungeon. Scanning the 7th floor once, An Lan took the elevator again and headed for 8th floor. The 8th floor was surrounded by walls stacked with metal cabinets. Each metal cabinet had a corresponding numbered description. An Lan narrowed his eyes, examining the cabinets. Inside the cab, there were strangely shaped medical injectors placed. Inside the syringe, there surprisingly was active, jumping blood. On the side of the cabinet, there were some brief labels: number 001, B-level copy, insane asylum, brought out item, disposable recovery agent *5. Disposable recovery agent, a masterpiece of a mad doctor, once injected, greatly stimulates body repair, allowing for quick recovery from physical injuries. Exchange condition, 100 points per unit. Oh. No wonder they say, in the future I'll know what's below. So it turns out, after more experiences, I naturally qualify to exchange items here? So, how many points do I have? On the screen of the metal cabinet door, there was a device similar to a fingerprint lock. An Lan tried tapping on the disposable recovery agent interface, and a panel immediately popped up. You currently have 200 points. Do you wish to exchange for a disposable recovery agent? 200 points. As his finger left the screen, An Lan roughly understood how points were calculated. Clearing an S-level copy should accumulate 100 points, while copies below S-level might yield even fewer points. This seemingly 100 points per unit disposable recovery agent was actually extremely expensive. It's normal. After all, anything brought out from the e-copy has remarkable effects, right? A low price wouldn't make sense. Hesitating to buy this item, after all, his injuries could be healed over time, reinforced by the D-level talent of his body, so there was no need to waste points. Disposable recovery agent, if I encounter a high difficulty copy, bringing it in advance wouldn't be bad. His gaze moved past the first metal frame, and An Lan looked at the other frames. The weird objects stored by the Yijochi City Defense Department were not many, with only 18 slots filled on one wall. This was the blood, sweat, and tears of countless copy participants over the years in Jochi City. Number 007, A-level copy evil spirit doll, brought out item, substitute doll. Substitute doll, a doll tainted by the weird, possessing the ability to copy the user. After using it, the doll will transform into the user's appearance, absorb the user's current negative states, and attract weird attention, beginning an irregular escape. Note, the escape doll will return to the copy participant after the copy ends. Points required to exchange for this item, 500 points. Wow. Good stuff. An Lan's eyes lit up. A doll about the size of a Barbie caught his attention in the metal frame. Unfortunately, the high points made him just look at it and move past the item. Such items, logically, were not just exclusive to the Jochi City Defense Department, but were also registered national property. If he wanted it, apart from surviving and exchanging points, there was no possibility of getting it for free. Number 018, S-level copy Mountain Temple Evil Sacrifice brought out item, Huajiushan Incense. Huajiushan Incense, a stick of incense used in the sacrifice to an evil god. It is stained with the god's blood and has a frightening effect on the weird. When lit, during the burning of the incense, no weird can approach the holder. But, the stronger the weird encountered, the faster the incense burns. The Huajiushan Incense will restore to its original form after each copy ends. Points required to exchange for this item, 1000 points. Damn! This is the treasure of Jochi City. As his gaze swept over the collection of supernatural items, An Lan was shocked by the last metal frame. The high price was needless to say, needing to complete at least 10 S-level copies to exchange for the item. But, the item's ability was indeed flawless. It was worth the price. Hiss, good stuff, good stuff. What a pity, still just able to look. Feeling regretful, An Lan left this level and returned to level -7, looking at the copy files of the sacrificed personnel, before reluctantly heading back to his dwelling. Creak. As soon as the villa's door opened, An Lan smelled a special fragrance. He sniffed the air, and the living room lights suddenly flickered on with a pop. Followed by that, a row of red candles on the dining table lit up. In front of the red wine and red tablecloth, Lu Xian's big waves hung down, her lips painted with bright red lipstick curled up. You are back? She had changed into a new outfit. Under the red sheer dress, she wore alluring red fishnet stockings. Her thick thighs crossed elegantly, her whole body leaned back in the chair with a seductive expression. You? Lu Xian. What are you doing in my house? Didn't I say? Under normal circumstances, no one is allowed to enter my house. An Lan couldn't help but furrow his brows. It wasn't that he was inconsiderate, but what if Yang Jinjin, not paying attention, bumped into Lu Xian? Oh. What are you afraid of? Afraid of me catching you playing in a corner? It's fine, boys playing with these things is normal. Lu Xian smiled lightly and silently changed her sitting position. As she lowered her legs, her hips slightly lifted from the chair, the fullness under the red dress becoming more pronounced. So, you guys still checked my computer and recovered the data? An Lan sat on the other side of the chair with a displeased expression, and Lu Xian smiled. After all, you are going to join the national team, so your identity information must be thoroughly investigated. National team? What does that mean? You specifically demonstrated a skill before, right? In Hazang Village, the results said you obtained the perfect timeline skill, which seems to be a time-related ability. So, excluding the skill you just used, you at least have another skill. Holding 2 skills. An Lan, with your current cards, you can already compare with S-level gifted individuals. Just now, your information has already been reported to the state. You have entered the candidate list for the national team. While speaking, Lu Xian pushed a glass of red wine in front of An Lan. An Lan looked at Lu Xian strangely, as she leaned forward, revealing a large area of creamy white skin. You came here, just to say this? Without drinking, An Lan's expression remained quiet. That's right. At that time, it was a deliberate use of the skill. On one hand, it could make those higher up shut up. On the other hand, once they knew his value, they naturally wouldn't pursue Mohan's matter any further. A dead, S-level gifted individual, can any live one with comparable value be more valuable? It's not just these things. An Lan, you know well, right? The Jochi City Defense Team is really short on people. Over here, we want to confirm a vice captain position for you. As a vice captain, in the future, promising newcomers might ask you to use the companion card to enter their dungeons and protect them. Doing this might indeed be a bit troublesome. But don't worry, you won't miss out on any rewards that correspond to each dungeon. What do you think? Under the red-covered table, Lu Xian's fair legs lifted, about to rub against An Lan. As An Lan hesitated, Lu Xian smiled slyly, seeming very confident in her plans for today. After all, this was a celebration party she had prepared after watching many hidden corners and studying An Lan's interests. Aside from being a bit mysteriously ambiguous, An Lan didn't have any major flaws. Moreover, he performed well in the last dungeon, and Lu Xian initially had some fondness for An Lan. As a participant in the horror dungeon, who knows when someone might drop dead in the dungeon, Lu Xian also held a mindset of seizing the day. If An Lan was willing, she wouldn't mind having something happen with him. If he could win a girl's favor, he should be good in reality too, right? Slurp. Unable to resist, her tongue licked her lips, Lu Xian's long thigh slithered. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. Because the thigh she extended suddenly felt caught by something cold. Ha! Her body couldn't help but shudder. In front of Lu Xian, pink circles flickered, and she immediately saw an incredible scene. A nurse. A nurse in a pink uniform appeared suddenly, proudly sitting on An Lan's thigh, fiercely glaring at her. Good. There's a female ghost added to the room over there, I won't say anything more. Now, there's also one here? Ah. Jinjin. You, how did you come out? An Lan was instantly taken aback. He just wanted to forcibly take back Yang Jinjin, when his back shimmered with pink light again, and Yunhan frowned as she appeared. An Lan. Who is she? Hey. Why is there another woman here? You. What are you all going to do? In the cramped space at the dinner table, the three women looked at each other, and An Lan's head suddenly ached. It's over. The harem exploded. Chapter 71 An Lan's Wonderful Journey. This is the head nurse from Qingshan Mental Hospital? And the bone bride from Hajiang Village? An Lan. An Lan. This is reality. How can they appear? You. Lu Xian was immediately dumbfounded. No? How could something other than the dungeon coming appear in reality? What's going on? Return scattered memories. Lu Xian quickly pulled back her long legs, stepped back to the distance from the table, closed her eyes, and began to capture the past memories of the villa. Soon, she discovered the scene of An Lan and Yang Jinjin enjoying their nights together. An Lan. An Lan, you're hiding a ghost in your golden house? Lu Xian's pupils widened, her mouth gaping in shock. She looked at An Lan and felt a bit unsure about him now. Is this really something a D-grade talent can do? What else is hidden in An Lan? Allah. I've been discovered. Looks like I can only kill her. An Lan, don't you think so? Yang Jinjin sat on An Lan's lap, a mysterious grin appeared on her face. That female ghost we'll talk about later. This human woman also wants to rob my man? Die. Buzz buzz buzz. The scene in the room began to twist and change, the dining table turned into a hospital bed, and the walls became pure white. Lu Xian retreated in panic, and from the walls slowly squeezed out several pain-stricken faces, staring fiercely at her. No. No. Screams echoed in the room, and An Lan's face turned dark. Jinjin. What are you doing? What am I doing? Someone wants to rob my man. Plus, the ghost is trying to steal my rights to have children. If I don't do something soon, do they really think I'm invisible? Yang Jinjin firmly grabbed An Lan's chin, and in front of Yunhan, she directly kissed him. You? An Lan stared in shock at the top of Yang Jinjin's head. 105. It's over. Why is the favorability still over the limit? If it's over the limit, will it become a Yandere? Mum. Unable to free himself from Yang Jinjin's control, An Lan wanted to explain something. Suddenly. Let go. Clap clap clap. Yang Jinjin's face began to break apart into massive shreds of paper, as Yunhan's cold voice rang out. Oh. Touching the corner of her mouth, Yang Jinjin turned to look at Yunhan. Oh, I forgot you. You started talking about having children as soon as you came in? Who do you think you are? You rude, unreasonable woman. You're still wearing nurse clothes. Amidst their bickering. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant. An Lan's little villa turned into a distorted Qingshan Mental Hospital, while simultaneously twisting into Hajiang Village. What the hell? What the hell? Lu Xian stared blankly, her red dress awkwardly shaking, her whole body already slumping to the ground. An Lan, this guy is raising a ghost king at home. Alert! Alert! Strange phenomena suspected on this floor. Alert! Alert! Strange phenomena suspected on this floor. On the street of the villa, the surveillance cameras seemed to have captured something, starting to blare continuously. Seeing that, more and more people were running in from the street, An Lan helplessly slapped his head. It's over. When a female ghost gets emotional, it's really hard to deal with. He squinted at the perfect timeline that had never been used before and quickly clicked on it with his thoughts. No way. If he doesn't use it, his trump card will be completely exposed. Buzz. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes, and An Lan looked at those sites, finally pressing down on the time image of when he just returned to the base. Perfect timeline. Go. Buzz. As a mirroring distortion occurred before him, An Lan passed through the scene. His body swayed for a moment and he found himself in the elevator. His finger was pressing the button for the -7 floor. At this moment, He had already returned to the initial time to visit the -7th floor. Huh? Wait. I traveled back to this time period, and my memories are perfectly retained. I remember clearly what is on the -7 and -8 floors. This ability, if it's maxed out for daily use, doesn't that mean I have 48 hours in a day? An Lan strangely thought of this possibility. But soon, he hurriedly shook his head. No. No. During this time, something must have happened at the love cabin that caused Yang Jinjin's outburst just now. Quick! Hurry home. In a rush, he pressed the floor button and quickly returned to the villa. At this time, the villa was quiet, evidently not yet the time for Lu Xian to set up the dining room. An Lan went back to his bedroom. After confirming that there was nothing around, a pink light flashed around him. Buzz. In the study filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms, Yun Han was holding a scroll of poetry, continuously reading. The pearl embryo darkens and is nurtured by the clouds, the osmanthus is born beside the moon's fragrance. There are such clever verses. Does having a child signify beauty? The pearl embryo darkening. Constantly savoring this sentence, a blush crept onto Yun Han's face, her legs intertwined, her lips unconsciously pursing. What would it be like if I had a child with Lan Gu? A boy? A girl? A human? A ghost? Should we name them An Han or An Yun? As the girl thought about these things, she couldn't help but rise on her toes, lightly and joyfully walking around the room. Yun Han was pure, simply imagining a life of marriage and pregnancy. But rustle, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the same time, outside the bamboo forest of the study, Yang Jinjin hesitated as she approached this room. Her expression was suspicious, her eyes cautiously looking inside. Why is there another little house here at An Lan's? Could it be? Has he recruited another female ghost? Recruiting female ghosts is understandable, after all, his talent is like this. But I am An Lan's legal wife. I have to let the newcomer know that I come first from now on. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the bamboo leaves were continuously rustled, Yang Jinjin heard a series of murmurs coming from the window. Lan Gu and my child, will they resemble him more or me more? If there's a child, I won't be able to be with Lan Gu. Never mind, Lan Gu will definitely be with me all day. Ha? Child? With you all day? What on earth? Strangely, Yang Jinjin caught these few words, and her previously tense mood suddenly became serious and angry. Oh, so, someone is here to steal my spot? Hey! You in there! With a stomp of her foot. Buzz. Suddenly, the bamboo forest began to twist, the shadows of a mental hospital covering the bamboo. A chill rushed towards the study. And in the study. Who? The scene of Heavenly Burial Village also quickly intertwined, appearing above the little house. Separated by a window, the two women exchanged glances. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder ready to explode. Hiss. No wonder. No wonder Yang Jinjin jumped out back then and insisted on dealing with Lu Xian. The spark was here? After they fought at the love cabin, they realized I was tempted by Lu Xian, so they got even more upset? An Lan, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly understood and hurried into the bamboo forest. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. I said stop. Shouting to halt their actions, An Lan scratched his head. Why are you two fighting? An Lan. You came just in time. This woman said she has your child? And then said you should serve her all day? What is this? What ghost is she? How dare she make such a request? Yang Jinjin argued without hesitation, pointing at Yun Han as she scolded. Yun Han? Ha? I didn't say that? Yun Han looked blankly at Yang Jinjin, who tilted her head dismissively. Dare to say it but not own up to it? Are you a green tea bitch? Jinjin, is it possible that she was just reading poetry and daydreaming? An Lan pointed to the poetry book in Yun Han's hand, which clearly wrote, blessing verses for pregnancy. Is she YY? Are you saying, she YY'd herself pregnant? And then, YY, you need to serve her? Yang Jinjin looked at Yun Han oddly, and Yun Han immediately blushed. No. I did not. The air suddenly became awkward. Many times, a struggle may come from a strange misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, Yang Jinjin, looking at Yun Han's bright red face, stomped her foot. All right. I'm not a small-minded person, you YY if you want. But let me say this first, most of An Lan's time has to belong to me. You are the one that is YY. I want to learn poetry, I only go to find him when I miss Lan Gu. Unlike you, who seems to be addicted. Hey! Who are you calling addicted? Stop. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved but was about to start again, An Lan hurriedly interrupted. All right. You can plan your own time, whoever shows up in the real world, as long as you come out, I will make time to accompany you, but it must be when there is no one around. Poof. I know. An Lan, you accompany me tonight. And, prepare the bathtub water in advance. With a bossy attitude, Yang Jinjin glanced at Yunhan several times, tossed out a remark, and coolly left the bamboo forest. Yunhan, red-faced, cast a glance at An Lan before immediately closing the window. Phew. Finally. After resolving the chaotic situation, An Lan's whole being glowed with a pink aura as he returned to the bedroom. He collapsed on the bed, lost in thought, having just let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard a commotion at the door. TSK. Grumpily getting up, An Lan walked out of the bedroom, just in time to see the door being opened from the outside. Creak. At that moment, Lucien stealthily pushed open the door while holding a cardboard box, startled to face An Lan directly. Hey. You, why are you at home? Didn't you go to the -7 floor? With a bang, the cardboard box fell from her hands. Red candles and red cloth scattered out, and inside, there was even a red three-piece set. Can't I be at home? An Lan looked at Lucien with teasing eyes, and Lucien awkwardly scratched her head. I walked into the wrong room, do you believe it? He. I know about the national team matter. And, my talent is destined to be a lone wolf. I'm not suitable to be the leader, don't try to persuade me. As if he knew what Lucien was about to say, An Lan blurted all of this out in one breath, leaving Lucien's mouth agape, even more shocked. You? How did you know I was going to say that? I guessed. Alright, go back. Even though I don't want to be the captain, as a part of Jochi City, if there's anything, I will still step up. Goodbye. Making a pleased gesture, An Lan had no intention of keeping Lucien. No way. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Lucien held the box and turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly. An Lan's voice stopped her, and Lucien's eyes brightened. An Lan. Are you inviting me in to sit? I want to tell you, actually, I have feelings for you. Leave that piece of clothing in your box, you can go. Damn. Chapter 72, An Lan's strange behavior, An Lan's dull holiday. Evening. The bathtub in the bathroom was filled with water. An Lan lay comfortably in the bathtub, enjoying the warm water. In his arms, Yang Jinjin was wearing that red dress that was originally meant for Lucien, sitting cross-legged in his embrace. The two leaned against each other peacefully, and Yang Jinjin stroked An Lan's face. An Lan. I thought about it, actually, there's something I haven't experienced yet. What? Don't be surprised, okay. Buzz. Just as An Lan was surprised, Yunhan, dressed in a red robe, appeared unexpectedly in the bathroom, blushing. Lan Gu. I'm also curious, 3 people. You guys? Aren't you incompatible? Not really in some ways, actually me and Sister Han get along quite well. The next day. An Lan woke up from the bed, looking tired, he had almost slept the whole day on the bed. No choice. Too tired. When he finally woke up, the simulated ecological daylight outside had gone dark. An Lan blinked and chose to activate perfect timeline. Buzz. Suddenly, he was back in the morning of that day, cheerfully walking out of the villa, heading to level -7, and beginning to read the past copy files again. Yes. The skill, perfect timeline, is indeed incredibly useful. One day's dismantling is enough for 2 days, so An Lan's vacation is twice as long as others. He frantically read through the past copy experiences, trying to learn and expand some bizarre understandings. In the following days. State Pool City Defense Course inside Layer -9. Lucien was staring in shock at an odd scene. It was in the commercial street of Layer -5, where An Lan walked alone into a women's clothing store. The staff looked surprised at his arrival. Hello? Sir, are you planning to buy clothes for your partner? An Lan nodded non-committally. Then, guided by the staff, he looked at the new women's clothing and even the inner pieces in the store. Interestingly, when the staff explained a certain piece of clothing, An Lan's waist clearly tilted, as if someone had tugged at his belly. The surveillance footage clearly showed him grinning and choosing that piece, then walking into the fitting room. What the heck? He picked up the clothes and even went into the fitting room? What is going on? In the monitoring room of Layer -9, besides Lucien observing An Lan, there stood a girl with long hair on her right side. The girl's expression was astonished as she murmured, "This guy, playing with female ghosts, is just different, huh?" The girl teased Lucien, whose face turned strange and thoughtful. Ever since being politely turned down by An Lan last time, she just couldn't understand. What? Why not? I, the treasure of State Pool City, have both ability and looks. After the copy ends, if something happens with you, why wouldn't you be happy? Lucien even doubted whether her charm was not enough. But after admiring herself in the mirror at home for a few days, Lu Xian felt it was definitely not her problem, it had to be An Lan's problem. In the next few days, she became obsessed with observing An Lan's personal behavior. It wasn't that she liked to spy on An Lan, she was truly curious. After he sent her away that day, what did An Lan want with that red dress? Keeping it to give to the next female ghost in a copy? Or perhaps, herself? Ugh. Originally, this thought was just a guess. But now, seeing An Lan holding women's clothing and entering the bathroom, her face couldn't help but twitch. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Under surveillance, An Lan still hadn't come out of the fitting room. Until the store staff, truly worried something went wrong, urged, "Sir. Sir. You aren't trying it on yourself, are you? I'm not discriminating against you. But you can take the clothes you've." An Lan, did you see that white silk? Get me 2 pairs. Lan Ge, I want that black one, the gradient color one. As they approached the 2 pairs of stockings, An Lan bent his waist again, numbly taking the 2 stockings. Do you still want to try them on? Yes. A chorus of voices came together, and under the terrified gaze of the store clerk, An Lan once again walked into the fitting room. Buzz buzz buzz. Upon entering the fitting room, 2 figures appeared, and Yang Jinjin shamelessly sat down on the soft chair, placing her feet in front of An Lan's stomach. An Lan. Help me change. Lan Gu. I want one too. 2 pairs of beautiful feet swayed right in front of him. Normally, An Lan should have been quite excited. Unfortunately, after being completely drained the night before, and just having helped them change clothes multiple times, he felt like a human-shaped servant. Okay. Numbly helping the 2 women change stockings. Outside the fitting room, the clerk hurriedly retreated a few steps, her face astonished as she looked inside. She saw the packaging of the stockings sliding out through the crack of the door. While her face was filled with fear, she also echoed the previous clerk's words, "Sir, the stockings you've tried on can be taken directly, it's fine. We treat everyone equally, men can wear stockings too." To this, An Lan was already numb. Shopping with girls is like this. Hiss. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the girl with slanted long hair couldn't hold back any longer. No way. No way. This guy is too outrageous. I can't stand it. I'd rather fight weird creatures in the instance than team up with him. Sister Xian, your gaze is quite curious. Is it possible? I mean, is there a possibility that he bought these clothes to give me? He wants to surprise me, so he's trying on the sizes first? Lu Xian looked at the girl with slanted long hair with a hint of speculation. She wasn't just daydreaming, after thinking it over, that was the only guess she could come up with. Besides the possibility of An Lan having a cross-dressing fetish, who else would he buy clothes for? For a ghost? He wouldn't need to be in such a rush, right? He could easily wait until a few days before the instance arrives to shop, right? So, is it possible he wants to buy clothes to apologize to himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sister Xian, you can keep watching alone. The girl with slanted long hair shook her head helplessly and left directly. Lu Xian continued to stare at the monitor. Until she saw An Lan return to the villa carrying many pieces of women's clothing, she eagerly took out her phone, hoping to see An Lan's call come in. But 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. It got dark. No calls had come in at all. So, did he really buy so many women's clothes for himself? Just as Lu Xian was shocked by this awakening. The next day, An Lan was back in the -7 level searching through files, but his waist kept bending back and forth. In the monitoring room, Lu Xian and the girl with slanted long hair watched his every move, astonished. Hey, he didn't go shopping today. He actually looked at files all day? This guy has a bit of something. Why do I feel like he's been here many times before? Isn't this his first day thinking of looking at the files? Lu Xian couldn't understand why she felt that An Lan had been looking at the files 4 days, but when she checked the previous monitor recordings, they were all records of An Lan shopping. A new day ended in An Lan's boring browsing through the files. Just as the 2 women were starting to change their views on An Lan, who had just returned home, suddenly shouted into the void, All right. Isn't it just that I ignored you today? I'll accompany you shopping later, is that okay? After a silence hung in the air, An Lan helplessly had images of time beginning to buzz behind him. He chose to step in at that moment when the sun was just right, and returned to the morning of this day. Then, he heard a familiar voice beside him, An Lan. Let's go see a movie today. And we will buy a bag. Buy perfume. Go. I want to go too. Okay. With a helpless expression, An Lan walked again towards the shopping street. And at the same time, monitoring room inside, Lucien and a girl with slanted long hair looked at the monitor with strange expressions. Look, you see. Besides the first day, he went to the archive room for 5 consecutive days. This guy has been shopping. I said he has a problem, right? This. Chapter 73, State Pool City Defense Department, meeting, SS level instance is coming. Lu Xian was speechless. Indeed. Observing An Lan like this, he really seems like a fake person, obsessed with women's clothing, unable to extricate himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated, and Lu Xian instinctively looked over in surprise. Her eyes widened. State Pool City Defense Department, emergency event. Meeting hall, see you there. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, both An Lan, who was shopping, and the girl with slanted long hair, looked at their phones and hurriedly ran in the same direction. The latter almost dragged Lu Xian into the elevator, eagerly. As for the former, An Lan found a secluded corner, tucked his clothes into the heart house, and then suspiciously headed towards the elevator. Something's not right. I spent all day looking at the archive, nothing happened. Instead, returning to this timeline and choosing to shop, there actually appeared an emergency event? This is the butterfly effect? In confusion, he walked towards the elevator and arrived at the -10 level. -10 level, State Pool City Defense Department, emergency conference room. Generally, this place is not open to the public, but once it is, it means a serious situation has arisen. So serious that only Ho Yong and the instance participants can enter for the meeting. In the vast metal hall, 5 people had already sat down at the conference table. Leaving aside Ho Yong, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, among which Lucien and An Lan were recognized, and An Lan guessed the remaining 1 woman and 2 men should also be State Pool City instance participants. After greeting them, An Lan casually found a corner to sit down. However, as soon as An Lan sat down, he could feel 2 hot gazes suspiciously staring at him. That was the gaze of Lu Xian and another woman. What are you looking at me for? An Lan was confused. But thinking carefully, could it be because he refused Lu Xian and was going to leave with the red dress, triggering some baseless speculation? Plus, recently, has he been shopping too frequently? TSK. Ignoring the 2 women's gazes, An Lan felt a bit helpless. Perfect timeline, this skill is indeed good. But, it actually has a paradox problem. That is, the 48 hours are for himself, while others still live in 24 hours. How to understand this? It's simple. If An Lan these days, every day in the first 24 hours chooses to accompany Yang Jinjin and others shopping, and in the second 24 hours chooses to go to the archive room to look at the files, then when a new day arrives, for An Lan, he has both shopped and looked at files. But for Yang Jinjin and others, An Lan hasn't accompanied them for shopping. Because the time settlement for the next day is based on An Lan's most recent day. So, An Lan can only look at the archive first every day, using up this 24 hours, and in the newly opened day, go accompany Yang Jinjin and others shopping. In this way, he can gain experience in the extra time while also spending an entire day with Yang Jinjin and others before the new event line ends. So, to outsiders, it seems that apart from the first day in the archive room, An Lan has been shopping during the rest of the time. 5 consecutive days of shopping as an instance participant? Alright. Indeed, it's quite incredible. An Lan carelessly reclined in his seat, welcoming the gazes of the 2 women. After waiting for a while, Ho Yong finally projected a document onto the projector. SS-level instance is about to arrive. SS grade dungeon. Is it SS grade? The moment this text appeared, the people at the conference table turned pale quickly. SS grade dungeon is not just more dangerous than S grade dungeon, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So far, participants from State Pool City who have taken part in the SS grade dungeon have mostly gone and not come back. Who? First, let's take a minute to mourn for Comrade Yuan Tao, who couldn't be here. He sacrificed himself while assisting with the dungeon over in Jingnan City. Currently, we here in State Pool City only have 5 dungeon participants left. After the heavy words, everyone fell silent, their expressions dark. After a long while, Ho Yong finally knocked on the table. Everyone, I am very clear about what SS grade dungeons mean. Based on past dungeons that have descended into the world. SSS grade dungeons come once a year. SS grade dungeons come every 6 months. These have a logic to follow. There are only 3 days until the SS grade dungeon descends. Do you know where this dungeon has chosen to land? It can't be our State Pool City, right? A young man at the table twitched his mouth, and Ho Yong immediately shook his head. No, it's over at Shannon. Ah. Then, how did they make the decision up there? Lu Xian asked Ho Yong, who pressed his lips together. For this dungeon's arrival, the national team's only SS-grade talent is currently strategizing for the Jingbei City dungeon. So, according to what's meant from above, all the residents of Shannon have already been evacuated. This. Are they just giving up directly? The girl with slanted long hair raised her voice slightly. Sigh. SS-grade dungeons are already a life-or-death situation. It's correct to evacuate residents in advance if there are no participants with corresponding talent. According to past records of SS-grade dungeons, the chosen participants for these dungeons are random cities from different countries facing off. Winning means nothing happens, losing means the dungeon will descend upon the participant's corresponding city. Big Data estimates that this time, the SS-grade dungeon has selected a city in the Dragon Country, and there's a 95% chance it's Shannon. The country has made the worst-case scenario, but it's also impossible not to fight for it. So, the country plans to use the dungeon binding card to draw one person from the national team's pre-selection team to participate in the SS-grade dungeon and compete with players from other countries. Wait. You mean to say this draw for one person won't be? As Ho Yong spoke more, Lu Xian discerned the strange feeling growing. Correct, it's about An Lan. I suspect it's people from Feiha who deliberately recommended him. The country has already confirmed that once the dungeon descends, An Lan's information will be bound to it. Damn. This. Are these guys really so narrow-minded? The girl with slanted long hair couldn't help but curse, while the other two male dungeon participants cast sympathetic glances at An Lan. SS-grade dungeon isn't just tough. It's the bizarre and absurd levels that even ordinary dungeons cannot compare to. An Lan was chosen after participating in just 2 dungeons? What a disaster. Among all the sympathetic looks, only An Lan's face remained calm, increasingly suspicious. Damn. Did I misuse the perfect timeline and become targeted? Last time it was fine. An Lan. Don't worry. Even if it's the most dangerous dungeon, we will help you. Ho Yong stepped forward and patted An Lan on the shoulder. Hey. If you come back alive, I'll take you shopping with my sisters. By the way, my sister's name is Yining. The girl with slanted long hair, Yining, inexplicably made a "I'll wait for you" gesture toward An Lan, who could only respond with silence. Good luck. Stay alive. The 2 male dungeon participants stood up and even saluted An Lan. Only Lu Xian remained silent, her eyes a bit red. Hey. What are you crying for? An Lan truly could not hold back. Do you have so little faith in me? This isn't about faith, it's about the SS-grade dungeon. It's hard for anyone to find a way to escape. Ho Yong emphasized again, and An Lan suddenly looked at him. Hoko, you say this time is so dangerous, can I make an exception? Can you lend me some of the Huajiushan fragrance from the warehouse? No way. Damn. Chapter 74, No one has ever reached the end of the train. A silent atmosphere filled the conference room. No one knew how long it lasted, but An Lan broke the silence. Alright. Don't worry. At worst, with my talent, I'll just settle down in the dungeon and never come out. By the way, don't hesitate to use that cursed phone. If there's any problem, contact me right away. I have a skill that can fix some mistakes. That's all I wanted to say. Everyone, you can go. Waving his hand, An Lan, as the person involved, walked out of the conference room with an unusual nonchalance. The outsiders exchanged glances, falling into silence. Time flew by quickly. 2 days later, An Lan, seemingly carefree, strolled around the street again for 2 more days. Until the night before the dungeon's arrival, a news report from the Long Country official shot up the trending list. Top 1, half the year has passed. According to past statistics from Big Data, an SS-level dungeon is about to arrive. The selected countries this time are Long Country, Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom Country, 3 countries, Iron Tower Country, Stick Country, and Bear Country. The city chosen for the dungeon's arrival is suspected to be Wansheng, Shannon. The evacuation of all residents in Shannon City has been arranged. Moreover, the country's decision has chosen participant An Lan as the national team reserve. Please cheer for contestant An Lan, everyone in the nation. As soon as this news came out, it overwhelmed various trending headlines, and the comments section exploded. Turkey-flavored snack, is it here again? An SS-level dungeon every 6 months? The clearance rate is as high as 5%. In all of history, only Beautiful Country and Long Country have cleared it once. After that, no one has succeeded. Kick the cripple's good leg, what about my Dragon AO? If this dungeon doesn't include Dragon AO, does the country give up on Shannon? Confused under the tree you and I, what Dragon AO? Dragon AO is still stuck in the dungeon. There's nothing we can do. We can only send the backup team to test the waters. I've never even heard of this An Lan. Is he going to be okay? Don't let him get completely wrecked when compared to those foreign guys. Flower of Jingnan, I've seen An Lan stream before, it's not about whether he can or can't. This guy is just outrageous. You know? He's not going in to clear the dungeon, he's going to flirt with the female ghosts. 666. Flirting with female ghosts in the dungeon? Never died? PFT. That's probably just a low-level dungeon. If you give him a higher level one, can he still dance? I think they really plan to give up on this dungeon. Alas, too bad, that bunch of foreign dogs will probably scream again. Comments piled up almost at a rate of 100 layers per second. An Lan lay on his bed, aimlessly flipping through the news, pretending not to see it. Anyway, his way of clearing dungeons was just like that. Even if it was an SSS level dungeon, he still intended to flirt with female ghosts. Who said there were no female ghosts in the dungeon? Who said the goddess interaction system could only increase the favorability of female ghosts? TSK. I wonder what kind of place this dungeon will be. As he browsed the comments, suddenly, a few messages caught An Lan's attention. It was a series of English messages, and after updating them with the built-in translation software, they read like this. Living in America, gunfights every day, what a joke. Long country, are you kidding? The other 6 countries all sent national team members, at least S-level talents. You sent a D-level talent? Are you looking for death? Nodding yes, shaking no, found oil bigogo, I can see that Long country is just slacking off. Fine. They're counting on that Dragon AO. If Dragon AO isn't around, what can they compare to us? As soon as these messages were posted, the comments section erupted in curses. Damn. Foreign dog is here. It's our business to comment on An Lan's ability, what does it have to do with you? Yeah, foreign dog, hurry and roll out. Haha, Long country people are in a panic. They're panicking. And just when the comments section was in an uproar. At the stroke of midnight, when the clock struck midnight, a sudden alert sound appeared in An Lan's ear. Due to the binding instance card, you are now bound to the current instance memory train. You will participate in this instance. Transmitting. Ladies and gentlemen. The starting station of this train is Dusk Station, and the destination station is Awakening Station. The train will pass through 7 stops. During the journey, if you encounter any issues, please resolve them yourself. Dusk Train, we wish you a pleasant journey. After the sudden announcement echoed in his ears, An Lan remained lying down. But he was not on a bed, he was lying in a soft armchair. Around him was a metal white corridor, with bright windows on either side. Outside the windows was an empty platform, mist swirling around, and only one sign reading Dusk Station flashed with bright light. Is this a train? An Lan scratched his head, and then a solemn alert sound rang out. Welcome to this thrilling instance, SS-level instance memory train. It is said that only the chosen ones can board this train. However, none of the passengers who rode the memory train have ever reached the destination station. Will you be the one? Instance requirements, survive until the final station, Awakening Station. Number of participants in this instance, 7. Instance prompt, SS-level instance, no hints provided. After a simple introduction to the instance, An Lan sat on the soft chair, suddenly feeling a slight jolt. Bang bang bang. The scenery outside the windows suddenly began to rush by. Layers of mist wrapped around the view outside, a blur of white. At the end of the carriage, an LED indicator lit up. The train is moving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. There are 15 minutes to the next station past station. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare in advance. A very standardized train carriage, the environment exuded a sense of comfort. An Lan looked around, and for the moment, saw no problems. At the same time, new figures appeared in the other soft seats of this carriage. Among them, there were beautiful blonde individuals from America and those in kimonos from Sakura country. After exchanging glances, a tall white man immediately stood up. Ahem. Everyone, stop hiding. This is an SS-level instance, we should cooperate. You wouldn't want your city to be attacked by this instance, right? Let me introduce myself. American National Team, Vice Captain, Bill Rosen, SS-level talent. You can call me Bill. I stand here hoping everyone will choose a leader to carry out this instance mission. Of course, I don't think anyone is more suited to be the leader than me. Bill raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the entire soft seats of the carriage. Although he spoke in English, under the bizarre distortion of the instance, it transformed into words everyone understood. Most people narrowed their eyes and did not respond, except for a gray-haired man with a full beard, who immediately jumped up. What are you? You say you want to be the leader? You are? I, damn it, am the first to object. Oh? What's the matter? Are you not convinced? The gray-haired man was nearly 2 meters tall, robust and strong, like a wild bear. At first glance, he was clearly from the bear country, charging angrily toward Bill. But... Oof. Fool. Since you dared to come, then let me show you what an SS-level talent is. Do you think I am afraid of you? Golden Hero. Buzz. As the two men fought, a dazzling golden light suddenly emerged from the gray-haired man, resonating loudly throughout the carriage. When the light faded, both Bill and the gray-haired man had vanished from the carriage. Chapter 75, The Attendant Sandy, whose hobby is looking for thrills. What is that? A power to forcibly drag others into another space. This Russian, his ability is quite interesting. But, why does he have to expose himself right from the start? An Lan looked puzzled at the corridor, unable to understand the intentions of that big, burly man. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of the Bear Country, a group of Russians had already started to get excited seeing this scene. Right. The golden hero of Mont Loca is used just like this. It should be used from the start, against the strongest person, to get the best boost. That beautiful person, I have long disliked him. Let's get him. Hooray! Amidst the festive barrage, suddenly a few English comments flew by. Fools! Do you really think our Vice Captain Bill is here to play? Just wait and see. Vice Captain Bill can go toe-to-toe with Long AO. Bear Country, just a group of muscle-brained idiots. Hooray! Who are you talking about? Come out and fight. Beautiful man. Seeing that the two sides were about to argue. Buzz. In the swiftly moving carriage, the brilliant golden light shone again. Bill still stood, while Mont Loca lay on the ground. As their eyes met, Mont Loca's gaze was filled with disbelief. Your talent is... Oof. Mont Loca. Are you convinced now? I ask you. Are you convinced now? Crack, crack, crack. Big feet kept rubbing and twisting on Mont Loca's back, causing him to lower his head and surprisingly not utter a sound. TSK. Why bother? Originally, everyone was getting along well, yet you had to pull this. Just roll. Behave yourself at the back. After kicking Mont Loca aside, Bill looked at the other passengers. Now, is there anyone who disagrees with me being the team leader? How could it be? How is it possible? Mont Loca actually lost? Sly beautiful man, what exactly did you do? At this moment, the live broadcast comments of Bear Country exploded, with countless English comments mixed in. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Even Long AO was suppressed when he met Vice Captain Bill back then. How could it be any different for you? Trash. Trash should obediently listen. Beautiful Country is the strongest commander. The barrage was surprisingly suppressed by English for a short time. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was completely controlled by Bill. At a window seat, a woman in a kimono slowly stood up, smiling seductively. I agree. I agree with Lord Bill being the team leader. Lord Bill, I am Matsumoto Aika, I have long heard of your name. What a sight to behold today. I wonder if there's time for an offline gathering? Matsumoto Aika twisted her body, the wide kimono revealing her figure, as if it would slip off at any moment. She sashayed to Bill's side, and he grinned, pulling Matsumoto Aika into his embrace. Matsumoto? I've heard of you too. Good you, like your country, are quite loyal to beautiful land. Not bad. Sit beside me later. How annoying. As the two teased each other, a male model-like man and a short black man also stood up. The stick country Jean Ben Shua fully supports team leader Bill. The Asian country Picasso supports. At that moment, 5 votes had instantly agreed. Even if there was still An Lan, a thick-lipped woman from the Iron Tower country remained silent. The discussion had already reached its conclusion. Not bad. You all are very good. Since I'm the team leader now, I hope when anything happens, you will act without holding back. Don't worry, everything we are doing now is to survive until the end. Isn't that right? Meika? Seeing the woman from the Iron Tower country silent, Bill actively looked at her, and she slightly lowered her head without speaking. TCH. Picky thing. Alright. Everyone, return to your seats, prepare to welcome the first stop. Bill waved his hand disinterestedly, and while patting Matsumoto Aika's backside, she squeaked and pointed to An Lan, who had been sitting quietly in the corner. Lord Bill. Over there's a person from the Dragon Nation. Aren't you going to pay attention to him? Him? Besides that arrogant dragon from the Dragon Nation. I don't care about anyone else. This kid, just find a corner to toss him as a test target. What is An Lan? Is there anyone like that in the S level? I've never even heard of him. He, Lord Bill, you're so mighty. Laughter echoed in the corridor, and eyes occasionally glanced at An Lan. An Lan remained expressionless and motionless. What I want is for you not to take me seriously. An Lan's talent destined him not to team up, and even less to be squeezed by any team. Mockery and ridicule are games only children enjoy. Staying alive, making it to the end, that's the top priority. TSK. I just wonder, are there any female characters in this instance? He hesitated, patting his thigh. Suddenly, a deep male voice came from beside An Lan. You must be An Lan, right? I've seen your instance video, you are quite an interesting guy. It's just a pity, it seems there's no room for you this time. Turning to look, he saw Menlooka on his back seat, wiping away a footprint with a serious expression. Listen to me, if you have the chance, you might try to pursue my Linka or that Matsumoto Megumi. Your ability is more like charm, right? If you could use them. Hey! Stop. How I do things doesn't need your command. Besides, they aren't qualified. An Lan immediately interrupted Menlooka. It's not that he is showing off, but the goddess pursuit system did not even show any data on these two, indicating that the system didn't value them. They don't count as goddesses. What's the point of pursuing that? The suggestion from the guy was good, but useless. You. Menlooka shook his head helplessly, then focused back on wiping his clothes. In the front row, my Linka seemed to hear An Lan's words, glancing coldly at him without answering. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. The train ran faster and faster. As a platform approached outside the window, An Lan felt, for some reason, his brain becoming sluggish. This sluggishness was like being dizzy after a night without sleep. He slapped his forehead and found that others were either resting with their eyes closed or were also patting their heads in confusion. Some even frowned and rubbed their temples. Hiss. What's wrong? An Lan couldn't figure it out, looking puzzled. Drinks. Snacks. Fast food. If you need anything, you should check it out. Suddenly. Clang clang clang. The door at the front of the carriage opened, and a server pushing a food cart slowly walked into the carriage. This woman is about 1.78 meters tall, with fluffy golden curly hair resting on her shoulders, deep-set eyebrows and eyes, bright and cunning blue pupils, and a nose that inherits the typical high bridge of foreigners. But, it's worth mentioning that her lips are not as thick as those of foreigners, but rather the petite and rosy type unique to Asians. Her upper body was in a fitted black blazer, her lower half in a black pencil skirt hugging above her thighs, and beneath that, a pair of black fishnet stockings and high heels. Tap tap tap. As she walked, her hips swayed, distinctly showing the boldness of a foreign woman. A foreign girl? This carriage actually has a foreign server? The moment the woman appeared, she instantly attracted everyone's attention in the carriage. Is there anything to eat? If you don't buy it now, it'll be more expensive later. Clearly a foreigner, yet she spoke fluent Dragon Nation marketing jargon. The others looked at each other, and after a while, no one responded. An Lan stared intently at the server woman's face, his gaze gradually becoming heated. It wasn't because she was too charming, but because the goddess pursuit system finally reacted after a long time. Discovering a target for pursuit. Pursue target, server Sandy. Appearance, 91. Height, 178 cm. Measurements, 85-65-95. Personality traits, likes excitement, loves extreme thrills. Chapter 76, First Stop the Past, Lipstick on the Face. Sting, exciting? Seeing Shandy's interests, An Lan froze for a moment. How much excitement counts as exciting? He hesitated and didn't move, but Shandy pushed the vending cart, as if she had discovered a treasure. Clang, 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 clang. The cart was pushed straight in front of An Lan. When Shandy passed by others, she asked without a word, but upon seeing An Lan, her lips slowly curled up, her bright, deep blue eyes wide open. Hello, passenger. Would you like to buy some food? Excited words echoed in the cart, and everyone looked at this scene curiously. It was like the class flower in school seeing anyone on the road, always with a cold face and silent. But upon meeting the class hunk, she immediately greeted him, smiling, treating him differently. Her long fishnet-stockinged legs intertwined and rubbed against An Lan, moving ever closer. An Lan bit his lip, just about to take action. Whoa. Little guy from Long Country, you have some charm, don't you? Alright. Since she came to you first. Kid. I want you to buy some snacks and eat them. This is an order. Captain's order. Did you hear? Bill squinted, his cold gaze directed at An Lan. He had to figure out the meaning of this salesperson's existence. And what was the purpose of the food in those shopping carts? The more advanced the instance, the more it emphasized details. An Lan ignored the words, locking eyes with Shandy as she drew near. His hand suddenly slipped through her thighs, stroking the smooth stockings and lifting her whole body into his arms. Oh my gosh. Shandy couldn't help but gasp, her body leaning uncontrollably toward An Lan. But under her messy hair, excitement rarely lit up in her eyes. Thud. Her heavy, soft body fell into An Lan's embrace. An Lan expressionlessly wrapped his arms around Shandy's waist. She seemed to tremble for a moment, but soon melted into his arms, her eyes burning into An Lan. Oh. You're so bold. We're still on the train, in front of so many people. Her legs, wrapped in fishnet stockings, instinctively curled up, but Shandy hadn't finished speaking. Moom. She was forcefully held by An Lan, her head locked, and kissed passionately. Ding. Shandy's favorability toward you plus 15. Current favorability total, 25 points. There is a remaining favorability CG unlock. Do you want to play? Yes/no? No. In a long, wet kiss, Shandy completely succumbed in An Lan's embrace. The delivery cart rolled far away due to the train's power, and she didn't care. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around An Lan's neck, her face filled with anticipation for his next move. For a moment, the entire cabin fell into silence. This. Bill stared dumbfounded, Matsumoto K looked stunned, and a group of foreign contestants gazed at An Lan in a daze. Isn't it? I told you to buy food, not to forcefully kiss the salesperson? You really directly touched the female ghost? Aren't you afraid of death? Damn. I wouldn't dare to get close in front of so many people on the train, this kid. Is that female ghost originally a loose girl, or is there some mystery behind it? Bill's thoughts raced, and he didn't even notice that the Matsumoto K in his arms began to look at An Lan differently. Fuck. I came here to see you pursue girls? Buy me food. Eat it immediately. Angry voices echoed in the carriage. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room synced with Jochi City. Undead Lightning Kaichan, right. Right. Is this An Lan's corner? Dragon Knighting Jeeping, the foreign devils looked dumbfounded, right? Talent isn't the only thing, good looks are the hard truth. Snake Catcher Su Xian, everyone who doesn't have modeling basics, don't learn. I just imitated An Lan's maneuver, and I got sent to the police station. 666, it's still An Lan. No matter what level of the instance, as long as there is a girl, it will be collected without hesitation. Familiar barrages surged wildly, Shandy fell into An Lan's arms, just as she was about to lose her mind and unbutton An Lan's shirt. An Lan silently grabbed her hand. You said, should I buy your food? An Lan's eyes seemed to shine, the pink kind. Shandy looked at him, a little mesmerized for a moment. You should buy it. Oh. But to buy things here, isn't money needed? An Lan guessed, holding Shandy's face in both hands. Yes. First, you have to answer me 3 questions. Suddenly. When it came to buying things, Shandy became serious, sitting upright in An Lan's arms. The first question, what color do you like? Red. As soon as An Lan finished speaking, with a pop, Shandy left a strawberry mark on his neck. Her azure eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Then I will reward you with a red strawberry. The second question. What is your favorite piece of clothing? Are you asking about men's or women's? Both. Well, probably stockings. Alright, then I will reward you. Pop. Under An Lan's astonished gaze, Shandy took off her high heels, slowly slipped down her stockings, and neatly folded them into An Lan's pocket. Moreover, a strange smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she mischievously said, don't use them recklessly. No. I won't. Then good, the last question. The most important thing in your life, what is it? The most important thing? An Lan squinted, looking back at the most important things in life. It didn't seem like there was much. His biggest hobby seemed to still be playing dating games at home. So, he straightforwardly answered, emotional games, probably this. Good. I didn't see that you are still a scumbag? But I like it. As a reward. Shandy slowly took out a lipstick from her pocket, dabbed it on her lips again. She popped 4 or 5 strawberry marks on An Lan's face, and perhaps feeling it was not enough, she even wrote the word scum on his face with lipstick. All right. The reward is over. Shall we go get some food? Sweetly pulling An Lan's hand, Shandy stood up and led him towards the truck. Is that it? An Lan was stunned. To buy things, don't you need to pay? Yeah. You've already paid. Shandy replied inexplicably, and as they reached the front of the truck, An Lan's face changed. Inside the truck, was that food? It was clearly a small bag of peppers. Can this thing be eaten? Here. For you. Casually grabbing a bag of red peppers, Shandy stuffed it into An Lan's arms, then threw him a flirtatious glance, and immediately wiggled her peachy hips. Ta-ta-ta pushed the truck, disappearing at the end of the cargo area. Holding that bag of peppers, An Lan was silent. Inside the truck, it fell into a deep silence again. Why? Why does he buy things without spending a penny? After asking a few questions, the staff still has to reward him? And even give him food in the end? No way? Why? Pikaslan from a three country looked discontentedly at Shandy's departing figure. He felt a little regretful, wondering why he hadn't gone to flirt just now. An Lan was still holding the peppers, about to return to his seat, when a tall figure suddenly blocked his way. Bill coldly stared at An Lan. Eat. Try a pepper. An unquestionable voice came. An Lan squinted his eyes. It's not wise to fall out with Bill now. There's no need to expose his skills right now. Given Shandy's attitude just now, the pepper should be fine. In hesitation, An Lan opened the packet, stuffed a red pepper into his mouth and chewed. Suddenly, a bomb-like spiciness spread in his mouth. An Lan felt hot all over, and his face turned red. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hiss. Hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. Spicy. Really spicy. Spicy to the point of sweating. TSK. Looks like your little lover didn't bring you anything good. Peppers? Food to fill the belly? I see, it's just to torment people, right? Useless thing. Just hold on to your peppers then. Bill observed carefully for a while and confirmed those peppers were just ordinary peppers. His interest faded, and he returned to his seat, embracing Matsumoto-K again. An Lan didn't speak. He just walked back to his seat, his face flushed. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. For some unknown reason. When sitting back down, looking at the rushing scenery outside the window, An Lan felt as if the train was going faster. He lifted his head to the LED display screen and was shocked to see current speed of the train, 150 kilometers per hour, arriving at the station, past station. The train has indeed sped up. Why? In the midst of confusion, that dizzy feeling in the brain became more pronounced. Just when An Lan was feeling a bit sleepy, a familiar voice rang out. The train has arrived at the station. The train has arrived at past station. Please passengers who need to get off, disembark in order. This stop will last for half an hour. Passengers who need to get off, please line up. Hisses. The front door of the carriage opened, and Shandy was standing at the train's exit, smiling at everyone. Chapter 77, Trial and Error, the sculpture shop at the station platform. First stop, a 30-minute stay? Listening to Shandy's report, everyone fell into deep thought. Should they get off and take a look at past station now? Or should they stubbornly wait for 30 minutes without getting off? Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. As everyone hesitated, a strange ringing sound echoed in their ears, and in the midst of this ringing, the dizziness in their brains grew heavier. Moreover, the soft couch seat beneath them inexplicably began to feel sticky. The cushion seemed to turn into a tongue, wriggling and slowly curling around the seated person. No. We absolutely cannot sit on this train for 30 minutes. We must get off. We have to get off immediately. Bill instantly realized the seriousness of the situation, leaping from his seat. Looking back at the seat, it was clearly softening, twisting, and wrinkling, then returned to normal. Go! Go! Hey! Where's An Lan? You need to get off first. Did you hear me? Unable to judge the danger outside the train, Bill's first thought was to send An Lan to take the risk. This time, An Lan didn't move. He stared at the LED display screen in the carriage, his expression becoming a bit strange. Next stop Treasure Station, total distance 300 kilometers, estimated travel time 1 hour. The originally floating electronic text suddenly twisted and changed to estimated travel time 40 minutes? Why? It sped up again? In confusion, Bill's voice rose a few notches. An Lan. I'm talking to you. Are your ears deaf? I told you to get off. The captain wants you to get off. A voice filled with contempt came, and An Lan remained unmoved, his face cold. I said, do you really think I have no temper? You talk about teamwork, but in reality, you want to exploit the seemingly worthless person, right? I already made a sacrifice once. Now it's someone else's turn, right? Captain Bill? Leaning against the soft couch, An Lan smiled at Bill, who gritted his teeth. Do you dare defy my orders? Oh. I wouldn't dare. But if you want to drag this out with me, I don't mind seeing what happens if we stay on the train. Wriggle 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 wriggle. At an unknown moment, the clean train window splattered with thick yellowish fluid, and the air carried a foul odor. The ground beneath began to feel soft and squishy, oozing black blood. The abnormal changes intensified. Yet, An Lan was not panicking at all. This instance had many paths still to go. An Lan couldn't fight against any Six-Nation United national team, but he wouldn't let Bill control him forever. The more a timid shrimp does, the more others will see him as easy to bully. He had a perfect timeline, he could stall. He had mirage illusion and could even deceive everyone into thinking he had already gotten off. He was no longer the novice who had just entered the dungeon, easily manipulated by others. But right now, there was no need to rush. The road ahead still held unknown risks. As long as he hadn't completely fallen out with Bill, and his skills could be retained, he would absolutely keep them. Treasure crab. Treasure crab. Alright, good. You brat have some guts. Just wait for me. Seeing An Lan hesitate to act, Bill's body actually emitted a golden light. But after a moment, he chose not to explode, instead directing his gaze towards the crowd and pointing at Qingshan from the A3 country. You. Little A3. You go out first. Didn't you like watching that crew member? Perfect. You can go hug and cuddle with her. I want to see if this female trickster is a pervert or really can't do without An Lan. The golden light pressed down on Qingshan, who pursed his lips. The short, dark-skinned figure hurriedly walked towards the carriage exit. Initially smiling, Sandy's expression turned icy as soon as she saw him coming. Little girl. Weren't you quite wild just now? Come on. I'm also a man, I also. As Qingshan passed by Sandy, he instinctively reached out to hold her hips. It wasn't that he was bold, but rather due to his height, this was the only place he could reach. His dark arm carried a unique, unpleasant smell, rushing toward her. Sandy's face remained cold, showing no movement. Suddenly, the hatch door behind her twisted, melting like iron water, forming a sharp steel blade that aimed directly at Qingshan's arm. Thud. Before those black hands could touch Sandy, they were sliced off and flew out of the hatch. You bitch. With his arm severed, Qingshan, as if numb to pain, surprisingly did not bleed from the injury. Only his frivolous expression twisted into hatred. Why? Why can that kid hug you, and I can't? Pa. Ugly freak. Sandy sneered, and the melting iron at the top of the hatch door continued to twist, as it gathered, transformed into a suspended guillotine, descending toward Qingshan's head. Damn. Seeing this, Qingshan immediately dashed out of the carriage door, running wildly along the stone-paved platform as he rushed into the pass station. As he ran, black threads began to emerge from the severed end of his arm. That cut-off arm was actually healing rapidly? What is this ability? An Lan observed closely and noticed that when Qingshan left, his shadow remained in the carriage. It wasn't until Qingshan had run quite a distance that the shadow suddenly vanished. Oof. This ugly A3 actually has something on him. Let's go. It seems there's no danger outside for now. Bill glanced cautiously at Sandy at the carriage door, took Xiamoto-K by the shoulders, avoiding her position, and quickly dashed out of the carriage. Following closely behind, the rest of the people from Carlo also hurried out of the carriage. As An Lan approached the carriage door, Sandy, who had originally had a frosty face, suddenly relaxed and revealed a smile as if her expression had dramatically changed. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Remember. Don't forget our previous encounter. Sure. Though unsure what Sandy's reminder meant, An Lan stepped off the carriage, heading toward the exit platform, silently communicating with the system. Start playing the favorability CG. Loading CG. Due to the irresistible force of the current dungeon's intensity, this CG content has been cut. Please, host, reflect on the goddess's past. Bang. 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 As the sun set, an old man sat at the station platform, his murky eyes gazing at the arriving late train. He looked on, filled with curiosity and confusion. Beside him stood a short, curly-haired woman, unable to control her sobbing, staring intently at the old man. The old man turned to look at her, seemingly not understanding why she was crying. Silently, he stood up and placed his coat over the woman's shoulders, gave her a gentle pat, and walked away quickly. Thud. With the old man's departure, a hospital case slipped from the woman's hand and floated off the platform. The scene ended. An Lan's running footsteps abruptly halted. What is this? Is this all there is? An old man? A woman? That woman is Shandy, right? What case is she holding? An Lan was confused, his gaze gradually turning towards the rest area of past station. 6 copy participants were already standing in the hall, looking strangely at a sculpture shop inside. It was a life-sized human sculpture shop. Inside the shop, 7 human sculptures were arranged, looking exactly like An Lan and the other 6. Chapter 78, Truth or Dare. Tap tap tap. As An Lan also walked into the rest area. Clank clank clank. The iron gate leading to the platform slowly descended, completely cutting off the interface between the station and the train passage. An Lan turned to look. Outside the platform, on the Twilight train, a line of LED display text was flowing. Time remaining before the train leaves this station, 29 minutes and 1 second. The sky was hazy. Under the dim yellow light, the three big words, Twilight train, on the train's front stood out. Hey! What are you looking at? Suddenly, his shoulder was heavily patted, and Lan came back to his senses. Menlooka had appeared by his side without him noticing. What's up? And Lan did not like such excessive familiarity between men. He frowned, while Menlooka casually pointed to the only flickering sculpture shop in the rest area. Look. You see it too, right? Now the whole rest area looks different, only this place stands out. Just now, we went in, and there was no reaction inside. Bill guessed that maybe it requires all 7 people to trigger something, so he had me come find you. His muffled voice carried some dissatisfaction. Menlooka seemed to have been annoyed by Bill for a while, but unfortunately, now he looked helpless. I say, your ability is to pull people into another space, right? Can't you grab someone else and hide with them in that space to avoid Bill? An Lan asked in confusion. According to his observations, Menlooka's talent could indeed make anyone disappear when annoyed. But why? Why did he give in after being subdued once? Hey! You don't know, the dog Bill's ability is. Menlooka was just about to say something boldly. Hey! Hey! You too! Aren't you coming over? Damn it! An Lan, don't think I can't deal with you. Now that we're outside, if you don't listen to me, I'll kill you in a minute. If it weren't for the need for everyone to gather, do you think you could stand here talking? Come here. How much time has passed since the train has been waiting? An angry curse echoed from the sculpture shop. Bill had appeared outside the sculpture shop at some point. An Lan shot him a cold glance, saying nothing more, and followed Menlooka into the sculpture shop. Although Bill was arrogant, he wasn't entirely wrong about one thing. The time the train was docked was slipping away. Once the train was set to leave, did that mean the copy would fail directly? Does it really require all of us? Upon entering the sculpture shop, An Lan looked towards the illuminated area inside the room. This sculpture shop wasn't large, only about several dozen square meters, in the shape of a long strip. On one wall, 7 human model sculptures stood under the light. These 7 sculptures looked exactly like the 7 people present. No matter the height, physique, or expression, they were all identical. What do these all mean? An Lan leaned closer to his sculpture, just as he wanted to take a closer look. Click! The lights in the sculpture shop suddenly flickered. The glass door of the sculpture shop also slammed shut with a clang. A distorted electronic voice echoed from above. Dear travelers, let's play a game. Truth or dare. If the traveler plays well, we will send him a ticket to the next stop. Get ready. The game starts now. Ziz, ziz. After the strange broadcast, the lights in the sculpture shop flickered on and off. After a 5-second blackout, when the lights came on again, the 7 sculptures that had been standing in the light slowly started to bleed from their eyes and their stiff limbs began to twitch. Thick crab. What does this mean? Are we playing with these sculptures? What are we playing? Bill immediately retreated. But every time he moved, the sculpture closed in on him at double the speed, cold and stiff. Thump, thump, thump. Bill had only taken 3 steps back when the sculpture had already taken 6 steps forward, standing right in front of him, hands raised in a fist, ready to swing at Bill's head. Fack. You actually want to hit me? Get away. Looking at the sculpture's stiff, suspended arm, Bill's face turned slightly angry, and he struck both fists on the shoulders of the sculpture. Boom. He must have practiced some combat skills, as his fists crashed onto the sculpture's shoulders, making a loud sound. But contrary to his expectations, the seemingly fragile arms of the sculpture did not shatter. Instead, ah! A cry of anguish immediately rang through the sculpture shop. Everyone turned to look, and they were shocked to see that Bill's shoulders had suddenly caved in with 2 fist-shaped dents, as if they had been struck with immense force, twisting grotesquely. Damn. UTMD. Isn't hitting you the same as hitting myself? After all, he was a member of the national team. Bill immediately realized something. His shoulders swung as if they were about to fall off, staring blankly at his sculpture. But because of his recent actions, the sculpture seemed to regain its ability to move and swung its fists at Bill's face at double speed. Damn. Can't run. The more you run, the faster this thing gets. Golden hero. Buzz. With a golden glow all over him, Bill looked at Matsumoto K, and the two instantly vanished from the sculpture shop. Boom. The Bill sculpture punched in the empty air, smashing the tiled floor beneath it and sinking into the ground, then stood rigidly in place. creak, creak, creak. In the sculpture shop, the lights flickered on and off again, and the remaining people looked at this scene in stunned silence, not daring to move. Move? If you move, the sculpture will move at double your speed. Hitting it is like hitting yourself. Not moving? If you don't move, the train stop time will pass. No matter what, this is a deadlock. Creak, creak, creak. Under the flashing lights, the remaining few exchanged glances. Pycaslin from Asen country narrowed his eyes and suddenly disregarded everything, rushing toward the entrance of the sculpture shop. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. When he reached the glass door at the shop entrance, he kicked hard against the glass. The seemingly fragile glass door acted like a thick wall, showing no response at all. Instead, thump, thump, thump. The sculpture Pycaslin reacted to the noise, moving with astonishing speed. It stomped the ground, its short body charging toward Pycaslin like a bull. Boom! In an instant, the once light and delicate plaster sculpture crashed into Pycaslin's back, shattering him into a pulp, blood and flesh splattering against the glass door. Puff, puff, puff. That's it. This is a good thing. Upstairs, does that mean you're really brave? Russian liquor wholesale, I'm not sure if he's brave or not, but at least now, except for Bill and the little Japanese, the rest of the countries are in trouble, right? Free America, gun battles every day, what can I say? Man. You realize how powerful our beautiful country is, right? You all keep jumping around, looks like you're asking for a body slam. Ha ha, the beautiful country, as strong as always. Wait, that kid from Dragon Country. What's he doing? Just as the barrage was about to be dominated by English. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. In a series of flickering lights, An Lan seemed to have calculated the time precisely and managed to hit the 5-second blackout period. He actually walked behind the statue and coldly stared at his own statue. He didn't move. Statue An Lan, motionless. Chapter 79, 3 questions? The Lost Memories of the Past. Part 1. You. An Lan. What are you doing? Stop. If you keep this up, it will. Monroka also noticed An Lan's movements. An Lan's face remained calm. After doing this, he slowly placed his hand over statue An Lan's eyes. Then, under the bright light in the room, An Lan took a step forward. Statue An Lan followed and took a step as well. Tap tap tap. One person and one statue, moving like a coordinated mechanism, both heading toward the statue shop door. Throughout the entire process, statue An Lan never made a move. How is this possible? Monroka was stunned. After torturing and driving Bill away, after killing Pycaslin, how could the statue be solved so easily? Phew. It's the sight. This kid, he found the statue's flaw. Make Lin from Iron Tower Country had eyes that kept flickering. There was a deeper look in her gaze as she looked at An Lan. Sight? Monroka still couldn't recover, and Jean Ben Shua from Rice Country was already mimicking An Lan. Waiting for the lights to go out, he walked behind his own statue and covered its eyes. That's right. It's sight. No matter what the statue does, it will follow our movements. When we entered the room, it cried blood tears. That was probably the first hint. The dungeon won't give us a dead end. When the lights flicker, the statue loses its sight, and it can't follow us. As long as we can get behind the statue and cover its eyes, we can avoid the great adventure. But what about the great adventure? What about the truth? Jean Ben Shua, following An Lan's lead, also guided his statue to the door. Bang bang bang. But even though the statue smashed the door, the glass door did not open. Bang bang bang. Next, it was Make Lin and Monroka mimicking the action. The four of them worked together to control the statue, getting stuck in front of the glass door. The blood and flesh remnants on the glass door began to squirm and assemble in a strange manner. Goo goo goo, goo goo goo. After a moment, under An Lan's gaze, a shadow began to gather in front of the door. Then, the blood and flesh fragments began to stack up with the shadow, actually forming Pycaslin's shape. Damn! This guy. He didn't die? What kind of godly ability is this? Monroka's eyes widened. Make Lin and Jean Ben Shua both frowned at this scene, unable to figure out what was going on. Only An Lan kept his gaze firmly locked on the shadow on the ground, deep in thought. Ha. I didn't expect this monkey from Dragon Country to actually find the survival rule. Not bad. So, it's to avoid the statue's sight? Alright. Then I'll start too. ZZZZZ. After another flash of lights, Pycaslin also covered his own statue's eyes and walked toward the door. At the same time, on the United Nations live broadcast. Wild boar Peppa, oh my god. What kind of national team is this? It's still my brother An Lan. Don't even talk about the female ghost. As long as there's a dialogue box, even the statue can be conquered and shown to you. Beijing City 5, damn. Didn't expect this reserve player to be something else. No wonder the country chose him. Dragon scale horse, not just something else. Just wait and see. Soon, you'll know what it means to be a human-shaped demon. Swimming in the Ganges, come on. A little cleverness, and you think you're impressive. What use is a Dragon Kingdom player's petty tricks? True power is what matters. Look at our warriors from Asen country, they took it from you without even thinking. The cow is my father, I bet you, the participants from your Dragon Kingdom won't go as far as our Asen country's Picassilin. The strict farmer, An Lan is really good. But unfortunately, no matter how well you perform, you only deserve to polish God's shoes. Bill is back. True strength comes from real talent. While the barrage was debating An Lan's little trick. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inside the room, golden light flashed. Bill hugged Matsumoto Kika and reappeared in the sculpture store. His previously dislocated arm had healed significantly in such a short time and could swing freely now. Hiss. Is this the physique of SS-level talent? An Lan felt a bit envious as she watched Bill and Matsumoto Kika, who also operated the sculpture, to the store entrance. An Lan, you've got some skills. I hope you can serve me until the end. If God is satisfied with the offerings of mortals, he might give you a break. Leading your inferior species to the finish line. Taking advantage of An Lan's light, Bill was not bothered but instead raised his status even higher, looking down on An Lan with disdain. An Lan was speechless. Clang. After a moment, when all 7 people had brought the sculpture to the door, the glass door actually opened on its own, and that twisted electronic voice rang out again. Congratulations, congratulations. The Great Adventure segment is over. Now we begin, the Truth or Dare segment. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Following the order of activities, after this segment of the electronic voice ended, the sculpture in front of Bill slowly opened its lips, leaking drops of black blood. May I ask, what is your favorite color? Ha! A deep, sudden voice came, and Bill stared blankly at the sculpture. What kind of question is this? My favorite color? Isn't this an easy question? Of course, my favorite color is. The answer should spring from his lips, but Bill's expression suddenly darkened. No. Something strange started to muddle this concept of color in his mind. Bill hesitated and replied, my favorite color is white? Wrong answer. Crack, crack. At the moment Bill finished saying this, the sculpture in front of him unexpectedly bent down, and with both hands, it suddenly broke off a section of its own clay leg. Thud, that leg was violently flung away by the sculpture, which then stood there with a blank stare. Next. Ah! A scream as tragic as a pig being slaughtered echoed in the station hall. Bill's left thigh suddenly flew off, blood gushing from the severed end. He couldn't help but fall to the ground with a loud thud, writhing in pain like a deformed creature. Why? The excruciating pain made the veins on his face bulge. The blood beneath him pooled into a puddle as he gasped for air, looking at the sculpture. Why? How could I not know what color I like? What gives you the right to say I was wrong? The angry voice echoed, but the sculpture remained motionless, only gazing into the distance like a proud rooster. What color do you like? Another gloomy voice came. This time, the one who spoke was Picassilin. Ha? Me? Picassilin was still shocked by the earlier scene, trembling lips couldn't believe. My favorite color, of course is. His mind was also blank. Picassilin hesitated, and didn't dare to answer. But. He didn't move, and the sculpture wasn't going to be lenient. It bowed down in an eerie manner, and abruptly held onto its left thigh, and with a thud, it removed the left thigh and flung it far away. Ah! Another scream as tragic as a pig being slaughtered rang out. Picassillin's left leg flew out, his body lost balance, and he fell to the ground. However, he wasn't as miserable as Bill. After twisting grotesquely on the ground, a shadow spread from the broken thigh, and surprisingly, a new thigh slowly began to regenerate. You. Bill stared at this scene, his eyes bloodshot, uncertain of what to think. Meanwhile, Picassilin kept slapping his forehead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what color he used to like. At the same time, in the live broadcast by the United Nations. Free America, gunfights every day, huh? No way. Why? I remember Bill's profile said. He liked flesh-colored stockings. How could he forget this preference? How many flesh stockings does he touch in a day? Can he really forget? I'm in the horizontal river swimming. Qingshan, are you out of your mind? Black. Black. Who in our noble A3 nation doesn't like black? What a mess. How could he forget this? Wait, why do I feel like they're all like they've lost their memories? The barrage from various countries surged continuously, seemingly dissatisfied with the player's performance. The next moment, a solemn voice echoed in the footage. You. What color do you like? This time, it was the sculpture of An Lan speaking. Chapter 80, 3 questions? Lost memories of the past. 2. Oh. Oh. It's here. It's here. Since the other players have all messed up their memories, An Lan can't be an exception, right? An Lan has no talent, he's definitely going to lose his leg. I think I see something. Are these people missing some memories of the past? No matter what, this person from Dragon Country should fall now. The barrage became excited because of the sculpture calling out. Especially the A3 nation was the most intense. Their Qingshan was indeed quite miserable, losing an arm and a leg at one point, even dying once, but he could still recover. In contrast, the injuries of players from other countries were real. In Jochi City Defense Department, Ho Yong was also staring closely at the screen. In front of him was the evil phone that was able to make calls. He hesitated whether to make the call. Lu Xian. Lu Xian. With your experience, take a look. Has An Lan also lost his memory? Ho Yong looked uncertainly at Lu Xian. Lu Xian scanned the faces of all the copy participants on the screen, lightly nodded. From their facial expressions, it seems they are all in a state of confusion. Perhaps, regarding certain memories, they really have forgotten, or rather, lost? The memory station. Could it be? Just as Lu Xian thought of something, she saw Ho Yong can't wait to make the call. Red. An Lan's favorite color is red. Right? He can't lose his thigh, otherwise, how can he run later? Wait. At the moment the phone was raised, Lu Xian interrupted Ho Yong. You. What are you doing? Don't rush. Don't you remember? That attendant previously asked An Lan something? Ha? Just wait and see. An Lan, maybe he's fine. You. What color do you like? A cold voice came through. In the waiting hall, everyone's eyes turned to An Lan. An Lan had a dazed expression. Indeed, he had no memory of any color. He kept rubbing his chin, slow to give an answer. The sculpture in front had already bent down, arms hugging its left thigh. An Lan. You're dead. Bill glared fiercely at An Lan. An Lan felt an itch on his neck. Involuntarily, he touched his neck, and suddenly a bunch of the strawberry marks was pressed down by his palm. He muttered instinctively, "Hey, red lipstick?" Correct answer. In an instant, the hall fell into silence. What? What? That's it? Just the correct answer? An Lan was a bit taken aback. In fact, he didn't even know where the strawberry marks on his neck came from. Memories of the past seemed to grow increasingly blurred after getting off the car. Touching the red lipstick was purely a coincidence, right? But, was that it? An Lan stared blankly at the sculpture. Everyone else just stared at him blankly. You. How could this be possible? You. An Lan, you cheated, right? You, why are there so many strawberry marks on your neck and face? And what's with that scum word? You wrote the answers in advance. Right? You cheated. Didn't you? I'm reporting you. I'm reporting someone for cheating. Bill yelled hysterically. But unfortunately, the scene was filled with nothing but stiff sculptures and dazed contestants. There was absolutely no response to him. He couldn't believe it. Even the live broadcast from the United Nations was showing disbelief. Peppa Pig, wow. I think I understand. Did they forget their memories after getting out of the car? Even part of their previous memories? The ghost Lightning Qingshan, that's right. Just look at their faces. However, Sandy really came through. She actually gave An Lan the answers in advance. Dragon Knighting Jeeping, so much for the charm demon. If you don't look right, don't blame the road being uneven. My brother An Lan is a charming demon in human form. What's wrong with taking a shortcut and enjoying some benefits? Freedom America, gunfights every day. I refuse to accept this. Why does everyone lose their memory while An Lan gets a hint? It's unfair. It's unfair. I swim freely in the horizontal river, yes. Unfair. Rematch. Rematch. Barking dog. Don't look at your own sorry state. Being able to eat soft rice is a skill, but if you can't, then don't sour the grapes, right? The contestants in the instance were looking puzzled at this moment. But the audience outside the instance, with a god's perspective, had already understood everything. Cheating. An Lan was blatantly cheating. A group of people began to attack the dragon country, shouting unfair, unreasonable, but the instance did not respond with any announcements and continued on. What color do you like? This time, the statue of Jin Ben Shua spoke. Jin Ben Shua turned pale upon hearing the voice, he hesitated and looked at everyone present, his gaze flickering, and suddenly shouted into the air, Leadership! Leadership, are you watching? Quick! Quick, tell me what color I used to like? Our memories must have been blurred. Now, I can't answer correctly. In the empty waiting hall, his words echoed repeatedly, and the others looked at him with relieved expressions. That's right. When you don't know yourself, asking the management outside is definitely the right thing to do. Everyone present was from the national team, and there were not many fools. In fact, even if Jin Ben Shua hadn't done this, the spectators from Menluoka had intended to go this route. Hooray! Our Appa from South Korea is truly clever. Well done, Jin Ben Shua. According to Appa's info, his favorite color is pink. Huh? Why is it pink? Suddenly, a flurry of Korean comments filled the screen of the United Nations live broadcast, all full of excitement. Ahem, 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 ahem. Jin Ben Shua. Jin Ben Shua. Do you hear me? Your favorite color is pink. It's pink. Suddenly, a voice that only Jin Ben Shua could hear resonated in his ears. His face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, Pink. It's pink. I like pink. Correct answer. The cold voice of the statue ended, and Jin Ben Shua let out a sigh of relief. Soon. What color do you like? Next to Make-a Lin, the statue suddenly spoke again. Is Make-a Lin going to use her only opportunity for outside help? Of course. If she answers incorrectly, she'll lose a leg. How can she clear the instance? What is she doing? Why isn't she using her chance? As soon as the statue opened its mouth, the comments directly commanded Make-a Lin. But, strangely, not only did Make-a Lin not move, but the channel of the United Nations live broadcast was also void of supportive comments for Make-a Lin, as if they were letting Make-a Lin fend for herself. What is she doing? Is she still not using her outside assistance? An Lan looked at Make-a Lin with curiosity. Make-a Lin suddenly looked at An Lan. The other party was calm, even mimicking his appearance. Constantly rubbing her lips, she finally left a mark of gray lipstick. Without blushing or feeling her heart race, she began to answer, Gray. I like gray. Correct answer. Ha. With the confirmation from the sculpture, the scene erupted into chaos again. No way? You have this trick too? Did you both cheat together? The crowd looked puzzled at An Lan, then at Mei Lin Ka. Mei Lin Ka smiled without saying a word, while An Lan was completely confused. It shouldn't be, this is obviously left by a woman for me, maybe it's help from someone I charmed before. But her? How did she do it? Is it a talent? Unable to guess Make-a Lin's talent, An Lan's suspicion grew, when the sculpture of Menluoka also spoke up, with a simple response plan calling for outside assistance. White. The color of wine. Correct answer. What color do you like? The last one, Matsumoto Megumi from Sakura Country, hesitated for a moment, and surprisingly, without seeking outside help or saying anything, let the sculpture crack open her own thigh. Thump. After the white clay statue's thigh was flung away, beneath Matsumoto Megumi's kimono, one ivory white thigh was thrown off, and she thumped down on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. But even so, this woman astonishingly smiled charmingly without any expression. It seemed she had no sense of pain. Chapter 81 3 questions? Lost past memories. 3. Wodafa? This little Sakura didn't even use assistance? Crazy? Isn't there a better way to save hints? What is she doing? Is she laughing? Where's the little Sakura? Someone from Sakura Country, explain. Is your country's instance participant insane? Matsumoto Megumi's actions instantly caused the barrage to erupt in chaos. But at that moment, not a single Japanese comment appeared, as if something had been planned in advance, letting Matsumoto Megumi begin to self-destruct. Are you crazy? Bill looked at the woman beside him falling down, his face stunned. Oh no. Lord Bill, are you concerned about me? Blood was still splattering from the wound on her thigh, but Matsumoto Megumi seemed impervious to it, wriggling as she crawled towards Bill. Shit. You crazy woman. Stay away from me. Bill jumped back several meters in alarm, unable to understand Matsumoto Megumi's actions. The others also couldn't comprehend, just staring at this woman, seemingly feeling no pain as she writhed on the ground. This guy. Something's off. An Lan watched Matsumoto Megumi's craziness, always feeling a bad premonition. What is the clothing you like? Suddenly. Beside Bill, his sculpture spoke up again. Wodafa? Here we go again? Bill was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the sculpture, which now moved with a sound of ga-ga-ga. Ga-ga-ga, the sculpture's abdomen twisting to the right, its waist contorted like twisted rope. This movement was slow, at first only the skin felt tight. But just imagine, what if a person's abdomen could keep twisting to the right? Muscles and bones twisting and breaking? The entire lower abdomen twisting like a twist, fascia breaking, organs inside being crushed? Except for the head, the lower body would directly deform? In this rotating process, one would have already died, right? Ga-ga-ga. Bill suddenly felt that the flesh at his waist had reached its limit, and his lumbar spine began to ache as if it were breaking, while his lower abdomen was grotesquely curling. Shit. Shit. This question can't be answered wrong again. If I get it wrong again, I'm really dead. Fuck. Stupid management. Tell me quickly. What clothing do I like? Hurry up. This time he couldn't dare to delay, Bill urgently shouted towards the sky. After a moment, it seemed he heard some answer, his face turning slightly red, as if it was hard to say. But crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking in his waist and abdomen echoed. He didn't dare to slack off and finally shouted, I like leopard print, triangles, and underwear. Correct answer. After the calm voice of the sculpture came, his body gradually restored, and Bill fell to the ground with a thud, his face showing a look of survival. TNND. This is just the first station. Are we doing this for real? Leopard print triangle underwear? 666. 666. Bill's interests are quite niche? Hiss. I have to say, people from the beautiful country are wild. I vaguely remember, the only one in our Huagua who can pull off this outfit is a monkey. Bill's words instantly made the comments flood again. Outside, people continued to joke and watch the show, but the atmosphere in the waiting hall grew more and more oppressive. What clothes do you like? According to the order, this time it was Picaslin's sculpture that spoke again. Picaslin still had that hesitant look. He seemed completely unafraid of death, even though outside hints were useless, as he started to ramble. Logically, I should not like anything because I like being naked. Wrong answer. Ga. 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 As the sculpture quickly twisted its abdomen, Picaslin's waist bent and wrinkled in a bizarre way, his stark white bones twisted and pierced through his belly, protruding out. His lower abdomen was twisting and wrinkling, and his whole head was massive as his chest twisted into a strange shape. With a bang he fell to the ground. This time his abdomen twisted too quickly, so he didn't even have time to scream, blood gushed from his orifices, and he lost his breath. He must be dead this time, right? Menlawoka stared intently at Picaslin's body, while An Lan didn't look at his corpse but focused on his shadow. Gurgle, gurgle. The black shadow gathered into a mass, still in motion. As the shadow slowly spread out, Picaslin's body slowly twisted and restored. Damn! An immortal body? What the hell? This is the real cheat, right? With this, isn't mindlessly charging in the way to go? The comments began to mock in displeasure. Everyone in the waiting hall looked at Picaslin's recovery with different expressions. In the next moment. What clothes do you like? Another cold, solemn voice rang out, and it was An Lan's turn. His sculpture abdomen began to twist and move, and An Lan's face turned strange, his waist involuntarily bent grotesquely as the pockets of his shirt began to droop. He couldn't think of, what clothes did he like? Do I really have clothes I like? In confusion and bewilderment, Bill stared at An Lan fiercely. Come on. Let's see what you say this time. Don't tell me, the clothes you are wearing are your favorites? In the tense atmosphere, a pair of black fishnet stockings fell from An Lan's shirt pocket with a thud. An Lan instinctively picked them up and began to rub them doubtfully. Black stockings? How could I have stockings on me? Correct answer. Huh? What the hell? You're cheating. Another confusing answer, and again correct answer. An Lan was dumbfounded, and the others looked stunned. Not my bro? Are you a freak? What the hell is it with you carrying stockings? I report. He's cheating. Did he know the questions in advance? Did he? It's the second time. An Lan answered the question without harm for the second time, leaving Bill's eyes red with anger. Isn't it? Why does everyone have to use outside assistance and rely on talent just to survive? You a D-class talent stepping stone can answer correctly every time without harm? Why is that? There are cheats. There are cheats. Bill yelled frantically, and the waiting hall echoed in silence. Everyone looked at An Lan with strange expressions, unable to understand where he pulled out the stockings from. Damn. This is the real despicable cheat. Earlier, I said it too soon. No matter how excessive Pakaslan is, he can't compare to An Lan. Damn. I already guessed it. The third question, isn't it just what you like to do the most? Damn. That conductor really chewed food and fed it to An Lan. Reported. Someone is cheating with beauty, bribing the strange copy. The bullet comments exploded again. But An Lan only confusedly put away the stockings, touched her face, and a bright red scum word was stamped in her hand. What kind of clothes do you like? The questioning continued. This time it was Jean Ben Shua's turn. His off-field assistance was already used up, looking around helplessly. In hesitation, his gaze flickered between Meika Lin and Pakaslan, and finally, it locked silently on the restored Pakaslan, saying nothing. Hey! What are you going to do? Menloka was confused. Why isn't this person speaking? Isn't it? Everyone is giving up? But soon, Menloka was left dumbfounded. Ah! Ah! As the sculpture twisted its waist, Jean Ben Shua's abdomen spun like a corkscrew, and screams echoed in the waiting hall. He stood frozen, bleeding from 7 orifices. But his shadow was also strangely jumping. In the jumping, Jean Ben Shua's originally twisted waist slowly restored, surprisingly quickly matching Pakaslan's. What is this ability? It's copying. This guy copied Pakaslan's talent and forcibly passed. Before Menloka could speak, An Lan stepped ahead and explained the reason. So far, among the 6 members of the national team, 3 have already shown their talents. Menloka's pulling into another space, Pakaslan's undying shadow, Jean Ben Shua's copy talent. Each item's strength is surprisingly powerful. Chapter 82, 3 questions? Lost past memories. Part 4. Good. This is our Appa. Good decision. Just kidding, our Appa is from the national team. Appa. Saranghio. Because of Jean Ben Shua's self-destruct talent, a wave of Korean appeared on the United Nations live broadcast. Copying, when used well, is indeed a divine skill talent. Snakecatcher Su Xian, turtle. Is this the strength of the national team? Relying on talent to force through? Undead Knight Ning Kaichan, to be fair, although their talents are strong, I still think An Lan's human-shaped demon is better. Press F to enter the tank, it's hard to say. If according to the progress of this copy, will it cause more lost memories the more we travel? At that time, will An Lan still remember his advantages? As the bullet comments continuously discussed, in the waiting hall, the sculpturesque questioning sped up again. What kind of clothes do you like? The question came to Meika Lin. She still looked at An Lan, hesitantly slowly unbuttoned her gray jacket, revealing a full dark red lace camisole. Her eyes narrowed, it should be lace pajamas. Correct answer. Ha? Again, an inexplicable correct answer. Everyone looked at Meika Lin and An Lan oddly, with the former expressionless putting on the clothes and the latter feeling utterly baffled. What is this woman's talent? What kind of clothes do you like? The question came to Menloka this time. This big and burly bear man was truly panicked. He kept scratching his ears and cheeks, unable to figure it out. His off-field assistance was gone now, and he couldn't release Golden Hero. He had no tricks left, he could only helplessly look around. Free America, gunfights every day, I announce. The first tragic death has appeared. He is the bear country's Menloka. Severe farmer, great. I've been annoyed by the bear for quite a while. I see you want to be elbowed, did not expect the first to go down was not that dragon country person, but instead the bear country? TSK, this is a drunkard. Useless. Hoorah. Come out and fight. If it weren't for Bill being so despicable, how would we lose? Seeing the bullet comments about to start a quarrel. In the waiting hall, An Lan noticed Menloka looking at himself, his eyes full of hope. Perhaps, among so many people, only An Lan dared to trust? An Lan frowned. Save him? Considering Menloka's kind attitude before. He really should help. But how would he know what the other person likes to wear? His gaze swept over Menloka, and An Lan was suddenly drawn to the footprints on the back of his big leather coat. In his mind, a vague image began to form, Menloka lowering his head in silence, continuously patting the footprint on the back. Buzz. But this memory quickly flashed away, as if absorbed somewhere, leaving An Lan's gaze a bit dazed. Hiss, when was this? When I first met Menloka? Wait. If that leather coat is so precious to him, Hey! Menroka, if you trust me, you should choose the leather coat you're wearing. Of course, if you answer wrong, don't blame me for dying. Just when Menroka felt desperate, An Lan suddenly spoke up. Caw, caw, caw. Her sculpture actually thud 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 walked back into the sculpture shop. And following that, Bill's sculpture spoke again. The last question. What is the one thing you value the most? Ha? Still coming? Upon hearing this, sweat began to bead on Bill's forehead. Crack, crack, crack. Because this time, as he did not answer, the sculpture actually reached for its neck with both hands, as if to rip its head straight off. What the hell? Thick gift crab. Thick gift crab. Who knows what I value the most? Damn it! Damn it! In a panic, covering his neck, Bill glanced around and suddenly fixed his gaze on Qingshan. Ah! But before he could say anything, his head tilted, and with a thud, it rolled off like a ball, rolling around on the ground. The headless body stood there motionless, without bleeding, just standing there. What the hell? Is Bill really gone like this? No way? Is this it for the vice captain of the beautiful country? Wait. If Bill is dead, why hasn't the judgment come down? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, as the comments erupted. By Bill's side, a group of black shadows began to dance, and after his headless shadow grew ahead, the head that had rolled on the ground flew back to the top of Bill's head. He. As his head turned, he actually blinked, coming back to life. Chapter 83, 3 questions? The past memories of the legacy. End. Is that Qingshan's talent? Kim Jong-suk's talent is duplication, so what is Bill's? He previously used Golden Hero to take Matsumoto K down and disappeared, and during that time, Menloka did not use Golden Hero, not because he couldn't use it, but because it was stolen? An Lan watched Bill come back to life, his gaze flickering constantly. It can now be basically confirmed that Bill's talent should be plundering. Robbing others' talents. But is this plundering permanent? Or just temporary? It remains to be seen. Ha! A bunch of fools, you didn't think I was really going to die, did you? Clap, clap, clap. Moving his head, the sculpture beside Bill suddenly began to shatter and fall. Inside the sculpture's head, a train pass slowly appeared. It boldly read, "Pass Station, Farewell Station." Oh. So this is what a pass looks like. Taking that card, Bill hopped over to the ticket gate. He didn't hurry to swipe the card but looked at the rest of the crowd. Come on. Let me see if anyone can keep up with me. Under his gaze, Qingshan's sculpture slowly spoke. What is the thing you value the most? What I value the most. Is it bathing in the river? Qingshan answered casually without thinking he could come back to life again. Unfortunately. Thud. After the sculpture's head was sent flying, his head suddenly followed and flew out. Qingshan's nonchalant smile still hung on his face, but as his head flew out, this time the neck of the body gushed blood. Pfff. The headless body splashed blood like a gushing fountain, and after. Why is there a honking sound outside? My dad is the divine cow, Qingshan, you won't die well. What are you pretending for? Don't you know you can't ask us? You love eating cow dung, don't you forget? Damn it. Why are there so many people standing around in a daze on the street? Run. Run. The capital lied knew was about to collapse. On the UN's barrage, a wave of strange Asan language enveloped everything. Soon. News about the capital lied knew of Asan country, where large numbers of people are losing their minds, spread like wildfire. These people, whether walking on the street or at home, inexplicably seem to have lost their consciousness, standing still without moving. And a strange train slithered through the sky like a dragon, taking away batch after batch of dazed people from Asan country. On the news, a hot topic shot to the headlines in just 5 minutes. The capital of Asan country has completely fallen, with the entire city's people losing their consciousness and being taken away by a nameless train. It is conservatively estimated that approximately 300,000 people are missing. Damn. Damn it. I've almost run to the suburbs. What am I? Huh? What am I doing? Why am I holding my phone and sending barrages? Huh? Why is there a train at my door? How what is being live-streamed on my phone? The once noisy barrage from Asan country in the UN live room inexplicably became sparse and confused. People from other countries watched, feeling an inexplicable fear. Free America, gunfights every day, Ward FA? Is this a scenario coming down, forcibly making the entire city forget? Doesn't that make the whole city a bunch of fools? Wild boar Peppa, damn. This scenario is utterly unsolvable. As long as it comes down, the entire city will surely die. Mao Xiong Alcohol Wholesale. I have a friend from Asen country who asked me to say a sentence, damn your grandpa. Bill. Did you really do something to deserve this? The barrage from the live room had already collapsed. But inside the waiting hall, it remained cold and silent. What is the thing you value most? The third question came again to An Lan. The pure white statue's hands were inserted into its neck, making An Lan feel a sharp pain in his neck, and a tearing sensation began to rise. He silently stared at the character scum marked on his hand, his face flickering constantly. In the first 2 times, I had fixed prompts, but this character scum hasn't been explained. This should all be rewards from good feeling strategies with someone before. Scum? Strawberry Mark? Could it be that I am a scum man? What would a scum man do? The flesh below his neck had cracked, bursting forth with bloodstains. An Lan spoke out incredulously and with an unstable tone, I value playing with emotions, playing with romantic feelings. Correct answer. Day. The pure white statue's hands instantly dropped down, and after the head of the statue fell off, a ticket appeared in front of An Lan. An Lan awkwardly grabbed the ticket, also arriving at the ticket check. Thick gift crab. Did you answer correctly again? You this guy. Bill was so angry that he couldn't speak, his deep gaze fixed on An Lan's face, hesitating for a long time, still didn't use his ability. It seemed like he had some reservations. What is the thing you value most? The truth continued, the fourth one was Jean Ben Shua. He unexpectedly dropped his head, then restored it, and also received a ticket, waiting at the ticket check. The fifth. Mei Kaling, before the statue could ask, started to mimic An Lan, touching herself all around. A series of red marks on her chest made her look somewhat bewildered. But the thing you value most? Before the statue could finish talking, Mei Kaling bluntly said, masochistic tendency. In some aspects, I have a masochistic tendency. Correct answer. You two answered correctly again? The last one, Men Kalu looked helplessly at the person in front taking the ticket away. On him, a golden light flickered again at some unknown time, and his gaze locked onto the statue, as if he was about to act. Oh? The talent of Menlawoka has returned? So, that means Bill's plunder can only take one person at a time? No wonder he's always talking tough but never gets his hands dirty. An Lan watched the scene, deep in thought. One thing you should pay attention to is buzz. As the sculpture spoke, a bright golden light began to flicker, enveloping Menlawoka and the sculpture. An Lan watched the 2 shadows disappear and moved his lips. Hey! If you can't fight back, I have a suggestion. Try to keep your answers broad. Don't limit yourself. For example, an answer can be about drinking and fighting, which is really one sentence but answered 2 aspects. Thanks. Buzz. Under the dazzling golden light, the 4 people at the ticket gate exchanged glances and placed their magnetic cards on the ticket reader. Click. The station's rolling gate opened again. Woo woo woo. At the platform of the past station, the dust train sounded its whistle, with attendant Sandy standing at the train door, showing a faint smile towards An Lan. Dear passengers. The train is about to depart. Next stop. The Love Station. Thud thud thud. The group saw the countdown only had a few minutes left and hurried back to the carriage. Clang clang clang. The sound of the train moving began to rise, and An Lan looked at the LED light at the top of the carriage, his brows raised. Next stop, the Love Station, estimated arrival time 30 minutes. Hiss. Wait, the train's operation time is getting faster. Could it be that the more memories we lose, the faster it runs? Is its fuel the passengers' memories? A bold guess popped up in An Lan's mind, and he looked at the sign for the past station, his eyes turning cold. Past, lost memories of the past? Then the Love Station. Could it be that? Ha! Just as An Lan was lost in thought, a tall figure, neck covered in bloodstains, charged towards the train. Menlawoka, this rascal actually made it out alive. Chapter 84, Tunnel Time. A sudden drop in temperature. Part 1. Clang clang clang. Just as the train started, Menlawoka stumbled into the carriage, drenched in sweat, his face full of relief from surviving. He looked at An Lan and immediately gave him a big bear hug. Buddy! Your suggestion was so useful. I managed to rattle off drinking, fighting, street racing, and teasing bears, and that sculpture didn't react at all. So how did you get out? An Lan looked at Menlawoka in surprise, pushing him out of his embrace. Come on. I only hug girls, guys better keep their distance. My golden hero takes a specified target and locks them in the same alternate space with me. In this alternate space, our physical abilities are adjusted to a level, allowing for a one-on-one. So, when that thing was about to snap my neck, I held onto its hand to stop it from moving. I kept blabbering about soaking in a bath, chasing girls, cutting wood, until I finally mentioned picking mushrooms. That's when it finally stopped. Menlawoka excitedly shared, and the people around him looked at him like he was a monster. Not a chance, buddy. Only someone like you could think of seriously choking the sculpture to keep it from moving and randomly asking right answers. I'm just glad you made it out. An Lan helplessly shook his head, realizing Menlawoka's approach to clearing the challenges was completely different from his own. This reckless man actually matched well with his talent. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The train sped up again, and outside the window, snowflakes began to fall slowly. Looking ahead, everything was a dull gray. It was like an old black and white photo with a monotonous gray. Buzz. For some reason, a ringing noise filled An Lan's ears, and he realized what it was, subconsciously starting to think back to past events. Memories from kindergarten to high school had become blurry, and memories from college to now were also hazy, but right now, everything he just experienced at the train station was still clear in his mind. The past. The memories of the past were disappearing. At the end of the carriage, that curly-haired attendant. An Lan felt a sense of familiarity towards her, but she couldn't remember what had happened between them. Only the goddess strategy system had a reaction to her, pulsing with a love heart of 25. Fortunately, with this feeling, An Lan could determine that the target she previously pursued must be her. Perhaps, I should continue to pursue her? To gather new information? Rewatching the CG of the 25 affection level, An Lan realized that the memory of watching the CG had vanished. What he could clearly remember now should be only the events from about 30 minutes ago. No. If this goes on, I will soon forget why I came to the instance. At that time, I might become a fool. I need to leave some kind of clue. After thinking for a moment, An Lan touched the strawberry mark on his neck and wrote a small line in his palm. Please trust the voice that sounds in your ear. After writing this, An Lan felt inexplicably relieved. Yes. In the future, I might lose my memory, even not knowing this is the instance world, foolishly walking to my death. But he wouldn't remember. The Jochi City Defense Department watching the livestream would remember. If a problem occurs, as long as I trust the external prompts, there will still be a chance. Looking up at the other instance participants, they also seemed to realize something and began writing keywords continuously on their bodies. For example, talent, survival, return station, and other key information. All these hints were correct. But only. An Lan looked at that Michaelan. This woman didn't move at all, but was actually closing her eyes to rest. What is this guy's talent? What could it possibly be? So far, besides Matsumoto K's talent which hasn't been displayed, Michaelan's talent was the most mysterious. As An Lan was examining her, she seemed to feel his gaze and opened her eyes blankly to look at An Lan. The train is about to enter a tunnel. Please note, the train is about to enter a tunnel. As their eyes met, the train suddenly issued a warning sound. Ha! Everyone instinctively looked out the window. Outside the window, already crystallizing with frost, ahead was a dark and deep tunnel, and beyond the blackness, one could not see the end. Clang clang. As the train surged into the tunnel, the entire carriage was instantly engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand. Crack, crack, crack. But in this darkness, a strange cracking sound came from the ceiling. Then, with a loud bang, one side of the train window shattered into countless fragments, and cold wind rushed into the carriage, quickly covering everything with frost. Thud thud thud. In the dimness, a small figure seemed to crawl in through the cracked window. What? What's going on? Bill was the first to react. With just one leg left, he wobbled to stand but was shocked to discover his butt seemed to be fused with the seat. No matter how he struggled, there were only crisp crack crack sounds. Reaching down, he felt layers of ice. There was ice formed between his butt and the seat. Even, the skin on his moving arms was also crystallizing with frost. Damn. What terrifying speed of cooling is this? Damn it. Thud thud thud. Just as Bill was about to curse, he abruptly heard activity sounds from above. Ha ha ha, strange breathing sounds slowly descended from the top, bringing a chilling aura down over him. Thick crab. What the hell? Looking up. Bill's pupils instantly dilated. It's you? How come? Before he could finish his sentence, a gaunt, dark humanoid body hung from above, crawling on all fours, its head eerily bent down towards Bill's face, and with a loud ha, it exhaled a gust of freezing air. Crack crack crack. With a shocked expression still frozen on his face, Bill was instantly frozen into a sculpture. Ha! In the darkness, that figure disappeared once more. The amount of freezing air lingering above increased, and the carriage's temperature had likely already plummeted to several degrees below zero. The temperature is still dropping. Damn it! Damn it! What is that? Run! Hurry up and run! Dead legs, move! Move now! Jean Benchua's seat was close to Bill's, and he vaguely felt something, desperately tugging at his legs to get out of his seat. After a struggle to get out, he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Crack, crack, crack! In an instant, his face froze along with the ground. Ugh! Ugh! He wanted to move, but his body wouldn't budge at all. Cold! So cold! His skin had turned a shade of dark purple from the frost, his thighs wanted to move, but the torso seemed frozen stiff, giving no response. Ah! Ah! What the hell is this? Ha! Thud! Suddenly, a sound of crashing came from Jean Benchua's back, as if something had landed on him. He turned his head to look and was shocked to see a familiar face. It was Pakashalan. Pakashalan from Asen country was now crouching on his back like a spider. He was completely emaciated, like a dried corpse. His skin was covered in frostbite, and icy breath continued to spray from his nostrils. Ha! As soon as this guy got closer and breathed out frozen air, Jean Benchua's face instantly froze into ice blocks, his head tilted back, lying on the ground, and he passed away. The train is passing through a tunnel. Attention! The train is passing through a tunnel. The LED lights on the ceiling flickered a few times, and the remaining three of An Lan stared in shock at the flickering light. On the aisle thickly frozen with ice, snowflakes drifted, and the frozen sculptures of Bill and Jean Benchua flashed a momentary look of astonishment in the light. Damn it! They're dead? They really died? What the hell? Dor Carlo yelled anxiously, his massive body wriggling but still unable to escape the frozen constraints. Thud, thud, thud. After the light, the strange sound rang out again. Ha! The suffocating cold air was now rushing towards the struggling An Lan in his seat. Chapter 85 Tunnel Time. A big drop in temperature. Part 2. Free America, gunfire every day, damn. Instant kill. How did our Bill get killed so quickly? The strict farmer, what's there to panic about? He's not really dead. He's just frozen. With that Pakashalan's talent around, Bill won't die. Cultural heritage application is a Korean specialty, Why did Appa get killed too? That monster is Pakashalan? Is he coming back for revenge? Peppa the wild boar, how do we fight this? I stayed in northeast China at -40 or 50 degrees, you can still go out in a big mink coat. If you go out in a short sleeve, you'll get frostbite in no time. More importantly, freezing instantly? That must be -70 or 80 degrees? Under such circumstances, the human body can't move at all. Isn't that just a target for that monster? It's over. The monster is coming for An Lan. An Lan doesn't have any talent. This kid is finally going to die. I said, how could this guy from Dragon Country survive to the end without talent? Ha! Just as the barrage of comments surged, a wave of cold air swept over An Lan's head, and his hair was filled with countless ice crystals. Frost covered his forehead, and as his face was about to freeze, An Lan looked at the bright skill panel in front of him, hesitating whether to activate it. Plop! From his chest pocket, snow water melted, revealing a small bag. What? An Lan was a bit surprised. His whole body was frozen, yet there was something hot in his chest, melting the cold. Looking down, he saw that a small bag there was packed full of chili peppers. Ha! How do I have chili peppers on me? Ha! A pitch-black, deeply featured face suddenly came into view, Pakashalan's mouth opened wide, and a surge of freezing air was rushing toward An Lan's face. Damn it! Without thinking much, An Lan lowered his head and dove into his chest pocket, hastily chewing on a piece of chili. Hiss ha! Hiss ha! Hiss ha! In an instant, like a volcanic eruption, the heat burst into his head. A wave of heat surged through his body. Crack, crack, crack. The ice cubes on the seat began to melt from the heat, and Pakashalan sprayed freezing air wildly at An Lan's face. But he did not dodge or evade, his face grew redder and redder, and he even revealed a hint of relief under the icy breath. Good, good, good. Well done. Bang. A punch struck Pakashalan on the head, and the hanging Pakashalan immediately shook and fell onto a seat in the corner. The train is about to exit the tunnel. The train is about to exit the tunnel. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. The LED lights in the carriage began to flicker again. An Lan hurriedly stood up, his lips breathing hot air as he walked towards the train door at the end of the carriage. He noticed. Though it was icy and snowy in this carriage, at the entrance to the next carriage, Shandy was standing there, the surroundings unusually calm, as if she wasn't affected at all. So? You can only affect this carriage? Thud, thud, thud. As his feet stepped on the frozen layer, An Lan was just about to dash to the door when the footsteps echoed again. Picassilin suddenly climbed onto the door and opened its mouth to breathe at the door. Ha! The cold, icy breath seemed ready to freeze a thick layer on the door. An Lan watched the LED lights flashing the message, "Please pay attention. The train is about to leave the tunnel. Please pay attention." An inexplicable bad premonition rose in his heart. An Lan couldn't deal with this thing, but there were still people in this carriage. Hey! Menlooka! In 1 minute, can you defeat this thing? I mean, using talent. He looked towards Menlooka in the corner, the other's lips curled up. If I can move with the same physical quality, 30 seconds. I can take it down. Good. Open your mouth. An Lan grabbed a handful of chili peppers from the bag and threw them at Menlooka. An Lan. What is this? Don't ask. Eat. Oh. Ung. Damn. So spicy. So spicy. Heavy panting sounds came from behind, and Menlooka's tall figure stood up from the melting ice water. Just watch. Golden. Hero. Buzz. In the dark carriage, a golden light suddenly flickered, and Menlooka and Picassilin, who was clinging to the carriage door, disappeared at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. After the other party disappeared, An Lan kicked madly at the carriage door. The thick layer of ice showed no sign of lessening. Instead, the brightness outside the train window gradually increased. The train was about to exit the tunnel. For some reason, An Lan's heart tightened even more. Clang, clang, clang. As the first ray of light broke through from the tunnel, An Lan's pupils shrank, finally realizing where this strange feeling came from. On the other side of the door, at the junction between the carriages, under Shandy's feet, half of the normally metallic carriage was derailing from the half that was frozen. Yes. An Lan's carriage had, for some reason, turned into ice. As the ice water kept melting after exiting the tunnel, it would completely disconnect from the front carriage. No wonder. No wonder that guy wanted to block the door. Once we exit the tunnel and the temperature drops, this carriage will fall completely to the tracks. Damn. That guy wants to bury us with him. Bang. 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 Again, he kicked hard at the thick layer of ice, but An Lan still couldn't break through. Feeling helpless, he glanced at the bright skill interface before him. If it really doesn't work, I can only activate perfect timeline, go back to before the door was blocked, there should be still a chance. Just as he was pondering this, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey! Help me up from this seat, I'll help you kick open the big door. You wouldn't want us all to die like this, right? Ha! Turning around, Maykarin was looking at him with a playful expression. You? An Lan hesitated for a moment and walked to Maykarin. Her face was already frozen stiff, and she could only open her lips. Hurry! Feed me! Feed me! Without speaking, An Lan roughly shoved chili peppers into Maykarin's mouth one by one. As her complexion grew redder, with a complicated gaze, she glanced at An Lan. Maykarin's affection level plus 30. Current affection level 50. Ha! An Lan was stunned. What the hell? Though the system doesn't care about Maykarin's looks, her affection level still shows. He only fed her a few chili peppers. Is she really this fond of him? Step aside. As the ice slowly melted from Maykarin's surface, she unceremoniously pulled out a dagger from her pocket and wildly stabbed at the ice, actually creating a deep groove in it. What the heck? She's much stronger than me. Could this be the body granted by the S-class talent? Clang, clang, clang. As the ice groove grew larger, Maykarin yanked open the frozen cabin door and stepped into the next compartment. Originally standing at the cabin entrance, Sandy, for some reason, disappeared again at this moment. Go! Maykarin called out to An Lan, and without hesitation, An Lan dashed toward the next compartment. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. 3 minutes after the train exited the tunnel, the connecting layer completely broke apart. The compartment where An Lan had been let out with a roar, its speed suddenly dropping, left forever on the misty tracks. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing the distance between him and the broken compartment growing larger, a flash of golden light appeared. Crap. Fight me? Die, you. Monroka's figure suddenly flickered into existence at the end of the broken ice layer. He stared in shock at the two separated compartments, watching An Lan and Maykarin steadily drift away, his expression filled with panic. Crap. You guys. How could you? Stop talking nonsense? Quick, use your talent to lock onto me and come over from the space. An Lan's calm voice echoed, and Monroka smacked his forehead. Crap. Why didn't I think of that? Buzz. The golden light flashed again, and both Monroka and An Lan disappeared, appearing in a palace piled with gold. An Lan stood still as Monroka walked toward him, and after the golden hero disappeared, the two suddenly appeared at the entrance of a rushing carriage. Bro! Awesome! I never thought to use my talent this way. Monroka patted An Lan on the shoulder, thankfully alive, while An Lan shook his head, pushed open the compartment door, and the three entered the new cabin. Meanwhile, in the United Nations livestream room, the comments had already exploded. Idle training camp, holy crap. Isn't this cheating? Why did that Sandy give An Lan chili peppers? So it was for this? Holy crap. Eagle's judgment, I report. I report. Someone is using beauty to cheat. I'm not convinced. Flower of the South, in a way, An Lan didn't cheat, right? When the conductor was selling chili peppers, no one else showed interest. Besides, An Lan should have spent 3 memory points to buy the chili peppers. So, he couldn't answer those 3 questions at that time. As for why the conductor gave him so many kisses, that's a personal issue, right? Not really? Why do I feel like An Lan is more suited to be the leader? Did you see? His command just now had no flaws at all? Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, but if every death leads to revenge like Pikashiren, then this subgame should require teamwork, or no one can die, right? Crap. You upstairs, you're right. The fewer people die, the safer it is. Chapter 86 New Station, she's on station, exciting events. At the same time. Jochi City Safety Defense Department. Who? Finally, we are temporarily safe. Watching the live broadcast of An Lan entering the new compartment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ho Young wiped the sweat on his forehead, somewhat frightened. That was too dangerous. If it weren't for those chili peppers just now, nothing would have worked. So, what the conductor was selling is really crucial. I wonder if the conductor will sell anything again in this compartment. She sold something last time that needed memories from the past to buy. What about this time? Is there still a hint? Lu Xian's thoughts raced quickly as she looked at the new scene in the livestream, her face tense. At this moment, An Lan and the three were already sitting inside a new train compartment. This compartment looked like a normal high-speed train seat, with 5 seats in a row and a narrow aisle in the middle. The 3 of them sat in the front seats, tacitly looking out the window. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The train sped along, the fog gradually dissipating, and bright sunlight poured down as a new platform faintly appeared ahead. Hey! We've already lost half of the people just at one station. Is this the SS-level dungeon? Menloka felt a bit emotional and looked at An Lan, hoping he would say something to boost their morale. He had unknowingly regarded An Lan as the backbone of the group. But An Lan sat in the corner, seemingly lost in thought and said nothing. That Meika Lin was looking at An Lan intentionally or unintentionally, her body shifting on the seat as if she wanted to sit next to An Lan. TSK. No wonder she's a humanoid succubus. Menloka sighed, just as he was about to say something else. Damn. What's from a dog's mouth can't be ivory, who are you calling dead? Suddenly, the door of the rear compartment swung open, and Bill limped in, leading Jin Zhongxuo. They were drenched in muddy but had no injuries, glaring hatefully at An Lan. You brat, really something. Where did you get that chili from? I don't care what you hid. You listen up. Now, immediately, hand over everything to me. And, get out of my seat? Did you hear me? Even with one leg, even having died multiple times, Bill remained arrogant and lofty. An Lan didn't look at him, his eyes showing no surprise at all. Pikassolin's talent was strong. He knew that the strange movement in the previous compartment couldn't have eliminated these two. But Menloka, hearing this, was about to stand up to say something for An Lan. Okay. It's all yours. An Lan surprisingly stood up decisively, pulled out the chili from his pocket, threw it on the seat, and walked towards the front compartment again. Oof. Do you really think your little tricks are useful? Let me tell you, high-level talent is impressive. Low-level talent, trash only deserves to shine my shoes. Bouncing over to An Lan's seat, Bill picked up the chili, reaching out to wrap his arms around Meika Lin. Unfortunately. Get lost. After being glared at by Meika Lin, he sheepishly smiled, crossed his legs, and looked in An Lan's direction. Clang. The train compartment door opened, connecting to the next compartment, where Sandy was leaning against the metal wall, playfully watching the commotion inside. As An Lan approached, his gaze constantly assessed Sandy. He had lost his past memories, and he didn't remember what interactions he had with Sandy. Even the experience of clearing numerous corners for Mu was gone. But An Lan was sharp-witted after all. He knew he shouldn't be the one carrying the chili. The chili and lipstick were probably items he got from interacting with Sandy. What would it matter to give them to Bill? As long as he interacted with Sandy a few more times, would he really be short on items? Goddess Sandy, current favorability 25. Personality, likes excitement. Likes excitement? Even without memories, An Lan gazed at Sandy for a moment, hesitating only briefly before rushing to her side. Thud. He pressed Sandy against the wall, staring hard at her. Sandy's expression was calm, a smile at the corner of her mouth. Oh, you've lost your memory, yet still know to come find me. Her arms naturally wrapped around his neck, looking at him with a charming expression. An Lan didn't think twice, he immediately kissed Sandy's lips. The two embraced, lost in a lingering moment. Knock, knock, knock. In the narrow train compartment, the sound of the train was constant. Everyone inside stared in shock at the movement at the interface, their mouths wide open. No way? What is he doing? That train attendant, is he from this train? Did he just go for it? Crazy. Crazy. Bill and Jean Ben Shua were dumbfounded. This scene felt a bit familiar. Mei Ka Lin watched the commotion ahead, biting her lips inexplicably. Meanwhile, Min Luoka rubbed the back of his head in confusion, feeling that An Lan was right to do this. Damn. Here we go again? I'm reporting this. I'm reporting someone for selling their charm. Damn. This is making me so anxious. Bill and the others forgot about what happened before, and now they just dumbly watch An Lan taking shortcuts. How frustrating. The hint opportunity is already used up. Otherwise, I could hint Bill to grab things from An Lan later. Is this An Lan? Even with amnesia, he still wants to charm women? Is this a gene engraved in his bones? The comments were so exciting. After the wet kiss at the interface ended, Sandy had her legs wrapped around An Lan's waist, her whole body holding onto him like an octopus. He looked at Sandy kissing his neck non-stop, his face showing some unusual expression. Not enough? Isn't this exciting enough? The favorability didn't increase at all? An Lan thought proudly that kissing in front of everyone should be quite thrilling, right? But Sandy in his arms didn't seem flustered at all. Failed. Perhaps he had done something similar before? The other person's threshold wasn't that low anymore. The train is about to arrive at Shizaijan. The train is about to arrive at Shizaijan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The loudspeaker in the compartment suddenly rang, making An Lan feel an inexplicable panic. No. My recent memory tells me, if I can't gain a clue from this woman right now, it might be very hard to get through next. Sandy, you. The woman in his arms didn't even flush, just squinted her eyes and provocatively looked at An Lan. An Lan, not done yet. TSK. Follow me. Clenching his teeth, An Lan directly picked up Sandy. She clung to his waist with her legs like a koala, being carried into the rear compartment. You. What are you doing? You don't mean to, in the compartment. Sandy started to get excited, her face turning red. Pat, pat, pat. But An Lan didn't stop, continuing to cross the strange-faced crowd in the compartment, heading to the rear door. Clang. The compartment door opened, and cold wind blew through the damaged corridor. Standing at the broken connection, before them were the continuously passing tracks, scenery rushing by. An Lan, what are you doing here? Are you trying to jump off the train with me? Sandy didn't understand what An Lan wanted to do. But... plop. The next second. The compartment door closed, and the cold wind howled around the two of them. Sandy felt her head pressed against the glass door by a big hand, her face facing the inside of the compartment. And around her neck, An Lan's other hand held her tightly. A feeling of suffocation came, accompanied by the piercing cold wind. She looked with a pained expression into the compartment, her face pressed red against the glass. She could feel the man's breath approaching her ear. How is it? Do you like it? The feeling of suffocation, the cold wind, and at this moment, the other passengers in the compartment looked in surprise at the rear door. Their astonished gazes made Sandy tremble with excitement as if a switch had been turned on. I like it. I like it. Ding. Favorability of Goddess Sandy plus 15. Current accumulated favorability, 40. It worked. The grip around Sandy's neck loosened slightly as An Lan looked at Sandy with a strange expression. At this moment, the train attendant was weakly leaning against the door, slowly turning her head to look at An Lan with satisfaction, retrieving a pill bottle from her pocket and handing it to An Lan. Oh dear, take this, it will be useful for you. You. An Lan hesitated but accepted the medicine. He instinctively thought, what kind of gas station could that be? But looking down, a few big characters appeared before his eyes. Digestive aid tablets. What is this for? An Lan couldn't understand, but after thinking about that chili pepper, he immediately hid the medicine bottle in his pocket. Not rushing back to the carriage, he held Shandy tightly, watching the train enter the Shizai station. Chapter 87, The Dispersed Team, Strange Stairs. Holy sh*t, holy sh*t. What is he doing? Is he hitting that female ghost? Damn. Is this kid crazy? On the other side, the crowd in the carriage, watching Shandy leaning against the glass door, looking pained, couldn't help but gasp one after another. What a tough guy. An Lan is definitely a tough guy. Just beating the female ghost without saying a word? Why do I feel like that isn't hitting? Menluoka raised an eyebrow, while Michaelin unconsciously rubbed her belly and couldn't help but lick her lips. She seemed full of envy. Ding. Michaelin's favorability towards you +10. Current favorability, 50. Hoo. Outside the carriage, amidst the howling cold wind, An Lan listened to another feedback from the system, his face even more astonished. Not a buddy. Why did the favorability increase again? I didn't do anything. Confused, he looked into the carriage, where the train had already stopped at a platform, and the station's announcement began, train arriving at Shizai Station. This stop will last for 1 hour. Next stop, Future Station. Please passengers exit in order and take transfer tickets to return to the train. Time remaining until the train departs, 59 minutes and 59 seconds 59 minutes and 58 seconds. At the top of the end of the carriage, the LED screen flashed the corresponding prompt again. In the carriage, a few people looked at each other and began to walk toward the exit at the end of the carriage. Oh honey, I'm waiting for you to come back. Next time, it must be even more exciting. Smack. An Lan only felt a strong kiss on his cheek, then he was pulled by Shandy to the front door of the carriage. He didn't get off directly, but instead pinched Shandy's devilish waist with a big hand. So sweetheart, don't you have any hints? He. I don't need a useless man. Shandy gave An Lan a white look, this time not giving any hints, and walked straight into the next carriage. Who? An Lan was silent, and in the end, he still got off the train. Shizai Station, unlike Wenji Station, this station not only had a waiting hall but also an exit elevator in front of the platform. Taking the elevator to the underground level would allow one to leave the station. Hoo. For some unknown reason, despite the sunny weather, a milky white fog began to fall around the platform. An Lan had only gotten off the train a little late, but he couldn't see the few teammates that had gotten off ahead anymore. Hey! Where is everyone? He instinctively walked towards the waiting hall, but in the thick fog, he inexplicably found himself at the elevator entrance. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a loud ringing in his ears, like a swarm of cicadas buzzing. An Lan felt a dizziness in his head, a sharp pain as if a steel needle was piercing his temple. Ugh! Covering his head, An Lan swayed unsteadily. As the pain gradually became clearer, his gaze became strangely muddled. He looked at the elevator entrance and directly pressed the down button. Ding dong! When the elevator door opened, An Lan pressed the button for the lowest floor again, and the elevator went down. In the cramped elevator, An Lan rubbed his head, muttering to himself, hey, wasn't I at home playing games? How did I end up here? Did I bring a client here last night? Did I drink too much and fall asleep? Spit. Quickly go home, play games, activate. Standing in the elevator, An Lan seemed to restore the state of a worker, his face filled with longing for his vacation. Ding dong. When the elevator door opened again, the bright underground exit was empty, looking eerily quiet. Hey! What's going on at the station today? Why is there no one here? An Lan couldn't figure out the situation, quickly walking towards the exit of the passage, a thick layer of white mist immediately shrouded his vision. Hey! Driver! Is there a driver? I'll pay 50, take me directly to community. Is there anyone? Shouting into the mist, according to An Lan's memory, the car station exit should have been filled with taxis waiting for passengers. But after exiting the station, there was only thick white mist. I'll give 50. 50. His own voice echoed, continuously bouncing back in the fog. With no choice, An Lan could only quicken his pace into the mist, TSK. So annoying, how can there be no cars? Ha! Just after he said this, a terrifying shriek suddenly came out from the oppressive mist. Ha! An Lan vigilantly looked around. Who? Damn it! Playing games with me? I'll record a video right now and upload it to DY. Come out. Dare to mess with me? You're definitely not in Shenyang streets. Where are you? After shouting for a while, that strange shriek disappeared. An Lan frowned and once again ran wildly into the mist. Tap tap tap. But the more he ran, the colder he felt behind him. Ha! Suddenly, a shadow resembling a balloon appeared above him. An Lan looked up and couldn't help but freeze. In the white mist, a round shadow was faintly visible. Upon closer inspection, that was a human head. It was a dark-skinned person, somewhat resembling an A3 with white eyes, staring fixedly at him, swirling in the air. What the hell? What the hell? Damn it! Head balloon. An Lan was so scared that he fell to the ground, not forgetting to pull out his phone to take pictures. What the hell? If this gets out, I'll go viral? Ha! Delighted, he opened DY, but the next moment, An Lan was dumbfounded. No signal. It showed not in service, and inexplicably, his neck suddenly itched and throbbed. An Lan scratched it, only to find a huge lump popping up. The lump exaggeratedly grew larger, and soon the outline of a human face appeared. An Lan. An Lan. Ha ha ha, I want you down to keep me company. I want you down to be with me. Suddenly, the lump on his neck transformed into a head resembling an A3, grinning at An Lan. What the hell? What the hell? Help! Frantically slapping at the human head on his neck, An Lan ran quickly into the mist. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. But he didn't notice that the floating head balloon was slowly following him, and surprisingly, with a puff puff puff, the facial lump grew, squeezing out a second head. That head was unmistakably a woman's face, blooming like cherry blossoms. He. An Lan, come down and keep me company. Encountering a syphilis woman on a blind date, asking for 380,000 as a betrothal gift. What the hell? What's going on? What's happening? Why does it feel like An Lan suddenly became so dramatic? Isn't it just strange? Is he really that scared? Top pilot Snake, it's not just An Lan, the other national competitors seem to change once they get off the bus, becoming submissive. Let me take a look, is the station starting to devour memories again? I feel like they've never seen anything strange before, and An Lan's performance now is like an office worker seeing something bizarre for the first time. Wait. The last station swallowed past memories. So this station, she's I station. It won't swallow current memories, right? If that's the case, don't the competitors think they are just normal office workers? What the hell? If that's the case, that's too unexplainable. At the same time, the live broadcast room's bullet comments have already gone crazy. The so-called onlooker is clear, the person involved is confused. Viewing the instance from a god's perspective, the audience suddenly understood. But at the same time, they were more shocked by this instance's difficulty, as if no one intervened. Could the instance participants know who they are and what they are doing? At the same time, State Pond City Defense Department. A crowd of people surrounded the live broadcast screen, their faces tense. What should we do? Should we use the evil call now to tell An Lan what's happening? Among the remaining countries, we are the only ones who haven't used off-field assistance. If we use it now, I think it's the best opportunity. What do you all think? Yening looked at An Lan in the live broadcast, who was in a state of panic and running away, fearing he might collapse at any second. Having lost his past and current memories, An Lan no longer had his calm demeanor, nor a clear mind. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary passerby. She was scared. Truly afraid that this guy might just die. Yes. I think so too. Use a hint. We can't let An Lan run around chaotically like this anymore. Ho Yong could no longer hold back and had already started to dial the evil call. But wait. Lu Xian stopped everyone. Wait a bit longer. What? Wait longer? This time An Lan doesn't have the hints from Shandy. He also has no talent to stay alive. How can he wait? Yening did not understand, but Lu Xian shook her head. We only have one chance for off-field assistance. We must analyze clearly how to save An Lan completely. If it's just a phone reminder, it won't mean much. Besides, An Lan is still An Lan. No matter what stage he has become, I believe that with his nature, he can still find a way to survive. Just wait, be patient. Find a way to survive before dialing the phone. This. Alright. With a pause in his actions, everyone in the Defense Department stared intently at the live broadcast screen. Ah. Damn it. Damn it. Others encounter sweet and lovely girls when playing. Why did I run into a head balloon? Damn it. In the mist, An Lan screamed while running. He kept looking back into the mist, pressing the phone to dial 110. Unfortunately. Beep 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 beep. There was only a busy tone on the phone. This must be a dream. My house is only a few minutes from the high-speed train station, and I've been running for almost 20 minutes. Why can't I find any sign of my neighborhood? Wake up! Super Universe man, wake up, it's me, Shafulin. continuously pinching his face. The clear pain came and An Lan was confused. In the next moment, a charming voice rang out, "Yo, little brother, do you like watching Ultraman more, or do you like watching me more?" Puff, puff, puff. Between his earlobe and neck, a lump of flesh wriggled, and a huge tumor slowly bulged. This time, a Japanese woman's face gradually formed and appeared under An Lan's earlobe. Slurp. The woman stuck out her crimson tongue and began to lick An Lan's jaw. An Lan's right eyelid twitched wildly, his head inexplicably drooping, and he immediately saw two heads looking straight at him. Damn it! Damn it! Get away! Get away! Pulling at the flesh tumor on his neck, An Lan used all his strength, but the Indian and the Japanese woman just laughed even harder. An Lan, come down and join us, come down and be with us. I'll join you in hell. Damn! Damn! Stabilizing his tilted head, An Lan wanted to run in the direction of home. When a person encounters danger, they instinctively want to run home. This is a psychological suggestion and common sense. But this time, after taking 2 steps, An Lan hesitated. No, wait. Looking at the current situation, am I really still in my own city? Or, with head balloons around, could there be a ghost wall preventing me from getting home? Frowning in thought, a shadow floated above him again. 2 mixed round shadows floated over, and above the white mist, 2 mingling head balloons appeared. One was the Indian's head, the other was the Japanese woman's head. The 2 heads were as large as hydrogen balloons, grinning with exaggerated mouths, circling above An Lan's head. An Lan, soon, very soon, you will come to join us. Creepy, creepy, creepy. After the words fell, 2 head balloons split open at their centers with a stripe of blood, and from the blood, a wriggling flesh mass emerged again. That was another human head pushing out. An Lan Appa. I'm coming, oh. This time, it was a greasy-faced person from Korea. With the new head balloon appearing in the sky, An Lan's neck sank again, and this time a lump appeared at the back of his neck, twisting into the corresponding Korean head. An Lan felt a heaviness at the back of his head, and he could not help but lean backward. He now could barely walk steadily. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell are you? An Lan couldn't figure out what had attracted this thing. He held onto his head, stepping back, while the head balloon in the sky did not attack him. The head on his neck was just cursing. An Lan, come down and be with us. Come down and be with us. Damn. Damn. Why can this thing follow me no matter where I run? And, my next head grows because a corresponding head appears from the head balloon. Will new heads grow? Then, now there are 3 heads. How many heads can there be at most? What will happen when it reaches the limit? A strange chill started to creep in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, An Lan hesitated and glanced back at the road he came from, and he suddenly ran like crazy toward the station. Since I met you at the station. Then, the clue should be at the station, right? Pat pat pat. After just running a few meters, the head balloon hovering in the sky suddenly stopped laughing, its twisted features stiffened. An Lan, you are doomed. You are doomed. The 3 lump heads hanging from his neck, which continuously cursed him, suddenly opened their mouths and began to bite at An Lan's back and chest. What the hell? Rip, rip, the sounds of flesh tearing echoed, and An Lan felt pain like electric shocks, stumbling and falling heavily to the ground. He. And just when An Lan fell, a new head balloon twitched again, and another head balloon began to fill up from the gap. This time, the head revealed was a beautiful person with blonde hair and blue eyes. An Lan. An Lan. You little fish, clean my shoes. Clean my shoes. Puff puff puff. On the other side of the earlobe, a flesh lump emerged, and An Lan, struggling to hold the ground, couldn't lift his head. Now he had a head hanging on each side of his neck, as if tied down by 4 boulders. Not only was his neck sore and swollen, but his entire spine was under intense tension. He had a feeling that if heads kept growing, his neck might snap directly. Damn it! Are you a French gambling god? Do you want to check the cards? An Lan, come down and be with us. Come down and be with us. The 4 heads bit at An Lan's shoulders, chest, and back, and with a rip, a large cloud of blood mist exploded, and chunks of flesh were bitten off from An Lan's upper body, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Screw. Screw. He. You can't escape. The head balloon above in the white mist grinned wickedly, watching as another head was about to grow out. An Lan actually pushed himself off the ground, adopting a dog-like position, desperately running on all 4s back the way he came. What? You. The head balloon seemed shocked for a few seconds before their faces tightened up, chasing after An Lan. Damn. I knew it. The moment I headed to the station, you stopped laughing. The more you don't want me to go, the more I want to. If you want An Lan's life, it won't be that easy. Rip, rip. As his flesh was constantly gnawed on, a long line of blood trailed behind him. He frowned, his arms trembling as he crawled forward. His head could not be lifted, the weight of the heads on his neck was too heavy, forcing him to move like a four-legged animal. Do you think you can escape? There's no time. There's no time. Pooh. As the mist parted, the outline of the station entrance finally appeared. Floating above was the head balloon, clearly revealing 4 heads twitching, and among the cracks, a new head balloon emerged again. An Lan. An Lan. Come torment me. Come on. This time, a foreign woman with deep-set eyes and gray lips appeared. The moment she appeared, her eyes fixated on An Lan. An Lan's head tilted again, as a lump of flesh swelled up. The new woman's head was dragging a section of flesh from her neck, slithering on top of other lumps of flesh like a lazy snake. In the end, that deformed face of the foreign woman actually pressed in front of An Lan, sticking out her tongue and licking his face endlessly. An Lan. An Lan. Stay. Stay and keep me company. Stay. Damn. Thud. As the weight of the new head hit him, An Lan halted in his forward motion and crashed at the entrance of the station. His eyes were blank, allowing the foreign woman's head to continue kissing his forehead, nose, and lips. Blood gushed from his chest, and with his fall, An Lan lost all strength. Because, he felt it this time, there was a movement of a lump of flesh on his head. The 6th head was about to grow out. Run. Ha ha ha, why aren't you running? Little weakling? On the head balloon, the beautiful man's face taunted, and An Lan closed his eyes, letting out a helpless sigh. I've given up. I actually didn't die at a woman's hands, but at a monster's hands? Dragon Knight in Jeeping, damn. Amazing. Even if An Lan has lost his self-awareness, is he still thinking about picking up girls in his primal instincts? Good. Good. As expected of a master-level figure. Evil Spirit Knight Ning Kaichan. To be fair, An Lan is impressive. He's just an ordinary person now, yet he can hold on for so long, even seeming to predict something? Wild Boar Peppa, ah. What a pity. Even if he figured something out, it's too late. At An Lan's current state, he cannot make it back to the station. It's a shame, this guy is quite interesting, I actually like him. In that instant, the livestream screen also froze, and many bullet comments began to express their feelings. As observers from above, they could instantly see what was happening to the contestants. But the contestants themselves could never understand that they were actually forgetful challengers. An Lan was dead, and most people remained calm about it. After all, the mountain saddle side had already completed their evacuation. It could only be said that some people felt a bit regretful that such a lively contestant exited so soon. But just as despair filled the comments, and while An Lan let the foreign woman's head do as it pleased, a bright voice rang in An Lan's ear. An Lan. I'm Lu Xian, your colleague from the State Pool City's Defense Bureau. My time is limited, listen carefully. Everything happening now is not an illusion, you are traversing a horror instance. You must live through this, or the real world will be affected, and you will die. Ha! Suddenly hearing this strange voice, An Lan's eyes shot open. What are you babbling about? Don't believe me? If you don't believe, just open your palm and take a look. Ah! Unconsciously, he lifted his palm and saw a line he had written, Believe that voice. Chapter 89, Believe that voice. Part 2. What the hell? Is this my writing? When did I write this? How come I don't remember? An Lan was in a daze. What is going on? But the next moment, the voice in his ear completely stopped his thinking. You, An Lan, grew up in an orphanage until you were 12, entered a primary and secondary school with free meals and accommodations at 13. When you were 16, you wrote a love letter to your high school English teacher but didn't dare to send it. At 18, your college life was spent indulging in nonsense. After graduating from college, you found a mediocre job, loved slacking off at work. After work, playing games. Oh right, your online shopping record shows that you once bought. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. I said stop. Did you install surveillance at my home? An Lan originally didn't believe it, but when the other party mentioned the corner, he had no choice but to believe. No one can understand oneself like this, right? Even if the other person deceived him, someone who understands him this deeply can be fooled once and again. Besides, he still has hints left in his palm, right? Do you believe it now? I believe it. But what does it matter? Can you make me fly with 5 heads out of nowhere? An Lan still didn't move, a tearing pain throbbed in his head, as a wriggling mass of flesh pushed out from his skull, slowly transforming into the face of a bear-like man. An Lan. An Lan. This severed head was oddly polite. After appearing, it only looked at An Lan with pity, but An Lan remained unmoved. Flying is out of the question. However, I just saw that you should have discovered, right? This head balloon is preventing you from going back to the station. Or rather, have you noticed that it's only after you left the station that heads started to grow on you? Right. I guessed this, so I thought about going back. You're really something. You can think of a way in this situation. Now, pay close attention to yourself, or carefully look towards your blind spots. Do you see 2 skill icons? Choose one of them and activate a illusion ability to create the appearance of you running out of the station. Then, once that head balloon follows your illusion away, you have a chance to run back into the station. Remember, be quick. Get back inside the station and find the magnetic card to reboard the train. Your greatest strength isn't skills, but bubbling. ZZZZZZ. ZZZZZZ. Suddenly, the voice cut off. An Lan smacked his lips, his expression was still dazed. What? My greatest strength isn't skills? It's bubbles? Bubblefoot? He grumbled, but as Lu Xian's voice faded away, his gaze suddenly sharpened, focusing on the surroundings. Indeed. He hadn't noticed earlier, in the corner of his vision, there had always been 2 inconspicuous symbols. One was a colorful circular long mirror symbol, and the other was a black and white clock symbol. If you looked closely, one was called Mirage and the other was called Perfect Timeline. The effects displayed alongside. Ha! Warden? I still have this thing? Good, good, good. His gaze paused at one-time use, and the voice in An Lan's ear became increasingly mixed. An Lan. Come down and keep me company. Little poor guy, polish my shoes. Ha! Child's play. Through a crowd of heads, An Lan could see the head balloon still wriggling, seemingly about to grow the 7th head. He couldn't determine what the 7th head would be, but he had a strange intuition. If the 7th head appeared, he might instantly perish. Mirage. Water moon. Buzz. The moment the ability selection activated, in the empty mist, the space twisted and warped, and where An Lan was, suddenly a mirror-like flash flickered, and the An Lan who was originally lying on the ground stood up and began to run wildly towards the misty distance, disappearing. Ha! Can still run? Is it the last struggle of adrenaline? The head balloon rotated in midair, the new head that was wriggling between the flesh immediately froze, not growing out anymore. The 6 heads simultaneously looked in the direction where An Lan had disappeared, and with a whoosh, they dove into the mist. Hoo. The fog was sharp. Once the head balloon moved away, An Lan's location changed. He was awkwardly hunched over, dragging the 6 heads on his neck, crawling slowly like a dog, making his way into the station basement. Ha! 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 He crawled slowly but persistently. He crawled all the way to the basement elevator entrance, and An Lan pressed the elevator button again. With a ding sound. When the elevator door opened, he realized that all the heads on him mysteriously closed their eyes. It felt like being trapped in a deep sleep. Oh. So, the further I am from the station, the more heads multiply? The closer I get to the station, the heads actually go into dormancy? No wonder that thing resists me going back to the station so much. That woman said I need to find the magnetic card to get back to the car? Does that mean I have to take the high-speed train? After entering the elevator, An Lan dragged the heavy heads back to the station platform. The white mist still lingered, and as An Lan crossed the mist, he looked towards the bright sunlight on the horizon. The huge sign of the Twilight Express was shining, and inside the window, a blonde woman with blue eyes was staring at him, pointing towards the waiting hall. Ha! An Lan was stunned for a moment, looking at the 40 heart symbol above the woman's head, pondering, and chose to believe her. Tap tap tap. Once he walked into the waiting hall, he casually searched around and unexpectedly found himself in front of a ticket vending machine, where he got a new transfer card by scanning his face. Twilight Express, cherished at Station Future Station. The moment the magnetic card was in his hand, the sleeping heads on An Lan's neck, one after another, as if they were slumbering, turned to ashes and fell to the ground. This. An Lan hesitated for a moment, holding the magnetic card, and walked out of the waiting hall, heading towards the Twilight Express. Oh darling. I really didn't mistake the person. You really can come back. As soon as he boarded the train, a soft mass leaped into his arms. Before An Lan could react, Sandy hugged him tightly and gave him a long wet kiss. You? Under An Lan's surprised gaze, Sandy pulled him into the carriage, the corners of her mouth suddenly curling into a wicked smile. Darling, there's no one here now, what do you think about, in the carriage? Meanwhile. Outside the station. 6 heads in the shape of head balloons swirled around, chasing An Lan for a while before losing direction. At the center of the heads, the fleshy tumor that was supposed to grow had been stuck in the gap, unable to take shape. It, astonishingly, had the same face as An Lan. Damn. Where is that guy? Where is he? Puff puff puff. The fleshy tumor kept writhing, trying to push through the gap and take shape, but it couldn't do it for a long time. Perhaps it needed An Lan to be present to fully break through the gap and take shape. Damn. Damn. It's just one last step. Just one last step. In its rage, the fleshy tumor floated ceaselessly on the clouds. Where on earth? Where did he go? That human. That human. Puff. 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 But. The next moment. The six-head balloons suddenly shriveled, as if they had been poked with a hole, and as their faces shriveled, they quickly fell and burned, while the fleshy tumor inside widened its pupils. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he have returned to the train? No. No. Chapter 90, The Amazing Mika Lin. At the same time, in the United Nations broadcasting studio. Because the contestants were scattered, the studio turned into multiple windows showing live broadcasts simultaneously. The changes on An Lan's side instantly ignited a frenzy in the entire broadcast studio. Free America, gun battles every day, Ward? He went back to the station? How did he do it? No. Even if he had outside hints, what was that just now, an illusion? Isn't An Lan's talent charm? Does he have more tricks up his sleeve? The divine cow is my dad, no. It's a skill. Only by perfectly clearing the challenge can you get a one-time skill. That's why I wondered why Dragon Country sent this person to compete. It turns out he has skills. Applying for heritage, must apply for heritage, damn. Dragon Country has been pretending to be a pig eating a tiger this whole time. Hack my north and south green beans, what pig eating a tiger? Didn't you see An Lan still thinking about problems after he turned into a normal person? If he had a better constitution, he could have run back to the station without even using a skill. Hey, a cool milk dragon, yeah. What about your contestant? Can you understand what's happening? He's still going in circles, right? What the hell? Why is An Lan's live broadcast going dark again? Hey. Then suddenly brightened. Suddenly. A barrage, like thunder, instantly caught everyone's attention. The TV suddenly shouted, Tai Jun, don't. Everyone instantly put down their phones and all turned to look at the TV. Oh no. Is it black screen again? What is happening? No way. The screen is bright again, nothing is happening. Disappointed face. You were given a chance and you messed it up. Amidst the noisy comments, in An Lan's window An Lan was being pinned down in the chair by Sean D. The two of them were face to face, breathing heavily, staring at each other, ready for a spark to ignite. Suddenly, they were struck by a frozen gaze and both of them stopped and looked out the window. Yes. A gaze. Outside the car window, Mika Lin was pressed against the window, her eyes wide open, staring intensely at this side of the car seat. What the hell? Who is she? An Lan was stunned. Even though he was amnesiac, that beating heart made him sure that Sean D meant no harm to him. As for the woman outside the car window, looking at her appearance and her heart-shaped approval rating above her head, An Lan guessed she should also be a contestant from the same time. But the weird thing was, this woman was completely still. She just hung onto the car window, looking at him and Sean D getting cozy, her lips unable to help but breathe hot air, her hands seemingly caressing her own belly. At first glance, it felt a bit creepy, right? To be honest. Being stared at like that instantaneously took away An Lan's interest. Sean D in his arms, on the other hand, turned red. Wow. There's an audience. This just got even more exciting. After saying that, she began to reach for An Lan's pants, and An Lan jolted up. No. Forget it. This is too much. Performing here? He couldn't even imagine how he would communicate with that foreign girl afterward if they really went that far. No. Sean D continued to act cute, her legs wrapping around An Lan's waist. But the next moment, her gaze suddenly turned sharp. Mika Lin outside the car window vanished. Sean D flickered and suddenly appeared at the car door. Mika Lin was just about to step in, but was blocked. Stop. Where is your transfer card? Transfer card? Mika Lin was taken aback, obviously not knowing what a transfer card was. She had lost her memory too. She didn't even know why she was here. As for why she had pressed against the car window just now, it was purely instinct, driven by curiosity to approach the window. Looking inside at the romantic scene, she was mesmerized and excited to see more. However, unfortunately, that man was not rough enough, and she felt greatly disappointed. Fortunately, she wanted to get into the car to meet An Lan but was blocked by Sean D. If you don't want to die, find your ride card and come back. Get lost. Under Sean D's cold gaze, Mika Lin hesitated and returned to the fog. Day. Outside the window, Mei Ka-lin's figure appeared before An Lan again. She looked at An Lan inside, staring for quite a while, then pursed her lips and quickly walked back into the dense mist. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of the United Nations. EX curry stick, no way? This is so strange. Everyone else has left the train station, why is Mei Ka-lin still wandering around? Hurry up. I want to watch the show. Jiang Nan Wolong, my pants are off, why can't An Lan do anything? He got scared just being watched? Isn't this supposed to be more thrilling? Shi Bei Feng Cho, 666 to the one above. An Lan is not his original self anymore, being alert is perfectly normal. Also, is Mei Ka-lin also enchanted by An Lan? Is this guy just too lucky? Because he has charmed her, she's now stuck here and hasn't left the train station? By the way, have you noticed? This Mei Ka-lin hasn't used her talent until now. Yes. What is up with this girl? The comments were all focused on Mei Ka-lin. And throughout it all, not a single Iron Tower Country comment had appeared in the live broadcast room. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Walking hesitantly in the thick fog, Mei Ka-lin originally intended to go to the waiting hall. But somehow, she found herself in front of the elevator entrance, her memory hazy. She vaguely remembered that she now was supposed to drive her sister to school? How did I end up at the bus station? Did I party too hard at the nightclub last night? Left to die here? Yes, I have to say, that Asian man earlier was quite to my liking. Ding dong. After pressing the elevator button, Mei Ka-lin stepped inside, her mind lingering on An Lan's face. She subconsciously pinched the wound on her belly, shivering slightly, displaying a look of satisfaction. Whoa. I should have taken a picture of that man. Next time, I could show it to my phone. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened again, interrupting Mei Ka-lin's train of thought. She stared blankly at the long corridor leading outside, moving her feet quickly. Puff, puff, puff. Meanwhile, outside the bus station, a head balloon slowly floated in, as if sensing Mei Ka-lin's approach. This head balloon gradually formed facial features, turning into An Lan's face. He. He. She's coming. She's finally coming. The head balloon hidden in the mist stared intently at the station exit. As soon as Mei Ka-lin appeared, it would scare her, forcing her to instinctively run out of the station, getting farther and farther away, thus triggering the death condition, killing her. But, just as the head balloon stared hard at the station's exit. Tap tap tap. The footsteps in the dark corridor suddenly stopped. Half of Mei Ka-lin's face was already visible at the exit, but she stood there motionless, her face twisted in a weird frown, seemingly hesitating. Come out. Hurry up. Just one more step. The cracks in the head balloon had opened wide, ready to form a second balloon. But Mei Ka-lin seemed trapped in indecision, not moving an inch. Hoo. In the thick fog, this woman was stuck at the safety line's edge, unwilling to move. Why? Why can't I forget that man? He already has a woman. Logically, I shouldn't like stealing someone else's man. My sister is still waiting for me. I should leave quickly. Tap. One foot stepped out of the station, a black shadow in the sky was overjoyed, about to swoop down. Ha! Wait. That man showed clear signs of rejection when he was with that woman, he must be rejecting her, right? Yes. He rejects that woman. So do I have a chance? Tap. Mei Ka-lin frowned, the foot she just stepped out with was drawn back again. Thump. The black shadow in the sky rose again. Forget it. It's just a brief encounter. My sister is more important. One foot stepped out again, the shadow in the air rejoiced, about to descend. No. What if that person is my true destiny? The stepped-out foot was once again retracted, the shadow in the air angrily rose up. Sister is important. Sister is important. Sister is important, my ass. My happiness is what matters. But he has a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend doesn't matter, as long as he's not married, I still have a chance. Like being pulled back and forth, Mei Ka-lin moved back and forth at the exit, the shadow in the air kept jumping up and down, its eyes bulging, damn. What the hell? Is this woman out of her mind? Didn't she lose her memory? Could she see through everything, and is playing with me? The head balloon was utterly confused. What the hell is this woman doing? At the same time, the comments exploded. Dragon Knighting jeeping, damn. Precise steps, bouncing back and forth? No way. You guys tell me Mei Ka-lin really lost her memory? Isn't she glitching? Wild Boar Peppa, 666. Jumping back and forth, this woman really has something, right? What egg is New Year's, hey? I'm out again. Hey. I'm in again. Hey, come and hit me? Strange, come hit me? Ha ha ha. Can't take it anymore. Damn, this horror scenario has turned into a comedy because of this woman. Does this person really have something to say? At this moment, as the comments exploded, Michaelin seemed to have made up her mind. Sister's happiness can't be delayed, even if my little sister's studies can. Sorry, little sister. Tat-hata. She was determined. Michaelin turned and ran back to the station, even jogging back to the elevator, taking it up. Hurry, hurry. I need to find a way to get on that train before it leaves, and sit beside that man. This is a big deal. For some unknown reason, Michaelin just wanted to get back on the train. Though the goal was strange, she somehow managed to escape the death rule. No. No. This woman. This woman. What's going on? Hiss. Outside the station, the human head balloon slowly deflated, looking unwillingly at the interior of the station. Huff, huff, huff. In the thick fog, Michaelin jogged into the waiting hall. She instinctively walked to the ticket vending machine, swiped her face, and received a transfer card. Then, she impatiently rushed towards the Twilight train. At the same time, inside the Twilight train. After driving Michaelin away, Shandy returned to the car, playfully looking at An Lan. As she walked, she took off her high heels, hat, scarf, and tight skirt, leaving them scattered messily in the aisle. My baby. She looked alluring like a fairy, with a daring skin-colored lingerie under her clothes. With the sway of her peach-shaped hips, the peaks beneath her snug underwear kept rising. Baby. Come on. I can't hold back anymore. Thud. She lunged at An Lan again, who, holding Shandy in his arms, hesitantly pointed to the direction of the bathroom. How about going there? No. It has to be on the seat. I want my face pressed against the window. Shandy even wanted to teach An Lan hand in hand, already lying on the window, her face squished against the glass, distorted. Her voluptuous body twisted, imagining An Lan embracing her from behind. But the next moment, her face suddenly darkened. Because outside the foggy window, Michaelin appeared again. Still in the same posture, the same expression, Michaelin pressed her face against the window, her eyes wide open looking inside. The two women locked eyes in silence. You. Why are you back again? Shandy's features twisted, while Michaelin glanced at the well-dressed An Lan behind Shandy, inexplicably sighing in relief, waving her transfer card. I'm here to ride. You. How could you? In disbelief. Shandy never expected this woman could come back so quickly? Didn't she run into the human head balloon? Tat-hata. With a crisp sound of footsteps in the carriage, Michaelin unabashedly plopped down next to An Lan. She grabbed An Lan's arm and leaned closer, maintaining a cold expression without saying a word. At this moment, An Lan had a beauty on either side. One woman held her arm, while the other clung to her neck. Amidst their glances, An Lan seemed to sense the tension in the air and immediately fell silent. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. 666. 666. What spell interruption maniac? Michaelin, if you want to touch An Lan, you have to kill me first. Rule paradox, whenever you want to eat An Lan, a Michaelin will randomly appear nearby, staring at you. The comments exploded at this scene. Everyone kept marveling at Michaelin's actions, but on the other side, the Iron Tower Nation live broadcast room had locked down, only citizens with verification could enter. In the Iron Tower Nation live broadcast room, the comments were harmonious. There really isn't a gambler, haha, a bunch of fools. Do they really think Michaelin is just lucky? I don't know if the tower is leaning, but I am certainly enchanted. This is inevitable. Everything is inevitable. Because Lady Maker-in, she is the captain of the reserve national team. In the Louvre, I gradually understand everything. That An Lan's talent seems to have confused Lady Maker-in. But because she was confused, Lady Maker-in would not leave the station for An Lan, thus escaping this disaster. Is this the charm of an SSS-level talent? The barrage was filled with things outsiders could not understand. In the capital of the Iron Tower country, Liba, within the president's office. At this moment, a group of ministers watched the live broadcast, enthusiastically discussing, Mr. President, you don't need to watch anymore. Lady Maker-in will pass this challenge. That's right. After all, it's Maker-in. Truly the treasure of our Iron Tower country. Snap. Amidst the discussions, the president of the Iron Tower country picked up a file with satisfaction, on which was clearly written Maker-in's information. Maker-in. Gender, female. Age, 27. Personality, silent, introverted, with self-destructive tendencies. Talent ability, absolute luck. Talent level, SSS. Absolute luck, whatever you do, whatever happens, things will always develop towards a good outcome. You cannot actively use this skill, it is a passive effect that lasts continuously. P.S. There is only one update today, after the test next month, there will be 3 updates. Happy New Year everyone! Chapter 91, When 3 people travel together, one must be introverted, Part 1. Speaking of both sides. On An Lan's side, surrounded by a hellish battlefield, when he was silent, things were grim for Bill. At that time, besides An Lan, Bill, Menloloka, Jin Ben Shua, and Meika Rin all got off the car together and walked toward the waiting hall. However, Meika Rin, possessing absolute luck, instinctively felt that following the group would not be good, so she chose to walk slowly alone. She wandered around the misty platform, and as her consciousness faded, she instinctively walked towards a train window, which led to the earlier scene where An Lan and Sandy were close, being watched by her. Back to the moment just before getting off the train. Damn it! This damn foot is such a hassle. Damn it, come and help me. Bill led the way, bouncing around like a frog. As soon as Jin Ben Shua heard Bill's call, his face immediately darkened, but he still forced a dramatic smile. Lord Bill, how about I carry you? Not bad, besides cherry blossoms, your country is the most sensible. Okay. I've decided, this time I'll take you with me through the instance. After that, we can stroll around your area in America, I've heard there are great things there. Bill smiled wickedly, and upon hearing this, Jin Ben Shua's already strained smile became even more uncomfortable. His body lay on the ground like a dog, waiting for Bill to climb onto his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A thick fog swirled in the train station. Menloloka, walking last, suddenly stopped, looked back, and with a surprised expression said, Hey? Where are Meika Rin and An Lan? Why haven't they caught up yet? Just that one look. Menloloka felt his mind starting to become dazed. Now, memories are being stripped away. He stared blankly back for a while, and after his mind cleared, when he looked at the 2 foreigners in front of him, he muttered strangely, Huh? Isn't this a remote station in Bear Nation? Why are there suddenly 2 foreigners today? Well. Forget it, the sooner I go home to drink and warm up, the better. Shaking his head, Menloloka quickly walked past the 2 people as if he didn't know Bill and the others. Ah. You damned cripple, who told you to lie on my back? Do you know my coat is very expensive? I still want to attend the idle training camp. Get lost, you damned cripple. At the same time, the 2 people in front, Jin Ben Shua, who was carrying Bill, walked only a dozen meters, and after appearing at the elevator entrance, he suddenly seemed to realize something, grabbed the person on his back, and his face turned furious. Wardfa? Am I not having a party at home? How did I end up here? Hey! Where are my thighs? Bill was also in a daze. But. Get lost. Before he could be confused, Jin Benjua executed a shoulder throw, throwing Bill directly to the ground with a loud crash. Dust flew everywhere, and Bill landed face-first in the dirt, covered in grime. Shit. Do you know who I am? I am Bill, the vice-captain of the football team, you son of a, you. I don't care who you are. Damn it. The back of Appa is only for girls. When did you climb up here? Let me tell you, if you provoke me again, I will send you under the platform. You lame bastard. Jin Benjua patted his clothes, a fierce look on his face. He stepped up and kicked Bill's injured leg in midair, and Bill, holding his broken leg, shrank back, lying on the ground, not daring to move. You, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely, don't hit me. For anyone who can become a member of the national team, who doesn't have a bit of temper? Now everyone has lost their memory, and no one thinks anyone is tough, they all want to push each other a bit. Alright. Why are you fighting? We are all here to play the bear, let's be peaceful and have fun. At the elevator entrance, Menloloka pressed the elevator button and, surprisingly, acted as a peacemaker. Damn. What bear? Isn't this the bus to Axis Han? Ah, you dirt dog. What are you talking about? Jin Benjua glared at Menloloka and was the first to squeeze into the elevator. Ha? Korean? Are you drunk? Menloloka shook his head nonchalantly, looking at Bill lying on the ground, helplessly shrugging. Hey, friend, why are you, a lame man, provoking young people? I'll take you out to the station, go to the embassy. You guys. When I get out, I'm going to kill you. Are you kidnappers? Where did you saw off my thigh? Friend, did you drink too much fake wine? Pulling the still struggling Bill, the 3 squeezed into the elevator with different expressions. Bang bang bang. The elevator began to go down. Meanwhile, the barrage had exploded. Free America, gun battles every day, oh no. No. Shit. Our Lord Bill, how did he become such a fool? Too stupid. Actually got ridden on the face by a Korean? Get him. Bill. Where's your dominance? Applying for heritage, must apply. Jean Benjua, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on the noble beautiful person? Are you crazy? Beautiful brother, we were wrong. This is all Jean Benjua's personal behavior. Bear Country Liquor Store, huh? Did I see wrong? Menlawoka actually became a peacemaker? The one who loves fighting the most turned into a peacemaker? Wild Boar Peppa, coming from An Lan, I think I know, now everyone has lost their memory. They probably think the other two are just local tourists, right? Interesting, it really became a reality. The biggest bully Bill actually became the most miserable? The one who loves fighting the most, Menlawoka, instead became a messenger of peace? Hahaha, this trio is a bit interesting. The barrage kept surging, and it was estimated that no one expected what was anticipated to be a chaotic battle between national players turned into a noisy brawl with 3 people. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. When the elevator reached the underground level, the doors opened, and Jean Benjua covered his nose in disgust and quickly walked out. It was as if he feared that staying longer with Bill and Menlawoka would pollute his air. Damn. What a bad luck. When I become famous, I must apply for a special bus station for APA to prevent you alcoholics. In Jean Benjua's eyes, Bill and Menlawoka also seemed to be tourists in Korea, drunks having fun. He hurriedly walked until he reached the entrance of the station, looking at the vast and endless exit, his face showing a strange expression. Damn, isn't the square outside the station Axis-han? What is this? Damn. Damn. Where has it brought me? Is this still Korea? He hesitated. The two behind also walked out. Brother, you are a cripple, just stay home and don't run around. What if you go out and encounter a bear? Damn bear. There are no bears in the beautiful country of New York. There are only crocodiles in my backyard. TSK, look at you, you've drunk too much, right? Blowing hot air, have you ever seen a crocodile? You're just bragging? Menloka was indeed there out of kindness, supporting Bill's shoulder and helping him walk with a limp. The two kept talking, but when they reached the bus station, staring at the vast white fog, they fell into a strange silence. Damn. This isn't much fun. This isn't the bus stop in front of my house. Where is this? New York doesn't have a bus stop like this. The three stopped at the bus stop, their expressions filled with surprise. As the thick fog drifted away, 3 round shadows floated in the sky, slowly drifting towards the bus stop. Damn. Jean Benjua cursed, leading the way out of the bus station, as a shadow in the sky slowly descended, gradually enlarging and starting to cover him. The empty bus station suddenly echoed with oppressive hissing sounds of ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He paused, looked up, and his face turned pale. A human head. A human head the size of a hydrogen balloon floated in the sky. That head was Bill's face, pallid. It opened its mouth filled with densely packed steel-like fangs, hovering above him. Ha 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 ha, you finally came. Damn. 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 Jean Benjua's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but step back repeatedly. What? What? What the hell are you? He was confused, watching the human head balloon in the sky while looking back at Bill, who was still staring blankly at the outside. His face darkened immediately. Damn it. It must be you, you cripple. You're playing tricks, right? Damn. Is that thing made by you? He pulled Bill away from Menloka, grabbing Bill by the neck, dragging him towards the floating face. As their identical faces came close, Jean Benjua's anger grew even more. I knew it. I knew it. You damn it. You cripple, is it you who brought me here? I'm not doing that. Don't think you can force me with these tricks. Damn you, we might as well all die. He. With both hands tightly gripping Bill's neck, Jean Benjua had long heard, in the land of the K-drama, if you want to become famous, you must be prepared to be the toy of the chaebols. Considering the previous situation combined with the human head balloon overhead, he hadn't thought of anything supernatural. He suspected he might have stumbled into some chaebol entertainment show. As fury filled his eyes, Jean Benjua gripped Bill so hard that Bill's eyes were turning white. But at that moment, puff puff puff. Another human head balloon flew over, hovering above Bill's head. This time, it was Menloka's human head balloon. That oddly smiling face widened its grin, letting out a strange laugh. They're here, they're all here. You damn it? You're in on this too? Seeing Menloka's head, Jean Benjua's anger surged even more. He was already quite annoyed with these two foreign brutes, now suspected of plotting against him. He didn't care about anything, leaving Bill behind. He raised his fist and charged at Menloka. Ha! What is this? What family's custom is this? Releasing human head balloons? Menloka didn't pay any attention to the furious Jin Benshu, nonchalantly waving his large hand and pushing Jin Benshu off balance. He stepped out of the bus station, looking up at the sky. The third human head balloon slowly descended. This time, suspended above Menloka's head was Jin Benshu's human head balloon. What is this, a transformed drone? Don't say that, it's really scary, huh? With a loud thud, Menloka surprisingly discovered that his physical strength was so good, he actually jumped 2 meters high, grabbing the falling head balloon. Ha 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 ha. The head balloon laughed and wiggled strangely in Menloka's arms. Hey two friends. Do you think we might actually be participating in some kind of reality show? You know, like one where they randomly pick drunk people to participate in adventure tasks? Shaking the head balloon, Jin Benshu got up from the ground, looking at the head balloon in Menloka's hands, his expression becoming suspicious. However, the scene in front of them had already blown up the UN livestream comments completely. What the hell? What the hell? Menloka, you idiot, let go quickly. Get that thing away. No wonder they're from Russia. I said their country doesn't make many horror films. That's real drinking. They're really not afraid. 666. An Lan next door almost died because of this thing, and Menloka is hugging it like a pillow. You guys, copy participants, are all so awesome. Hurry. I'm dying here. No hints, I can only watch them guess blindly. What reality show is this? People are going to die. Just when the comments were about to explode. Ha. 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 3 head balloons quickly inflated, and 3 faces cracked open a bloody line, from which more folds emerged, inflating and slowly becoming bigger and rounder. Finally. Hiss. From the sides of the 3 heads, a small, black, dead face popped out. It was the head of Pakashalan. Poof poof poof. With the appearance of the Pakashalan head, Menloka, Bill, and Jin Benshu felt a swelling at their necks, where 2 growths quickly formed. The flesh bumps moved, with the outlines of facial features appearing on the surface, and eventually formed faces matching Pakashalan and the balloon above. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. They're coming. They're all coming. In an instant. Dozens of eerie laughter echoed in the mist. The faces on their necks and in the sky continued to laugh grotesquely. Jin Benshu was already dumbfounded. He kept tugging at the growth on his neck, screaming, "No! No! With this, how can I be an idol? Get away from me! Get away! Leave my body!" The harder he pulled, the more skin from his neck was dragged along by the growth, laughing merrily, "Almost there! Almost there, come be with me! I'll be with you, old moo!" Ha ha ha! On one side, Jin Benshu tugged at the growth, while on the other side, Bill was kneeling on the ground, his legs trembling, unable to hold back his fear. "Bro, I'm most afraid of these creepy things. Save me! Save me! I'll give you my alligator!" Bill subconsciously clung to Menloka's legs, wearing a desperate and pleading face. As a lame person, he had already started to give in and ask for help. Meanwhile, Menloka was still in a daze, rubbing the 2 mutated head balloons on his neck and chest. What the hell? Am I still drunk? You fool! Are you still confused? Run! Run fast! Jin Benshu reacted quickly. Unable to rip off the growth on his neck, he immediately turned cold, looking at the vast white fog in the distance, instinctively choosing to run into the open mist. Hey! Isn't it an illusion? Then, whatever, it's like talking to my 3-point basket. Trying to bite his lip, Menloka felt intense pain between his teeth and immediately lifted the head balloon in his arms, smashing it toward the head balloon, floating above Bill's head. Mamba out! Bang! The 4 head balloons collided, bursting with a spray of blood mist, the clouds above turning bright red. Without thinking much, Menloka picked up Bill and chased after Jin Benshu. Human beings, as gregarious animals, have a subconscious urge to survive in groups. Instinctively, the 3 of them ran together, quickly lying down in a patch of mist. Dodge, dodge. Who? 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 Damn. What the hell? Why did this have to happen to me? Damn it. I was supposed to become a national idol. Panting heavily, Jin Benshu was lying on the ground, occasionally glancing at the sky above. Men Carlo, carrying Bill, hid to the side, and within moments of catching their breath, a sudden sharp pain twisted their necks. A tumor at the back of their necks began to squirm, and the face of An Lan appeared on it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's too late. You can't escape. You won't survive. Not a chance. The face of An Lan sneered, and in the air above, 9 head balloons were gathering, wrapping together into a massive, solidified mass of flesh. It rose and fell, drifting toward them. Damn it! Why is it still here? Ah, damn it! Damn it! The back of my head. Jean Benchua got up, about to run again, but the An Lan face at the back of his head opened its needle-sharp teeth, and viciously bit into his spine, spraying a burst of blood mist. He stumbled. Jean Benchua crashed to the ground, desperately listening to the laughter echoing in his ears. You're dead. Jean Benchua, you're next. Come down and join us, you won't escape here. The voices grew louder, and Jean Benchua covered his ears, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly glancing toward Bill. His eyeballs were bulging out, and with gritted teeth, he ran toward Bill. Hey! Big guy! Run! Run! That damn stick fell down. As long as we run faster than that damn stick, the head balloons will definitely go after him, right? We're saved! We're saved! Carried by Men Carlo, Bill gazed at the massive ball in the sky, as though realizing something, whispering into Men Carlo's ear. But F***CK. Damn cripple. You're worthless. Go attract their hatred. With a powerful grip, Jean Benchua seized Bill on Men Carlo's back, his strength now terrifying. He had no idea where this strength came from. Hey! You! Just as Men Carlo was carrying Bill, stepping forward unguarded, Bill was suddenly yanked by someone, and with a loud bang, he was thrown into the air, flying further away. F***CK. F***CK. Mother ***cur. Damn stick. You wait for it. You wait for it. Bill flew back, shouting and cursing, his insults echoing in the mist. Men Carlo turned around, trying to find Bill again. With a slap sound, Jean Benchua's large hand landed on his arm. Are you sure? You still want to go after him? He's a cripple, what use is he? He's just a burden. A burden delaying our survival. The cold voice came again as Jean Benchua gestured for Men Carlo to look at the sky above. Poo poo poo. The massive round shape formed by the 9 head balloons was already rushing toward Bill, who was farther away. This. Men Carlo hesitated, both of them quietly retreating. In the thick fog, they could barely see Bill, limping as he got up, hopping and trying to escape. But had ha ha. Had ha ha. As the giant ball hovered above Bill's head. Poo. 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 1, 2, 3. The lumps on his neck exploded, and May Carlin, Jean Benchua, and Song Ben Hui heads sprouted out. Bill. You're finished. Bill. Bill, come down and join us. The voices grew more eerie and sinister, and the 9 head balloons in the sky burst open to reveal 3 more head balloons. Now 12 head balloons, all glaring down at Bill, their eyes like those of demons in hell. Bang! Suddenly, Bill's head exploded, and a mass of bloody flesh surged from his neck. This time, it was his own head that sprouted out, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Finally, it's here. Bill sneered, and suddenly, his shadow began to twist beneath him. Pooh. 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 Then, the Bill head that had grown tilted, and another new Bill head sprouted from his neck. 2 Bills locked eyes. The original Bill wore an expression of astonishment. Holy crap. I'm not dead? Ward? I have so many heads? Your talent? The other Bill coldly stared at Bill, and the 2 heads twisted around each other at the neck, starting to fight. This scene frightened Men Laoka and Jean Benchua watching from a distance, sending chills down their spines. Damn! I said that lame guy was off. He's also weird? What do we do now? What else can we do? Run! Run! Men Laoka looked helplessly at Jean Benchua, who, with a fierce look on his face, suddenly pushed Men Laoka out and ran quickly into the white mist. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I absolutely cannot die. I cannot die. I'm meant to be a national idol. As he ran, Jean Benchua glanced at the dazed Men Laoka, with a lucky expression on his face. Damn it! A lame guy, a fool. You deserve to die. I'm the one who should survive. I'm the one. Puff puff puff. Just as he thought so. But strangely, above, the head balloon with 13 heads suddenly twisted altogether, turning to look at him, and puff 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 grew 4 more heads. Ah! Boom! While still running, Jean Benchua's head suddenly exploded, and 4 tumors swelled on his neck, and 4 human heads crawled out. Puff puff puff. His body fell to the ground, splattering blood, as the new head of Jean Benchua twisted, trying to move, but unexpectedly his shadow squirmed, and out popped Jean Benchua's own head. What? I'm also a monster? With a head full of heads, Jean Benchua was dumbfounded. He locked eyes with Bill, where the original head was being chewed on by 7 other heads, constantly being reborn, like evil. I'm hosting a head feast. This is too outrageous, right? In the thick fog, the only one not yet targeted, Menlooka, stared with his mouth agape. Wow. So it turns out everyone is weird? Are we playing this? At the same time, the barrage exploded again. Free America, gunfights every day, TCH. What's weird? See? This is Lord Bill's strength, so what if he died? We have infinite respawn. Strict farmer, oh god. What am I seeing? That bastard actually dared to let our Lord Bill step on a landmine? Good, little bastard already has a path to death. Eniga stole my chocolate. Next, as long as Lord Bill discovers his talent, there's still a chance to turn the situation around. The error rate for SS-level talents is high. Cultural heritage must be applied, damn it. This guy Jean Benchua, after all that, ended up dead himself. Useless. Not only did he offend the beautiful lord, but he also lost himself. Pure waste. 1,000 beautiful pines. Honestly, although these 3 have lost their memories and don't even know how to solve the weirdness, 2 of them have infinite trial opportunities. If Menlooka doesn't react, he's probably going to explode. When 3 walk together, 1 must be withdrawn. I thought it would be the targeted Bill, didn't expect the one to be withdrawn would be Menlooka. Menlooka, good. Are you both acting out here? Chapter 93, An Lan Speculation, Rescue Mission. Puff. 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 The head balloon swirling in the air grew larger, with a total of 17 distorted heads pieced together, grotesquely grinning and floating. Ha 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 ha. Useless. Useless. As long as the dusk leaves. No matter what talent, it's all in vain. All in vain. Now, only you are left. He. The huge sphere suddenly sank, and 17 pairs of eyes looked at Menlooka. In that moment, Menlooka's head trembled, 3 tumors on his neck bulged, and something seemed to be brewing and growing underneath his head, as if it wanted to burst through. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Mom. I'm going to die. I will never be able to drink the wine you brewed again. I. The violent heartbeat rang out as Menlooka helplessly looked around. He vaguely saw the heads of Bill and Jean Benchua being constantly bitten by 7 heads, shattered, and then restored again. In his dazed and desperate eyes, a glimmer of realization suddenly flashed. No. If this is truly some kind of life or death gamble, then those 2 must have ways to save themselves. I should have one too, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the game be unfair? What is my ability? Is it resurrection too? As his pupils kept expanding, Menlooka saw it. He saw the corner of his vision that he had always ignored, where a golden small house symbol flickered. If he focused with his mind for a moment, it would jump out to display. S-Class Talent, Golden Hero. Golden Hero, you can choose 1 unit and bring it into the Golden Gate. Inside the Golden Gate, both your and the unit's attributes will forcibly adjust to the same level. According to your will, only the winner of a one-on-one battle inside the Golden Gate can leave. Golden Hero? Golden Hero. Put. As 3 human heads exploded on his neck, the number of human head balloons reached 20. Menlooka looked up at the sky, and suddenly, golden light appeared all over his body. Among the 20 human head balloons, 6 of them flickered with golden light and vanished in the air at the same time. Damn. This guy, has he discovered his own talent on his own? Damn. The 14 human head balloons immediately revealed their grotesque faces, glaring fiercely at Bill and Jean Benchua, who were dying and coming back to life in the mist. Buzzing. Inside the Golden House, Menlooka stood on the Golden Palace floor, looking around. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Ha! In front of him, 6 human head balloons were constantly twisting, rising, and falling, their eyes filled with anger. You think that by doing this, you won't have to die? You think? How long do you think you can hold on? Put. Within the cracks of the human head balloon, a blood red seam slowly stretched open, and finally, Menlooka's head began to slowly squeeze out from between the cracks of the balloon. You are dead. But. Thud. A figure quickly flashed, and Menlooka actually leapt onto the human head balloon, gripping tightly between the gaps of the balloons, forcibly pushing his head back inside. You. Sorry. Now, we have the same physical quality. Boom. Menlooka hugged 6 balloons and rapidly descended, pressing them tightly under his body, his whole body trembling. He gasped for air, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He didn't know how long he could fight against this thing. Meanwhile, in the United Nations live stream room, Xiaxishan can't get the real Great Saint, but in the original, a real Wusong appeared. Holy sh*t. Holy sh*t. What strange chaotic times, I can bear them all with my own strength. Is this the muscle man play? I am the milk dragon, damn. I thought Bill would be the first to discover talent among the three of them, but it was Menloka? So it's the muscle flow play, huh? But this thing, at best, can hold on for a while, right? If the train starts moving, all three of them are dead. Northwest Hammer King, oh no. This is making me so anxious. I really want to smash the screen. If people keep dying more and more, will the next carriages get even harder? What about An Lan? Can someone save them? Outside the station, the situation was tense. Inside the carriage, An Lan sat between Michaelin and Sandy, finally breaking the silence. I say. Before the train leaves, are we really going to keep staring at each other like this? Baby, I've changed my mind. You and I are going to the next carriage, let's move there. While the train hasn't left yet, we can go wild. Sandy immediately buried An Lan's left arm between her mountain cleavage, forcefully pulling him up. You don't like her? Right? You are a bit resistant to her. Me? I also like you, but I won't force you. Listen to me, be with me. My figure is not worse than hers, and my personality is softer than hers. Thud. Just as her body was pulled up, An Lan's right arm sank and was pulled down again by Michaelin to sit back down. You. Do you dare to steal my man? It's just free competition. Are you married? Even if you are married, can't you divorce? You. Sharp glances crossed An Lan's body, like needles against wheat. Because of amnesia, in Michaelin's eyes, this was an ordinary train journey. She met a boy she was interested in, so why not chase after him? Because of amnesia, she was even bolder. Girls from abroad are different from those from Longway, they prefer to take initiative. An Lan. Come with me. An Lan. Are you really not considering me? Her head was spinning. An Lan always felt that this scene looked familiar. He scratched his hair, suddenly both arms twitched, and his expression gradually calmed down. Sandy, this is like a life and death test, right? You actually remember? Hearing this, Sandy's expression changed. Yes. So what? Don't worry, if you really can't come back, I will turn you into another crew member. At that time, we will be together, forever, with no end. Sizzle. Sandy stroked An Lan's face, her tongue couldn't help but lick her lips. Let go. Michaelin said coldly, slapping Sandy's hand away with one blow, their eyes locked, about to clash again. Oh. So, the head balloon I saw earlier has this beauty in it. If she is also a participant, then can I infer that the other heads on the balloon are also other participants? In our journey, apart from me, there are at least 6 passengers, right? An Lan's voice gradually turned cold, and Sandy blinked. So what? In my view, the train hasn't departed, perhaps there are teammates wandering in the fog. I need to save a few to cope with the changes ahead. This lady. An Lan stood up and looked at Michaelin. Michaelin dazedly got up. Michaelin. My name is Michaelin, you can call me Kyrin or call me Lin. Michaelin, like me, you should also have amnesia. Now, we need to find others, what do you say? As long as I am with you, it's all good. An Lan was speechless. He shook off the embraces of the 2 women again and quickly walked to the carriage door, looking up at the LED display. Time until departure, 9:33 remaining. Sandy. I'll step outside for a moment, I'll be back soon. Pulling Michaelin, An Lan ran once more toward the elevator. This time, Sandy watched An Lan, her expression calm and motionless. When An Lan walked far away, her mouth slowly revealed a smile. As expected of the man I have my eye on, he has some brains. If you were truly immersed in the affairs of men and women, you would be just a useless person. A bit interesting, can you really escape from here? Wiggling her peach-shaped hips, Sandy walked provocatively toward the next carriage. Roach bully, I can't believe the wisdom. Using the head balloon to extrapolate that there are other teammates? An Lan. You are amazing. Scorpion Lili, I underestimated An Lan. I thought he would be willing to be a kept man, but unexpectedly, even in amnesia, he thought of finding teammates to provide subsequent support. Spider Detective, to be fair, looking for teammates is actually correct. There are still many stations ahead, and without teammates to share the risk, it's hard to reach the end. Also, because of amnesia, perhaps previously conflicting teammates would inexplicably become easier to get along with. If that's the case, will An Lan cooperate with Bill? Oh my dragon beauty joint. This scene could only be seen if aliens attacked, right? At this moment, as the comments surged, An Lan pulled Michaelin. the elevator has arrived. Clang, clang, clang. In the pitch-black elevator, Michaeling quietly approached An Lan, biting her lip. An Lan, can you hold my hand tighter? Ha? What do you mean by tighter? I mean, hold my hand tighter. It would be best if you could squeeze hard enough to hurt me. Ha? An Lan looked at Michaeling in confusion, only to see her suddenly unbuttoning her top. Fortunately, with a ding sound, the elevator door opened, and An Lan shook her head, pulling her out to run again toward the station exit. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, in the vast white fog, there was already a mist of blood. Upon closer inspection, golden light flickered in the fog. Two eight-headed monsters lay on the ground, with a central head constantly exploding and healing. In the sky, dozens of human heads formed a head balloon, swirling and laughing creepily, shadows casting over the ground. What a scene of demons and monsters dancing! Chapter 94 SS Class Talent, The Hand of Plunder. The Fall of Jean Benshu. Whoa, Ward F.A. What is this? Am I not in Liba? Is this still the human world? Outside the house was a sea of blood-red, twisted figures like ghosts. Even at this moment, although Michaeling was mesmerized by An Lan, when she looked at the scene outside the mist, her face involuntarily turned pale as she retreated a few steps. Don't worry. Those things can't come in. What we need to do now is to shout. There's absolutely no way out. In the last 3 minutes, if we can save a few by shouting, it all depends on their luck. After taking a few deep breaths, An Lan immediately shouted loudly. Hey! Hey! Anyone inside, listen, don't run forward. Those monsters can't enter the station. Come back as long as you return to the station, you'll be fine, do you hear me? Come back, come back. The voice echoed continuously in the mist. On the other side of the mist at that moment. Who is talking? Jean Benshu's head had barely grown back when 7 heads filled with steel nails and sharp teeth crawled over, instantly piercing through their foreheads and biting open his entire skull. Why are we going back to the station? But that voice sounds normal, rather than constantly getting bitten. Why not give it a try? Thud. In a fleeting moment of consciousness, Jean Benshu's fallen body began moving toward the station. After his limbs regained control for a moment, he crawled just 2 meters before his head exploded. Boom! The blood mist surged, the movements of the body halted, and a new head was being rebuilt. Crawl! Quick! Hurry! Just as this new head grew out, the 7 heads had already straightened and opened their mouths, waiting. But Jean Benshu had learned to be smart this time, starting to use his arms to stretch between the gaps of the 7 heads, blocking their bite, and his body stumbled to stand up, once again sprinting ahead for over 10 meters. Crawl! Crawl, crawl, crawl. Not long after, unexpectedly, Jean Benshu saw in front of him that Bill, who had only 1 leg, was actually ahead of him. Even more awkwardly crawling, he had already reached halfway to the station entrance. You lame piece of trash. Why are you faster than me? Why? Looking closely, although Bill had only 1 leg, his entire body seemed unusually strong, crawling faster than a small child walking. Stop. Stop right now. You worthless piece of junk. How could you be more important than me, a future national idol? Stop. Be my scapegoat. Thud, thud, thud. With a few quick steps, just as Jean Benshu's arms were bitten off and his head exploded again, his headless body sprinted forward and suddenly smashed into Bill's crawling back. Boom! The heavy body fell, causing Bill's crawling to momentarily halt. Fuck! Fuck squid! You damn stick! Are you still irritating people? Fuck! If this is beautiful country, I would make you kneel down and clean my shoes with your tongue. Thick crab! Thick crab! I can't crawl anymore. You beast! Rumble! While Bill was cursing, his head was bitten open and exploded by a tumor. But his head's recovery speed was even faster than Jean Benshu. In a moment, he poked his head out again and stubbornly crawled up. Pat! Unfortunately, just when he crawled out for a little while, his remaining thigh was suddenly stepped on by a pair of feet. Jean Benshu had also recovered and was now stepping on his body, aiming to walk over him. You dead cripple! NMSL! Do you dare to be in front of me? You dead stick! Are you looking for death? Grass! The two of them fought while moving forward, and as their brains kept exploding, they dragged out 2 bloody trails in the mist, crawling slower and slower. He. Humans, useless. Useless. One of them will definitely die. Humans, you can't save. You can't save anyone. A huge head balloon pressed before the entrance of the station, with 14 hideous wriggling heads turning their eyeballs together, staring intently at An Lan. An Lan ignored this thing and calmly counted the time. 480, 479, 478. When it reaches 180 seconds, if no one comes in, we leave. Saving people increases risk resistance, not saving people doesn't mean we can't get past. Buzz. 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 As An Lan counted the time, approximately reaching 400 seconds, a golden halo was getting closer to the station entrance. Buzz. In an instant, the golden light flickered and disappeared, and Men Luoka appeared at the station entrance, holding 6 head balloons, looking at An Lan with surprise. Hey! Didn't you just say it's fine once we get to the station? Isn't it? You'll know if you come in? An Lan assessed this muscular man who was suppressing 6 heads with both hands, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This TMD? Is it still possible like this? Golden hero. Buzz. This time, without An Lan's prompt, Men Luoka looked at An Lan, and the two were simultaneously chosen by the golden light, appearing in a golden palace, with Men Luoka swiftly coming to An Lan's side. Buzz. Golden hero was lifted, and he successfully arrived inside the station. And with a pat, the 6 twisted heads on his neck slowly drooped, and at that moment, they all closed their eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep. Hey! Hey! It really works! This is too halashao. Buddy! Are you here to travel in bear country? Wait for me, later come to my home, I'll let you ride a big bear. Men Luoka exclaimed and immediately excitedly patted An Lan's shoulder. An Lan looked at Men Luoka suspiciously, feeling that this guy looked very familiar, so I should have had a good relationship with him before? Looks like I saved the right person? Buddy? Is this your wife? Why aren't you talking? Men Luoka was very familiar and looked toward Mei Ka-lin after meeting An Lan. An Lan helplessly shook his head and started a new round of counting, 300, 299, 298. In the center of the mist, the 2 8-headed monsters were completely engaged in a fight. You dead stick. Ah. Dead cripple. Do you dare to hit my face? Thick crab. I'll kill you. The rolling figures kept exchanging punches and kicks, while the giant head balloon looked down at the struggle with a strange, evil smile. Long live America, damn. Dead stick. Are you really getting bold? Acting like a woman. Still want to be an idol? Good, good, good. If you harm Lord Bill today, tomorrow the entire entertainment industry of Stick Country must come to the American region and kneel before me. Severe Farmer, I see this kid never been to the American Station area. In the future, all those male stars from Stick Country should be sent to the American Station Army, let them know what beautiful dominance is. Application for heritage, must apply, wrong. Wrong. All the beautiful country's adults, we really made a mistake. We will rectify immediately, all stars will be sent to the American Station area for education, please don't get angry. Please don't be mad. This Jean Ben Shua family, I'll send them to you. 404 boy group, ah. We are all going to debut. Damn you, Jean Ben Shua. Let's have our boy band accompany the beautiful soldier, you bastard. It's all because of you. Appa. For the sake of the entertainment world, please. Please just die already. In the battle in the dungeon, Jean Byung-suk clearly had the upper hand, but unfortunately, his country was too weak. One by one, the viewers' comments were wishing for his death. 666. I really didn't expect this, the one who used to flatter the beautiful soldier the most, Jean Byung-suk, is now attacking the fiercest. Calling him a beautiful big brother in one breath, and then a CNM with one punch. Too real. How ironic, once the memory is lost, and without the external pressure of memory, the beautiful soldier stands tall. But from the looks of it, Jean Byung-suk and Bill are probably at a deadlock, neither of them can do anything to each other. When the dusk train arrives, they will both die here, right? Amid the surging barrage of comments. Die, cripple. Get the hell out of here. Jean Byung-suk, finally using his extra leg as an advantage, stomped on Bill's stomach, pushing off forcefully, and ran towards the station. F******KU. F*****K. Die, you bastard. Just wait for me. You. Bill, his eyes bloodshot with rage, coldly glared, and through his blood-filled vision, he finally saw a golden hand symbol in his sight. Upon closer inspection, a line of text was showing. SS level talent, Hand of the Raid. Hand of the Raid, when you select a dungeon participant, you will steal their talent for 24 hours. During these 24 hours, the opponent becomes an ordinary person, and you can use their talent without limits. Note, when you select the next target to steal from, the previous target's talent will automatically return to its original owner. This. What is this? After noticing the symbol in his vision, Bill tried to activate it. Above Jin Beum-suk, who was running madly in the fog, a symbol appeared. S-level talent, copy. Current copied ability, Shadow Symbiosis. Shadow Symbiosis, S-level talent. Your shadow becomes your true body. If the shadow is not eliminated, your physical body will infinitely regenerate. Copy, select a dungeon participant, and after using their ability, you will perfectly replicate that ability. When you copy the next ability, the previous one will automatically disappear. He's copy, and I'm raid? Then, what if I steal his ability? When people are doing bad things, their brain often bursts with extraordinary intelligence. Bill's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the station. Above An Lan, Menlooka, and Mika Lin, words flickered. There was no need to explain An Lan and Menlooka's. But above Mika Lin, there were 3? This really startled Bill. Damn. Die, cripple. You must be dead for sure. Just get the hell back to your beautiful hell. Jin Beum-suk had reached the station entrance and had already seen An Lan and the others inside. He was about to enter the station when suddenly, boom! His head was crushed again by 7 human brains, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Gurgle. Blood poured continuously, and Jin Beum-suk's 7 heads intertwined, but the neck where his original head should have grown out, this time, it never appeared. Gurgle. The blood slowly flowed into the station, and the body lay motionless, never to move again. Dead? Wasn't he immortal? Menlooka was a bit confused, while An Lan had an odd expression as she stared at the body on the ground. The 7 heads slowly settled on the neck of the original head and completely took over Jin Beum-suk's body. Ha! Finally dead. The 7-headed monster grinned, turning its heads to look toward the station, and gave An Lan and the others a cruel smile. Next, it's your turn. Mika Lin was so scared she kept retreating, while An Lan, confident the monster couldn't enter, stayed at the door. After facing off with the 7 heads for a long while, the monster's body slowly stood up. It made a throat-slitting gesture toward An Lan, then let out a cruel laugh and retreated, disappearing into the fog. Puff puff puff. At the same time, in the sky, 14 head-shaped balloons, this moment only 7 left. Staring hard at Bill, who was lying motionless on the ground. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dead stick. This is the outcome of offending me. Puff puff puff. 7 heads once again exerted force, pressing down on Bill's head. But at this moment, Bill seemed to have realized something, focusing intently on Menlooka. Copy. Golden hero. Buzz. A golden halo enveloped him and Menlooka. After a short while, the golden halo disappeared, and Menlooka, carrying Bill, appeared inside the station. Chapter 95. Who has indigestion? It's not us, it's it. Part 1. Who? Oh God, that Jehovah. Finally survived. You big fool, since you saved me, I won't attack you from now on. Also, the one who just made a sound was you, right? Kid from Longwa, I won't attack you either. Standing inside the station once more, with Menlooka's support, Bill, though pale, still held his head high, scanning the few remaining living people. Even if he had lost his memory, his nature still kept a haughty attitude towards others. Only when he gazed at the 3 above Meikalin, he hesitated for a long time, not daring to say anything more. Let's go. There's not much time left. An Lan looked at Bill with a strange expression, perhaps having guessed the other's ability, his face slightly displeased. Saving people was completely random, who could be saved depended on fate. But this beautiful person, An Lan deep down did not like. Maybe it was related to previous encounters? Even though he had lost his memory, the rejection deep inside him just wouldn't go away. Dang dang dang. In the mist, taking Bill and Menlooka to get the transfer card, the 4 of them boarded the Twilight train again. Woo! With a high-pitched whistle, the train slowly started moving. Train in operation, next stop, Future Station. Estimated travel time is 1 hour. In the public bag in front of your seat, there are small snacks prepared for passengers. If you feel hungry, you can open and eat. Warm reminder, please do not waste food. Avoid overeating. The warm reminder sounded, and the scenery outside the train window began to rapidly retreat, while the inside gradually fell into a peaceful atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the footage broadcasted by the United Nations, the barrage showed a strange distortion. Participant from Bangzi country Jin Binshua is dead. The capital city shower of Bangzi country is about to fall into the memory train. As the solemn announcement sounded, the barrage of Bang Z culture unexpectedly went insane. 404 boy band, yes. Yes. Jean Bin Shua is finally dead. Beautiful daddy, we don't need to serve in the US district anymore, right? Applying for heritage, must apply, great. Lord Bill is not dead? Just if Shower falls. Switching back the economic lifeline of a country is still acceptable. What the hell? My family is in Shower. Damn it. How long do you useless people have to kneel? Oh my. I need to leave Shower immediately. Huh? What did I just say? Strict farmer, not bad, not bad. The people have such awareness, that's quite good. Lord Bill is fine, you can just be happy. Shower is a nice place, hurry and build another one. Free America, gun battles every day, interesting. An Lan actually came to save people? Is he planning to cooperate with our Lord Bill? Got it, Semaida. Shower has been abandoned, we will soon establish a new capital. At that time, beautiful Lord can still send troops to garrison, Semaida. Crazy. So very crazy. Clearly at this moment, a bright red barrage is popping up in the livestream, showing, Shower City has 1 million population disappearing, the memory train is growing longer due to population influx, now hovering over Seoul. People are starting to flee, the estimated final number of disappearances will reach 2 million. The bright red information was flowing, but the Bangzi culture was celebrating that the beautiful country hadn't gotten angry? What a tragedy. Other countries silently watched. The live broadcast room has temporarily been replaced by a frenzy of excitement. Inside the carriage. Hey! Are you saying we are going through a trial? Yes. The trial is likely to require us to ride the train to the end. In the front row, An Lan repeated the current situation. The other three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering uncertainly. Among them, Meika Lin reacted the fastest. According to that balloon, there should be a total of 7 of us, and 3 have already died. And there are at least 4 or 5 more stations to go, this is really tough. What are you afraid of? Everyone has superpowers. Don't worry, if something happens, I will step up. An Lan, you're a good buddy. You even came back to save us. Don't worry. I will definitely stand in front of you. Men Lawoka patted his chest confidently, while Bill remained silent, his gaze flickering above Meika Lin's head. The amnesiac version of him was indeed more honest now. At least, he no longer yelled shining my shoes, acting like an unstoppable boss demanding leadership. No. Superpowers are not the key. What I'm afraid of is the sudden disappearance of memories. At the last 2 stations, it almost erased our memories completely. I don't even know who my mom is anymore. Then, by that logic, what will the later stations erase? I can't think of anything. An Lan frowned, and as soon as these words came out, the carriage fell silent in an instant. Yes. Just 2 stations and our memories have been nearly consumed, what about the subsequent stations? Clang clang clang. Under the LED display, the train speed had reached 320 km per hour, almost the maximum speed of a regular high-speed train. Outside the window, the scenery was a desolate plain, and ahead, flickering orange light rings appeared abruptly. An Lan looked curiously, it was a tunnel. Inside the tunnel, warm orange lights illuminated everything, and at the same time, the train speaker announced, the train is about to enter a tunnel. Please pay attention to your own safety. The duration of this tunnel crossing is expected to be 20 minutes. Clang clang clang. Instantly, the warm orange light flooded the carriage, casting everything in a bright orange hue. Under the warm glow, the atmosphere in the carriage gradually relaxed, and a strange warmth spread inside the train. Gurgle gurgle. No one knew whose stomach growled first, but soon, everyone subconsciously touched their bellies. Hungry. The kind of hunger that was intense. Hungry to the point where the belly was tightening, wanting to bite anyone that comes near. Gurgle, gurgle. Saliva started to unconsciously gather in An Lan's mouth as he licked his lips and looked around. He was somewhat able to suppress himself, but men Lawoka and Bill had already gone mad, tearing open the public bag in front of their seats. Sizzle. The crunchy disposable bag opened to reveal a strange mix of unspecified fruit kernels wrapped in plastic. It looked like a mix of walnut, hazelnut, and pistachio shells. Men Lawoka didn't care one bit. OM. OM. After tearing open the bag, he started stuffing it into his mouth. Damn. I'm so hungry, so hungry. I have never been this hungry in my life. I'm so hungry. I feel like I could eat a bear. OM. After finishing the public bag in front of his seat, Men Lawoka stood up and began to search for public bags at other seats. The smell of fruit kernels wafted over, making An Lan's hunger nearly uncontrollable. Damn it. Why am I so hungry? With a strange expression, An Lan couldn't understand. Normally, if a person skips a meal, they could just tough it out. But now, it felt like he had been starving for 3 days and nights, his intestines constantly cramping, and even his belly began to twitch. OM. OM. What's even worse was the sound of Menlowoka chewing, which felt like a maddening melody, making An Lan feel terrible all over. Sizzle. An Lan didn't even realize when his hand reached out to the public bag. After unwrapping the packaging inside, the bag of fruit pits opened, a wave of fragrance rushed in, and he couldn't help but grab a piece and shove it into his mouth. Mmm. Mmm. So delicious, so delicious. After the first bite, he couldn't resist wanting a second, a third, a fourth. The saturated sensation in his taste buds, the fullness in his intestines, made An Lan unable to stop. Mmm. Mmm. In an instant, the four in the carriage seemed to be struck by a pig addiction, sweeping through the seats around them as if they were demons feasting. Wild boar Peppa, what the hell? What's going on? Are they starving to death? Eating like this? Northeast Rain brother, is this how it is? So impressive. Feels just like my pigs eating in the pigsty. Are they that hungry? Why cat, hey, although your description is a bit harsh, you're right. An Lan and the others really seem unusual right now. Normally, it's only been less than 2 hours, how could anyone be this hungry? I suspect, something else is wrong in the car. What the hell? Menorca has already showcased 20 packs. What the heck? His stomach is so swollen it's showing veins. Still showcasing? Something's wrong. Can someone please remind them? This isn't right. At the same time, some in the comments had noticed the abnormality in the carriage. Since entering the tunnel, An Lan and his friends had started to experience an unreasonable hunger. Freedom America, gun battles every day, damn. What do we do? No one has any chance to warn them. Are we just going to watch them eat themselves to death? Bear country drink wholesale, nope, what a stupid way to die. Dragon 19 jeeping, someone save us. Where's Sandy? Isn't anyone going to help? The comments were in chaos, languages from all over the world filling the screen, but uniquely, there was not a single comment of concern from the Iron Tower country. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, inside the group of four hungrily fighting over food, Michaelin had eaten the third bag. Just as she was about to open the fourth bag, a wave of nausea hit her abdomen, and with a wow, she vomited a thick yellow putrid substance all over the ground. Ugh. She was like experiencing food allergies, with layers of red rashes appearing on her skin. Michaelin's hunger was instantly replaced by the itchiness of the rashes. Her muddled gaze gradually cleared up, and her hands dropped the food bag as she started to scratch at her rashes. Itchy. Itchy. The denser the rashes got, the more she scratched, and it looked like a serious allergic reaction, one that could lead to shock. But this strange allergic reaction made Michaelin more clear-headed the more she scratched. She gradually woke from her hunger and looked around the carriage again, her pupils dilating. Ugh. The carriage? What carriage? In front of her was a long, flesh-colored passage, like the inside of a giant blood vessel. But there was no blood in the vessel, and all around the flesh walls was thick yellowish grease. This grease dripped like thick mucus, continuously falling onto everyone's faces. Underfoot was also a thick layer of muddy grease. Gulp. As the blood vessel emitted a satisfying sound of feeding, the surrounding flesh walls opened small dense holes, releasing waves of yellow mist. One whiff instantly revealed the rancid smell similar to what one would taste after vomiting as a child. This. Where on earth is this? Chapter 96. Who has indigestion? It's not us, it's it. Part 2. Gulp. Gulp. A wave of vomit-inducing foul odor spread through the meat passage, and Michaelin was almost suffocated by it. Panicking, she stumbled through the mucus, desperately trying to retreat. She no longer had the memories of the past national team, and in this moment she was like a helpless little girl, instinctively looking around. An Lan? An Lan? Turning her head, Michaelin couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Her beloved An Lan was currently lying in the thick layer of grease, continuously opening his mouth to feed on the foul-smelling mucus as if he had gone mad. His belly was swollen like a pregnant woman's. Veins were visibly pulsing on his belly. It seems like it's about to burst at any moment. But even so, An Lan keeps eating. Delicious. Did you think she could live until now? Now Michaelin saves others, but she is also saving herself. Before, she did not leave the station to save herself because she was tempted by An Lan's beauty. Now, she saves An Lan again for her greedy desire for beauty. Does this count as tit for tat? No problem. But why did the last section of the train enter a freezing tunnel, while this section is oozing grease? As the comments flooded in, An Lan grabbed the doorknob and just opened it, when a huge human figure suddenly blocked her way. Hoo. An Lan. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. An Lan's eyes instantly widened. There was no car connection behind the door, behind it was a longer flesh-colored tunnel. In the very center of this tunnel, Jin Ben Shua was standing in the lane, its 7 heads extending like snakes from its neck, swirling around its body. Slew. Like flying severed heads, the 7 heads continuously licked the surrounding pus, their faces bursting with dense oil pimples. The toad-like bubbling head stared fixedly at An Lan. What the? You, how could you be here? Come here. Thud. Before An Lan could even react, the 7 heads flew out together, biting towards her face. Crap. An Lan instinctively protected her face with her arms, and with a thud she fell into the grease layer, while Jin Ben Shua simultaneously acted and rushed towards the fallen An Lan. I told you. None of you will survive. None of you will survive. Puff. The sound of the 7 heads diving into the grease echoed, their oil pimples growing larger and larger, as they seemed about to explode with pus. Golden Hero. Buzz. In the rear carriage, the door was cut open on Maloka's belly by An Lan, her gaze clear as she looked ahead. An Lan. We agreed. I will protect you. Buzz. In an instant, golden light showered on Maloka and Jin Ben Shua, and the space rippled before both suddenly vanished. As An Lan slowly crawled out from the grease layer, her face was extremely pale. She did not feel thankful for surviving, instead, her bitter expression looked ahead, becoming increasingly uneasy. Is this section of the carriage also a blood vessel? What about the next section? What about the section after that? He did not know how to escape from here. The only thing he knew was that if Maloka could not hold on, all 4 of them would be completely buried in the grease. The train is about to exit the tunnel. Please pay attention. The train is about to exit the tunnel. Under the meaty ceiling, an LED light flickered. Suddenly. Puff. Puff. Those pores spewing out a foul smell suddenly ejected gushing grease. The grease layer on the ground, already piled up to the knees, quickly piled higher. Crap. In just a moment. An Lan's large hips were submerged in the grease. She got stuck in the grease layer, unable to move. Yes. This is not water. This is thick grease. It's like a swamp, impossible to move. And the yellow grease was still rising, creeping up towards her chest. Damn it. The further out of the tunnel, the more grease secretes? What the heck is this principle? An Lan could not understand. Looking at the narrow, long meat wall ahead, she found her steps heavy. If forward is still the meat wall, there's no way she's surviving under the grease. But if she doesn't go forward, how can she and the others survive? An Lan. Puff. Having cut open Bill's belly, An Lan was thinking of crawling towards An Lan. As Bill's consciousness gradually awakened, he looked in shock at the unusual scene in the carriage and, after hesitating for a moment, his eyes fell on An Lan, who was moving, his mouth curling into a grin. Golden Hero. Buzz. As 2 beams of golden light enveloped both Bill and An Lan, they too disappeared into the thick blood vessel. Damn. An Lan watched the scene, feeling a bit slow to realize. That channels Bill. He also realized there was no way out here. According to a normal person's thoughts, if you have the Golden Hero, who would you take to another space to hide? Of course, it's the 3. Karen. Even if Bill was foolish, he couldn't possibly protect An Lan. So, does Bill think Karen is more valuable? Can he see everyone's superpower levels? Puff. His lower abdomen felt ice cold. For some reason, as the oil submerged to his neck, An Lan's thoughts not only calmed down but became even clearer. The closer he got to death, the more he seemed to understand things. Then my superpower. Is it about flirting? That Lu Xian said, my greatest strength is not the ability, but flirting? Flirting with whom? At this moment, the memories of the last 1 or 2 hours echoed in An Lan's mind, and what he could think of was only Karen's dependence and obsession with him. Of course. And that attendant Sandy. Could it be? Is it flirting with girls? While An Lan was deep in thought, his breathing became more oppressive. The oil had already covered his jaw. His gaze suddenly turned to the back of the cabin. That place seemed a bit familiar to him. Had he done something there? If he remembered correctly, when he got on the car, the back of the cabin had a cut-off section? Wait. Cut off? At the same time, in the United Nations live broadcast room, the national bullet screen had already boiled over. Wow. Can An Lan survive this? Is he done for? An Lan is all wrapped up now. how can he live? Feels like this level is a guaranteed death. Without a space talent, how can he survive? The bullet screens once again announced An Lan's doom. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Iron Tower Country, the bullet screens were peaceful. I miss you so much at the Arc de Triomphe, do you see? This is Lord Maycarin. Without any operation, she became the most crucial person. Is the Leaning Tower tilted? No wonder it's an SSS level talent. Because of luck, Bill will definitely choose to protect Lord Maycarin. No matter what, Lord Maycarin will be safe. Iron Tower's little bread, awesome. Truly invincible. This talent seems to be enchanted by An Lan. But every time, because of enchantment, it prompts An Lan to accelerate the situation, so, is it luck that was enchanted? Or was it enchantment that was played by luck? Chapter 97, Who has indigestion? It's not us, it's it. Part 3. At the same time. Zhou City Defense Department, Headquarters. It's over. Lu Xian. Do you know how to break the situation now? Ho Yong kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, the hot water in his cup had cooled down, and he didn't dare to take a sip. This level. Looks like a dead end, but actually not. Lu Xian shook her head, and Yanning looked at her seriously. Captain. What do you mean? Everyone subconsciously sat at the front of the cabin. That's because in the previous segment of the cabin, they escaped from the front cabin. So, the potential psychological hint is to sit in the front. An Lan's escape now is also. He subconsciously ran towards the front. But did you forget? Behind the cabin, because of the cutoff from the previous segment, now it's the last segment. If he goes out the back door, isn't that directly out of the blood vessel? Hiss, so that's it. This level is about climbing out of the car? After Lu Xian's speech, everyone suddenly understood. But only she herself frowned in confusion. But even if we climb out of the car, the roof of a high-speed vehicle is very dangerous. It's impossible to stay on the roof forever, right? And the stuff Sandy gave should be for every tunnel situation. That digestive enzyme, is it meant to deal with the pig addiction? Should we take it in advance to prevent being bloated and confused? Damn. I feel like there's something I haven't figured out. An Lan, now that you've lost so many memories, can you still think clearly? Worrying looking at the live broadcast screen. And just when Lu Xian and others were anxiously sweating for An Lan was completely submerged in grease. Bubbling, bubbling. In the midst of a series of sticky bubbles, he coldly shouted, Menkala. Don't worry about that monster. It's a trap. Pull me into, Golden Hero. Ah? What do you mean? The voice of Menkala echoed in the void. Though he still didn't understand An Lan's intention, a golden halo fell down, and An Lan, who was nearly suffocating in the grease, instantly disappeared. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. In the world of Golden Hero, Menkala, with marks all over his body, stood on the other side of the palace, looking at An Lan in surprise. Teasy? Didn't everyone regain their sanity? Why are you still covered in grease? Could it be a haha, little greedy cat? Menkala teased while walking toward An Lan, but An Lan's face darkened. Don't move. I'll come to you. The space you're in should still correspond to the vanished place, right? So, you are in the first car? What's wrong? The train is currently overflowing with grease. If we go out, we will be instantly submerged and suffocated. So what? We can just hide in, Golden Hero. Hee hee, but if the train arrives, will you still be hiding without getting off? This. Menkala's naive thoughts were immediately shattered by An Lan. Golden Hero is temporarily safe, but certainly not a lasting solution. Even if you can hold on until the train arrives, what about afterwards? Menkala has to rest sometime, right? In the next 5 stations, can you keep operating, Golden Hero? Or, are you sure the external cars won't derail while you're using Golden Hero? There are just too many interfering factors. Then, what do you plan to do? We cross these grease-filled cars? Find a safe car? Menkala immediately thought of this with An Lan, but An Lan decisively shook his head. No, we can't move forward, but backward. The car behind has a brake. Once the rear door is opened, the grease inside the car can be released. This is the only reasonable way now. Can it work? Menkala was obviously still hesitant, and An Lan's tone cooled. It has to work, or do you plan to spend your life with the grease? Okay. Step back, try to retreat to the last position. After the two exchanged glances in the palace, they both walked towards the end of the palace. Are you ready? Hold your breath. Also, once you see the rear door, swim straight towards it and try to open the door in one go. Understood. Buzz. As the golden halo flickered again, a series of thick bubbles burst, and An Lan and Menkala reappeared in the rear car. With the stench of rotten liquid rushing towards them, both squinted and swam towards the rear door. Ha! I told you, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead. But... Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment sounded from behind. Jean Benchua was still submerged in the grease. 7 heads simultaneously shot out, darting through the oil layer like water snakes, immediately chasing after An Lan and Menkala from behind. Damn it! Gurgle gurgle Feeling that he was almost out of breath, An Lan looked at the panel of the perfect timeline skill, his face tightening. Then let's gamble. After all, I still have one more chance. Gurgle. Another bubble burst from his mouth. Hey! Bill! I know you're watching. Gurgle. Aren't you coming to help? Do you think you can hide in the Golden Hero forever? You should know what it means to open that back door, right? Gurgle. The foul, spicy, and stinging grease rushed into An Lan's nostrils as he spoke, and his eyes were already turning white. He was gambling. Gambling that Bill would definitely take action for his own survival. Yes. His role seemed insignificant, but it was crucial for future survival. Could Bill still just stand by? Gurgle. Just when An Lan was about to hold on no longer and press the perfect timeline. Buzz buzz buzz, a golden halo flickered, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Bill had a cold expression, and with a loud kick, his remaining large foot slammed against the iron door. Buzz. A massive vibration rippled through the layer of grease, and the iron door was actually dented in. Shit. Chinese kid, I will only play with you this once. I want to see if it's really as you think. Gurgle gift crab. So smelly. Gurgle. Bill complained, then kicked the back door again with great force. Meika Lin looked at An Lan, who was fading in and out of consciousness, then at the still loosening door gap. Hesitating for a moment, she decisively took out a dagger and slid it into the flesh-like growth in the door gap. Put. Finally. Boom. Under Bill's seemingly sad one-legged assault, the back door of the car lost its fleshy connection, and with a buzz, it shot out from inside the car, soaring above the iron tracks the train passed, disappearing into the rushing scenery. At the same time. Put. As the back door opened a gap, the entire car's grease, as if finding an exhaust port, suddenly sprayed out a column of grease from the back door like a fountain. The frenzied grease splattered everywhere, and the train was speeding up. But, even though such a large exhaust port was releasing grease, the grease level throughout the entire car was still high, not having dropped at all. Gift crab. Chinese kid, you guessed wrong. It's not like this. Farewell. I'm not playing with you anymore. Golden Hero. Buzz. Seeing no chance for a turnaround in an instant, Bill quickly activated the Golden Hero again, pulling both himself and Meika Lin back into the world of the Golden Hero. The terrifying oil and water formed a vortex in front of the door, crazily sucking in the surrounding oil and water. An Lan looked at the broken panel behind the door, and as his memories twisted bizarrely, he instinctively touched where his chest was. There was a bottle of medicine. He remembered very clearly that this medicine was stomachic digestive tablets, used for indigestion. This thing should have been obtained by the previous me. Then it must have some use. If the grease in the carriage isn't being discharged properly, then what about outside the train? Closing his eyes, An Lan clenched his teeth and dove straight into the vortex, instantly being sucked outside the train. Whoosh, cold wind hit him, and the water column splashed against his back, almost pushing An Lan directly off the train. Fortunately, he held onto the doorframe with one hand and grabbed the roof with the other, and while dodging the water column, he managed to slightly leap onto the roof. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The high-speed wind from the train rushed at him, and An Lan lay flat on the roof, moving slowly like a maggot. At this moment, if one were to look again, the terrifying flesh-colored walls in the carriage appeared to be just a normal train carriage from the outside. Facing the wind, An Lan kept crawling while holding the medicine bottle in his arms, a slight smile rising at the corners of his mouth. I think I probably understand now who exactly has indigestion. At the same time, in the United Nations live stream room, the barrage surged with madness. Private First Class A gone. 1 second, I saw 4 country athletes break through together. Oh my, the unity of the world, people. The next second, the car door opened uselessly, and everyone just scattered. Elder Cat, to be fair, An Lan really is suited to be the commander, right? Look at how he's still able to design a way for Bill to help. What a pity, it's just a pity he guessed the wrong way to survive. Hacky continent, no? If pouring oil is not correct, then how can they get through this road? Can they rely on the spatial gift to be stronger? The dungeon can't possibly be designed with such a brainless setting, right? Star husband on wedding day, overall, the result isn't bad, right? At least An Lan can survive like this? Is survival just hanging outside the car? Hey, stop arguing. Look at An Lan. It's one thing that he's lying on the car roof. But why is he still climbing? What is he trying to do? Oh no. He's almost climbing to the front of the car. Chapter 98, Feeding the Car Medicine, The Strange Noises in the Broadcast Room. Hoo. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of barrages, An Lan crawled forward into the chilly wind toward the car compartment. 1 segment, 2 segments, 3 segments. He crawled very slowly, but steadily. Until he saw the pointed dust car head, An Lan lay on a spot just a bit back from the front, squinting his eyes as if searching for something. After a short while, An Lan tapped on a panel on the car head, and it popped open a circular hole, revealing a tunnel directly into the car. The tunnel looked plain, with no flesh buds or any grease. But An Lan just stared at the hole for a while, decisively took out a bottle of digestive pills from his pocket. Choo-loo-loo. Countless white pills fell from the bottle through the round hole, scattering all over the car compartment. Hoo. As the cold wind blew, An Lan fixed his gaze on the pills on the ground, remaining calm. Prison 9 gate, What? What is An Lan doing? I don't understand at all. Heard you are very brave, I don't understand either. These pills were given to him by Sandy, right? Wasn't it to deal with the pig addiction? Now they are all thrown away, what does this mean? Private First Class A gone, is this kid blown silly by the wind? An Lan's actions instantly puzzled a large number of barrages. However, after a short while, a strange scene occurred. Those pills that fell in the car compartment began to slowly dissolve, turning into a puddle of white powder that settled on the ground, and finally the white on the ground started to disappear. Hic. In the faint sound, An Lan seemed to feel the train tremble, followed by an old man's hiccup. Then, wriggle wiggle wiggle. Looking through the round hole into the car compartment. The walls that held open the hole began to slowly wriggle, closing the open wall mouth. The originally gushing and piling grease, due to the closure of the hole, had no grease supply, and the grease pile in the compartment slowly diminished, until the compartment gradually returned to normal. Done. My guess was indeed correct. It wasn't us who were overstuffed, but the train. This segment of the train has been feeding on the passengers' memories for nearly a few hours. It got full. So, it started secreting grease. If the rear of the car is the discharge port, then the front of the car is the mouth that delivers medicine. Lying on the car compartment, An Lan's face relaxed with the resolution of the matter. Thud. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the ceiling of the car compartment behind the car head. Sandy's head popped out, smiling brightly at An Lan. Oh duh. Apart from being long and narrow, the bed, bathroom, TV, kitchen, washing machine, and so on, surprisingly have everything you could need. The most interesting thing is at the exit of the room, where there's a microphone stuck in, looking like it's used by Sandy for broadcasting. Oh. Darling, even now, can you still think of my reminders? Dad feels very comfortable now, so I've decided to reward you for doing something excessive with me. Sandy leans on the bed, her plump legs crossed, her body tilting back as she smiles alluringly at An Lan. The buttons of her top are already undone, half covering her flesh-colored undergarment, looking like a tempting treat. Watching her, An Lan notices the likes excitement hint above Sandy's head, and he falls into silence. You wait for me, I need to take a shower first. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. At the same time, in the last carriage, the shattered door continuously spews out grease, and the accumulated grease is slowly decreasing. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The car filled with grease empties, and the writhing flesh wall inside the car slowly returns to normal. In the void space, a golden circle flickers, and Bill and Michaelan flash into view. Is it really useful? Bill looks around with a face full of surprise, while Michaelan hurriedly runs to the back door, searching everywhere for An Lan's figure. An Lan. An Lan. Where is he? Where is he? She jumps up and down in a panic, almost climbing onto the roof of the car. Hey! Stop shouting! He's probably washed out of the car by the grease. It's already good that a low-level talent like him can survive to this point. Bill waves his hand carelessly. But the next moment. Bill! I'll kill you. If it weren't for you. If it weren't for you, I could have died with An Lan. You idiot! With a whoosh, Michaelan pulls out her dagger, rushing towards Bill. Bill is utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Want to die together? How depressed can you be? Or how much do you like An Lan? He can't figure it out, And he has no clue, he doesn't understand at all. Everyone has amnesia now, and for Michaelin, if she could endure the pain with An Lan, it would actually be a kind of reward for her. Die for me. Clang. The dagger strikes empty, sparking at the place where Bill originally stood. Bill hastily jumps backward, quickly leaping toward the front of the carriage. Are you out of your mind? If it's not me, you'll die too. What do you think? I don't care what you think. Damn. The two are chasing and running, disappearing into the back carriage. After a moment, another golden light flashes inside the back carriage, and Menloka, holding a few heads of golden benshua, is suddenly thrown out towards the front door. Wow. Why is there no grease in the car? This is bad. Without the grease to buffer, Menloka is shot into a booth in the front carriage with a loud bang, his limbs twisted grotesquely, getting stuck in the seat in an unnatural position, unable to move at all. Ha! Looking at the 7 flying heads of golden benshua approaching quickly, Menloka desperately closes his eyes. This is really the end. But 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. Ha! Ha ha! The golden benshua also just stands at the entry of the carriage, unmoving. The 7 heads are staring intently at Menloka behind the front door, as if too afraid to enter the normal carriage. You dare not come in? Hey! The carriage is normal now. You can only stay in the last carriage? Ha ha ha, come on. Come and kill me? Come on. Jokingly twisting in his seat, Menloka taunts golden benshua to the utmost. But the other party just glares, continuously roaring, damn it! Damn it! Why has the time of falling arrow ended? Why? Peppa Pig, wow. An Lan did a great job. It turns out that the medicine was for the car. Why didn't I think of that? Jochi Nyo Dahua, right. The train is alive. It ate so many memories, overstuffed, and started to excrete grease, very reasonable, right? I fed it lactobacillus. Isn't that right? Private gone, wow. If that's the case, An Lan climbed to the front of the car on purpose to feed the car's mouth medicine. And the car's rear, that position, is it the car's anus? Wow. An Lan crawled out from the car's discharge opening? Damn it. Gone, you are really a genius. I see it clearly now. This time, the path to survival is not on the person, but on the car. The compartment is filled with relaxed commotion. The comments in the live stream also began to clear up and discuss heatedly. Front compartment Sandy's bedroom. After An Lan finished washing up, he put on a loose foreign suit. As he wiped off the water droplets, he thought, what else can I do to stimulate? Cough 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 cough. Suddenly, he saw Sandy clearing her throat, standing in front of the microphone, as if preparing something. The train has completed its passage through the tunnel. There are 10 minutes left to the third station, Future Station. Please passengers prepare to disembark. Please passengers. Sandy was broadcasting. But as she was broadcasting, suddenly a strong hug came from behind her. An Lan buried his head in her hair, his warm breath blowing on Sandy's earlobe. Mum. So, in the precise broadcasting statements, a trembling sound appeared. Sandy hurriedly covered the microphone, looking at An Lan with a panicked expression. Are you crazy? I'm broadcasting. If the passengers hear this noise. Oh. But, don't you think this is thrilling? An Lan gently bit Sandy's earlobe, his fingers starting to caress her lower abdomen. Mum. Sandy reacted, her face turning red. Looking at the microphone still held in her hand and then at the man behind her, she pressed her lips together, trembling as she continued to broadcast, unable to help but pout. If Dad finds out, he will scold me. Don't you like this? Moom. The train will arrive in 5 minutes, at the station, please passengers. Moom. Please passengers prepare. Prepare. The strange broadcast echoed throughout the train. In An Lan's ear, the system's notification sound, long missed, rang out. Sandy, the goddess's affection for you +10. Current affection level 50 points. New affection CG unlocked. Would you like to start playing? Yes/no? No. Not in a hurry to check the CG, the woman in An Lan's arms finished the broadcast and looked at him with an eager expression. At that moment. Bill. I want you dead. Crazy woman. Damn it. If you want to die, then die. As Bill and Meika were still chasing in the compartment, they suddenly heard the strange broadcast, stopping in their tracks, looking at the broadcast in surprise. Hey. Come in. Come in. Ah. In the room teasing Jean Benchuo, Menloka, hearing the broadcast, also suddenly froze. He instinctively turned to look ahead, glancing at Bill and Meika, and asked with a weird expression, "Wait, is this broadcast sound? Just now, was that a moan?" Chapter 99, Third Station Future, Strange Image Space. 1. 666. It's still An Lan. Wow. Playing like this? Is it like when the boss is on a business trip and the husband calls? Answer. Must answer. Damn. The people upstairs, there's a scene. After the strange broadcast, not only were the people in the compartment stunned, the comments were also going wild. Fortunately, as An Lan's live room began to go black, the wind direction shifted again. Awesome. It's still him. What did I say? The quest is just supplementary. An Lan's real goal is to meet all the female ghosts from the quests. They're fighting again. Front compartment Sandy's bedroom. Come on. Darling. Sandy was about to unbutton An Lan's shirt when the scenery outside the train window began to move slowly. A series of woo-woo honking sounds came from the front of the train. Future Station, a sign flashing with red light appeared. The previously wild and intense action froze the moment Sandy saw the sign. After hesitating for a moment, she surprisingly chose to stop and leaned back into An Lan's arms. Her elongated eyes fixated on An Lan's jaw for a while. He had just walked up to the closet in the room, pulled out a glove and a helmet, and handed them to An Lan. He gazed at An Lan's face with an ambiguous look, lightly brushing his fingers across it. Here. When you come back, remember to wear these. I don't want anything happening to your perfect body. A body with scars, I don't like it. Sandy's casual words made An Lan furrow his brows slightly. Lucian had once said that her greatest strength was not her talent, but picking up girls. So, the claim about the train being her father's staff member, maybe because of her sugar baby status, had given him some key clues? Not getting hurt? An Lan nodded slightly, put on the helmet and gloves, and wrapped his arm around Sandy's waist. Then, baby, do you have any more thoughtful instructions? He. Darling, too much asking for help makes me think you're just a pervert. All right then. Closing his eyes slowly, An Lan felt a little moved and clicked the affection CG button. Playing 50 points affection CG. SSSSS. Fine, warm sunlight poured through the window, landing on the white hospital bed. The elderly man leaned against his pillow, staring blankly at the sky outside. People walked back and forth outside the ward. He seemed to feel nothing, just staring at the sunset. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a worn figure appeared, with wavy long hair swaying in front of the elderly man. The old man stared at the newcomer for a moment, expressionless, and continued to gaze at the sunset. In the vase on the bedside table, there was a sprig of snake plant, symbolizing hope and happiness. After covering the elderly man with a blanket, the visitor stood quietly in front of the bed. After a long pause, a soft drip sound could be heard, tears seemingly falling from the newcomer's eyes, until another crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Family of the patient. Do you still want to continue the treatment? To be blunt, given your financial situation, there's no need to continue the treatment. After all, there's no cure for this kind of mental illness. He will remain like this, and his condition will only worsen. His future will remain unchanged, even becoming an unconscious existence that needs constant care. Instead of clinging to the hopeless treatment, it would be better to take him home and let him enjoy his final years. The doctor stood at the door, speaking earnestly. But the newcomer only shook their head. No. Keep treating him. Whatever future comes, I'll accept it. No matter what happens to him. I'll accept it, because he is my father. The screen suddenly cut off. An Lan recalled everything in the scene and looked again at the affection CG with a rating of 25, probably trying to figure something out. The elderly man, the woman, the medical case. And what the doctor had said about the future. If all the clues and current experiences were put together, one could roughly understand, Sandy had a father, and she loved him deeply. But in the CG, it seemed like her father had forgotten her. Forget equals amnesia? So, this was linked to the memory station. In the first CG, the elderly man must have been diagnosed with something like amnesia or dementia, which is why he didn't recognize Sandy at the station. In the second CG, it seemed like his condition had worsened. But Sandy still insisted on treatment, accepting any uncertain future. The future? So what exactly happened in the future? That's what gave birth to the memory station? Clang. Before An Lan could think any further, the Dusk Express came to a steady stop in front of the station. Darling? We're getting off now. I'll wait for you at the next departure point. A kiss on the chest, smack, Sandy quickly walked to the microphone and began broadcasting again. The train has arrived at Future Station. The next stop is Fiction Station. This train will stay for 3 hours. If you wish to continue your journey, please purchase a transfer card to reboard. Damn. Damn. Don't scare me with a knife. Are you not getting off at the next station? With me here, shouldn't the survival rate be a bit higher? You, and you big bear person, show me some respect. Wasn't it me who didn't want to save that Chinese guy back then? I can only take one. I have my own difficulties. Amidst the broadcast, the back door of the carriage opened, and Bill jumped off the train with excitement. Behind him, Meika Lin and Men Luoka were staring at him with displeasure on their faces. But. Thud. Suddenly, a front compartment door opened, and An Lan, dressed in a clean suit and wearing a helmet, appeared unscathed and oddly dressed. The three looked at An Lan in astonishment. You? Chinese kid. You. You're not dead? Bill's eyes widened, nearly stumbling on one foot. An Lan. An Lan, are you okay? TZ. You're still alive. Meika Lin rushed into An Lan's arms in a few quick steps. Men Luoka was also considering a bear hug but awkwardly walked to An Lan's side, grinning silly. If I had died, wouldn't I have refreshed inside the carriage? It seems that dead people turn into monsters? You all are just not careful enough. As he pulled away Meika Lin, who clung to him like an octopus, An Lan smiled and pointed to the station's waiting hall. Let's go this time, I don't know what the situation is. Tap tap tap. The four of them now truly moved forward with An Lan as the core. Although Bill wore a straight face and said nothing, he had to admit in his heart, in that situation back then, he probably couldn't have made a decision like An Lan's, right? Using himself to break the deadlock? Using everyone? And yet, everyone willingly allowed An Lan to use them. Clang clang clang. After entering the waiting hall, the door to the outside of the station closed tightly again. This time, the hall was different from before, filled with various hanging LCD screens. The TVs were showing strange clips. For example, footage of An Lan, Meika Lin, and Men Luoka dining together, or An Lan sleeping, Meika Lin sunbathing, and Men Luoka wrestling with a bear. If they didn't know this was the waiting hall, normal people might think it was a life exhibition of the three. But, as the four observed carefully, they discovered a common issue. That was, there were no photos of Bill. Thick crab. What does that mean? What does that mean? You guys are discriminating against a cripple, aren't you? Why do all three of you get to display photos, but I don't have any? Why? Crack crack crack. Just as he was furious, the TV flickered again, and unexpectedly, a new face appeared. It was a woman in a kimono, looking terrified, sitting on the train seat. Matsumoto Kika. This woman, who had logged off at the start, inexplicably appeared on the wall-mounted TV. However, because An Lan and the others had amnesia, they were unaware of Matsumoto Kika's current situation. If I'm not mistaken, this woman also appeared in the human head balloon, right? Is she also a contestant? But why, even after she disappeared, can she appear on the TV? What does it mean to appear on TV? An Lan frowned, and the others stared blankly at the TV screen for a while. Snap. Suddenly, in the center of the waiting hall, an LED light lit up, and a huge neon sign instantly caught the attention of the four. Future Private 3D Cinema. The dazzling big characters shone with lights as the entrance of the cinema featured a pair of faceless human models bending over and continuously emitting distorted electronic sounds. Welcome, welcome. Could the transfer card be there? Bill scanned the entire hall but didn't see any ticket machines, so he jumped in excitement and came to the front of the Future Private 3D Cinema. This private cinema was actually not large, there wasn't even a front desk, just 7 narrow individual rooms the size of a squat toilet. Aside from that, there were no more explanations. What should we say? An Lan. Should we go in? Men Luoka didn't pay attention to Bill but focused his gaze on An Lan. An Lan nodded. Manloka, you go in and take a look first. If there's any problem, just activate the golden hero and randomly choose any one of us to come back. Okay. Manloka had no problem with An Lan's suggestion. Among them, only he could instantly protect himself. Tap tap tap. After entering the private cinema, Manloka casually selected room 2 to enter. However, just as he opened the door, a wave of darkness suddenly surged from the seemingly short and narrow room, instantly engulfing Manloka. Hey! Manloka! An Lan exclaimed, wanting to follow him inside. Clang! The room 2 door closed instantly, displaying the message "This room is occupied" on it. No matter how An Lan pushed or hit it, that seemingly weak door didn't budge at all. Damn! Anger echoed outside the door. But inside the door, Manloka seemed to hear nothing at all. In front of him, above the narrow corridor, a hanging TV flickered with images. Photos of picking mushrooms on the mountain, wrestling with a bear, happy drinking, giving flowers to mom. These scenes looked familiar to Monloka, yet he felt as if they had never happened. How strange. Could it be, these are all my old photos? Has my memory been forgotten? Tap tap tap. Instinctively walking forward, the narrow corridor suddenly flashed with white light, and Monloka found himself in a snowy scene filled with falling snowflakes. What the hell? 3D imagery? Touching the snowflakes on his head, a chill ran through his fingertips. Monloka's pupils widened, and just as he wanted to say something, a deep voice shattered the cold wind. Who? Chapter 100, The Third Stop Future, The Strange Imagery Space. 2. What the hell? What the hell? Is there really someone here? Startled by that booming voice, Monka looked intently. In the swirling snowflakes, a gaunt figure emitting crimson steam was staring at him intently. Ha 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 ha. Strangely. He let out a laugh, and as layers of scabs fell from his shriveled skin, he looked like a dried-up corpse, slowly walking towards him. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. With each step he took, the blood around him started to evaporate, leaving a trail of blood mist behind. Even from a distance, Monloka could feel a burning sensation on his face. You. Who are you? Under the monster's gaze, Monloka felt intense pressure, with his heart racing as he kept retreating. After backing up the narrow corridor to the end, Monloka felt as if he had crashed into something. With a thud. Tactical searches and retreats, there are a total of 7 compartments, so they correspond to 7 players, right? No. If entering alone, the monsters inside are more powerful than those encountered in the tunnel, right? What the hell? There's no way to run. King Gigi, not? I still don't understand. What exactly is being shown on those TVs? I always feel like those images have something to say, don't they? Gee. The difficulty of this level has skyrocketed. The first level is the disappearance of past memories, the second level is the disappearance of present memories, so what about now? The disappearance of future memories? No way? SS-level dungeons are terrifying. While the bullet comments were wildly agitated. An Lan knocked on door 2 but got no response, his face troubled, and in the end, he looked toward the single room of the special division. I can't take it anymore. Perhaps this level is designed to separate us. Everyone, choose a door. Maybe if we can get out ourselves, we can provide some help to those trapped inside. Hesitating, An Lan arrived at the innermost door 7, while Meika Lin held his hand tightly, standing in front of door 6. But Bill wore a stinky expression. I must be going through door 1. Clang. The 3 of them almost opened the partition door at the same time. At the moment An Lan entered door 7, Meika Lin tried to rush in after him. But her body suddenly got pulled into door 6 as if it were magnetized. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Door 7 was equally narrow, and Lan continued down the narrow path that seemed only a few steps long, with beams of light flickering above his head. A TV showed interesting images. In the bathroom, being chained up, leaning against the bathtub, images of sitting on a plane, images of being sincere with Sandy in the train compartment. There were many glamorous scenes. But as An Lan looked at the images, his expression gradually became strange. Something's wrong. He actually had no recollection of the contents of these images at all. Even if he had amnesia, there should be some faint touches regarding the past, right? Just like when he crawled out of the car's back door, there must be some vague memories of what happened there. But in front of him, An Lan truly had no feelings at all. Frowning, he continued along the dark corridor, and suddenly a pitch-black building appeared before him. It was over 10 stories high, and when An Lan looked up, he felt as if there were a pair of eyes in the top of the building staring intently at him. Oh? So it's this time? Suddenly. From the top of the building, a melodious and playful voice rang out. Then. Crack crack crack. Crack crack crack. On the dark building's walls, a shadow appeared, grotesquely distorted. He had a thick tail growing from his buttocks, his arms began to shorten, and as his limbs became alarmingly small, his body elongated. Layers of purple light flickered on the shadow, followed by thud thud thud, as a portion of the wall collapsed, and the figure actually transformed into a giant crocodile, moving rapidly on the wall, heading straight for him. What the hell? An Lan was shocked and stumbled back repeatedly, instinctively wanting to run toward the door. But remembering that the door couldn't be opened, he simply bolted toward the darkness behind the building. Thud. 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 And that eerie giant crocodile kept leaping on the wall, and when it caught up to An Lan, its large mouth opened wide, and in the midst of flying through the air, it transformed from one giant crocodile into 2. Splash! The heavy sound of landing echoed as the 2 giant crocodiles surrounded An Lan from both sides. Ha! A dark and hostile aura emanated from the crocodile's mouth, leaving An Lan unable to move forward or backward, nervously glancing around. Damn it! Not only can the giant crocodile climb buildings, but it can also split into two? Isn't the difficulty here just too insane? Staring in shock at what lay before him, An Lan hesitated whether to use the perfect timeline. The reason for his hesitation was that An Lan knew even if he went back to before entering the Gate 7, he would still have to come here to look for the transfer card. Starting over, if he changed doors, could he get a better opponent? What's wrong? Are you scared? The two giant crocodiles surrounding him suddenly spoke. Who are you? He. You will know. Whoosh. A chill came from behind, and An Lan hurriedly looked back. The giant crocodile stomped the ground, its tail swinging, and it actually leaped half a meter high, pouncing towards him. Damn! An Lan quickly dropped down and rolled, narrowly dodging the attack, and looked at the spot where the crocodile had pounced. It actually flickered in the air and disappeared. You fell for it, didn't you? An Lan. Boom! Before he could react, the giant crocodile jumped and slammed onto An Lan. The heavy body pressed down, and An Lan was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The giant crocodile's teeth clicked together, drooling as it slowly moved closer to An Lan. An Lan looked at that powerful jaw, and his heart raced wildly. He instinctively pushed his head against the crocodile's upper jaw. Crack, crack, crack. The helmet given by Sandy was useful at this moment. The seemingly ordinary helmet surprisingly held back the terrifying bite of the upper and lower jaws, leaving An Lan's head unharmed within the crocodile's mouth. Dragon 19 Jeeping, wow. 666. So, Sandy's item is this powerful. Undead Lightning Kaichin, what? Is this crocodile a bit too much? It looks like it's transforming from a person? First it transforms, then it splits? This is crazier than an SSS level talent. Snake Catcher Su Xian, how do we get past this level? Are we just stuck like this? As the jaws remained locked, the comments were rising rapidly. An Lan, with his gloved hands, kept hitting the eyes of the crocodile. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, with only the physique supported by the D-level talent, it was really too weak. After the giant crocodile closed its eyes, its scales began to ripple, releasing a strange vibration. Within this vibration, An Lan's mind surprisingly began to form a consciousness. Take off the helmet. Take off the helmet. After entering the door, take off the helmet and gloves. Take it off. Buzz. In the midst of a strange vibration, An Lan felt dazed, and then, he appeared in shock behind Gate 7, blankly staring at the flickering screen in the corridor. What the hell? What's going on? Time has turned back? Has it gone back to when I just entered the door? Is it An Lan's ability? I remember An Lan's ability is charm, right? Could it be that crocodile's ability? No way, can a crocodile have so many abilities? The comments began to surge again. And An Lan stood behind the door, looking ahead in confusion, and subconsciously took off the helmet and gloves. He looked at the screen above and suddenly felt a bit dazed. It was playing footage of him dining with Menlawoka and Mei-Kalan, along with some steamy scenes. Why do I feel so familiar with this scene? But something's off. Did I really experience the footage above? Based on my current situation, it should be the first time I meet Mei-Kalan and Menlawoka in the instance. After all, Lu Xian said they are my teammates. So my teammates can only be fellow countrymen. But, why do I feel that the dinner with the three of us played on the TV has actually happened? And, the TV showed that Sandy and I were intimate, but just before entering the station, Sandy was so hungry, so I definitely haven't been with her. So, why do I feel these scenes are familiar? Could it be that I haven't experienced it? But I have seen these scenes? Hiss? When did I see it? Hesitating while looking at the screen, An Lan threw down the helmet and gloves and directly walked toward the depths of the corridor. Almost at the same time. Jochi City, Defense Department, it's completely blown up. Damn. It's over. What the hell is that crocodile? It can split, seduce others, and even reverse time? Seriously. Such an exaggerated monster, who can possibly win against it? Yening slumped in her seat, a defeated look on her face, while Hoyong's heart sank too, sighing helplessly. The barrage in the live stream was filled with "It's over, goodbye, An Lan. Why do we encounter such a perverse opponent halfway through the dungeon? Lu Xian was puzzled. She recalled that figure on the rooftop and felt an inexplicable familiarity. That crocodile gave her a strange sense of déjà vu. Chapter 101. The Third Stop Future, a Strange Image Space. 3. Free America, gunfights every day, it's done. It's done. And Lan's opponent here is even more perverse. I feel like he'll be the first to sacrifice. In this dungeon, no one can escape. The strict farmer, let me calculate. Transformation, duplication, psychic control, time reversal, isn't this crocodile a boss? Heritage application, must apply, oh wow. It seems our golden source is dying unjustly, this dungeon is unsolvable. The barrage in the live stream was getting more exaggerated. Inside the Gate 7. An Lan looked at the somewhat familiar building, instinctively looking up. In the sky, a figure was also gazing at him. Oh hey, back again, huh? You don't have your protective gear this time. Do you think you can survive? Again? An Lan listened to that voice, his face growing more suspicious. He. But in the next moment, the suspicious expression was replaced by shock. That black shadow rapidly split and morphed, turning into a giant crocodile. Thud thud thud. The giant crocodile stepped on the wall of the building, leaving footprints, its figure flickering and splitting into two giant crocodiles. Thud thud thud. The sound of double crashes came, and powder rained down from the ceiling. As the two black shadows raced, An Lan instinctively took a few steps back, but after a sudden familiar feeling, he shockingly charged forward. Boom! Boom! Unsurprisingly, the two giant crocodiles landed heavily, creating craters and blocking his way in front and behind. Damn it! Why do I feel this scene is still so familiar? Ha! A chill suddenly surged at the back of An Lan's head, and his right eyelid twitched. He instantly dropped to the ground and rolled, seeing the crocodile behind him suddenly pounce, disappearing in midair. His pupils widened, feeling as if this scene was becoming even more familiar. Isn't it a clone? Is it an illusion? Splash! Before he could think carefully, a massive crocodile charged directly at him, pinning An Lan to the ground. A giant crocodile's mouth closed around him, ready to bite down on An Lan's head. Shit! Perfect timeline. Instinctively, he wanted to press that icon. But suddenly, An Lan was shocked like he had been electrocuted. Wait a minute. This instinctive action, combined with the thought in his mind even if it reset, it wouldn't help, brought back a familiar feeling. An Lan looked at the giant mouth, and suddenly had a bold guess. He seemed to have experienced a scene like this once before. However, his perfect timeline still showed it could be used, so that wasn't his own ability, but right now this crocodile? You can also activate time reversal? You can also create illusions? Do you recognize me? Could it be that you? He An Lan. An Lan. Die. Ugh. The heavy jaws came down, and An Lan suddenly remembered the previous 50 affection level, CG. In it, Sandy said only one thing: no matter what future, I will accept it. Because he is my dad. No matter what kind of future, I will accept. Future station. Future. You are the future me. Will you accept future? Looking at that gigantic profound mouth opening wide, An Lan actually closed his eyes and suddenly dove into the crocodile's mouth. In his imagination, the originally foul-smelling and narrow crocodile mouth. As his body stumbled and fell, he found himself in an unexpectedly spacious and bright place. Puff puff puff. An Lan only felt like he entered a bright, slippery slide, sliding through the daylight, and when he opened his eyes again, he was surprisingly standing behind Gate 7. Well done. As expected of me. At the end of the long corridor, a giant crocodile slowly stood up with its mouth closed, transforming into An Lan's appearance, giving An Lan a thumbs up before vanishing in a flash of light and shadow. Clang! Gate 7 instantly popped open, and above An Lan's head, a transfer card slowly fell into his hand. He looked at the transfer card, slowly putting on the helmet and gloves that had fallen at the door, and walked out of Gate 7, standing outside the private theater, waiting with a strange expression. Third stop, Future Station. At first, An Lan couldn't understand how this was supposed to be designed. Memories? Can future memories be intercepted? The answer is yes. It's the kind that plays for you to see. Why do the images on TV look so strange, clearly himself, yet he has never seen it before? That's because these memory images happen in the future. And the difficulty of this level is that you have to face your future self. You cannot possibly defeat your future self. The point is that you need to guess your future identity and try to accept the future. So, my future self has mastered the ability to become a beast? And the power to confuse people's hearts? Recalling everything he had just experienced, there was a glimmer of anticipation in An Lan's eyes. He looked at the 7 doors that had closed again, not knowing how many could walk out this time. Superstar falling mountain machine, wow, I think I understand. What did An Lan just say? That giant crocodile is himself? He climbed into the crocodile's mouth and accepted himself? The future An Lan will turn into a giant crocodile? Legal pioneer snack, up there. You understood nothing. Future. Future. It means the future An Lan has mastered the power to turn into a beast. That person on the rooftop is the future An Lan. Future station can actually capture future memories? In university's flower, hiss. Did you guys notice? The solution to this level is actually to accept future memories. It's not deprivation. So, everyone's future is not to be deprived? Awesome. And Lan could guess this? So amazing. How did this guy think of it? But wait. If every image is the future, why doesn't Bill have a future image? Does he have no future? Why does the deceased Matsumoto K have a future image? Just as the barrage was astonished by An Lan. Behind gate 6. Michaelin also stood behind the door, staring blankly at the LCD screen in the narrow corridor. Images of shopping alone with An Lan, having dinner with An Lan in Menluoka, and knocking on An Lan's door were continuously displayed. Although Michaelin felt a bit of anticipation watching these images, she was not foolish. She had just met An Lan today, how could these things possibly happen? In the images, these were clearly things that would only happen after getting familiar. Maybe I really know An Lan? But I've lost my memory now? Did the amnesiac me fall in love with An Lan at first sight? Wow, that's so romantic. After a fleeting moment of infatuation on her face, Michaelin's eyes suddenly deepened. But, there's another possibility, these images are fictional, I really just met An Lan today. These images seem more like things I will do in the future. The future? Tap tap tap. With light footsteps walking towards the depths of the narrow corridor, in the dark scene, a figure stood with its back to her, holding a strange doll. You? Michaelin tried to communicate with the shadow, but the shadow remained silent, and when the doll in its hand fell to the ground with a thud, the doll actually slowly stood up, turning its head to look at Michaelin. He. The doll had a strange appearance like Annabelle. With his head turning 180 degrees, hollow eyes locked onto Michaelin, a chilling sensation swept over her, causing her body to tremble violently, leaving her completely frozen. You. Ah, so it's this moment, huh? The shadow slowly turned, revealing a face Michaelin never expected. It was herself with long brown hair. The other person's face wore a teasing expression as they walked toward her, slowly drawing a dagger from their pocket, eyes curiously examining her. You're me? You're the future me? As Michaelin realized something, her body began to regain its ability to move. Ha! Michaelin, you must hold on, otherwise, after that instance, you will have no chance at all. Buzz. The other person thrust the dagger forward, and Michaelin quickly retreated, simultaneously drawing her own dagger to counter. What? What are you talking about? He. Clang clang clang. The two daggers clashed, sparks flying. The future Michaelin smirked, suddenly smashing her head toward Michaelin's face. Caught off guard, Michaelin felt her head spin with a loud buzz, her eyes tightly closed. But, as she opened her eyes again, she stood bewilderingly behind door 6. Thud. The door behind her suddenly opened, a card fell from above, and Michaelin caught it in confusion. Is this really the end? The future me is not scary at all. Holding the transfer card tightly, Michaelin pondered the future's words. After that instance, there'd be no chance at all? What does that mean? Until she stepped out of the door and saw An Lan. Oh? You came out so quickly too? An Lan looked at her in surprise, while she stared intently at An Lan, deep in thought. Opportunity refers to the chance to be with An Lan? Are you okay? Seeing Michaelin staring blankly at him, An Lan took 2 steps closer, and Michaelin shook her head, instinctively hugging An Lan's arm. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and tilted her head against An Lan's arm. An Lan, do you like girls with long hair a bit more? Ha? How did you know? Then alright, I'll grow my hair long from now on. Ha? In their casual conversation, the comments exploded once again. Rebirth, selling goods in yuan. No, this isn't fair. Why? Why is Michaelin's future so simple? This isn't reasonable, right? Just call me a Jia, what's unreasonable about it? Some people still have such weak futures, so they aren't a threat now, isn't that normal? Wudong Jack, I actually think it's not that Michaelin's future is weak, but that she is just very special. Future her and present her don't need any enhancement, she is already very strong. Ah? There's this kind of saying? That's right. What is Michaelin's talent anyway? She hasn't even used it now. Damn. I understand the future reasoning. But why did our Bill's livestream go black? Damn. Really? Is Bill's future completely dark? Chapter 102, The Third Stop Future, The Strange Image Space. End. Fuck squid. Fuck squid. Is it really just pitch black inside? Fuck squid. Behind, door 1. Since Bill walked in, it has been complete darkness. The corridor here is pitch black, and the hanging LCD screen has never turned on. Trying to shout into the corridor yielded no echo. Bill could only boldly bounce forward while shouting loudly. Z. Zzzz. Suddenly, as he passed the hanging LCD screen, the screen lit up with a glimpse of light, showing a woman in kimono with a terrified expression, flashing past. Thick crab? What does that mean? What does it mean? When I come in, you show me a cherry blossom woman? TMD, do you think I'm a woman? Or do you think I'll change sex later on? Watching the image on the screen, Bill's expression grew increasingly angry. He wasn't actually foolish. Once in the waiting hall, watching the scene of An Lan and the three of them, he thought of a possibility: those photos might be An Lan and their future memories. But what about his own future? Is it a cherry blossom woman? How come? Did he get stimulated in the future? Did he get plastic surgery, change genders, or use high-tech to become like that? Isn't that ridiculous? Absurd. It's absurd to the max. Fuck squid. Fuck squid. The curse gradually echoed in the darkness, just as Bill bumped into the end of the corridor with a thud, and above, a loud noise suddenly came. A huge black sphere enveloped Bill. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Inside the black sphere, filled with liquid, about the size of a lazy bed and 2 meters tall. It was soft like a bouncy ball. When it smashed into Bill's face, it suddenly sank and pulled him inside the sphere. Goo, loo, loo. It felt like entering the body of a slime. A colorless and tasteless stickiness flowed through Bill. He was blowing bubbles and cursing, his one leg constantly kicking in the liquid, yet he couldn't jump out of the sphere. Until he completely suffocated inside the sphere. In the darkness, an unfathomable darkness, Bill widened his eyes, never expecting he would die in such a pathetic way. The copied talent he had plundered was completely meaningless at this moment. His one-legness was indeed a weakness among weaknesses. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Just as he took his last breath, his blue eyes began to turn pitch black. The liquid inside the sphere was slowly absorbed by him. As Bill's face gradually became blank, the sphere exploded with a bang, and he stood in the darkness like a proud rooster, letting out a strange laugh. He. You foolish one without a future. Then let me help you grab their future. Thud. 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 With each step and jump, Bill's face twisted slowly into calm, then eventually returned to arrogance. Creak. He returned to the front of door number 1, and the door strangely opened by itself. No transfer card fell from above, and he just hopped out unremarkably, appearing in the view of An Lan and Mei Ka-lin. You came out first? An Lan was a bit surprised. According to the analysis of the future battle, Bill's future shouldn't be low in combat power, right? How could he come out before Min Luoka? What's wrong, Chinese kid? Do you look down on me? Do you think I can't see through the loophole of this level? Bill sneered at An Lan, who shrugged and didn't think much of it. The three stood in a row, continuing to wait for Min Luoka at door number 2. But, at the same time, from the perspective of the United Nations broadcast, the live broadcast screen belonging to the Beautiful Nation suddenly sounded an announcement. Participant Bill of the Beautiful Nation opens a special faction mission. Mission, Future Plunderer. Future Plunderer, a person without a future attempts to seize others' futures to realize their own future. From now on, for every person Bill kills, he will receive different levels of rewards. Kill one person, this instance will be considered completed, and Bill can choose to return to the original world immediately. Kill 2 people, Bill's bodily injuries will recover, and he will obtain an S-level instance skill. Kill everyone, Bill's bodily injuries will recover, and his physical fitness will be enhanced once, obtaining an SS-level instance skill. Boom! The end of this announcement was like a thunderclap, and the barrage in the live broadcast room of the Beautiful Nation exploded. Free America, gun battles every day, Ward? What the hell? Does it mean that Bill has transformed from a participant to a killer? Just by harming others, he can win? Strict farmer, no wonder it went black. I've stumbled into a dark choice. America forever, Bill has no future? No wonder I said there was no image display of him. So what is he now? Being trained by his futureless self? Unexplained, exaggerated comments keep floating. Interestingly, the comments from the beautiful country now seem to be deliberately hidden, no longer appearing in the public eye. In the live broadcast room, comments in other languages keep discussing in groups. Hey! Why is there a black screen over there in the beautiful country? I don't know. Bill is out too. Why is it black? Could it be that Bill has turned evil? He is not the Bill he used to be? So there's no perspective from him? The guessing comments keep coming, and both An Lan and his two companions, as well as billions of eyes in the live broadcast room, are all staring hard at the direction of door 2. Inside door 2. Poof. Are you going to rely on others for your whole life? Swish. A mighty gust of steam exploded by my ear, and the skin of Menlawoka's cheek shrank violently. He instinctively covered his face with his arms, only to be met with a wave of blood mist as the skinny figure rushed in. With a bang, Menlawoka's arms were crushed, and he was sent flying over 10 meters away in the Golden Palace. But before he could fly far, another blood mist exploded. Get stronger. Get stronger. You are far from it. Boom. This time it was from his back. The blood mist boiled up, and the monster directly grabbed Menlawoka by the back of his head. Swish. Under the terrifying high temperature, Menlawoka's hair and scalp quickly fell off. A smell of burnt blood and flesh filled the air, causing Menlawoka to tightly clench his teeth. Damn it! You monster! With a bang of a punch, he fiercely hit the monster in the face. He. The monster's face quickly formed an imprint of the punch, but he didn't dodge or avoid it. The blood mist around him surged even more, causing Menlawoka's fist to lose flesh and reveal layers of bone. Ah! You monster! Bang bang bang! With punches hitting, the monster's head drooped down, yet the monster only laughed weirdly, and the blood mist completely enveloped Menlawoka. Soon, it will be soon. You! If you keep relying on others, your end. The monster's voice strangely became gentle, but the blood mist did not decrease at all. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the burning mist kept coming, and Menlawoka's back was burned through, revealing his waist bone. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Menlawoka's eyes gradually began to hollow out. At the same time, outside door 2, An Lan frowned, suddenly looking at Bill. Hey! Try activating the Golden Hero. See if you can pull Menlawoka out directly. If this drags on, I think he won't hold on much longer. Ha! Chinese kid. Are you ordering me? Bill frowned unhappily, while An Lan merely shrugged, staring at him. Don't you want to save another person? In your way of thinking, having one more person should give you one more fighter, right? Get moving. Stop talking nonsense. The undeniable urging voice came, and even Kaelin was staring intently at Bill. Bill's eyes flickered. Save him? He actually didn't want to save him. But, if he didn't save him, his identity would definitely be questioned by An Lan. Given Bill's previous character and that mindset of prioritizing benefits, he would definitely save Menlawoka to deal with future crises. After all, with plunder, Menlawoka was just a stepping stone for mistakes. How could Bill not want a stepping stone? Now, if he didn't save, Bill's identity would be compromised. Damn it. For more future, let's protect him this time. Golden Hero. Shouting Golden Hero, but there was no golden halo flickering on Bill's body when he slammed his hand against door 2. The door surprisingly creaked open. Ha! He made it through? Looks like. I don't need to act. Bill said reluctantly, casually pushing open the door. An Lan and Kaelin had no suspicions as they looked inside. Swish. Swish. Inside, the blood mist monster slowly dissipated, somehow becoming more robust as it faded. In the darkness, Menlawoka looked at the monster in surprise. Slowly becoming oneself. Menlawoka, rely on yourself, become stronger. This is a message from the future to himself. Menlawoka stared blankly as himself disappeared, and a transfer card appeared in front of him. Still a little dazed, he heard the urging voice from behind him. Hey! Big guy, hurry up. Took you this long to deal with the future? You're not good enough. Bill's shouts continued, and Menlawoka turned around, pointing in shock at himself. I dealt with the future? Me? No, it's not me. The door just opened, only just. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Before Menlawoka could finish, Bill interrupted him again. Seeing the three outside looking at him, Menlawoka scratched his healing head and slowly walked out of door 2. This time, everyone is actually unharmed? If we can keep this up, maybe 7 stations won't be a problem. The four walked back side by side. Bill casually spoke, and in the eyes of the others, a flicker of relief and gratification emerged. Yes. If we can keep going like this, the remaining stations, we might really get through. The train is about to depart. Next stop, Fiction Station. Estimated travel time, 2 hours. The announcement echoed from the platform. The four returned to the carriage, looking out at the scenery passing by, their rare expressions softening as they began to rest. At the same time. Wild Boar Peppa, wow. Does this level count as a reward level? If we can all pass, seeing memories of the future isn't too bad, right? Didn't you all fantasize about seeing what you'd be like when you grew up? Yunqing Bruce, for sure. When I was a kid, I thought I'd be amazing, but growing up I realized I was overthinking it. If younger me could see future me eating instant noodles, maybe I'd wake up? Study harder? Lujo Eve Zuju, the person above, you're overthinking. The future is already set, even if you see it, you can't change it. But this level isn't that difficult, huh? Come on, come on. SS level dungeon, maybe we can clear it. 4 levels left? It's almost there. If we really make it, this will be the most clearances in an SS level dungeon, right? The comments bubbled with excitement. This is the first time everyone passed a station without injury. But they didn't notice that the comments from Beautiful Country were unusually rebellious. Strict Farmer, damn. This substitute player is kind of awesome, intentionally letting men loca out, fitting Bill's style, then mingling in the crowd, waiting for the right moment to strike? Freedom America, gunfights every day, I say, if they hadn't saved just now. They would have already won the first round. America forever, the person above. You're thinking too small. If we could eliminate everyone, temporarily not dealing with a men loca wouldn't even matter. Alright. Backing against something strange, I can't think of how to lose. Kill everyone from other countries. We beautiful ones are the overlords of Blue Star. Chapter 103, Tunnel Time, Curse of the Wounds. Clang clang. Clang clang. The scenery outside the window rushed by as An Lan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Next to him, Makarin buried her head in the crook of his arm, constantly gazing at the man's jaw, licking her lips. An Lan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking. What the remaining levels could be. You see, I have no memories of the past or present, and even just now the memory of the future could be pulled over by the station. Past, present, future. What else could memories be? The fourth station, fiction? Does it mean stuffing a fictional memory into our heads? As An Lan speculated, he began to slide a few words on his glove. What you see might be all fake. If fiction is as guessed, perhaps leaving some clues early could be useful? You saying that makes us sound like old people with Alzheimer's. Suddenly, Makarin responded, and An Lan's expression suddenly froze. Alzheimer's disease? That's right. You see, early signs of dementia, don't they start with forgetting things from childhood or years ago? That's related to the past. Then, as the symptoms worsen, one forgets who they are. Doesn't that relate to the present? And what about the future? In the late stage of Alzheimer's disease, one forgets how to speak in normal activities. The future becomes visible, right? It's like a human puppet, isn't it? What a unique thought. With Maka Lin's words, An Lan became even clearer about the logic of the memory train. First of all, this train is alive, and as it moves, it begins to experience different stages of Alzheimer's disease. It takes the passengers along these stages. In this process, the passengers' memories are constantly devoured, and no one can resist the end of the train. Maybe the train's journey corresponds to Sandy's father's illness process? If we can see what happens in the next CG, we might be able to have countermeasures at the next station. Recalling the 2 segments of CG, Sandy's father's story gradually became clear. An Lan got up and was about to walk towards Sandy's bedroom. Hey! An Lan! What are you doing? But as soon as he got up, Bill immediately shouted at him. I'm looking for clues, what's the problem? An Lan didn't look back and was about to pull open the door of the front carriage. Bill smiled, pointing at An Lan's gloves. I said, Captain, my stump is a bit cold, can you lend me a glove? I need gloves to wrap up the stump. Look. The other person hopped over and surprisingly revealed a rare shyness on his face. The train has air conditioning, right? Besides, if you're cold, you can take the cushion from the seat and stuff it into the stump, right? Why do you need my gloves? Furrowing his brows, An Lan instinctively retorted. Bill's face immediately darkened, then forced a smile. It's fine. Are you going to the front cabin? Yes, if there's nothing else, you can rest. Oh. Can I borrow your helmet? Since I lost a lot of blood, I feel my head is very cold. No. Why don't you have any captain's demeanor? Twice denied, Bill's tone escalated. An Lan paid him no mind and had already pulled open the carriage door, quickly walking toward the next carriage. He didn't not want to help his teammates, he just instinctively disliked Bill. If it were Meika Lin or Men Luoka needing help, he might not think twice and just hand over his gloves or helmet. But that Bill. An Lan felt something subtle had changed about him since he came back. But upon thinking it over, he couldn't figure anything out. Tap tap tap. Passing through 6 carriages, An Lan suddenly saw the pink carriage. The connecting door was open, and Sandy, dressed only in that flesh-colored outfit, was leaning on the bed, giving An Lan a mischievous smile. "Oh, my little man. You really came back. This time? How do you plan to play that broadcast trick? I feel it has no novelty anymore." Creak. The carriage door closed, and An Lan stared at the. An Lan held Sandy, rolling a few times on the bed. In the darkness, the two were close together, but the good feelings had not stirred for a long time. An Lan had no further actions. He was only stroking Sandy's back, as if waiting for something. On the other side. Bang bang bang. The darkness once again covered the carriage, and Men Luoka immediately stood up, his face tense. "Hey. If I remember correctly, last time we passed through the tunnel, the carriage changed, right? So what about this time? Hey. Last time was last time, this time is this time, how could there still be a problem?" In the darkness, Bill stood by Men Luoka's side. He didn't know when he arrived. Bill's short, rough fingers, whether intentionally or unintentionally, scratched his own neck. Hiss. A shallow white scratch opened on his neck, and Men Luoka frowned. "Are you blind, damn it?" "Sorry. I wanted to grab your shoulder, but my hand slipped. You know. I'm a cripple, when I get nervous, I can't balance, sorry. Just be honest if you're crippled. Why run around blindly?" Hiss hiss. While the two were talking, the carriage, amidst the high-speed clanging sounds, suddenly interspersed with several strange tearing noises. The sound was like something being torn apart, small and dense. Clang clang clang. But, with the high-speed operation of the carriage and the surrounding darkness, no one noticed these sounds. Bang bang bang. The train continued to move forward. Men Luoka nervously stared around, while Bill limped and continued to hop forward. His gaze was fixed on Meika Lin, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting. "Hey." His remaining legs suddenly twisted, as if losing balance, about to fall onto Meika Lin. But, at that moment, Meika Lin's face flushed. She clutched her stomach. "Why does my stomach hurt? I can't hold it. I can't hold it. Toilet, toilet." Pat pat pat. In just a few steps, she ran out of this carriage, towards the connection with the next carriage. Generally, the toilet on a high-speed train is located at this spot. Thud. The door at the connection opened, and Meika Lin rushed into the public toilet without saying a word, just as the door closed. Boom. She didn't notice that Bill had fallen hard behind her. F***CK. Bill thought Meika Lin would help him, instead he rubbed his bruised chin, his face turning purple. In the darkness, his wound quickly healed, and his expression shifted from anger to excitement. "That's good. If that's the case. You two, just stay here with this carriage." Pat pat pat. He got back up, limping, preparing to run past the connection of the two carriages. Crack. Suddenly. Just as Bill jumped in front of the public toilet door, with a bang, Meika Lin unexpectedly pushed open the toilet door, hitting Bill directly in the face. Ah! The scream echoed, a sharp pain hit Bill's face, making him sway again and fall to the ground. "Oh no! Why is there a toilet here? I want to use the squad toilet, the toilet is not good." In the darkness, Meika Lin hurriedly rushed out of the toilet and ran towards the connection of the next carriage. The sound of the girl's pat 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 footsteps echoed in the distance, while Bill clutched his bleeding nose, his face full of anger. F***CK. F***CK. Thick gift crab. What is up with this woman? Damn it. Forget it. Now it's all in the dark. First, take out one. Hiss. Hiss. As Bill's body twisted on the ground, various cracks began to quickly appear on his skin beneath his clothes. The cracks looked like red worms being cut open by a knife, swelling and wriggling endlessly. He. In the next moment, Bill began to scratch at the connection of the two carriages with his nails. The originally white shallow scratches began to violently expand, deepening and lengthening as they pulsated with injuries on his body. Finally, what started as shallow scratches, unexpectedly turned into a huge gaping rupture. Clang. As the train car speedily worked, the coupling of the rear train car suddenly broke apart. Clang clang. The moving train continued, but the last car had noticeably slowed down, falling into the pitch-black tunnel. No matter what. First, I'll kill you. Bill stared fiercely at the rear car, revealing a hint of relief on his face. Chapter 104, Fortune and Misfortune, the power of SSS-level talent. Sizzle. Sizzle. As the car completely derailed, inside the last car where Menlooka was, bursts of ear-piercing flesh-tearing sounds erupted. Menlooka widened his eyes, shocked to see the originally normal car gradually became a mass of flesh, the surrounding scenery quickly froze, and the entire car turned back into a meat chamber. However, the previous car was a soft pile of fat. This time, the surrounding flesh walls were drying up, and on each wall, varying-sized wounds were appearing. Thump thump thump. These wounds, like living things, continuously wriggled and tore apart, making the wounds larger, and sections of the car actually tore and fell off. Clang clang. As the severed car continued to rush forward due to inertia, a chunk of bouncing flesh flew out from the top, caused by the widening wounds. Hoo-hoo-hoo, cold wind rushed from above, and Menlooka suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Thud. Thud. On his neck, he did not know when, clusters of flesh-colored worms had sprouted. These worms spread continuously, crawling from his neck to his chest and face. Wherever the flesh-colored worms covered, there was a knife-like pain. And Menlooka had a strange illusion. His neck seemed to be slowly splitting apart. Damn! What the hell? What's going on? Why did the car suddenly break off? I huff huff huff. Trying to speak, a gap had already split open on Menlooka's neck, constantly letting in air, and his breathing was slowly numbing. Huff. No. I can't. I need to get to the front car quickly. He covered his neck letting in air and ran wildly towards the visible tail of the train. Ha 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 ha. It's the end. This Russian. It's the end for him. Next is that woman. Then, it's that An Lan. At the rear of the train, Bill slowly stood up, and the wriggling worms all over his body began to split. His entire body became piece by piece, moving peculiarly like it was falling apart but still connected. Comfortable. Inside the front car's coupling, Michaelin seemed to be finished, walking back into the car with a face of satisfaction. She was heading toward the last car. Because, in her view, she had just experienced darkness, nothing had happened. She had almost perfectly avoided the incident of the car break. Joyfully, she walked towards the back. Good. Good good good. Then I'll wait for you to open the car door. You'll definitely be surprised to see the break. It's the time you're surprised, as soon as I touch you, as soon as. The risen body once again lay still on the ground. Bill, like a snake or scorpion, gazed with a sinister look at Michaelin, who was approaching. Tap tap tap. Closer. Almost there, only 3 steps away. Michaelin stood in front of the door, about to pull open the rear car door. But in the darkness, Michaelin's face reflected on the window glass, her originally joyful expression slowly furrowing into a frown. Something's not right. An Lan said he was going to find clues. He wouldn't be going to find that foreigner, right? Not good. That foreigner is so flashy, he wouldn't have already. Turning around, Michaelin's footsteps paused. She was about to return on her original path. ****ing squid. Woman. Are you coming back or not? Bill could not hold it anymore. He was about to stand up, ready to force open the door and pounce on Michaelin. But, just when Michaelin turned her head, she suddenly hesitated. But, what if I go find them, then? Wouldn't we be looked down upon by that foreign devil? Yes, if I could make An Lan come back on her own. I could look down on that foreign devil. What if I just wait for a bit? Step, step, step. The footsteps were getting closer to the car door again. Okay. Bill, who had been lying low, suddenly crouched down and tensed up like a snake, ready to strike. But no way. An Lan can't let her benefit from this? No way. I want to interrupt their casting. Better to interrupt at a critical moment, and make that foreign devil mad. Step, step, step. The footsteps were getting far away again. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Torn between extremes, Bill couldn't hold back any longer, and stood up, slamming the car door open, ready to rush at Michaelin. Ha! But, just as Michaelin looked back in shock. Golden hero. The room. Bill, who was pouncing towards Michaelin, was suddenly enveloped in a light circle, vanishing into the dark car. What the hell? Ha ha ha. In the palace of Golden Hero, Menlooka excitedly ran towards Bill and immediately gave him a bear hug. Brother. Thanks to you. If you hadn't been waiting at the car door, I would have been taken away by the derailed car. Brother. You are a good person. Being hugged by Menlooka made Bill want to kill someone. Thick crab. Damn it, he could have at least killed one Menlooka. Now, to kill Michaelin, he accidentally saved Menlooka again. F***K. What kind of luck is this? And because of the characteristics of Golden Hero, their physical bodies were forcibly balanced, and the countless wounds on Menruoka were healing, his breathing gradually normalized. Menruoka couldn't guess anything, he only knew that if Bill hadn't been lying at the car door, he would have died. At this moment, he kept lifting Bill up. Good brother. I declare you, apart from An Lan, are my second best friend. You can ride on my big bear when you come to my house. Bill had nothing to say. What else could he do? TMD, what the hell was he doing with Menruoka now? There was no way to compete with someone of the same physical strength, right? Wouldn't that be self-destruction? Thick crab. It's all that woman's fault. It's all her. Why? Why? Close to collapse inside, Bill still forced out a smile. It's okay, I figured you wouldn't come out, so I specifically waited for you. We are a team, after all. Good. Good. I told you, you're a decent guy. Vroom, vroom, vroom. As the golden light quickly faded away, the two supported each other and reappeared at the back of the car. With a thud, the car door opened again, and the two walked into the car, where Mika Lin was looking at them in surprise. You guys, weren't you arguing before? How come your relationship is so good now? Hey, let's be cool, man. Man. Ha? Shoulder to shoulder, the two men walked towards the front of the car, while Mika Lin looked suspiciously at the broken car, and walked towards the front as well. Wild Boar Peppa, An Lan's livestream has gone dark again. No wonder it's the modern version of the Ghost Rider Pro Max, no one can stop An Lan now. Ghost Rider Ning Kai-chun, even I have to give in. I can't watch An Lan, let's see how things are in other countries. Blue Lotus no way? Why is everyone's screen black? I'm selling drinks in Maoxiong, no idea. Out of nowhere, the car just broke. Fortunately, Mika Lin went out early, and Menruoka found Bill to use Golden Hero to leave. Suck a buell, what did I say? This level isn't difficult. As long as everyone works together, we can definitely clear this instance. In the various perspectives of the United Nations broadcast, the comments were filled with joyful unity, a beautiful picture of people around the world coming together. But in the perspective of beautiful country, all the comments exploded. Reborn selling goods at Times Square, WTF? Are you kidding me? Bill. Are you bronze, damn it? I thought you were a ranked player, but turns out you are just a bronze noob? The stern farmer, are you lying there like a dead man? Can't you act before it happens? Damn it. Useless. In free America, a gunfight every day. Bill, I have my rhythm. Damn it, your rhythm is blown. Didn't take down a single one? I see now, this guy isn't a future raider, he's a joker from the future. No wonder he has no future. Isn't it? Why do I feel like that Mika Lin has some problems? Stop making excuses. A useless person is just useless. Luckily, it's pitch black, nothing is exposed. There's still a chance. Damn it, even in strange situations, you haven't done anything? Pure 5. Clang clang clang. In the darkness, the train continued to operate at high speed. Time rewinds slightly. Inside Sandy's bedroom, An Lan held Sandy in his arms, motionless, her hot breath fanning his face. What's wrong? Are you still brewing it? The woman's gaze locked onto his, their eyes meeting. An Lan's lips slowly curled up. Wait a moment. Ha? What do you mean? I mean literally, wait a moment. What are you hiding? Just when Sandy couldn't wait any longer and left a strawberry mark on An Lan's shoulder. Wait a moment. Sandy. Suddenly, a tremor came from the tail of the twilight train, and inexplicably, a groan sounded from the front. The moment Sandy heard the groan, her body tensed. Dad? What happened to you? My body is cut open, it hurts. You'll be fine in a moment, Dad, In that instant, a large hand tightly gripped her neck as An Lan leaned over her, and intense pressure mixed with a man's breath came. Answer your father's words. Quickly. Answer. I. Her body began to tremble with excitement. Dad, you will recover, You will recover. Sandy, what's wrong with you? I am running. Good. After the old man's voice gradually faded, An Lan finally released his grip on Sandy's neck. He did this on purpose. That's right. He had calculated it long ago. Every time they entered the tunnel, something unusual would happen to the train. So when the train shows unusual behavior, Sandy's so-called dad should react, right? So, what to do to Sandy at this moment? Is it stimulating enough? Huff. The answer is undoubtedly yes. Sandy's neck was red and swollen, her whole body laying on the bed, trembling with excitement. Oh, whoa, darling, what other tricks do you have? Use them all on me. Ding. Goddess Sandy's favorability plus 15. Current accumulated favorability, 65. Chapter 105 Fourth stop, fictional station. Clang clang clang. For the next 30 to 40 minutes. Accompanied by the high-speed operation of the train, rhythmic noises came from Sandy's bedroom. The scenery outside the window rushed past as An Lan lay on the bed. He rested his head on Sandy's shoulder, taking a short, tired nap. Sandy continuously caressed An Lan's face, her expression filled with comfort and relaxation. Ding. Goddess Sandy's favorability plus 5. Current accumulated favorability, 70 points. The system's voice echoed in his ear again. An Lan had no solution. Damn it. Foreign strangeness is just perverse. After all this, only plus 5 favorability? How much more stimulating does she need? Huff. The scent of perfume wafted onto his face as Sandy bit An Lan's ear. I say, why don't you consider it? Stay and take care of me and my father? Don't worry, even though the Twilight train is small, we can give you anything you want. What do you say? Another olive branch was thrown. An Lan's charm indeed moved Sandy. Her eyes were filled with hope, like a little woman praying her husband wouldn't leave. Unfortunately. An Lan shook his head. How about I take you away? Leave? An Lan, I'm sorry to speak bluntly. It's impossible for entities like me to leave the instance. Besides, even if I could leave, I can't abandon my dad. An Lan. I won't force you. If you can get out of this instance, come and see me and my father in the real world. The memory train will open its doors to you. The fluffy hair of the other person covered their face, and An Lan could only see Shandy's chin slowly pressing down. She turned her body, her legs clearly trying to straddle across An Lan's body, sitting on him. How about? Before we reach the station, one more time? A warm voice came, and An Lan was about to get up to refuse. Woo woo. The train is currently traveling at 290 kilometers per hour, approximately 130 minutes until Fiction Station. Suddenly, an electronic voice came from the compartment speaker, and An Lan was taken aback. Something is wrong. Excluding the time just now, this journey should have at most 100 minutes left, right? Not to mention the remaining time to the station, the speed of the train is also decreasing. What is going on? But before An Lan could think more, he was pressed down by Shandy and immediately felt a throbbing pain in his head. The veins on his forehead began to bulge, and the world in front of him gradually became blurry. Some unreal images flickered in his mind, and then he felt his eyelids flip, completely falling asleep on the bed. Bang bang bang. The dusk train was still speeding along. In Shandy's bedroom, or in the rear compartment with Bill and the others, they all fell into a coma at the same time after feeling dizzy. So then, in this round, can you still pass? Shandy adjusted An Lan's clothes and slowly stood up, carrying him all the way to Bill's compartment. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Not sure how long the train had been traveling, a layer of bloody mist wrapped around the clear sky outside the window, and a flashing sign appeared ahead, Fiction Station. This time, the station inside was not as clean as before, with rotten human bones and dismembered limbs everywhere. Bloodstains, broken flesh, swarms of flies flying around, and crawling maggots made this station look like an apocalyptic ruin. Fiction Station has arrived. Fiction Station has arrived. This train will stop for 3 hours, next station, Dusk Station. Please passengers disembark in an orderly manner. If you wish to continue on this train, please disembark and purchase a transfer card. The electronic announcement slowly echoed in the compartment. Sitting next to An Lan, Shandy walked slowly toward the other compartments, her figure beginning to dissipate. Ugh. Ugh. My head hurts so much. The first to wake up was Mika Lin in the front row. She rubbed her throbbing head and looked around suspiciously. After staring blankly for a moment, she seemed to remember something: graduation trip, exchange student, all-night drinking, station gathering. Some strange images pieced together in her mind. Mika Lin shook her head, and her gaze finally landed on An Lan. She remembered. She, An Lan, Menlooka, and Bill were all exchange students from Han Country. This time, because of the graduation party, the four of them had a blast, drank too much, and finally decided to go on a spontaneous trip, taking a high-speed train in the middle of the night. And then, it led to the current scene. Shit. I shouldn't have drunk so much. I should have just pulled An Lan to a private bar to drink, then had a hangover, then something else would happen. Was my mind bitten by a pig at that time? How could I call Bill and Menlooka along? Slapping her own face, Mika Lin hesitated for a moment and slowly walked to An Lan's side. She squatted down, her gaze level with An Lan's drooping head, and just as she was about to sneakily kiss An Lan's cheek, Yura! Suddenly, Menluoka in the back row jumped up and shouted. You! You damn it! You little bastard, do you want to die? Startled by Menluoka, Nika Lin immediately stood up and hurriedly left An Lan. Oh, what did I just see? You weren't just trying to take advantage of An Lan, were you? Oh, I say, you should be more straightforward. Just get him drunk, and then you know what happens next. You've already missed your chance. Menluoka said boldly, stretching and yawning. The gaze was equally surprised, looking around. Get lost. Damned Russians. What do you care? Are you anxious? Are you anxious? Get away. In the midst of their shouting, Bill slowly stood up from his seat, and he suddenly found a crutch beside him. Supporting himself with the crutch, he shook his head. How much did we drink last night? I'm never partying with you guys again. Where are we? Bill stretched his head to look out the window, and when he finally saw the ground littered with human bones amidst the bloody mist, his face immediately turned white, and he stumbled back onto his seat. Walter? Walter? What is that? Why are there so many white bones at the station? Walter? Walter? Ha? What are you talking about? Ah. Where exactly are we? Damn it! Damn it! Almost after Bill's reminder, Makaran and Menluo both rushed to look out the car window, their faces turning pale while chaos erupted inside the car. What's all the noise? At that moment, An Lan finally woke up. He rubbed his throbbing head, slowly crawled up from his seat, and shot a tired glance at Bill and the others. An Lan! An Lan! Look! Look! Outside the window! Outside! Makaran dove into An Lan's arms, and upon hearing this, An Lan looked and immediately his pupils contracted. Blood, black filth, white bones, remains. What a scene of devastation. This. Weren't we having fun at the bar last night? What in the world is happening? Damn it. It's all Menkalo's fault, saying we'd take the midnight tram. We'd reach Axe Mountain the next day? Hell. How did we end up here after a night of sleep? Bill complained, and Menluo's face suddenly darkened. You damn cripple. You agreed to it back then too, didn't you? Damn. If I wasn't worried you'd have a hard time sitting in the car the next day, would I be thinking about leaving at midnight? Damn Russian. Say that again? Cripple. What the heck? Watching the two in the back about to come to blows, An Lan rubbed his throbbing head. Enough. Stay calm. I think we should find the conductor and the crew. We don't know what happened when we fell asleep, but there are cameras in the car, and whoever controls these devices surely knows what happened. Right. An Lan is right. The arguing gradually stopped, and the four of them looked at each other, then headed towards the front of the carriage. At the same time, in the United Nations live broadcast room, the comments exploded again. What's up with Peking University, with Dad at a university, huh? What's going on? Why do these four seem to have gotten so close all of a sudden? Did they lose their memories again? AAA Wangu Construction Materials, it doesn't seem like memory loss. It looks more like they've gained a new memory. Didn't you hear their chatter? Talking about some graduation bar happy times, clearly their memories have been fabricated. I don't eat cilantro, I understand. Past memory disappears, present memory disappears, future memory is fulfilled. After the three forms of memory end, how else can memory change? Of course, it's fabrication. Fabricating a non-existent memory for them. Gummy bear, sounds like dementia patients. First forgetting the past, then forgetting the present. Finally forgetting everything, becoming a vegetable that can only see the future. At this moment, whatever others say to them sounds like inputting a new memory, and they will try to accept it. Zihan can't wake up, so what do we do now? Have they all accepted that they are students? They won't all think they're on a graduation trip and encountered strange things, right? Currently, it seems so. What exactly is the crisis in this round? The comments continued to float, and vaguely, several comments from beautiful countries flickered. The stern farmer, oh my god. Not only were their memories replaced, but you, a person from the future, can also be influenced by your memories? Qingshan's mysterious shop, I have a paradox. Since Bill has no future, does that mean he is destined to fail? Even that so-called future predator? Times Square selling obligation, wow. What the person upstairs said makes some sense. This can't be a trap, right? Let's look again, look again. How do we get through this level? Chapter 106 is there a zombie? Clang. Clang. As the carriage doors were pushed open one by one, An Lan and the three others ran forward wildly, finally stopping in a pink carriage. Inside the carriage was a normal bedroom setup, and at the end of this carriage, behind the door, was the control station of the train. But through the glass on the door, there was no one inside the control station. Hiss. Strange. There's no one inside. Could this be an unmanned high-speed train? Smart driving? Menlock kept tiptoeing to look towards the front carriage, while Bill and An Lan quickly walked towards the back of the train. What if we change direction? Could there be other passengers at the back? Tap tap tap. They seemed to have a strange unspoken agreement. Only An Lan stood dazed in the pink carriage, looking at the arrangement inside, feeling inexplicably familiar. Why does this feel so familiar? Subconsciously searching inside the carriage, An Lan finally found a helmet and a pair of gloves by the bedside table. He skillfully put on these two items, surprisingly finding them to fit well. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the two gloves rubbed against each other, An Lan saw a faint engraving on one of the gloves. What you see might all be fake. Huh? What does this mean? The handwriting looked a bit familiar. Just as An Lan frowned and thought. Hey! You guys! Come see! A scream came from the back of the train, and Menlock and An Lan immediately ran over. The door at the back of the train was open, and on the broken connection board, a wriggling flesh-colored wound was grotesquely twisting, visibly healing at a speed barely noticeable. But for some reason, this healing speed seemed to be very slow, very slow. Wardfa? What? What is this? Did you guys see? This train is broken. The fracture looks like a human with wounds. Bill retreated repeatedly to the inside of the carriage. But in a daze, he seemed to think of something, jumping up more violently in the carriage. Is there something wrong with this train? We need to go. Hurry up and leave this place. The train has arrived at the fiction station. Please exit the train in an orderly manner. If you wish to continue riding this train, please purchase a transfer ticket before boarding. After the electronic announcement echoed again, Bill took the lead and rushed out of the train carriage. Clack clack clack. The sound of his cane hitting the ground echoed as he jumped on the platform, his pale face crossing over the pile of corpses. Just as he was about to rush towards the entrance of the waiting hall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the hall, a mist of blood swirled, the blood-red color hitting him in the face, visibility less than half a meter. Ha! Ha ha ha. From within the mist came faint sounds of low moaning and roaring. Bill hesitated, looking suspiciously into the fog. What's wrong, Bill? Let's go. We need to get out of the station first. An Lan and the other three caught up and wanted to urge him further. Suddenly. Ah! Help! Help! A panicked shadow rushed towards them from within the mist. The scream, mixed with the oppressive ha-ha-ha sound, kept drawing closer to An Lan and the others. In the surging blood mist, it seemed they could see several swaying figures approaching them. Help! Help me! Thud! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist, a woman in a crew uniform, her face covered in blood, running towards them. Help me! Help me! Zombies! There are zombies outside! The woman was in panic, diving straight into An Lan's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ha! Ha ha! Just then, the roar in the hall grew louder and closer. Bill's heart couldn't help but pound wildly. He leaned on his cane and turned around to run towards the train, yelling repeatedly, "Fuck that squid! F*** the squid! How can there be zombies? How is that possible? Day. Even with one leg, he ran the fastest. Menloca hesitated, glancing left and right, while An Lan stared fixedly into the fog, until a pair of skeletal, decaying arms suddenly lunged out from the mist, causing him to retreat in a panic. Hurry! Back to the train! Hide in the car! Close the door! Go! Step step step! A line of people rushed toward the train car without looking back. Menloca was anxious. When he finally closed the door, he even leaned several fire extinguishers against it. Phew! 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 Outside the car window, the red fog began to swirl, and the scene outside was no longer visible. Inside the car, several people collapsed on the ground, breathless and looking at each other with lingering fears. Damn! Damn! How could we encounter zombies? Damn it! Are we movie characters or something? Menloca cursed in his heart, glancing disdainfully at Bill. You lame guy. You hop around on one leg pretty fast. If I had known, I wouldn't have suggested leaving at night. F***. If it weren't for you, would we be waking up here? Seeing the two about to fight again. Enough! An Lan shouted, directly silencing the two. He looked down at the crew member in his arms, who was still trembling, and slowly patted her shoulder. Hey! Are you okay? You. I'm fine. You guys. You must not go out. Please. It's too scary. Really. The whole city is full of monsters. When the crew member looked up, her wavy hair flew back, revealing a familiar face, and An Lan was taken aback. Sandy. Her name was written on the badge on her chest. For some reason, An Lan felt that this Sandy looked very familiar. The whole city is full of monsters? Then our school in shore has fallen too? Mei Lin's face turned pale as she stared blankly at Sandy. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine last night? Last night, the four of us were drinking at the bar. I don't know. I really don't know. 3 hours ago, the train arrived at the station. All the passengers got off, then everyone was surrounded by millions of zombies as soon as they left the station. There were no survivors. Wah 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 wah. As if recalling a bad memory, Sandy buried her face in An Lan's chest and began to sob and tremble again. The train car fell silent again. Zzz. At that moment, the intercom in the car emitted a communication sound. Hello. This is the Cold Country Self-Defense Force. We are breaking through the edges of shore. Please, all survivors receiving this signal, do not attempt to move. We are trying to control the zombies. Please, all survivors, control your rations. Wait for the latest news in 3 days. Do not act recklessly. Zzz. The Cold Country Drug Administration states, suspected foreign militant elements have released unknown liquids into the rivers near shore in Qingshan. It is reported that this incident centers around Qingshan, resulting in explosive zombie mutations. The Drug Administration reminds you to conserve food rations and try to hide at home to the extreme. The loudspeaker continuously broadcast various alerts. An Lan and the others looked at each other, their faces ashen. It's over. Now it's confirmed, zombie outbreak happened. What do we do? Should we just wait here? Mei Lin bit her lip. Menloka and Bill instinctively looked at An Lan, as if An Lan was the mainstay of their small team of 4. After a moment of contemplation, An Lan glanced at the swirling red fog outside the window. Blood-red droplets condensed on the window, making it impossible to be sure what might be out in the fog. After hesitating for a moment, he patted Sandy in his arms. Miss crew member, you should be the crew member of the Twilight train, right? There should be food in the dining car on this train, right? I don't know if you can. There is. Everyone, please follow me. Sandy responded immediately, squeezing out of An Lan's embrace and quickly heading towards the pink compartment. She opened a slanted triangular cabinet on the bed, revealing it was filled with instant food products like noodles, ham, and canned meat. A quick glance showed that this food was enough to feed 5 people for a week. Huff. Thank goodness. We can last a week. Maybe by then, the self-defense force will find us. We might still be saved? The moment Bill saw the food, he sighed in relief. At least. For now, in this entire Axe Mountain, how many places could be safer than this? A closed train, abundant food, and running air conditioning. Unexpectedly, their doomsday living space wasn't bad? Right. I didn't expect, setting off early last night was actually the right choice? Mei Lin felt a bit lucky and patted Menloka's shoulder. Good job. If it weren't for you, we probably would have died in that bar last night. Damn. Who just said that if not for me, we wouldn't have run into all this? Menloka raised his chin, looking at Bill with implied meaning. Bill rubbed his hands. You called me a cripple, and I didn't retort. That's my limit. All right. Cripple. You. Ha 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 ha. A rare moment of joy filled the compartment as the 5 of them slumped in front of the bedroom bed, feeling a wave of relief in their eyes. At the same time, in the United Nations live broadcast room, the people on screen looked relieved, but the viewers outside the screen were collapsing. Wild boar Peppa, holy shit. I got it. Damn it. They modified An Lan and the others' memories, and then the conductor played along with the announcement to put on a show. Undead Lightning Qingshan, yes. I got it too. This is just the mist, right? Making An Lan and the others think there's a great disaster outside, then making them waste time in the train. Snake Catcher Su Xian, no doubt about it. Once 3 hours are up, without transfer cards, An Lan and the others are doomed. This game is unsolvable. Completely unsolvable. Damn. Even if this segment is a zombie level, the difficulty is reasonable. It all depends on whether An Lan and the others can discover their own abilities. Are there really zombies? If there are, Menloka wouldn't be enough. Hurry. Still laughing? Still laughing. Damn it, time is almost up. I really want to go in and urge them. Chapter 107, Real Zombies and Strange Contrast Memories. How about, you go wash up first? In the pink compartment, after lying down for about half an hour, Michelin noticed Sandy had been leaning against An Lan, her expression complicated as she muttered. Sandy immediately got up. Oh, you can wash up too. This train compartment is for staff use. For a week, hot water should be enough. Huh? We can still take hot showers? Wow. This is amazing. Hearing this, the others' faces brightened. Even in the apocalypse, there's air conditioning, food, and even hot water? Who could leave the dust train? Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Sandy's mouth slowly curled up. She walked towards the bathroom and suddenly looked at An Lan. Sir An Lan. I might have blood stains on my back that I can't wash off, can you help me? Wow. An Lan. You're quite lucky, aren't you? As Sandy's words rang out, Bill and Menloka instantly shot him envious glances. However, the envy didn't last long as Michelin promptly stood up. No need. I'll help you scrub your back. An Lan doesn't like helping girls shower. Right, An Lan? A somewhat chilly voice cut through, and An Lan's mouth twitched. Ah yeah. He awkwardly smiled, watching the two girls squeeze into the narrow bathroom. As the sound of the shower came, the three men instinctively looked toward the shower room and soon saw work uniforms dropping out of the shower room. He. If a few more female survivors come, staying here should be nice, right? Bill suddenly joked with a laugh. Minorca instantly understood what he meant, and a Nike-like smile spread across his face. Indeed. Alright then. You thought it was an apocalypse with a harem? The more people there are, the less food there is to share. Besides, have you not thought about what we would do if the self-defense force cannot come here? An Lan's face sank, and he was already thinking in a deeper direction. In a week, hot weapons should be able to suppress the zombies, right? Of course. Fear comes from lack of firepower. If there is enough ammunition, why fear zombies? What we should fear is too many zombies, threatening other countries, directly dropping a mushroom cloud. Bill and Minorca still harbored hope, but An Lan's more daring speculation crushed their beautiful vision flat. Actually. Have you considered that? Rubbing his gloves, An Lan's voice suddenly became much quieter. What? What if everything in front of us is fake? There are no zombies at all? Or perhaps, we're in a prank show? Those broadcasts, the corpses are all fake? There is no so-called zombie wave, no apocalypse. Once we leave this station, outside is actually as it was? How could you think this way? Minorca looked at An Lan in surprise, while An Lan stared at the patterns on his gloves, unable to explain for a moment. But just at that moment. Boom. Suddenly. A scream came from the shower room. Then, the frosted door of the shower room burst open, and Michelin flew out, screaming as she fell onto the bed. Drip. Drip. Puffs of white mist sprayed out from the shower room, and Shandy was supposed to be a beauty coming out of the bath. At this moment, it was extremely grotesque. On her smooth back, there were rotten, pus-filled wounds. Underneath the skin-colored bra on her chest, there was a gaping, writhing wound, continuously pulsating and oozing black blood. With her mouth open, Shandy had yellow-brown mucus under her oral mucosa, and foul drool dripped between her teeth. The woman's originally blue eyes were now twisted in shades of red. With intense breathing, white-hot air even sprayed out of her mouth. Zombie. She is a zombie. Michelin was sprawled on the bed, her forehead bruised from the fall. She kept shouting, I just washed her back and found bite marks on her back. Isn't this the bite transmission from zombie movies? Everyone, quickly hide. It was too late. Before Michelin finished talking, Shandy's thigh muscles burst, and with inhuman speed, she pounced directly on An Lan, who was still in shock. After tackling An Lan, her body twisted over him. That face with bulging black veins constantly moved toward An Lan's helmeted face. Drool dripped on the helmet, and her deformed tongue extended like a snake, licking the moving visor of the helmet. In the surge of hot air, this zombie actually wanted to get close to An Lan? Damn. Ugh. Her saliva-covered teeth bit onto the helmet, and with a loud crack, the helmet surprisingly showed no damage. An Lan's face was filled with astonishment, then he immediately gripped Shandy's head tightly with both hands and threw her hard towards the ground. Boom. With that throw, the force was not light, directly deforming Shandy's head. Ding. Goddess Shandy's favorability towards you +1. Current favorability total, 71 points. What? In a daze, An Lan saw a panel flashing, with a heart constantly blinking above Shandy's head. The Goddess Strategy System panel completely appeared. 71. 55. 45. 20. In an instant, in addition to the heart above Shandy's head, the corresponding values also appeared above everyone else's heads. An Lan had no time to be surprised. An Lan! Run! Minorca, without saying a word, directly pulled An Lan and ran toward the carriage exit. Go! Michaelin also stood up, and the four of them quickly exited toward the back of the pink carriage, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Ha! Ha! Bang bang bang! Outside the glass door was Shandy, who had gotten up again and was knocking on the glass. Behind the glass door, An Lan and the others looked at each other, all falling into a moment of horrified silence. Zombies! There are really zombies! Just like in the movies. What the broadcast said, could it all be true? Damn! Damn it! This woman was actually bitten. Michaelin, were you bitten? Tell me? In a few moments of panic, Bill was the first to look nervously at Michaelin. She hurriedly shook her head. No. Not at all. I was pushed out by her directly. She was so strong. Michaelin's face was tense, but Bill wouldn't give up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you were bitten too, wouldn't we all suffer together? You take off your clothes. Do you hear me? If you weren't bitten, you shouldn't be afraid of being checked, right? It seemed that once death was touched upon, Bill turned against them faster than anyone else. An Lan squinted his eyes, staring at the black heart above his head marked with -20 for a long time. He was a bit confused. In his memory, he, Michaelin, Bill, and Menlooka were good friends for 4 years in college. How could Bill just turn against him like that now? And what was this heart? Focusing on the heart, it displayed the words affinity level. So, why were his and the others' affinity levels normal, but only with Bill was it different? They hadn't had any personal grievances over the years, right? Furthermore, why was the staff member's affinity level with him so high? Nearby the affinity level, there was a prompt for affinity level CG. These things felt like he was born to use. He could casually look at them and trigger the panel prompts. So, this is a golden finger from a novel? 25 affinity level CG, 50 affinity level CG, and Lan took another look. He could roughly guess that the images were memories of Shandy and her father. But what the heck were these? There was a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Are you taking it off or not? Are you taking it off? Bill's voice was getting louder. Enough. Bill. We've been classmates for 4 years, even if Michaelin was bitten, what's the problem? The three of us can't control her? Menlooka scolded Bill, who didn't speak, just looked toward An Lan. He wanted to know An Lan's opinion. I also think, even if something happened to Michaelin, we... Before An Lan could finish his sentence, Michaelin grabbed him and walked toward the back compartment. An Lan. I can let you check my body. If you see it and confirm there are no wounds, then everyone can be at ease, right? Me? An Lan stared at the 55 above Michaelin's head, and it instantly jumped to 57? He pondered, this woman seems happy for me to check her body? Yes. I will only show you. An Lan. You better not lie to me, what you see is what it is. Bill seemed completely unsurprised by Michaelin's sudden action, just looking coldly at the two. In their small group of 4, everyone knew Michaelin liked An Lan. Only An Lan seemed to never get it. An Lan. Come here. Clang. The back compartment door opened, and after closing, Michaelin stood in the corner beside it, slowly unwrapping her gray coat. Under the tightly wrapped clothes, her figure was surprisingly slender and graceful. With a waist like a dry twig, her full chest was surprisingly wrapped down with bandages. This was indeed a rare case of thin branches bearing thick fruits. Why are you wearing bandages instead of a bra? An Lan asked dumbfounded, and Michaelin's face turned red, because they're too big. You helped me untie it. Michaelin, rarely shy, lowered her head and leaned her body toward An Lan. Looking closely at the circles of bandages, An Lan observed that there were no damages or bloodstains on them. He shook his head, no need. With just this, I can determine. You weren't bitten. The gaze scanned Michaelin's smooth stomach, where, apart from a few scarred knife wounds, there was nothing. Her pants were completely dry. Bitten? Definitely not. The wound on her lower abdomen? That must have been from at least a week ago, right? It has nothing to do with zombies. An Lan felt very strange. These wounds. They look like they've been caused by long-term self-harm? But during their 4 years in college, the 4 of them spent most of their time together, and as far as An Lan remembered, Michaelin didn't have such a weird hobby. Something's not right. Mum. An Lan, can you hold me? Suddenly. Michaelin, who had been looking down, leaned in close to An Lan, grabbed both his hands, and placed them on her waist. Immediately, as if touching a switch, Michaelin's eyes widened and her body trembled uncontrollably. 58. 59. 62. The little heart above her head jumped, and its value increased in a straight line. You? An Lan looked in surprise. It seemed his hands were grabbing her wounds. This woman. Something seriously wrong. Chapter 108, Going Out. More fictional memories. Michaelin. You? An Lan was stunned. Michaelin was supposed to be a cold goddess in his memories? What? What is this? Don't speak, use your strength. Torture me. Quickly. Quickly. The warm body of the woman pressed closer, her hands constantly grabbing An Lan's. Looking at Michaelin trembling in his arms, An Lan's mouth twitched. What a masochist. 69. 70. 72. The heart above her head, the value surged past Sandy's. An Lan lowered his eyes to look at Michaelin, her eyes gazing at him, with a faint mist, her gaze almost melting. She stood on tiptoe, as if about to kiss him. But. An Lan. What the hell are you doing? Where's the wound? I'm asking you. Where's the wound? Suddenly. Bill's sharp voice interrupted the intimate scene. An Lan snapped back to his senses and immediately picked up his coat to cover Michaelin again. He had a cold look on his face and walked back to the carriage. I looked. She doesn't have any wounds. Are you sure? You didn't secretly heal her, did you? Are you favoring her now? Bill's sinister gaze fell on him. An Lan shrugged, believe it or not. I'm still saying the same thing. If Michaelin really got bitten, after 4 years of being classmates, we should have figured out a way to save her. 4 years? Have you been a beast these 4 years? Don't you have any feelings at all? Bill's sharp words made even him stop for a moment. Yeah. 4 years together. But why does he feel such a detached indifference towards the 3 people in front of him? Even. This indifference is mixed with a sense of disdain, as if looking down from above? It shouldn't be like this. I'm a cripple, why do I look down on others? Bill couldn't understand and bit his lip, damn it. I don't care anymore. Anyway, I'm going to the next carriage by myself. No one better come to me. Clack, clack, clack. Leaning on his crutch, Bill hobbled to the back carriage and slammed the door shut. He leaned against it, glaring at An Lan and the others with a menacing look. The carriage fell into another heavy silence. Everyone's gaze turned to the window, their faces filled with confusion. The thick, red mist still covered the view, leaving no hope in sight. At the same time, in the United Nations live broadcast room, Wild Boar Papa, TSK, so this is An Lan? Even after his memories were tampered with, he's still trying to win over girls? What a walking succubus. Liujo snail noodles, to be honest, in the face of disaster, people's true nature shows. 4 years of feelings can reveal a person's character. Look at Bill, that damn guy. Everyone considered him and set him in the high-speed train at night. But what now? This bastard keeps complaining. When something goes wrong, he wants to blame his friends? Impressive. Cowhide ball, if it weren't for Bill's SS-level talent, someone would have beaten him to death by now. Not really. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Time. At least an hour and a half has passed, right? If we don't go out to get the transfer card, aren't we doomed? We're done for. Now, I can only watch their 4 apocalyptic lives. After all, they really seem to have immersed themselves in the characters of a doomsday college student. Given the current situation, there are zombies and broadcasts, they can't possibly go out. It's over. The memory train trick is too sinister. Who can go out now? The bullet screen bursts with a wave of despair. But the beautiful country's bullet screen, invisible to ordinary people, is filled with joy. You've reached the kill line, great. Great. Never have I seen such a wonderful start. If they just stay like this, the Dragon Country, Iron Tower, and Bear Country will be automatically eliminated. Severe Farmer, I can't believe it, I can just lay down and win. Quizanti's mysterious shop, we won. It's all set. They won't go out. Originally, that An Lan was still doubtful, but that Shandy has already mutated, who dares to go out now? As the bullet screen shows 2 polarized factions. In the safety defense section of State Pool City. It's over. As expected of the SS-level instance, it's completely over by the 4th stop. Ho Young fell back into his seat with a thud. Yening remained silent, while the other instance participants from State Pool City all looked dejected, silent, and helpless. Lu Xian frowned, her fists tightening and relaxing repeatedly. Actually, she had thought if she went into this instance alone, things might be better. Return to dispersed memories fits this instance quite well. But unfortunately, none of the 7 people in this instance have a time or memory ability. Wait. 7 people, 7 people. A golden light suddenly flickered in her dazed eyes. Lu Xian bit her lip. Perhaps there's still a way out. Huh? How is that possible? What's a way out? This team's way out is not just An Lan alone, but Mikarin's ability. She has never shown her ability, and that's one of the unknown conditions. Moreover, have you forgotten someone? Who? Matsumoto Kika from Cherry Blossom Country. She's not dead yet. If she wants to clear the level now, if she doesn't act soon, the whole team is doomed. For the survival of the subsequent team, she must take action now. Huh? Cherry Blossom Country? Hearing this, the people in the meeting room were all taken aback. Indeed. Matsumoto Kika from Cherry Blossom Country died tragically at the beginning. But, did she really die? Cherry Blossom Country hasn't entered the instance, and if Matsumoto doesn't come to save them now, the whole team will be wiped out. Can she still hide like that? The train departs in 1 hour. Please proceed to the station to obtain a transfer card if you do not have one. Please proceed to the station if you do not have a transfer card. The train's loudspeaker once again emitted an electronic prompt sound. An Lan and the others slumped in their seats, thinking it was just a plain basic notification. Huff. So hungry, so hungry. An Lan. How about we figure out a way to drive that zombie outside? That way, at least we can go get food. Menloka suddenly sat up straight, looking at Shandy, who was still banging on the window behind the door. An Lan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Mikarin, who was biting her lip. Everyone was hungry. I'll try to lure that zombie away. Menloka, you go get the food. Huh? An Lan. Are you crazy? I say we each take a fire extinguisher and smash that thing. How can it not die? Menloka directly rebutted An Lan's suggestion. But An Lan shook her head. No. That thing is a bit strong. I don't know if we can kill her quickly, but we are highly at risk of getting scratched. I have a helmet and gloves. Also, that zombie seems to like me, so I think I can lure her away without getting hurt. It's best if I can lead her back into the fog while you guys quickly close the door. By the way, if possible, I still want to see outside. I always feel. As her fingers rubbed the patterns on the gloves, An Lan pondered more and more, feeling that something was off. What you see may all be fake. If this sentence was initially a joke? Then the subsequent favorability system, along with the strange feelings of her classmates, and Mikarin's contrary behaviors, everything felt a bit odd. Fake? What exactly is fake? Her intuition told An Lan that she needed to go outside and take a look. An Lan, why don't we go outside together? At least we can look out for each other. Menlo hesitated for a moment, planning to go out together. An Lan waved her hand. No. If both you and I leave, then Bill and Mikarin will be left behind. I'm worried about what Bill might do. You understand what I mean, right? Bill? Him? That lame guy? Menlo instinctively scoffed, but recalling Bill's recent attitude, he suddenly paused, then silently looked towards the back door, where Bill was staring over. Then. All right. An Lan. I'll go with you. An Lan took a few steps forward, and Mikarin quickly stood up from her seat, but An Lan just pointed at her helmet and gloves, then hurried towards the front door of the vehicle. Bang! As the door swung open. Ha! Sandy grinned and lunged at An Lan's face. As expected. Sandy's drooling teeth attacked the visor of the helmet, her fingers clawing wildly at An Lan's chest. Under normal circumstances, once a wound was inflicted, mutation was almost inevitable. However, not only was An Lan's helmet absurdly strong, but he also caught both of Sandy's hands, and the two of them, one living and one dead, seemed to tango, slowly melding together as they moved toward the exit. Ha! 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 Amidst the mist, the growls of zombies echoed, and An Lan clutched Sandy tightly, quickly moving toward the red mist. Damn it! Stupid thing. Really dare to go out? At that point, being eaten to bones outside. In the back compartment, Bill watched the scene, his face grim. His gaze suddenly turned back to the front compartment, and his eyes began to move. If I could trick Menlo away, then the compartment would only be left with me and Mikarin. At that time, food, women, TSK Baka. Muttering this under his breath, Bill suddenly stopped, as a cherry blossom woman's voice unexpectedly reached his ears. He immediately glanced around in shock. Who? TMD. Who is it? Huff huff huff. Huff huff huff. In the red mist, An Lan held Sandy, supporting each other as they moved forward. Ha! Multiple fierce attacks from the other side were blocked by the helmet, and ultimately, Sandy helplessly opened her mouth wide, her entire face getting stuck on An Lan's visor. Day. Once again. Until they reached the waiting hall. Ha ha ha. The suppressed growls of zombies echoed in the red mist. An Lan squinted, just as he was about to pull Sandy into the hall. An Lan. An Lan. Great. You're here? Suddenly. A figure appeared in the mist, a woman in a nurse's uniform. The entire nurse's uniform was stained with blood, and she staggeringly ran toward them. Her face filled with surprise and panic, she darted over while glancing back frequently. Come on. Hurry back. There are so many zombies here. Hurry up. The self-defense team is already coming this way. Go back and hide. As long as we get through today, we'll be fine. As the woman in the nurse's uniform tried to drag An Lan's arm, she suddenly noticed the zombie cradled in An Lan's chest. She was so scared that she stumbled back, her lips trembling. An Lan. An Lan, you weren't bitten, right? An Lan looked at the woman in the nurse's uniform with confusion, as new bizarre memories floated in his mind. Qingshan, my ex-girlfriend before studying abroad. Jinjin? How could you be here? An Lan didn't have time to think more, as Qingshan gathered her courage and was about to pull the zombie from An Lan's arms. But at that moment, Sandy's previously calm body. Suddenly, a burst of hot air surged forward, rushing directly at Qingshan. Ah! Fu Jie. Almost overwhelming, Sandy pounced on Qingshan, opening her mouth to bite into her neck, blood spraying wildly. An Lan. An Lan. Hurry back. Hurry back. Just one more day. After one day. After one day, the self-defense team. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood flowed across the ground, and An Lan's pupils constantly dilated. Then, blood vessels filled his eyes as he rushed forward, no longer caring, and swung a punch straight at Sandy's head. At the same time, inside the once peaceful dusk train, the electronic synthesized voice sounded again. The next stop is Dusk Station. Due to special reasons, the departure time is changed from 1 hour later to 3 hours later. Chapter 109, Memories are fake, but love is real. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! What did you do to Jinjin? What did you do to her? Bang! 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 Fists rained down on Sandy's skull, hitting relentlessly. In the pool of blood before him, Qingshan's body collapsed to the ground, her features now mangled, her face unrecognizable, reduced to a bloody pit. Her nurse uniform fluttered in the wind, and her finger pointed toward the dusk train, signaling An Lan to leave. But An Lan, after all, he was human. Rage filled his brain, and he pummeled Sandy's head relentlessly with his fists. Bang! 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 With a mighty blow, Sandy's head was driven into the ground, repeatedly slamming into the surface. She bit and gnawed at the flesh from the corner of her mouth, her face slowly twisting as she started to laugh with a hee hee hee. Ding! Goddess Sandy's favorability +1. Current favorability, 74 points. Damn you! You bastard! Give me back Qingshan! Boom! The final blow, An Lan grabbed Sandy's head with both hands, smashing it into the ground, pounding it until her head shattered like a watermelon. Hee hee hee. Even at this point, Sandy still smiled from the corner of her mouth, her body trembling as she slowly fell in front of the waiting hall exit. She was dead. But before dying, she pointed toward the waiting hall, her whole body slumped as if trying to crawl into the hall. Hoo. The cold wind mixed with blood mist, and An Lan thud fell to the ground, staring blankly at the two women's bodies, lost in confusion. As he woke up from his rage, slowly, reason took hold. Then, he remembered something. He did love Qingshan. So much so that when that scene unfolded in front of him, he couldn't control his anger. But upon thinking carefully, something felt wrong. How did she even get to the cold country from here? How did she find him in this station so precisely? Don't tell him Qingshan went through all the trouble, just like a special forces soldier, to find him, only to see him for the last time? Could it be, she really loved him so much? Who? Taking a deep breath, An Lan looked at Sandy's body. This woman was strange, she had remained calm, but when Qingshan appeared, she had immediately pounced on her. As for her death? Her finger pointed at the waiting hall. An Lan stared blankly at the hall, a slight hesitation forming in his heart. One was Yang Jinjin, who loved him, telling him there was danger outside, but if he stayed in the car for just one more day, just one day, it would be safe. One loved him, the other loved him back. Between one person and one body, someone was lying. He looked toward the fog swirling with red mist. He had just stood up when the growls in the mist grew louder and more intense. He. Bang. 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 In the distance, there were even sounds of gunshots. It seemed like the self-defense team had arrived here. Ha! At the moment when An Lan was in uncertainty, a male zombie in a crew member uniform suddenly burst out from the mist and lunged at An Lan. Ha! The other party was clawing and gnashing, blood and flesh dripping from its mouth, and behind it, the sounds of zombies growled closer. An Lan's eyelids twitched, instinctively wanting to retreat back the way he came. He believed it. He believed Yang Jinjin's words again. The station was full of zombies. But... thud. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, Yang Jinjin's corpse, which was originally dead on the ground, suddenly trembled, straightening tightly, grabbing onto the zombie's thigh. Ha! The two zombies wrestled together, Yang Jinjin's body twisting uncontrollably, loosening its grip on the zombie while still defiantly holding on. A face without features emitted a sobbing sound. An Lan. Run. Run away. Don't. Ugh. Before the sobbing words could finish, Yang Jinjin's neck was completely bitten apart by the zombie. The body fell to the ground with a thud, covered in black veins, as if entering zombie transformation. Damn. Eyes wide, An Lan listened to the increasingly fierce zombie howls in the mist, hearing Yang Jinjin's last words of advice. His rational mind told him he must run. Running back to the dusk would be safe. He couldn't die. He couldn't waste Yang Jinjin's kindness. But... damn it. I won't analyze any more today. I'll kill you. Memories may be false, they could be fabricated. But love is real. No matter if that Yang Jinjin is real or not, even if it's a false Yang Jinjin, in An Lan's memory, Yang Jinjin loved him. Therefore, even if the false Yang Jinjin was constructed from memories, it still showed a love for him. Even if everything is problematic, everything is false. But as long as love is real, everything is real. An Lan did not run. Listening to the rising zombie sounds in the mist, his hands trembled, but he still did not run. He took off the helmet that had always protected his face, looking coldly at the zombie gnawing at Yang Jinjin's neck. Today, I give up on reasoning. You must die. No matter how many zombies are in the waiting hall. I'll kill one by one. I'm done playing. I don't value my life anymore. At this moment, emotions triumphed over reason. An Lan raised the helmet, smashing the zombie's head with a boom, and blood mist splattered everywhere. He stood at the entrance of the waiting hall, with a resolute face, holding the bloody helmet, and quickly walked into the blood mist-filled station hall. Ha! 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 Inside the station, the roar continued to spread densely. But as An Lan advanced further, his angry expression was gradually replaced by shock. Zombies? Where did the zombies come from? The station was completely empty, the suspended TVs were constantly replaying zombie promotional films, emitting one wave after another of roars, echoing in the empty hall. This was the source of the dense zombie roars. There were no zombie tides, no apocalyptic crisis, just a couple of zombies creating a one-sided sense of doomsday atmosphere. So? Fake? Everything is fake? 4 years of memories as classmates are fake? The zombies are fake. Is Jinjin also fake? Just to trap us inside that train? What exactly is the reason? With a puzzled gaze looking around, finally, An Lan looked at the ticket machine in the hall. Shandy was standing in front of the ticket machine, smiling brightly at him. Oh. My sweetheart, I thought you would keep analyzing. I didn't expect you would also be influenced by emotions. However, it is precisely because of this anger that you stepped out of the trap of reason. Love is real. Is everything real? For Yang Jinjin's love, even if it's revenge for a fake person, is it still worth it? Interesting, very interesting. Even if I've come out from your memories and turned into a zombie, I still love you? She actually pointed out a way to survive for you. Interesting, very interesting. Teasing voices continued. Looking at Sandy, who had come back to life, An Lan's expression was strange, and he finally walked to the ticket machine and pressed the ticket retrieval button. Ding dong. An exquisite train ticket appeared before him, clearly stating, fictional station Twilight Station, check-in time, 150 minutes later. The moment he touched the ticket, the altered memories in his mind began to fade away. An Lan noticed that several zombies outside the station, who had died, were now floating towards Twilight No, in a smoky form. So? Everything is constructed by, Twilight no, using other people's memories? Stuffing memories into others' heads, or taking out memories, all consumes its energy? So now I've passed the level? The check-in time is so late, is it afraid I will go back and tell others? An Lan tucked the transfer ticket away and silently sat down in a waiting seat. Sandy looked at him playfully. That's right, the check-in time can change. Since your altered memories have disappeared and been reclaimed, Twilight no, doesn't need to maintain your altered memories, and it can leave earlier. As for why there isn't a zombie horde, it's actually because of Twilight no's memories. Its memories can't support creating that many creatures beyond maintaining the operation of the carriage. So, this is how it tricks you all. An Lan. I said there are 2 more points. How about, we have a little chat at the station? Sandy twisted her peach-shaped hips and was about to sit down in front of An Lan, who glanced at her with a strange expression. You don't mind that I just smashed your head, right? Ha ha. You being angry for a woman actually adds points. As for how rough you were with me, that earns you points too. How about we try grabbing my hair and then? Helplessly watching Sandy close in, An Lan's worried gaze drifted to the entrance of the waiting hall. Can the few remaining people get out by themselves? At least he had the system and glove hint, which let him accidentally pass the 4th level, but what about the others? At the same time. Woo woo woo. In the blood mist, Twilight no honked the horn again. After An Lan's altered memory vanished, the LED screen displayed the departure time, which had condensed from 150 minutes to 100 minutes. This slight change did not alert the people on the train. But the barrage in the live stream had already exploded. Lich Lightning Qingshan, I'm shocked. I didn't expect An Lan to see through the fog like this. The fog wanted to use his loved one's identity to make him scared and hide back on the train, but unexpectedly stimulated him instead? Dragon Knight in Jeeping, didn't An Lan say it? Love is real, everything is real. This level clearly underestimated a person's obsession with love, thinking An Lan would rationally analyze and return to the train. But it thought wrong. What makes a person human is their emotions. Snake catcher Su Xian, actually, even if An Lan didn't get angry, he would still analyze and find the loopholes with Sandy's hints. Entering the waiting hall was just a matter of time. I think I understand. The train kept pulling memories of characters from An Lan to trick him into going back inside. Unfortunately, it didn't realize that even the copied characters based on An Lan's memories would help him out of love. That zombie Sandy didn't even act, she directly killed the one who tempted An Lan to go back, Yang Jinjin, even pointing the way before she died. So An Lan's deepest affection is for Yang Jinjin? Chapter 110, Matsumoto K's ability. Train departure time adjusted. In 90 minutes, this train will reach Twilight Station. Please let passengers prepare, please let passengers prepare. The train's speaker once again transmitted a new prompt. The thick fog outside the window continued to roll, and Meika leaned on the window, looking longingly, her lips constantly pursing. An Lan, why hasn't An Lan come back yet? What if something happened to him? No way. That helmet of his is solid. Even if he runs into a horde of zombies, he can hold on. Besides, he just went out to send off that zombie. Menluoka walked into the pink compartment, tearing open a bag of beef jerky to chew. Beside him, Bill sipped a can of cola, his eyes flashing, a wicked smile creeping up his lips. Menluoka. You make it sound easy, but what if An Lan runs into trouble and needs help? I think you should go out too, maybe you could help An Lan? Huh? Should I go out too? Upon hearing this, Menluoka raised his eyes to look outside the car, foolishly considering going out when he suddenly remembered An Lan's words. No way. If I leave, there will only be Meika Lin and Bill left in the car. At that time, if Bill slams the car door shut, who else can come in? Does he want to hog the food and the women? Damn it. You lame bastard, why don't you come with me? Menluoka cursed, while Bill shamelessly laughed. You just called me a lame bastard, how could I go out with you? Wouldn't that just add to your troubles? I think you should hurry up and go out. An Lan might really need a helper. Damn. You come with me. Come here. Hey, let go. Let go. Thud. Just as they bickered endlessly, Meika Lin glanced out the window, quickly walked to the exit of the compartment, opened the door, and dashed out. Holy crap. Meika Lin. You. Damn it. Hastily releasing Bill's arm, Menluoka no longer cared about anything else. Seeing Meika Lin run out, he hurriedly followed into the murky fog. Thud. Once the two of them left, Bill smirked widely, immediately locking the car door. A pleased smile spread across his face. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of fools. Great. Just great. You all go out exploring. That means the food in the car will last me a whole month. A month. His face was full of excitement over hoarding food in the train, completely unaware that, within the layers of loose cracks on his body, petals of cherry blossom slowly emerged. That contemptuous female voice rang out again. "Owl. Fool, you're doomed." "Who?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the murky blood mist, Meika Lin and Menlooka walked toward the waiting hall one after the other. Along the way, the ground was covered with dried blood, and there were even fresh human blood prints. The air was filled with a pungent smell of rust, and inside the station ahead, a series of hiss growls echoed. "An Lan. An Lan. An Lan, are you okay? An Lan." The two shouted into the fog, but they heard no response from An Lan. "Damn. An Lan. Where are you?" Menlooka stood at the entrance of the waiting hall, wanting to walk inside, but hearing the growls within, he hesitated. "Meika Lin, there are so many zombies ahead. Do you think An Lan might have gone back already? How about we go back instead?" The oppressive growls continued, a cold wind blowing at their back. Even though he was nearly 2 meters tall, his heart couldn't help but feel anxious. But Meika Lin was different. With a good rapport score of over 70, she found it hard to let go of An Lan. She clenched her fists, subconsciously stroking her belly. Thinking back to the moments in the compartment, her face flushed, and she steeled her courage. An Lan said, "He wants to verify the truth. So, he must be inside. I..." Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Just as she took a step forward, two figures, one tall and one short, rushed out of the red fog ahead. "Sister! Sister! Run! Run! So many zombies! So many zombies! Menlooka! Hide! Hurry!" As the figures drew nearer, a girl around 10 years old and a sturdy woman burst out of the station. The two looked strikingly similar to Meika Lin and Menlooka. "Sister? Mom?" Looking at the two figures running from the fog, Meika Lin and Menlooka were frozen in shock. What's going on? What kind of situation is this? How did they end up here? Meika Na. Aren't you back home? How did you get here? The little girl plunged into Meika Lin's embrace with a soft thud. Meika Lin stared in astonishment at Meika Na, the little one's eyes blinking rapidly as tears started to spill over. "Mom and Dad brought me to see you. I was going to find you, but there was an accident with the high-speed train. But don't worry, there's a security room at the station, everyone is hiding in there. There's also an older brother named An Lan hiding in there. I saw you on the monitor, and crawled out through the ventilation duct. Sister! Let's go back. Let's go back. If we stay in the train car and wait for those big brothers with guns to come tomorrow, everything will be fine." Meika Na grabbed Meika Lin's hand, ready to walk back toward the dusk train. Meanwhile, Menlooka was already being dragged back by her mother, Menlooka. "I finally got in with the Self-Defense Forces cover, hurry. Come back to the car with me. As long as we get through today, just one day. We will all be fine." Thud thud thud. A series of footsteps raced toward the dusk train. To be honest, who could refuse when a loved one says that as long as you stay with them for one day in a dire situation, everything will be okay? And at this moment, the bullet screen exploded with cries of despair. "I'm selling drinks at Mao Xiong, it's over. Now it's completely over. The BYD copy is playing the family card? Who can resist this? Who would take their loved ones to risk it when they know it's safe? The tower is tilted, gah. My sister is here, and she knows An Lan is safe. Who would go out now? Xiongdae is leaving, Xiong Air is about to, I bet. This situation makes me feel desperately like I want to fly off from the 18th floor. You up there, that's suicide. What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Under the continuous cries on the bullet screen, the live stream room of Iron Tower Country started to panic. Damn! Is Meika Lin's ability going to fail this time? No way. Believe in the power of the SSS talent. Isn't the SSS level talent just activated? Meika Lin went to the station because she likes An Lan. And got tricked by the memory train. Now Meika Na is here. Is Meika Lin still going out? What? Does no one think that An Lan is terrifyingly strong? He can even get through this. I knew it, Longwa's An Lan is not simple. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. At the front of the dusk train, Menlooka's mother kept banging on the train door. "Open up. Hurry and open the door. Do you hear? There are zombies outside." The back door shook with clang clang sounds, as Bill blocked the door, remaining silent. "Ha ha 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 ha. Don't think I will open the door for you. No way. Open the door." Boom. 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 As the urging grew stronger, the hulking woman began to kick forcefully. Her size 48 shoes couldn't move the door an inch. Until an electronic prompt sound rang out again in the train car. This train's destination time for the dusk train has been adjusted. Time remaining, 170 minutes. Damn it! What kind of silly electronic broadcast is this, 1 minute 90, the next minute 170? This system is just brainless. Bill cursed, ignoring the people outside who were shrouded in fog as he pressed against the door and squinted his eyes to sleep. As the stalemate inside and outside continued. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, Bill's skin cracked open again, bursting out pink cherry blossoms. The blossoms began to fall to the ground, gradually forming the outline of a female body. Koluwaya Luo. Baka. The pink cherry blossoms gathered and quickly piled up, as a woman in a kimono walked out from the blossoms. This person was none other than the previously deceased participant from the first level, Matsumoto Megumi. When she died, the island nation did not immediately bring forth the memory train. Everyone thought she was still alive. But no one expected she had actually resurrected on Bill. Damn beautiful guy. Why are you so selfish? Can't you go outside for a bit? Damn it. Because of you, I am about to be exposed now. Matsumoto Kika gritted her teeth, looking helplessly ahead of her vision. S-class talent, rebirth. Rebirth, in the instance, you can feign death once, and after dying, you can choose to store your soul in a target. You can choose to be reborn on that target at any time, with the condition being, when you are reborn, that target must be alive. Note, in the soul state, you will be unaffected by anything. Ha! Useless. I thought you were the strongest, so I figured hiding on you would let me survive until the last level. Who would have thought, you pulled the plug at the 4th level? If I had known, I would have hidden on that An Lan. That kid's not bad. If I had followed him, wouldn't I be like hitting a jackpot? No one outside or inside the car noticed Matsumoto Kika's appearance. She was not polite at all. With a thud of her long leg, she kicked Bill out of the way, pulled open the door, and walked straight out of the carriage. Ha, ha, ha. Blood mist came rushing in. She didn't hesitate for a moment and walked straight into the blood mist towards the waiting hall. Hey! You? Who are you? Are there any living people inside the car? Hey! Don't go there. There are zombies over there. Seeing Matsumoto Kika, Dorlock tried to persuade her repeatedly, but she didn't even turn back, her kimono fluttering in the mist. Whether there are zombies or not, won't I know if I take a look myself? Hey! You! The woman's figure faded further away, and Makaran watched her leave, her eyes flickering constantly. At the same time, the previously hidden island nation's comments finally exploded in the UN live broadcast room. Jingdong corpse-eating ghost, Kanayaro. I thought I could hide until the end. Didn't expect Bill to be so stupid. If Matsumoto Kika doesn't come out now, she'll be killed by him. Maid Cafe, Baka. 4th level is also doable. Let Matsumoto Kika follow An Lan. That kid might just clear it. Are you my master? If I had known, I should have let Matsumoto possess An Lan. The moment the cherry blossom comments erupted, other comments were also in a frenzy. Damn. They're playing dirty. Just hiding here and waiting. Grass. I knew it. They haven't moved, it must be bad news. They are leeching off Bill. If it goes on like this, it's actually An Lan and Matsumoto Kika that will be the first to clear this level? Chapter 111, Ideals and Reality. Tat tat tat. In the waiting hall, the sound of wooden clogs echoed. An Lan, sitting with Sandy on his lap, looked in surprise towards the station entrance. There walked Matsumoto Kika, swaying her hips as her kimono fluttered, smiling at him. Yo yo yo, I really didn't expect Long Country's An Lan player to be the big leg of this instance. I wonder if I can hold on to your remaining leg. Her chest slightly exposed, she swayed like a fox and casually tapped the ticket machine, moving towards An Lan. You? Who are you? One of those head balloon members. You are also part of this trial, right? I didn't see you before. Now you appear, is this your ability? An Lan looked at Matsumoto Kika with some alertness, while Sandy gave Matsumoto a glare. Spreading her legs, she sat firmly on An Lan's legs. That gesture clearly said one thing, my man, you are not allowed to touch. Wow. Even if you've lost your memory, your reflexes are still so quick. An Lan, how about we cooperate from here on? If you can help me survive, we can form a friendly exchange group later, how about that? Look at you being such a pretty boy living off others, I'm charming and flamboyant, maybe we're a match. Her wide kimono opened. Matsumoto Kika sat directly beside An Lan. Her plump, fair thighs were crossed, unabashedly leaning toward An Lan. You. As for Matsumoto Kika, An Lan had no memory in this regard. He hesitated for a moment, did not respond, and simply frowned. Let's wait until everyone is here to talk. Everyone is here? Where's everyone? It looks like it's just the two of us. As she spoke, her warm hand was about to reach for An Lan's thigh. Suddenly, with a slap, Shandy swatted the hand away, and Matsumoto Kika was not angry, letting out a giggle before playfully lifting her kimono towards An Lan. Damn it! What is that woman doing? How did I not know there was someone else in this car? At the same time, Bill, who had been kicked by Matsumoto Kika, finally came to his senses. He stared in shock at the open compartment door, his face utterly bewildered. He stood up limping, intending to close the door when... Get out of the way! Mom of Menroka kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying out. You! You all! With a loud bang, Bill was thrown against the other side's compartment door, his head beginning to bleed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked outside. Mom of Menroka? Mei Keileang's sister? How can you be here? Even Bill was astonished by the appearance of these two. Son! Quick! Get in! Mom of Menroka didn't care much. With her bear-like strength, she pulled Menroka toward the pink compartment. Sister! Let's go too! Mei Ka grabbed Mei Keileang's arm, wanting to go inside the compartment as well. But... amidst the thick blood mist, Mei Keileang stood outside the compartment, oddly motionless, her gaze seemingly drifting back toward the waiting hall. Suddenly, you go in and don't come out. Mei Keileang suddenly pushed her sister's back, sending her into the compartment, and with a clang, closed the door. Menroka, help me take care of my sister. I still want to find An Lan. Ha? You. Sister. Sister. Don't you want me anymore? Sister. Simultaneously, cries of Menroka and Mei Ka came from inside the compartment, yet Mei Keileang was deaf to them, quickly stepping into the red mist. Sorry. Sister, compared to you in safety, I prefer An Lan a little more. If I don't see him, I can't let it go in my heart. In the red mist, Mei Keileang mumbled, her confused gaze gradually growing resolute. I've got a succubus boyfriend. I even abandoned my own sister? I've seen this plot before. But usually it's a female succubus that makes a family turn against each other, right? Why now, is it a male succubus tempting the female in the scenario? No? Have you all noticed that it's always An Lan's allure that saves Mei Keileang from desperate situations? The head balloon, the compartment door, now the station. Ha? Is this allure or luck? At this moment, the comments were stirred up by Mei Keileang's mysterious actions. Tap tap tap. Running all the way to the entrance of the station, a strong smell of blood rushed at them. The continuous growls of zombies echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Faintly, the sound of gunfire could be heard. Bang bang bang. A person's instinct is to run away from here. But... Mei Keileang tightened her legs, touched her abdomen, and took a resolute step inside. Tap tap tap. At this moment, another figure was running this way. Hey! Mei Keileang! Hurry! Go back! Quickly go back! Go! A familiar large hand grabbed her arm, and when Mei Keileang looked up, it was An Lan, appearing with a worried expression, pulling her back. An Lan? Are you okay? Mei Keileang's face suddenly lit up with joy as she let him pull her along in a sprint. Yes. I found a chance to run out. I will stay with you for just 1 day, hold out for 1 day. The self-defense forces reinforcements will come. An Lan kept emphasizing the importance of 1 day, and Michaelin suddenly frowned. Wait. Did you see a girl in a kimono? Ha? Her? She's dead. She died in the zombie horde. Stop talking nonsense. Come back with me first. An Lan continued to urge, but Michaelin suddenly paused. An Lan, they said you reached the security room, so you must have seen my parents. You came back alone? You didn't bring my parents with you? This. Upon hearing this, An Lan paused, a hint of shame showing on her face. I didn't think that much at the time. Besides, it was safe there, surely they could hold out for a day. No. The impression I have of you is not like this. An Lan. What about this? As she spoke, Michaelin suddenly lifted her coat, revealing a belly covered in scars from knife wounds. She stared blankly at An Lan, and after a moment of hesitation, An Lan actually reached out to touch. Slap. But... before her hand could reach out, Michaelin slapped An Lan's hand away, her expression becoming even stranger. You are not An Lan. Right? You. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I not be? Don't you like me touching your wounds? This detail. Who else would know besides you and me? Don't you want me to be rough? An Lan glared at Michaelin in anger, but Michaelin this time directly took out a dagger, her gaze gradually turning cold. That's right. According to my memory, I wanted An Lan to treat me this way. But if it were really An Lan, there would be hesitation and resistance on his face. That's exactly why I liked him. But you don't. You are too straightforward, so straightforward that it feels like the An Lan I imagined, without any hesitation at all. So, you can't be An Lan. Who are you? You. Damn it. Clearly I was stripped from your memory, yet I can't deceive you. Damn. Ha. An Lan grew more anxious, white mist gradually spewing from her mouth, her eyes turning red. Black veins throbbed all over her body, as if she was about to undergo a transformation into a corpse. You. Just die here. Ha. With a mouthful of drool, she suddenly lunged at Michaelin. Michaelin's face darkened, and she thrust the dagger into the mouth of An Lan, creating a loud clang as the dagger and teeth clashed against each other. But the force of the zombie An Lan's charge knocked Michaelin back several steps. Clang. The dagger fell from her hand, and zombie An Lan shook his head, puffing hot air, ready to lunge at Michaelin again. Damn it! Michaelin hurriedly got up, instinctively running towards the dust train. Damn! Is this going to be it? Even if Michaelin realizes the problem, she can't fight against a zombie. I didn't expect that people could reason like this. The you in my memory might follow my thoughts and touch me. But the real you surely wouldn't. So you are not him? 666. Can it be reason like this? But it doesn't matter if I guessed it. Michaelin can't outrun a zombie. Really, what is her talent? Is she not using it? 6. Upstairs, have you forgotten? This level is all fictional memories, how would she know her own ability? Just when the comments flooded, believing Michaelin was about to fall. The next stop of the train is Dusk Station, expected departure time, 240 minutes later. Inside the Dusk train compartment, the loudspeaker rang again with a reminder. Menlawoka leaned against the window, constantly looking into the depths of the red mist, worry etched on his face. An Lan. Michaelin. They won't be in trouble, right? Son. Don't panic. It's very safe around here. They won't be in trouble. Menlawoka's mother comforted him, as she bound Bill with the seat cloth, making him look like a dumpling. But... Tap tap tap. In the mist. After Michaelin's panicked figure flashed by. Damn it. Mom. You take care of Mechana. I'll be back soon. Hey. You. Bang. The train door opened again, and Menloka rushed into the fog. Who? The roars of zombies echoed in the mist. Seeing Michaelin about to be caught by the zombie An Lan, with a thud, Menloka's towering figure suddenly knocked him down, using his body to pin him down. What the hell? An Lan, how did you become a zombie? Damn it. When Menloka saw that it was An Lan under him, he was stunned. But... Menloka. Hold him down. Put. Michaelin quickly dashed out of the fog, stabbing a dagger directly into An Lan's forehead. The dagger spun once at the center of the forehead, and the struggling An Lan suddenly trembled, his head drooping, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, motionless. What the hell? An Lan, brother. I'm so sorry, brother. I never expected you. Hey. Looking at the hollow-eyed An Lan, Menloka nearly cried. Michaelin wiped the dagger clean, glancing at him with disgust. Let's go. This is not An Lan. I think we need to find the real An Lan. Huh? What do you mean? Follow me to the waiting hall. Chapter 112, Moment of Desire, Part 1. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Once again, arriving at the entrance of the waiting hall. Menloka heard the zombie roars inside, instinctively retreating in fear. But Michaelin's attitude was surprisingly good this time, as she ran straight inside. Michaelin. You. Wait for me. The two dashed into the waiting hall, one fast and one slow, and were both shocked by the numerous LCD screens in the hall. Who? The dense roars, mixed with occasional gunfire, were actually just sounds played by these televisions? Looking closely inside the station, An Lan, Matsumoto Kika, and Shandy were sitting on the waiting seats, looking at them with various expressions. What on earth is going on? Seeing the scene, Michaelin and Menloka felt their brains go blank. With memories still fictional, they naturally had no idea what this all meant. An Lan smiled, patted Shandy's butt, signaling her to leave for now. He walked to the ticket vending machine, take the transfer card. Then you'll understand. Ha? What, transfer card? Isn't this the apocalypse? Menloka's mind was still hazy, while Mechalin stared at An Lan. After standing in front of the ticket vending machine for a moment, a ticket to Dusk Station suddenly appeared in her hand. At the moment she got the transfer card, her thoughts became clear, and she looked at Matsumoto Kika in surprise. So, you weren't affected at all? He. I didn't expect you all to come out. What about Bill? Does he still have a chance? Matsumoto Kika laughed, and Mechalin just glared at her, showing no desire to talk further. This woman. Compared to Bill, she might be even worse. Bill was saving people for the sake of value, and she had her memory intact, yet didn't even choose to save anyone? This person is an extreme self-survivor. Damn. So, everything was fake. Holy crap. Who can understand this? An Lan, how did you guess it? Moments later, Menloka also got his transfer card, gazing in shock at An Lan. An Lan waved the gloves in his hand. Consider it foresight. But I have no clue about the next station, Dusk Train. Taking out his transfer card to look, An Lan suddenly found the time on the card, which was 240 minutes, abruptly flickered and changed to 5 minutes. Soon. The station broadcasting announced, the train, Dusk, is about to head to Dusk Station. All passengers please validate your tickets and board the train. The train, Dusk. With the loudspeakers sound, everyone walked towards the ticket inspection. One more look into the red mist. At the same time. Mum. Bill, tightly bound up like a dumpling, stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. The women left in the car, Mom Merloka and Mykanna, were rapidly melting. Their bodies were collapsing and disintegrating like liquid, turning into metallic-colored liquid that slowly poured into the car's interior. At the same time, on the car's LED screen, the countdown to the departure time was changing quickly. 240 minutes, 120 minutes, 60 minutes. The time kept accelerating, and finally, it turned into 5 minutes? The train is about to depart. The train is about to. A heavy electronic voice came, and Bill whimpered, shit. Isn't this the end of the world? What kind of train is this? Damn it. What are you going to do? You. Moom. Unfortunately. Before he could finish complaining, the car suddenly became soft and limp. A wriggling flesh-colored mass began to appear, and the door behind Bill transformed into a wriggling, dark brown mouth. This mouth was 2 meters high. A pitch-black tongue rolled out and directly wrapped around Bill's body. Moom. Thud. A living human, that large, was instantly sucked into the giant mouth. After a slight vibration, the inside of the car gradually returned to normal, and Bill was completely and utterly dead. Bill, the future marauder from beautiful country, mission failed. The city of Yunu was about to enter the memory train station plan. The strict farmer, damn it. Damn it, Bill. You brainless idiot. Couldn't you just get off the train and take a look? Damn you. What future gamer, you're as stupid as a pig. The mysterious shop of Quanta, I said it. Since Bill has no future, this future marauder is contradictory. He was never going to succeed. Free America, gunfights every day, Bill. I'm gonna screw you up. My whole family is in Yunu. Damn. Yunu is a big city. Damn it. Bill, you deserve to die. Bill, even if I die, I'm coming to your house, I'm going to. The moment Bill died, the United Nations live stream cut off beautiful country's perspective, and the screen was filled with a flood of angry bullet comments. But only 2.5 minutes later. Huh? What am I watching? No? What was I supposed to do? Damn. Brothers. Why is a train flying in the sky? Damn. The noisy comments instantly turned into confused, dazed, and baffled comments. The memory train had arrived, altering the memories of everyone in Yunu. They started to walk numbingly toward the train. It's reported, 1 hour ago, Yunu successfully evacuated 5 million people, and among the remaining 3 million, 1 million successfully escaped the city by car. Nearly 2 million residents lost consciousness and entered the memory train. A bright red report appeared on the screen, and the entire live stream room fell into complete silence. The arrival of the SS-level instance would not show any mercy. Wild boar Peppa, damn, so ruthless. So many people vanished in the blink of an eye. I sell alcohol in Malbert, this is already the 4th station. Keep going. Only 3 more to go. Can we make it? Is the tower tilting? I suggest everyone evacuate first. Just in case. As the comments kept flowing, on the other side, inside the dusk number, the new four-person team returned to the car. Clang clang clang. The train's speed returned to its peak, and the view outside the window changed from the monotonous plains to, inexplicably, a vibrant field of flowers. Red, pink, with stimulating colors that dazzled the eyes. Dusk Station. What does Dusk Station mean? What will memory, the past, the present, the future, and fiction turn into? An Lan lowered his head, lost in thought, not paying attention to the scenery outside the window. Mycera sat beside him, tilting her head, looking at the side of An Lan's face. No matter how you look at it, it's never boring. Menroka was staring out at the sea of flowers, constantly exclaiming in wonder. Wow! This flower sea, if it were a normal scenic view, how wonderful it would be. Baka. Still looking. According to the previous pattern, every time the train starts, it will enter a tunnel. And after entering the tunnel, things inside the train always change. Every time, Shandy gives An Lan something as a hint. But why, this time? Matsumoto Kika kept her gaze fixed on the end of the carriage's pink bedroom. Since Shandy returned to the train, she hadn't come out even once. What exactly is going on? Does she want An Lan to die? Could she really bear that? Matsumoto Kika was uncertain. Clang clang clang. At that moment, the train passed through a purple area of Roland flowers. Even though the doors and windows were tightly closed, a rich floral fragrance inexplicably wafted through the cabin. This fragrance was incredibly enticing, like high-end perfume, never becoming dull no matter how much you inhaled. Who? However, after breathing for a while, the body felt inexplicably hot. And the previously clear vision became blurry, like one was drunk. The pores, skin, and certain organs began to feel sensitive and excited. The train is passing through the sea of desires. This is the scenic area along the train route, lasting 1 hour. Please enjoy it to the fullest. An electronic voice echoed. The people sitting in the train, surprisingly, had no intention to listen or look out at the purple sea of flowers. Who? Under increasingly hot breaths, An Lan's throat felt dry, and his body was getting unbearably hot. Pata. But before he could take off his shirt, Mycera beside him had already unbuttoned her top, revealing her body wrapped in bandages. She flicked her tongue and unexpectedly lunged to kiss An Lan's face. An Lan. Moreover, she directly moved onto An Lan's lap. As she kissed him, her hands mischievously started to roam on An Lan's thigh. Hey! You! I can't take it anymore. With his head tilted, An Lan was pressed against by Mycera, who was wildly kissing his face. She was kissing her way down his neck, eyes on the buttons of his shirt. Damn it! This isn't right. An Lan felt an unbearable heat on his body, struggling not to push Mycera away, just as he wanted to stand up forcefully. An Lan. Suddenly, another large kimono rushed over and covered him. Matsumoto Kika actually charged in to undo her kimono. What on earth? Hey! Menroka! Use Golden Hero to lock me up. At the moment of becoming aware, An Lan shouted loudly. Buzz. Fortunately, amidst the purple flower sea, 2 golden circles flashed, and An Lan and Menkalo both disappeared from the carriage. As a familiar golden palace appeared before him, An Lan was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Who? An Lan. But across the palace, Menkalo surprisingly looked flushed, with dreamy eyes staring at him. Damn. Chapter 113, Moments of Desire, Part 2. Damn it. An Lan was about to break down. No. Why? Menroka, I treat you like a buddy, what the hell do you see me as? An Lan. Thud thud thud. Panting heavily, Menroka came rushing towards An Lan like a mad bull. After a loud thump, he lunged at An Lan, grinning widely as he was about to kiss An Lan's face. Fortunately, Golden Hero has the best feature, which balances both sides' physical conditions. An Lan pushed against Menroka's face with both hands, wearing a convenient expression. Damn. I've figured it out. It's the body. My heartbeat automatically gives people a good impression. Now everyone is inexplicably aroused, and instinctively seeks the person with the highest affinity. So, am I really a human-shaped seductive demon now? An Lan was so frustrated. Never thought that this once invincible trait is now poison. An Lan. Brother, you smell so good. Monroka's eyes turned red, and his gaze became increasingly crazy. An Lan grabbed the helmet that was beside him, suddenly put it on, and wildly smashed his fist down on Monroka's big face that was reaching out. Bang! Bang bang bang! Although the golden hero has equal physical strength, he had a helmet. With constant collisions, Monroka's originally twisted eyes gradually became confused, and he started to feel dizzy. Get away! An Lan saw the situation and directly pushed Monroka away. He would rather be stabbed in the back by a knife than by his own brother. Tap tap tap. Rushing toward the front of the golden hero, An Lan knew very well that when Monroka's consciousness completely faded, the golden hero would disappear. If he remained in place, he would surely be pinned down by Michaelin and Matsumoto Kika. But as long as he moved within the golden hero, the reality would follow suit. Buzz buzz buzz. Monroka's breathing became heavier, but as his mind grew quieter, he glanced dazedly at An Lan, rolled his eyes, and with a buzz, the two suddenly appeared at the front and back of the carriage. An Lan! An Lan! Shouted. At that moment of appearance. In the original seat, Michaelin had already removed her pants and shoes. Matsumoto Kika was even more exaggerated, her kimono undone and spread on the floor, wearing a very simple pink outfit, and pounced towards An Lan. An Lan! Come here! An Lan! Let's do it together! Together! The two women rushed over like mad women, and An Lan immediately sprinted towards the front carriage. He pushed open the carriage door and charged towards the pink carriage. Although he didn't know what was happening. But if Sandy were here, at least he could be sure he wouldn't be happily killed, right? You might think this level is a reward? But news reports show that excessive indulgence in men can really be deadly. Death Knight Ning Kaichung, I've got a desire explosion. What's going on? Is this a desire poison this time? Dragon Knight In Jeeping, An Lan isn't getting it on? I've already taken off my pants. Am I just here to watch you run away? Snake Catcher Su Xian, to be fair, if this happens, the ending would be 1 versus 3. An Lan would definitely be dead, right? I'm very curious, how do you pass this level now? Do I have to hide in the bathroom and take care of myself? Suppressed desire? 666. You up there, you're a genius. What? Why is An Lan still the most rational? Logically, the weakest person should be the first to succumb to desire, right? You up there must be a girl, right? An Lan has taken off before. Boys have their wise time too. The bullet comments were crazier than ever, filled with jokes and excitement. After all, the scene at the moment was truly too bizarre. Huff. 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 The more he ran, the heavier his breathing became. As he inhaled more of that scent, An Lan's vision began to blur, and his entire body felt as if it was burning like a coal. His steps began to waver, and his gaze became unfocused. He dared not look back. He feared that if he turned back, he would lose control and pounce back. Thud. The door of the pink carriage was surprisingly open. As An Lan stepped inside, the door suddenly slammed shut. He felt as if a block of ice had suddenly embraced him, providing a cool relief. Looking down, he saw Sandy, dripping with water, hiding behind the door and hugging him. The woman's thick lips curled up, seemingly unaffected by the scent, her hands caressing An Lan's lower abdomen. Darling, you seem a little off. How about you beg me, and I'll help you? Bang! Her smug expression didn't last a second before Sandy was pinned against the door by An Lan, her head pressed against the carriage door glass. She could feel a hot furnace pressing against her back. Huff. 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 Hot breaths came in, and outside the door at this moment, Michaelin and Matsumoto Kika also came running over. Two pairs of eyes were fixed on Sandy at the back of the car, frantically banging on the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. An Lan. I want An Lan. Bang bang bang. Outside the door, two women were impatiently and crazily crashing against it. Behind the door, Sandy was being held by An Lan, suddenly hit by a wave of heat, and crashed against the door together. Wild, crazy, thrilling. The three women exchanged manic glances, and at that moment, it seemed to reach some kind of limit. Oh. Yes. That's right. That's right. This feeling of being watched by them, being gazed at with jealous eyes. Wow wow. Sandy's favorability towards you +1. +1. +1. In a daze, a series of alert sounds echoed in An Lan's ears. He didn't listen at all, only hearing the continuous banging on the door outside, the thumping sound from behind the door. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the train passed through a segment of tunnel, and after the compartment fell into darkness, An Lan unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. He didn't know what was happening to his body, only that he stood up numbly, wanting to do something. It was like a mad, irrational cycle of repetition, even though his body had been emptied. Even with a vague awareness that continuing like this would lead to death, An Lan couldn't control himself. It's over. The most absurd way to die in history is about to occur. Salute to An Lan. He should qualify as having the most comfortable way to die, right? Which man could refuse to die like this? All audiences, stay positive. At the same time, An Lan's livestream had been blacked out for nearly 2 hours, the comments flooded with words like burned out, no, you'll die. But in the midst of the banging on the door, An Lan suddenly felt someone prying his mouth open and throwing something into it. The object was small, like a pill? After swallowing it with a whimper, the heat inside him instantly felt doused with cold water, starting to rapidly decline, and An Lan plopped down on the ground, completely exhausted, falling into a deep sleep. In a daze, he saw Sandy also exhausted, resting in his arms, looking at him fondly. 6 times now. If it goes on like this, you can't hold on, and I can't hold on either. I can't bear for you to die. Ding. Sandy's favorability +1. Current favorability accumulated, 87 points. You have new favorability CG to watch. Bet right. Feeling inexplicably relieved, An Lan finally fell into a deep sleep. Yes. Going directly to find Sandy was An Lan's gamble. He was betting that Sandy wouldn't let him die here. The danger of this test lay in losing control. If he couldn't control himself, then let Sandy control him. With such high favorability, would Sandy let him die suddenly? The answer is certain. No. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The train sped along at high intensity, and no one knew how long it had been. The view outside the train window gradually changed from fields of flowers to a grove of withered cypress trees. A ray of sunset slowly shone through the window. Sandy helped An Lan onto the bed, gently slapping his face. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! You can't be out of it already, right? Wake up! With a blank mind, An Lan felt an itch on his face. As he slowly opened his eyes, he stared around for a while before finally remembering what had happened, staring blankly at Sandy. Is it over? What else? You think your body can last much longer? Sandy rolled her eyes at An Lan, who wiped his mouth, still having a medicinal smell. What did you give me? A drug to suppress male hormones. Don't worry, it has no side effects. This all right. You knew about this test a long time ago, right? An Lan slowly stood up, got dressed, and walked towards the train door. He looked outside through the glass of the compartment door, and Meika and Matsumoto were down, their faces flushed, hugging each other, both slumped on the ground, tired and asleep. No one knew what had happened at that time. Dear. Although your actions this time are somewhat opportunistic. However, I am still somewhat satisfied. But for the upcoming challenges. If you let your guard down, you will have to stay here with me, oh. Sandy, lying on the bed, threw a flirtatious glance at An Lan and slowly walked to the microphone to broadcast again. The next stop of the Twilight train, Twilight Station, will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare to disembark. If you need to continue riding this train, please order a transfer card at the station. The next stop of the Twilight train, Twilight Station. The announcement echoed through the carriage. An Lan looked at Sandy's back, silently focused, and turned to the Goddess Strategy panel. Open new favorability CG. Ding. Playing favorability 75 point CG content for you. There is no hope. His memory is completely gone. Cognitive impairment, late-stage dementia, he even forgot how to eat. In this case, it is basically judged that treatment is ineffective. I suggest you take him home and spend some last warm moments together. In front of the hospital's inpatient department, the doctor coldly looked at an old man sitting in a wheelchair, as if announcing a death sentence. Sandy stood behind the wheelchair, absent-mindedly, her head lowered and saying nothing. It was a time when the sun was setting, sunlight spilled over the old man's face, and he stared blankly at the sun, his mouth trembling, yet he did not utter a single word. He even forgot how to speak. Let's go. Take your father, and cherish the last moments. Sandy didn't even know how she pushed her father out of the hospital. She pushed the wheelchair and unknowingly arrived at a bus stop. Twilight Station. This was the station where her father and mother met. The Twilight train carried so many beautiful memories of her father. Sandy remembered very clearly that even after her father lost his past memories, he would still subconsciously come to this station to sit, as if waiting for something. Others did not know, but Sandy knew very well he was waiting for the mother who had already passed away. The father who lost his memory thought his mother was still alive, both his body and spirit waiting for his beloved. However, even this father, seeing himself who was taking care of him, would still subconsciously put on a coat, just like when he was a child sitting in his father's lap, being covered by a coat for warmth. Chapter 114, The Theory of 3 Souls and 7 Spirits, 5th stop, Twilight. Woo woo. Woo woo. A train adorned with the Twilight Train logo arrived, and the father who had been sitting motionless in the wheelchair suddenly made ugh sounds, as if seeing something. His finger slowly lifted and pointed at the train. Dad! Sandy didn't know why, but her eyes turned red. Her mother died during her premature birth. From childhood to adulthood, it was her father who worked hard to raise her. She could forego love and marriage, but she could never be without her father. Ugh! Ugh! The father in the wheelchair stiffly tried to get up. Sandy rubbed her sore nose and slowly pushed the wheelchair, waiting for the arrival of the Twilight Train. Clang clang. The moment the train doors opened, she pushed her father into the familiar carriage. It was the most ordinary compartment, filled with cheap hard seats. But Sandy remembered very clearly, seat numbers 7E05 and E06. Since she could remember, every holiday her father would take her to fight for those two seats to ride. At that time, Sandy did not understand what they were doing. Her father only said one thing, taking you to find your mother. Later, Sandy only understood as she grew up that this seat was where her father and mother got to know each other. After carefully folding up her father's wheelchair, Sandy struggled to get him to his seat. For some reason, as soon as he sat in this seat, the old man who had been expressionless suddenly smiled. Yes. Perhaps this is where his soul and consciousness can find comfort, even if he had lost his memory. Clang clang. The train traveled through the dark corridor. Sandy stared at her father, her eyes unknowingly reddening. Dad! Why don't you spend more time with me? Why? Huh? This lady, has your father got amnesia? Suddenly, a curious voice came from beside her. Sandy turned her head to see a Chinese man in a long black robe sitting at seat E03. He was clearly a man, but he had long hair tied into a braid. He smiled at Sandy. Is your father's amnesia incurable? None of your business. Sandy was about to scold the man, but he shook his head. What a pity. My secret method is only for those who are fated. Do you know? Memory is the carrier of the soul. If there is a problem with memory, it is not the body that needs healing, but the soul. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Look. This book, take a look. If you're interested, come find me here tonight. The long-haired man didn't explain much but instead shoved a strange black-covered book over and walked away. Sandy took the book, her gaze frozen in shock. The Formation of the Seven Souls and Three Spirits. The book only had these ancient characters on the cover. Opening it, she found a concise core description written inside. Humans have 3 spirits and 7 souls, each governing different functions. The 3 spirits of heaven, earth, and man control a person's wisdom, emotions, and health. When a person is on the verge of death, the 3 spirits disperse, leading to various mental and physical illnesses. The 3 spirits are yang, while the 7 souls are yin. Seeing the suffering of all beings, I specially devised the theory of yin collection and yang supplementation. That is, when the 3 spirits weaken, absorb the 7 souls of others to replenish the yin, thus strengthening the yang of the 3 spirits and saving the brink of death. The mystical words left Sandy confused. Yet, between the lines, she saw one sentence: it could save her father. She quietly tucked the book into her chest, her expression turning incredibly complicated. But looking at her father beside her, she gritted her teeth, and her gaze became determined again. Ding! Favorability 75 CG playback complete. A sound from the system rang in her ears, and after a moment of daze, An Lan looked at Sandy, his gaze carrying a different color. The 7 souls nourish the 3 spirits? What kind of evil technique is this? I've never heard of it. The long-haired man in the black robe should be a sorcerer, right? Taoism always advocates that everything has its laws. This method of extracting other 7 souls to nourish one's own 3 spirits is nothing but sorcery, right? For my father. So in the end, you chose to do it. Right? An Lan's gaze was filled with speculation as he recalled the earlier train cars. No need to say much about the 3 spirits, they should refer to the father, the body of the train. As for the 7 souls, the sudden drop in temperature when entering the tunnel was flying poison from the 7 souls, which governs the body's temperature balance. The slime in the second carriage was hidden arrow from the 7 souls, which controls a person's digestive function. The torn opening in the third carriage was swallowing thief from the 7 souls, which governs the healing of injuries. Finally, it's Kuei-Lin from the 7 souls, which governs a person's reproductive function, in other words, lust. Each of these changes signifies an imbalance of the 7 souls. Body temperature uncontrollably drops, digestion becomes blocked, wounds fail to heal and spread, and lust runs rampant. This so-called influence on others' activities, extracting others' 7 souls, healing one's own 3 spirits? Is that a good thing? Really a desperate cure. An Lan couldn't empathize with Sandy's choice, but he narrowed his eyes and discerned a response strategy for the next station. The Z4 souls had already appeared in the 7 souls. So, the remaining ones are cleansing the filth, which is responsible for excretion, stinking lung, which is responsible for the respiratory system, and corpse dog, which is responsible for the five senses of ordinary people. In other words, the situations he might face next would be uncontrollable excretion, respiratory disorders, and loss of senses? It seems none of the next situations will be easy to deal with. Just as An Lan was stroking his chin, planning to draw out some words from Sandy. Bang bang bang. The speed of the Twilight Express slowed down as the train slowly entered a platform. The platform was very simple, with the only indication of the station being an old, hanging big letter logo, Twilight Station. Inside Twilight Station, the slanted sunset fell on the ground, and the entire station looked oddly gray. Indeed. It resembled the gray of an old television, lacking any vitality. Woo woo woo. As the Twilight Express came to a stop, Sandy jokingly looked at An Lan. What? Aren't you getting off? Do you need me to invite you down? Baby. Don't you have anything for me? Or, don't you have anything to say to me? An Lan firmly looked at Sandy, who smiled. If you can come back, I can give you a little gift. What is it? I'll tell you when you come back. Hurry up. Get off quickly. Clank. Without another word, Sandy walked directly to the back door of the pink carriage and forcefully pulled it open. Flump. Behind the door, Matsumoto Kika and Meika Lin, who were still hugging each other, stumbled forward, leaning against the door and tumbling down in a daze. Ha? Ha? Wasn't I with An Lan? Why are you hugging me? Matsumoto Kika rubbed her eyes, looking shocked at Meika Lin, who also stared back in surprise. No way. No way. The one who touched me in my dream is you? You. Matsumoto Kika's eyes widened. Meika Lin, looking disgusted, stood up and quickly rushed towards the bathroom, vigorously rubbing her palms under hot water. She looked extremely unwell, not wanting to recall what she had done earlier. Baka! Baka! The scolding echoed throughout the carriage. An Lan twitched his mouth, finally understanding how Matsumoto Kika had spent her desire time. As for Meika Lin, he didn't think much more of it. Of course. These two were actually doing fairly well. Because just a few minutes later, Menluoka staggered in from the back carriage, his face pale. A man nearly 2 meters tall, his face was ashen, and his steps were unsteady. From his somewhat sunken features, it looked like he had lost a lot of nutrients. You all. Why are you all in the front carriage? Oh wow. Just now. Menluoka wanted to say more. Stop. You stop right there. Matsumoto Kika directly interrupted Menluoka's words, glaring at An Lan with a dark expression. Don't say anything more. Let's find the transfer card for this station first. Clack clack clack. The sound of wooden clogs hitting the ground rang out as she was the first to leave the carriage, walking toward the gray, Twilight Station. Menluoka, dejected, followed her out of the carriage. When An Lan was about to exit the carriage, suddenly, An Lan. You, come here for a moment. From the direction of the bathroom, Meika Lin's voice suddenly came. An Lan turned to look. She poked her head out of the bathroom, her face flushed, beckoning him over. From her bare shoulder, it seemed she hadn't put on her top. You. For some reason, An Lan's steps trembled instinctively. He had also just emptied himself. If there was something wrong with Meika Lin, If you have something to say it here. An Lan didn't go over, and Meika Lin's face grew angry. Then, you take off your shirt and throw it over. Ha? Are you going to take it off or not? This. Hesitating, An Lan found a new jacket in the pink carriage to put on, then took off his original shirt and threw it to Meika Lin. After receiving the shirt, Meika Lin promptly shut the bathroom door. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. There was still no response from inside, so An Lan had to call out, Hey! Are you done yet? We're going down to find the transfer card. Mum. You guys just go ahead. Take it easy by yourself. An Lan shrugged helplessly and then also stepped down from the carriage. I don't know why, this time is unusually smooth. At the same time, the barrage exploded again. Your pork can't hold on, millions of netizens come to help. Can you guess, besides An Lan, how did the others spend the time during the carriage change? I sell drinks in Maoxiong. I was live streaming in the Menluoka room the whole time. I can only say, the kid suffered. This kid rushed into the restroom, drank several gulps of cold water, then the live stream went dark. Captain. My captain. It flew for so long. Sakura, I don't know. Anyway, Matsumoto Kika's live stream also went dark. Tilted tower, interesting. Mei Kellen's livestream didn't go dark, but Matsumoto Kika, who was hugging her, did. What does this mean? What else could it mean? Now Mei Kellen's livestream has gone dark. 666. Is there still a delay to enjoy? Chapter 115. Everyone dies? Dusk Station Waiting Hall. When An Lan walked in, Menlooka and Matsumoto Kika were already standing in front of an abandoned, automatic ticket machine, fiddling with it for a long time. The machine was already covered in dust, and the screen was completely black. No matter how the two operated, the machine remained unresponsive. Damn it! Isn't the transfer ticket supposed to be sold by this machine? Matsumoto Kika angrily stomped her foot, kicking the machine hard enough to make it shake and dust fall. Cough cough cough. Be careful. If this thing actually spits out tickets, wouldn't you explode? Menlooka muttered, turning around and noticing that An Lan was already walking toward the broken service desk. Hey! An Lan! Do you think there are abandoned paper tickets over there? Right. Where's Mei Kellen? Didn't she come with you? Menlooka curiously caught up with An Lan. Before An Lan could explain, Matsumoto Kika coldly laughed. That woman has been holding it in for a long time. I think, after we finish, she still won't be finished. Huh? What are you talking about? Menlooka didn't understand, and Matsumoto Kika rolled her eyes at him. If you don't understand, then don't listen. Let's look for transfer tickets. Oh. Climbing through the shattered glass counter, An Lan and Menlooka searched the counter for a while, still finding nothing. There were some old station tickets in the cabinet, but none were written for Dusk Station to anywhere. Damn it. Where the hell are we supposed to find tickets? Menlooka couldn't help but complain, and An Lan stopped his movements, scanning the waiting hall again. In the gray hall, there were rows of abandoned seats everywhere, and the cracked floor tiles were raised. The resting area and the passage area took up most of the space, almost visible at a glance. Besides that were the restrooms, at either end, and the inspection entrance into the waiting hall. Could it be? This time we have to find transfer tickets in the restrooms or outside the station? What does Dusk Station even mean? As An Lan frowned in thought, he crawled out of the service desk. He was just about to head to the restroom when a broadcast suddenly sounded in the cold station. The train Duskno is about to depart for the station True Station. Passengers who have not boarded, please prepare. Expected to depart in 10 minutes. The train. What? 10 minutes? Such a short amount of time? How is that possible? The sudden announcement stunned the three of them. After exchanging glances, An Lan didn't bother to care if Matsumoto Kika was trustworthy and immediately started planning. Hey! Time is tight now. 3 places. Matsumoto Kika, you check the restrooms on the left and right. Menlooka, you see if there's anything hidden on the station platform? As for me, I will go check outside the station. If none of these 3 places have anything, then we're in big trouble. Okay. But what if that woman finds something and deliberately hides it? Menlooka nodded, pointing at Matsumoto Kika, clearly still a bit uneasy. She wouldn't. There are still 2 stations, she wouldn't dare. An Lan shot Matsumoto Kika a glance. The other person flirtatiously winked at me and quickly ran towards the restroom. Pat pat pat. Rushing out of the checkpoint, after sprinting out of the waiting hall, outside the Dusk Station, below the high-piled stairs, was a dim yellow world. Outside the station were bustling car lanes and pedestrians coming and going. But these existences were all blurry. Like they were pixelated, moving about in the dim yellow world. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? Is this really Sandy's father's mental world? But, where is the ticket booth? Is it outside the station? Standing on the stairs and looking afar, An Lan scanned the bustling street, vaguely seeing shops on both sides of the road. Could it be possible that there are clues in those shops? Just as this thought flashed in An Lan's mind, his face darkened, and he immediately turned and ran back into the station. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are only 10 minutes from the disembarkation time, and if the clues are outside the station, after accounting for the time to cross the lane back and forth, there's simply no time to obtain the transfer card. The scenario wouldn't create a dead end, therefore, the outside of the station has to be a trap. Matsumoto Kika. Menlooka. What are you all doing? Hurrying back to the waiting hall, Matsumoto Kika walked out of the women's restroom, her face heavy. Not good, both the men's and women's 4 restrooms, there's no place selling tickets. Maybe. The clues are. Matsumoto Kika meaningfully looked towards the platform, and An Lan silently agreed as they headed toward the platform. Pat pat pat. At the same time, Menlooka also rushed back, out of breath, with a face full of disappointment and anxiety. An Lan. There are no ticket sales inside the station either. There's no ticket counter here. How is that possible? Woo woo. Just as the three of them stared at each other, the dust train that was parked at the station suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound, as it was time to depart and it activated itself to leave. Clang clang clang. The familiar sound of train tracks working began to echo. An Lan and the others widened their eyes, watching the long train drive away. As the door at the end of the train slowly opened, Sandy held the doorknob, smiling regretfully at An Lan. Oh dear, it seems like you still lose by a move. But it's okay. It's okay. Who told me that I like you so much? I will have Dad make you a new attendant. In the future, we will serve Dad together. Clang clang clang. The train drove farther and farther away, until it was out of sight. Rumble rumble. Rumble rumble. The entire dust train platform began to shake and collapse, as the ground cracked open with exaggerated fissures, and the surrounding gray-white, old buildings, even trembled and turned into wisps of white sand dispersing. Along with that, were the three people standing on the platform. No. No. An Lan. An Lan, think of something. An Lan. Matsumoto Kika's thigh started to become transparent, continually revealing white sand, floating towards mid-air. She shook An Lan's arm wildly, clearly not expecting death to come so quickly. Who? It's over. Sure enough, still one step behind. An Lan, brother, to get this far, we've actually been quite amazing. It's fine, just hope that when you become an attendant, you won't forget about me. Men Luoka's expression was eerily calm, perhaps he had long anticipated this scene. Patting An Lan's shoulder, his figure was beginning to shatter and disperse. Sha sha. An Lan wanted to say something, but white sand dust had already floated from the corners of his mouth. He too was disappearing. And this sand dust consciously floated towards the dust train, seemingly being mixed into memories, swallowed by the train. Damn it. Damn it. What is the way out of this level? With his eyes fixed on the perfect timeline, an image suddenly flashed in An Lan's mind. Make-a Lin. That's right. Where is Make-a Lin? She has never disembarked. Why did the train start? She wasn't kicked off the train? Could it be? Could she have found the transfer card inside the train? Wait. Wait. Twilight Station, could it be that it's not a train station, but rather, the Twilight itself? 10 minutes. In 10 minutes of stop time, you might not finish exploring the area outside the station, but you can definitely explore the Twilight. Damn. It hit her a little late. At that moment, An Lan's face showed no anger, no resentment, but surprisingly calm. Peppa Pig, wow. Did we really lose in the end? Asterisk asterisk? Chainsaw Massacre at Bear Mountain, sigh. It's something. An Lan has come this far, he deserves his identity. To be honest, even if the national team came, they might not make it to the 5th station, asterisk asterisk. Lazy king of green pastures, indeed. Thankfully, Anshan has evacuated early. An Lan, take care, asterisk asterisk. At the same time, in the UN live stream room, the bullet screen from the Dragon Kingdom began mourning. There was no resentment, nor excessive regret. It seemed. For An Lan to come this far, everyone was already feeling it was a miracle. But the bullet screens from other countries were howling like banshees. I'm selling drinks at the Bear, hooray. Minorca is a real man. Later I'll make a monument for you and pour a bucket of vodka on your grave, asterisk asterisk. Sakura, what the hell? An Lan is also out? Damn. Matsumoto K, couldn't you find a way to save yourself, asterisk asterisk. Electromagnetic cannon, bag pool. That's my hometown. And it's gone just like that? It's over. Everything is over. Total annihilation, asterisk asterisk. Gee. Achieved the ending, no one survives, asterisk asterisk. Leaning Tower, what are you all crying about? Our Lady Mycorine is still alive, isn't she? Shout. Shout. Take a good look, who stood at the end? Among all the bullet screens, the bullet screen from the Tower Country was unusually calm. Other perspectives, to some extent, began to darken, but only in Mycorine's perspective. She walked out of the bathroom with a weary look, biting An Lan's coat, her face full of relief. She actually still wanted to have another go, but thinking about the time, after shaking her legs and walking out of the bathroom, her pocket suddenly shook, and a transfer card appeared in her pocket. Ah. Mycorine was dumbfounded. No. She just rewarded herself with 10 minutes, how could a transfer card suddenly appear in her pocket? What's going on? Confused about pulling out the card, the train started moving slowly, and Mycorine looked out the window at the three people standing outside in shock. Hey? An Lan. An Lan. She called out loudly, but the sound inside the train seemed fully insulated, and Lan outside had a calm expression, watching the train disappear. Tap tap tap. From the direction of the rear compartment, Sandy walked over with a cheerful step, glancing at Mycorine instinctively. Surprisingly, you survived until the end? You monster. Damn. I used to think An Lan was a deadweight. Now I realize I was wrong. How can deadweight be as awesome as a lucky star? Mycorine didn't do anything at all, yet she reached the 6th station? Upstairs. Didn't she reward herself? Show some respect for the lucky star. Not only does she not need to do anything, rewarding herself is enough to win, ***. 666. I can't believe the goddess of luck helped her through this, ***. At this moment, the bullet screen also focused on Mycorine's perspective. However, the next moment, in An Lan's perspective, a white light flickered. Outside the platform, about to be completely erased, An Lan focused his gaze on a frame before him. Perfect timeline, it activated. Whir. The originally fading body reversed as if rewinding, white sand flowed back, and the body reshaped. The departing twilight also came back in reverse. Time began to rewind infinitely, as if rolling back the tape. An Lan stood in the scene of everything retreating, and finally saw an image, stepping one foot into it. Chapter 116. He was calm, as if he knew something. Dear. Are you not getting off the train? Too much help will only make me feel like you're a loser. Standing in the pink carriage, An Lan looked at Sandy, who opened the carriage door. The expression turned oddly strange. In fact, long ago, Shandy seemed to have given herself a hint. She kept emphasizing get off, get off. If I had been a bit more thoughtful at that time, and speculated in the opposite direction, how could Shandy, who liked me so much, be eager for me to get off? How did I not realize this point? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. After locking eyes with Shandy for a few seconds, An Lan smiled. If I were Lusha, wouldn't you like me too? Poof. Thick-skinned. Aren't you getting off? Not getting off for now. Tap tap tap. After stepping out of the pink carriage, the identical scene began to rush forward. Ah. You. Wasn't I just with An Lan? How could it be you? Matsumoto Kika shouted loudly, hurriedly tugging at her kimono, trying to distance herself from Mycorine's. Mycorine's, meanwhile, rubbed her fingers, looking disgusted as she dashed into the bathroom. Hey! Just now. Then, Dorkaloka stumbled out from the back compartment, pale-faced. He was about to say something, but Matsumoto Kika's face darkened. Enough. Shut up. Get off the train and go find the transfer card. The situation was almost identical. Unfortunately this time. Oh. Shall we go? An Lan? Dorkaloka greeted An Lan, just as he was about to get off when An Lan grabbed his shoulder. Wait. Let's wait for Mycorine. Ah? Is that so? Okay. Indifferently shrugging, Dorkaloka plopped down on a nearby seat. The two big men just stood there, waiting outside the bathroom, motionless. And Matsumoto Kika, who was about to get off, looked at the two in astonishment. You don't have to, right? Waiting for her is a waste of time? Why don't we just go find the transfer card? If you're in a hurry, you can get off first. An Lan ignored Matsumoto Kika. He was about to walk into the pink carriage, take off his coat, and change into a new one. Because in the previous timeline, unless something unexpected occurred, Mycorine would soon ask him for her top. But I don't know if it's due to the butterfly effect. This time, An Lan and Dorkaloka didn't rush to leave, and Matsumoto Kika squinted at them, surprisingly not leaving immediately. Cocooned in the bathroom, Mycorine finished washing her hands, poked her head out, and was about to say something to An Lan. But upon seeing three pairs of eyes staring at her outside the bathroom, she bit her lip and said nothing more. With the cold water running, Mycorine held back her anxiety and heat, forcing down a few gulps of cold water. With a flushed face and a disordered breath, she walked out of the bathroom. An Lan, shall we get off to find the transfer card? Wanting to lean closer to An Lan, Mycorine suddenly seemed to remember something, closed her legs, and immediately stood still, looking at An Lan. No need. Let's wait a bit more. An Lan leisurely sat in the seat, even crossing his legs. But this train, the dusk train, will depart in 10 minutes. Passengers in need, please process the transfer card and continue riding this train to the true station. Don't let that attendant ask you for your ticket. I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. Matsumoto K urged more forcefully, her heart growing more anxious. 10 minutes. Time is running out. But she just dared not get off the bus. To be precise, she didn't dare to get off alone. What is outside the bus? If there is danger, can she handle it by herself? Without An Lan and Menlooka, can she get the transfer card? She couldn't take the risk. An Lan, are you not getting off? Menlooka looked at An Lan in confusion. An Lan said little, just patted the seat. If you trust me, just sit here and wait with me. This. Splash. Just as Menlooka hesitated, Michaelin quickly sat in the seat opposite An Lan. She unbuttoned her jacket, her face flushed as she looked at An Lan. I'll stay with you. Then I'll stay too. Seeing Michaelin had stopped moving, Menlooka bit her lip and sat beside An Lan. You three. Damn it. Are you three idiots? Just 10 minutes. Why aren't you getting off to look for clues? Are you three trying to die? Once the three were settled, Matsumoto K completely exploded. Aren't you buddies? What is going on here? The shorter the time, the less you go out? Lying down? Are you crazy? Or is your memory acting up again? Get going. Hey! Get off! Let's go! Matsumoto K shouted continuously, but the three on the bus were deaf to her pleas. Dragon Knight in Sheeping, what the hell? What's An Lan doing? Just lying down? Snake Catcher Su Xian, could it be that he knows 10 minutes is absolutely not enough to find the ticket, so he has decided to accept his doomed fate? Undead Knight Ning Kaichan, that's possible. Otherwise, why would An Lan go on strike? Hey! An Lan! Cheer up! No way? Is he really lying down? Is it possible their memory is acting up again? Is there some interference again? At the same time, the barrage changed direction because of An Lan's different choice, full of questions, doubts, and speculations. Some even began to curse in foreign languages. French gambling god Pierre Cassin, hey. No way? As the core of the team, you actually lead the way in lying down? Don't drag our Michaelin down with you. Sakura, bad. This little beast An Lan is going to harm everyone. I sell drinks in the bear market, go away. I used to like An Lan, but didn't expect he would be so demoralized. I can't anymore, I want to set a bear on him. Meanwhile, at the State Pool City Defense Office. Hey! Don't you guys think this scene looks familiar? Yening stared at the screen, always feeling something strange. Familiar? I feel it a bit too, but now. I think An Lan's choice might have a hidden intention. Lu Xian, having cooperated with An Lan, had no doubts about An Lan's desire to survive. Directly lying down? Are you kidding? An Lan is someone who rushes into tricky situations. Would he really lie down? Could it be 10 minutes is a trap? They want everyone to rush to get off the bus because of the time pressure? Actually, you need to stay on the bus to get the ticket? Ho Young boldly speculated, and everyone looked at him suddenly brightening up. Right. This possibility can't be ruled out. 10 minutes is simply not enough to get off, so going out is a fake. But why is An Lan so sure? What if the ticket machine is actually at the station platform? Yening still wasn't so sure. Lu Xian rubbed her chin. I know An Lan, his current expression, calm as if he knows something. Does this guy have a skill called foreseeing the future? Clank. Just as everyone stared at the screen in confusion. The door of the Twilight Express automatically closed, and the speaker announced again. Next stop, Real Station. Estimated travel time, 40 minutes. Please prepare all passengers. It's over. It's over. An Lan. It's all because of you. You didn't get off the train, and now we don't have tickets. Who knows what happens without tickets? Matsumoto Huisia completely broke down, shouting incessantly. An Lan. You are absolutely the worst leader. I overestimated you before. You are worse than Bronzebill. It's a disaster. Success is An Lan, failure is also An Lan. As Matsumoto Huisia broke down, and amidst the crowd's criticisms. Suddenly, An Lan and the others' pockets trembled together, and they instinctively touched their pockets. One by one, transfer cards appeared in their hands. Dusk Station, Real Station. Transfer card? When did we get this? Menlooka stared at the transfer card in shock, his face full of questions. Transfer card? Mei Keiling also looked confused. What? Transfer card? The most surprised was Matsumoto Huisia. She blankly touched the card in her kimono, her mouth open wide as if she could eat an apple. You An Lan. Did you know something in advance? You. Matsumoto Huisia instinctively looked at An Lan, who shrugged. I told you I am reasoning, do you believe it? In 10 minutes, even if we go to the platform, we need 5 to 6 minutes just to walk through it, right? Plus handling the card, there's not enough time. The copy won't give us a dead end. So I guessed, actually, we don't need to get off the train at all to get the card. Dusk Station. Dusk Train, is it possible that the train itself is Dusk Station? If we stay on the train, aren't we in the station? Isn't the transfer card obtained within the station? This. In the carriage, this echoed everywhere. Everyone looked at An Lan, feeling as if their brains were being scrubbed. Wow. There's such a thought? So An Lan wasn't just lying down? He has such a big heart? Confident there was no dead end, simply chose not to act? Awesome. The train is the station itself? How could I not think of that? Brothers. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted An Lan. Who just criticized An Lan? Come out and apologize. I take back what I said, An Lan is the best leader. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of him, I will be the first to kill him. Clang clang clang. As the train operated, the live stream comments at this moment changed direction. Chapter 117, Call Bell? Foreknowledge, 5 senses stolen. Ha? Is that really what you think? Only Mei Kaling and a few others were stunned by An Lan's reasoning. Shandy leaned against the carriage door, looking at An Lan with interest. Baby, then guess what this dusk station symbolizes? Is it that after fiction comes dusk? I think this is not dusk, but confusion of memories, indistinguishable between truth and falsehood. Because once a person recognizes that the memories they've been fed are false, they will doubt all their memories, right? At this stage, people won't distinguish between true and false, rejecting anyone, right? Just like 2 dusk stations, you have to distinguish real memories to continue living, writing. An Lan guessed while looking at Shandy, and Shandy's mouth curved into a smile. You guessed right. Here. This is a reward for you. As she spoke, Shandy suddenly reached into her chest and pulled out something that looked like a bell. What is this? Taking the bell, An Lan tried to hit it, but was suddenly scolded by Shandy. Hey! It's the crew members' call bell. You only have one chance to call for help, don't use it recklessly. I see. Think carefully, in the last 2 stations, how will you pass? Tap tap tap. Wriggling her plump body, Shandy gave An Lan a deep look and actually walked to the end of the pink carriage and opened the front door of the train, stepping inside. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The dusk train continued to rush at high speed. Only this time, the scenery outside the window, from fog, dusk, and bright flower seas, had completely turned into a pitch-black night. Darkness, midnight desolation. Even though the lights inside the train were bright, I still can't see clearly what the situation is outside the car. Hey! An Lan, let's save that bell for the last station. As long as we can get through the next station, can't we just use the bell and pass? Matsumoto Kika approached An Lan, who glanced at her but did not respond. He felt a deep dislike for someone who casually claimed his belongings. The bell indeed holds great significance, but within the team, he wasn't sure if he could accept Matsumoto Kika's presence. This woman, he wasn't familiar with from the start due to his lack of memory. Yet, just from her attitude when they got off the car, everything was clear. An Lan. What do you think the test in this carriage is? Mei Kaling's thoughts ventured in another direction. Every time they leave the platform, something unusual happens inside the car. And these abnormalities correspond to the 7 responses of the 7 spirits. An Lan frowned slightly and announced the answer directly. Either incontinence, or a problem with the 5 senses, or issues with breathing. Ha? Why would it be those 3? Yeah? How can you be so sure? At this, Menlooka and Matsumoto Kika both showed slight doubt, while Mei Kaling blinked her big eyes, simply watching An Lan, as if she knew he would explain. The theory of the 3 souls and 7 spirits in Taoism from the Dragon Country. We won't discuss the 3 souls here, let's talk about the 7 spirits. Simply put, the 7 spirits are like 7 control switches for the body. With every abnormal movement of the carriage, it corresponds to one change in the body. This train is alive, so if I treat it like a human body, doesn't it show 4 situations: drop in temperature, fluid secretion, wounds, and lust? These 4 situations correspond to the 7 spirits: Faidu, function of body temperature adjustment; Fu Jie, function of digestion; Tunzai, function of injury recovery; Cain, function of reproductive control. You might find it coincidental. But with 7 stops, they can all align with the 7 spirits, and the 7 functions of the body can correspond to the reactions of the train, so I conclude that the following will only show those 3 situations. Silence. The carriage fell into a prolonged quiet. Everyone stared blankly at An Lan, their faces filled with surprise. Wow. He analyzed that already? Awesome. An Lan is not just a simple charming demon. He really has something. Is that true? Just from this, he determined the 7 spirits setup? At this moment, the comments exploded. Shi and Mountain Su family, If one is familiar with this subject, then knowing the previous 4 situations makes it reasonable to deduce this. Lu Banxian under Qingcheng Mountain, indeed. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity before. It turns out this is the setup. I didn't dare be so certain, but An Lan is so confident, truly has the demeanor of a leader. Longhu Mountain, the remaining 3 disasters may seem simple, but each one is a huge problem. I hope An Lan doesn't take it lightly. As some specialized accounts entered the livestream, comments gradually calmed down. So does that mean we are all set? For sure. We all know the danger now, so we should have countermeasures, right? Some comments began to lean towards the positive. But... clang clang. Clang clang. As the carriage remained silent, the train's speed increased again, and a cold announcement echoed, "The train is entering high-speed mode. To ensure adequate power, the train will turn off the lighting facilities." Clap clap. The moment the electronic voice finished, the lights inside the train went out, merging entirely with the darkness outside. Black. A darkness so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Hey! Something's wrong. Everyone be careful. An Lan called out alertly, and the others in their seats immediately tensed up. Mei Kaylin quietly leaned towards An Lan, deliberately or unintentionally sinking her body into his embrace. Bang! 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 The sound of the train racing past still filled the ears, and in front of them lay nothing but darkness. This darkness seemed to last forever. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, the lights in the carriage flickered back on, and An Lan and the others widened their eyes, yet their bodies remained tense, glancing around with caution. The bright lights inside were warm, but the 4 of them still shivered strangely. As if they were still in some kind of danger. Huff! 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 Even the sound of Maluoka's breathing became hurried. Ha! What is going on? Didn't they say everything was fine? Why are they so on edge? Aren't they tired? Come on, guys. This scene left the audience in a state of confusion. However, someone quickly noticed something. Wudong Zhang-san, look closely. An Lan and the others' pupils, their pupils are gray. Wild boar Peppa, so? What does that mean? Wudong Zhang-san, it's simple. They are blind. The reason they are still tense is that their vision has vanished. Even if the light has come, they don't know they are under illumination. To them, it's still pitch black. Doro Yenran, ah. I see. Wow. What a clever trick. They fooled An Lan and the others with the lights out, while actually starting the crisis. This level is Corpse Dog, control of the 5 senses. Now it's the sight, what's next? Wudong Zhang-san, losing the 5 senses may sound harmless, right? But think about it, if you have no hearing, sight, touch, smell, or taste, what can you do? This level is actually a test for An Lan. As long as he can press the bell in the shortest time to call Sandy for help, they will be fine. But if they don't notice, something is wrong. For when touch disappears, and you can't feel anything you touch, this level could be disastrous. Wow! How sinister. It's even darker than Deadwater. It's over. The 4 of them seem to really not have reacted at all. From the God's Eye perspective, the audience always catches the problem immediately. Under the gaze of billions, the 4 people in the carriage remain tense, not moving an inch. Clang, clang, clang. In their eyes, they were still in the dark carriage, holding their previous state. Huff. 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 But, at some point, Maluoka's heavy breathing gradually faded away. An Lan opened his gray eyes wide and called out in confusion, "Hey! Maluoka! Hey, hey!" After he spoke, An Lan suddenly froze. No. There was no sound. It wasn't that Maluoka was silent, but as he spoke, he felt the vibrations in his throat, yet there was no sound in his ears. I've gone mute? No. I'm deaf. Deaf? Hearing? Thoughts raced through his mind like electric sparks, and An Lan realized this level is Corpse Dog, control of the 5 senses. Damn it. If that's the case. If hearing has definitely vanished, what about the other senses? The most important should be touch? In a panic, he pinched his thigh, and An Lan's face grew even darker. No feeling. He didn't even know what blocked his large hand, he was gripping some object but felt nothing. Truly, no sensation at all. Touch, this thing sounds simple, and some might think that without it, wouldn't you be less afraid of pain? But that's not true. Without touch, a knife could cut through your chest, and you wouldn't even know when it slid in. When your veins are cut, and blood gushes out, you wouldn't know the pain to stop it. In other words, you could die for no reason and wouldn't even know how it happened. And losing touch, An Lan couldn't even determine whether he was touching his thigh or something else. Touch nerves can determine the outline of an object, but once the sense of touch is gone, the judgment of the object's outline. Even with a stick, you still can't do it. Damn it! Damn it! Bell is a trap. That thing is not meant to be used at the end. Instead, it should be pressed from the start, so Sandy can take care of us. Damn it! What's the difference between us and a vegetative state now? An Lan forced himself to move. He clearly stood up, but he still couldn't feel if he was standing, lost and motionless in the dark night. Damn it! His hand reached into his pocket, grabbing at random, poking at something in his arms repeatedly, looking like a madman, jabbing at his own chest. But he couldn't press it. Yes. It was impossible to determine if he was pressing the bell or his flesh chest. This is the terrifying part of losing touch. Chapter 118, Premeditation. Where? I remember the bell was in the pocket of my chest. Where is it? Hurry! Hurry! Under the glaring light, An Lan stood with a hollow, dark gaze, madly slapping his own belly, like a crazy person. Beside him, the few remaining people could almost be described as dancing wildly with madness. Since Menlawoka couldn't feel his own breathing, he subconsciously started to breathe through his mouth and kept shouting, An Lan! An Lan! Can you hear me? Hey! Hey! I seem not to hear. Come find your ha. I remember, you're right in front of me, aren't you? You. Clang. Just as he stood up, Menlawoka crashed directly into the seat in front due to his tall stature. His body, due to inertia, fell back onto the seat, appearing completely still. But, in Menlawoka's view, he had already walked out of the seat. Then, his feet quickly pushed against the ground, his hands constantly touching and tapping the front seat, subconsciously shouting, An Lan! Hey! An Lan, why is your head so low? Why aren't you speaking? An Lan! An Lan! You can't be in trouble, right? Sitting in his seat, Menlawoka's feet were still bouncing and his hands continuously kneading the seat, his expression anxious. Moreover, Matsumoto Kika beside him also noticed first the disappearance of sound. Her slender fox eyes squinted, and she immediately shouted, not good. An Lan! Hurry, use that bell. If we lose other senses. Hey! As soon as she finished speaking, Matsumoto Kika froze. No sound. She couldn't make any sound. Damn it! Damn it! My hearing is gone? An Lan probably can't hear me either? Damn! I remember he hid the bell in his chest, and I'm only a few steps away from him. If I press the bell, maybe it will work? Tap, tap, tap. Not having time to think further, Matsumoto Kika stepped out of her seat and groped around. Finally, as if she touched something, she leaned against it, fingers mindlessly rubbing on something. Oh. So An Lan's chest is so big? No wonder Karen likes to get close. Let me see where the bell is. Ah. Wow. So big. What is this? Matsumoto Kika was shocked and loosened her grip, then touched the thing again, her face flushed, reluctant to part. But in fact, her touch was also malfunctioning. Right now, she was not leaning against An Lan's chest but was instead lying in front of the back door of the car, mindlessly groping the door, her hands gripped around the door handle, in a daze. Yes. She couldn't tell front from back, and she didn't even realize she had walked to the back. Unable to distinguish size, she mistook the door for An Lan's chest, pressing against the door fervently. Exaggerated. At this moment, in the brightly lit carriage, the few people inside the car were each wildly acting out in their own way. Among the four, only Karen was a bit better off. She had initially been nestled in An Lan's embrace, and after the sound of breathing disappeared, Karen nestled closer to An Lan's chest, trying to listen to the man's heartbeat to find balance. But I still can't hear anything. Ha? Is An Lan's heart not beating? No. It seems, am I deaf? Wait. If I'm deaf, does that mean I've lost my 5 senses? Losing the 5 senses, if lost, that's bad. Wait, maybe it's not so bad? Maybe I can. At such a dangerous moment, Michaelin's face unexpectedly showed a hint of joy. If I've lost my sense of touch, then that means, whatever I do to An Lan, he won't feel anything? Ha 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 ha. Her lips suddenly curled into a smile. A succubus is still a succubus, even in this situation, it can get Michaelin excited. Her 10 fingers moved involuntarily, reaching out towards An Lan's clothes. Just then, An Lan stood up and started patting his belly, trying to find the position of the bell. Wow. An Lan, your thigh, your chest, your arm, your. Michaelin was caressing an object, her face filled with enjoyment. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, she was actually hugging a lazy table, continuously kissing it. MHM. Clang clang. Clang clang. The train was still speeding along, under the bright lights. The four seemed very hurried, very busy, yet they had no idea what they were wasting their energy on. One stood in place, continuously patting his belly, looking tense. One sat in place, kicking his legs, and constantly caressing the seat in front, with worry on his face. One leaned against the back door, holding the door handle and smiling oddly. The last one was continuously kissing the lazy table? What kind of scene is this? Who sees it, doesn't feel like they've entered a mad hell? Damn! What are they doing? Oh my! Matsumoto-K, why are you lifting your kimono against the door? Are you crazy? What the heck? Menlooka, why are you crying? You're a big man, why are you hugging the front seat and crying? This is so ridiculous, Lord Michaelin, stop kissing the lazy table. An Lan. An Lan, come out. Why are you still there patting your belly? The barrage of comments was filled with anxious hearts. Unfortunately, they could only watch them like this. Until. Tap tap tap. The door to the front compartment opened, and Shandy slowly appeared in front of the carriage, looking playfully at the busy four. I said. The station behind, you can't pass. No one has ever made it through here, not even you, my dear. You are just too endearing, so, you will die in front of reality, turning into memories, and forever stay to accompany me and my father. Tap tap tap. The slender high heels gently scraped along the pink carriage and the connected compartment. Ka ka ka. In the next moment. Behind the pink carriage, at least a dozen compartments began to shake. The head of the compartment that connected to the pink carriage started to show visible gaps that began to widen. Ka ka ka. The cracks kept enlarging. The head of the train along with the pink carriage ran faster and faster, while the dozen or so compartments behind began to shake and vibrate more violently, as if they were about to disconnect from the pink carriage. Swaying, swaying. Inside the brightly lit carriage, the intense vibrations had already started. But the four people inside, still busy with their own things. Although they fell to the ground due to the shaking, there was no trace of pain or tension on their faces. Because, in the eyes of An Lan and the others, they had no sense of touch, sight, or hearing. They were still galloping in a realm of darkness. Dear. Goodbye. This stop must end. Shandy, standing across the door, cast a resentful glance at An Lan and turned to leave. At this moment, the dozen compartments completely disconnected from the pink carriage, and with a clunk sound they were detached from the connector, instantly pulled away from the pink carriage. Dragon Knight in Jeeping, no. No. An Lan actually dies like this? Strange, you guys are too naive. Snake Catcher Su Xian, damn. How do we get past this level? This level is impossible to pass unless you get reckless and use the bell right at the start, otherwise, there's no way through. The Ghost Rider Ning Kaichen, hey. Thinking positively, An Lan is really going to be with Gue Yi from now on. Damn it, he actually got it. No. No. Our Sakura country cannot lose. Lady Make-a-Lin. Make-a-Lin will not lose. Hooray. What a suffocating way to die. Just as the bullet screen was filled with ghostly wails, and Sandy walked further away. Suddenly. An Lan stopped patting his belly, lay on the ground, his pupils suddenly flashed with brilliance, and he said in a deep voice, Sandy. I want you to save all of us. Huh? Sandy's steps instantly came to a halt. Turning her head to look at the train car that was already off the rails and about to disappear into the night, she was puzzled. Darling, you didn't press the bell. Your words have no effect. She turned around and was about to walk far away again. But, Sandy, I want you to save all of us. An Lan repeated this sentence again. Damn it. Darling. You've made me lose patience. Sandy angrily turned her head, and An Lan repeated again, Sandy. I want you to save all of us. You. Sandy. I want you. Like a broken record, An Lan kept repeating this sentence. He didn't even try to find the bell on his chest, nor did he struggle at all, he just kept repeating this sentence. This mysterious action made Sandy's face grow darker, leaving the bullet screen confused. What is An Lan doing? Has he gone crazy? I can see he is looking for the bell, but hasn't found it. Does he think he has already pressed the bell? So he keeps repeating his words? No. If he was sure he found the bell, one sentence would be enough. Why keep repeating? Does An Lan think he can pass by just relying on his charm? As the bullet screen filled with questioning voices, An Lan continued to repeat that sentence. The night was about to devour the entire disassembled train car. Just when everyone thought An Lan was messing around. Clang clang clang. In the shaking train car, An Lan's body, lying on the ground, suddenly fell beside An Lan. An Lan was still passionately kissing the ground, but because of the impact this time, she rolled into An Lan's arms. Mwah! What a bad luck! This kiss passed through An Lan's shirt and directly struck the bell pressing under An Lan's clothes. Ding-a-ling! The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the night. An Lan had no hearing, touch, or vision. He didn't even know he had been kissed, but at that moment, his mouth repeated that sentence again. Sandy, I want you to save all of us right now. What? The sound of the bell accompanied by the command unexpectedly resonated through the night, ringing endlessly. Chapter 119 The Sixth Stop, Reality, First Clearance Person An Lan. You all. How is this possible? Moa. 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 Ding-a-ling. 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 An Lan's kissing sound, mixed with the clear ringing of the bell, kept echoing, as if it was fanning Sandy's face. Sandy, I want you to save all of us right now. An Lan's command sounded perfectly. Sandy's eyes widened, finally biting her lip in anger, stomping her foot. All right, darling, you've really got this. Did you guess that woman would definitely touch the bell? Was this command already in place beforehand? Tap tap tap. The high heel struck the ground, and the car's speed immediately slowed down, gently reconnecting with the decelerated train car. Once the train car doors aligned again, Sandy, with a cold expression, walked toward An Lan's car, and the car returned to calm. She suppressed her unwillingness and softly said, "Hello. What service do you need?" Sandy, I want you to now. An Lan was still a broken record. Fortunately, this sentence hadn't been finished. Buzz buzz buzz. The heads of the four people in the train car felt dizzy, and their gray pupils gradually cleared up, their vision began to recover. Ha! Lying on the ground, with An Lan still kissing his chest. An Lan slowly raised his head, looking at Sandy, who was standing in front of him and looking down at him. I can hear it, I can see it. Looking at Sandy's tightly furrowed brow, An Lan smiled. Dear. It seems I have passed this disaster. Dear, your wisdom surprises me. Did you guess this monster's talent? Right? That's why you kept shouting in advance. Because you knew her talent would definitely make the bell ring. Right? Seeing the cold gaze, An Lan shrugged noncommittally. That's right. He indeed guessed it. Just now, although he felt nothing, it was like having a dream. But only An Lan knew how dangerous it really was. Perhaps, without seeing anything, he could have died. He knew that his chance of touching the bell was probably less than 1%. So at the moment of crisis, his mind ran through many memories and finally found the only solution. Karen. Yes. Only she could bring him through alive. From the memory, starting from when they were playing balloon heads, Karen's luck was ridiculously good. If just this one thing didn't explain much. Then what about Bill's calculations at that time? How did she happen to avoid death by not getting off at Dusk Station? Having good luck once can be understood, but having it too many times is just not right. An Lan suspected that Karen's talent was luck. So, at the critical moment, An Lan could only gamble, bet that Karen's luck wouldn't let her die, would press the only way to survival bell. He just needed to keep repeating the command and wait for the bell to ring. He was going to thoroughly take advantage of Karen's talent. And in fact, An Lan succeeded. He calmly held Karen as they walked back to their seats, smiling at Sandy, who bit her teeth. Sir, right now, you few are not in any danger. Do you need help? No need. Thank you. Humph. Clicking her high heels, Sandy walked back to the pink compartment with a look of resentment. Karen buried her head in An Lan's arms, looking confused. From beginning to end, she thought she was kissing An Lan. Until just now, she woke up and confirmed she was in An Lan's arms, her face beaming with satisfaction. She nudged closer into An Lan's embrace. This is luck. It seems like she did nothing, but she did everything. The person involved didn't even know. Just kept foolishly smiling. Ha! An Lan, you're not dead? Menloka held onto the front car seat in a daze, looking confused. An Lan rolled his eyes at him, not explaining much, only turning his gaze to the back compartment, where Matsumoto Megumi was awkwardly putting her thigh down from the car door, looking strangely at An Lan. What the heck? What just happened? No way? Didn't you all see it? Wasn't this just cheating? Karen actually, against all odds, touched the bell? This is too ridiculous. Sanshan has a well named as empty. Why do I feel it was like An Lan planned everything? He didn't even act, but kept shouting in advance? Did he definitely know? Makarin would touch the bell? The tower tilted, thick crab. This guy guessed Lady Makarin's ability. He actually utilized Lady Makarin's ability. Damn the Dragon Kingdom person. How is he so smart? Using someone else's talent as his own? The comments were buzzing with discussions about this scene. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The train continued to weave through the boundless darkness. Under the bright lights, the inside of the train fell silent once again. There are 2 more stops, the last 2 stops. As long as we can hold on. As long as... In the back seat, Matsumoto Megumi kept mumbling, her hopeful face carrying anxiety. Finally. The train's next station, Real Station, has arrived. Due to maintenance updates, the train will not stop. The train is about to head to the final station. Passengers, please sit tight, the train is about to head to the final station. Clang 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 clang. In the electronic announcement voice. The twilight train slowly passed a station surrounded by iron railings. This station is quite modern. There are blind pedestrian paths, warning lines, suspended LED signs, safety passages, elevator interfaces, everything is complete. On the station sign, the words truth flickered between bright and dim. Bang bang bang. At the moment the train passed the station, the speed instinctively began to slow down, and everyone looked out the window, reacting differently. Oh. Great. Great. We can skip a stop. We can leave the copy soon. Amazing. Matsumoto K's face was filled with crazy joy. Luca also instinctively clenched his fist. But only An Lan stared at the station passing slowly outside the window, his expression a bit strange. The reality station, huh? Memories endure where of the past, present, and future. After fiction, they begin to confuse truth and falsehood, and after that, the brain will obtain a moment of real memory. Reality, could it be? An Lan's gaze instinctively turned to the carriage door. Suddenly. Makarin in An Lan's arms trembled, her legs and tugged at An Lan's arm. An Lan. I need to go to the bathroom, do you want to come? She touched her belly, her eyes a little ambiguous. An Lan certainly knew what she meant, but he just smiled and shook his head. Go quickly, after this stop, maybe there will be a new disaster right away. You. As if unable to hold it anymore, Makarin hurriedly ran towards the front carriage. Whether it was instinctive or deliberate, Makarin did not choose to use the bathroom connected to the carriage but opened the door of the pink carriage and walked towards the bathroom inside. Tap tap tap. Walking quickly, Makarin saw Sandy lazily lying on the bed, watching her with an uncertain expression. Sandy stared at her, and she stared back at Sandy. In the exchange of glances, Makarin suddenly made a gesture. You. I will never give An Lan to you. In the end, I will definitely leave here with An Lan. After the seemingly non-provocative remark, Sandy's expression suddenly darkened. Tap tap tap. She watched as Makarin entered the bathroom, suddenly leaping up from the bed and quickly walking towards the bathroom. Wow. Did Makarin just provoke Sandy? 666. I love watching women fight. Upstairs, is your surname Liu? That shouldn't be? Sandy shouldn't be able to touch Makarin? It's hard to say. An Lan is Sandy's treasure, and what Makarin said is like tearing off a mask. She wouldn't do something to Makarin directly, would she? Amidst the gathering of comments, Sandy had already arrived at the bathroom door. The bathroom door was locked from the inside, but Sandy just stared at the bathroom door. The locked doorknob strangely turned, and with a clank, it opened by itself. Inside the bathroom, Makarin was sitting on the toilet, holding a man's shirt and inhaling deeply. Clank. The moment the bathroom door flew open, she trembled and looked in shock towards the door. Who? Ha! Monster, are you trying to steal my man? Wavy golden hair whipped around as Sandy coldly blocked the doorway, eyes fixed on Makarin. You. What do you want? We are competing fairly, you are nothing compared to me. I will leave here with An Lan sooner or later. It's not a special time now, you cannot harm me. Although Makarin had always acted love-struck, that did not mean she was foolish. After all this, she knew very well the timing of the twilight train. She stared back at Sandy fearlessly. But, just as the 2 pairs of eyes clashed fiercely, a smirk appeared at the corner of Sandy's mouth. He. Monster. A monster that survives on luck. I can't kill you, but sending you out early, leaving An Lan for the last stop, is still possible. What? Clank. Sandy's large hand swung. In an instant, the entire wall of the bathroom's window suddenly flew away, facing the rushing train and getting thrown onto the fast-moving tracks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The whole bathroom was instantly filled with the cold wind rushing in from the front. You. What are you going to do? Kaylin seemed to realize something, but it was already too late. Get back. Shandy suddenly stepped forward and pushed towards her abdomen. Under the force of gravity, she flew out of the wall-less bathroom, flying backward towards the rail station. Boom! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. Behind the pink carriage, An Lan and the others hurriedly stood up, looking out the window. They saw a flicker of light in the rail station, and Kaylin's figure vanished, flying backward into the waiting hall, and then, completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Kaylin! Kaylin! Menlawoka rushed nervously to the carriage door, kicking it hard, wanting to run out and see what was happening. But the solid carriage door showed no response at all. Did she do something? If she got off the train, how can she get back on? Isn't that death? Matsumoto Kei's face showed shock, clearly not expecting an accident here. Only An Lan remained silent, watching Kaylin's disappearance. Iron Tower, damn. It's over. It's over. This strange face-smashing output, how can we win? Shan Yen Fenghua, did your Iron Tower country just fail? How can you get back on the train after getting off? Software hardening, isn't this mission supposed to ride all the stations? Have we already lost? At the same time, the bullet comments exploded. But, strangely, the Iron Tower country's live room did not fall into a gray and white-black screen, nor was there any corresponding announcement. In the picture, after Kaylin crashed onto a pile of seats. Crack, crack, crack. After crawling out slowly from under the many seats, her eyes were clearer than ever before. When she looked back at the station's entrance in the waiting hall, there was no LED display for the real station. It clearly read Labasena River Station. I'm back. It seems, that woman was afraid I would really take An Lan at the last station, so she sent me back early? With cold eyes looking at the familiar station, Kaylin turned to see the other seats in the station filled with residents of Iron Tower country, all looking at her as if they had seen a ghost. Because, in their eyes, Kaylin had simply flown out of nowhere from the station. Chapter 120, Breathing Issues, about to enter the final station. SS level side quest Memory Station, participant Kaylin from Iron Tower country completes the challenge. Completion evaluation, A. Completion reward, 1 random AS level eerie item draw. Completion comment, it seems you have done a lot, yet it feels like you have done nothing. Lucky woman, the ruler of the dusk number finds you unpleasant and sent you back early. So, is this return lucky? Or is it unfortunate? The next moment. The cold announcement echoed, and the previously silent and astonished station was suddenly filled with cheers. Wow, it's Lord Kaylin. So it was Lord Kaylin who returned. Hooray! I knew it. I knew the national team captain candidate would never fail. Kaylin. 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 In an instant, the station was wrapped in the crowd's cheers, and a group of people rushed toward Kaylin. At that moment, Kaylin's memories were completely restored, her face looking somber as she gazed ahead. Before her was a floating, transparent big turntable. The turntable was divided into nearly hundreds of small cracks, and at its center was an iron ball, which seemed to determine the rewards based on where the ball landed. Buzz. As the thought solidified on the turntable, the iron ball began spinning rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. Under the high-intensity impacts of the iron ball, it finally slowed down, and with a ding, it landed on a spot labeled Dead Baby Doll. You obtained an A-grade copy with the item, Dead Baby Doll. Dead Baby Doll, this item is a cooldown type item. Anyone who is stared at by the Dead Baby Doll, if their gaze does not meet its eyes, their body will die. If they make eye contact, they cannot move for 3 minutes. Note, the Dead Baby Doll can only be used once every 24 hours. Smack. In a moment, the spinning wheel vanished, and in Kaylin's hand, a doll resembling Annabelle appeared suddenly. This thing is exactly the same as the doll she saw in the future memory. So, that future is real? The future me, holding this thing and telling me to beware that after the copy ends, I will have no chance left? Damn. But if I think of it this way, then doesn't the future tell me that An Lan will definitely come out this time? An Lan. An Lan, one day, I want you to never leave me. Clutching the Dead Baby Doll tightly, Kaylin glanced complexly at the train station entrance, disappearing into the crowded mass. At the same time, the perspective broadcasted by the United Nations from Tower Nation also fell into darkness. The barrage exploded at this moment. Tower tilted, what the? So it turns out if you walk the real station, you can return directly. But, why did that Sandy send Lady Kaylin out directly? Love Bao Cool Jelly Fans Support Group, so it's like this. Actually, at the very beginning, the memory train had already hinted. No one has ever completed the whole station. It seemed to say no one has cleared it, but the secret to clearing is just not having to ride all 7 stations to leave. The real station corresponds to the real world, right? If I get off at this station, I can return? Wild boar Peppa, no wonder I said this stop didn't need to get off, huh? The twilight train just goes past, not giving anyone a way to live. I got it. I got it. Sandy was afraid that Lady Make-a Lin's luck might really help An Lan make some turnaround at the last stop. So, she specially sent away Make-a Lin. Turtle. This is too heaven-defying. From any angle, isn't Make-a Lin a bit too lucky? Awesome. Tower Nation actually completed the SS level copy. The surging barrage had some who were slow to comprehend and some who suddenly understood, but of course, the most numerous were those who felt envy. Perhaps no one would have thought that in the end, Make-a Lin would be the first to come out. Even less would anyone have thought that she did nothing and was sent out like this. SSS level absolute luck truly made people green with envy. Clank clank clank. Clank clank clank. The perspective shifted back to the twilight train. The long train had already completely passed the real station, pouring into a stretch of hot sunlit road. On this road, everywhere was wild grass growing, dead tree branches twisted in turn lying beside the tracks, showing no signs of life. The hanging sun above blazed, drying up the insides of the train. Bang! Bang bang bang! Damn! Make-a Lin! Make-a Lin! Mentor was still stubbornly kicking the door. But suddenly he seemed to think of something, turned his head to look at An Lan, only to find the other was calmly lying in the seat, gazing out of the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey! An Lan! You're not a scumbag, are you? Make-a Lin likes you so much, and she's just gone. Gone. Aren't you anxious? After all, with the fictional 4 years of school memories, Mentor was genuinely anxious. He rushed up to An Lan, wanting to question him, and An Lan only shrugged. Don't worry about her, if nothing unexpected happens, she's already back to her hometown. She should be completely safe. Huh? What are you talking about? If you get off at the station, you can't come back, isn't that? Think carefully about why the real station is the only station you don't need to get off. That station. That station is the road to survival? Suddenly, Matsumoto K, who had been listening nearby, came back to his senses and yelled with regret, damn it. An Lan. Did you know this all along? Why? Why didn't you say anything? Would it help if I did? Do you think Shandy would let us off at this stop? You don't really think Make-a Lin could get off just by pure luck, do you? An Lan's cold voice rang out, catching Matsumoto Kika off guard. You mean she gets off because Shandy lets her? Aha. It's her luck. If Make-a Lin stayed until the last stop, her luck might increase our chances of survival, right? You're not dumb after all. Ladies, get ready, haven't you noticed it's getting hotter in here? Suddenly standing up, An Lan pointed at the dialogue. His gaze shifted toward the bathroom of the pink carriage, where a swirl of fleshy blood pulsated. The earlier shattered cracks had long since healed. Real stop wants to run? Very hard. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The speed of the dusk train was increasing, as if it were nearing the end of the journey, getting more and more impatient. The sun in the sky grew fiercer, and the air outside the windows twisted strangely. Inside the carriage, it became harder to breathe. With every breath, it felt like inhaling hot smoke. The passageways felt like they were burning. Damn it. It seems like this level is going to be stinky lung. Control of human breathing? An Lan covered his nose and began to control his breathing as best as he could. Cough. Cough cough cough. Breathing, damn it, if it overheats, would using water to neutralize it work? Matsumoto Kika had completely discarded her kimono, wearing a pink undershirt, and rushed into the bathroom, drenched in sweat. She turned on the faucet, expecting cool water to splash her. She even pressed her face against it. But fool, this train is alive. Amidst An Lan's scornful voice. Hiss. A torrent of scalding water, spewing hot white steam, hit Matsumoto Kika's face, burning her skin until it blistered. Ah! The scream echoed inside the carriage as Matsumoto Kika, covering her face, wildly ran back and forth in the bathroom. Huff. 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 An Lan, is the way to survive in this level outside the train? Should we open the door to let the airflow cool down? Menluo-ka gasped heavily, moving towards the back of the train door. An Lan covered his nose and directly reprimanded, the temperature outside is even higher. Don't open the door. This level, maybe. Hiss. Just as the two exchanged glances, the long carriage began to tremble violently. The metallic panels above and below them suddenly sprouted dense, writhing iron eyes. Hiss. In the next moment, scorching hot steam began to spray from the iron eyes, burning An Lan's head as large clumps of hair fell out instantly. His gaze instinctively shot towards the tightly shut door at the front of the pink carriage, which was firmly closed, and Shandy was nowhere to be found. This level is hopeless. Men Luo Ka. Quick. Golden Hero. Understood. Buzz. Amidst the surging mist, two golden halos enveloped An Lan and Men Luo Ka, their figures instantly disappearing within the carriage. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as the two vanished, the entire carriage began to shake violently. The seats and windows alike squeezed out writhing iron eyes, resembling living pores of the human body, spewing scorching vapor. Ah! Ah! Matsumoto Kika huddled in the bathroom, her body burned and mutilated, patches of white, rotten flesh fell from her surface as she ran wildly in the carriage, resembling a soaked corpse. Having survived this far, aside from the boost from rebirth, she had some awareness. Enduring the scalding heat, she charged to the front door of the train, pounding on the metal door. Open the door. Shandy. Open the door. Do you really want to burn An Lan alive? Open the door. Open the door. She didn't consider herself a bargaining chip. The danger to An Lan's life was always repeating. Unfortunately. This time, there was only a cold response from behind the car door. An Lan. An Lan. An Lan. It's because I like him so much. So, he can't leave here. Absolutely not. Die. Just die here. An Lan. You are mine. You are mine. No one can take you away. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The crazy voice, the sickly words echoed in the front of the car. Matsumoto Kika stared wide-eyed, still wanting to say something. Suddenly, a hiss sound rang out, her nose was completely burnt open, the breathing tube spouted a large amount of blood. Put. Before she could exhale her last breath, her lung exploded, large amounts of hot air mixed with flesh burst forth in a bloody mist. Her head tilted, her decaying body fell heavily into the gas mist. Dead. Matsumoto Kika died on the journey to the last stop. And at the same time, inside the golden palace, An Lan and Men Luoka looked at each other, both repeatedly wiping the beads of water off their bodies, gasping for breath. Huff huff huff. An Lan. An Lan. Tell me why there's no way out at this stage? Go find that Shandy, she won't protect you? No. Why not? Doesn't she like you? Men Luoka looked at An Lan in surprise, and An Lan smiled helplessly. It's precisely because she likes me too much, so she won't protect me. She wants me to die, to stay here completely. The long-lost voice of the goddess strategy system rang in his ears. An Lan's mouth twitched. Ding. Goddess Shandy's favorability towards you +5. +5. +5. +5. Current accumulated favorability, 112 points. 117 points. Warning. Warning. Favorability level has exceeded the limit. Too abnormal. Too abnormal.